Since the dawn of gaming, there have been platformers, shooters, and RPGs that were infamous for being brutally unfair. Even though this level of difficulty has historically deterred casuals, there are definitely veteran pro gamers and wannabe pro gamers who have flocked to them to see if they're up for the challenge. Sure, it's frustrating to see that game over screen again and again, but it makes it more satisfying when you finally triumph. That is, if you can finally triumph. Despite the fact that millions of people have played the vast majority of these entries to death, a lot of people probably haven't seen the end credits. If that's you, hit me up in the comments. We'll give you a little congratulations. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you already. You're here. I'm proud of you. Okay, let's keep going with the video. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 absurdly hard games you never beat. Fury. No matter how relentless a game is or gets, usually you at least have a little breathing room in the beginning, so you can get used to exactly what it is you're playing, how it runs, and the mechanics that you'll be expected to master. But Fury doesn't bother with that setup. The vibrant shoot 'em up is structured entirely around bosses, so there's no filler baddies to practice on. With that in mind, you're expected to master melee combat and bullet hell dodging in tandem before you've even gotten the hang of the basics. Several bosses can only be beaten with parrying, so you might as well call it a day if you haven't perfected that one. Worse still, there's no breathing room here. Once you've beaten one adversary, no matter how much of a trial it was to get to the end of that fight, you have to move right on to the next one. Much like Cuphead, every boss fight has multiple phases, so players have to memorize a plethora of combat strategies. This is easier said than done, especially when an antagonist introduces new techniques that are counterintuitive to how the earlier part of the battle played out. The difficulty can skyrocket at any moment, since these brutes can unleash surprise attacks or change your surroundings with little to no warning. Fury is a solid title, but casual gamers should probably give it a miss. Dragon's Lair 2: Time Warp. Dragon's Lair stood out in its time since it plays out like an interactive movie. You watch fully animated scenes and make timed inputs to avoid obstacles and navigate around your surroundings. If you do miss time any of those quick time events, you'll find yourself plunging into a pit or being eaten by a monster. As ruthless as the first installment was, it was nothing compared to Dragon's Lair 2: Time Warp. Although the sequel follows the same structure, there's one caveat that catches everybody off guard. You see, players need to collect all the hidden treasures that are scattered throughout the game if they want to unlock the final level. These appear during specific sequences, sometimes for less than a second, and you need to press the right button if you want to grab them. What's worse is there's no indication that these collectibles are mandatory, and they often rock up when you least expect them or during a hectic moment when you're not really thinking about picking up a treasure, you're thinking about, well, not dying. If you fail to nab a single artifact, the game resets before reaching the last section, meaning you have to play the whole thing again. And if you miss one of the artifacts a second time, nobody will blame you if you decide to quit then and there. MDK 2. You know a video game is particularly unforgiving when you can't beat it despite having infinite lives and a bunch of checkpoints. Such is the case with MDK 2. In hindsight, BioWare's underrated title should have got a lot more love since it has inventive level design, hilarious absurdist humor, and sharp graphics that still look great today. On the whole, the only criticism MDK 2 suffers is how hard it is. Rather than ramping up the difficulty gradually, players are dumped into insta-kill scenarios that are rarely telegraphed. Whether it's the bosses, puzzles, or the platforming, every aspect of the gameplay seems to have been designed by a sadist. Yes, there are checkpoints, but that actually doesn't make the levels particularly easier because they are unnecessarily long. Even though it's refreshing how you can play as three heroes with radically different playstyles, the decision adds to the challenge because you get so used to playing as one individual that it's jarring when you switch to another, since you need time to adjust to their abilities and skill set. Sadly, you do not have the time to adjust because before you know it, a bunch of new enemies, traps, and instant kill things are thrown at your face and you need to try and survive them, and mostly, you probably won't. Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. For some players, the hardest thing imaginable is battling a legion of enemies or a screen-filling boss. For others, it's solving a multifaceted puzzle within a tight time constraint. However, getting over it with Bennett Foddy focuses on one of the most difficult and insurmountable challenges in all of video games, and that is the absolutely terrifying realm of physics. The unconventional climbing title follows a philosopher stuck in a metal cauldron who must use his sledgehammer to swing swing around obstacles, terrains, and structures. Even though the gameplay would be significantly easier if you could use his legs, the creator deliberately disables that ability, and as a result, you have to awkwardly swing, drag, and fling yourself around, often with very little control or understanding of where it is you'll land. The further you climb, the more nerve-wracking everything gets. Quite apart from the fact that it gets harder the higher you go up, a single misstep or misswing, I suppose, can send you all the way back down to the ground where you begun. If that wasn't enough, the creator Bennett Foddy narrates throughout your playthrough, philosophizing about frustration and failure while you're trying not to lose for the 50th time. This blend of unrelenting mechanics, cruel design, and existential narration, which might help you but might well hurt you, creates an experience that feels less like a game and more like a trial in suffering. Super Meat Boy Forever. Super Meat Boy feels like the most unbeatable platformer imaginable, since every level involves tiny platforms, moving hazards, and instant death mechanics. On top of that, there are no checkpoints. To be fair, players can conquer Super Meat Boy if they just take their time with each section, memorizing the patterns of the obstacles. It might take a long time, but players should be improving on every playthrough, allowing them to prevail if they just stick with it. Too bad that strategy goes out the window when we talk about Super Meat Boy Forever. Now, in this particular title, the levels are randomly generated, so you can't memorize all the little bits and pieces of each level that's going to kill you, or has in the past 1, 2, or 10 times. Because of this, you'll need to take your time and plan carefully before moving on to each section. Unfortunately, the ship to do that has sailed as well. Super Meat Boy Forever is an auto-runner, so you have no time to strategize, only to react. Unless you have the reaction time of a heavily caffeinated fly, you're probably not gonna get far. Super Meat Boy definitely faced criticism for how hard it was, but boy was it a walk in the park compared to its sequel, Enter the Gungeon. Enter the Gungeon is a fast-paced bullet hell game where players explore a constantly shifting fortress in order to find a legendary gun that can destroy the past. Boasting 300 weapons, beautiful retro art, and addictive roguelike gameplay, Dodge Roll's title is an absolute blast. Despite receiving high praise pretty much across the board, a lot of reviewers did emphasize Enter the Gungeon's barbaric difficulty again and again and again. One of the things that makes the game's difficulty so particularly brutal is the randomized loot system. Although randomization does play a big factor in a lot of roguelikes like Hades and Dead Cells, it's possible to win in those games even if you're stuck with minor enhancements. But if you don't get the best arsenal in Gungeon early on, you might as well start from scratch. Gungeon demands pixel-perfect dodging, especially in later floors. Even players with flawless reflexes are sure to struggle with evading projectiles, since said projectiles blend in with the background. Also, there's no easy way to heal. If you're taking a bunch of hits, especially early on, there's not really a solid way to come back. Shops do sell things occasionally that can boost your health back up, but they're often not worth it due to the high cost. Enter the Gungeon is still worth checking out, but you have to accept the fact that winning is highly unlikely. F-Zero GX. Due to its dynamic gameplay, gorgeous level design, and head-bopping tunes, F-Zero GX is a highlight in the series and one of the most underrated driving games ever. Having said that, it is impossible to discuss this one, even in all of those wonderful things that are absolutely true and enjoyable about it, without mentioning how very, very tough it is. In this racer, each driver's machine moves up to 2,000 kilometers per hour. If you mistime a turn while moving that fast, it could result in your death. It's so tricky to control your vehicle while it's breaking the sound barrier that you can easily sail off the road, as you can imagine. Though beating the game normally is taxing, trying to complete any cup on Master Mode is a Herculean task. AI opponents rubber band like crazy, allowing them to catch up no matter how fast you go. On harder modes, computer-controlled races slam into you at any opportunity, and even if they don't knock you off the track, they can send you to last place, which gives you no chance of recovering. Most annoying of all though, the AI drive on Master Mode with near frame perfect execution. For that reason, you can still come in at 17th place despite making F-Zero mistakes. I'm sorry, that was horrible. I'm really sorry. Even though you're expected to complete every race on Master Mode, winning one cup is pure torture. If you have, again, report to that comment section. Ikaruga. Bullet hells are a whole other breed of punishing games, since the genre involves being constantly bombarded by projectiles in every foreseeable direction. Unless you have heightened coordination and a gift for multitasking, you kinda don't stand a chance. But even the biggest bullet hell enthusiasts might not be cut out for Ikaruga. What makes Treasure's sci-fi blaster stand out from its peers is the fact that you fly a ship that switches between black and white polarities, allowing you to absorb black and white projectiles. Now, there are so many bullets on screen at once, it is impossible to advance by just trying to dodge them all. As such, you have to allow yourself to be hit while absorbing the appropriate projectile. It's a neat idea since the puzzle-like element compels you to have to be tactical when to reverse the polarity. Although Ikaruga can be completed in under half an hour, few people have reached the end credits, and even fewer have beaten it on higher difficulties. After all, when you're being blasted with 9 trillion lasers all at once, it is easy to slip up, so it's kind of understandable why a lot of players decided they just put this one down. Monkey Island 2: LeChuck's Revenge. One problem that even the best point-and-click adventure games suffer from is illogical puzzles. Whether it's Myst or Grim Fandango, there are times where players can't help but think, how was I meant to figure that out? There's an argument to be made that no puzzle title has stumped the masses quite like Monkey Island 2: LeChuck's Revenge. One of the things that makes this one particularly difficult is that the pirate caper dumps a ton of items on you, many of which have a purpose that you cannot envision for the life of yourself. The gameplay involves a hefty amount of fake-outs, red herrings, and dialogue trees that go nowhere. The non-linear structure also makes it arduous to know exactly where you're supposed to go, and it forces players to remember dozens of potential leads at once. Worst of all, or best of all, if you love a tricky point-and-click challenge, a lot of puzzles involve combining unrelated items, performing nonsensical actions, or using objects in unintuitive ways. At one point, you have to use a wrench on a valve to shut down a pump, and naturally any rational player would look around for a wrench. The problem here being, there's no wrench in the game. To complete this section, you need to find a monkey and place him in the valve, like a monkey wrench. Monkey wrench. Get it? Well, if you did, you'd feel super smart, and if you didn't, you're probably like the vast majority of people who played Monkey Island 2 and would say there was no way they were getting to those end credits without a guide. If you did, again, well done you. Ninja Gaiden. Even though gaming franchises that originated in the 1980s had earlier entries that were tough as nails, the difficulty in recent installments tends to become a lot more reasonable. However, Ninja Gaiden went in the opposite direction. Despite the fact that the classic side-scroller was already a nightmare in its day, Tech Ninja's Xbox reboot was somehow less forgiving. Button mashing in combat gets you absolutely nowhere, since enemies can only be defeated by a very clever and fine-tuned combination of dodges, attacks, combos, and the like, and if you don't pull it off, well, that's gonna be your game over screen. Bosses are another story altogether, since they can kill you with a single strike. Due to limited resources, you need to get good fast, or you won't make it past the first level. That's not all though. Soon after its release, Tech Ninja announced they were bringing out an enhanced version called Ninja Gaiden Black. Now this contained bug fixes and additional features. This was welcome news for a lot of gamers, especially ones who really wanted to play through the game but were finding it much too hard. As it was expected, this would give the developer the opportunity to make the game easier. And it would have. But they didn't. They made it harder. In Ninja Gaiden Black, enemies are more reactive and come in increased numbers. Certain weapons and tactics were nerfed, making it tricky to exploit enemy weaknesses, and just in case that wasn't enough, the game added a new mode called Master Ninja, which makes the classic mode feel like a breeze. Honestly, the only way Ninja Gaiden could be more challenging is if the enemies killed you in real life.
So here's the thing, playing a game with a rich storyline is definitely great, but with all these plot twists, developments, and character arcs, well, they can get pretty tiring at times. So what if instead you could skip most of the plot and go straight to the end? Well, that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video games that let you skip the story entirely. Number 10, Coin Flip, Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma. Zero Time Dilemma is an action-adventure game in which the player has to guide a group of kidnapping victims through a maze of death traps and puzzles set up by a mysterious killer dressed as a plague doctor. Now, this game doesn't so much let you skip the main story as it basically forces you to right at the start. The killer's sick death games begin with a simple coin toss. When his victims awake, he presents them with a challenge. They can choose the result of a coin toss, and if their guess is correct, the killer will set them free. Now, the scene is purposefully set up in a way where the proposition seems a little dishonest, to dissuade you from choosing at all. However, if you do guess correctly, the killer will follow through on his promise and release all of his kidnapped victims unharmed, prompting the end credits to roll. The interesting thing here is, though, that the coin toss is rigged. Your first guess will always be right on your first playthrough, which is why if you don't fall for the false narrative, you're guaranteed to get the best possible ending in just a few minutes. Number 9. Destroy Lavos in the prologue. Chrono Trigger. The secret developer ending in Chrono Trigger is one of the earliest examples of that trope in video games. Although it is played off as a joke, you can reach the ending by fulfilling the main objective of the game within the first hour, without having to indulge in any exposition, character arcs, or plot developments. Now, Lavos, the world-ending parasite that serves as the main antagonist of the game, is encountered by the player in the first stage. Being the final boss of the game, you're obviously not supposed to win, but it isn't impossible. By using exploits such as power grinding or simply by using a cheating device, you can stand a chance against him and defeat him at the Ocean Palace without having to beat the game or using the New Game Plus mode. Defeating Lavos early awards you with the secret developer ending, in which your character is transported to a literal developer room, seeing Chrono Trigger's various big-name creators congratulate you one after another. It's a pretty ironic reward considering that you just ignored most of the stuff that they worked so hard on and skipped right to the end. Number 8. Destroy the Dark Brotherhood. The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. Aside from becoming the Dragonborn and saving the world, Skyrim allows you to join several factions and slowly climb their ranks to the top. The main quest lines for all of these can be pretty lengthy, but luckily, the Dark Brotherhood story offers you a much simpler and quicker alternative. Now, normally, the main quest line of the Dark Brotherhood requires you to become their top assassin, eliminating a wide array of targets to reach the ultimate goal of taking out the Emperor of Tamriel. However, if killing people in the name of some dark god isn't for you, or if you're simply just too lazy to go on a nationwide killing spree, you can skip this questline entirely by ratting out the Dark Brotherhood to the Emperor's personal guard, thereby destroying their faction entirely. To do this, simply kill Astrid when she tries to recruit you and speak to the leader of the Pentius Oculatus in Dragonbridge. After you inform him of the Brotherhood's presence, he'll send you to their hideout to take them all out. Killing the assassins takes only a fraction of the time it takes to complete all of their missions, and as a bonus, you get to save a little of your conscience from assassinating innocent people. Well, mostly innocent. Number 7. Defeat Ganon early. Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is an incredibly expansive open-world game. The game's map is huge and filled with all sorts of special locations that Link needs to visit on his quest to defeat Ganon. In order to finish the main narrative, you need to sink in about, like 100 hours, or if you're clever and more than a little daring, you can do it in about 30 minutes. Since the main objective of Breath of the Wild is to defeat Calamity Ganon, and there's nothing blocking your path to his location, you can technically challenge the glowing pig head as soon as Link wakes up. The fight will definitely be difficult, seeing as you don't have any powers, weapons, or allies, and without the help of the divine beast that you free throughout the course of the game, Ganon will be at full health. You also need to defeat all 4 of his avatars that you would normally battle inside the corrupted divine beasts. However, if you manage to take on this challenge and come out alive, Ganon will be defeated, Zelda will be rescued, and that will be game over. After all, killing Ganon and rescuing Zelda is what all Zelda games are really all about. Number 6. Kill Urizen early. Devil May Cry 5. Now, Devil May Cry 5 offers something very similar to Breath of the Wild. In the game's prologue, the player needs to take on Urizen, the big bad evil guy stuck to an even bigger, badder throne. The fight is incredibly hard, so hard in fact that the developers expect you to lose. In fact, your defeat is a crucial point in the story that establishes Nero and Dante's motivations for the rest of the game. That said though, this fight isn't scripted and you can actually defeat him, although it definitely takes a lot of effort as he has a ton of health and his attacks pack a huge punch. But if you're skilled enough to bring him down without any upgrades or perks, you can unlock a super secret special ending in which the story is concluded with a few lines of text and a literal "they lived happily ever after" moment. The secret ending is obviously a joke, but hilariously you'll still get the "well, I'll be damned" trophy that pops later when you fight him for real. Number 5. Let the villagers kill Gandahar. Two Worlds. In terms of sheer hilarity, the early ending of the action RPG Two Worlds is easily one of the best. There's nothing quite like seeing the final boss of a game getting brutally pummeled to death by an angry mob of peasants. Gandahar, the dark wizard who kidnaps the main character's sister, appears in the starting location of the game, trying to convince you to join his secret society. Though at this stage he doesn't reveal his true identity, the game does consider his character to be the actual Gandahar, which means that killing him can trigger the endgame cutscene where he falls dead in front of the player and the credits begin to roll. Now, this mysterious stranger is incredibly powerful, which is why you can't beat him alone. To bring Gandahar down, you'll need to attack him and then run towards the nearest group of villagers. Now, with some careful positioning, you can bait Gandahar into throwing some of his magic towards you and hitting the villagers in the area of effect splash. This will then trigger them to attack Gandahar, and they will slowly, very slowly take him down with their bare fists and pickaxes. Even the darkest and strongest of magic can't stand a chance against the sheer power of an angry mob. Number 4. Kill Father. Fallout 4. The plot of Fallout 4 has you making some tough moral choices to determine the future of the Commonwealth. This involves taking out rival factions, deciding whether the android synths should be protected or destroyed, and betraying some of the companions that you picked up along the way. But don't worry, if this all sounds like something you don't want to bother with, you can skip the entire second half of the main storyline and avoid the major conflict between the factions by doing one rather questionable thing. When you finally manage to infiltrate the Institute, you get to meet your long-lost son, Sean, who turns out to be their leader, now going by the name of Father. Sean will then offer you to join up, which triggers a series of missions where you act as a double agent for your faction of choice and ultimately cause an all-out war between all of them. However, if you kill Father Sean right out of the gate whilst on the side of the Minutemen, you'll be thrown out and the missions will never trigger. After this, you can immediately proceed to the final showdown with the Institute and reach the end of the game without having to destroy the other two major factions at all. I mean, sure, yes, you will have to kill your own son, but what's a little homicide in the face of world peace, right? Number 3. Kill Liberty on your way to Denver. Wasteland 3. Wasteland 3 has over 6 different endings, one of which can be achieved so early it concludes Wasteland's main storyline before you even get into it. The game's plot revolves around the Arizona Rangers trying to win the favor of the Patriarch, the ruler of Colorado Springs. This man wants the Rangers to bring back his 3 rebellious children, and one of them, Liberty, can be met as soon as you finish the prologue. Although Liberty is the toughest out of the 3 children and is intended to be beaten towards the end of the game, the player can challenge her to a duel that usually ends up with your squad being squashed by Liberty's robots. That said, some players have found a way to beat Liberty early on by exploiting the game's hacking mechanic and disabling her shields and robots. It turns out that killing her right off the bat causes the game to jump straight to the end, resolving all of the Rangers' issues and giving you the happy ending. Now that is efficient. Number 2. Use Alex's escape pod. Prey. Have you ever watched a horror movie and wondered, why don't they just leave? Well, sci-fi horror Prey answers this question by giving you the choice to escape its monster-infested space station very early on, allowing you to ignore all the twists and moments of tension that this game has to offer. You see, early on in the story, the player comes across an escape pod belonging to their brother Alex. If you manage to find his access card and bring it to the pod, Prey will present you with a choice of leaving the space station or going back to fight the monsters and rescuing the remaining survivors. Choosing the former will trigger a cutscene in which Alex calls your decision an unexpected disappointment, in reference to a certain plot twist at the end of the game, after which your character enters the pod and jets off into space. The secret ending lets you skip most of the game while simultaneously offering the most logical solution to being stuck on a space station with a bunch of shape-shifting aliens. Yes, it may be cruel to leave your friends and crewmates behind, but who said you had to play the hero here? And number 1, escape to the US. Far Cry 6. Secret endings accessible at the start is something of a tradition in the Far Cry series. Ever since Far Cry 4 introduced the idea of working with the villain Pagan Min to finish the game in 30 minutes, each new Far Cry has included something similar, and Far Cry 6 is no different. In fact, it actually did it in a pretty original way. The secret ending is accessible at any point of the game and doesn't involve waiting for an uncomfortable amount of time. To trigger, simply drive any boat outside of the boundaries of the map, which will trigger a special cutscene where your character Danny leaves her her war-torn country and moves to the US. Here, Danny will be shown chilling on a beach and listening to a radio broadcast about the death of their friend Clara and the subsequent defeat of her revolution against Anton. After that, the credits will roll. Now, it might seem a little underwhelming, but this faux finale is far more upbeat and positive than what actually happens in Far Cry 6's proper ending. Game plots. They're long, convoluted, and require way too much time to get through. Am I right? And you know what? I've even got this intro written out right here, but you can read the title. I'm going to save you some time because that is the theme of this list. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 more video games that let you skip the story entirely. Let's get on with it. Number 10. Activate the Netherese Orb, Baldur's Gate 3. Larian's critically acclaimed role-playing game Baldur's Gate 3 comes with plenty of unique and secret choices for you to make, and one of them even allows you to skip out on making choices by letting you finish the game early and omit the entirety of Act 3. You see, in the second act of the game, your magical god-seducing companion Gale receives the power to control the unstable Netherese Orb infused within his body, which at any given moment can turn him into a living nuclear bomb capable of leveling a city and then some. Well, control is a bit of an overstatement here because Gale is still doomed to blow up, he just gets to choose when he does it. Across Act 2, Gale's goddess wants him to sacrifice himself by unleashing his power on the game's antagonists, the Cult of the Absolute, and if you go with her plan, you can actually reach a secret early ending. In the scene, Gale activates his orb as soon as he enters the cult's secret lair and gets rid of the entire gallery of villains with one huge magical explosion. This kills off your entire squad, but to be honest, it is totally worth it, if only for the terrified and rather confused faces of the Absolute's chosen. Number 9. Take Joy, We Happy Few. Now, We Happy Few is an action-adventure game about a dystopian society addicted to a euphoria-inducing hallucinogenic called joy. In the game, you play as 3 citizens of the joy-addicted Wellington Wells who try to escape the town's brainwashed society, and one of the characters, Arthur Hastings, works as a censor for the town's local newspaper. Also, depending on your choices, he's the only character who can end his personal story within minutes. Arthur's campaign begins with him working his shift at the paper. As he censors unwanted, depressing news, he comes across a clip of him and his dead brother Percy, and the player is faced with a choice. You can either let Arthur remember his dead brother by refusing to take your mandatory dose of joy, therefore prompting the events of the entire game, or take the pill and fall back into blissful ignorance. The latter choice will trigger a brief cutscene showing Arthur swallowing the pill and drifting away into his state-mandated trip. With no more reason for Arthur to escape Wellington Wells, the game will end and the credits will roll. That was easy, and to think that some people have to go through hours of stealth sections and combat to reach this ending. Number 8. You don't really want to skip this part. South Park: The Fractured But Whole. South Park: Fractured But Whole is the second game made by the show's actual creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone, and just like regular South Park, the game is full of gags and jokes that poke fun at virtually everything and anyone, including you, the player. In fact, one of your particularly infuriating gaming habits can even cause the game to finish itself for you. During the opening cutscene, in which Cartman narrates his epic superhero backstory, Cartman will stop you and call you out for interrupting his cool monologue. Of course, you can keep pressing the skip button, but this will only aggravate your narrator more and more until he finally snaps and decides to give you exactly what you want by skipping the game all the way to the end credits. The gag is brilliant, as not only does it catch you by surprise, but it's also absolutely in character for Cartman to do something so utterly petty. Just think of how many speedrunners' hearts were broken thanks to Cartman introducing this special little feature. Number 7. The Coward Ending, The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. The Stanley Parable is a unique story-based game in which you play as the titular Stanley as he's guided through the office building by the voice of the story's narrator. The game thrives on you thinking outside of the box and constantly challenging your poor, well-intentioned guide, which is why it includes a plethora of different endings, each made for a different instance of you refusing or indeed going along with the narrator's story. There's even an ending made specifically for those who refuse to partake in the story at all, called the Coward or Reluctant Ending. In order to get it, you simply have to lock yourself in Stanley's office, where you begin your adventure, and then wait for the narrator to take note of your particularly long absence. After that, he will begin to comment on Stanley's cowardice, going so far as to accuse him of paranoia, until he finally gives up on Stanley and lets him stay in his office forever. You do get labelled a coward, but on the other hand, it's kind of worth it to say that you were able to beat the game in less than 15 minutes. Number 6. I Know Where I'm Going, Gone Home. Gone Home is a 2013 exploration game in which you play as a young woman trying to figure out the circumstances behind her family's disappearance after she returns from overseas. The game doesn't so much as allow you to skip the story as it unintentionally leaves an open path straight to the ending. In the game, you're trying to collect clues and evidence that let you discover new locations in the house and unlock previously inaccessible areas. However, if you already know what you're doing or have the dumbest streak of luck possible, you can technically leave all of the clues be and open a secret entrance leading to the final location in the attic as you enter the home. Because the ending doesn't require you to collect any of the narrative clues, you can actually trigger it without learning a lick of the story, and then probably feel really confused when the game suddenly fades to black. To be honest, playing the game like this makes for a much cheerier tone. There are no dark undertones or creeping suspense, just an oblivious idiot stumbling into an attic and then falling asleep in front of a notebook. Number 5. The secret video ending, The Witness. Seeing as The Witness is an exploration puzzle game, it's a bit hard to speak of a story in its case. The game's narrative lies simply in exploring the island and solving its puzzles, with environmental storytelling doing all of the heavy lifting in each section of the map. However, as it turns out, even this bare-bones narrative structure is something you can completely skip. Instead of exploring and traversing the land, you can watch a weird, experimental point-of-view video of the game's real-life creator that has nothing to do with The Witness at all. In the first level of the game, there's a hidden puzzle that requires the player to connect the light of the sun with a pillar next to the entrance gate. The power will surge through the wall, opening a secret entrance to a mysterious lounge. Shortly after you step inside, the game will play a real-life video showing the game's creator waking up, doing some coding, presenting his Christmas tree, and then walking outside as the game fades to black. Wait, what? What is going on? Don't think about it. Just don't think about it, because even if you finish this game normally, it'll still make no sense. Number 4. Stay with the song, Fury. The story of Fury follows its mysterious protagonist referred to as Ryder as he tries to break out of his elaborate prison made out of levitating futuristic islands. You spend the entire game fighting and killing for Ryder's freedom, only to discover that your character is actually an alien invader, and the only reason he was trying to escape was to return to his mothership and prepare an invasion. Luckily though, there is another, more satisfying ending that lets you skip all of this murder. One of Ryder's jailers, the Song, offers your character a chance to just give up the fight. Believing him to be capable of good, she invites him to stay with her inside her peaceful sanctuary for all of eternity. If this sounds like the plan for you, all you need to do is wait a few minutes in front of the Song's arena. This will trigger a cutscene in which Ryder sits down next to the Song and she reassures him of his good heart, and then the credits roll. You can stop the alien invasion without killing any additional jailers, and as a bonus, you'll spare yourself the frustration of fighting them. Now that is a win-win. Number 3. Don't feel like saving the world, Super Paper Mario. Have you ever played a game and come across a pointless yes or no choice where both options led to the same outcome anyway? Well, it's an especially common occurrence in the Pokemon and Zelda games, but not in Super Mario, because here, a no is a no. Super Paper Mario, a ridiculous Mario RPG set in a scrapbookified version of the Mushroom Kingdom, loves toying with ideas that border on outrageous and outrageously funny. And this includes turning that age-old cliche of false dilemmas into an actual choice. In the beginning of the game, Mario is approached by Merlon, who will ask him if he wants to save the world from the evil Count Bleck. The answer to the question seems obvious, so you expect the choice to be fake. However, if you choose to answer no, Merlon won't actually correct you into saying yes. Instead, he'll start panicking and ask you to reconsider. At that point, you can keep refusing him until he finally concedes and leaves you be, ending your adventure prematurely and dooming the world to total destruction. This naturally results in an instant game over, but then again, it's nice to see a game that actually treats your choices seriously, even if they are terrible. Number 2. Kill Ryoji, Persona 3. In Persona 3, you play as a group of supernaturally gifted teenagers trying to stop a mysterious goddess of death from ending the world. Now, if this all sounds like a bit too much to handle, don't worry. The game actually offers you an easier solution to your character's mission than taking on an actual god, and that is just simply backing out of the fight. When the in-game calendar reaches December 31st, Ryoji, the roommate of the main character, reveals that he's actually an avatar of Nyx, the god of death. And once he transforms into his true form, he will allow Nyx to bring about the end of the world. Now, at this point, you're given a choice. You can either kill him before he sets off the apocalypse, or let him live and face Nyx in all of her glory. Now, the former option will actually lead to a special secret ending in which your characters forget about all of the supernatural stuff they experienced and get to spend the rest of their school year in peace, but that is only until Nyx comes back to end the world anyway, because it turns out that killing her avatar just postponed her arrival. I mean, what do you think? She was just going to let it be? Come on, dude. Idiot. Idiot. But then again, at least it's one very happy year at school, so cool, I guess. And number 1, gotta get that Crab Rangoon, Far Cry 4. Now, listen, you knew that Far Cry was going to be on this list. Everyone knows about this secret ending by now. By the time that I finish speaking about this, the footage on screen will have actually shown you the ending that you can get. So why don't we just wait out this little bit here together? There's a script in front of me that I should be reading, but this is the only way to make this interesting for me after years of talking about Far Cry and the secret ending. So, how are you? You alright? Cool. Nice shirt, by the way. I enjoyed that. Where'd you buy that? Really? You got it for that much? That is surprisingly cheap. Or expensive. I don't know. I don't do fashion. Sorry. Right, anyway, the ending's over now. Hope you're well. Big love to you. And I'm gone. Bye.
If there's one genre of gaming that understands the importance of choice, it's role-playing games. But not all decisions in these titles are weighted equally, and as a result, there are some which only a select few players have ever actually seen. With that in mind, I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are the 10 rarest choices in RPG video games. Also, just as a heads up before we begin, for the majority of the data here we're using the Great Resource PSN profiles as a reference, unless where stated. Number 10. Help Takamura avenge Saburo Arasaka, Cyberpunk 2077. The protagonist of Cyberpunk 2077V is a person in the middle of one hell of a social web, with multiple characters vying to use their abilities to achieve their respective goals. One of the earliest of these you meet is Goro Takamura, the personal bodyguard of the head of the Arasaka Corporation, Saburo Arasaka. Well, he was the head of it at least until he was actually murdered. Takamura's goal following this action is clear and defined then. He wants to avenge the death of his former employee by putting an end to his murderer. It sounds like an easy choice, but there is one roadblock to overcome. That being that Takamura needs to survive the mission Search and Destroy, which is an entirely optional outcome. If you manage to help him escape death in this mission, then you can choose to stick with Takamura through to his ending. All you need to do is choose to align yourself with Arasaka in the final mission, getting yourself the devil ending and achieving his goal. Sadly for Takamura though, it is exceedingly rare for this to happen, with only 3.5% of PlayStation players ever seeing this revenge kick through. Number 9. Henry is a vegetarian now. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come 2 is a dense game, a deep and complex adventure that brings accuracy right to the forefront of the experience. There are so many examples, in fact, of how minor choices impact the world that there is a good chance that you, like me, didn't even know the game was tracking most of them. With that in mind then, while it's not a clear-cut choice like many others on this list, the game does present players with a secret option throughout the experience, and only 0.8% of PlayStation players actually opted to pursue it. What is this secret choice then that nobody wants to opt for? Well, it's vegetarianism. Yes, the game offers the option to completely abstain from eating meat or killing enemies throughout its runtime, which is actually not as easy as it sounds. You've got to be really careful if you want to go down this route, as killing hostile wolves or other creatures will ruin your decision. And sorry pescatarians, but fish count here as well. The very few players who make this choice are gifted with the Lent achievement, and it's a nice testament to those who wanted Henry to show some love to the animals of Bohemia. Number 8. Kill Liberty Buchanan, Wasteland 3. Wasteland 3 is a terrific entry in the already incredible Wasteland series, and it brings a lot of problems for the player to deal with. The game introduces you to a character known as the Patriarch, Saul Buchanan, an aging ruler of Colorado with 3 exiled children. He asks you to deal with his trio of offspring, one of which is the ruthless Liberty Buchanan. You'll typically encounter this clever yet ferocious warlord in the quest The Traitor, which can go several ways depending on the choices that you make. However, this specific decision comes down to killing Liberty or arresting her. It seems that devastated Colorado, according to player data, isn't as bloodthirsty as you'd think though, given that, as per PSN profiles, only 6.8% of the players took the route of death, earning the Give Me Liberty or trophy for choosing to finish her off. When looking at the data from true achievements, that number sinks to 4%. Number 7. Leave the Camarilla, Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song. Vampire the Masquerade's swan song is a game that lacks polish overall, but the impressive story choices do give it some redeeming qualities. The game puts you in control of 3 separate vampire protagonists living in Boston, all attempting to keep the Camarilla alive and thriving. And for the uninitiated who have no idea what that is, it's an organized sect of vampires who run things from behind the scenes. While living by the rule and life of this sect is standard for almost every vamp, one of the protagonists, Emmem, is given the choice to skirt her loyalty to the Order. The choice comes during her epilogue scene wherein she can quit the organization and strike out on her own. The freedom of becoming an anarch vampire certainly sounds appealing on paper, but it is actually an option that not many players have sunk their teeth into. You see, there are some bigger implications of doing this, namely that leaving the Camarilla means covering up the work of a traitorous vampire. And with that in mind, it's probably no surprise that the numbers of players doing this are low, landing at 1.7% on PSN. Number 6, take control in the name of Baal, Baldur's Gate 3. The sheer depth of Baldur's Gate 3's player reactivity is, frankly, staggering. As such, the game has multiple ending options, with one of the rarest chosen being to shoo away any sense of good alignment and take control of the horrifying Netherbrain, achieving absolute power for yourself. Still, while around 4.4% of players opt for this dire ending, there is actually an even rarer option that somehow makes things even worse. Those playing the Dark Urge, an optional character with a unique storyline, will find themselves conflicted between resisting or embracing the dark tendencies of their father Baal, the god of murder. If you welcome this murderous divinity, accepting your father's gift and attaining the Slayer form, then you can further achieve BG3's most evil ending outright. This choice sees you dominate the Netherbrain on behalf of your divine pops and then use its power to bring death, chaos, and murder upon the world. Thankfully, for the people of Faerun, not many players actually opt to do this, as trophy data shows that only 2.4% have gone this far. Number 5, ascend alongside a demon, Divinity Original Sin 2. Oh look, it's another bleak ending from our friends at Larian Studios. Like Baldur's Gate 3, Divinity Original Sin 2 offers a nice selection of endings depending on your choices. Naturally, some of these are better than others, with a few offering temporary peace to the land of Revelin, while others plunge it into an even deeper conflict. The Angel and Demon ending is a conclusion to this story that requires you to put your trust in the Doctor. And despite the helpful sounding title, the Doctor is not all he seems, as, surprise, he's actually a demon. So, this demonic doctor then comes to offer you a pact, allowing you to ascend to divinity together. If you choose to accept and honor this deal, the Doctor will appear in the final battle and you'll share the coveted final prize of becoming godlike. Of course, doing so means siding with a literal demon and causing chaos down the line. Regarding the numbers, this demonic finale was only chosen by 1.6% of players on PlayStation. Number 4, turn Kim against you, Disco Elysium. When it comes to choice-based gaming, Disco Elysium is a cut above the rest. It's the kind of RPG that satisfies you no matter which direction you decide to go in, and you really have some crazy choices about how you can mold your character. Do you want to be a rock and roll cop who parties hard but ultimately gets the job done? Go ahead. Well, how about having your character take up an interest in fascism and become a walking ball of ignorance and hate? Well, you can if you want, but don't think it won't draw the ire of your second in command, the beloved baby boy, Kim Kitsuragi. Your relationship with Kim is a driving force in this game, as he's the more rational counterpoint to your wild antics. However, if you choose to play a cop who doesn't do the job, consumes drugs and alcohol, and opts for the most heinous of dialogue options, then Kim naturally will lose all faith in you, snapping and making his distaste for you clear. And this interaction leads to the baddest of bad cops trophy. So, how many people chose to make Kim hate them? Well, unsurprisingly, it was not many. PSN Profiles pegs it at 1.7% on PlayStation, with Steam players landing a little bit higher at 2.4%. And honestly, even those numbers are too high for me. I mean, how can you even fathom disappointing this lovely boy? Number 3, Just Say No, Cryptmaster. Cryptmaster is a one-of-a-kind RPG where you type words to perform skills and actions. It's worth your time if you want to try something fresh yet familiar, but for now, let's skip to the end of the game and focus on the most important word of all, no. At the climax of this awesome and linguistical RPG, you are faced with 2 options. The first is to side with the titular Cryptmaster, type the word kill, and escape the underworld, allowing the undead to populate the earth. The second is to side with the final boss and type smash, ending your connection to the eponymous necromancer and maintaining the status quo. However, there is a secret third option where you simply say no. This act of non-compliance, as the game itself labels it, leads to a surprisingly harmonious ending wherein the living and the dead both get what they want. Those above get to keep the world that they know, and the dead are allowed to visit, with many of them actually realizing that they prefer it in the underworld. This secret ending, which provides the achievement Just Say No, is a path rarely taken, of course, with only 5.2% of players via Steam discovering and choosing it. Number 2, Betray Euphrates II to Chaos, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. The fight against heresy is a major part of the Warhammer 40k universe. As such, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader offers you, as any good RPG should, the chance to betray the Imperium of Man and side with the tides of chaos. Going down the route of heresy is already a big choice in itself, but it ultimately leaves you with the option to surrender the entire Adeptus Mechanicus planet to the corrupted faction. This choice comes during The Siege, a quest that sends you to Euphrates II, a planet struggling with a heretical cult known as the Final Dawn. Throughout the quest, you'll encounter Eurylon the Cruel, a dark apostle with whom you can either fight against or align yourself with. If your heresy level is high enough and you've followed some prior steps, which include getting your hands on a sword and offering it up to the Chaos Gods, then you can choose to revive a being known as Sameth and surrender this world to the forces of Chaos. This provides you with the knee-deep in Chaos trophy, which, given it has only been achieved by 1.2% on PlayStation, 2% on Steam, and 1% of players on Xbox, is one mostly avoided. Number 1, pledge yourself to the Steel Garrote, Avowed. Like many deep fantasy worlds, Obsidian Entertainment's Avowed is brimming with distinct factions vying for power. Some are altruistic, whereas others are definitely not, and sitting far, far on the not side of that spectrum is the fanatical Steel Garrote. These ruthless paladins, led by the fearsome Inquisitor Lodwyn, aim to hunt down anyone who violates a contract as it defies their chosen deity, Wodika. The option to side with these fanatics in the Siege of Paradise quest will ordinarily lead to you getting beheaded. However, if you make every choice throughout the game that aligns with Lodwyn's ideals, she will instead welcome you into the ranks of the Garrote, recruiting you into the service of Wodika. Given how siding with these tyrants requires you to endorse and perform many heinous deeds and causes your companions to abandon you entirely, it is probably unsurprising that only 1% via true achievements of Avowed's Xbox player base have actually joined their ranks. Yeah, 1%. This is a choice so unappealing that the only people who seem to do it are those who want to find every single ending.
While there's every possibility for a game to surprise us all with unexpected quality, it's also fair to say that players these days have become extremely adept at sniffing out a dud ahead of time. Considering how pricey AAA games are on launch day though, who can blame them? Sometimes everything about a game pre-release just screams, this is gonna suck, from a reveal trailer to extensive gameplay footage, interviews with the developer, and everything else in between. Again, while games might occasionally shock us by turning out far better than expected, that absolutely wasn't the case with these. I'm Scott from WhatCulture.com, and these are 20 recent video games everyone knew would suck. Nintendo Switch 2, welcome to it. Though the Nintendo Switch 2 has been a phenomenal success, like pretty much any console, the launch lineup was a mixed bag, with many expressing not one iota of surprise that Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome to It was, well, a bit naff. A minigame collection intended to serve as an introduction to the Switch 2's various hardware features, Welcome to It ruffled many feathers by not being a free console pack-in, with Nintendo instead charging $7.99 or $10 to play it. While you could take that as a sign that Nintendo felt the game was high enough quality to charge for it, nothing in the marketing for Welcome to It universe seemed to support that. Come release, Welcome 2 received mediocre reviews for its bare-bones gameplay, especially compared to feature-rich pack-in games like the PS5's Astro's Playroom. Many critics couldn't help but mention the absurdity of the game being a paid product, but even taking financials out of the equation entirely, in terms of pure quality, it's an incredibly sterile, even soulless attempt at onboarding new Switch 2 owners. South Park's Snow Day. It's no exaggeration to say that South Park-themed RPGs The Stick of Truth and The Fractured But Whole are two of the best licensed video games ever made, and so many were keen to see more games based on the IP. While South Park Snow Day is a canonical follow-up to the two aforementioned titles, it's also a very different game made by a totally different team. A 3D co-op hack-and-slash title centered around snow-based fights. THQ were very quiet about this one, so it was easy to give the uninteresting marketing the most uncharitable reading possible. Gameplay looked bland and clunky, and it was a low-effort slice of branded content being churned out for a quick buck. Sadly, that was exactly what Snow Day felt like, a generic repetitive action game with an ugly art style and a bafflingly sanitized approach to the humor that South Park has built its name on. The First Descendant. It's incredibly difficult for even good free-to-play live service games to survive in the current overcrowded market, and pretty much everything we saw pre-release from multiplayer looter shooter The First Descendant made it look like the sort of flavorless generic romp you'd expect an AI to regurgitate. Now, in total fairness to The First Descendant, the gunplay is relatively passable, and likely why the game has sustained something of a player base for over a year. But in terms of its story, art direction, and quest design, it's just coma-inducingly dull. More to the point, just as expected, the game was widely criticized for its microtransaction implementation, ensuring the core loop is extremely grind-heavy for anyone not ponying up enough money. Everything about this game felt like a total snooze fest, and when you've only got so much time to play in the first place, why give any of that time to something that clearly doesn't respect yours? Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown was the first entry into the once illustrious racing franchise in some 12 years, and though fans wanted to believe it had reclaimed the series' good name, the writing was really on the wall with this one. For starters, the lackluster marketing suggested it to be nothing more than a generic mashup of Forza Horizon, The Crew, and Need for Speed, and then a closed beta clarified that it also suffered from so-so handling, inconsistent driver AI, and a boring game world. Little changed in time for that full release, which was torn to shreds for all these reasons and also a ridiculous always online requirement, ensuring the game was unplayable for many on launch weekend due to server outages. One day, probably not too far from now, Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown will be permanently unplayable whenever publisher Nacon switches off the servers. Game of Thrones King's Road. The beautiful cinematic reveal trailer for Game of Thrones King's Road actually made it look pretty damn good. Finally, someone was getting around to making an open-world AAA action game based on the hallowed IP. But it soon became clear that the excitement was entirely misplaced, and that King's Road was actually a free-to-play game for mobile and PC platforms from Netmarble, the South Korean outfit infamous for producing low-effort gacha slop with aggressive monetization systems. Expectations immediately sank through the floor for King's Road, which, true to form, was chided for its intrusive money-grabbing mechanics, grindy gameplay, and a general lack of polish. While it received some scattered praise for at least attempting to capture the atmosphere of Westeros, this was easily cancelled out by the overwhelming cynicism with which the game was produced, and how that seeped into basically every pore of its gameplay. Dragon Drive. Dragon Drive is definitely a game that most folk wanted to like, given that the multiplayer wheelchair basketball title offered some welcome representation for disabilities in sports. It was tough to mask the disappointment surrounding its unveiling though, with many calling out the drab art direction and tech demo feel of gameplay. Basically, it looked like the Switch 2 had another ARMS on its hands, a potential rich game that just fell short of the mark. That Nintendo quietly dumped the game on their eShop for a pittance didn't help that perception either. Ultimately, Dragon Drive is a generic-looking sports game whose mouse-driven control scheme is more genuinely physically exhausting than enjoyable. Beyond that, the motion controls just aren't responsive enough, and it's also brutally lacking in content, even with that low price. Dragon Drive is a well-intentioned outing that few are going to actually hate, but considering the obvious potential here to serve as a stellar showpiece for the Switch 2's mouse mode, it feels like a caution against it. Silent Hill: The Short Message. Though the recent Silent Hill 2 remake proved that Konami actually does care about the legendary survival horror franchise, prior to this, the beloved IP had been on the skids for about 15 years. When the publisher shadow dropped a new first-person entry into the series, Silent Hill: The Short Message, it was tough to expect much from it whatsoever. Beyond being released on PlayStation 5 in January 2024, the very same day it was officially announced, it was also free to play. Arriving mere months after Konami's also free interactive web series Silent Hill Ascension stunk up the joint, that delivery method instantly set alarm bells ringing. Plus, given that unflattering screenshots of The Short Message had leaked more than 18 months before release, and the game had been rated in South Korea all the way back in September 2022, it all seemed to suggest the game likely had a troubled development and was being put out there as quietly as possible. It wasn't a shock then when the short message was criticized for its awkward, frustrating gameplay, heavy-handed story, and short playtime. At least in the wake of Silent Hill 2 Remake though, it was quickly forgotten about by most die-hard fans. Destiny 2: The Edge of Fate. 2024's Destiny 2 expansion, The Final Shape, truly felt like the end of an era for most players, given that it was billed as the conclusion of the series' decade-long Light and Darkness saga. The content was obviously never going to stop there though, and back in July, Bungie released their next major expansion, The Edge of Fate, which was charged with kicking off the new Fate saga. Many players felt like Bungie should have taken a longer recess and allowed The Final Shape to sit for a while before pressing on with a new chapter, and they were a little bit too overeager in moving on from the franchise's first epoch. Those concerns were writ large when The Edge of Fate released, with the overwhelming consensus being that it was a lackluster expansion, both in terms of its forgettable story and gameplay regressions from The Final Shape. There's a clear vibe of exhaustion among critics and players alike when it comes to Destiny, that if Bungie can't offer up something fresh and interesting, then they shouldn't trot out these half-baked expansions just for the sake of it. Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game. A cozy Lord of the Rings themed life sim actually sounds like a neat use of the franchise license, though from the moment the reveal trailer of Tales of the Shire dropped, there was plenty of skepticism around its cheap-looking mobile game-esque art style. Beyond this, the reveal trailer suspiciously showed off little honest-to-god gameplay, aside from a few menial activities, so it didn't exactly leave a stellar first impression for most Rings fans. Ultimately, that's because Tales of the Shire is an extremely shallow game, one whose undemanding nature might be fleetingly appealing to those craving comfort food, but tedium soon sets in. Everything here feels like an especially generic rendition of the life sim formula, ensuring that Tales of the Shire functions as a sleeping aid, but less so as an actual video game. Sure, it's not the abject embarrassment that the Lord of the Rings Gollum was, but are we really setting the bar that low for games based on one of the most cherished IPs of all time? La Chimera. There was some scattered excitement for La Chimera considering the unfortunate lack of single-player FPS campaigns today, all the more so as the story was co-created by auteur filmmaker Nicholas Winding Refn. But the gameplay trailers didn't highlight anything even remotely special about the game, which appeared to be drawing aesthetic and gameplay cues from the PS3/360 era, with its muddy color palette and relentlessly bullet-spongy enemies. La Chimera's production has also been tumultuous, having been developed by Ukrainian outfit Reburn, with all the obvious challenges that currently entails, as well as being reverted to an early access launch shortly before release. So while La Chimera's brief but repetitive campaign might scratch the nostalgic itch for those craving some cheesy 2010-era shooter gameplay, it doesn't bring anything fresh or interesting to the table. It's competent to a point, but also feels familiar enough to feel tired in every fiber of its DNA. Skull and Bones. On paper, Skull and Bones should have been an easy win for Ubisoft, a game unapologetically inspired by the acclaimed naval battles in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. But to call the game's development torrid is quite the understatement. Though unveiled at E3 2017, the seafaring action-adventure game didn't finally release until February 2024, following a development period punctuated by continual delays, lengthy periods of radio silence, and reports that the game's production had stalled numerous times. Ubisoft dubbing the live service title a quadruple A release didn't really help matters either, making it seem as though the publisher was desperately trying to spruce up what appeared to be a $200 million dud in the making. And what a dud it was. Skull and Bones was a stamina-sappingly soulless pirate-themed action game, which was defined by repetitive gameplay loops, aggressive live service implementation, myriad technical issues, and a general lack of fun. Spinning Black Flag's pirate combat off into its own game shouldn't have taken an entire decade, and it definitely shouldn't have turned out like this. The House of the Dead 2 Remake. The House of the Dead 2 is one of the most iconic and beloved light gun shooters of all time, and anyone who played it in its heyday was likely excited about the remake. That is, until they remembered it was being developed by Megapixel Studio, the same outfit behind the so-so remake of the first game. So why expect anything different here? The marketing didn't exactly suggest that Megapixel had learned much from their first effort either, and indeed House of the Dead 2's remake fell short of the mark. While the first remake simply wasn't great, this new take on the sequel more acutely misunderstands what made it so appealing back in the day. From its strangely sterile art direction to the baffling decision to strip away much of the original's campy appeal with newly re-recorded dialogue, this remake largely erases the game's nostalgic charms and in turn renders it just another generic zombie shooter. Dollhouse, Behind the Broken Mirror. Survival horror has arguably never been bigger than it is right now, which is great in theory, but also means that fans need to sift through a glut of Me Too also-ran titles to find the quality. And sadly, despite some decent art direction, Dollhouse Behind the Broken Mirror is ultimately just another thunderously forgettable entry with no distinct identity of its own. Make no mistake, the marketing focused on its mildly creepy doll enemies for a reason, which is to say that general exploration, puzzle solving, and combat are all incredibly stock and familiar, while tied to a lackluster level of visual fidelity that quickly dulls the senses. The worst thing you can really say is that once the initial atmosphere wears off, Dollhouse just isn't very scary. It's either straightforward to its detriment or stymied by overpowering clunkiness. Considering how many budget horror titles can do so much with so little, this one just isn't good enough. Funko Fusion. Who could have ever predicted that a game based on junky plastic tat was itself a soulless hollow exercise? Funko Fusion never appeared to be anything more than a charmless rehash of the LEGO video game formula, yet without the singular focus of their franchise-themed games, instead smushing a bevy of popular IP together into one scarcely coherent mess of a third-person adventure game. That is precisely what Funko Fusion is, a tonally schizophrenic brand collision held shakily together by repetitive shooter gameplay and a forgettable story. Though the game accurately recreates the aesthetics of Funko Pops, that's where the praise ends, as this title is thoroughly lacking in creativity, curiosity, and even a basic sense of adventure. Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles Remastered. Not gonna lie, I love me some Jedi Power Battles, but I totally get that it never reviewed very well back in the day, which is why you might think going into the remaster that this was also gonna be a quick and easy cash-in. Even with the power of nostalgia goggles and the growing fondness for the Star Wars prequel trilogy among younger generations, it's hard to forgive just how intensely dated Jedi Power Battles is from a gameplay perspective. Despite some quality of life updates, namely modernized controls, the gameplay fundamentals feel just as clunky and stiff as they did 25 years ago, ensuring that neither combat nor platforming are much fun at all. It's also just as infamously difficult as it was back in 2000, ensuring that frustration will set in after a point, and you might struggle to convince yourself to keep going once the nostalgia wears off, which it totally will. Even the most die-hard prequel apologists will dip out of this one before the end. Still Wakes the Deep, Siren's Rest. Still Wakes the Deep was far from a perfect game, but it's nevertheless one of the most atmospheric and downright memorable survival horror gaming experiences of the last few years. It did, however, feel like a pretty open-shut case, a one-off game that didn't present any natural in for a follow-up. And yet, exactly a year after the main game's release, the Chinese Room put out an expansion, Siren's Rest, set 12 years after the events of the original. Between the clear lack of necessity for a follow-up and the fact it was announced just 6 days before release, it was tough to expect all that much from this game. Ultimately, Siren's Rest seemed like an afterthought, with underwhelming writing that added little to the core narrative and a distinct lack of pulse-pounding monster encounters. This felt like something the developer noodled around with once the main game was finished and decided to release it on the off chance that some fans would throw money their way. Sadly though, it does lack the passion, creativity, and pure atmosphere of the first game. Captain Blood. Gather around to hear the tall tale of Captain Blood, a swashbuckling action-adventure game based on Raphael Sabatini's 1922 book of the same name, which began development all the way back in 2003. Though intended to release for the original Xbox and PC in 2006, production was beset by restarts, legal issues, and the intended publisher going bankrupt, leaving Captain Blood effectively dead by 2010. An alum of the original developer Akela announced in 2022 that he planned to revive and finish the title, with it finally released in May 2025. Captain Blood, though, is pretty much what you'd expect from a game that's been collecting dust for the better part of 15 years, unapologetically of its era, and while you might find the mid-2000s gameplay mildly charming for a few minutes, it can't sustain a full retail price in 2025. If you slapped a pirate theme on the original God of War and then cleaved away its finessed hack-and-slash gameplay along with most of the artistry, you'd end up with Captain Blood. Tamagotchi Plaza. The latest entry into Bandai Namco's Tamagotchi video game franchise should have been an easy slam dunk, given how an adorable Tamagotchi-themed shop sim fits the Nintendo Switch platforms like a glove. It is at least cute and colorful, but the marketing materials didn't suggest that the game was anything more than a stilted series of simple-to-a-fault minigames. These minigames are also infuriatingly repetitive, with little in the way of creative variation, ensuring that its non-budget asking price feels completely outrageous. Given the popularity of the Tamagotchi brand, it feels like a huge missed opportunity that the game doesn't include elements of the traditional Tamagotchi experience, instead focusing on a series of bland, 9 minigames. You'll need a serious stomach for repetition not to end up bored by this one in short order, which, given the series' prior popularity and how long it's been since the last game, is hugely disappointing. Mind's Eye. Open world sci-fi action and Mind's Eye seemed mighty suspect from the moment it was first introduced, because while it was directed by GTA producer Leslie Benzies and looked pretty solid visually, the lead up to release was marred by so many red flags it could have been sold as Red Flag Simulator. For one, it was barely marketed until weeks before it came out. Critics weren't given review codes pre-release, both the CLO and CFO of developer Builder Rocket Boy quit just a week before it came out, and the devs tried to stop people streaming the game on release day. All this considered, it shocked basically nobody that Mind's Eye was panned into the Earth's core by critics and general players alike, with many accusing the game of being blatantly unfinished, while even more generous takes called it generic at best. Many players ended up seeking refunds, while its player count fell off a cliff within days of release, sinking to double digits on Steam less than 2 weeks after it came out. Ambulance Life, a paramedic simulator. The simulator genre is hugely popular these days, and it's genuinely surprising that it's taken until 2025 for a paramedic sim to arrive on the scene. Though Ambulance Life, a paramedic simulator, was developed by Asia Interactive, the same team behind the acclaimed police simulator Patrol Officers, the marketing definitely suggested that this was going to be a more slipshod, unvarnished production. And that it was, given that the game is defined by its rickety vehicular physics and controls, frustrating abundance of bugs, clunky interface, poor AI, and a listless feeling of repetition. Though Asia could have whipped the game into shape following its woeful launch, that just hasn't happened, leaving many feeling that the developer rushed this one out after their cop sim was a huge success. The potential was definitely there, and arguably still is, and it wouldn't be remotely surprising to see another studio release a far more successful take on the paramedic simulation genre, but this one just isn't it. And that's a collection of various games that you just knew weren't gonna land very well. My beloved Mind's Eye, I still want to believe that thing can be turned around, with Leslie Benzies saying that they're going to be relaunching the game at some point going forward. I'll believe it when I see it.
Obtaining a powerful weapon is one of the most satisfying things you can experience in a video game. Sometimes it takes a great deal of effort to get, but once you do, it's all worth it as you're free to do whatever you want with your new and OP toy. However, getting your hands on a rare and powerful item can sometimes be only half the battle, as one little mistake can destroy your prize forever. I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 powerful video game items you accidentally ruined. Number 10, the Frying Pan, Fable. Despite its inconspicuous appearance, the Frying Pan from Fable is one of the best weapons for spellcasters in the game, as it comes with the highest number of augment slots, allowing you to customize it with all the powerful upgrades that you want. The way to obtain the pan is by completing a scavenger hunt quest, and unfortunately the more impatient player might accidentally ruin the pan's potential in the process. The quest requires your character to follow a chain of 6 treasure clues in order to find the location of the item. However, since the location is set, if you've done the quest before or simply looked up the location online, you can technically find the pan without using the clues. Technically being the operative word here, because the frying pan you dig up by skipping the quest objectives is a placeholder replica that doesn't come with any of the augments that make the actual pan so powerful. The real deal only appears if you do the quest properly, so if you thought you could be smart and cheat the system will cheat you right back. Fair to say you probably deserved that one. Number 9, Golden Eggs, Resident Evil 4 2023. In Resident Evil 4, you have a diverse range of weapons that prove that you're a bad enough dude to save the president's daughter. However, on top of the obvious things like shotguns, pistols, and rocket launchers, the game also includes a secret Easter egg weapon that is capable of downing a major boss in the game in 2 strikes, and coincidentally it also happens to come in the shape of 2 golden eggs. Why don't you like this video if you are one of the rare players of Resident Evil 4 who knew that the golden eggs that you find inside Salazar's castle are actually the most powerful weapon in the game, albeit only in one specific yet highly difficult encounter. Throwing one at Salazar in his mutated form will knock off about 70% of his health, so ergo 2 should do the trick. This method is the perfect solution for people who don't want to bother with Salazar's nonsense and want to skip to his death as quickly as possible, but unfortunately most people sell the eggs to the merchant for some extra cash, depriving themselves of the chance to experience experience the glory of instantly finishing this stage. What's even more disappointing is that you're probably going to be well equipped enough by the latter stages of the game to not need to sell the eggs anyway. You're better off keeping them until the boss fight specifically, so don't ruin your fun by getting rid of them. Number 8, Peanuts Super Auto Pets. Super Auto Pets is an auto battler in which you compose a team out of emoji animals with different abilities and then pit them against other players. On top of the unique powers of your pets, the game also provides you with a number of food items that range from situationally useful to complete game changers. One of them is the Peanut perk that gives your pets the ability to instantly knock out their opponents regardless of how many health points they have. The item cannot be normally given to any pets because, as we've established, everything in this game clearly has a peanut allergy. However, the scorpions you can buy at tier 5 of the game obtain the peanut effect automatically after being purchased. This makes them incredibly powerful, but if you're new to the game, chances are you'll mess up their potential with one simple oversight. After purchasing the scorpion, it feels tempting to give it an item to help it in battle. This, however, overrides the peanut item it already has, rendering your one-hit killing machine kinda useless. The mistake is surprisingly common along new Super Auto Pets players, because it's not like you're going to be checking for items on everything you purchase. So if you feel like picking up the game, just remember that your scorpions are fine as they are, and they don't need any assistance. Number 7, Enchanted Weapons, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The interesting thing about Skyrim is that the most powerful weapons of the game are those that you can create yourself. The smithing and enchanting mechanics provide you with means of producing and customizing items that outdo even the legendary weaponry you find in quests. But this said, if you're not careful, you might mess up the process and prevent your project from reaching its full potential. Unless your character has maxed out their enchanting and blacksmithing skills, you want to upgrade your crafted items in a very specific order. This is because of a mechanic that prevents you from improving already enchanted weapons and lets you purchase a necessary perk at level 60 smithing. If you enchant the crafted weapon first and then bring it to a grindstone without the perk, you won't be able to improve it to make it deal more damage. If you do it the other way around, however, the game won't see a problem and you'll be able to make the most of the system. Why this mechanic is in the game is anyone's guess, but whatever the case may be, it's important that you don't let it ruin your crafting process. Number 6, Excalibur Sunset Overdrive. The arsenal of your character in Sunset Overdrive is full of strong and kind of ridiculous weaponry. You can shoot bowling balls of vinyl or explode mutated monsters with a propane tank launcher. However, none of your weapons come even remotely close to the overpowered craziness that is the Excalibur, a legendary sword that your character crafts inside a nuclear reactor in order to impress their friend. The Excalibur is easily the strongest weapon in the game thanks to its devastating blast attacks, life-stealing damage, and the sheer range of destruction that each of its strikes can inflict. Unfortunately, the sword can only be used in one mission. After you gift it to Esperanza, she throws it away and breaks it, making it lose all of its awesome powers. So for this reason, if you want to have some fun with the sword and maybe even do some challenges with it, you best stall finishing the mission as much as you need to. It's simply too good to be ruined like this. Number 5, Skippy Cyberpunk 2077. One of Cyberpunk 2077's most powerful and fun weapons is Skippy, a sassy talking gun with a hologram of a cartoon bullet for an avatar. What makes Skippy a destructive powerhouse is a secret mechanic called smart targeting, which allows the weapon to automatically aim at its user's preferred targets. However, ironically, this mechanic can make Skippy virtually useless. You see, Skippy's smart targeting comes in two modes: Stone Cold Killer, which automatically headshots your opponents, and Puppy Loving Pacifist, which focuses instead on limbs. Which mode Skippy activates is dependent on which body parts you shoot the most. Skippy tallies up how many enemies you kill or incapacitate, and whichever number reaches 50 first determines which mode activates. The catch is that being a sassy little so-and-so, Skippy's decision is of course a reverse of whatever number is higher, meaning that if you want an automatic headshot machine, you'll have to prioritize incapacitation over kills. Otherwise, Skippy will switch to a permanent pacifist mode and waste all of your bullets shooting legs and arms. And this is why we don't give weapons a personality. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Number 4, the Sword of Cain Total War Warhammer 2. The Sword of Cain is a legendary blade of the Warhammer universe's god of war and murder, Cain, which makes an appearance in the second installment of the Total War Warhammer series. The sword is infused with a curse that makes its user incredibly powerful in battle, giving them a huge buff to their damage and access to a devastating fire spell, but it's a curse, so in exchange it also lowers your faction's stability. The trade-off might sound good at first, but if you're not careful, the Sword of Cain can very quickly turn from one of the best items in the game into the worst item to ever spite your entire playthrough. The reason for this is that the Sword's curse increases over time, and while at first its public order penalty isn't too great, it rises to values that will create waves of rebellion within your faction, destroying it from within. The only way to get rid of the curse at that point is to let the sword's wielder die in battle, so if you don't want to ruin your campaign, make sure to change the weapon's owner frequently, or simply don't pick it up in the first place. Number 3, the Vengeful True Sun God, Bloons Tower Defense 6. Bloons Tower Defense 6 is one of the most deceptive games out there. On the surface, it looks like a cutesy tower defense game about monkeys popping balloons with darts, as you do. In terms of its gameplay, however, it's an intense arms race where you take on a horde of helium-filled monsters by hiring ninjas, tanks, helicopter pilots, and finally, an actual god. As you do. Upgrading your units to crazier and more powerful assets is a huge part of Bloons 6, and the most powerful weapon at your disposal is the aforementioned Sun God, a giant monkey that can wipe all balloons on the map out with one ray of light. Except that's not actually true. The de facto strongest unit is a variant of the Sun God called the Vengeful True Sun God, but most players won't even know of its existence because spawning it is a multi-layered process of upgrades and sacrifices, where even the tiniest mistake on the way will turn your potential mega weapon into just a regular True Sun God instead of the vengeful variant. It's difficult to do even when you're following a guide, which is why so many people in the games community can relate to the pain of accidentally ruining your chance at ultimate power. Number 2, the Vest of Soul Rejuvenation, Baldur's Gate 3. Given the amounts of content and detail in Baldur's Gate 3, it shouldn't come as a surprise that it can be pretty easy to miss some things. In many cases, not realizing something can even lead to some pretty unfortunate consequences, as is the case with the Vest of Soul Rejuvenation. The Vest is a special light armor that's sold at the Sorcerer's Sundries in the lower city district of Baldur's Gate. It's one of the best pieces of armor for monk characters thanks to its bonus to armor class and the ability to heal its user. But if you're too hasty, it might disappear from your life before it's actually ever entered it. If you manage to keep Roland, the tiefling mage from Act 1, alive all the way to Act 3, the wizard will be selling the vest alongside other rare items. This in itself is not a bad thing, but once you kill his master, Roland will leave his post and all of the items he's selling will no longer be available for purchase. For this reason, if you want to get the vest, you need to buy it or steal it before confronting Roland's master. Otherwise, you can kiss your perfect monk goodbye. And number 1, the Great Sword of Artorias, Dark Souls. Two things are certain in the life of a Dark Souls player: death and an utter lack of information about what the hell is going on around you. Since everything from story to gameplay mechanics is explained to you via context clues, it's easy to miss out on a lot of things throughout the Soulsborne series. In the case of the Great Sword of Artorias, one of the best weapons in the original Dark Souls, it can even make you fail to upgrade it to its full potential. Artorias' sword comes in 3 variants: the broken hilt one, the cursed one, and the regular true version where the curse is lifted. The uncursed version is actually the final form of the weapon and should technically be the strongest, but depending on your build, removing the curse can actually irreversibly ruin it. This is because the cursed greatsword deals pure physical damage, whereas the regular one does split physical and magical, and so requires you to scale it with strength, dexterity, intelligence, and faith, instead of just the first two like the cursed variant. Of course, leveling your character is a personal preference, but if you went with a pure physical build and then ascended Artorias' blade thinking it would be even better, you've unknowingly made your strongest weapon weaker and can't really go back. And all of this happens because Dark Souls is allergic to providing people with basic descriptions. Come on now.
Beating big baddies is usually one of the most fulfilling aspects of any video game. However, some of that fun and satisfaction can be diminished if it's made abundantly clear where, when, and how these bosses can be found beforehand. Therefore, it can be especially gratifying to discover and defeat secret open-world bosses who can only be vanquished through special circumstances and by going off the beaten path. So with that in mind, I'm Joe for What Culture Gaming, and these are 10 secret open-world bosses everyone missed. Number 10. Shin Amon, Judgment. Yakuza series antagonist Shin Amon's appearance in 2018's Judgment gets the nod because it remained largely unknown for several years due to the requirements needed to access the corresponding side case, a final request. You see, a final request appears on the bulletin board of the Yagami Detective Agency, and it shows up only after protagonist Takayuki Yagami reaches level 50 and finishes all other side cases. Therefore, it's inherently easy to miss. It begins with Yagami accepting an invitation to meet a client, who turns out to be Shin Amon, in Little Asia. Upon Yagami's arrival, Amon asks him to engage in a duel to validate Yagami's position as the reigning master of this city. Amon subsequently teleports them to an electrified fighting arena and, frustratingly, proves to be quite tough owing to his numerous life bars and ability to steal Yagami's phone, thereby stopping him from using items from the corresponding menu. Obviously, assigning recovery and extract items to the D-pad beforehand will help, as will alternating between Tiger and Crane styles depending on Amon's colour. Of course, Amon promises to return for a rematch after the dust settles, foreshadowing his role in future Yakuza installments. Number 9. Crustostio, World of Warcraft. Given every update and add-on released to date, it's not wrong to say that there have been many iterations of World of Warcraft since 2004. They all retain the fantasy MMORPG's knack for providing warriors, mages, rogues, and everyone in between with a plethora of large opponents to seek and destroy. The aptly named Crab of Chaos is one of WoW's newest and most hidden prospects, introduced in 2022's Dragonflight expansion as an inhabitant of the Laval Rock Isles section of Azure Span near the southern coast. Consequently, only a fraction of WoW diehards have the ability to find Crustostio, and even fewer know about the island because it's shrouded in mist far into the horizon. Admittedly, the beady-eyed red and grey crustacean isn't tameable or even a part of any mission or achievement, and it doesn't drop anything significant after it's subdued. That said, Crustostio is worth stumbling upon anyway just to appreciate their cool design, complete with dragon skull armor, and admirable toughness. With roughly 450,000 HP and intimidating defensive and offensive moves to overcome, including fire, the level 70 beast surely provides one of the most fulfilling fights in the entire Dragon Isles. Number 8. Crush Jaw, Borderlands 3. Say what you will about the storytelling and characters of 2019's Borderlands 3, but it's hard to deny that the core gameplay loop and signature visuals are the best they've ever been, and Central Hub Pandora still has its fair share of entertaining villains the Vault Hunters can come into contact with. Case in point, Crush Jaw, a respawnable rival who serves as one of Zero's target of opportunity challenges and hides in the Cathedral of the Twin Gods. To encounter them, venture into the Iridium Sluice shaft at the end of the map, which is easy to overlook, but don't immediately teleport to the Great Vault, which is what many players do once they drop down there. Instead, move toward the spinning fan in the opposite direction, then go up the staircase on your right or left and walk through the doorway next to the Big 13. Crush Jaw will pop out from a manhole in the center of the new room. Once beaten, Crush Jaw drops a handful of awesome armaments, such as the Jericho rocket launcher, the Bone Shredder pistol, and the Whiskey Tango Foxtrot shield. Not a bad haul. Number 7. Hammer, Fallout 4. As with every other game Bethesda has made over the last 2 decades, 2015's Fallout 4 scatters tons of formidable foes across its post-apocalyptic open world. Mysterious super mutant Hammer, who inhabits West Everett Estates, is unquestionably at the top of that list, even if it is the sole survivor who instigates the fight. There's only one quest associated with the location, Quartermastery, given by Scribe Halen at the Cambridge Police Station, and as such there's automatically a limited number of gamers who'll even have a reason to go to West Everett Estates in the first place. Even if they do, they'll still need to make it to the southwest part of the compound to get his attention. Those who do will see that he's equipped with a missile launcher and a super sledge, making him tricky to take down. That said, getting those weapons, in addition to some other items, following his defeat is worth the struggle. By venturing into West Everett Estates, players may also discover Hammer's holotape, a recording Hammer left for fellow super mutant leader Fist to update Fist on Hammer's situation and ask for more recruits. Thus, tracking him down is rewarding for multiple reasons. Number 6. Malice Nadra, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. 2017's Breath of the Wild was Hylian and hero Link's first true open-world experience, and its non-linear structure greatly expanded the scope and freedom of the series. Its gargantuan overworld adversaries are a huge part of the appeal, especially when they're highly elusive and require Link to have special knowledge and considerable patience to run into them. Take, for example, Malice Nadra, who can only be found after unlocking the Spring of Wisdom Shrine quest from Meda in Hateno Village during the daytime. Not only that, but the shrine is atop the freezing and obscured Mount Lanayru, ensuring that countless seekers will be unable to find it or even survive the trek. Players who attempt it should do so with at least a handful of arrows, as Link must shoot several eyeballs above Naedra's head as it flies to different places. After being freed from Malice, Naedra drops Naedra's scale and eventually unearths the Jitan Sami Shrine. Of course, Link is able to go directly to Malice Naedra without talking to Meda, but he won't be able to complete the quest, so he might as well chat with her beforehand to get the most out of the adventure. Number 5. The Agony, The Division 2. Sometimes a big baddie stays unknown for so long that developers feel obligated to push fans in the right direction. One recent example is The Division 2's The Agony, whose existence and whereabouts in the DC Outskirts Expeditions DLC, released in July 2019, weren't revealed until early October of the same year, via Trick Dempsey during a livestream. During the broadcast, Dempsey mentioned that when she checked to see if anyone had found the boss in Manning National Zoo, she was shocked to learn that they hadn't. She then gave a cryptic tip for viewers to decode, clarifying that there is no interactive cue to trigger the Agony, whom she said is a jerk. Before long, one Reddit user solved the mystery. Essentially, players need to shoot 5 beehive displays in the large area between the monorail and the crocodile pit, near the wolf, butterfly, and ocelot exhibits. Afterward, they merely need to trigger the panel in the butterfly exhibit to have the Agony appear from behind a set of grey doors. Clad in a hazmat suit, his attire surely makes him intimidating. However, his bark is worse than his bite, and he shouldn't be too tricky to take down. Number 4. Karstag, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Skyrim has been going strong since 2011, and as usual, its varied environments are a key reason for jumping in. True, there are luscious forests, bustling settlements, and snowy mountains to investigate for hours, but its foreboding dungeons and caves are just as alluring. That's particularly evident when it comes to meeting the ghost of Castle Karstag ruins within Solstheim. Like Christostio in World of Warcraft, Karstag remains a secret over a decade later, both because he's restricted to an add-on, 2012's Dragonborn DLC, and because his location is extremely vague. Specifically, players need to locate the unmarked Summoning Karstag quest. After getting Karstag's skull from Glacial Cave, they need to take it to the ruins and put Karstag's head on the throne, thereby joining it with the rest of his body. Next, Karstag materializes for a satisfying duel. Beating Karstag allows you to summon him to aid in battle for 2 minutes. Sadly, this can only be done 3 times, and he may turn on you if he's attacked too much. Still, he can do massive damage, so he justifies the risks and effort. Number 3. Blue-Eyed Samurai, Rise of the Ronin. Many of the most rewarding open-world experiences earn their stripes by encouraging adventurers to uncover cleverly hidden in-game references and secrets. Only a handful of them contain nods to other titles that may or may not imply shared universes, though. The Blue-Eyed Samurai in 2024's Rise of the Ronin is one of the best cases of such a tactic in recent years, as he's none other than William Adams, historical figure and the main character of Team Ninja's 2017 mega hit Nioh. Rather than help with the journey, however, the Blue-Eyed Samurai is a well-concealed optional boss who resides within a cave in the Shiba region, one of over a dozen tiny areas that comprise Edo. His obscurity is compounded further by the necessity of getting the view of the bay at Shiba photo opportunity, close to where the Veiled Edge banner is at Satsuma Clan Estate, beforehand. It's little wonder then why plenty of people are completely oblivious to where Adams is, if not his existence in the first place. Thankfully, killing him isn't particularly difficult because he basically uses his moveset from Nioh. Plus, doing so yields both a Yasuke armor set and the Nioh Ryu fighting style. Number 2. Dragonlord Placidusax, Elden Ring. As arguably the greatest game From Software ever made, 2022's Elden Ring is undoubtedly beloved for its stellar bosses. A chief combatant worth discovering is Dragonlord Placidusax, yet sadly he remains unseen by countless players. After all, the two-headed beast appears late into Elden Ring, and it's required that another foe, the Fire Giant, be bested first. Once that's done, Placidusax is found around the crumbling Farum Azula by descending the floating platforms outside of the temple and walking toward the empty grave, surrounded by ones with skeletons. There, our hero will be prompted to lie down, after which they'll be taken to Placidusax's arena following a cutscene. Fortunately, defeating him is easier than finding him if the player has holy damage buffs and the Envoy Longhorn, which allows them to simply blow bubbles at Placidusax until he's dead. Number 1. Bovine Defense Force Chort, The Witcher 3. Although the prior two entries in the Witcher series were met with some success and acclaim, it was 2015's The Witcher 3 that firmly put CD Projekt Red on the map. A major reason why is its frequently playful and amusing tone. For instance, there's the Bovine Defense Force Initiative introduced with patch 1.05, which deploys a high-level chort to punish Geralt if he continually respawns and then kills cows and sells their hides for XP and crowns in White Orchard. The chort's a relentless pursuer as well. In fact, it's what might happen if Mr. X from Resident Evil 2 was fused with a rabid bighorn sheep or mountain goat. Despite killing Geralt pretty easily, often with just one hit, it is possible to turn the tables on the chort with enough poison. So why not slay a few dozen cows and see what happens?
Video games often allow you to make your own choices. The silver lining in making bad decisions is that the consequences don't last too long. The quest may end terribly, but at least you're able to move on and try to do better next time. However, sometimes the consequences of your poor choices can stick with you for the rest of the game. So with that in mind, I'm Dan from What Culture, and here are the 10 worst video game choices you regretted the entire playthrough. Number 10. The Murderer's Brand. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 tries to deliver the most realistic depiction of medieval Bohemia a video game can achieve, and this naturally has to include the Dark Ages punishment system. Since in the good old days, hanging people for minor offenses was considered perfectly fine, the game features similarly harsh punishments. And whilst killing off the protagonist for every little misdeed is obviously a big no-no, the game does in fact feature the death penalty for serious crimes, as well as some really bad permanent consequences. If Henry gets caught murdering someone and doesn't end up getting killed himself, the guards will come up with the second best option for giving him his comeuppance: branding. On the day of his punishment, a cutscene will play, showing Henry getting painfully branded with a hot iron, and once his murderer mark is in place, he gets a permanent penalty to his relationship with NPCs, making it impossible to trade with pretty much every merchant in the game. The brand will probably make you wish that you were dead anyway, so try not to kill anyone. Or at the very least, choose to do it quietly. Number 9. Old Witch's Ring. Dark Souls. Dark Souls is a giant parade of regrettable choices. However, there's only one choice that you're going to regret from start to finish, and that is picking the wrong starting gift. And by the wrong gift, we obviously mean the Old Witch's Ring. At the start of the game, at the character creation screen, you get to choose from a variety of different items. There is a master key that can unlock every door in the game, a powerful bomb, and extra humanity items, all of which sound incredibly useful. But then, the game confronts you with a mystery: the Old Witch's Ring. The ring's description is deliberately vague, talking of how you might discover the ring's purpose in the future, emphasis on might, which is why you might think picking it could lead to something amazing. However, in reality, all this ring does is allow you to communicate with the Kulag's mute sister. That's it. The ability isn't even necessary to join the sister's covenant, and better yet, you don't need to pick the ring at the start to get it, since you can also acquire it by trading it for a sunlit maggot later in the game. So really, it's basically just a waste of an inventory space. Number 8. Killing Rex. Mass Effect. The Mass Effect series features a save importation system that allows you to transfer your progress between games. This usually means unlocking new and exciting content in the sequels based on your earlier choices. But if you make the wrong decisions, it can actually be the opposite, as is the case with Mass Effect's grumpiest Krogan, Rex. Rex the Mercenary is the mighty but impulsive Krogan, a species of aliens that are so ferocious that their rivals, the Solarians, had to develop a genophage to prevent most of them from reproducing in order to conquer them. Obviously, Rex is quite unhappy with this, which is why when you discover a cure for the genophage in Mass Effect 1, he will do everything to get it, even if that means disobeying Shepard. Now, if you don't like his attitude, you can choose to kill Rex when he rebels. And while this might make sense in the moment, given how dangerous that the Krogans are, in reality, this choice will have a really negative impact on the rest of the series. With Rex gone, you don't get to experience a lot of the Krogan-related side quests in the sequels, and there is generally a big Rex-shaped hole in the cutscenes where he's supposed to appear. He might be grumpy, but he really does add a lot to the series. Number 7. Giving up the mole rat cure, Fallout 4. Fallout 4 doesn't feature a proper disease system like the Elder Scrolls series does, but it does secretly come with one permanent affliction that can impact the player without them knowing. The so-called mole rat disease is a minus 10 HP debuff that you can obtain without the game informing you of it. When you are bitten by one of the mole rats infesting the hidden research facility built into the walls of Vault 81, the infection can also become permanent if you make a hasty decision without checking your stats. The mole rats and their abandoned dwelling are part of a side quest in which you look for a cure to the disease to save a young vault dweller named Austin. After you venture into the facility, it turns out that there's only one dose of the vaccine. So, if you have become infected yourself, giving it to Austin can lead you with a permanent debuff to your health. The choice quickly becomes regrettable when that minus 10 loss of health starts allowing stronger opponents to one-tap you. So in this scenario, you're better off keeping the cure for yourself. Number 6. Letting the president die, Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk's DLC, Phantom Liberty, features a whole new storyline, complete with exciting quests, new and powerful gear, and plenty of memorable characters. It's a must-play in every campaign, but that said, it is possible to miss out on all of the goodies that Phantom Liberty has to offer by making one really dumb mistake. The DLC commences in Act 2 of the game with a message from Songbird asking you to help her save the president of the NUSA from a crashing aeroplane. The mission is unique amongst other Cyberpunk quests in that once it starts, a countdown secretly begins, and since the president's plane is already going down, as Songbird messages you, you don't really have that much time to put the quest off. If you accept it and then wait around a little too long, the plane will eventually fall out of the sky and you'll receive a call from an angry Songbird, cutting all contact with you and preventing you from continuing the Phantom Liberty storyline. Considering the game's most powerful cyberware and hacks are exclusive to the DLC, being a lazy president rescuer is something that you'll easily come to regret for the rest of your playthrough. Number 5. Killing Chloe and the Traces, Detroit Become Human. Most of the choices in Detroit Become Human can impact your playthrough in a significant way, but you also get plenty of opportunities to correct any mistakes that you make. However, there are 2 choices that come with awful consequences that can't be undone, no matter how much you try. The relationship between Hank and Connor is largely dependent on how deviant the android acts. The more humanity Connor displays, the more Hank trusts him and treats him as a friend. That's why, even if you make a few mistakes early on, such as letting Hank fall during the rooftop chase, it's still possible to win him over by acting a bit less like an android. This said, there are 2 interactions that will permanently damage your reputation with Hank and make you irredeemable in his eyes. These 2 moments are killing the android couple at the nightclub and agreeing to kill Chloe to get information about deviants from Camsky. Although you may be tempted to make these choices to advance Connor's investigation, in reality none of them provide any useful info, and they both lead to Hank hating you and permanently turning his back on Connor. Number 4. Helping out Playboy X, Grand Theft Auto 4. GTA 4 delivers a more gritty and grounded story compared to your regular Grand Theft Auto formula. Nico isn't glorified as a criminal, and the choices he makes don't always work in his favor, even if they make him money. Perhaps the best example of this is the choice you have to make during the feud between Playboy X and Dwayne. The mission in question has Nico decide between a rising drug dealer, Playboy X, and his old mentor, Dwayne. The young Playboy is becoming paranoid about Dwayne reclaiming his former empire, and so he asks you to kill him for a huge cash reward. The money sounds mighty tempting, so even though Dwayne acts like a friend to Nico, you may choose to follow Playboy's plan. However, betraying Dwayne only gives you the money. After paying you, Playboy will cut all contact with you, and that will be the end of the story. On the other hand, choosing Dwayne and killing Playboy will not only reward you with Dwayne as a permanent hangout buddy, but it will also give you access to Playboy's penthouse and some of his cash. So after you learn this, it becomes clear which choice is better. Number 3. Forcing Blackwall to serve, Dragon Age Inquisition. Blackwall is one of the more interesting companions in Dragon Age Inquisition. Despite initially posing as a noble Grey Warden, halfway through the story, it's revealed that he is actually an imposter named Reyna, who decided to impersonate the Warden to escape his death punishment. Although his crimes may sound serious, it's clear that Blackwall regrets them and seeks seeks atonement. That's why you're given the option to get him out of the prison after he's arrested, to give him a fair trial. You can also choose to use your influence to get him back to serve with you without any punishment, but you'll quickly come to regret that choice. As an Inquisitor, you may simply tell Blackwall to return to being your companion. The choice seems like the best option, to keep Blackwall around, but in reality, the Order will turn him permanently bitter and hostile to you, as he will consider you a tyrant that selfishly abuses their power. So it's actually better to offer Blackwall to be punished, as this will let you tell Blackwall that part of his sentence is fulfilling his duty in slaying Corpheus, allowing you to keep him in your party without him getting mad. So the moral of the story is, don't deny a glutton for punishment his right to be punished. Number 2, killing tutorial characters. Undertale. By now, pretty much everyone is aware of Undertale's twist ending. If you follow your RPG instincts and kill the monsters for XP, which literally stands for execution points, you get the genocide ending. But if you never lift a finger on the Underground's residents, you get the pacifist ending, where everyone lives happily ever after. Well, this plot twist wasn't so obvious when most people started playing the game, and the mistake that most players make in the tutorial would haunt them for the rest of the playthrough. At the start of the game, when the game's teaching you the combat, it doesn't really elaborate too much on how the spare mechanics work, which is why it's easy to end up killing one of the tutorial frogs. On top of that, it's also easy to kill Toriel, since the boss fight with her deliberately doesn't make it obvious that she's spareable. Making an honest mistake of killing even one monster will still immediately prevent you from doing a pacifist run. You'll be stuck on the neutral path at best, and you'll have to play the entire game guilt-ridden before you're given the option to go back in time and fix your mistake. And number 1, disturbing the scrying eyes. Baldur's Gate 3. The thing that has made Baldur's Gate 3 so successful is that it not only gives you a ton of different paths to choose, but also makes these options leave a big impact on your playthrough. Some of them can even come back to haunt you, as is the case with the absolute scrying eyes. The scrying eyes are a magical construct that scour the different hideouts of the absolute cultists, reporting on everything that goes on in there in real time. It's easy to ignore them since they're small and don't have any means of attacking you, but if you choose to hinder the cult in any way as they watch, the consequences of your actions will stick around far longer than you'd think. The eyes don't only alert nearby guards when they spot you committing a crime, they will also report you to the leaders of the Absolute, and despite only appearing in Acts 1 and 2, being noticed by them will haunt you all the way to Act 3. So, if at least one scrying eye caught you in the act, all of the Steel Watchers in Act 3 will know of your crimes and will attack you on sight. The only way to stop their attacks is to ally yourself with the Gotash. So, if you don't want to do that, be sure to stay away from the eyes.
There are many reasons why a feature might be deleted from a video game. Stormy Ascent, for example, was an infamous Crash Bandicoot level that was cut for being too hard. There are also multiple Colossi who were cut from Shadow of the Colossus for pacing reasons. Hell, the game GoldenEye scrapped plans to feature every Bond due to fears that Sean Connery would shoo them, because I guess Sir Sean was a bit litigious. Maybe. Still, while pacing, budgets, and tech limitations can be damning, there's another reason why video game features find themselves on the chopping block, and it's far more personal. It's because of you! Yeah, you! I'm Ewan, you're watching What Culture Gaming, and here are 10 video game features devs deleted because of you, you cheeky old so-and-so. Number 10. Global Chat, Divinity Original Sin. Global Chat and epic RPGs should go together like ice cream and waffles. The chance to delve into a fantastical adventure and check in with your fellow players, asking for hints, talking about tough bosses, or maybe even finding love. Hey, I'm not gonna judge. This sort of wholesome experience was naturally what Larian Studios intended a global chat feature to do in Divinity Original Sin, so they included one in the game's early access. But like a swift old great axe to the head, this feature was soon lopped off, with the full release doing away with it about as quickly as your last D&D group did with the murder hobo who couldn't quite get over their main character syndrome. We've all been there. Sven Vink, the founder of Larian, discussed discussed this decision in an interview with Kotaku, where he claimed, and sorry, this is really funny, it, quote, seemed like the floodgates of hell were opened, as the chat was quickly bombarded with quote-unquote insults and shouting at each other. I know team chat can get toxic and all, but the quote there is like so dramatic. In fact, camera, zoom in on me a bit. A bit more. That's too close. I've seen some things, but the day we opened the global chat, my God, the floodgates were opened. I saw men, good men, cry in terror at the impoliteness, the discord, the unruly behavior. And then the order came in on the Slack channel. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. We've all been there. Number 9. Burst Outs, The Thing Remastered. Capturing the anxiety and claustrophobic terror of John Carpenter's masterpiece The Thing in video game form can't have been easy, but the 2002 game sequel did a decent job of it. There was even enough love for the game to warrant a remaster in 2024. But when it came to recapturing this cult classic, the devs, Night Dive Studios, chose to delete one of the original's most, detested features, shall we say. The Thing video game was a squad-based survival horror that attempted to capture the film's sense of paranoia by having members of your squad burst out, turning into monsters after becoming infected by the titular creature. However, while the idea was solid, it was poor in practice, as these burst outs were entirely randomized and would even occur among squad mates with negative blood tests. Rather than creating fear, it just led to frustration. Like, oh gee, Benson is the Thing again, cool, thanks for that game, I guess I'll just flamethrower him. Hope that Dan is like thrown in loads of pyro there, otherwise I'll look very stupid. Now, fans of the game loudly lamented this faulty infection system, as revealed by the original co-director Mark Atkinson, who called it, quote, one of the biggest complaints in an interview with Sci-Fi. Thus, Night Dive decided to eliminate the randomized burst outs for the remaster, instead introducing a system that made NPCs more susceptible to infection. The remaster itself is like the original game, pretty flawed, but incredibly charming. As a big John Carpenter guy, I can only hope more games tap into his back catalog. Like a Big Trouble in Little China sequel? That would go so hard. Make it happen. Number 8. The Mako, Mass Effect 2. Okay, so not exactly groundbreaking to say that BioWare knocked the ball all the way out of the park with the original Mass Effect, and it only got better with the follow-up, Mass Effect 2. That said, there was one glaring problem that players were more than happy to express their hatred of, and that was the Mako. Honestly, I think using that thing when the game first came out is still the reason why I don't drive. Evil device. The Mako was of course regularly featured in the first game, acting as the centerpiece to a selection of side content and even some main missions. But it played like a big old pile of poo. It was clunky, stiff, and hard to handle, but also incredibly floaty and bouncy at the same time. Like you were riding around in a clown car with clown shoes for wheels, and you're driving with your own clown shoes and clown gloves, all the while your giant clown nose obscures the dashboard and Bongo and Bingus in the back keep inflating balloon animals, and you can't get control of the car at this point because everyone's too lost in the circus noise, and you're on in 5 minutes, so you just press on and, well, let's just say it wasn't a pleasant experience. Thankfully, BioWare became aware of its reputation, with executive producer Casey Hudson even claiming the quote, player's perspective of the vehicle wasn't what they'd expected. Let it be known though that there are actually Mako defenders out there in the wild. They are among us right now. Oh, gives me the creeps. Number 7, an NFT metaverse, Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. Oh man, remember these? I feel like we can maybe pinpoint the exact moment the internet went insane when Jimmy Fallon and Paris Hilton were sharing their non-fungible apes with complete pride. Also, my favorite memory of that whole era was Seth Green having his ape stolen and paying an eye-watering amount of money to get it back because, full-on precursor to the AI slop era. right there. And if you heard that a popular video game series was at one point going to introduce these non-fungible doodads, you'd likely assume a company like Ubisoft or EA were behind it, because it just sounds like a thing that they do, especially given that Ubisoft has actually done it too, but I digress. You might be surprised to learn, though, that Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl of all things, came close to doing it, because, yeah, can't have good things. GSC Game World, the developers behind this survival horror FPS, originally intended to introduce an NFT metaverse into the long-awaited sequel. According to Business Insider, this feature would have used blockchain technology to allow players to purchase NFT non-player characters, which would travel in the Stalker metaverse, allowing them to own a small piece of the game for themselves, which, yeah, I just kind of feel like that meme with the guy going, "How's it going, little man?" And then the second panel is just the gaming industry on fire, and then I'm like, yeah. Thankfully, the backlash to this was fast and severe, so much so that the devs took to social media to announce that they were removing all of those unfunky fungibles. May they rest in piss. Number 6, the old leveling system, The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. One of the best surprises of the console generation, it was clear that Bethesda understood what fans wanted with an Oblivion remaster, delivering an authentic Oblivion experience with a gorgeous graphical update. However, they also listened to the multitude of fans who complained about the original game's leveling system, as it was all but scrapped for the second go-around. The old-school leveling of the 2006 Oblivion was a needlessly complicated feature that saw you only leveling up your character if you increased your major skills 10 times, with your attribute points also varying based on your chosen skills. It also suffered from level scaling issues and much, much more. As such, it became an infamous part of the game. The remaster, though, said, "Nah, don't want that," to that whole system, providing a simplified version that granted character XP on all skill increases, a set of 12 attribute points to distribute as you wanted, and so on and so forth. Also, while we're here, do you think the remaster was worth it overall, or is Oblivion being slightly less cursed take away some of its charm? Let me know down in the comments below. Number 5, Cole's new look. Infamous 2. Cole McGrath's simple yet iconic character design is a defining feature of the Infamous franchise. Sure, it's nothing groundbreaking, but the buzz cut, signature color scheme, and steely expression were enough to make him stand out in the late 2000s. Well, maybe not stand out because literally every single game man protagonist in the 2000s had the exact same look, but to Cole's credit, he did fulfill every man's dream of having a sick as hell jacket, so good for him. But then Infamous 2 happened, and yeah, it wasn't a good look. When fans spied Cole's updated aesthetic during Infamous 2's gameplay reveal, they saw quite the change. Gone was his bold head, replaced with a short but thick trim. On top of that was the face and clothing remodel, which made him look like a totally different guy, dressing him in a casual black t-shirt, toed shoes, and neck accessories. The change-up even saw his voice actor recast. Rather than accepting this new look, Infamous fans took to forums and social media to denounce it, with the outcry becoming so severe that Sucker Punch, the developers, listened and scrapped it altogether. They ultimately returned Cole to a familiar state, albeit with elements from the redesign and the new VA kept in. Number 4, the always online requirement. SimCity 2013. The launch of SimCity 2013, the long-awaited reboot of the popular Sim series, ended up being a notorious gaming event in the 2010s, as it was released so hated by fans that it sparked mass outrage. Interestingly though, unlike other flawed game releases that have multiple issues, this abysmal launch had just the one: the always online requirement. Despite offering a single-player experience, the game forced players to be connected online to play it at all, which was just peachy, given there were major connectivity issues on the servers from day one. This meant that playing the game, even on your own, became nearly impossible for pretty much nearly everyone. Ultimately, the reaction from fans was apocalyptic, with an online petition to remove this feature reaching close to 80,000 signatures. Yikes. EA wasn't able to ignore the backlash and finally added an offline mode in the 10th update patch. This effectively got rid of the always online requirement, but for many, the damage was already done. Number 3. The progression system. Star Wars Battlefront 2. Oh, Battlefront 2, my poor sweet beloved. Released in a dismal state before mounting one heck of a comeback, only to then be killed off at the peak of its popularity in 2020, all the while players tried desperately in vain for EA to return to the table and do something with it in 2025. Oh god, it's a tragedy greater than Darth Plagueis. While it's very much the internet's darling today, flashback to its 2017 release and that could not have been further from the case at all. The then infamous EA title pushed the concept of pay-to-win progression to the max, with its early use of loot crates creating a hellscape of in-game purchases and gamer outrage. Players were all but forced to choose between grinding for unreasonable hours or forking out cash to gamble at the chance of instant progression, leaving characters like Darth Vader locked off and in turn necessitating an immersion-breaking mishmash of hero errors in the game's Galactic Assault mode. That's literally why you have Kylo Ren on Naboo if you play that mode. It's because there weren't nearly enough heroes to play at day one. The backlash to this monetized system was so intense, it caused a fan boycott and even created Reddit's most downvoted comment after an EA spokesperson tried to quell the problem with corporate speak about pride and accomplishment. Thankfully, DICE were able to go back to the drawing board and revamp the whole progression system, delivering in the process one of the best Star Wars games of all time. Number 2. Will's original personality, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is a game that prides itself on its compelling companions. Karlach, Asterion, Shadowheart, Lae'zel, and more are all massively well written and beloved and also beautiful, and I could quite happily fall asleep listening to their sweet dulcet tones on the regular. But that said, one of the main companions, the Warlock Will, was so maligned by early access players that Larian decided to delete his whole personality and give him a do-over. Something we all wish was possible after that first day back at school, and you're just like, okay, don't do anything stupid, Ewan, you're just a normal guy, and then you end up spilling beans on yourself and you become known as Bean Boy for the next 5 years. A dark, saucy time for yours truly. But back to Will. The warrior was, in the earlier version of Baldur's Gate 3, a morally complex character, harboring a deep-seated hatred of goblins, a pricklier personality, and even a penchant for torture, which, Humongous hasn't dabbled. However, his attitude and actions didn't sit well with many players who fed the dislike of him back to the developers. In response, Larian removed his old personality and introduced something kinder and less combative, with his change in voice actor from Lambre Malalu to Theo Solomon due to scheduling conflicts, contributing to the change in personality as well. Sadly for the Blade of Frontiers, his new personality also landed flat with players. The guy just can't win. The lack of conflict and grit he brought to the table left many feeling that he was bland and underdeveloped. He's almost always on the lower rung of Baldur's Gate 3 companion polls, and goes to show that maybe being the high school bean boy isn't such a bad fate after all. And number 1, punishing stealth. Star Wars Outlaws. Stealth is a feature that can be tough to pull off, and sadly, the original version of Star Wars Outlaws pulled it off about as well as C-3PO if he ever tried to pilot the Millennium Falcon, which I don't care if he actually has done, by the way, Star Wars fans. Maybe he was really good in the old Legends continuity, but I don't care. I think the thought of him flying the Falcon would be really funny. Those little arms, how could he work it? How could he? I defy you to find evidence that C-3PO is a good pilot. But back to Outlaws, and while it rightfully garnered praise for its immersive setting and story, players were nevertheless vocal about their hatred of the 4 stealth elements. These goddamn mandatory sections included punishing fail states, which sent you back to the last checkpoint upon detection. This led to a frustrating loop of slow progression. And it's just kind of a huge indictment that the one-time masters of the stealth genre with Splinter Cell haven't really figured out how to crack this egg in well over a decade. Thankfully, the cries of players were heard by Massive Entertainment, the developers of the game, as they released a painstaking patch that removed this element, ridding the game of the fail state detection feature. Now, you could just start firing away at enemies if you got caught, which picked the game's pacing up nicely overall. You know what they say? Terrible stealth sections and forced fail states are no match for a good blaster. I can do a better Harrison Ford than that. You just gotta give me a chance, but it'll be next time. Just to keep you hooked. You'll see.
From Shepard spinning around and stabbing Kai Leng in Mass Effect 3, Master Chief manually guiding a bomb into a Covenant ship in Halo 2, to letting loose as the incredibly powerful Jedi Master Sia Junda in Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Sometimes it's those standout moments that arguably could have been minimized for the sake of story, but you're so glad developers took the time to nail them. In a modern gaming landscape, it is increasingly obvious that games are becoming more streamlined by cold corporate intervention. These sorts of moments or gameplay ideas feel increasingly rare, as it's hard for a developer to get any time for a single knockout scene. With this list, we are looking at those exact standout moments which give us that sweet extra sauce. So let's dive in. I'm Adam, this is What Culture Gaming, and here are 9 awesome video game moments that didn't need to happen. Number 9. The Dawn Will Come, Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age Inquisition was an absolute return to form for the Dragon Age series and remains one of BioWare's best outputs to date. Moving away from the predetermined character of Hawke and the fixed location of Kirkwall in Dragon Age 2, Inquisition opened things up massively. As our very own Inquisitor character, we are tasked with exploring the truly beautiful Thedas to find and close rifts in the Veil as a result of the Breach, a tear between the physical world and the world of demons and spirits known as the Fade. Inquisition is filled with incredible moments of battling dragons, exploring new locations, and getting to know your well-written companions. However, one particular noteworthy moment stands out towards the beginning of the game. After successfully closing the breach above Haven, celebrations are cut short following an attack led by the ancient Darkspawn mage Corypheus and his dragon, who wipe out most of the village. Solus then leads the survivors and your companions to the abandoned fortress of Skyhold, with all appearing to be lost after suffering such a heavy defeat. However, the solemn mood begins to change as Mother Giselle sings The Dawn Will Come, and one by one your companions and the Haven survivors join her in singing the Dragon Age theme. This scene is beautiful as a moment of restoring the lost faith of everyone, reminding them that when times are hard and everything seems lost, the dawn will come. This easily could have been a rousing speech from a character instead, or simply implied in minor moments throughout the game, but the inclusion of this scene adds to the significant levels of nuance and emotional complexity within the game. It is truly an epic moment of Inquisition, and reminds you that your strength as the Inquisitor comes from working together with your team, which will ultimately lead you to triumph. And if nothing else, it reminds us that when the BioWare magic works, it is something truly special. Number 8. The Lady of the Lake Knights Geralt, The Witcher. CD Projekt Red's The Witcher franchise is arguably one of the best RPG series ever made. Following its stoic but layered protagonist Geralt throughout, each installment takes us on politically charged high fantasy adventures, from battling mythical creatures to wading through the Nilfgaardian War. The series is heavily influenced by European folklore and mythology, especially evident in the beasts which you fight and in particular characters that you meet. A standout famous mythical character from Arthurian legend is the Lady of the Lake, who makes a reoccurring appearance throughout the series. However, it is her appearance in the first Witcher game which gives us a truly epic moment. Following the questline The Paths of Destiny to completion leads you to the Lady of the Lake at her shrine at a lakeside. After engaging in conversation with her regarding Geralt's destiny, she offers a gift to you before a cutscene takes over. Now this sequence goes hard and is incredibly cinematic. The water around you rises up as the Lady of the Lake slowly walks towards you, with ethereal music swirling behind. She asks Geralt to kneel and delivers a powerful speech on the importance of truth and becoming a worthy protector, before knighting him with the silver sword Arendite. Once Once Geralt rises a knight, she gifts him the sword and disappears into the lake, leaving with you a very powerful weapon. The whole sequence could have played out as a short transaction in the way we've seen countless times before in video games. You click the dialogue, the NPC gives you the reward, it appears in your inventory, quest completed, with no cutscene at all. CD Projekt Red are known for giving that extra touch of finesse to their games, and this is a prime example. The entire scene is beautiful in its delivery, further drawing you into the epic world of The Witcher and making its mythology all the more engaging. The Lady of the Lake returns in The Witcher 3's Blood and Wine DLC, in which we see her thrusting the sword from a lake to present to you once again. Leaning more heavily into the Arthurian legend motif here, this scene effectively builds upon that initial 2007 sequence, which, even back then, demonstrated just how far CD Projekt Red will often go to deliver that extra good stuff within their games. Number 7. Take On Me, The Last of Us Part 2. The Last of Us Part 2 takes us on a much grittier, angrier journey of vengeance with Ellie, or as the bride in Kill Bill would describe it, a roaring rampage of revenge. The mood is incredibly bleak and somber throughout the majority of the game. However, this allows for the smaller, lighter moments to really shine among those darker tones. One such infamous moment occurs during the early hours of the game as you ride on horseback with Dina through the post-apocalyptic Seattle. Clearing out the infected from the dilapidated buildings leads you to an old music store. If you take the time to fully explore the location, you will find a pristine acoustic guitar in a case. Ellie will take the time to tune it and play some chords on the guitar before performing a cover of the classic a-ha song Take On Me, with Dina watching on. This moment is special in its multi-layered representation. Firstly, in a video game that can be incredibly bombastic and loud with harsh sounds of guns, death and destruction, juxtaposing all of that with the quieting calm of Ellie playing and singing gives a moment of emotional tenderness amongst the gloom. But also, and most importantly, this moment highlights the emotional bonds which Ellie has built with the two most important people to her, Joel and Dina. Joel bonded with Ellie by playing the guitar and teaching her how to play. After Ellie plays to Dina, they reflect on the history of their relationship together and when their feelings began to develop for each other. The crazy part is that this moment can be missed altogether. It is completely optional to explore this location and can only be discovered by actively choosing to do so. The game carries on as normal if you do miss this, and there are of course plenty of moments throughout both games which shine in their character development. But finding this moment is joyous and further demonstrates Naughty Dog's ability to explore the emotional depths of their characters in a manner which shows and doesn't tell. Number 6. Psycho Mantis breaks the fourth wall, Metal Gear Solid. Hideo Kojima is renowned as a visionary video game developer whose work includes some of the most innovative and inspiring ideas explored within gaming. Heck, this whole list could have just been entries from his entire Metal Gear Solid franchise. There are numerous examples in each game of going the extra mile to achieve something groundbreaking and making you question, have I ever experienced this in a video game before? One such example I draw your attention to is the boss battle with Psycho Mantis in 1998's Metal Gear Solid. When you first encounter the psychic member of Foxhound floating in mid-air, he initially reads two things about you: your playstyle within the game so far, and any Konami video game savings you have on your memory card. He initially comments on your progress by judging how often you have died, alerted enemies with your presence, and how successfully you had navigated traps. Although being praised / read to filth by Psycho Mantis here is a fun inclusion, recording your progress and ability and adjusting things where necessary is commonplace in video games. No one was ready to hear Psycho Mantis commenting on how much you enjoy playing the likes of Suikoden, Azure Dreams, and Castlevania. This fourth wall break was further explored in 2004's Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes on GameCube, as Mantis would also comment on your Nintendo video game savings. Beating Mantis also took some creative thinking, as trying to fight him head-on proved incredibly difficult considering he could read your every decision and move. But by switching your controller port on the console meant that he could no longer read you, making it a much fairer fight, with Mantis also commenting on this after his defeat. The Psycho Mantis boss battle will forever stand out as a video game going the extra mile to achieve something incredible. Breaking the fourth wall to speak to you directly, the player, and switching controller ports were revolutionary for the time, and have gone on to inspire many video games since. Video game boss battles come in all shapes and forms, and this could have been a much more straightforward affair of taking down the boss to move on to the next section. Giving him psychic abilities and exploring what that could mean for the player is next level thinking, and the kind of creativity which Kojima is often known for. Number 5. Arabeth joins you, Neverwinter Nights. Another BioWare entry here, but this time we're going old school with their classic Neverwinter Nights. Near the start of the game, you meet the elven paladin of Tyr, Lady Arabeth de Tilmarand, who tasks you with finding the Waterhavian creatures to help cure the city of a sickness. Her half-elf lover, Fenthic Moss, works with you to help create a cure for the wailing death that is affecting the city. All goes pear-shaped once the cure for the sickness is created. Fenthic's partner, Desta Indolane, steals the cure and reveals himself to be in league with the game's overarching villain, Morag, much to Fenthic's shock and dismay. Fenthic is later falsely accused of collaboration with Desta and Morag and is ultimately hanged as his punishment. This sends Arabeth down a path of rage and destruction, as she quickly turns her back on the city and becomes an antagonist, who you even have to fight later on in the game. Once Arabeth is defeated, you would be safe to assume that is ultimately the end of her. Enter the second expansion pack for the main game, Hordes of the Underdark. As you travel to the area called Caenia, the 9th level of hell in the game, you come across a frozen Arabeth, which is presented as a side quest for you to unfreeze with fire if you indeed choose to do so. This would be a wise decision. She was sentenced to hell following her actions after turning against the city of Neverwinter. You can also recruit Arabeth as a companion to join you on your quest for the rest of the game, and can even romance her, which leads to a rather moving storyline in the game's conclusion. Arabeth is a prime example of what BioWare are known for, taking you into an incredible fantasy world which you explore alongside well-written companions. When you think of any great BioWare game, chances are it's the characters who immediately come to mind. Witnessing their journey and growth alongside your character is part of what makes up the overall epic experience of the game. Meeting Arabeth again was completely optional here. You could have made your way through the rest of the game with other companions, but finding her again and seeing her full character arc through to completion is absolutely worth your time, further highlighting that BioWare are at their strongest when they are able to tell their stories in their own way. Number 4. Meeting the real Jack Baker, Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 7 was a huge turning point for Capcom in the Resident Evil series, given how underwhelming Resident Evil 6 was when leaning fully into all-out action and trying to balance 3 different co-op character campaigns. Resident Evil 7 had a lot riding on it. What we got was an incredible change-up to the series, a mainline first-person installment following new protagonist Ethan Winters, who is searching for his missing wife, Mia. It was a successful return to the survival horror roots the series is known for, with its clever switch to first-person pulling you more into the horror experience. Its gritty VHS horror movie aesthetic is more akin to Evil Dead, which ditches the prior installment's heavy action focus at levels seen in Mila Jovovich's movies of the same name, because those movies? Yeah. Ethan searches for Mia in a derelict family home belonging to the Bakers, an infected family consisting of Jack, Marguerite, Lucas, and Zoe. Oh, and Grandma Baker is chilling throughout the game as well. The initial 3 Bakers we meet in the infamous dinner table scene serve as bosses to face within the game. However, Jack is the more consistent antagonist as you come to face him 5 times throughout, with a mixture of running away from him or taking him on in boss battles. He is persistent in his pursuit, serving as this game's Mr. X or Nemesis villain, bursting through walls and doors to hunt you down. There is a moment we share with Jack which completely changes your perception of him. Later on in the game, you enter what can only be described as a shared consciousness within the mold in a cutscene. You wake with Jack standing over you, and initially Ethan throws his hands up to defend himself, but instead of suffering yet another attack from the man you've either ran away from or battled as a boss by this point, Jack consoles Ethan with a calming voice as he says, "I'm not going to hurt you. Hell, I never would have if I could have helped it." He explains that none of his family are killers and that the main antagonist, Evelyn, took control over them all. He then begs you to save his family before Ethan fades back out of the shared consciousness. Without this cutscene, we would have framed Jack and his family as typical boss encounters we've seen before in the likes of Wesker, William Birkin, Nemesis, and Tyrant, the big bads we kill to complete the game. But this moment flips the script in the way we understand the Bakers, giving incredible depth to otherwise familiar Resident Evil bosses. Now, it can be argued that some do have emotional layers, such as William Birkin still caring for his daughter Sherry after his mutation. However, we are observers of this. We don't engage with William in the way that we do with Jack. His emotional plight hits differently, speaking to Ethan directly and by first-person extension the player, which humanizes him as a man simply pleading with you to save his family. This poignant moment is incredible in executing layers of vulnerability and an emotional tenderness we rarely get to see in a Resident Evil game. Although Claire Redfield crying out for Steve in Code Veronica still gets me every time. Number 3. Drinking with Lenny, Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 is an incredible achievement on many levels. The performances are powerful, the world is stunning and alive, and its writing is genuinely top tier. Playing as member of the Van der Linde gang Arthur Morgan, you traverse the 1899 western landscape in a story rich with action and adventure, which ultimately concludes sorrowfully for Arthur. Still one of the top video game moments which makes me cry. In a beautiful, expansive open world, you are free to explore the many different quests that are available to you. Some give you greater insight into the characters, whereas others are designed to show off the more unique aspects of the game. And then there's one which includes just damn crazy fun, and that's when you go drinking with Lenny in the quest A Quiet Time. A fun-loving and loyal member of the Van der Linde gang, Lenny is flustered with worry when another member of the gang, Micah, has been arrested in the town of Strawberry, and he barely escaped being caught himself. Arthur agrees to take Lenny for a quiet drink in the saloon in Valentine to help calm his nerves. What starts as a few drinks at the bar with Lenny and dealing with a guy sitting next to you who mocks you ends up with you both getting absolutely wasted and hilarious drunken antics ensue. You lose Lenny and the bartender tells you he went upstairs, before finding him leaning against the railing drinking. After spacing out, you come to find Lenny fighting on top of the bar, and as you go to help him, you black out. When you wake up and try to find Lenny, you wander through hazy moments between blackouts. These include everyone in the bar dancing in a line, everyone looking exactly like Lenny, more fighting, taking a leak, and even drowning the guy who mocked you at the bar earlier outside. You can avoid being arrested by the law by running into the woods, or Lenny will pay your fine if you do end up getting caught. The beauty of this mission is how much Rockstar Games fully leaned into it, giving life and humor to these characters, which in turn allows us to come to know and love them. This could have been a quiet moment between Arthur and Lenny as they reflected upon the job ahead, as we see strong moments between characters like this throughout the game. But nothing could prepare us for how much fun you have controlling a drunken Arthur through the hilarious moments of him simply trying to find his friend. If you remove this quest entirely, things would play out the same, as you free Micah from jail in the next mission, Blessed Are the Meek. Drinking with Lenny is one of many examples of Rockstar Games employing an incredibly detailed and cutting no corners approach when developing games. Plus, it gives us a fun and rewarding time to have with Arthur before things take a darker and much more emotional turn later. Number 2. Peter shoots his mother, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is an incredibly fun, slick, and engaging single-player adventure, which demonstrates just how well superhero video games can thrive when they're not built on a live service model. I'm looking directly at you, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. The irony here is that the developers, Eidos Montreal, are the creators behind 2020's live service game Marvel's Avengers, which has gone on to since, well, die. But Guardians is the product of learning from one's live service mistakes and shifting focus to tell an engaging story with a great gang of characters. And oh boy, is it an emotional one. Playing as Peter Star-Lord Quill himself, you and the rest of the Guardians, Drax the Destroyer, Gamora, Groot, and Rocket Raccoon, are heroes for hire who pursue adventures as you wander around the galaxy together. The game's opening, however, is poignant, which is further explored as the game progresses. We see a 13-year-old Peter celebrating his birthday with his mother Meredith, before she is killed by Chitauri warriors who arrive and kidnap Peter. He is left with trauma after this incident, and behind the wise guy quippy personality of Star-Lord is a Peter who still misses his mother. Later in the game, the Guardians are captured by Reika, the Grand Unifier, and the leader of the Universal Church of Truth. Reika takes you to meet the church's matriarch, who turns out to be Nikki, a character we meet earlier in the game whom Peter questions if she could indeed be his own daughter. Now this is an emotional punch for Peter, as you've spent the majority of the game building a fatherly relationship with Nikki by this point. Things turn even darker following this. The matriarch uses the Soul Stone to brainwash followers with a promise, which creates an illusion of a person's deepest desires and traps them within it. As Peter, you were sent back to that fateful moment on his 13th birthday, but this time an adult Peter is able to fight off the Chitauri warriors and save his mother. Although slightly skeptical at first, Peter falls fully into it and embraces his mother, the person he has desperately missed the most. He sees the other Guardians living in his childhood home with him and his mother. Peter has everything he's ever wanted. But when Nikki is mentioned as Peter's illegitimate daughter, the illusion begins to crack and Peter is reminded of his actual reality. He is quickly taken back to the moment of hugging his mother outside after saving her, but Peter now understands the illusion he is in and what it'll take to remove himself from it and save Nikki. This emotional beat hits incredibly hard. Peter raises his gun to his mother with a shaking hand as she pleads with him not to do it, to stay there with her forever. Watching Peter's inner turmoil as he fights his desires before shooting her is truly heartbreaking and gives us a beautiful moment of character development. In a lesser game, this wouldn't have happened. We could have heard about the effects of the Soul Stone and a Nikki boss battle could have played out immediately after, but this moment in particular highlights the strength of focusing on your characters and their emotional journeys. We get to know the characters better, and in turn are more emotionally invested in the game. Eidos Montreal really pulled it back with Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy by investing in the characters and inviting players into a fun and engaging world. Focusing on story and the Guardians' big personalities and inner demons is ultimately more interesting than, say, increasing numbers on equipment and different coloured weapon skins. Number 1. Herald of Darkness, Alan Wake 2. After a 13-year wait, we finally got a sequel to Remedy's hit game Alan Wake with Alan Wake 2 in 2023. And wow, what a sequel we got. Trapped in the dark place under Cauldron Lake after saving his wife Alice, Alan resided there for all of this time and left fans wondering just what had happened to him. Thanks to the shared universe between Alan Wake and Remedy's 2019 game Control, fans finally started receiving hints and an eventual confirmation of Alan making his return. Playing as FBI agent Saga Anderson, you were sent to the town of Bright Falls to investigate some ritualistic murders with her partner Alex Casey, aka Remedy's own Sam Lake himself. As you search around Cauldron Lake, you come upon a washed-up Alan, who you take back to an inn and listen to him recount his time within the dark place. Saga's gameplay is a more straightforward detective and investigation affair, as you find clues and piece together information in her mind palace to solve the case around the mysterious cult of the tree. Once you begin to play as Alan, however, things are drastically darker and much more experimental by comparison. Alan navigates a twisted dark place version of New York City as he attempts to free himself from this alternate reality. He moves between the talk show studio, a hotel, and the darkened streets of New York with the ability to change the environment by absorbing light with the angel lamp, with shadows yelling, "Wake, Alan Wake," at him at any given moment. But when you reach the chapter Initiation 4 midway through the game, experimentation hits an all-time pinnacle. You begin in the green room of the talk show studio and the TV within plays a video showing Mr. Dorr, Alex Casey, and Alan himself, with Mr. Dorr announcing a new segment including the band Old Gods of Asgard's new song, Herald of Darkness. Once you interact with the TV, you are transported to a new version of the talk show studio, which now includes large screens and colourful set lighting. As you navigate through the studio and fight the shadowy enemies along the way, the screens are lit up with Mr. Dorr, Alex Casey, Alan, and the band members from Old Gods of Asgard as they perform and dance to the song Herald of Darkness. Now, don't let me undersell this section. It is a full-on musical performance and it's absolutely glorious. The song is an epic banger, the dancing is invigorating, and you can't help but smile as you watch everyone giving it their all and having the best time whilst doing it. The lyrics to the song recount the story of Alan himself and how he became a storyteller and the champion of light who battles the darkness. This section could have played out very differently in a more straightforward approach to tell the story of Alan. As seen in other Remedy games, we could have learnt this from finding chapters of a novel, watching a show on various TV screens, or reading files littered throughout the game. But Sam Lake is a master of adopting all mediums of entertainment in his storytelling, and this is his prime example of using music and performance in an otherworldly yet beautiful way. It's insane to think that Lake had to fight to keep this section from being cut from the game entirely. And if that had happened, well, the game could have still played out as normal. But it would be criminal to have missed out on arguably the game's best section. And if the Game Awards 2023 performance of Herald of Darkness is anything to go off, this section is beloved by many. Alan Wake 2 further cements Sam Lake as being that guy. the genius who explores how stories can be told in video games in groundbreaking and innovative ways, effectively incorporating and mixing together different mediums of entertainment to bring something fresh and original. Yeah, we have a guy for that, and that guy is Sam Lake.
Not every character that you face in video games is meant to be a challenge. Some of them are low-level mobs for you to learn how to play the game in question, and some are just made deliberately weak and pathetic as a joke. But it's these ones especially that you need to watch out for, because sometimes these joke characters can be bloody deadly. So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game joke characters that are secretly deadly. Number 10. Touch Me. Final Fantasy VII. The range of enemies you have to fight in battles in Final Fantasy VII is quite ridiculous. One moment you might be fighting a gargantuan demon or mech, and in the next, well, you're pitted against a couple of rainforest frogs. However, just because the latter enemies are small and adorable, it doesn't mean that they aren't dangerous. Touch Me is a low-level monster resembling a tiny dancing frog. Despite its harmless appearance, it's considered to be one of Final Fantasy VII's most annoying and dangerous foes due to one ability that can render your entire squad completely unable to fight. You see, although Touch Me has low stats, it can turn all of your party members into frogs with equally pitiful skills. Not only that, this frogification spell called Frog Jab has 100% accuracy, meaning that once Touch Me uses it, well, nothing can save you from becoming a slimy amphibian. On its own, Touch Me isn't much of a threat, but if you stumble upon two of them accompanied by another monster, well, that combination can put your entire squad 6 feet under. It's the old philosophy of, if you can't beat them, make them as pathetic as you are. Number 9. Chicken Jockey. Minecraft. One of the stronger enemies in Minecraft is the spider jockeys, who can spawn in the rare situation when a skeleton merges with a spider. Their ability to climb walls, combined with the ranged and melee attacks of the different types of skeletons, makes for a deadly combo. But the funny thing is that most players have a much harder time fighting the joke equivalent of this mob. Chicken jockeys are a tongue-in-cheek alternate version of skeleton riders, which spawn when a baby zombie decides to hop onto a chicken. Since the combination looks adorable and chickens are normally harmless, it's easy to dismiss this unit type as nothing more than a joke. However, in reality, chicken jockeys are much more aggressive than spider ones, and since they're extremely small and nimble, it takes a really skilled player to hit them as they keep lunging at you. To make matters even worse, their tiny size allows them to move through crawl spaces that other monsters wouldn't fit into, adding even more chaotic and unpredictable energy to their movement. All in all, if you ever get killed by a baby on a chicken, well, don't feel bad. Number 8. Hercule. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Hercule Satan, also known as Mr. Satan, is an iconic character from the Dragon Ball Z anime series. He's touted himself as the strongest human on Earth. Not really though, because obviously Yamcha is definitely like 10 times stronger than him, but still, that's what he's claiming anyway. And definitely sounds like quite the feat, but in the reality of cosmic princes and Super Saiyans, even his strongest move can't leave a dent on any of the other cast members. His blatant weakness in the crazy power scaling of the show itself is typically played for laughs, and the same goes for his appearances in the Dragon Ball fighting games. And even in Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, his character is deliberately programmed to deal minimal damage to his opponents, or even worse, no damage at all. This obviously begs the question as to why he's even a playable character in the first place, but the answer is honestly quite simple, and that's because he has one of the deadliest ultimates in the entire game. Since Mr. Satan can't do anything on his own, one of his ultimate moves makes up for it by spawning Majin Buu to fight for him. If Mr. Satan survives long enough to activate it, the unexpected aid can completely wipe the floor with his opponent, taking away nearly all of their health in just a few strikes. He might be weak, but he's got strong connections. Number 7. Sans. Undertale. Sans from Undertale is such a comic relief character that he's even named after one of the most comical fonts in existence, Comic Sans. And yet anyone who's attempted a genocide run of Undertale fears him and would do anything not to have to fight him again. Despite never being much of a threat for most of the game, being more interested in making skeleton puns, Sans appears as the final boss of the genocide route, in which he delivers the ultimate bad time upon the player. This fight is considered by many to be the greatest challenge the player can experience in Undertale. Sans' attacks are ruthless, as he constantly barrages you with quick-moving projectiles, and he's also not above cheating to punish you for killing all of his friends. If you manage to defeat him, you get mad bragging rights, but at the same time, new players may not be all too impressed when they hear that you've defeated the game's laziest and silliest jokester. Oh
Oh, those poor innocent souls. If only they knew. Number 6. Mokujin, Tekken 3. Now, the Tekken series is no stranger to absolutely wacky characters. The fact that one of its major reoccurring fighters is a bear that uses his butt and a half-eaten salmon as weapons should make this pretty clear. However, there is only really one fighter whose true inclusion is that of a full package joke, and that is Mokujin. Now, Mokujin is a possessed training dummy who looks as goofy as hell and definitely plays as such too, because they are the only character in the game who doesn't have their own moveset. Instead, Mokujin randomly borrows their fighting style from all other cast members, and the only way to figure out which one they're currently utilizing is to simply just play and find out. For this reason, most Tekken fans consider Mokujin to be a joke, a meme character that you pick to get your butt kicked as you've got no idea which attack you're gonna have. That said, if you're skilled enough, Mokujin's unique mechanic can actually be their greatest strength. Since the moveset changes each round and nobody knows what it will be, if you're proficient with most characters, Mokujin can act as the ultimate counter that prevents other players from using the same tactics. It's actually why a lot of Tekken tournaments have banned this character in official fights. Number 5. Bloatfly, Fallout 3. Fallout 3's insect population comes in sizes large to, well, extra bloody large, but their post-nuclear mutations are actually not much of a threat to Capital Wasteland residents as they might appear to somebody from our world. However, despite being a constant target of ridicule in-game, bloatflies are actually one of the most dangerous creatures the lone wanderer can encounter. Although lore-wise, bloatflies are treated as nothing more than oversized flies that the average wastelander treats as more of a nuisance than anything else, when it comes to their mechanics, coming across one of these in the wild is one of the most frustrating and deadly experiences that you can have. You see, the mutant flies are infamous amongst Fallout players for being hard to hit due to their erratic movement, which, when combined with the poison that they spit, makes for a rather nasty combination, as poison damage, especially on higher difficulties, can drop your health so fast you won't even notice that you have to heal it. That's why you probably shouldn't listen to all of the scavengers and wastelanders talk smack about them. Unlike you, they don't have to worry about being poisoned to death. Number 4. Junior Trooper, Paper Mario. Junior Trooper is a reoccurring character in Paper Mario. He's a baby Koopa who becomes obsessed with enacting his revenge on Mario after he and his party trespass on Junior Trooper's playground. As you might imagine, since Junior is a baby straight out of his shell, in fact he still wears parts of it as armor, the first time you fight him, he feels more like a joke than an actual opponent. But this is only the first time that you fight him, and afterwards the little tyke turns into a paper-mache Terminator. After Junior Trooper loses to you, he swears to grow stronger to kick your butt, and indeed, after the initial encounter, he makes several reappearances where he learns new skills and abilities until he finally becomes so strong that no other character in the game can even compare. Yes, despite losing to you on the playground, Junior Trooper can secretly become Paper Mario's toughest boss fight, making you regret that you ever dared to humiliate him in the first place. Really, the true joke of the game might just be you getting owned by the same little baby that you bullied off his own playground. Number 3. Chickens, The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. The chickens from the Legend of Zelda series are possibly the most famous example of joke characters that have fooled many players into dying with their deceiving looks. Most Zelda fans probably know what we're talking about with just the mere mention of these foul creatures, but they are so iconic that it would feel wrong not to include them here. Introduced in The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, Hyrule chickens appeared to be completely harmless at first. They're quite fun to pick up and throw around, which is why most beginner players treat them like punching bags to abuse and laugh as they desperately try to run away from you. But the thing is that if you push their buttons a little too much, it will be you who's desperate to run for the hills. Although a single chicken poses no threat, if you knock it around long enough, it'll suddenly call upon an entire flock of its kin, which is not only invincible but also very, very keen on giving you a taste of your own medicine. Their relentless attacks are almost impossible to run from, so once you attract their wrath, you're pretty much doomed to a horrifying death by pecking. Number 2. Kronos, Bloody Roar Extreme. Bloody Roar is a series of fighting games about warriors who can turn into animals. The premise sounds pretty cool when you think about all the characters who can turn into tigers, lions, wolves, and other ferocious creatures, but then there's Kronos, aka the Penguin Man. In a universe of mighty fighters who transform into even mightier creatures, being stuck with an alternate form of a tiny penguin is like getting the ultimate short end of the stick. And yet, this goofy, puny form is secretly the reason why Kronos is the deadliest fighter and is actually hated and feared by everyone who ever had to go up against him. Although his main form doesn't come with any unique and powerful attacks, Kronos has the ultimate advantage in that he's the smallest character in the game. His tiny hitbox makes it really difficult to reach him with most regular attacks, especially if he plays much larger characters. Meanwhile, Kronos will always have an easy time hitting you since every other opponent covers a huge area for him. You might be laughing at Kronos when he beckons you with his flippers, but you won't be laughing when he uses them to wipe the floor with you. And number 1, Gone, Tekken 3. Before Mortal Kombat featured Rambo and the Terminator, and before Tekken had the rights to use Negan from The Walking Dead, character cameos in fighting games had been a simpler, more light-hearted form, but no less deadly. Quite the opposite, in fact. You see, Gon is a small dinosaur from a children's manga of the same name. Despite his cartoonish appearance and appeal to younger demographics, Gon made an appearance in Tekken 3 as a special unlockable character, where upon first glance, most of the series fans thought of him as a joke. Oh, those naive souls. They had no idea that Gon would actually rock the balance of Tekken tournaments. Because of his small size, which wasn't shared with any other character at the time, Gon possessed a unique hitbox that made him much harder to hit. This, combined with his area of effect attacks like fire breath and farting, meant that Gon was an absolute pain in the ass to go up against if you were used to fighting larger opponents. For a while, the dinosaur was infamous amongst Tekken players for his ability to slide under most conventional attacks, which is probably why most people were relieved that he didn't make a return in any of the sequels.
Fighting video game bosses can be a lot of hard work. It takes skill, determination, and plenty of practice, especially if you're playing a Souls-like or other type of game designed with difficulty in mind. But what if you just don't want to put that much effort into beating a boss? Well, luckily, some games let you do just that. Instead of putting countless hours into fighting them the legitimate way, you can just use a special method hidden by the developers to make your enemy break instantly. Satisfying. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 tough video game bosses that can be instantly defeated with one simple trick. Number 10. Anna Navarre and Gunther Hermann's kill phases. Deus Ex. Deus Ex presents a bleak dystopian reality where everything's owned by shadowy organizations and nothing and no one is safe from their influence. To reflect on this, the game features so-called kill switches. These are simple mechanisms built into cybernetic augments that can fry their users alive with a single utterance of the right phrase. Now, this might sound like a threat to your own character, JC Denton, but in reality, it's actually a major issue for his two colleagues turned enemies, Anna Navarre and Gunther Hermann. Although the two agents start off as Denton's allies, they eventually turn on him and are sent to assassinate him on behalf of their agency. At this point, you don't have a lot of choice other than to fight them, but if taking on two cybernetically enhanced super soldiers sounds like way too much work, you can always just learn their kill phrases and explode them with those in just a few words. To get Anna's kill phrase, all you have to do is check her and Manderley's computers, and to get Gunther's, you'll have to tell Jamie Reyes to stay in UNATCO instead of fleeing to Hong Kong. Acquiring the phrases is surprisingly easy and almost as satisfying as blowing up your enemies with them. Number 9. Drop crates on Quiet to knock her out. Metal Gear Solid 5. Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5 is a mutated super soldier whose special strain of parasites allows her to be an excellent sniper and assassin. The girl is one of Snake's potential recruits in the game. However, in order to make her join your team, first you have to defeat her in a sniping duel, where your goal is to close the distance between the two of you while Quiet keeps shooting at you and giving you a heart attack every time her bullets make your screen turn red. The fight can be quite a hassle, which is why some Metal Gear Solid fans have devised a way more convenient strategy for taking her out. Just drop a bunch of crates on her head. Thanks to Metal Gear Solid 5's deployment system, Snake can order crates of ammo and other goodies to drop at designated positions, meaning that if you can get the timing and the location right, you can instantly knock Quiet out by having your team drop supplies on top of it. You don't need to run around or anything, just one quick call and the game's most dangerous sniper becomes a conveniently flattened pancake. Number 8. Reviving Evre Altana causes its death instead. Final Fantasy X. One of the toughest bosses in Final Fantasy X is Evre Altana, and I really hope I'm saying that right. Sorry if I'm not. Now, Evre Altana is an undead version of a powerful dragon boss from an earlier level. Now, the regular Evre is already quite the challenge for your party, but its zombified version is even stronger thanks to its additional resistances and devastating attacks. Thankfully, along with these new enhancements comes one secret weakness that can make the fight end in an instant. Although most players struggle to defeat Evre Altana, it's actually pretty easy to kill the boss in one hit. You see, because the the dragon's classified as undead, it gains the enemy type's special affliction, which causes it to be harmed by healing spells instead of recovering health. Using your party's leader to cure Evre will cause it to lose huge chunks of health. And that's not even the best part, because revive spells also have the reverse effect. Instead of bringing it back from the dead, items like a Phoenix Down will instantly kill Evre Atana, allowing you to completely skip the fight with just one spell. Number 7. Golden Eggs are Salazar's Bane, Resident Evil 4. The Resident Evil 4 remake has not only enhanced the original release's graphics and gameplay, but also the design of some of the boss fights. The most significant change of the last kind is definitely the final showdown with Salazar, which has been made much more difficult thanks to the mutant's new mobility and increased damage output. Whereas before the creepy Napoleon wannabe was a joke, his new form can give a lot of returning players trouble. Luckily though, the devs have included a little secret to make Salazar even easier than he was before. The remake features 2 golden eggs, which the player can find scattered throughout Salazar's mansion. At first glance, they don't seem like they do anything, so the logical thing is to sell them to the merchant as they're worth a pretty penny. However, when you combine them together, the eggs are actually a powerful weapon that you can use against the game's final boss. When you throw both of them at Salazar, they will immediately drop his health to 0, ending your fight before it could even begin. This trick only works for the final boss, so make sure you're saving them up till the end if you want to be a part of this nasty surprise. Number 6. Goliath can't stand losing his eye, The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3's Blood and Wine DLC begins with Geralt traveling to Beauclair with the 3 knights of the duchy's ruler, Anna Henrietta. On your way to the lady's palace, you come across a raging giant called Goliath, and even though you're accompanied by an entire team of veteran warriors, the beast can still prove quite a challenge. With his large arms and long club, Goliath can not only deal huge amounts of damage, but also cover the entire battlefield when striking. To make things even worse, he also has an equally humongous health bar, so an average fight with him amounts to minutes of careful dodging and patiently dropping down his health with small slashes here and there. That said, Goliath, like his biblical namesake, has a secret weak point that can be exploited to make him die in just one strike. It turns out that the barrel Goliath wears on his head isn't just a fabulous fashion statement, but genuine protection for his weak spot, which is his singular eye. I know, video games, shooting in the eye, who would have guessed? If you shoot it with your crossbow, the giant will immediately lose all health and die. Technically, the original Goliath lost to a slingshot, but maybe a crossbow is an appropriate upgrade against an actual giant. Number 5. Use the Chancellor against the Bullet King. Enter the Gungeon. The Bullet King is the final boss of the firearm-centric roguelike Enter the Gungeon. The giant bullet is always accompanied by his loyal Chancellor, who's typically meant to act as an annoying distraction during the fight. However, if you come prepared, the Chancellor can actually be used as a weapon against his master instead. Normally when you attack the Chancellor, the Bullet King will become enraged and it'll be much harder to defeat him. That said, there's one weapon in the game, the baseball bat named Casey, which not only allows you to smack the Chancellor without any consequence, but also turns him into a one-shot Kingslayer. Hitting the Chancellor with the baseball bat will cause him to become a live projectile, and if you aim him at the king, he'll strike the oversized royal so hard both of them die in one hit. Delicious. Number 4. You can wait Grom the Paunch out. Total War Warhammer 2. The Warden and the Paunch DLC for strategy game Total War Warhammer 2 is focused around a timeless conflict between the Elven Protector Eltharion and the Goblin Warlord Grom the Paunch. When you play as Eltharion, your campaign's final objective is to defeat Grom in an epic final showdown. This is where you need to protect your city against the Goblins' endless hordes of green monsters. Now, the game expects you to take dozens of turns to prepare yourself for the assault, but the community has discovered a secret method of winning the fight in as little as one turn. How? Well, because the final battle is a timed event, and your goal is to simply wait out Grom's assault. So technically, you can just hide your units in a random bush and wait for the green-skinned forces to ransack the place until they run out of time. Now, the newer version of Total War Warhammer has changed the win conditions to account for this, but if you're playing the old one, a small game of hide-and-seek is all you need to succeed. Number 3. Cal Demos will wither away if you sprinkle some forest water on it. The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker. One of the biggest discoveries in Legend of Zelda Wind Waker is definitely the secret method of insta-killing the main boss of the Forbidden Woods area. It took many of the game's players years to figure this out, and that's because it relies on using one item that most people would not bother to use regularly, and that's a bottle of forest water. The monster known as Caldemos is the main boss of Forest Haven. Normally, fighting him involves dodging his tentacles and attacking his weak points, but the game provides you with a secret method of getting rid of him in an instant, and it's pretty simple. All you have to do is pick up some of the forest water from the spring next to the Great Deku Tree, then sprinkle it onto Caldemos, making him wither away in seconds. Now, because forest water retains its properties for only 20 minutes, and it forces the player to fill up one of their limited bottles, most players wouldn't really bother to pick it up or use it. On the other hand, it's definitely the easiest and most convenient way of taking out Caldemos, so it's definitely recommended to sacrifice one bottle at least for this particular section. Number 2. Burn Cazador with Light, Baldur's Gate 3. Cazador is one of the bosses from Baldur's Gate 3 who also serves as the main antagonist in the storyline of everyone's favorite vampiric heartthrob, Astarion. Being an ancient vampire, Cazador is no easy foe, especially since you have to kill him in his own manner, where he has all the advantages he needs. However, if you've consumed any kind of vampire media ever produced, you probably know one of the bloodsucker's greatest weaknesses is sunlight, and you can actually use that information to destroy Cazador before he can even initiate the final fight with you. Unlike Astarion, Cazador doesn't have a magical tadpole to protect him from getting sunburned, meaning that he suffers double the amount of damage from light. Knowing this is crucial for fighting him, but you can also exploit it by sneakily placing any non-lethal light spell or light radiating item near him before initiating dialogue with him. That'll cause the vampire to take huge amounts of damage without becoming aggressive until he finally perishes. That is, without even knowing what hit him. But it was you. Sneaky, sneaky. Less vitamin D deficient, more vitamin D efficient. I didn't write that sentence, but it was great. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed reading it. Number 1. You don't have to fight the incubus if you have no ammo. Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill is a pretty stressful game, to say the least, what with all the monsters and eerie atmosphere about it. And it doesn't really help that it can also be pretty darn unforgiving. That is, until you reach the final boss. The incubus is a large winged demon that appears as the final boss in the 2 good endings of the game. Due to his mechanics making him constantly fly around the battlefield, attacking you with lightning strikes and other ranged abilities, the only way to defeat him is to shoot him. It can take a lot of bullets and a lot of patience to get this demon to die, but if you don't have any bullets left, the fight is actually much easier, because the incubus is secretly programmed to instantly die. Yep, since Konami didn't want the player to end up in an unwinnable scenario, if you get rid of all your ammunition before taking on the incubus, the game will just instantly kill the boss for you, sparing the pain of having to beat him legitimately. It's rare to see developers have this much foresight, and even rarer to see them display so much compassion, but we absolutely appreciate it. Getting stuck there would be so brutal.
First impressions are so incredibly important. If an initial game reveal doesn't land well, then it immediately faces an uphill struggle trying to persuade customers like you and me that no, the game is great actually. However, the following games defied the rampant online backlash, committed to making a quality end product, and actually delivered the thing right at the end. I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video games everyone hated until they played them. Number 10, Doom 2016. When Bethesda revealed their 2016 Doom reboot, the first major entry into the franchise in over a decade, by the way, fans, surprisingly, weren't all that happy. The consensus from the early reveal was that the gameplay looked like it had been slowed down significantly from previous games, which, combined with the presence of cinematic QTE-style kills, seemed to suggest that the publisher had cynically dumbed down the series to appeal to more casual players. It didn't help either that the game's multiplayer beta was disastrously received, or that Bethesda withheld review copies from critics until launch day, seeming to suggest that they knew that they had a real turkey on their hands. So, what a shock it was then when Doom turned out to be one hell of a face-melting experience. A slick, brutal, challenging FPS in an era where they were steadily on the decline, and one that proved popular enough to genuinely revitalize the stagnant IP. And I know it might be hard to believe considering the classic it's viewed as today, but Doom 2016 really was not a surefire hit and was fighting an uphill battle. Number 9, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. There wasn't much pre-release faith in Square Enix's Guardians of the Galaxy game, to say the least. For starters, the publisher was fresh off the failure of their live service Avengers game, and though Guardians was a more straightforward, story-driven action-adventure title, for many the voice acting and dialogue gave off a strong whiff of "we have the MCU at home." Quite frankly, Square Enix did an awful job of presenting the game in their marketing, given that the end product was actually a charming and thrilling romp offering up an endearing rendition of the superhero ensemble, accompanied by an awesome soundtrack and pretty tight gameplay. There is so much heart to this thing, and the writing especially is excellent, and it was ultimately far closer to the quality of Insomniac's Spider-Man games than just about anyone could have expected going in. Yet, sadly, much of the commercial damage was already done pre-release, as Guardians ultimately underperformed commercially, likely killing any prospect of a sequel. Number 8, Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. Shortly before its unveiling at E3 2017, art for Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle was leaked online, leaving dumbfounded Mario fans to question why Nintendo would partner with Ubisoft on such a ridiculous crossover project. Even with some positive review impressions of the tactical RPG, many felt that the game would be more a lousy exercise in brand synergy than anything actually worth playing. And so, who could have ever expected that such an unnatural fusion of two disparate IP could end up scoring a strong 85 on Metacritic and win numerous year-end awards? Despite its superficially absurd setup, Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle is an unexpectedly deep and impressively challenging strategy title that can stand tall alongside the kings of the genre like XCOM. For all the potential of the Rabbids to make this game too annoying to play for long, Ubisoft and Nintendo toed the line quite perfectly, with the game selling well enough for a sequel to be released in 2022. Number 7, DMC Devil May Cry. It's tough to really blame Devil May Cry fans for harboring white-hot hatred for 2013's reboot before they got their hands on it, because it simply wasn't what most folk wanted from the franchise's future. After a 5-year wait for a new entry into the character action series, for Capcom to reboot it with an aggressively redesigned version of protagonist Dante, who was now also a motor-mouth edgelord and no less, ensured it went down like a lead balloon. But fans had to begrudgingly admit that the actual game itself was ultimately pretty damn good to play. Sure, Dante's redesign still stinks to high heaven, and his obnoxious personality isn't great, but where it matters the most, that of course being the chaotic gameplay, DMC did feel like a worthy successor to Devil May Cry 4. It's certainly not an entry that's fondly recalled by all Devil May Cry fans, but years removed from its release, and with Devil May Cry 5 riding the ship on the whole, it is fair to say that DMC's vitriolic reveal wasn't reflective of the overall quality. Number 6, Metroid Prime. Metroid fans' excitement for a long-awaited new entry into the franchise was almost immediately quashed when Nintendo revealed Metroid Prime to be a first-person shooter, a shift from the side-scrolling perspective of the prior titles. This immediately led fans to believe that Prime would stray too far from the design ethos of the earlier games, with the backlash prompting Nintendo to market it as a first-person adventure rather better than a first-person shooter. On top of this, development was being headed by a new, wholly untested outfit, Retro Studios, and so many were left convinced that Nintendo was about to lay a big, fat goose egg with one of their most beloved franchises. But as we know today, Metroid Prime was basically the exact opposite of what most fans expected. A worthy successor to Super Metroid, which took the series in a bold new direction, while still impressively staying true to what made it popular. Prime ultimately went on to win numerous Game of the Year awards, and over 20 years later, is commonly heralded as one of the greatest video games of all time. So yeah, not a bad turnaround. Number 5, Kingdom Hearts. When Kingdom Hearts was first announced, there was an overwhelming lack of belief that this crossover between Square Enix and Disney could actually work. To many, it seemed like a cynical, desperate cash grab to toss a bunch of beloved Disney characters into a Final Fantasy-esque RPG in the pursuit of some easy dough. Melding the more serious-minded world of Final Fantasy with Disney's frothier styling seemed like an awkward, unnatural fit that the companies were trying way too hard to make synergistic IP developments. But credit where it's due, of course, all of the doubters were so wrong. Kingdom Hearts released to rave reviews for its unexpectedly compelling use of the Disney IP, gorgeously realized worlds, killer combat, and charming story and characters, even if that charming story might have gotten a little bit off the rails with the sequels, but you know, that's an entire different subject. It is still very easy to appreciate how this gamble could have backfired spectacularly, but Kingdom Hearts instead spawned an RPG empire that stands among Square Enix's most successful and lucrative IP. Number 4, Batman Arkham Asylum. Ridiculous though it may seem today, back in 2009 there wasn't much hype at all for Batman Arkham Asylum, given the generally tawdry state of video games based on popular IP at the time, and specifically the general lack of quality Batman games. Why then would a little-known developer called Rocksteady Studios, with just a single all-right game to their name, that being Urban Chaos Riot Response, deliver anything worth playing? But fans of The Dark Knight at the time, myself included, were only too happy to eat crow when the game released to raves, enough that it earned a place in the Guinness World Records for being the, quote, most critically acclaimed superhero game ever at the time of its release. Arkham Asylum didn't merely offer up a brilliant story, excellent voice acting, and super visuals, but its ultra-fluid combat system also proved popular enough to be imitated by pretty much every other third-person action game at the time. Arkham Asylum's surprise success, of course, led to a bevy of follow-up titles, building a genuine universe out of something that arrived with barely any fanfare whatsoever. Number 3, Max Payne 3. The backlash against Max Payne 3's reveal was absolutely scorching, because though fans of the action franchise were desperate for a new entry, they quickly began to second-guess that desire once the threequel was unveiled. Max Payne 3 boldly shifted away from the gritty film noir-esque aesthetic of the two prior games, largely moving the action from New York City to sun-kissed Sao Paulo, Brazil, resulting in a more colorful aesthetic compared to what came before. This was typified by the decision to have Max wear a Hawaiian shirt for most of the game as well, a choice that seemed to indicate that new developer Rockstar, taking over from Remedy, didn't really understand what fans actually wanted. And while Max Payne 3 ultimately underperformed in sales, which is kind of crazy thinking about a Rockstar game not doing well commercially, those who actually did play it were mostly left pleasantly surprised by just how damn entertaining it is. Even accepting the style shift, the gunplay felt just as fun and fluid as it did in the previous games, and the cinematic presentation was absolutely first class. Number 2, Silent Hill 2 Remake. It cannot be understated just how much ire was directed at the recent remake of Silent Hill 2, because from the moment Bloober Team were announced to be developing it, there was intense skepticism that it would be able to deliver on expectations. And in fairness, given Bloober's rather uneven track record in the genre, there was good reason to doubt their ability to deliver a remake worthy of the iconic original. Not to mention, this was still Konami we were talking about, who, well, they haven't had a good last 15-20 years, have they? It also didn't help that the reveal trailer left fans divided on the new character designs, and subsequent gameplay footage was criticized for its clunky-looking combat. With Silent Hill fans having been deprived of a quality entry into the franchise for years by this point, it was easy to appreciate why their hackles were up as the remake's release date approached, fully convinced that it would be okay at best. But mercifully, the new Silent Hill 2 debuted to strong reviews, with the consensus being that it recaptured the incredible atmosphere of the original game while also expanding on it in meaningful ways. Against the odds, it's by far Bloober's best reviewed game to date, and one hell of a pleasant surprise after 2 years of almost unrelenting negativity. And hey, I'll hold my hands up as well, I contributed to that. I was not convinced this game was going to be good, and then it turned out to be one of my favorites of 2024. Number 1, Sleeping Dogs. By the early 2010s, players were incredibly over the sheer number of Grand Theft Auto clones that had flooded the market for the prior decade. And so 2012's Sleeping Dogs seemed like it was chasing a trend that was already fading firmly out of fashion. Little in Square Enix's marketing, yes, it's Square Enix again, sold it as anything but a generic by-the-numbers open-world cinematic action game in the vein of GTA. And even its unique Hong Kong setting couldn't do much to move the needle. But in the decade plus since Sleeping Dogs' release, it is fair to say that its legacy has endured as arguably the greatest of all the Me Too GTA clones. Sure, it's not the most original game in the world, but the varied sandbox, interesting characters, great voice acting, and stellar art direction made it a worthy romp regardless, not to mention that excellent blend of melee and gunplay that acts as the central gameplay loop. Of course, as is the case of many of the games on this list, it unfortunately failed to meet the publisher's lofty sales expectations, and so a planned sequel was ultimately and tragically scrapped forever. Still hurts, man.
Video games are typically pretty forgiving when it comes to forgetting things. There are a lot of video games, especially RPGs, that will inundate you with main quest objectives, side quest objectives, fetch quests, you name it. You can't possibly be expected to remember them all. Then, though, there are video games that absolutely do expect you to remember things, and if you don't, you get punished. Some punish you for forgetting to finish a quest, some for neglecting to help your friends, and some will even make you suffer for misremembering overly specific sequences of actions. In each case, your lack of attention span can cost you everything, so unless you want to pay the ultimate price, make sure to check this list and remember what you need to do. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video games where forgetting cost you everything. Number 10, Exploding Gale, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is an incredible modern RPG that exhibits just a phenomenal attention to detail, but there is a lot of detail and there's a lot for you to remember, so you can be excused for kind of forgetting something, but the game won't excuse you. In fact, it'll punish you. You're at least gonna want to pay attention to what's going on in your party, unless you feel like being exploded by the smoldering corpse of your ever-hungry mage, Gale. Gale is the Archmage of Waterdeep, who's lost most of his powers after a freak accident, which infused him with an ancient Netherese orb. Because of this, Gale has to regularly consume magical artifacts, or he turns into a magical bomb, which is capable of razing entire cities. Of course, in order to keep that bomb thing from happening, you do have to keep feeding him magical artifacts. Now, if you don't do this and Gale dies, then a magical projection will come out of his body of Gale, telling you you're really gonna want to resurrect him as soon as possible. Of course, you don't have to listen to his words right away, but should you forget about the wizard for at least 3 long rests, on the 3rd day of that forgetfulness streak, Gale's body will actually explode, instantly killing your party. If you're doing an honor mode run or you don't make multiple saves, this mistake can completely erase your playthrough. Number 9, The Bridge of Doom, King's Quest II, Romancing the Stones. King's Quest II is the sequel to the title that turns Sierra Entertainment's point-and-click adventures into some of the most well-known games of their day. Like its predecessor, King's Quest II comes with an awful lot of death states. It seems like it might not because it's a point-and-click adventure game, and if you haven't had the pleasure, you wouldn't know that. But let it be known, there are game overs all over this darn thing. Silly ones, real ones you can see coming, and ones you can't. Although you might think that having to watch your character die gruesome deaths every time you fail is already kind of sufficient punishment, the game actually holds a far more horrible penalty for forgetful players, and that is a permanent soft lock. The two main areas in the game are separated by a rotting rope bridge, which is suspended over a giant chasm. The first time you cross the bridge, the game does warn you that crossing it again may cause it to collapse, and indeed, once you cross it 7 times, the bridge collapses. And that just means you can't get to the other half of the map, like at all. Inevitably, that means the rest of your playthrough is over. The thing is, the game expects you to backtrack between the two sides a lot, so if you forget to do something and cross the bridge one too many times, you will inevitably softlock yourself and make it impossible to beat the game. Games used to be way more ruthless. Number 8, The Pledge, The Sims Medieval. The Sims Medieval is the Middle Ages spin-off from the main franchise, and in my opinion, it's way better than it has any right to be. If you like The Sims and you haven't played it, check it out. Your old-timey Sims complete quests to improve the well-being of their kingdom, as well as receive rewards and personal experience. Most of these missions don't require that much thinking, but in the case of the quest Rush to Pledge, getting the best reward depends on your own memorization skills. In Rush to Pledge, your Sim attempts to join the elite Tridonian Guild, wherein they need to pass their very fraternity-like rite of passage. The core of the quest involves fulfilling demeaning tasks to serve the ego of the guild's members, but the quest also secretly takes your memory into account by giving you small, unmarked tasks. In order to receive bonus rewards at the end of the quest, consisting of the game's best legendary armor and weaponry, you need to remember not to speak about yourself in first person during the entire mission, and you have to remember the words of the guild's creed that you have to recite to become a member. You can join the guild without those side objectives, but missing out on the great gear just because you forgot a couple of things will definitely sting. Number 7, Iron Bull Betrayal, Dragon Age Inquisition. In Dragon Age Inquisition, you command an army of devout warriors. Your closest companions are also loyal to the death, but they do have a limit of how much of your nonsense they can handle. There is only so much jerk-quisitor they can be expected to handle. Some of your companions might leave you if you do really condemnable things that they're super against with their own morality, but for one character, your Canary Spy, you'll get left because of simple neglect. Like other companions, Iron Bull has a personal side quest, and here you're gonna help his band of mercenaries stop the Venatori smuggling operation. At some point, things go south, and you need to decide whether you sacrifice the crew to ensure the mission's success or abandon the objective to keep them alive. Choosing the squad's death will naturally leave the bull bitter, and in the epilogue, he'll betray you in favor of the Canary. However, that's not the only way to get Iron Bull to betray you. I don't know why I say get. I don't know why you'd want to make that happen. But if you do, the other way of doing it without even killing off the crew is by simply neglecting to do the quest at all. Forgetting to do his mission will also cause the spy to swap sides at the end of the story. And I mean, can you blame him? A neglectful leader is just as bad as a cruel one. Number 6, Cafe's long adventure, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. The thing that makes Majora's Mask stand out among all the other Legend of Zelda games is the unique Groundhog Day time travel mechanic. You're stuck in a 3-day loop preceding the cataclysmic fall of the moon, and your job is to find a way to prevent the disaster. As you may imagine, the gameplay loop mostly consists of backtracking and figuring out what you need to change in order to alter the course of history. Usually this means pretty simple tweaks where you need to go back in time once or twice. However, in the case of Cafe's quest, if you do one minor thing wrong, you'll need to go all the way back to the beginning, and you'll be doing this one many times. Anju and Cafe's quest is the longest sequence of events in the entire game. It consists of 13 individual events, one of which, tailing Cafe to his hideout, requires you to do 9 very specific tasks in a very specific order, and all within the span of a day. If you forget to do all of these steps correctly, you will have to go all the way back to the beginning of that cycle. It's definitely the most infuriating thing where you get fully punished for not paying enough attention. Number 5. Oops, your daughter is a zombie. Dead Rising 2. The Dead Rising series has always been a race against the clock. The schedule in the first game was already pretty stressful as it is, but the second game has added even more nerve-wracking time frames by introducing Zombrex. Zombrex is a special anti-zombification medicine that staves off the effect of being infected by the undead. The protagonist's daughter Katie has to regularly take the drug due to being bitten by a zombie in the past, forcing her father Chuck to constantly set out to look for it once the zombie outbreak takes over Vegas. In other words, if you haven't had the pleasure or figured it out, then welcome to Dead Rising 2's most stressful mechanic. The search for Zombrex adds an additional layer of time management to the series that can be especially unforgiving for players with a bad memory. It's already pretty hard to come across Zombrex, but then you also have to remember you need to take it back to Katie to administer it, which can be pretty hard amidst, well, the zombie horde of the apocalypse. But still, you better not forget about it even if you feel like you kinda want to, because if you do, Katie will turn into a zombie and that's an instant game over. Sorry. Fighting off the undead is apparently not a good enough excuse. Number 4, no water chip? Fallout. Despite its limited graphics, the world of the original Fallout is a deeply immersive and atmospheric place. It's easy to lose yourself in, but be sure not to get too distracted because it might just lose you the game. Fallout 1's story stands out among others due to the unique mechanic that's associated with it. The reason why your vault dweller decides to leave the safe and comfy confines of the vault in this game is because the settlement inside needs water. You're tasked with retrieving a water chip to provide the vault with a steady supply of the precious resource, but until you get one, you can alternatively keep your people alive with regular deliveries of water. Just remember that you do need to do something about the issue, or it is an instant game over. Many Fallout save files have been lost to players who forgot the main reason that they were supposed to be exploring the wasteland in the first place. Because it's really easy to get invested in a side quest or a random event, the looming threat of mass dehydration kinda gets pushed aside, only to remind you of its existence when it's already too late. If you're not one for making backup saves, forgetting your main task can cost your whole playthrough. So you know what they say, save early, save often. Number 3, Lamar's Loan, Gothic 2. Gothic 2 is a cult classic RPG which does the best thing that all RPGs do, where you work your way up to hero from zero. Obviously, your road to becoming the fabled savior of the world is an uphill battle, and that's especially true if you don't remember to keep your promises. In the starting city of Corinus, it can be kinda tough to make gold early on, which is why the player can borrow some money from the local loan shark known as Lemar. The man offers a significant amount of gold, which can cover most of the expenses you'll need to make to become stronger, but he does expect you to pay the sum back with a 20% interest the next day. If you forget about the promise and either don't have enough money to pay him back or just can't properly prepare for his wrath, he will send 2 thugs after you to retrieve that money from your unconscious body. At lower levels, fighting 2 armed henchmen can be nigh on impossible, so you kinda need to remember to pay Lamar back or remember not to deal with shady types like him in the first place. Number 2, Sumo, was it? Detroit Become Human. The most iconic duo of Detroit Become Human is arguably Connor and Hank, the android and android-hating detectives hot on the trail of Motor City's deviants. The changing relationship between the two men is a pivotal point in the story. Whether Hank and Connor can see eye to eye can determine if the android revolution against their human oppressors will succeed or not. Well, it's up to their ability to see eye to eye and get over their differences, and your ability to retain basic information. Even if Connor and Hank are on good terms during the final fight for androids' freedom, the outcome of their attempt to awaken CyberLife's androids to make them join the revolution is also dependent on your own knowledge of Hank's life. As Connor is about to turn the androids deviant, his replica will appear at CyberLife's facility to stop him, forcing Hank to shoot one of them. Basically, this is a Spider-Man type situation where you're not sure which is the real Connor and the fake Connor, and to determine which one is which, you'll need to answer some basic information about Hank as Connor. These are questions like the name of his son and the name of his dog. You have to pick the correct answer yourself, and if you don't remember, Hank will shoot you, killing the original Connor and letting the fake one prevent the revolution from happening. Just in case, it's Sumo. The dog's name is Sumo. There you go. Number 1. Oops, the president is dead. Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty DLC begins with the quest to save the president of the new United States from a crashing airplane. The mission is the beginning of your working relationship with Songbird, so it's kind of important to get going on it as it's the driving force of the DLC. And yet, for some reason, the game allows you to fail the quest and forsake any and all ways to delve further into the DLC. Not only that, it can happen just because you forgot you started the mission. Yeah, although saving President Myers is a crucial point in Phantom Liberty's story and it's impossible to continue without it, it's possible to fail the objective by simply neglecting your promise to Songbird. A few days after the girl calls you to give you the job, if you don't commence the operation, you'll see a flaming wreck darting across the Night City skyline, and after it explodes, you'll immediately get a call from your angry employer telling you that the president is dead and she's never going to work with you again. Afterwards, the entire DLC's content, including its overpowered weaponry, implants, and not to mention a fantastic story, becomes totally inaccessible to you. So, go save the president, don't wait.
Okay, my friends, you've seen the title of today's video, and yes, I'm probably going to make a few enemies by reading out the entries today, but just know that I love you with all that I can in my heart, and that we're just going to be talking about games that we remember being great, but maybe aren't so by today's standards. The games we're talking about today are not cutting the mustard, okay? But we're saying it with love. And by that, I mean, let's have a chat, because I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 amazing games you didn't realize aged horribly, just like me. Number 10, Hitman 2 Silent Assassin. Now, it's often said that Hitman 2 Silent Assassin marks the point at which the stealth franchise really found its footing, and that was because it was a vastly superior evolution of the series' messy but promising first game, Hitman Codename 47. And while that's basically true, it doesn't mean that Hitman 2 is still easy to play with a smile on your face today. The excessively linear level design just doesn't hold up compared to subsequent titles. The AI is infuriatingly aggressive, and the disguise system, well, lacks the nuance of later games. The result is a title that's much slower and far more challenging than any other in the series' 25-year history, and typically not for the better. It is the definition of a game that outstays its welcome, something that even huge fans of the Hitman games might actually bring themselves to admit. The next two games in the franchise, Hitman Contracts and Blood Money, have however aged considerably better with their more balanced difficulty and streamlined mechanics. Number 9, Halo Combat Evolved. Told you I was going to make enemies. Now, there's an entire generation of gamers who have overpowering nostalgia for Halo Combat Evolved, me included. The game which not only put the original Xbox on the map and launched the beloved first-person shooter franchise, but also helped popularize the console FPS in general. For its time, the original Halo is a sublime achievement, but played today, well, it is pretty tough going. Even when playing the 10th anniversary remaster, the souped-up visuals can't disguise how incredibly dated Combat Evolved's level design fundamentally is. The campaign is, for the most part, a repetitive assemblage of hallway shooting galleries, the same dull environments being recycled ad nauseum, and of course this is no more apparent than in the infamous library level. Though there's nothing inherently wrong with asset reuse, I mean just look at the Like a Dragon franchise, it feels especially uninspired here, with little to no attempt made to vary up the seemingly never-ending carousel of seen-it-before hallways and rooms. None of this stops Halo from being a benchmark for the genre, again, for its time, even if it is somewhat of a stamina-depleting bore to play today, in some areas, I will admit that. Number 8, Ico. I told you I was making enemies. For the great many wondering why Ico hasn't received the same glossy remake treatment that its successor Shadow of the Colossus has, it's most likely because Sony is acutely aware of just how much work it would need in order to bring it up to modern gameplay expectations. Now, though Ico is an absolutely vital piece of gaming history, namely it's one of the strongest early arguments for games as art in an era where they commanded much less respect, its gameplay just doesn't hold up all that well. Escort missions are divisive at the best of times, but Ico is basically one long 6-hour escort mission, and one that's harangued by clunky, floaty controls, an infuriating camera, stiff animation, slack pacing, and a general lack of forward momentum compared to Shadow of the Colossus. Now, Ico is definitely a game to admire, but if somebody played an hour of it today and then just decided to watch the rest on YouTube instead of suffering through the wading through treacle gameplay, it would kind of be tough to blame them. Number 7, The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. I told you I was making enemies. Much like the Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind is continually held up as one of the greatest RPGs, nay video games, and say it with me kids, of all time. Going back to it these days sure isn't easy. Even accepting the jank that is expected from just about every single Bethesda-developed RPG, Morrowind is a far clunkier experience than anything the studio has developed before. From the slow movement speed to the awkward RNG-infused combat, vague quests, and woeful user interface, Morrowind feels positively ancient compared to, say, Oblivion, and that's to say nothing of the wonky animations, unappealing visuals, and ill-aged sound effects. Even though the series' passionate modding community has released tons of quality-of-life mods to make the experience more frictionless, Morrowind at its core is a masterpiece of world-building and atmosphere that just doesn't hold up almost a quarter century later. We can only hope that the Oblivion remaster does well enough that Bethesda considers giving Morrowind the update too, though it'd clearly need way more than a fresh lick of paint to vibe with modern players. Number 6. Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry is one of the most celebrated character action franchises ever, and all paths trace back to the original 2001 PS2 game, which to this very day is often ranked among the greatest games ever. But oh boy, just actually try playing it today. Even when experienced as part of the 2012 DMC HD collection, the original Devil May Cry has aged like mayo left out in the hot summer sun. As fun as the combat is in theory, it's easy to forget that the earlier games in the series had fixed camera angles not unlike those in Capcom's Resident Evil franchise. Being at the mercy of bespoke camera angles, which often change in the middle of combat and therefore prove massively disorientating, seems completely unhinged in the modern gaming era, and it makes going back to play those earlier DMC titles, especially the first one, a bit of a chore. A full-fat remake which updates the camera and controls to the standards of Devil May Cry 5 would be a huge treat for fans who just can't quite stomach going back through to the OG title in its current state. Number 5. Metroid. The original 1986 NES version of Metroid is undeniably one of the most influential and important games ever made. Yet if you haven't revisited it in years or even decades, well, you might be in for a bit of a shock. The lack of a map, repetitive locations, and general level of challenge make Metroid a grueling, unforgiving experience today, especially compared to, well, every other entry in the franchise since. Its freedom of exploration and atmosphere are undeniable, but this franchise-birthing entry is enough of a chore to play that you're kind of better off just skipping it and playing the generally excellent Zero Mission remake instead. You see, Zero Mission strips away much of the original's frustration and makes for a much smoother, more enjoyable time on the whole. Enough so that the only folk who still stick with the original are purists, or indeed masochists. While many genre-defining retro games are still eminently replayable decades on, Metroid may just not be one of them, unless that is you've got the patience of a saint. Number 4. Alan Wake. The recent release of Alan Wake 2 naturally stirred up fan interest in revisiting the original 2010 action-adventure game that started it all. But while Alan Wake has a well-earned place as a cult classic, largely thanks to its mind-bending narrative, aesthetics, and fantastic atmosphere, the gameplay doesn't really hold water, especially not compared to its sublime successor. Combat simply just doesn't feel good moment to moment. The enemy types are woefully limited, and the samey environments wear out their welcome just after a few short hours. It's a game whose reputation is almost entirely earned by its story and its mood, with its creaky gameplay simply being something that players accept for the sake of the overall experience. All the same, it was decidedly easier to tolerate it in 2010, yet 15 years later, when game design has moved on so far, well, it's tough to stick with Alan Wake all the way to the end, honestly. Nobody would blame you for dipping off of it after a while. Number 3. Kingdom Hearts. Now, Kingdom Hearts remains fondly beloved by millions, because who doesn't love the idea of a Disney-themed RPG developed by Square Enix? But as genius and exercise it is in intertextuality, the OG game is rough as sandpaper. Even ignoring the scarcely comprehensible word salad of a plot, the original game's clunky camera and controls ensure that both combat and platforming, that is, the two tenets of its gameplay, are frustrating to modern hands. Elsewhere, the user interface is a mess. The level design is infuriatingly obtuse at times, and worst of all, it's deathly dull, and those gummy levels, blech, gross. This is to say that if you've got dew-eyed memories of playing the first Kingdom Hearts as a young whippersnapper, you're probably better off leaving those memories untarnished rather than tainting them with a new playthrough. Thankfully, Kingdom Hearts 2 does hold up considerably better, even though it certainly has its own issues to speak of, like that bloody tutorial level, gross. Number 2. Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare. Some 15 years after its release, Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare remains one of the most celebrated DLCs ever, with many lauding its cinematic story, brilliant voice acting, and novel zombie-infused take on the core Western action gameplay. The overall perception is that Undead Nightmare is a rare DLC that is as polished as the original game, but if played today, well, it's honestly a bit of a slog to get through. I mean, for sure, the cutscenes are still great fun, but the gameplay, well, not so much. It doesn't help that the early missions in particular are absolute chores, from wiping out repetitive waves of zombies to going on a wildly convoluted, maddeningly overlong fetch quest for flowers. In 2010, these dishwater dull tasks perhaps didn't seem quite so tedious, but in 2025, where open world games are a dime a dozen and players have decidedly less patience for this sort of generic, even lazy quest design, well, it's much harder to accept. Much as Undead Nightmare was a brilliant DLC for its time, from a gameplay perspective, it doesn't really hold up. The moment-to-moment missions are so bereft of character that you'll likely want to race from one cutscene to the next as fast as possible. And number 1, Uncharted: Drake's Fortune. The legacy of the Uncharted franchise is so storied that it's easy to forget just how far things have moved on since the original game. While the Uncharted series is largely credited with finding its cinematic groove in Uncharted 2 Among Thieves, the original game is still the action-packed Indiana Jones aping extravaganza that made Nathan Drake a Sony icon. But if you go back and revisit the original Uncharted today, even in its remastered form, it is a rickety experience. I mean, sure, it still looks good, but Uncharted's gameplay feels a whole world away from basically everything that Naughty Dog has made since, and the biggest culprit is the mind-numbingly repetitive combat, which too often devolves into a relentless shooting gallery. Throw in roughshod controls and awkward cover mechanics, and the first Uncharted is a genuine struggle to get through, and that's without even bringing up those dreadful jet ski sequences. While other Uncharted games have all aged impressively well for the most part, the original feels like a thin sketch, an extremely bristly draft of the greatness that the series would later achieve.
At the risk of saying things that are extremely obvious, there are a lot of video games right now. Like a lot of video games. As a result, you can't be expected to play them all, nor can you be expected to finish the ones you play. This list is dedicated to the latter, thanks to the stats from HowLongToBeat.com, where players can register certain games that they have started playing as retired, which basically means they've decided to say, nope, I'm out, I'm done with this. To head this off at the pass, naturally games released on Game Pass will have many more players picking them up and deciding it's not for them. That caveat considered, these games have some of the highest retirement stats on the site as a percentage of users who reported picking it up, then told how long to beat, no more for me thanks. Of course, not everybody gave up on these games, but we're extrapolating that if a number of people on that particular website decided to mark having picked it up, started playing it, and then decided to officially retire on How Long to Beat, there were probably a hell of a lot more of you who decided to give up on it too. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 9 video games everyone gave up on. Number 9, Redfall. Redfall is the reason this list is called Games That Everyone Gave Up On and not Games You Can't Believe Everyone Gave Up On, because I'm sure it's not coming as a great surprise that a bunch of people who started Redfall decided to put it down. This was a rare miss for Arcane Studios, who are most known for Dishonored, Prey, and Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Alright, that last one was mostly for me, but how cool was that game? Redfall's premise was intriguing, albeit worried some people as the gameplay and story structure came off a little thin, even in the pre-release hype trailers. You're let loose in a town overrun by vampires and can select out of a series of playable characters, each with their own loadouts, backstories, abilities, and personalities. Even better, you're encouraged to do so in PvE with a handful of friends. Unfortunately, what should have been a good open world FPS peppered with story missions, side missions, and interesting big bads to take down ended up being even thinner on content and intrigue than we thought. As a result, the game snagged itself a 17.7% retirement rate on How Long to Beat, which might not seem like a huge percentage, but again, you need to remember that this is just users on the site who decided to mark themselves as playing and then mark themselves as having retired, never to pick it up again. Given the game can be knocked over in as little as 12 hours, this is also a bit of a cringe moment for Arcane, as this was the most retired game of 2023, before it was overtaken by 2 of the other titles on this list. Those who marked it as retired left comments that range from the game lacking a hook and being too buggy, to one comment that just wrote in all caps that it's the worst game in existence. That person logged a single hour, which I can only assume was a deeply regrettable 60 minutes. Number 8. Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Jumping to a totally different ball game here, as this game is not only horror, it's also critically acclaimed. Now you might be wondering why a game so critically acclaimed would have so many people retiring, that is, giving up on it. If you're nodding along, then you probably already figured out it harkens back to that horror bit, as in, it's just way too bloody scary. Now, I too gave up on Redfall and Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Amnesia was just too much for my cowardly little heart to take. I primarily blame the godforsaken prison level where the Gatherer enemies are just bloody everywhere. It's also pitch black, and if I gave it any more time, I would have had a heart attack. If you can power through Amnesia: The Dark Descent, it's actually only 8 hours long. So you'd think those who picked it up and told how long to beat about it would know what they were getting into and be primed and girded for whatever developer frictional games was going to throw at them. Well, given the 9.3% retired statistic, it's safe to say that isn't the case. This is also a rare occurrence where we actually have a trophy/achievement from the game to also prove that a bunch of people noped out. And it is indeed called Nope. Players can get this one if they boot the game up and then instantly quit out in the first cutscene. This has been grabbed by 59% of players, and while it's safe to say some of that will have been seen as an easy win by achievement hunters, seemingly lots of people, including yours truly, probably got it organically. The comments from How Long to Beat retirees back this up, with some claiming they gave up the game because it was boring, while the vast majority said it was too spooky, called themselves a wimp or a chicken, or in my favorite case, one comment simply said, "Stupid prison." And I'm not sure I've ever related to anything more. Stupid prison. Number 7, Super Meat Boy. From a game that was too bad to a game that was too scary, we now have a game that's scary hard and has a high propensity to make you wonder if you're bad at video games. I won't answer that for you, but your time spent with Super Meat Boy very well may. If you do feel that way, don't worry, this one defeated me too. And if you're wondering if I beat any of the games on this list, well, now so am I. But this list isn't about me, so let's keep going. From the maniacal minds of Edmund McMillan and Tommy Refenes, platformer Super Meat Boy caused quite a stir when it came out in 2010. Not because it cast you in the role of a cube of meat who would regularly jump into rotating saws and get blasted to smithereens, but rather because it was so freaking hard. As the industry turned away from difficult games and towards those with difficulty settings and clear objective markers, this exercise in personal torture was on a personal mission to reject that, and ultimately proved that gamers did want a proper challenge. Well, a lot of them did, but a lot of them seemingly didn't finish this game. Clocking in at just under 10 hours, there's a sizable slice, but not an overwhelming one, for those who rolled credits on the journey to save your girlfriend made of bandages. Despite that, 13.3% of How Long to Beat players reported putting this one down for good, largely because the later levels proved just too difficult, and it came time to simply admit defeat. A bunch of comments just simply reiterated the fact that they didn't have the skills in various ways, but 2 of my personal favorites said too old to get good, and I suck too much. Number 6, Minecraft Legends. Given it tops out at a fairly tight runtime of 8.5 hours and spawned from the best-selling game of all time, earning a 17.9% retirement rate is not a great showing from Mojang Studios. The reasoning here seems to be that the game was just deeply average, like completely middle of the road, fairly repetitive, but not much to write home about. It's worth noting this one did come out on Game Pass, so again, this is one of those situations where a lot of people probably picked it up not knowing whether they would like it or not, and then decided to officially put it down. That said, that doesn't account for the resounding that this one got from gamers. One of the title complaints is that it felt Mojang had just totally abandoned its player base once the game launched, resulting in an experience that just threw you back into the same uninspired loop over and over. The players who decided enough was enough and dropped a comment on HLTB said they didn't want to play any more of it because the immediate shine wears off quickly, and they sludged it as straight up boring. Number 5, Loop Hero. Loop Hero is a little indie game from developer 4 Quarters that came out in 2021. It is a roguelike, but bear with me because it's a roguelike that does have a campaign that you can complete. Well, let me be clear, it has a campaign that can be completed. Whether you actually complete it or not depends on which side of this retirement stat you fall into. The game does what it says on the box. You walk around in a loop, gradually earning resources and gold, building stuff, taking on baddies, and trying not to die. Inevitably you will, but you'll hang on to 30% of your stuff or more if you bail out before the encounter. Its difficulty shouldn't be understated though, as you need to be clever about your strategy and playstyle, being careful to consider your equipment and know your limits. It stands to reason then that this little Game Pass offering wasn't just retired by 11.1% of those who recorded playing it, but it was also the second most retired game on the site in 2021. The only game that was marked retired more times was 12 minutes, which, if you know anything about 12 minutes, checks out. Though some found it to be entertaining, even knocking out the hidden boss, it wasn't everyone's cup of tea, as players said they gave it up for being too repetitive, boring, or frustrating. Number 4, Darkest Dungeon. Another roguelike here with Darkest Dungeon, which came out in 2016 to pretty glowing reception. Fans and critics alike praised the game's atmosphere, brutality, art, and gameplay loop, which absolutely rewards the mastery you'll have developed over the course of the game. There are a lot of different aspects at play here, particularly concerning the affliction system, which hits your characters with massive debuffs, and then how much you'll need to strategize and apply some tactical know-how to balancing your classes. It's a satisfying core gameplay loop, but not one that doesn't come with a base level of frustration. As with any roguelike, you'll probably find it's right in your wheelhouse and you're happy to keep gradually improving, or you feel like you're beating your head against a wall and you can't take one more run. Many of those in the latter category made up the game's 12.4% retirement stat on HLTB. In defense of those who tapped out, the game is 58 hours long between its difficulty and sheer content, so that's a huge commitment to a game this unforgiving. Among the reasoning given by retirees was the classic complaint of repetition, as well as the time investment required and its difficulty. A couple of the choice comments I enjoyed on this one was someone saying this game is too hard for their small brain, and another one that just says, "There's no way in hell I'm beating this, LMAO." Number 3, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. In the Redfall camp of games I'm sure you aren't surprised to see pop up on a list like this, the infamously tricky yet hugely popular indie game Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy takes no prisoners. Few have seen it through to the end, despite it clocking in at 6.5 hours. This is probably because you either get its extraordinarily bizarre charm and see what it's trying to do, or you just find it way too overwhelmingly frustrating and thus contributed to its 13.2% retirement score, deciding not to get over it, but instead to go do something else. Impressive as the review scores are, it's not too surprising that a significant number of players decided the game about getting a man in a pot up a pile of crap without falling, while finessing intentionally tricky controls, was not for them. Though it charmed plenty of gamers, HLTB users who decided to ditch the excessive climbing exercise expressed a level of raw fury that it would be inappropriate for me to repeat. As I'm also a gamer with very little patience, if you made it up the top of this one, you have my admiration. Number 2, The Last Case of Benedict Fox. Lovecraftian Metroidvania The Last Case of Benedict Fox came in at the 4th most retired game of 2023 as a percentage of those who played it. Another Game Pass offering which no doubt bolstered the number of people picking it up and then noping out, this one currently has a retirement stat of 12.3%. The game is only 11 hours long, so it begs the question of why people didn't want to see it through to the end. The answer to that is mostly players were getting stuck, either due to the difficulty of the puzzles or the fact that they were inundated with bugs, some so bad they were actually game-breaking. The game has been described as messy with imprecise slow combat and suffering from the cardinal sins of stuttering and input lag. So yeah, this one checks out. Number 1, Don't Starve. Ending with a game that is almost universally considered to be not at all shit, 2013 indie darling Don't Starve comes in at what may seem like a surprisingly higher retirement rate of 19.6. So what did this charming, atmospheric, unique survival game do to get a retirement rating percentage higher than Redfall? Be really hard, mostly. The majority of retirees said they just couldn't see themselves making it to the end of the game's story mode due to the difficulty of the survival gameplay. This in large part because it requires a high level of clever strategizing, particularly in learning how to best use the tools available to you in the extremely tricky story levels. Wrapping up the adventure mode, even if you do have the patience, is likely to take you dozens of hours. On the other hand, there was also a decent contingent of gamers who marked themselves as done with Don't Starve because Don't Starve Together came out. If you decided to stop fighting this one and go make yourself a snack that you didn't have to scavenge for under the threat of being maimed, that's very understandable.
Now, video games allow you to make your own choices, but some are clearly better than others. Between saving the day and falling flat on your face, it's obviously the former is the one you're going to choose. However, this is where some video games may surprise you. Although a choice might be presented as an easy case of picking the good or the bad, choosing the less favourable option can turn out to have a better outcome in the long run. And that's exactly what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 bad video game choices that are secretly the best option. Number 10. Don't Answer Johnny. Cyberpunk 2077. Now, Cyberpunk 2077 features several different endings that range from slightly depressing to full-on psychological torment. The best ending out of all of them is probably the secret one where V decides to storm Arasaka all on their own, and funnily enough, in the gallows humour sort of way, it's unlocked by them pondering if they should actually kill themselves. To pick this secret ending, V needs to not make a choice during the final discussion about storming Arasaka with Johnny. This will cause them to consider ending their lives, but if their friendship score with Johnny is high enough, the waiting will also unlock a second option where it turns into a final gung-ho mission. In this choice, V decides to solo the mission and blow up the tower or die in a blaze of glory. What makes this choice special is that the mission that follows is the only permadeath scenario in the entire game. If you die here, the game will instantly end and deem your attempt a failure, but if you make it to the end, you'll get the best ending possible, where V foils all the evil plans and all of their friends are still alive. Now that is how you make lemonade out of lemons. Number 9. Kill Kate, The Devil in Me. The Devil in Me is Supermassive Games' take on Jigsaw-style horror. You play as a group of filmmakers trapped inside a hotel by a serial killer obsessed with trap making, and your goal is to make it out alive from his labyrinth of DIY murder contraptions. Well, it seems like somebody didn't get enough arts and crafts projects in school. One of the killer's murderous toys consists of 2 sealed chambers, where he traps Kate and Erin. He shows that he'll cut off oxygen in one of the chambers, and you have to choose which one. It feels like the best option here is to simply not pick either woman and look for a way to help them both escape. However, this will lead to the game making the choice for you and killing one character off. If you want to keep both characters alive, what you actually have to do is seemingly doom one of them to death by suffocation, because that choice actually won't kill them. Yeah, it turns out if you pick Kate, it's then revealed that her chamber isn't completely airtight, and so she'll be able to make it out alive alongside Erin. That's why you don't leave making death traps to an amateur. Number 8. Sacrifice Rachel, House of Ashes. House of Ashes, another entry into Supermassive Games' anthology series, features a similar false dilemma where the worst choice is secretly the best. This choice takes place during an intense action sequence where Rachel and her husband Eric are suspended over a huge chasm and the former is about to fall. You have a choice as Eric to cut Rachel's rope and let her fall to save yourself, or hang on to her in hopes of keeping her alive. Now naturally, most players would gravitate towards saving Rachel as they would want to keep all of the survivors alive. However, doing so will cause not only Rachel but also Eric to fall off the cliff, and even though Rachel will survive the fall, the same can't be said about her husband. On the contrary, if you let Eric be a selfish and heartless bastard, you can secretly save both him and his wife, as in this scenario, Rachel survives the fall again, and Eric gets to stay on top of the cliff where he's not risking breaking all the bones in his body. Ah, true love wins again. The true love between Eric and his own reflection in the mirror. Number 7. Dean Dewey, Fallout 3. In early Fallout games, giving your character low intelligence would present you with additional dialogue options that reflected your less than average wits. Unfortunately, most of the time, these new dialogue choices would have negative outcomes, such as NPCs ignoring you or straight up attacking you for your incompetence. For this reason, when you play Fallout 3, you might assume that your low intelligence is a curse. And yet there are a few situations where it does the opposite and actually helps you instead. For example, when interacting with the Protectron inside Roosevelt Academy, Dean Dewey acts as the headmaster of the abandoned school, and when activated, it will demand that the player show them their hall pass. Failing to do so will cause the Dean to attack you unless you trick it with a skill check or extremely low intelligence. If you pick the low intelligence option in the dialogue, the Dean will not only not attack you, but it will deem you a special needs student and personally escort you to the classroom, protecting you from anything on the way. You may not be the brightest, but hey, at least you get a personal robot bodyguard. Number 6. Steal to Survive, Detroit Become Human. In Detroit Become Human, you play as androids in the midst of an AI revolution against their flashbag oppressors. You naturally want the cause to succeed, seeing as your virtual protégés seek to be free of their servitude to humans. However, the path to reaching this goal isn't as obvious as you might expect, especially with Kara, Alice, and Luther, whose final chapter, The Crossroads, is one of the toughest and deadliest moments in the game. In the sequence, you have to get the trio across the Canadian-American border, and even the slightest mistake can lead to the death of one or all three characters. Now, you might be asking to yourself, what's the best way to do this? Well, apparently by committing a crime against your own moral code, of course. You see, the most crucial part of successfully getting all three androids across is to steal a bus ticket from a family at the border post, which might seem awful if you made a promise to Alice to not steal anything. However, the tickets are the only way to get everyone through safely, because without them, Alice and Luther get stopped and then killed by the border patrol. You may be a hypocrite, but at least you're a living hypocrite. Number 5. Submit and go to prison. Dragon Age Origins. Video game logic would have you believe that fighting your enemies is far better than giving up and submitting to them, but not in Dragon Age Origins, however, because here it spares you from having to fight an impossibly hard battle and rewards you with a fun prison escape sequence plus a squeaky clean crime record. During a main questline mission, one of your objectives is to break Queen Honora out of a castle. As you're about to escape with her, you get stopped by this personal bodyguard who is quite imposing and tells you to stand down and come quietly in exchange for letting the Queen go. If you don't comply with her demands, you have to fight your way through a small army in what is one of the hardest fights in the game. If you give up and let yourself be imprisoned, you don't have to fight anyone at all, and instead you're treated to a special mission where you control your companions trying to break you out of prison. This outcome is way more fun and easier to do, and as a bonus, you get the moral high ground against Loghain in court for not slaughtering his men against the law. It does feel good to be a law-abiding citizen. Number 4. Don't arrest Joseph Seed. Far Cry 5. Far Cry 5 follows a team of law enforcement as they try to put a stop to Joseph Seed and his cult, and you get the option to arrest the man right at the start of the game, but contrary to what your mission tells you, putting your handcuffs on Joseph's wrists isn't the best course of action. And actually the best course of action is not doing your job at all. Yes, following the long-standing tradition of Far Cry games, the 5th entry in this series includes a secret ending for waiting instead of following the main plot of the game. During the intro, where the game gives you a prompt to arrest Joseph, standing idly for long enough will cause your character to step away, leading to a secret ending where you let the cultist walk free and settle for arresting him at a more opportune moment. Considering that the alternative sets forth the events of the entire game, culminating in 2 endings where you either cause a nuclear apocalypse or kill all of your friends, it's clear that being a lazy cop is actually the best choice here. Don't worry, we'll get him next time, I'm sure of it. Number 3. The American Greeting. Fallout 4. Fallout 4 features a ton of unique random encounters, and one of them lets the sole survivor come across a pre-war Mr. Gutsy called Lieutenant Gutsy, who still protects Boston's outskirts from Chinese spies 200 years after the war has ended. The robot will ask you to identify yourself and prove that you're an American citizen, and if you choose the wrong response, he'll call you a communist and attack you immediately. There are several ways to resolve this situation without violence, and you think that telling Lieutenant Gutsy to go f*** himself wouldn't be one of them. In reality, it's one of the easiest and most reliable ways of convincing him you're not a spy. When you decide to tell the robot off, he'll recognize the American patriotism of greeting random strangers with swear words and let you pass the border without a problem. To make things even funnier, any attempts at pleading and bargaining will cause Mr. Gutsy to attack you, so cussing at him is the most straightforward way to avoid conflict without a skill check. Alternatively, you can also cause him to explode by repeating the same question over and over, which is also downright hilarious in its own right. Number 2. Death Wish. Grand Theft Auto 5. The ending of Grand Theft Auto 5 presents the player with a really tough choice. You have to pick between killing Trevor or Michael, or refusing to betray either of them but dooming yourself and potentially your friends that you're trying to protect, to the wrath of the most powerful people in Los Santos. The game labels the last choice as the Death Wish, implying that it will kill Franklin and perhaps everyone else, but despite this colourful name and all of its connotations, it's secretly the best choice to make. In the Death Wish ending, Franklin, Trevor and Michael choose not to go down without a fight and eliminate all of their enemies in the city at the same time. The ending is considerably harder to get through than the other two, but it's also the only way to keep all 3 protagonists alive and have them remain friends. The twist in the final choice is well known by now, but when GTA 5 came out, a lot of people fell for the overbearing implications of the Death Wish ending and picked the easier route by killing Michael or Trevor instead. And then they had to replay the entire game realizing that they'd sacrificed them for nothing. And number 1, let Volo take your eye. Baldur's Gate 3. And what benefits can a botched lobotomy resulting in the loss of an eye give you? Well, if you're playing Baldur's Gate 3, the answer is the ability to see invisible people. Yes, early on in the story, while your character is searching for a cure to the tadpole growing in their brain, they can try to seek the solution to their problem through Volo, aka Faerun's most trustworthy historical source, if by trustworthy you mean willing to say and write anything for fame. The gossiping bard will propose to perform an impromptu brain surgery on you using an ice pick. Subjecting yourself to the procedure and making it all the way to the end, despite your character's very obvious screams of pain, will result in the permanent loss of an eye. However, before you can panic or rip Volo a new one, the amateur surgeon will present you with a magical glass eye that allows you to see invisible creatures. And there are no downsides to losing your organic eye, save for a penalty that lasts only a mere turn. So letting him mutilate your face is, surprisingly enough, the best choice you can make here. Nice.
Video game companions are meant to aid you in your adventures. They're there to support you every step of the way, making life easier for you. Except when they don't do that, they do the opposite of that. Every once in a while, you stumble upon a companion who, instead of helping you, seems like they do everything within their power to make things harder. Sometimes they have good intentions, but in reality, letting these followers join you is kind of your first step towards doom. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 helpful companions that actually make the game harder. Number 10. Ilya, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The companions in Skyrim are mostly used for hauling your excess dragon bones, but they can also prove to be a lifesaver in difficult battles, especially when you're low on health and need somebody to distract the enemy while you run off to heal. That is, unless you're traveling with Ilya, in which case your companion is about as dangerous as the enemy. Ilya is a unique mage companion that the player can recruit by completing the mission Repentance. On paper, Ilya sounds like an incredible follower. She's an expert spellcaster who has access to high-tier ice spells like Ice Storm, and that allows her to deal huge amounts of damage to multiple enemies at once. However, because there's no protection against friendly fire in the game, the same spell is unfortunately just as deadly to you. Ilya doesn't really care about aiming her burst of ice away from you. Instead, she'll hurl it into whatever place has the most enemies, and since that usually means they're on top of you, you're pretty much guaranteed to be caught in it as well and die to the ludicrous amounts of cold damage it deals. She might be effective at killing your foes, but unfortunately she's just as effective as killing you, so you won't be around to witness that. Number 9. Pariah Dog, Fallout 2. Fallout 2 boasts a wide array of potential recruits, ranging from a teenage drug lord to a super intelligent deathclaw. Each of these companions comes with their own unique perk that you get for traveling with them, and although most of these yield useful benefits to the player, as you'd hope given it's a perk, there is one follower who bestows you with a curse instead. The so-called Pariah Dog is a recruitable canine companion who joins your party as a bad omen. To get him, the player needs to find him during a random encounter and then fail a hidden luck test that the game runs every few seconds when you're near him. Once the luck roll yields a negative result, the Pariah Dog will force himself onto your team, instantly bestowing you with his perk, which drops your luck stat to 0. The worst part is that the Pariah Dog can't be dismissed, so unless you find a way to get him killed, you might as well consider yourself killed, as all your attacks will miss and all your skill checks will fail. The Pariah Dog is definitely no dogmate. Number 8. The Stranger, Armello. Armello is a digital board game in which your goal is to dethrone the current king by whatever means necessary. To aid you in your quest, the game features a variety of different items and allies that provide you with unique bonuses, which is why coming across almost any friendly face is definitely welcome. Almost, because you can also end up with the Stranger. Unlike the other companions who boost your character, the Stranger is specifically designed to make your life harder. Although he appears as a potential reward for exploring dungeons, he's more of a curse because his special ability forces you to always waste your first turn by moving in a random direction. This is not only annoying because you're gonna take longer going to where you need to be, but also because the Stranger can take you to a dangerous spot, causing you to lose your health. To make things even worse, once the Stranger forces himself into your party, the only way to remove him is to end your turn near another player and hope that the Stranger will randomly choose to bother them instead. So you best hope he doesn't like you too much. Like how mosquitoes don't like biting me. Pros to being unpopular. Number 7. Destruzio, Rise of Nations, Rise of Legends. Rise of Legends is a steampunk spin-off of the cult classic RTS title Rise of Nations. Although the gameplay is similar to its historical counterpart in a bunch of different ways, it also introduces new new concepts, like recruitable heroes that can aid you during missions with unique powers that are capable of completely changing the course of individual battles. That typically means changing them in your favor, as you'd hope, but in the case of Destruzio, well, it's a mixed bag. Destruzio, as I've decided that is the correct pronunciation. If I'm wrong, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna keep going, is an inventor that the player unlocks relatively early in the game. His speciality is producing potions that are capable of fully healing all your units within their area of effect. And while this ability is definitely a lifesaver in critical situations, there is a catch. Destruzio also has a small chance of spawning explosives instead. The inventor's ability is completely random, meaning that even though it can offer you the best healing in the game, it also has a chance of backfiring horribly and killing all your units in a single explosion. When you play with Destruzio, you don't only duel against your opponent, you're also fighting against that one unlucky moment that can cost you your entire campaign. Number 6. Dick Dixon, Lisa the Painful. Lisa the Painful's companions are as random and ridiculous as the rest of the game. You have a silent assassin wearing a fish for a helmet, a rhyming goose, and everyone's favorite tutorial buddy, Terry Hintz. However, while all those followers may seem silly, they actually tend to be pretty helpful, save for the one character who, ironically, is the only one claiming to be a hero. Dick Dixon, also known as Salvation Pink, is a middle-aged man who roleplays a Power Ranger knockoff character alongside his friends, the Salvation Rangers. When the player recruits him into their party, Dick seems like he could be a useful member, no pun intended, as his special attack can hit multiple targets at once for a ton of damage. However, in reality, you don't actually get to use his powers very often, as Dick is addicted to a drug called joy. Man, that was a tricky one to say. Unless you feed him the drug regularly, which by the way also has to be taken by the main character, Dick will suffer withdrawals and start missing all of his shots. By that point, Dick becomes nothing but a dead weight, which either leeches away precious resources or doesn't do anything in battle. But please feel welcome to hit up that comment section with any more puns that occur to you about this entry. Number 5. Strong, Fallout 4. Having a buddy in Fallout 4 can make your life a hell of a lot easier. They can take some of the heat off you during battle and some of the loot when you're overloaded. The best thing is that the only thing your companions ask for in return is keeping them happy by doing the things they like. Luckily, pleasing most of your companions is pretty easy, though there is one follower whose likes and dislikes are so specific it can actually become annoying. Strong is Fallout 4's only super mutant companion. Like the rest of his brothers, he's not very bright, if we put it nicely, and he prefers violence over more peaceful ways of resolving things. Now, that wouldn't be a problem if you were role-playing an aggressive character yourself, if it weren't for the fact that Strong's dislike for subtlety is so, well, strong that he gets upset whenever you pick a lock or hack a terminal. While you're traveling with Strong, you basically cannot loot any locked treasures or perform basic interactions with computers, as you risk him getting super upset and attacking you. While you could abstain from lockpicking and hacking until you raise your affinity with him, let's be honest, do you really not want to loot? I feel like, I don't know, are you me? Then I feel like you probably want to loot. Sorry, Strong. Number 4. Mud, Gothic. Gothic 1, as well as the rest of the series, isn't really known for having any recruitable companions. Although your character makes a lot of friends along their quest in the colony, there's only really one person who follows you around, and they're awful at it. Mud is an annoying miner from the old camp who cannot make friends. That's why when he stumbles upon you, he decides to tag along, even when you very clearly tell him you'd rather jump into a pit and die. Still, despite his importunate attitude, you might think that having another person in your otherwise one-man show will probably make things easier. Well, I mean, you know the title of this list, you couldn't be any more wrong if you were thinking that was the case. It turns out Mud is just as annoying to you as he is to everyone and everything else. The miner will not only aggravate the other NPCs you interact with, which makes it harder to perform specific actions, but he also lures in hostile creatures with his obnoxiously loud behavior. No wonder Mud has no friends. Anyone who somehow tolerated him probably died to those who didn't. Number 3. Natalia Simonova, GoldenEye. Natalia Simonova is James Bond's companion in the GoldenEye movie, who also makes an appearance in the N64 game adaptation. Like her movie counterpart, the video game Natalia is a Russian programmer who helps Bond with gaining access to restricted areas. She appears in several levels to do just that, and while you'd think that having an additional person on your team would be helpful, it is anything but. Yet again, you get it, we're down at number 3. Although Natalia does carry a gun in most levels and can help you take out some enemies, unfortunately, her AI is atrociously dumb. The programmer has a tendency to run in front of your gun. In fact, she can do it so quickly and spontaneously that in the heat of battle, you won't even notice when her head positions itself before your barrel, right as you're about to pull the trigger. Yes, since Natalia is not very good at staying out of your sight, she dies a lot to accidental friendly fire. And because she's an essential NPC, that means it's just a full-on game over. Her willingness to eat bullets is especially bad on the control level, where she's probably the #1 cause of failed runs. She really must crave lead. Poor girl. Number 2. Skylar St. Clair, The Saboteur. The Saboteur is another spy-centric game where the player gets to sabotage the enemy forces alongside some femme fatale companions. Coincidentally, it also features some really terrible AI that turns your followers into more of a nuisance than help. Because the game is largely unfinished and filled with bugs, pretty much any of your potential friends in the French Resistance have a tendency to ruin your mission. They get in your way, alert your enemies to your presence, and overall have the survival instinct of a lemming hurling itself off a cliff. The worst example of that is probably Skylar St. Clair, aka the daring English SOE operative. Skylar's main problem is that she's just a little too daring. In the mission where she accompanies you, she doesn't care much about stealth and instead chooses to walk right into the middle of the street, where she's immediately shot at by German forces. If she dies, the mission is instantly failed, and since it's a bit harder to keep her alive against German tanks, she tends to die quite a lot. Nobody mentioned the Resistance was secretly a babysitting gig. Number 1. Ashley Graham, Resident Evil 4. The recent Resident Evil 4 remake has added a lot of fixes and changes to the original release, including a significant improvement to Ashley Graham's AI. And thank the Capcom overlords for this decision, because the original behavior of everyone's favorite presidential daughter was easily the most annoying part of the game. Ashley Graham plays a huge role in Resi 4, as her kidnapping is the main reason why Leon is sent to Spain. After Leon finds and frees Ashley, the girl accompanies him, and although the developer's idea was to make her helpful, giving her means of distracting enemies, unlocking inaccessible locations, and even operating heavy machines, in reality her AI is so helpless that it completely outweighs whatever benefits she brings. While she follows Leon around, she has a tendency to walk into obvious traps, get easily captured by enemies, and generally cause you a headache as you gotta stop every few seconds to rescue her out of whatever trouble she's wandered into. Thankfully, the new Ashley is much better at handling herself, but the old school fans probably still experience PTSD when they hear someone yelling, "Leon!"
Video game development is a perilous business, and even creating an amazing game doesn't make you bulletproof from failure. And with that in mind, I'm Josh from What Culture Gaming, and these are 10 amazing games that killed franchises. Number 10, Titanfall 2. Considering that sci-fi FPS Titanfall sold a whopping 10 million units within roughly 18 months of release, it was simply assumed that Titanfall 2 would post similar levels of success, especially as it also released on PlayStation 4, unlike its predecessor. Titanfall 2 also benefited from rave reviews for both its creative cinematic campaign and ludicrously addictive multiplayer suite, with many deeming it an improvement over that first game. But EA made one massive mistake with Titanfall 2's launch, giving it pretty much the worst release date imaginable and completely killing any momentum dead. That's because, if you can't remember, this sequel ended up sandwiched between two far more popular FPS franchise titles, releasing a week after Battlefield 1 and a week before Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. And so, with players having limited money to spend, of course, the masses gave their cash to these more tried and true franchises, causing Titanfall 2 to grossly underperform, selling roughly only half of what its predecessor did. This commercial disappointment effectively led EA to put the mainline franchise on ice, and despite the success of spin-off hero shooter battle royale Apex Legends, almost a decade after Titanfall 2's release, we seem no closer to that fabled third installment.
Number 9. Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Deus Ex Mankind Divided released to strong reviews in 2016, and while fans are firmly divided on whether it's better than predecessor Human Revolution, most at least agree that it's a great game in its own right. But Mankind Divided launched to significantly lower sales than Human Revolution, attributed in part to releasing on newer PlayStation and Xbox consoles at the time that had smaller install bases, while Human Revolution released in the late PS360 era, benefiting from all of those players. Within 5 months of its release, reports started to emerge that developer Eidos Montreal refused to greenlight a sequel to Mankind Divided due to its softer than expected sales, even though the company refuted these claims that the series was outright cancelled. And all of that is especially a shame because Mankind Divided was part 1 of a 2-part overall narrative, so all you've got is a kind of cliffhanger to end the game that's currently released and no follow-up almost 10 years later. Even worse, in late 2022, it was then reported that Eidos Montreal was in the very, very early stages of a new Deus Ex sequel, though by early 2024 it was also cancelled by the developer's new parent company, Embracer Group. Like I mentioned, we're almost now a full decade removed from Mankind Divided, and because its sales didn't satisfy the corporate overlords, it's not outrageous to deem that the property is just outright dead, or at least close to it. Number 8. Dead Space Remake. The sci-fi horror franchise Dead Space has actually been put out to pasture by EA not once, but twice, and that's not good for my heart. The first time, of course, occurred after Dead Space 3 fell short of the publisher's sales expectations, enough so that they didn't even bother publicly reporting just how much it had actually sold. And with that, the series sat dormant for an entire decade before being revived with 2023's remake of the original game, a gorgeous, faithful retelling which also remedied some of that original game's biggest issues, namely that pesky asteroid shooting mission. That was just crap. Needed to go. However, despite the exceptional positive reception that the Dead Space remake got, it underperformed commercially, an outcome primarily attributed to the niche nature of the franchise, but perhaps more importantly, EA's decision to sell a remake for $70 at launch. This led to reports that, as a result of the disappointing sales, EA quietly cancelled a sequel to the remake, ensuring that the franchise is back in the abyss for the foreseeable future. I can't do it again, guys. I just cannot. Number 7. Dishonored 2. The original Dishonored was one of the best received games of 2012. Is that saying 12? I'm sold. Yeah. One of the best-selling games of 2012 that ended up selling an impressive 5.8 million copies, ensuring that Bethesda had a new franchise on their hands. Dishonored 2 then released in 2016, with many deeming it an improvement over the first game. And again, at least most everyone agreed that it was a rock-solid follow-up to that original. Despite this, the sequel sold significantly less than the first game, failing to shift even half as many units, which is becoming a bit of a recurring theme on this list, isn't it? This time it was blamed on a mediocre marketing campaign and the decision to launch the game within earshot of new entries again into the Call of Duty, Battlefield, Titanfall, Final Fantasy, and Watch Dogs franchises. Dishonored 2 then, as a more niche immersive sim, simply couldn't withstand so much competition. Though Bethesda still released a standalone expansion, Dishonored Death of the Outsider, the following year, this was already deep in development at the time that Dishonored 2 flopped, so it was always going to release no matter what. However, between Dishonored 2's poor sales and the fact that it had a bigger budget, get this, than the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, Bethesda decided to put the franchise on pause going forward. Number 6. Gravity Rush 2. 2012's action-adventure game Gravity Rush wasn't a massive sales hit, but it did sell enough, and was seemingly budgeted sensibly enough as well, that a sequel made sense for Sony. Gravity Rush 2 released for PS4 in 2017 then, and though it was warmly received by critics and fans, it might also be a textbook example of a sequel that was sent out to die. Sony barely marketed the thing, which was already a follow-up to an incredibly niche first game, and also misguidedly released it in early 2017, when all of the oxygen was swiftly sucked out the room by both Sony's own Horizon Zero Dawn and the launch of a little system called the Nintendo Switch. And so the most predictable outcome happened. Gravity Rush 2 tanked in sales, ensuring Sony had no interest in further pursuing the franchise. And though it wasn't caused by Gravity Rush 2's commercial failure alone, developer Japan Studio was shut down a few years later as well, reportedly due to Sony's own declining interest in producing AA games like, well, Gravity Rush. Number 5, Max Payne 3. Despite Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne, being a surprise sales flop at the time, we did finally get a third entry almost an entire decade later from a new developer in 2012. However, despite strong reviews, with many deeming it the best game in the trilogy and one of the best third-person shooters of all time, Max Payne 3 underperformed commercially. Though it sold 4 million copies within a year of release, this fell short of Take-Two Interactive's sales expectations, considering the game's eye-wateringly massive, for the time, $105 million budget, ensuring that the franchise has laid dormant ever since. Now, to be completely fair, Max Payne 3 does feel like a natural conclusion to Max's story, but it also kind of goes without saying that had the game been a sales behemoth, we would have almost certainly gotten a Max Payne 4 by now. The silver lining is that we do know that Remedy, the original developers, are currently developing a remake collection of the first 2 Max Payne games, and if they end up selling well, a 4th entry into the series could very well end up being back on the table. He is hoping anyway. Number 4, Beautiful Joe 2. 2003's beat-em-up Beautiful Joe only sold around 300,000 copies, in turn falling short of the publisher's expectations. Yet due to the game's low budget, it was still enough of a commercial success for Capcom to take a punt on a sequel. Beautiful Joe 2 was ultimately released the very next year and was warmly received by critics and fans, though only sold marginally more than its predecessor, partially due to bombing in Europe. Yeah, sorry guys. Though the second game explicitly teed up a third, Capcom unsurprisingly opted to not continue with the main franchise. 2 already in development spin-offs, Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble and Beautiful Joe Double Trouble, were released the next year, after which the series just went away. By 2007, developer Clover Studio was shut down, though there was a semi-happy outcome for the series, as director Hideki Kamiya did eventually get to produce a spiritual successor to Beautiful Joe with 2013's well-received action-adventure game, The Wonderful 101. Number 3, Zone of the Enders, The Second Runner. The Hideo Kojima-produced mech combat game Zone of the Enders didn't set the world alight sales-wise, though its commercial performance was likely boosted by releasing with a demo disc for the hugely anticipated Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. I know that's the only way I played it as a kid anyway. This probably allowed it to sell well enough for a sequel to be produced, with Zone of the Enders, The Second Runner, landing 2 years later in 2003. And though many critics and fans deemed it a solid improvement over the first game, it was a considerable sales disappointment, becoming the 130th best-selling game in Japan in 2003, where it shifted less than 100,000 copies. For the record, Hideo Kojima blamed himself for the poor sales, claiming that he picked the wrong release date, and considering that Zone of the Enders 2 released within weeks of more successful franchise titles like Splinter Cell, The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, Dynasty Warriors 4, and Burnout 2 Point of Impact, maybe the best game of the lot, don't kill me, he might have had a point. Sadly though, this killed plans for a third Zone of the Enders game, and though Kojima hoped that 2012's HD collection of the first 2 games might reignite some interest, the myriad technical issues on launch stymied its sales and put Zone of the Enders 3 in the grave for good. Zone of the Ended, more like. Number 2, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, was the first mainline entry into the Crash franchise in 12 years, the first one since 2008's dreadful Crash Mind Over Mutant, though it was ultimately envisioned as a direct follow-up to the beloved original trilogy of Naughty Dog games. And despite developer Toys for Bob, best known for working on the Skylanders franchise, being a major question mark, Crash 4 ended up releasing to rave reviews, with many, myself included, feeling that it was not only a worthy successor to those original games, but one of the best games in the series, period. Yet, almost 5 years on from Crash 4's release, there's no sign whatsoever of a fifth game, which many have attributed to the fact that Crash 4 sold just a fraction of what 2017's Insane Trilogy Remaster collection did. Though Crash 4 sold a respectable 5 million copies by 2024, this was just 25% of the 20 million units that Insane Trilogy shifted across its life. And if Activision assumed that Insane Trilogy's success would make any subsequent Crash sequel a sales juggernaut on the same level, well, they were evidently proven wrong, even though for my money, 5 million is still pretty strong for a new entry. But hey, that's why they don't employ me. Now, last year, a Toys for Bob developer, Nicholas Cole, did confirm that Crash 5 was indeed cancelled mid-development, with a report suggesting that Activision nixed it due to Crash 4's underwhelming sales, preferring instead to focus on live service projects, including a live service Crash Bandicoot game. Ooh. Number 1, No One Lives Forever. 2, A Spy in Harm's Way. The operative, No One Lives Forever, is one of the best reviewed FPS games of the early 2000s. A gloriously entertaining homage to the spy genre that's often held up as one of the most underappreciated video games of all time, period. And this is in large part because the game wasn't much of a seller, shifting only 350,000 units within around 8 months of its release, a figure that you'd freely assume would kill any franchise potential outright. But that wasn't the case here, because either due to the game's modest budget or the overwhelming critical acclaim, Monolith Productions were bankrolled to produce a sequel, No One Lives Forever 2, A Spy in Harm's Way. Which admittedly is a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Despite the weird title, this sequel more or less matched the euphoric reception of its predecessor against the odds. Though considering that no sales data was ever released for it, it's safe to say that it probably fell short of expectations. Though a spin-off, Contract Jack, was released the next year, Nolf 2's poor sales ensured that the franchise ended after just 2 main installments. I think if everyone referred to it as Nolf, it would have taken off a little more. More depressingly still, however, in recent years, a campaign to re-release the games has been stalled by a most bizarre situation. Nobody knowing who the hell even owns the rights to these games. What a shame.
When creating and leveling up your character, particularly in an RPG, you'll be wanting to give them the best stats possible. Maybe that's a focus on damage dealing, stealth, just something that's going to make them exceptional. But sometimes the path to becoming exceptional is not quite so straightforward. Looks can often be deceiving, as some skills may appear useless when you get them, offering nothing beyond a cosmetic change or a weak ability, but in reality, they might possess a hidden use that makes them well worth the investment.
So, these video game abilities may look weak on the surface, but they are secretly packing one hell of a punch. I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 useless video game abilities that are secretly deadly.
Oh, hey, actually, just before we start here, you're gonna notice something a little bit different about this list. And that's mainly the fact that Jess is also in
Hello!
it, because it turns out that there was a bit of a miscommunication over who was actually going to be recording this one, so we both went ahead and did it. So you get 2 presented for the price of 1. And that price is 0, by the way, unless you subscribe and join and do all the other stuff as well. So consider yourself lucky, I guess. Well, at least it'll be 50% better now that Jess is in it. Anyway, enjoy.
Nurgle's Foul Stink, Total War Warhammer 3. Composing your army in Total War Warhammer 3 can be a pretty daunting task. You got hundreds of different units to choose from, and each one can seem deadly in its own different way. But if you're playing as the Beastmen faction, the greatest weapon in your arsenal is actually a bunch of really stinky cow people. One of the unique traits that the heroes and lords of the Beastmen factions can gain is Nurgle's Foul Stink. The trait allows them to slightly lower the enemy army's leadership in combat, which on its own doesn't really sound that useful, but the thing that makes this deceptively minor debuff as strong as it is that it stacks. Meaning if you create an army consisting of only very stinky heroes, their combined stench will lower any army's leadership below 0. Then all you have to do is kill a few of the hostile units to immediately cause the rest to flee. Even the mightiest of forces will run away from your bovine stink, so if you don't feel like strategizing or getting particularly good at the game and want an easy win, just make sure you pick really smelly leaders and you are good to go.
Now we're talking about Mortal Legend from Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is an RPG based off of the tabletop game of the same name. Well, it wasn't going to be Cluedo, was it? The game's most prominent mechanic is Mythic Parts, which allows your character to gain the powers of a demigod. You can gain the abilities of devils, angels, liches, and more, becoming far more powerful than regular heroes. This being said, late into the game, you may choose to reject your superhuman powers to instead become a mortal legend. Now, doing so will take away all of your mythic abilities in exchange for raising your level cap, which kinda sounds worthless, but is secretly the best way to break the game. While spawning hordes of the undead or smiting foes with the powers of heaven itself sounds pretty cool, the raised level cap is actually far more fun, as it doubles the number of levels you can have from 20 to 40, meaning that you can boost your stats to the point where even level 20 enemies will feel as if they're level 1 to you. Your legend character will deal damage in the thousands and have so much HP that even the strongest bosses will only take away a tiny fraction of that health bar. Who needs divinity when you can simply break the game and become God itself? By not being a god. You know what I mean.
Charisma, Swords and Sandals. Swords and Sandals is an old but classic Flash game about fictional gladiators. Although its original version has been lost with Flash's demise, you can still play the Steam version, and if you do, you're gonna want to try out this strategy. Leveling up your gladiator correctly in Swords and Sandals can often feel kind of intimidating, as you don't have a lot of time between new matches, and you need to raise a lot of stats simultaneously to have a chance at surviving the tournaments. That is, unless you just dump all your points into charisma. While most people would tell you that creating the perfect gladiator requires a balance of strength, stamina, and top shelf gear, charisma can secretly obliterate your enemies on its own. Charisma makes your shout actions in the arena more successful, and while that might sound like it's not that useful, in reality, high charisma shouting has a high chance of dealing large amounts of damage to your opponent or making them immediately forfeit the duel. You can use swords and shields, absolutely, but if you want to, you can just yell at your opponent enough that they just decide they don't want to fight you because it's too hard and you're too tough, you're too charismatic. They don't want to take you on and you win.
Okay, it's time to repair some toasters in Wasteland 3. Wasteland 3 is a post-apocalyptic RPG filled with psychotic raiders and mutated monsters, and so, as such, it makes sense to give your characters the necessary skills for survival. Now, most people assume that means just making them more proficient with, like, guns and melee weapons. However, true fans of the series know that the deadliest of all things lies inside broken toasters. Toaster repair is a skill in Wasteland 3 that very obviously sticks out from the rest of the more survival-related talents. However, despite it doing exactly what it says, giving you the ability to repair one of the most basic appliances in your kitchen, the world of Wasteland is actually full of bread burners with ridiculously powerful items just hidden inside. Every toaster that you repair comes with a secret prize, some of which are simple things like money, and some of which are unique, weird science weapons like the Argon Lance, which can immediately vaporize your enemies, or a blueprint for the Tar Thrower launcher that can burn hostiles for thousands of damage. How any of these items fit inside the appliance is anyone's guess, but I guess that's why they were broken in the first place. All you need to know is how to repair toasters, so pick up that skill.
Water Walking, World of Warcraft. Each class in World of Warcraft comes with a set of unique abilities that range from deadly to absolutely gimmicky. In terms of the Shaman class, the spell Water Walking might seem like it belongs to the latter category, but with the right preparation and tactics, it can become your greatest weapon against a horde of enemies and nasty gankers trying to kill you in the wild. As you might expect, water walking is a utility spell that allows you to walk on water. It lets you walk on water for 10 minutes at a time. While at first glance that appears to be nothing but a party trick that you can use to impress your friends with your overly accurate Jesus impression, in reality, the skill can turn you into the apex predator of every pool of water in the game. Since swimming underwater is incredibly slow and takes away your ability to cast certain spells, not to mention the breathable air limit, when you can fight submerged enemies while walking on the surface, you basically become invincible and significantly stronger than your opponents. Knowing this, you can also lure land creatures and players into bodies of water, and you'll have your full suite of combat abilities while they're just flailing about underwater. As you can imagine, you'll probably come out on top there.
Let's talk about campfire making from Valheim. So Valheim is a Viking-themed survival game in which you take on powerful mythical monsters to prove your warrior skills to the Norse gods. Now the game offers you a variety of different weapons and combat skills in order to do this, but if you're taking on the first two bosses, then the only ability that you really need is how to make campfires. Yeah, you see, the fastest way to kill the two starting bosses in the game is by placing campfires and letting them burn themselves to death by stepping on them. To make this exploit work, you first need to gather enough wood and stone to be able to build 4 walls and a handful of campfires. The trick is to quickly build the walls and campfires around the spot where the bosses spawn so that they become trapped inside and constantly burn themselves on the fire as they try to escape the walls. Now the timing here can be tricky as you only have like a few seconds to localize the spawn point and build the trap after activating the boss's altar, but learning this skill is definitely worth the effort, as the campfires can kill both starter bosses in less than a minute, making them the fastest and most resource-efficient weapons.
Fear, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The Illusion School of Magic in The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim might be one of the most underrated skill trees in the game. The Calm and Fury spells are perfect for killing off your enemies without ever actually having to fight them, as they'll either let you effortlessly stab them in the back or kill each other for you. However, the same can't be said for the spell Fear. It's a more expensive version of Calm, and as you can imagine, instead of having your enemies wait around to be killed, it causes them to run away from you. That said, although the spell seems kinda useless, the perks for Fear spells are secretly the greatest damage buffs in the game. It's just that they don't actually apply to your Fear spells. The description of the perk aspect of Terror says that it buffs Fear spells to work on higher opponents, but in reality, it does way more than that. The perk actually buffs all fear-inducing abilities to be stronger, meaning if you combine it with the Augmented Flames perk, which causes your fire spells to cause fear, Aspect of Terror will make them deal a ton more damage, turning even your base flame spell into a weapon of mass destruction. Much more frightening than guys that just run away. Just brutal damage and easier to loot them.
Luck from the Fallout series. Now the first 2 Fallout games are a lot more unforgiving than the latter titles in the series, and a poorly made character will not be long for this savage world. Now most Fallout players try to make their characters as combat focused as possible to give them a chance to even make it to the end. However, the most seemingly useless attribute, luck, is secretly the most overpowered combat skill in your entire arsenal. You see, in the early game, high luck might not seem to do much, besides altering the game's ruthless RNG to be, well, marginally less ruthless, and it won't really boost your damage on weapons in any meaningful way, so it might feel like a waste to put too many points into it. However, if you make it to level 18 with a 10 luck character and you have 8 points in agility and perception, you can purchase the Sniper perk that will suddenly make you appreciate your seemingly useless attribute. You see, Sniper increases your probability to make a critical hit by 10% multiplied by your luck, meaning that a max luck character will have a 100% chance of doing critical damage with every single shot. And just like that, you can become the Wasteland's luckiest head-bursting badass.
Create Water, Baldur's Gate 3. Your spellcaster's magical arsenal in Baldur's Gate 3 is staggering, which can make it kind of difficult for new players to figure out which ability is the strongest. You have your Fireball, Disintegration, and a ton of other deadly spells, but most players will probably be surprised to learn the most powerful ability in the game is the humble magic of Create Water. Create Water is a level 1 spell that, much like water walking, does exactly what it says on the tin it lets you create a puddle of water. And while making your enemies wet might seem completely pointless, it's actually a hidden way of totally obliterating them. When a creature is in a puddle of water, they gain lightning vulnerability, which doubles the amount of damage they receive from that element. On top of that, once a wet surface is hit with a lightning spell, it becomes electrified. This causes everyone inside to receive additional damage and potentially become stunned. Combining lightning spells with watery surfaces will let you deal hundreds of points of damage to multiple enemies at once, even with low-level spells like Witch Bolt. This is even deadlier if you spec'd into the Sorcerer's Storm Sorcery subclass, which lets your lightning spells become even more effective. Basically, you're just combining two elements to be an unstoppable killing machine.
And finally, let's talk about Barrelmancy from Divinity Original Sin 2. Divinity Original Sin 2 is a fantasy RPG set inside a world full of magic and supernatural powers. And when you create your character, you can make some pretty weird choices because there's some very weird abilities. But if you think spells like fireballs and necromancy are the most devastating attacks that you can unleash upon your enemies, think again, my friends, because actually the most powerful thing you can do here is take a barrel filled with worthless junk. You see, ever since the release of the game, fans of Divinity knew of a forbidden technique known as Barrelmancy. When you throw an object in the game, the damage it deals to a creature is calculated using your relevant abilities, but also, more importantly, the object's weight. Usually, the heaviest throwable objects don't have enough weight to deal serious damage, but if you stuff any large container like a barrel with random items, you can make it so hefty that you'll be able to throw it at your enemies for a ton, excuse the pun, of extra damage. The only limiting factor here is that the extra weight might also be too much for your character to lug around, but if you take the telekinesis spell and master it, any amount of weight in the game will only be your enemy's problem instead, because you've just thrown a massive barrel at their head. Plus, it's hilarious, taking down the end boss with that, just kind of like, I will destroy the world and reshape it in my own oh, a barrel, god damn, ow. Oh, I'm gonna need to sit down for a bit. That went right in my eye, you bastard.
The rarest and most powerful perks in video games are often hidden, requiring you to think outside the box, do things you wouldn't normally do, or rise up to a challenge most people don't even know exists. For this reason, only a select few players are aware of such game-changing abilities, and even few have managed to acquire them. Let's change that. I'm Scott from WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 extremely rare video game perks you didn't know existed. Sailor's Repose, Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Unlocking new abilities and buffs for your character in Skyrim is a pretty straightforward process. Most are unlocked during level ups, but there's one hidden perk you have to figure out how to get on your own, and it's one of the best healing buffs in the game. The perk Sailor's Repose is the unmentioned reward that you get for completing its equally hidden side quest, Frostflow Abyss. The quest can only be triggered accidentally by entering the mysterious lighthouse east of Winterhold. The mission will then have you investigate the mystery behind the murders of the lighthouse's residents, and at the end you'll receive the remains of the owner, Habit. Now, this is where the quest officially ends, but if you continue exploring the lighthouse and open the entrance up to the top, you can burn Habit's remains at the lighthouse fire to gain this special perk, permanently increasing your healing spell's power by 10%. Cat Eye Trinket, Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar's 2018 masterpiece has a ton of explorable areas, but aside from amazing sights and the occasional encounter with a stranger, these locations don't always offer up much in the way of tangible rewards, aside from a series of special trinkets. Red Dead 2 secretly comes with a variety of talismans that provide Arthur and John with useful perks when equipped. Because most are hidden, they're pretty hard to find, and the most useful, the Cat Eye Trinket, is the most well hidden of all. This charm extends the duration of all fortifying tonics by 20%, making it perfect for maximizing your health and stamina regeneration, as well as giving you a considerable amount of Deadeye charges for tons of slow-motion gunplay. The problem is that the Cat Eye is in a really distant and inconspicuous location, so most players miss it. To acquire, you need to swim to the southernmost island on Flatiron Lake. The lockbox with the charm will be near the island shore, so check the right spot and get this as soon as you can. Good old Pebbles. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Unless you want to spend hours walking across treacherous terrain filled with bandits, horse riding is a must in Kingdom Come 2. A fast horse can significantly cut the time you need to spend traveling from place to place, so it makes sense to invest in the best one you can get. Now, most players assume that getting the best horse means buying the most expensive one, and while those stats might look great, it's your starting horse Pebbles that's the best pick instead. Despite starting off as the worst in the game, Pebbles, Henry's beginner mount, can be transformed into the fastest and greatest horse in the land thanks to a hidden perk. To get this trait, you have to opt out of buying a new horse as soon as you can, and instead continue riding on Pebbles for at least 35 kilometers. Your loyalty to your steed will grant them the good old Pebbles trait, significantly boosting speed and bravery, and turning them into the fastest horse in the game. Pyromaniac, The Sims 3. The Sims 3 offers a huge selection of various different traits, bigger than any other Sims game, and each one gives your sim a truly unique personality. That said, not every trait your sim can obtain is visible. Some, like the Pyromaniac, grant your sim the ability to control fire. To get the trait, your sim has to successfully seduce a firefighter or a genie if you have the Showtime expansion, and then have a baby with them. The child will be born with the Pyromaniac trait, giving them incredible fire-related powers. Despite looking like regular Sims, Pyromaniacs can start fires with the snap of their fingers and survive in fire for longer amounts of time. They can even transform any fruit into a flame fruit that will restore their energy when eaten. None of this is very visible. The Apothecary, Armello. Armello is a digital board game where you and up to 3 other people play as anthropomorphic animals trying to become the next ruler of a fantasy kingdom. What equipment and perks you equip greatly determine your chances of winning, with most gear obtained by exploring dungeons, pulling cards, and completing missions. One of the best follower cards in the game, though, can only be obtained if you perform a very specific set of actions and have a bit of luck. The Apothecary is a powerful companion card that increases all health gains of its user by 2, making even the weakest healing items capable of fully restoring your health. That said, most players will not have the chance to get this medic because unlike other companion cards in the game, he can only be obtained by a random event that triggers when the player has 1 health point left and they then visit a settlement. Since it's hard to survive even 1 turn with just a single heart, even then making it to a settlement doesn't guarantee the event will trigger, so the Apothecary is just as rare as he is useful. Meet of Champions, Fallout New Vegas. The story of Fallout New Vegas revolves around 3 dominant factions in the Mojave Wasteland: the NCR, Caesar's Legion, and New Vegas' mysterious leader, Mr. House. To settle an oncoming war, you can choose to support one of these powers, rise up to all of them, or if you want to gain a special hidden perk, just eat them. As is tradition in Fallout, New Vegas lets you devour humans by picking up the Cannibal perk. Aside from letting you roleplay as an unhinged skin connoisseur, the trait is a great source of health, since each human you consume restores 25 HP. That's great as it is, but if you use the perk to consume the flesh of the 3 leaders, President Kimball, Caesar, and Mr. House, you can make the benefits of this diet even better, unlocking the Meet of Champions perk. This trait gives you 1-minute buffs to luck, intelligence, charisma, and strength each time you then eat someone. You are what you eat, and that is the Lord of consuming everything. Purchasable permanent buffs. Cyberpunk 2077. On top of cybernetic enhancements, Cyberpunk includes a variety of hidden perks that you can purchase at small local shops scattered throughout the map. Unlike high-grade cybernetics, these are much cheaper, and they permanently boost several of your stats as soon as you purchase them, no equipping required. Collecting all or at least most of these perks can turn even a cybernetics-deprived V into a Night City legend, but since they're all located in shops that most people wouldn't check out unless they were looking to sell excess junk, they aren't that well known. That's why it's highly recommended to explore Night City as much as you can. Don't hesitate to check out even the most blandest and useless looking vendors because they might just enhance the rest of your playthrough right there and then. Sulani Manor, The Sims 4. Like Sims 3, Sims 4 comes with a number of hidden rewards that can give your Sims incredible powers. The best comes with the Island Living expansion pack and is rewarded to those who develop a very intimate relationship with the Sulani spirits. One of the big features of this DLC is showing your dedication to protecting Sulani Island. You get rewards for things like cleaning up trash and communing with the island, but there is also an amazing secret trait that you can receive by romancing them too. First, your Sim needs the Child of the Islands trait to summon Sulani's elemental ancestors. Afterwards, they need to max out their relationship with one of the ghosts and have them move in with you. You can then revive them using ambrosia and finally seduce them to try for a baby. The born Sim will acquire the Sulani Mana trait that grants them control over nature itself, allowing them to perform amazing feats such as improving plants' quality, summoning volcanic eruptions, and spawning geodes filled with precious stones. Yes, I'm struggling to make a Breaking Bad Hank reference, and there you go. Cirtha Wrecked. Total War Warhammer 3. Winning against legendary Warhammer lords in this 3rd installment allows you to gain special traits that can significantly boost your own heroes. Each comes with a unique defeat ability of their own, but there's also a hidden trait that you can only get if you play as a specific character and win against their longtime rival. Cetra the Imperishable is the ruler of the mummified faction, the Tomb Kings, who focuses on enhancing his chariot units. Cetra is so proud of his cavalry that he gets a unique hidden perk, Cirtha Wrecked, if he shows superiority by defeating another cavalry-focused hero, Cirtha X. Mech. The perk significantly buffs Cetra's cavalry and allows him to recruit additional chariots, which can be a game changer for the Tomb Kings, who get a limited amount of units. Thing is, Cetra is the only character in the game who can get this trait from Sirtha, and since this chariot rival lives on the other side of the planet, it's very easy to miss the unlock entirely. True Soul, Baldur's Gate 3. The amount of content in Baldur's Gate 3 is staggering. You won't see half of what the game has to offer even after multiple playthroughs, and it takes true dedication to unlock True Soul. The game's main story revolves around Lovecraftian tadpoles infecting your party's minds. These parasites will inevitably turn you into a monster, but they can also give you access to special powers, like the ability to enforce your will onto other infected creatures. Every time you encounter a servant of the Absolute, your character gains the option to command them with the tadpole. Normally this requires a skill check, but if you use these options 7 times in Act 1, you're rewarded with the hidden True Soul perk, which makes all of your Illithid powers in dialogue automatically succeed. As you can only use Illithid dialogue options once per long rest, and since there aren't that many situations where you can use your powers in Act 1, it's very easy to miss. You basically have to take extra long rests before each Illithid dialogue to meet the requirements, but if you're doing an evil playthrough, this is a must.
Although porting video games to different platforms seems like easy money on a theoretical level, the practical side of actually pulling it off can be a hell of a lot harder. If a weaker system isn't tailored for a specific title, it's likely that the graphics and the performance will be compromised. If a game requires a specific controller, other platforms might struggle to work around it. Unfortunately, taking the time to make sure they can nail it can be a Herculean task, especially if the higher-ups are rushing the creators, forcing them to cut corners when they should be triple checking everything. If you've considered purchasing a video game that kept receiving rave reviews, it's probably sensible to double check if it was rated well on your console of choice. No matter how good an RPG, beat 'em up or open world title might be, there's always a chance it got screwed up on one console, and we're gonna get you covered as to which those were. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 worst video game ports ever. Number 10. X-Men vs. Street Fighter, PlayStation. X-Men vs. Street Fighter was a real trailblazer as it's directly responsible for introducing tag team mechanics to fighting games. Rather than throwing in the mechanic as a gimmick, Capcom made sure that swapping characters in and out of battle accentuated the gaming experience. Teammates healed when they weren't being used, so players had to be strategic when to tag them in. Your buddy could be tagged in for a second, which was also vital for counters. And both combatants could be summoned simultaneously to perform a screen-filling special move, obliterating your opponents in seconds. Though the arcade title transitioned to the Sega Saturn flawlessly, the PlayStation version was not so lucky, and that is putting it lightly. The unmitigated disaster suffered from poor animation quality, constant slowdown, exhausting loading screens, and a muddled soundtrack. Worst of all, the tag team mechanic was inexplicably removed from the PS1 version, despite the fact that it was X-Men vs. Street Fighter's biggest selling point. You could still select 2 combatants, but switching them in mid-battle wasn't an option. Even though the Saturn is branded as a failure, this is one of the few times where it came out on top over Sony. Number 9. Resident Evil 4, Mobile Edition, Zeebo. Since Resident Evil 4 is one of the most ported video games of, well, all of video game history, it's easy to forget that this one started as a GameCube exclusive, but since it went gangbusters and was rightly celebrated as one of the best video games of all time, Capcom decided to bring it out on just about everything. But bringing Resi 4 to the Zeebo was a bridge too far, especially since most people, including me, didn't even know it existed. The hardware of the discontinued entertainment system was so limited, the creators might as well have called it the undead shooter on the Commodore. Resident Evil 4 Mobile Edition removed the cinematic sequences, several memorable enemies, and some of the best weapons. The blood was also cut, which kinda makes you wonder why Capcom bothered porting an 18-rated game in the first place. Not only that, the gameplay was drastically different. Rather than moving from one place to another, each area exists separately. After completing a section, you automatically move to the next one, ruining the immersion. Also, many defining levels were removed, so the main campaign can be beaten in 3 hours. Even though Capcom did admittedly release Resident Evil 4 on a bunch of other platforms, most of which are just so other people can experience this 10 out of 10 hell of a game, but the mobile edition was definitely just out of greed. Number 8. 8. Carmageddon 64, Nintendo 64. Stainless Games' Carmageddon stood out over other driving games because it focused less on racing and more on reducing pedestrians to a bloody smear on the pavement. After the Motor Mayhem title sold well on the MS-DOS and the PC, the sequel was ported to mainstream consoles. Although the PC version was an absolute knockout, other platforms were not so lucky, namely the Nintendo 64 version, which was called Carmageddon 64. The smallest collision sends your car flying, so more time is spent in the air than on the road. The unresponsive controls make sharp turns pretty much impossible, and there's no track map, so getting lost on the poorly designed levels is basically guaranteed. But another major reason why Carmageddon 64 drew the ire of players is because it censored the gore by replacing the pedestrians with zombies. Crashing into these hobbling flesh eaters causes them to spew cartoonishly green goo, which just isn't as satisfying as watching them burst into a fountain of blood. Considering Nintendo already experienced what it was like to lose a ton of money on Mortal Kombat, where they also decided to take out the gore, it's kind of strange that they decided to pull that same stunt again. Number 7. SimCity 2000, Sega Saturn. Sega seemed fairly confident that SimCity 2000 was going to be a big hit on the Saturn, since it was among the first games announced for the console. On top of that, the iteration boasted bonus features including 3D animations, CD quality soundtracks, sharper sound effects, as well as FMV sequences. Even though the city building sim was ported to over a dozen different systems, the Saturn version was shaping up to be the best of the bunch. But none of those Saturn-only bells and whistles really ended up meaning anything, and that's for one simple reason. The console dropped the ball on pretty much the main thing that you cannot drop the ball on, and that's the gameplay. Thanks to the blurry visuals, it's hard to tell what you're clicking on half the time, and the bulky sidebar blocks off nearly half the screen, so you can't even admire your creations. Although this version of SimCity 2000 did have those additional features, it was also missing key aspects. That included the disasters mechanics, though these were incorporated into the expansion pack. Sadly, the game becomes worse over time, since expanding your settlement causes a dramatic slowdown. Since the lag becomes more noticeable the more you construct, it stops being fun really quickly. As a result, as you can imagine, the average player pretty much decided to give up well before they'd made their city. Number 6. The Outer Worlds, Switch. The Switch has an uphill battle when it comes to current-gen ports due to its limited hardware. Having said that though, there are graphic-heavy ports that you'd think would struggle on the Switch that in fact play flawlessly, like Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice and Doom Eternal. Unfortunately, Virtuos's Switch port of The Outer Worlds was not one of them. The futuristic mini RPG that kinda gave Fallout a run for its money, certainly when it came out, might have been fantastic on a bunch of other platforms, but Nintendo fumbled it. The downgraded graphics dilute the luscious open world, so this port resembles a PS2 title instead of a Switch one. Though concessions were absolutely necessary for The Outer Worlds to function on a handheld, these compromises just weren't worth it. The map struggles to load textures while running, so moving any faster than a brisk jog grinds the gameplay to a halt. Despite the crunched textures and impaired lighting, the gameplay lags like crazy when a handful of NPCs are on screen. The gameplay was meant to be capped at 30 frames per second, but it often slows to 20 frames per second for no apparent reason. It is also absolutely worth mentioning that this ported version of The Outer Worlds was delayed for 3 months, so you can only imagine what it must have looked like 3 months before the crappy version that y'all got. Number 5. Doom 3DO. It's understandable why everybody wanted a slice of the Doom pie. With that said, some studios had more luck with it than others when it comes to bringing id Software's hellish shooter to their console. However, no platform had it harder than the 3DO. This incarnation of Doom was intended to be bigger and better than the original, boasting extra levels, weapons, enemies, and full motion video cutscenes. But due to gross mismanagement, the lead programmer Rebecca Heinemann had only 10 weeks to finish the project. So basically, cuts had to be made left, right, and center, and up and down, all over the place. To the surprise of nobody, the final product was marred with problems. This doomed port of Doom had atrocious loading times, bland colors, distracting side borders, and a choppy frame rate. Also, none of the original music was included due to time restraints, so the soundtracks in this version were performed by the CEO's band. Yes, you heard that correctly. The poor music and janky enemy movements didn't just ruin the gameplay, but also the creepy atmosphere, which has always been integral to the franchise. Even though Doom 3DO was planned to surpass its predecessor in every way imaginable, it instead is absolutely the worst platform on which you can play Doom. Number 4, Dead Rising, chop till you drop, Wii. The Resident Evil 4 port on the Wii was a huge success, incentivizing Capcom to work on porting another popular zombie franchise, Dead Rising. Dead Rising Chop Till You Drop, which is a port of the Xbox 360's Dead Rising, looked like it'd be easy to transition onto the Nintendo console, considering it had the same engine as the Wii version of Resi 4. Unfortunately, Chop Till You Drop was an enormous letdown. Due to massively limited time and money, this was another victim of being chopped till it dropped. The photography system, which was a key feature in the original, was just removed entirely. Although Dead Rising is renowned for its non-linearity, Chop Till You Drop implemented more structured gameplay, so it barely felt like the same game. Sadly though, the biggest compromise was the stars of the show, of course, the zombies. Though the classic version could feature up to 800 of the flesh eaters on screen at once, Chop Till You Drop could barely manage 1/8 of that amount. Since plowing through a never-ending wave of revenants is basically why people want to play Dead Rising in the first place, it's pretty clear that Capcom shouldn't have bothered with this one. Number 3, Batman Arkham Knight, PC. Batman Arkham Knight had a ton of pre-release hype since it served as the final chapter of Rocksteady's biggest IP. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League does not count here. Apart from the laborious Batmobile sections, Arkham Knight proved to be a satisfying conclusion to the franchise. However, anyone who had the misfortune of playing on PC probably does not feel that way, since the amount of glitches does make it feel like you've been infected with Scarecrow's fear gas. Even top-of-the-line graphics cards didn't make a difference to Arkham Knight's stuttering, as well as its low-res textures, 10 frames per second drops, and frequent crashes. The abominable port was considered virtually unplayable, literally, urging the company to suspend sales until it was amended. Several months later, the game was re-released, with the developers promising that all major issues had been straightened out. Although the patch improved the optimization, textures, and a few other issues, Arkham Knight still suffered from a noticeable lag. That then ruined crucial aspects of the gameplay like combat, driving, and gliding. So kind of all the gameplay. As such, Warner Brothers was left with no other option than to basically give players all of their money back if they happen to be subjected to this port. Number 2, Ark Survival Evolved, Switch. Ark Survival Evolved is by no means a perfect game. Studio Wildcard's Dino Shooter suffers from difficulty spikes, grind-heavy gameplay, and tedious side quests. Despite these problems, the open-world survival title still has plenty to offer. But the same just can't be said of the Switch version. Even though many of the flagrant problems had been remedied, it's still shocking this one was decided to be good enough to be released. When it debuted, everythly was bathed in a blurry sheen, which barely hid the barren environments and low-resolution textures. Trees, shrubs, and rocks were so low poly they wouldn't look out of place on the Jaguar. Despite the fact that the visual quality and content had been scaled back to an insulting degree, the gameplay was also plagued with performance issues and excruciating loading times. The only reason why Ark Survival Evolved isn't topping this list is because Grove Street Games pulled a No Man's Sky and completely rebuilt the game, creating a damn near perfect port. If these glaring issues weren't patched up, then Ark Survival Evolved absolutely could be in the running for worst Switch port of all time, and almost definitely would have topped our list, but more on that in a second. Number 1, Street Fighter II ZX Spectrum. You can't blame anyone for trying to port Street Fighter II to their console. Being the most celebrated fighting game of all time, it's understandable why everybody in the gaming industry would want a cut of the action. But you need to know your limitations. Unsatisfied with Street Fighter II being on almost every system under the sun, Capcom, we're rocking up a lot here. They decided to bring Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, and the rest of the gang to the ZX Spectrum. Now, a bunch of players were justifiably cynical as to how Street Fighter II was going to function on an 8-bit console from 1982. And they should have been skeptical because it didn't work. Even though the fireball blasting brawler is renowned for its fluid gameplay, accessible special moves, and smooth combos, the ZX Spectrum version has none of that. Moving around is so slow and imprecise, it is a joyless experience for anybody. The blinding color palette is reminiscent of Nintendo's Virtual Boy, since looking at the screen for too long is headache-inducing. Although there is no music, so that's probably a good thing, as one can only imagine how the creators would have butchered the iconic tunes. Unless you want to see Zangief and E Honda move at 10 frames per second while your eyes feel like they're being burned out of your skull, you probably want to avoid this port and play Street Fighter 2 on any other console.
Defeating a nightmarish boss can be the most satisfying part of a video game. These arduous adversaries serve as progress blockers, so players need to put everything they've learned up until that point into practice to prove that they have what it takes to carry on in their journey. And almost every game concludes with a sensational showdown with the hero's arch nemesis, so taking them down once and for all is definitely a huge relief. But sometimes there are video game bosses that come along that aren't just hard, they're really hard. So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are the 10 hardest boss battles of the decade so far. Number 10, Ravenbeak, Metroid Dread. Throughout the Metroid series, the galactic bounty hunter Samus Aran has butted heads with countless wicked fiends, including space pirates, sentient brains, and of course, a fair few clones of herself. So it's bold but accurate to suggest that Metroid Dread's primary villain, Ravenbeak, is the hardest of the bunch. This malevolent Chozo may be brutal, but he's also rather fair, as he telegraphs every attack. However, your reflexes, timing, and precision need to be impeccable, since Ravenbeak never lets up and pulls off one calamitous maneuver one after another. The Avian Crusader has many ingenious tactics, including one technique where he blankets the arena with an energy-sapping wave, so Samus must stay close to Ravenbeak to avoid losing health, making it easy for him to pummel the spacefaring heroine. And there's times when he's invulnerable, so Samus can't do anything except wait him out. Ravenbeak has so much health, he needs to be targeted with 5 missiles at once to make a dent. Of course, it takes a few seconds to lock onto him with all 5 missiles, leaving Samus in a constant state of vulnerability. The main reason why this brawl is tough is because there are no shortcuts. The only way to come out on top is to hit Ravenbeak with everything you've got, don't waste your finite ammo, time your movements, and counter quickly. Number 9, Khan Maker, Doom Eternal. Though Doom bosses can usually be defeated with a few dozen rockets and BFG blasts, there's a bit of nuance required to finish off Khan Maker from Doom Eternal. Though this ruler of the underworld attacks are pretty standard, actually hitting her is infuriating. Khan is left stunned once her shield sustains enough damage. The Doomslayer must then use his meat hook on her to draw himself close enough to punch this angelic adversary. After performing this action 6 times, Khan will be defeated. This is much easier said than done, since the winged demoness is always airborne, meaning that you have to constantly aim upwards in order to injure her. To make matters worse, she keeps summoning underlings, forcing you to keep shifting your focus. And since Khan Maker is always on the move, it's easy to lose sight of her, giving her time to heal. Which brings us to the biggest problem. You see, you need to empty your arsenal on Khan Maker quickly, since she'll regenerate her current health bar in seconds if given the opportunity. If you get distracted or momentarily run out of ammo, well, all your hard work will be for nothing. Near the end of the fight, Khan will set the ground on fire, meaning that you have the choice of shooting her while standing still and losing health, or trying to stay on target while hopping around like a bloody kangaroo. For this reason, this scrap isn't just brutal, it's actually kind of humiliating. Number 8, Gloom Pipe Gunk, Mario and Luigi Brothership. Now, don't let the Mario and Luigi Brothership cartoony aesthetic fool you. The cel-shaded RPG is filled with all sorts of rather tyrannical enemies, and that goes double for the secret boss, Glom Pipe Glunk. This guy is a jazzed up version of an earlier enemy called a Pipe Glunk, who keeps swapping from fire to ice attacks. The trick is to switch the arena to a cold region when he's hot, and vice versa, that stuns them in the process. Trying to fight them conventionally is a losing battle, since they'll keep restoring their HP. It's confusing at first, but not too bad when you get the hang of it. Sadly, the Gloom version is a different story altogether. If this super boss strikes Mario or Luigi, he can corrupt them with Gloom. This disables the mustachioed siblings from performing team combos, which are essential in defeating this gooey baddie. You can use a berry to return to normal, but this wastes a turn, allowing Pipe Glunk to regenerate or unleash an assault on the plumbers. And even if you execute every move perfectly, Pipe Glunk takes a long time to defeat due to his gargantuan health bar, excessive healing, and his disabling moves. boss. Luckily, this gloopy brute only appears on a side quest. If he popped up on the main campaign, well, it would actually probably stop a lot of players' progress is dead. Number 7. Ganondorf, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild's big bad calamity Ganon posed a monumental challenge, but if Link had an army of potions and meals at his disposal, he could keep replenishing his hearts throughout and you'd eventually make it through. Unfortunately, that strategy does not work in Tears of the Kingdom when Link confronts Ganon's human incarnation, Ganondorf. The self-proclaimed Demon King's sword and lair is surrounded by gloom, which drains Link's hearts on contact. What's even worse is that gloom caps Link's health, so he can't heal conventionally. The Master Swordsman can recover by using certain items, but they're not easy to find, and he'll have probably used most of them to reach Ganondorf's domain. Eliminating the power-hungry warlock without anti-gloom is pretty unlikely, regardless of whether or not you have a ton of hearts and fully upgraded your armaments. Even if you're armed to the teeth, nobody is ready for this battle. Ganondorf's health bar is over twice as long as any other boss, literally trailing off the screen. Not only that, he can perform a flurry rush, which allows him to dodge Link's attacks and counter while the mute hero is in a position where they can't defend themselves. And just to be extra annoying, Ganondorf can strike Link with such force that it will shatter several hearts, making it impossible to recover them until the next phase of the battle. Cheers. Number 6. Raven, Stellar Blade. As you near the final stages of Stellar Blade, you'll encounter Raven, who has grown disillusioned after discovering everything that she fought for was a lie. Blaming our heroine Eve for her circumstances, Raven is dead set on taking her frustrations out on her. Based on how ruthless Raven is in her attacks, it's obvious that she has a lot of pent-up rage. The crazed android regularly strikes with her blade immediately after teleporting to your position, giving you zero time to counter or dodge. No matter where you are in the arena, Raven can chop you to pieces at a moment's notice. She routinely unleashes a blade technique that shoots light beams everywhere, making it tricky to pinpoint where she really is. By the time you get your bearings, she's already slashed you to ribbons. Not only does she discharge shockwaves and perform extensive combos, but her blade is laced in ice, so any contact with it can slow you down, making it easy for her to follow up with a finisher. One key move that players need to perfect in battle is Blink, allowing Eve to teleport behind her foe and perform an ambush. Too bad this doesn't work on Raven, since she'll retaliate with her own blink, effectively countering your counter. This duel is more bearable if you're playing it on normal mode, since attacks are telegraphed and it's easier to time counters, but if you choose to play on story mode, they'll only have themselves to blame when they just can't beat Raven. Number 5. The Lord of Doors, Death's Door. In Death's Door, you play as a crow who's tasked with reaping souls. The isometric title concludes with a confrontation with the Lord of Doors, an entity who's closed the door to his own mortality. Intending to live forever, the defiant warrior informs the Reaper he has no intention of going quietly. Our heroic executioner must endure a multi-phase skirmish, involving speedy obstacle courses and duels with the enigmatic Lord. If you die during the first 7 stages, well, you'll have to start from the beginning. Luckily, there's a checkpoint before tussling with the Lord of Doors one last time. Unfortunately though, the final battle is harder than the previous 7 phases combined. The Lord of Doors will counter any long distance attacks with a devastating assault. As a result, the only way to cause damage is to stay close to them, leaving you permanently vulnerable. The Lord has a ton of health, compelling you to wail on him every chance you get, but the more time you spend hacking away at him, the more likely he'll pummel you into the ground. 4 hits is all it takes to kill you, so making it out alive isn't easy. Especially when this boss calls upon beasts, homes in on your position, slows down time, creates shockwaves, and unleashes targeting lasers. It was obvious the Lord of Doors wouldn't go down without a fight, but nobody expected him to be this bloody stubborn. Number 4. Erlang, the Sacred Divinity, Black Myth Wukong. Any Black Myth Wukong player knows that unlocking the secret duel with Erlang is no easy task. What's worse though is that many players will immediately regret unlocking it, since they'll be forced to take part in a staggeringly one-sided fight. Erlang has a nasty habit of hitting the Destined One with a 1-2 attack, like when he shoots a laser across the battlefield, then follows it up with a wide sword slash. You'll be so hyper-focused with avoiding the first move that you won't be concentrating when the warrior god comes at you with the second one. Now if that sounds unfair, well, he also cuts off our hero's combos with no warning and coats his own sword with fire to chip off extra damage. As tough as this is, the true fight truly begins once Erlang's blade is shattered. In the second phase, the three-eyed king calls upon a heavenly sword that's difficult to dodge, especially when he transforms it into a whip and slashes it around the arena at breakneck speed. Bombarding him from a distance is a big no-no, since the ancient deity will counter with lightning arrows or fire breath. Spells aren't much help either, since Erlang can counter pretty much all of them. them. For example, performing a transformation is redundant since he'll retaliate with his own transformation or remove your ability to use that technique. Also, this confrontation is a slog since you can't do any serious damage unless Erlang's shield gauge has been depleted. On top of that, Erlang is an expert at parrying, meaning that only some of your attacks will actually hit him, dragging out this showdown immensely. He might not look like much, but Erlang provides such a challenge unlike anything else seen in this game. Number 3, Laxasia the Complete, Lies of P. This dark Pinocchio adaptation was praised for its performance, originality, visuals, and sound design, but Lies of P also stood out for being astoundingly challenging, even by Souls-like standards, and nothing exemplifies that fact more than Laxasia the Complete. This monstrous puppet can deplete nearly all of P's health with a single stroke, and due to her propensity for follow-up attacks, one combo can turn the wooden hero into just firewood. She constantly scrapes her sword across the ground while charging, giving little indication where she's going to swing. Players will need to keep their distance because of this and be ready to dodge and parry at all times. Her thrusts and swings are so relentless that P will need to parry perfectly and repeatedly to last more than just a few seconds. And in the second phase, she drops her heavy armor, allowing her to move around at lightning speed. And speaking of lightning, this devilish automaton summons electrical energy during this phase, which locks onto your position. Though P can return these bolts towards her, one slip up will cost you greatly. She's much harder to hit in phase 2, since she can now take to the air, and worst of all, she can launch at you from great height, which is difficult to prepare for, since the camera, well, sometimes just doesn't want to play ball. So yeah, have fun. Number 2, GNA, God of War Ragnarok. Now, God of War Ragnarok offers some seriously imposing bosses, including Thor and Odin. However, the main campaign is a cakewalk compared to tangling with the secret super bosses like the Berserker King and the Everlasting Dragon. And then, who could forget about GNA, Gina, Gnur. The Valkyrie Queen is basically an overpowered version of God of War's Sigrun, who was already ridiculously overpowered. Firstly, don't bother with this confrontation unless Kratos is fully leveled up and harbours all the best equipment, while the chances of emerging victorious from this fight are non-existent. Even if parrying comes second nature, taking down this villain is daunting. The few telegraphed moves that she has are borderline unavoidable. She grapples Kratos every chance she gets, so you have to mash that there's no tomorrow to break free. You'll also need to keep switching from sound arrows to sigil arrows to counter her, depending on what technique she's using. And while you're busy switching arrows, she'll use the opportunity to deliver a siege of pain on your favourite Greek demigod. However, her greatest strength is her unpredictability. Not only do her combos have no pattern to memorize, the effectiveness of her maneuvers varies wildly. A specific technique may be blockable one moment, but then not the next. As such, you can't tell whether to block, dodge, or parry even when you know what attack is coming. The Wind Goddess is unrealistically hard, to the point where players might be under the impression that they're using the wrong method to beat her. But no, that's not the case. In order to win, you just have to be really, really, really good. And number 1, Promised Consort Radahn, Elden Ring. When Elden Ring debuted in 2022, Malenia was instantly recognised as one of the hardest bosses, not just from Software, but in all of gaming. But when the Shadow of the Erd Tree launched 2 years later, Radahn said, "Hold my goddamn sigil." Though this Supreme Warrior puts up one hell of a fight in the main campaign, he took things to another level in the expansion. At the end of the DLC, the Tarnished must face off against this towering soldier again under his new moniker, the Promised Consort Radahn. Basically, Radahn has every irritating technique you can think of, including massive hitboxes, teleportation, varied hit timing, spamming magical attacks, patternless combos, and insta-kills. Summoning for assistance compels him to heal, so it's best to go into this battle alone. He has a heavy resistance to most maneuvers, so the biggest onslaught imaginable will have pretty much little effect on him, and that's if you hit him. He moves so fast and spends half the bout in the air that landing a single blow on him is an utter pain. He also has this infuriating strategy where he covers most of the arena in lightning beams. Even if you manage to dodge the lasers, you'll be momentarily blinded by the light, making it easy for Radahn to get in a free hit. Although Malenia was an absolute beast, Radahn's final form, well, that's something else entirely.
You might not think about it, but now is actually an amazing time to be a gamer. Yes, the industry is definitely laden with problems. The whole business side of things is a nightmare, and the fact that talented workers are being taken advantage of left, right, and center is nothing short of awful, but the games themselves are pretty darn great. Sure, there are plenty of awful, broken releases, but you don't need to look far to find incredible titles to sink your time into. That said, it's obvious that the gaming industry has a few current trends that are odd, to say the least. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 confusing trends the gaming industry is convinced you like. Number 10. Customizable genitals. Customizing a character down to every minute detail is a joy that many gamers swear by. For some, getting stuck into a new title and seeing the breadth of customization options is like Christmas morning, and I'm definitely one of those people. That said, even I'm getting to a point where while I'll spend 2 hours customizing my protagonist, there are some things that feel like they're going a little too far. Some notable games, the best examples being Cyberpunk 2077 and Baldur's Gate 3, have made waves for allowing players to customize their genitals. The games let you strip those pants off, get a good look at what you got going on, and then choose from a selection of varying sizes, designs, and aesthetic options. There are naturally boundless benefits to advanced RPG character customization, especially in matters of inclusion, identity, and diversity. But looking beneath your pants in the game is usually not even an option, so why the industry is determined to let you go into detail on what's going on down there seems a little bit strange. I mean, are there really passionate cries for penis sliders? I mean, if it's an option the game gives, you may as well take a look, right? Also, just saying that sentence was a career highlight. Number 9, Marvel humor. This one is not going to be a hard sell to you, I'm pretty sure, as pretty much communal opinion on how Marvel humor was kind of fun and different and now is downright cringy is almost universally agreed upon. It can be a little tough to pin down the definition of Marvel humor, but you definitely know when you know. For example, when a serious character moment is broken up by a pop culture reference or self-aware quip undercutting the drama. Yep, that's Marvel humor. It's a comedy style that has a stranglehold on most big modern movie releases, and of course, it's made its way firmly into gaming. One clear example is 2023's favorite punching bag Forspoken, in which the main character said, "I just move shit with my mind." It's a bummer, I don't even like repeating it. The game's reliance on this specific humor style led it to be dragged online by the gaming community, and it's hardly the only one to be doing it. Quips, banter, sarcasm, and dramatic moments that are ruined by unfunny jokes, it's all more likely to make you roll your eyes than chuckle, but that won't stop companies from insisting their games be full of it. Number 8, sponsored content. The gaming community is under no delusion that the industry is a business. Yes, games are fun and artistry is definitely important, and many games achieve both of those things, but at the end of the day, games are designed for making money, so then with the more money they can make more games and capitalism. As such, plenty of gamers are willing to accept it when developers sneak sponsored content into their products to make some extra cash, so long as it's not too distracting. Of course, there are plenty of companies who throw that not too distracting philosophy by the wayside and integrate sponsored content into their games, assuming that the reaction will be, "Wow, I know that brand, how exciting. Monster energy drinks, fantastic." Actually, that Death Stranding one was pretty good. But the reaction is often, "Why am I being advertised to right now?" A particularly cringeworthy example of this is the appearance of Jake from State Farm in multiple 2K NBA games. To be clear, if you get genuinely excited when meeting a walking advertisement in a game that you've already paid for, well, power to you, but you might be in the minority. If publishers need to put sponsored content or ads in their game because they're making tons of money from it, then so be it, but you can't expect consumers to be happy about it. Number 7, heavy-handed Easter eggs. Easter eggs are easily one of the tastiest treats you can unwrap in entertainment. Spotting a cheeky little reference or a hidden secret when watching a movie, reading a book, or playing a game can give you a major rush. Naturally, the gaming industry cottoned on to the fact that players loved these little treats many years ago, so they started sneaking them in more and more and more. Now they shove them so far down your throat they start to taste sickly. It feels like any franchise game now has a quota of self-referential secrets that it needs to sneak in to please fans. But these immersion-breaking in-jokes are often so telegraphed that you can't miss them. If they were any less subtle, you'd see a big sign pointing to them saying, "Look, an Easter egg. Isn't that fun?" The fun of an Easter egg was that it's about the finding of the Easter egg, not going to a store and buying the Easter egg. So when the game really bluntly hammers you over the head with it and points it out to you, it's sort of just awkward for everybody involved. Number 6, tacked on stealth sections. Stealth is an undoubtedly phenomenal gaming mechanic. Hell, some of the best games of all time center themselves entirely around it. So why is it that running into a non-optional stealth section nowadays is likely to have you thinking, oh no, please, anything but this? When a stealth segment is done right, it can break up the action in a really interesting way and add some much appreciated tension. However, when it's not handled to perfection, it can bring a game's pacing to a grinding halt and leave players pushing to get through it so they can start the fun again. Everyone loves Mary Jane, but nobody was clamoring to slowly sneak around as her when they wanted to be web-slinging as Spider-Man. The frustrating thing is that stealth is tacked on to what feels like every major release now, even in AA and indie games. It's like the industry is convinced you need stealth segments. Like, why does the mysterious teen drama Life is Strange need stealth? God, remember that? That was the worst. And why does the puzzle-based translation simulator Chants of Sanaa need stealth? Why does any game that's not focused on stealth need stealth? The answer is probably, should have no stealth. Number 5, pointless remasters. Remastering games makes complete sense from a business and preservation perspective. A solid remaster can keep an older game from being lost to the annals of time, and there's no doubt that reselling a game that's already sold well is a no-brainer for making a quick buck. That said, there's been a sudden uptake in remasters lately that have had a bunch of gamers questioning why exactly a remake or remaster needed to come up when the game itself came out less than a decade ago. We're looking directly at you, Last of Us. Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, Life is Strange Remastered Collection, and yes, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, not to mention Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered, are but a few examples of games that were updated graphically, repackaged, and sold again, despite their initial releases still looking solid to this day. Insomniac's Spider-Man is a particularly egregious example, given the original game was only released 2 years prior. That's just embarrassingly shameless double dipping. No one, and I mean no one, except for the one of you that will be in the comments telling me you were happy, wanted these games to be remastered. Unless, of course, it's Bloodborne, because everybody wants that, and that would be fine. Number 4, oversaturated colors. Okay, let's make one thing clear before starting this entry. Color is great. Colorful games are fun and vibrancy is always welcome. In fact, gamers can only hope the industry refuses to return to the grayish, muted tones of the edgy mid-2000s era. That said, why does it feel like every game nowadays needs to be full to the brim with oversaturated colors? The irony, of course, being that we have moved from everything being brown, gray, grayish to everything being very colorful. So everything looking the same has now turned into another era of everything looking the same. Whenever you see a host of new release trailers for games, it starts to become super obvious that a lot of the art designers are taking pages from the very same book. You've got big, cartoony graphics with bright colors everywhere and a major focus seemingly on violets, greens, hot pinks, and the like. It's like the devs are dangling keys in front of your face like, look, it's so shiny and fun. In moderation, that's absolutely true, and personally I do think it's a step up from when everything was brown, grey, and black, but it needs to be said that we'd love to see some color palettes switch it up from time to time. You know, just so we can tell the games apart. Number 3, so many celebrity actors. It's important to note here that hiring respected actors to appear in video games is definitely not a bad thing. A named performer can lend credibility to a game, allow for some excellent performances, and provide work for talented people. What's particularly bizarre about it, though, is that the industry seems to think that the people who want to play those games will be jumping up and down excited about A and B list celebrities being in them, which usually isn't the case. It's become incredibly common for games to put recognizable stars in leading roles, with advertisements for said titles often showcasing these actors front and center. I mean, it deserves to be said that the games industry makes a lot more money than the movies industry. And look, it does work in the movie business as well to have big names, so why not gaming? Well, the difference, of course, is that most consumers care about the game rather than the faces in the game. Cameron Monaghan is a fantastic actor, but people aren't playing Jedi Fallen Order because of him. Anya Chalotra is great, but she couldn't save Unknown 9 Awakening. Everyone loves Giancarlo Esposito, but his presence in Far Cry 6 is barely felt. Seeing celebrities or wonderful performers from different mediums in gaming isn't something that needs to stop, but I think it's important that these companies not think that having a famous face overshadows the game itself, which still needs to be good. Number 2, needlessly bloated runtimes. The perfect runtime of a video game is something that changes from person to person, but the answer is 15 hours. Some players love a shorter experience that tells a succinct story, while others are all about long adventures that span well into the triple digits. Actually, I think it's 30 hours, maybe 50. Thankfully, there are plenty of games you can opt for either of those options. At least there used to be, but if what you're looking for is a compact AAA game, you're probably better off looking elsewhere because, especially if you're an RPG fan, those things are hitting well into the triple digits of numbers. It's become common for modern games to overstay their welcome as they drag out over longer runtimes. Now, on paper, obviously, longer average runtimes sound like a good thing as you get more bang for your buck. However, it's not so great in practice, as a bloated game that drags on for more time than it needs to can be a nightmare for pacing. 2024 saw a perfect example of this through Bloober Team's still very excellent Silent Hill 2 remake, a game with an average runtime of about 16 hours. Now that's not even lengthy by modern day standards, as we were just talking about, but the fact that the original game's runtime was about half that leads to a lot of bloat and pacing issues, which are a shame for a game this fantastic. Number 1, games as a service. Every gaming generation has that one major scourge that leaves gamers tearing their hair out in frustration. Years ago, it was loot boxes, and now, you probably can say it with me, it is live service. Games as a service are nothing new, but the sheer amount of modern releases that desperately attempt to insert themselves into this category is staggering. For those unaware, the concept of live service gaming centers on retaining your player base through updates, new maps, new story arcs, and a bunch of other things in that vein. Rather than building a great game, letting it live and then die and move on to the next thing with everyone remembering it fondly, it's all about creating a game that players will just never leave, because you constantly update it and you're making it a little bit different on a frequent enough basis that you just retain that player base. It works occasionally. Then there's titles like Concord, Foamstars, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, Marvel's Avengers, and plenty more that show many companies are just happy to shell out lazy products with repetitive game design and a lack of player-focused fun, all in the name of corporate greed. The plight of the modern gamer is knowing that companies think you love this stuff without realizing they're slowly poisoning you against them.
Although the spectrum of gaming is varied, every video game abides by some specific rules. Depending on the title, the protagonist may have to abide by a moral code, because while mowing down pedestrians in GTA 5 is satisfying, it definitely draws the attention of the police. However, there are certain games where there are no consequences for embracing evil, and not only that, there are times where indulging in every vice and sin imaginable will bring about the greatest reward. So let's have a chat about them, as I'm Jules, this is whatculture.com, and these are the 10 most rewarding, evil playthroughs in gaming. Number 10. Detroit Become Human. Quantic Dreams' sci-fi saga centers around a robot revolution, which is told from the viewpoint of 3 androids, the peaceful Kara, the conflicted Connor, and the rebellious leader, Marcus. Detroit Become Human has many branching pathways, allowing players to steer their narrative in any direction that they feel most comfortable with. However, getting your hands dirty is necessary to unlock all the endings. Players may initially perform the less ethical actions purely to get that sweet 100% completion rating, but when you realize that performing deplorable deeds unlocks trophies, you probably wonder why you didn't give in to evil sooner. With that said, some of the decisions you need to make are downright diabolical. To save your metallic exterior, you may have to sacrifice your friends, sell out your allies, or destroy androids to repair yourself. You even have to allow a family, including a child, to freeze to death for the greater good. Also, playing the Good Samaritan is far from easy. When the authorities invade a peaceful protest and destroy countless androids, including your closest friends, retaliation isn't justified, but necessary. Number 9. Lisa the Painful. Austin Jorgensen's post-apocalyptic RPG follows a middle-aged man called Brad who ventures through the wastelands to find his adoptive daughter, Buddy. At a glance, it's obvious the 2D side-scroller style, comic relief, and battle system was heavily modelled on Earthbound. Even though Earthbound contained plenty of unsettling characters, the heroes were kind of pure of heart. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said about Brad. Although playing nice is an option, Lisa is dramatically easier if you don't even remotely try to be a good person. When Brad has to pick between giving up a useless party member or lose all his items, ditching a teammate seems logical. Other times, Brad must choose between losing his arms or dropping his party members. Even if Brad's companions are solid, trading his arms for their safety, that's a bit extreme, right? Several playable characters, including the protagonist, are addicts who become stronger when exposed to the joy drug. This mechanic doesn't just entice Brad to pick up junkies, but to feed on their addiction so he can reap the benefits. In a nutshell, Breaking Bad is the way to go, since being a saint will leave Brad without any items, strong party members, or indeed limbs. Number 8. Overlord. In Triumph Studios' real-time strategy title, 7 plucky heroes vow to bring peace to the world by destroying the nefarious Overlord. However, what makes Overlord different from most fantasy RPGs is the story is told from the bad guy's perspective. Throughout the main campaign, the titular warrior must lay waste to everyone who crosses his path, often by summoning a destructive horde of minions, creatively titled Minions. Unlike the other entries on this list, being a goody two-shoes isn't actually an option here. Being the overarching villain, your only choices are to be evil or really evil. Even when there's an opportunity to perform a good deed, it rarely leads to a reward. In situations like this, it's rational to slaughter everyone in sight so you can instead claim their possessions. Also, you shouldn't really worry about your conscience getting the better of you here. Considering the supposed heroes behave like total bags, it's hard to feel bad when you put them into the ground. In fact, it feels like you're doing the locals a favour when these self-absorbed idiots are defeated. The Overlord may be ruthless, but at least he knows how to run things. Number 7. Divinity Original Sin 2. Morality systems in gaming are usually straightforward. Saving people and warding off evil should bring about rewards. You may receive greater gifts if you play without a conscience, but it does often come with a heavy price. However, things are different in Divinity Original Sin 2. Basically, there are consequences for committing misdeeds only if you get caught. If nobody finds out you stole a bunch of equipment or murdered a bunch of civilians, you should be in the clear. If somebody sees you performing indecently, it's not the end of the world, so long as the witnesses are dealt with. Sure, it's rewarding to go about Original Sin 2 as a noble hero, but it's also tedious since you'll progress at a snail's pace and see the game over screen way more times than you can count. Instead, you should steal everything you come across and sell it. That way you can buy the best items early on, allowing you to dominate the hardest enemies. So long as you're sneaky, you shouldn't suffer any repercussions for your wicked actions. Well, apart from earning a spot in hell, obviously. Number 6. Infamous. This PS3 exclusive opens with a bike courier called Cole getting involved in an accident, causing him to develop electrokinesis, as you do. Throughout the playthrough, the chrome-domed protagonist can decide how to use his newfound abilities, which will alter his karma path. Much like Knights of the Old Republic, certain powers can only be unlocked by embracing good or evil. Also, like KOTOR, accepting the dark side is a lot more fun. Try as you might to do the right thing, it's kind of challenging to play the hero after getting a taste for the nasty stuff. Behaving like a valiant superhero allows Cole to take down enemies non-lethally by using controlled bursts of electricity. However, tapping into the darkness lets Cole shoot a constant stream of electricity, allowing him to topple structures and annihilate multiple enemies at once. Not giving a damn about collateral damage or the needless lives taken doesn't just make things easier, but grants Cole a diverse range of abilities, making the playthrough kind of more satisfying. Simply put, evil karma doesn't just provide upgrades, it actually provides superior ones. Number 5. Ace Combat Zero: The Belkan War. The Belkan War might not be the best entry in the Ace Combat franchise, but it does have a couple of mechanics that make it stand out, most notably the reputation system. Throughout this combat flight simulator, the fighter pilots are given strict commands on how to take down enemy aircraft. If the player carries out these orders to the letter, they'll be rewarded with a higher rank. However, attacking non-hostiles, destroying damaged jets, and ignoring allies will earn the player merc points, which make the campaign harder. Unless you're looking for a challenge, it's definitely more sensible to follow the instructions. At least, that is in theory. And that's because a high body count earns more cash, and that means the best upgrades will be made available to you if you go on a killing spree. Accepting the merc lifestyle will make the enemy aircraft tougher at first, but the later stages are a walk in the park since you should have pretty much unlocked everything the shop has to offer. It sounds counterintuitive, but choosing the hard mode makes the gameplay noticeably easier in the long run. Also, it's significantly more satisfying to shoot and blow up everything in sight than abiding by the bloody rulebook. Number 4. Papers, Please. Papers, Please revolves around an immigration officer who must review traveling documents to decide who can enter the nation of Arstotzka. If any paperwork is missing or falsified, the client must be rejected. If the papers are approved, the client should be free to enter the country. Now, an ordinary game would acknowledge and appraise the player if they helped out the unfortunate. If somebody makes a minor mistake, you should sweep it under the rug, right? If one member of a couple has the necessary papers but the other is missing one, you should at least try to come to a reasonable understanding. In an ideal world, that's what you should do. But in Papers, Please, you are rewarded for doing your job correctly, not fairly. More importantly, processing as many clients as possible keeps your pockets filled. As a result, travelers should be dismissed the instant that the smallest discrepancy is discovered in their paperwork. Behavior like this sounds callous, but the main character is simply looking after their own interests, seeing as they need to afford food and medicine for their family. Also, disobeying protocol can have some serious consequences. It's better to just do your job without a moral compass. Number 3, Fable. One of the features that defined Fable was alignment, which affects how the hero looked and how they're perceived. Excessive eating causes them to gain weight, and the NPCs will find the hero intimidating, noble, or attractive depending on what clothing they wear. But the most important aspect of this mechanic was how good and evil deeds affect the hero's morality. You're rewarded with good points by saving villagers, and you're bestowed with evil points by eating crunchy chicks or by forcing villagers to go to work. Yes, really. The morality system is very black and white, so it's obvious what should be done. But the faster the hero gives evil a shot, the sooner that they'll realize that being bad isn't that bad. Butchering innocent villagers offers more XP than the average monster, making leveling up a breeze. Dark magic is more powerful and can hit more targets, which is a godsend when being attacked from all sides. If the hero wants to wield the most powerful weapon in the game, all he has to do is murder his sister. To be honest, they weren't even that close. Also, there's no major disadvantage to being malevolent. Performing heinous acts will catch the authorities' attention, but it's nothing the hero can't fight their way out of. And if you feel bad that the locals live in fear, you can always cheer yourself up with a good old-fashioned massacre before then stealing their stuff. Number 2, Tyranny. In Obsidian's RPG, you play as a Fatebinder who serves as a subordinate to Kairos, a godlike demigod. After Kairos conquers the world, the Fatebinder is tasked with bringing their orders across the land. Naturally, the player can indulge in their primal urges the old-fashioned way by obliterating everything in sight. Although most games with a morality system offer an altruistic choice, selecting the less violent option in Tyranny often leads to further bloodshed in the long run. Depending on what tasks are performed or what is said in conversation trees, the player can turn allies against each other, sentence Kairos' followers to death, or trigger a war. If you're smart, some grievous actions can be performed without wielding your weapon or directly taking a single life. You're presented with many choices, but being a good guy isn't one of them. Whether you choose to be a tyrant on the battlefield or a manipulator behind the scenes, you're the villain, plain and simple. Even though the story culminates with the Fatebinder putting an end to Kairos' reign, an unspeakable amount of bloodshed has to be spilled to achieve this goal. And number 1, Cult of the Lamb. There are times during Cult of the Lamb where players can forget how immoral their behavior is. After all, the titular character sounds like a messiah, since they open their doors to strangers, feed them, offer them gifts, and carry out their requests no matter how demanding they are. But at the end of the day, the sinister sheep is running a cult that does every culty thing imaginable. The lamb performs plenty of good deeds, but they're all a means to an end. Giving the followers gifts and feeding them manufactures loyalty, making it easier to manipulate them. Letting them drink alcohol and embrace their carnal desires generates sin, feeding the lamb's power. And once the cult leader has bent their subjects to their will, they'll gladly kill each other, sacrificing themselves and literally eating their own poop to appease their so-called savior. Playing nice doesn't work in the long run, since it causes the lamb to level up sluggishly, cutting them off to the best items, upgrades, and doctrines. By cracking the whip and imprisoning a few dissenters, the commune will shower their woolly leader with devotion, allowing them to level up at breakneck speed. Once players realize that depraved lifestyles make everything easier, they'll never want to be good again.
There are loads of classic video games that can still be played, thanks to ports, remasters, and remakes. With that said, there are still plenty of iconic platformers, shooters, and RPGs that haven't been ported in forever, or maybe haven't been ported ever. If the development team has gone bust, bringing the property back can be a legal nightmare, like GoldenEye 007 taking 20 plus years to see the light of day again. It's all the more infuriating when the reason is that the game in question sold badly upon its first release, so not a lot of people experienced it. Unfortunately for the games on our list though, unless you have an emulator or an old console tucked away somewhere, you're probably not going to be able to play these ones again. So this will be a fun video. Let's go. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 incredible video games you can't play today. Number 10, Beautiful Joe 1 and 2. There really hadn't been a video game like Beautiful Joe before. It's a 2.5D cel-shaded side-scrolling platforming beat-em-up that utilizes movie logic in its combat and puzzles. By activating slow-mo, zoom, and fast forward, our titular hero can pummel enemies and solve all sorts of brain teasers. Despite its cartoony aesthetic, Beautiful Joe had a really interesting trial and error kind of difficulty and also a lot of replay value. Of course, Beautiful Joe was so unique that it was a nightmare to market, which is why it barely sold anything. That said, when the GameCube exclusive was ported to the PS2, it made just enough to warrant another. And so Beautiful Joe 2 was better than its predecessor since it had a tag team system, new abilities, and a balanced difficulty curve, thank God. Annoyingly though, the follow-up tanked, leading to the main series cancellation, which was a shame since the sequel ended on a cliffhanger. When spin-offs Red Hot Rumble and Double Trouble were met with poor sales and reviews, the chances of the franchise recovering seemed non-existent. Even though Joe does rock up in some other properties like Marvel vs. Capcom, it's still fair to say that the fanbase is chomping at the bit for an actual HD remaster. Number 9, Kingsfield 1-3. Long before From Software was synonymous with Bloodborne and Elden Ring, the company worked on a PS1 title called Kingsfield. It looks ancient by today's standards, but Kingsfield was a huge deal since the 1994 medieval fantasy was among the first 3D RPGs ever, predating Final Fantasy VII. More importantly, the mechanics that were used in this game were incorporated into From Software's other works going forward, including Shadow Tower and Demon's Souls. Kingsfield was considered a rousing success, though some criticized its punishing difficulty, which will not come as a surprise from FromSoft. Despite only being released in Japan, the two follow-ups received a worldwide release on the PS1 and were received positively. Just as it looked like Kingsfield was finding its stride, the fourth entry was shredded by critics, killing the saga then and there. Then, of course, once the studio's new IPs took off, there wasn't a lot of incentive or interest from FromSoft to revisit their decades-old at that point, IP. Though it's difficult to get the first two sequels, it's virtually impossible to find the one that started it all, since the original was never available outside of Japan. Considering how much of a trailblazer Kingsfield is, it's such a pity that more people have never played them. Number 8, Sword of the Berserk, Guts Rage. Berserk is among the most popular mangas of all time, which is why it was no surprise when the hyper-violent saga received an anime adaptation. The TV series popularized Berserk in the Western world, inspiring Sega to hire developer Yuki's to make a video game adaptation called Sword of the Berserk, Guts Rage. Now, if you felt like that was a mouthful, let me read you the Japanese title, which is Berserk Millennium Falcon Arc Chapter of the Flowers of Oblivion. There was no way I was remembering that to say it to you like this. Though Yuki's is better known for handling wrestling properties, Guts Rage captured the bombastic bloodshed and chaotic combat of the source material. Rather than being a mindless hack and slash, Guts Rage was surprisingly imaginative. Shenmue was renowned for popularizing QuickTime events, but Guts Rage incorporated the gameplay first. The game also utilized QTEs more creatively, since executing this mechanic correctly can change the hero's set path. This type of innovation also encouraged multiple playthroughs to see the outcomes of each QTE. Sadly, Guts Rage sold so poorly outside of Japan that there hasn't been another title in the series released outside of the region. Even though the property has remained popular for decades, there's no hint Guts Rage will return to the West anytime soon. Number 7, F-Zero GX. There are lots of different arcade races and realistic races, but when it comes to a truly chaotic racing game, it's really tricky to beat F-Zero GX. The futuristic racer has 30 pilots zipping through each track at 1,000 miles per hour. Although previous installments were solid, Sega outdid themselves with GX, with its luscious visuals, rollercoaster-like tracks, smooth controls, innovative story mode, and catchy score. Due to its humongous single-player mode, various challenges, endless secrets, and its brutal difficulty, GX would keep anybody occupied for years. Despite selling a serviceable 1.5 million units, it never received a sequel on a mainstream system. But since we're talking about a magnificent racing game, surely there's nothing stopping the game from being remastered for the current market, right? Unfortunately, the developers have since been absorbed into Ryuga Gotoku Studio. Since that company have been more focused on cranking out Yakuza and Super Monkey Ball games for the last decade, and they're doing a hell of a job with all of those, their last priority is re-releasing a 20-year-old racer that was only mildly successful. F-Zero 99 for the Switch may have scratched that nostalgic itch for some, but diehard fans would probably trade it for F-Zero GX in a heartbeat. Number 6. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Now, it's tricky to play any of the games on this list because the list is called Incredible Video Games That You Can't Play Today, but this one is even harder to play than the rest of them because it was never released on a console in the first place. The IP started as a short-lived animated series devised by the writer behind Die Hard. Yes, really. Set in the distant future, a group of freedom fighters try to bring peace to the United States, which is now, of course, populated with prehistoric reptiles. As was common practice at the time, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs had a video game tie-in to bring as much money as possible. Capcom were churning out side-scrollers at the arcades during this time, so they took it upon themselves to adapt the eccentric cartoon into a 4-player beat-em-up. Even though arcades were absolutely drowning in beat-em-ups, there was a unique hook here that other games didn't have. I mean, who doesn't want to drop-kick a T-Rex? As the name suggests, the main campaign contained driving sections where players had to avoid obstacles and crash into enemies, which differentiated it from its competitors. Although Cadillacs and Dinosaurs was definitely fun, it never saw life outside of the arcade. Despite the fact that it could have been packaged in 2018's Capcom Beat 'em Up bundle, the classic was unfortunately left out for some reason. Number 5. Okamiden. Now, Okami did sell poorly in its initial run, but the cel-shaded brushwork title did garner newfound appreciation when it received HD ports for other systems. It may have taken a while, but it was definitely really nice to see Clover Studios' magnum opus receive the love that it definitely deserved in the first place. Unfortunately, we can't say the same about Okamiden. The DS exclusive doesn't match its predecessor, but this spiritual successor of Okami is still very enjoyable. Though Okamiden maintains the same system of drawing symbols to create objects, solve puzzles, and destroy enemies, there are a few additions and improvements. Firstly, there's far less backtracking, and even the biggest Okami lovers found that aspect tedious. Our new hero, Chibitatsu, can team up with others this time around as well, which is necessary for certain battles and puzzles. Many enemies reward Chibitatsu if they're defeated in a certain way as well, which is pretty interesting. Not only does this incentivize players to take on battles in a more creative way, it also stops the combat from feeling quite so repetitive. Even though Okamiden fair enough didn't sell well, Capcom could turn all that around by porting the heck out of it. But here we are almost 15 years later, and Okamiden is still stuck on the Nintendo DS. With no word of a port, Okami veterans may never get the chance to play this magnificent follow-up, and that's just a darn shame. Number 4. Steel Battalion. It's super challenging for video games to be ported or playable in the current day if they rely very heavily on a peripheral that just doesn't exist anymore, or certainly is not popularized enough. And that was the problem with Steel Battalion, or the more exciting way of saying it, Steel Battalion. The Xbox exclusive left an impression right away, since the entire game takes place inside a vertical tank. To elevate the immersion, players used a gigantic controller, which included 44 inputs, dual joysticks, a throttle handle, 3 foot pedals, and several other features. If the controller was badly programmed, the entire setup would have been gimmicky, but luckily the controls were so accessible and precise, it really felt like you were driving a weaponized vehicle. Sadly, it kinda seemed like Steel Battalion suffered from beginner's luck, since the follow-up was let down by its finicky controls. And when the third installment was deemed actually quite literally unplayable thanks to the Kinect being the Kinect, it sorta seemed like it left the series dead in the water. For a time, Steel Battalion had an uphill battle, since having it ported to modern systems was not easy, since the gameplay required a specific peripheral. But with recent advancements in VR, there's kind of nothing stopping Steel Battalion returning in the near future. But since there's no legitimate news of this underrated title coming back, this sentiment is merely wishful thinking. Unless you have an Xbox and like $200 to spare for a very specific controller, this one's probably out of your hands in terms of playing it today. Number 3. Panzer Dragoon Saga. The Saturn may have been branded a failure, but that doesn't change the fact that the Sega console had an impressive catalogue, most notably the Panzer Dragoon series. Though the first 3 entries received consistently positive reviews, Panzer Dragoon Saga is considered the crown jewel. The threequel did away with the rail shooting aspect and instead implemented explorative gameplay, turn-based battles, and random encounters, offering a level of freedom and strategy that was unprecedented for the franchise at the time. Although the original was ported to multiple systems, Saga, and every other game in the series for that matter, was only brought to one console. When it was announced the first installment was being remade in 2020, the nostalgia for Panzer Dragoon came surging back. If this do-over turned out well, it's possible Saga could receive the same treatment. Sadly, Panzer Dragoon Remake was an unmitigated disaster, due to its brevity and lack of innovation. Although the controls were given a modern update, they somehow felt more dated than the originals. Not only was this a huge blow to the cherished brand, it also all but ensured that Saga is probably not going to be returning. Number 2, Eternal Darkness: Sanity's Requiem. Eternal Darkness is a horror anthology that centers around a woman called Alexandra, who discovers a magical sect is attempting to summon an ancient god upon the world, as you do. Though the GameCube exclusive boasts a diverse magical system, a beautiful soundtrack, and a phenomenal voice cast, Silicon Knight's masterful work has become iconic for its sanity effects. As our heroes are exposed to all kinds of horrors like demons and ghosts, their mental state wavers, which causes them to hallucinate. Not only are the sanity effects heart-stoppingly terrifying, some of them go meta. When the game pretends to reset or delete your memory card, it's almost heart attack inducing. Even though Eternal Darkness was staggeringly ambitious, it fully delivered on everything it tried to accomplish. But since it was a mature-rated game on an underperforming system, it was no surprise when Eternal Darkness bombed. That aside though, Eternal Darkness did generate a reputation for being one of the most iconic horror experiences ever made, and especially of its era. As a result, the haunting gem should have found a second life on modern systems, as many underappreciated IPs have done before. And yet, Eternal Darkness is yet to be ported to a single console. This is all the more heartbreaking, considering that many horror veterans have never experienced it even once, since the game was only available on a system with a younger demographic. Even though a remake or a remaster would obviously be ideal, the fan base and those who never got to play it are absolutely clamoring for this one enough that even just a port of the original would be great. Number 1, Skies of Arcadia. Even though Final Fantasy was the go-to RPG during the millennium, Skies of Arcadia could have given Square's most recognized IP a run for its money if it received a wider release. Starting off as a Dreamcast exclusive, this steampunk roleplayer has our heroes battling enemy forces high above the clouds in their airships. Skies of Arcadia focuses more on exploration, rewarding players with new allies and money if they venture across the game world. Also, the battles between sky vessels were just objectively very cool. However, the Dreamcast was discontinued a month before Skies of Arcadia came to Europe, so a bunch of people never got to play it. Interestingly though, there were many attempts to reignite the potential franchise. Though the GameCube did receive a port, the PS2, GBA, and PC versions were scrapped. Producer Reiko Kodama got the ball rolling for a sequel in 2002, but that never materialized. Believing that a direct follow-up was unlikely, Sega then settled with planning to release an HD remaster in 2010. Sega in fact seems so dead set on making this happen that they renewed the trademark for Skies of Arcadia in 2012. But then, of course, you know the name of the list, the HD remaster did not happen. Although one of the game's original developers, a programmer for the studio, Kenji Haruta, did express interest in revitalizing Skies of Arcadia, given 2 decades have passed since its release, nobody should be holding their breath. Unfortunately. Sorry, this list was sad.
Now, death is a part of most video games, but generally players expect to kill their way through a fleet of anonymous goons, a handful of bosses, and maybe a big bad at the top of the food chain. It's actually much rarer for a video game to have one franchise protagonist end up killing another, because how often does that make any sense? Well, let's have a chat about it. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 times that main characters killed each other. Number 10. Shay Cormac killed Adewale, Assassin's Creed Rogue. Freedom Cry is a standalone DLC for Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag set more than a decade after the main game, in which players take control of Black Flag's fan favourite support character, Adewale. Although Adewale survives the events of the DLC, he isn't actually long for this world regardless, as in the next game in the series, Assassin's Creed Rogue, well, sadly, our new lead offs him. Rogue revolves around Shay, a former assassin who turns against the Brotherhood to instead help the Templars hunt them down. This inevitably leads him into conflict with Adewale, who poses quite the threat to the Templars, and so players are eventually tasked with taking him out. Unlike many games on this list, you actually have to do the dirty work yourself rather than simply observe the fateful moment from a cutscene peanut gallery. You sneak up behind Adewale and shank him of your own accord before getting to witness his death cinematic. Number 9. Heihachi kills Kazuya, Tekken 2. Though the Tekken franchise by its nature offers up a roster of playable fighters, each game nevertheless has a defined story protagonist and antagonist. In the original Tekken, our hero was Kazuya Mishima, who entered the King of Iron Fist tournament to get revenge on his own father Heihachi by defeating him. And that he most certainly did, though by the time Tekken 2 rolled around, he had succumbed to the influences of his devil gene, in turn acting out of pure evil. And so this time the story protagonist is Heihachi himself, who recovers from the pasting he took in the first game and enters the second King of Iron Fist tournament in an attempt to defeat his son and regain the company he stole from him. Heihachi succeeds at the game's end, but he doesn't stop at merely brutalizing and embarrassing his son. No, instead, to finish the job, he takes his own progeny's unconscious body and lobs it into a volcano, bringing him to an apparently permanent end. And while he does indeed die, obviously Kazuya makes a glorious return in Tekken 4, having been fished out of the literal flaming hot drink and resurrected through genetic experimentation nonsense, because why the hell not? Number 8. Vito kills Tommy, Mafia 2. Though Mafia 2 is mostly a standalone sequel, it offers up quite the unexpected surprise during a late-game story chapter, where protagonist Vito and his best bud Joe are sent to assassinate a rat. This rat just so happens to be Tommy Angelo, the protagonist of the first Mafia game, who ended up testifying against the family in exchange for a reduced prison sentence and witness protection for his family. Though players don't get to pull the trigger on Tommy themselves, they do get to watch a grisly cutscene where he is blown away. It's an especially fun twist considering we all previously saw Tommy's death play out at the end of the original Mafia, though of course we had no idea who those two random hitmen were. This was a pretty neat way to tie a meaningful thread between the two games without overdoing it, and it won't be the only time that the Mafia franchise shows up on this list. Number 7. Clem kills Lee, Telltale's Walking Dead. Telltale's The Walking Dead offers up one of the most heartbreaking instances of this example, because there's absolutely no malice at all in one main character's decision to kill the other. Players spend the vast majority of the episodic adventure's first season controlling Lee, but near the end of the penultimate episode, he's bitten by a walker, dooming him. And so the season finale ends with a shift of perspective to Lee's surrogate daughter Clem, as players must choose whether to shoot Lee before he turns into a walker or leave him be to become one. While players don't need to kill Lee, and you can argue he's basically dead anyway, the post-episode player choice survey makes it clear that the overwhelming majority of people did decide to put Lee out of his misery, rather than let him shamble around as one of the undead. From this point on, regardless of which ending you choose, the rest of the mainline series follows the adventures of Clem as its true protagonist. Number 6. Vincent and Leo can kill each other, A Way Out. A Way Out is a totally unique entry on this list, because it's actually a single one-off game with mandatory two-player co-op. Each player controls one of two convicts, Leo or Vincent, as they stage a daring prison break in their quest for freedom. But because this is a co-op experience from Joseph Fares, the genius behind Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, of course there's a brutal sting in the tail. At the end of the game, Vincent is revealed to be an undercover FBI agent, leading to an epic showdown between him and Leo, forcing players to turn against one another. The fight climaxes in both men reaching for a gun, and depending on which player reacts fastest, one character will end up shooting and killing the other. That is one hell of a way to create arguments amongst friends. Number 5. Solid Snake kills Big Boss, Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots concludes with a battery of big surprises, perhaps most shockingly of all, that Big Boss, the protagonist of the previous game in the series, which was a prequel, is still actually alive. He unexpectedly shows up for an expository chinwag with Solid Snake at Arlington National Cemetery in the game's basically feature-length ending cutscene. Once they're done gassing, Big Boss informs Snake that he himself is not long for this world, as the new strain of foxdie virus coursing through Snake's body was programmed by the Patriots to kill 3 people: Eva, Ocelot, and Big Boss. And so after imploring that Snake must make the most of his remaining time and find a reason to keep living, Big Boss finally unambiguously expires at the grave of his own mentor, the Boss. While you can technically say that the Patriots really killed Big Boss, Snake was still the delivery system, and without his proximity to Big Boss, he wouldn't have shuffled off his mortal coil quite so soon. Number 4. James killed Alex. Prototype 2. The first Prototype game revolved around an amnesiac shapeshifter called Alex Mercer, while the sequel puts players in the shoes of ex-US Marine Sergeant James Heller. Heller isn't just the new protagonist, he's got a special bone to pick with Mercer, who he blames for the death of his family during a new outbreak of the Blacklight virus. More to the point, Heller himself is infected with a strain of the virus which allows him to go toe-to-toe with a super-powered Mercer, leading to an epic battle at the game's end. Heller eventually manages to subdue and defeat a maniacal Mercer, finishing the job by consuming his essence and absorbing his memories, in turn saving the day and becoming the new dominant force on Earth. The anti-hero to villain pipeline may not be all that original, but having the new main character basically ingest the old one, well, that is definitely a neat trick. Number 3. Abby killed Joel. The Last of Us Part 2. The Last of Us Part 2 certainly can't be called a safe or complacent sequel. It is a game which dared to make some big, bold choices. While the first game saw players control Joel for most of the story, Part 2 largely splits its epic playtime between Joel's surrogate daughter Ellie and a brand new character, Abby. Several hours into the game, Abby makes a shocking name for herself when she captures Joel and beats him to death in front of Ellie in revenge for Joel murdering her father, the Firefly surgeon who was meant to operate on Ellie at the end of the first game. Of all the instances of a new character murdering a prior one, none caused quite the furore that Abby's killing of Joel did. It was a polarizing creative decision on Naughty Dog's part for sure, but also a fearless and uncommonly provocative one. Number 2. Trevor Phillips kills Johnny Klebitz. Grand Theft Auto 5. The Grand Theft Auto 4 expansion, The Lost and the Damned, made its biker protagonist Johnny Klebitz a fast fan favourite, and by the time its story wrapped up, things seemed to be, well, actually looking up for him. But all this character growth was basically tossed in the garbage in Grand Theft Auto 5, as Johnny makes a brief cameo appearance that not only reveals he's backslid into depravity, but it culminates in him being taken off life's chessboard altogether. At one point, a strung-out Johnny angrily confronts one of the game's 3 protagonist, Trevor, about having sex with his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Ashley. Trevor naturally responds by making light of the situation before grabbing Johnny, throwing him to the ground, bottling him, and then stomping on his head until he's no more. Needless to say, given Johnny's popularity among the GTA fandom, many felt affronted that Rockstar killed him off so casually, effectively feeding him to Trevor to cement just how unhinged our new protagonist really was. And number 1, Lincoln Clay kills Vito. Mafia 3. And finally, to circle back to the Mafia franchise now, Mafia 3 pulls the very same gambit that Mafia 2 did, by having its protagonist kill the previous game's main character. Now, to be clear, Mafia 3 at least gives you something of a choice in the matter, as only certain gameplay decisions can actually trigger this outcome. Basically, you need to piss off your underboss enough, so much so that they decide to betray you. But of course, one of these underbosses just so happens to be, you guessed it, Vito, the main character from the second Mafia game. This betrayal will lead to a confrontation between Vito and new protagonist Lincoln, ending up with Lincoln shooting an angry Vito right in the head. Even accepting that Vito killed Tommy in the past is certainly not a satisfying feeling to enact the same fate upon him, though it's hardly a surprising consequence of the gangster's life.
If a video game franchise runs for long enough, screw-ups are inevitable. It takes a special kind of circumstance, be that bad luck, greed, idiocy, ignorance, or anything else, to do the same thing wrong on a second occasion. That being said, then, I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 mistakes video game franchises made twice. Number 10. Chasing live service, Destiny 1 and 2. Live service has always been a siren song in the games industry, a gamble that never really paid out more than what it demanded. There's only one franchise that really made live service work for them, and even then it introduced tension into the devs team's lives and diminishing cultural returns. Of course, that franchise is Destiny. And even though it technically worked out for them from a financial standpoint, it still took 2 tries to make it work, as the first Destiny was a resounding flop compared to what Bungie was hoping for. The live service model proved one of the most hindering elements with the first Destiny, as it played a part in leading Bungie to scrap scrapping most of the storyline right before the game was even released. When they managed to strike a better balance in Destiny 2, it seemed to work out for all involved for a while. But Destiny 2's live service model has also led to Bungie screwing around with what they built with constant updates, so even the good stuff that is there hangs constantly on a precarious perch. And even if it were at an all-time high, Destiny 2's cultural footprint rests in constantly shifting sand. Simply because players will eventually get bored of Destiny 2 and go to other games, there's not much you can do to stop that. The live service model demands that a game never truly be over, and thus Destiny 1 and 2 run the risk of fading from memory as quickly as they entered. Number 9, changing the gameplay, Darksiders 2 and 3. Fundamentally altering your gameplay style is a risky gambit for a game franchise, but to be fair, it has worked in the past. But if you do it too many times, you run the risk of diluting your game's identity in the eyes of the public. And this is a trap that the Darksiders franchise fell into face first, got back up, and then just kind of belly flopped down into it again. Good job. The first game is a solidly built God of War clone featuring lots of hacking and slashing and puzzle solving and platforming. The second one is more of an RPG with some Borderlands style looter elements. And finally, the third game is of course a Souls-like with all the trimmings of that genre. None of these games are particularly bad, but they lack overall a solid identity. Yeah, sure, you're still hacking and slashing, but the games built around that core idea vary wildly from entry to entry. This makes it hard for people to really latch on to Darksiders. I mean, if you put a Mario game into your console, you have a pretty good idea of what you're going to get, but you put a Darksiders game in and who knows what's going to pop up. This, among with some other real-world factors, is why keeping this series alive has been an uphill battle for THQ. Number 8's bloating the gameplay, Batman Arkham City and Batman Arkham Knight. Arguably the biggest problem with the Arkham games was how they just kept adding more onto what was already there. And the problem with that is that the original Arkham Asylum is about as close to perfect as a superhero game can get, perfectly embodying everything that makes Batman awesome while also being one of the most satisfying stealth games ever made. Arkham City would then expand on the formula of Asylum about as far as one could reasonably go without breaking the whole thing. While the combat, stealth and world were made bigger and deeper than ever before, what made the original a great experience was still maintained. Although missions like the Riddler trophy showed the fraying edges of this stretched fabric, a perfectly doable side mission made nightmarishly long. And of course, all of this got much worse with Arkham Knight. While taken by itself, Knight is perfectly fine. It's an abject demonstration of sequel bloat. Now, everything from combat to stealth to traversal is packed to bursting with all sorts of bells and whistles, far past the point of being necessary. And missions like the Riddler trophies at this point are nothing less than exercises in masochism. Number 7, overly long intros, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Let us know down in the comments below video games that you can think of with really long introductions. The Fallout games come to mind. They do drag on, of course, but the torchbearer for endlessly opening acts are the Kingdom Hearts games. It takes about 30 minutes to get into Fallout 3 or 4. Kingdom Hearts kind of eclipses these. The first entry in Square Enix's Disney crossover takes about an hour before you're finally let loose onto the game. Heck, it takes 30 minutes before you even see the title card. While both games' intros serve to imbue the player with a sense of place, helping them to understand exactly who protagonists Sora and Roxas are and what they care about and why before it's ripped away from them, you could have cut that time in half and still had the same effect. Especially because the intro for Kingdom Hearts 2 can run some players upwards of 2 to 3 hours. That is absurd. Fortunately, this is one problem that Kingdom Hearts 3 managed to solve, starting with a bang and then keeping that energy up for the rest of the game. Thankfully, yes, not another long intro, otherwise we could have been sat there for about 5 hours. Number 6, imbalanced RNG, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 1 and 2. RNGesus can be a cruel and angry god, and few games are better examples of his wrath than the Dragon Ball Xenoverse titles. There's a lot wrong with the two games, including some truly awful localization, but the top of the list is how deeply imbalanced the RNG is. The second game is a little bit better, but the first Xenoverse is downright unfair with how random it can be at times. Nowhere is the RNG more unforgiving than in the reward system. In most games, completing the objective gets you the reward as advertised, no ifs, ands or buts. Even in the majority of MMORPGs, you at least get the chance to get them in a lotto system where they can potentially go to a different player. But Xenoverse 1 and 2 make it a crapshoot if you'll even get it at all. And considering how arduous some of the late game bosses can get, receiving nothing for your troubles can imbue a truly rare kind of anger within players. There's so much to love about the Xenoverse series, but its dedication to leaving everything up to random number generators has been an albatross around both games' necks. Number 5, releasing against way more popular games, Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West. When you release a game can be just as make or break as the quality of the game that you're releasing. It doesn't matter how good it is, if you're releasing a game against something that everyone is going to be talking about, then expect your title to die on the vine. This is a curse that has followed the Horizon games since the beginning. Both Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West have done well enough for themselves to have gas in the tank for a third title, but both games flew under the larger gaming public's radar because they both released against highly anticipated games that inevitably sucked up all of the oxygen. Horizon Zero Dawn was released just days before Breath of the Wild and inevitably met comparison, while the second hit shelves just a week before the coming of Elden Ring, in which nothing survived. The Horizon series has had to fight tooth and nail for every inch with every release, and while it's managed to hang in there, this is a streak that must be broken with the next entry. Although knowing this franchise's luck, Horizon 3 will end up releasing against, I don't know, Grand Theft Auto 6, a Pokemon MMO, let's just say Half-Life 3. Number 4, interfering with development and rushing to release Ultima 8 and 9. The once legendary Ultima series died a cruel EA-inflicted death with the 1-2 punch of Ultimas 8 and 9. The series was the grandfather of Western RPGs, considered one of the founding members of the genre, and for 7 games Ultima would innovate on the formula it established and entertain hardcore gamers across the 1980s and 1990s. But then Electronic Arts happened, insert boo here. Developers' Origin Systems' hatred of EA is well documented. Some fans even interpret the story of Ultima 7 as a satire of EA as a company, but when EA bought Origin in 1992 they proceeded to prove all of their fears correct. The Ultima series was interfered with at every conceivable turn, with meddling executive mandates mixed with brutal release deadlines. This conga line of bad decisions resulted in the abysmal Ultima 8 and then Ultima 9, criticised for a slew of decisions that clearly came from higher up than the development team on the ground. These two silver bullets were what finally put down one of the original great RPG series and shuttered one of the most creative video game studios of its day. Number 3, the bad vehicle sections, Mass Effect and Mass Effect Andromeda. The most infamous parts of the original Mass Effect were far and away the Mako segments. Even in the tweaked Legendary Edition, the thing just doesn't handle well at all. It's unwieldy, it's stiff, and yet somehow floaty at the same time. None of the missions requiring it are interesting enough to justify the need to actively drive it to the mission locations. The Mako is known among BioWare fans for being a failed experiment all around, one that was best left in the first game and not revisited, so why did they do it again? Yes, in the much maligned spin-off Mass Effect Andromeda, they brought back the vehicle sections with the Nomad. The Nomad sections are by no means the worst part of Andromeda because, I mean, just look at it, but that doesn't mean it's the best part either. It was just an ill-conceived idea from the start to bring vehicle sections back into Mass Effect after all the effort done to remove them. Mostly because for a game about exploring brand new worlds, adding in this big hulking vehicle sure does flatten out those worlds and make them far less interesting as a result. Number 2, having to play the game twice, Ghosts and Goblins and Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Ghosts and Goblins was one of Capcom's premier games for the NES, already a beloved arcade classic. This console equivalent was a charming port of the original. It was also soul-crushingly hard. This game was one of the poster children for the phrase NES hard, with difficult enemies, stiff controls, and one of the most scream-inducing late-game twists in gaming history. First of all, unless you finish stage 5 of 6 with the shield weapon, you have to redo the previous mission all over again, as if you were just meant to know that. And the shield weapon isn't great, but it is 100% doable, so you go back, you do it again, and then you're told after defeating the final boss that you have to replay the entire game anyway to get the actual ending. One can only imagine the reactions of first-time players back in the 80s, one of the most frustrating games ever made, and they asked you to play it all again just to beat it. And that was Ghosts and Goblins' legacy for years, until the Super Nintendo came along, bringing a superior sequel with it, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. While Super Ghouls and Ghosts has the same difficulty as its predecessor without any of the stiff controls or BS enemy encounters, it did carry over one detail from the original. Yes, when you've beaten the game, you're told you actually have to go back and do it all over again. You could say that it paved the way for New Game Plus, but I also think it's bad. It's bad. Number 1, ending on a cliffhanger, Shenmue 2 and 3. Words cannot describe the feeling that washed over that E3 audience when Shenmue 3's Kickstarter was announced. Within 2 hours, the crowdfunding project was filled out by fans desperate to finally have an ending to the story of Ryo Hayazuki and Lan Di. Shenmue 2 had ended on a cliffhanger in 2001, so seeing that finally be resolved was too tantalizing for fans to hang on to their hard-earned dollars. And boy oh boy was that trust ever punished. In the ultimate act of utter arrogance and delusion, creator Yu Suzuki proceeded to end Shenmue 3, an already abysmally primitive game in its own right, on an unsatisfying cliffhanger, promising to continue the story in Shenmue 4. The assumption that there would even be a fourth try after the miracle of existence that was Shenmue 3 says a lot about Suzuki, and none of it is good. Again, because Shenmue 3 wasn't even that good in its own right. Shenmue 2 and 3's cliffhanger endings aren't just a flaw shared by 2 entries in a game series, but a flaw that most likely killed Shenmue as a franchise. I mean, at this point, who's really clamoring for a Shenmue 4? Exactly.
The creation of any video game is littered with the corpses of hundreds of ideas that just don't make the cut for one of many reasons. Levels get erased, entire plots are just wiped out, and it goes without saying that many potential enemies end up being cast aside before a game goes gold. And in rare cases, it's actually down to just how damn difficult they were to deal with. So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game enemies so hard they got deleted. Number 10, Fast Zombies, Half-Life Alyx. There's no denying that Half-Life Alyx is an inherently more intense and challenging experience through sheer virtue of taking place in VR. That added layer of immersion makes even seemingly trivial combat encounters decidedly more stressful. But if you thought that battling head crabs in VR was bad enough, Alyx originally included an even more pulse-quickening foe, and that was the Fast Zombie. Fast Zombies appeared in prior Half-Life games and are exactly what you think. Zombies which are more agile and can attack the player with considerably greater haste due to having a fast head crab latched onto their head. However, during development of Alyx, the decision was made to remove fast zombies to balance the game's overall difficulty and ensure that more anxious players weren't discouraged from continuing to play. Level designer Dario Casali told GameSpot the shock of having that guy come around the corner and latch onto you before you'd even know what was going on was just too much. On behalf of all of the squeamish Half-Life fans out there, thank you, Valve. Number 9, Savants, BioShock. Savants were an enemy featured in early builds of BioShock, but were ultimately deleted because they were an absolute pain in the arse to deal with, well, actually more for developer 2K than for fans. Each of the game's levels was originally said to contain a Savant, a mini-boss who could control various aspects of each level until they were defeated. The Savants resembled heads in jars, and 2 of them were reportedly named Themis and Prometheus. But 2K struggled to design compelling battles focused around enemies who were unable to freely move around and pursue the player. Because 2K felt that Savant fights were neither fun nor made much sense, they were eventually cut from the game. Given that the Big Daddy encounters throughout BioShock are decidedly more dynamic, it's tough to argue with the Savant's exclusion, even if it would have been pretty neat to at least see what they looked like. Number 8, Mermaids, Resident Evil Village. Resident Evil Village, or Village if you want to get spicy about it, certainly loves to throw hellacious swarms of enemies at the player, but Capcom decided that tossing murderous mermaids into the mix during the game's swamp section was a bridge too far. Reliable Resident Evil leaker Dusk Golem revealed back in 2022 that players were originally going to encounter mermaids in the swamp, which would quickly gravitate towards players, forcing them to either fight back or rush to a patch of land which the creatures couldn't reach. Dusk Golem also added that mermaids could also stun you on land by administering a screech attack, which was intended to leave you vulnerable to a tyrant-like stalker enemy, which was also originally in the swamp, possibly being an alternate version of the swamp's boss, Salvatore Moreau. The leaker also added that the mermaids were annoying during development and would have needed much more time to be reworked into something fun for players, and so with limited time to improve the frustrating mermaids, Capcom decided to scrap them entirely and instead focus on fleshing out Castle Dimitrescu and Heisenberg's factory, which they ultimately felt were more important, and a shock horror they were. Number 7. Eliza, Tekken 8. Eliza was introduced as a DLC fighter in Tekken 7 and quickly became a fan favorite character, a kick-ass vampire who had a strong pickup and play appeal for casual Tekken fans dipping their toe into the competitive multiplayer scene. Some, meanwhile, declared her overpowered and excessively pandering to less skilled players, ensuring that they dreaded fighting her online. There was, however, considerable fan outcry when she was left out of the roster for Tekken 8, with fans kicking up enough of a fuss that series director-producer Katsuhiro Harada eventually chimed in on the matter. Harada eventually revealed that, though she was a personal favourite fighter of his, she was removed from Tekken 8 due to Bandai Namco staff struggling to balance her stats in Tekken 7. Harada said, "Changing her stats even a little bit would make her too strong or too weak. So was very difficult to tune, and she was also disliked by some tournament players, so she was a character that was hard to make worthwhile. Basically, balancing Eliza was more trouble than it was worth, and Harada was fed up of getting it in the ear from the series' most vocal competitive players. So as much as we miss her, it's kind of understandable." Number 6. The Giant Fiend, Quake. Many planned enemies ended up being cut from the seminal FPS Quake, chief among them being a giant version of the Fiend enemy featured throughout the game, a four-legged beast that can slash with its claws, move scarily fast, and leap considerable distances to pursue the player. But because that's not inherently horrifying enough at any scale, the Fiend was originally going to be absolutely huge, yet during QA testing this caused major technical headaches. Above all else, the creature's mammoth scale would cause the game to randomly crash, because PC games are just going to PC game, I guess. Unable to figure out a way to stop this towering abomination from crashing the game, possibly as a result of the system RAM limitations, developer id Software ultimately opted to ditch this decidedly more imposing version of the Fiend and scale it down considerably. Number 5. The Flood Juggernaut, Halo 2. The Flood are unquestionably the most terrifying enemy in the entire Halo franchise, their introduction in the original game remaining as one of the series' most iconic and unforgettable moments. But as players discovered by digging into Halo 2's game files, Bungie originally intended to up the pant-filling ante for the sequel by having players face off against a creature known as the Flood Juggernaut. The Flood Juggernaut was a gigantic flood mini-boss, a hulking creature basically comprised of numerous smaller floods that were grotesquely fused together. With its huge size and far-reaching tentacles, the Flood Juggernaut was able to kill the player in a single hit. The creature was supposed to appear in 3 of Halo 2's levels, but was ultimately removed from the game because Bungie didn't have time to correctly balance the creature's AI and make it more manageable for players. According to a key franchise designer, Robert McLeese, the suggested intelligence was way too high for what design needed to use it for, which was a big tank. The Juggy did eventually get its time in the sun though. Well, kind of, because the Flood Juggernaut was mentioned in Halo Wars 2 Phoenix logs and later showed up in the arcade shooter Halo Fireteam Raven. Number 4. Black Fog, Resident Evil 4. Unlike the mermaids of Resident Evil Village, the Black Fog enemy in Resident Evil 4 wasn't cut because it was annoying for players, but in fact because it was a massive pain for Capcom themselves. In early versions of the game, Leon would face off against a sentient fog-like entity who would appear in the game's castle section. Originally, the creature would be responsible for Leon becoming infected with the Las Plagas parasite, rather than being injected with it at the behest of the village chief, as was in the final game. But the Black Fog was deleted from Resident Evil 4 because Capcom's developers struggled to reach the desired level of animation on the GameCube's hardware. But this wasn't entirely the last we saw of the entity though, as it almost certainly inspired the rather similar looking Ouroboros from Resident Evil 5, which was apparently complex enough itself that it required Capcom to develop new bespoke animation tools from the ground up. Number 3. Mr. Friendly, Half-Life. It might be more apt to say that Half-Life's Mr. Friendly wasn't merely cut from the game for posing too much of a challenge to players, though that is certainly part of the reason, but because it just went too damn hard. You see, Mr. Friendly is a ghastly horse-cow hybrid that remains in the game's files and was originally featured in the legendary FPS as a creature which devoured the remains of fallen enemies, in turn explaining why their bodies disappeared. With the real answer being, well, technical reasons of course. Mr. Friendly's designer, Ted Backman, conceived the creature as using its tentacles to drag Gordon Freeman towards them and then, for want of a better phrase, sexually assault them to death? Yeah. Backman designed Mr. Friendly with the intent of disturbing homophobic teenage boys playing the game, though the dev team ultimately scrapped the creature. This wasn't because they felt that the world wasn't quite ready for something so out there as this, but also because one of the key mechanics, having Mr. Friendly knock Gordon's glasses off, rendering the player's vision temporarily blurry, was too challenging to implement with the tools tools available to the devs at the time. Number 2, The Host, Evolve. Remember Evolve? A game with so much promise that just fell way short of the mark. The asymmetrical multiplayer game originally featured a bonkers enemy called the Host, a giant fleshy mass with a huge mouth in its middle filled with razor-sharp teeth no less. A released gameplay demo of the Host in action showed that it would release various parasites to pester the player, including explosive, acid-spitting parasites, armored parasites, and even parasites which would lay eggs inside the player and hatch more of the damn things. Pretty gnarly, right? The Host never made it to the final game though, and once again it was because it proved too cumbersome for the developers to figure out. Apparently Turtle Rock Studios struggled with technical issues related to the Host's implementation, and so it never made it out of the prototype stage. The test footage sure did look neat though, so it's a damn shame that this one never made it to players. And number 1, the Maypole, Fallout 4. And finally, to save perhaps the most cursed for last, we have Fallout 4's Maypole. During development of the long-awaited RPG, it almost included a special glowing ghoul enemy which was 300 feet tall and would have stalked the wasteland while accompanied by a gang of regenerating feral ghouls. In a Reddit AMA, character artist Jonah Loeb revealed the creature's existence, which he described as a melting elemental of agony, and later posted concept art pictures just to confirm it. As for why this beast never made it into the final game? Well, the Maypole was a passion project for Loeb, but not one that had actually been approved for inclusion in the game, and considering the many technical issues that come with adding a skyscraper-sized creature into a game world as complex as this, well, meant that it was ultimately removed. Loeb noted that he didn't come up with the Maypole until Fallout 4 was already 9 months into development, and it risked tanking the game's delicate balance of variables. I mean, that's fair enough, but what a shame that this thing never got its moment, right? Weird.
Video game exploits come in all different kinds of shapes and sizes. Some of them might be small exploits that use minor inconsistencies in the game to make things more convenient, and some of them can completely break your game with overpowered, if questionable, abilities. You have to really understand how the game works and reach the limits of what it's capable of to find exploits like these, but the payoff is definitely worth it. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 overpowered video game exploits you won't believe are real. Bypass the volcano. Peak. Peak is a survival game about climbing dangerous mountains with your friends. The game's most difficult level is the volcano map, in which players have to go up against deadly lava and excruciatingly tall cliffs, spending hours to get to the top. Except there is a secret exploit that can shorten that time to just several minutes. The entrance to the volcano is a cave at the foot of the mountain. The hills around the cave are too steep to climb, and they're blocked off by rivers of lava, so you might think the cave is the only way up. But if you bring the right items along with you, a grappling hook and energy drinks, it's actually possible to move past them. The grappling hook can help you latch onto ledges that will give you just enough height to jump over the lava, and the energy drink should give you just enough of a stamina boost so you can reach the top of the cliffs without falling.
Want to stay safe online and save big? Well, now you can. Right now you can get up to 76% off NordVPN with 3 months free, and all you've got to do is click the link in the description or scan the QR code that's on screen right now to get yourself signed up.
Infinite Ocean Money, Grand Theft Auto 5. Money is everything in Grand Theft Auto 5. You use it to buy new weapons, clothes, luxury cars, and even some military-grade vehicles. In fact, the reason why the game's main storyline happens is because Michael is in dire need of cash. In the late game, money is of very little concern, but what if you're not in the late game, or maybe you are, and you just really want to splash out and buy all of the super expensive items to your heart's content? Well, then you're gonna want to go money diving. Thanks to a simple exploit, it's possible to earn an infinite amount of cash within the first couple hours of the game. To set up the exploit, you need to unlock the ability to switch between Michael and Franklin by completing the 3rd starting mission. After that, you've got to discover one of the secret money caches with $50,000, like the one sitting at the bottom of the ocean north of Vespucci Beach. As soon as you collect it, switch your character. The money will land in your character's bank account, but the game won't register it as being picked up, which means you can do it again. If you keep rapidly switching between 2 characters without getting killed, the exploit will net you as much money as your heart desires, so you can get all those super expensive things right away. Dirt is stronger than any wall or metal. Valheim. Valheim is a Viking-themed survival game in which your fearsome seafaring warrior has to overcome all manner of dangers in order to prove themselves worthy of Valhalla. Building a safe base is a very important aspect of the game, as the more you play, the more monster waves are going to be sent in your direction. The worst of them can completely wreck everything you own if you aren't prepared. The game offers you a variety of different fortifications to keep unwanted visitors at bay, but unfortunately, even the toughest structures aren't invincible, and a band of trolls can easily destroy them. Luckily, there's secretly one indestructible resource in the game that you can use to fortify your base, and that is, of course, dirt. Yes, the most effective defense is not the expensive late-game walls, but the very ground you walk on. With a hoe and a few rocks, you can raise the dirt level around your base so that it is too steep to climb. Because raised ground, unlike any other material in the game, has no health, it's actually indestructible, meaning it can't be breached unless it's climbable. The monsters will gaze upon your empire of dirt and shudder in fear. Well done you. Vampire God, Sid Meier's Civilization. The most coveted and powerful unit in Sid Meier's Civilization 6 is the Giant Death Robot. This feat of futuristic engineering can raise entire cities solo, but unfortunately, it basically requires you to reach the end of the game if you want to get it. However, if you just can't wait, there is a much cheaper and much stronger alternative that you can get as early as the Middle Ages. The Secret Societies game mode allows the player to join a variety of different, secret societies. These are cults and organizations that yield unique benefits. Among these is the Sanguine Pact, a secret vampiric society that grants you a special vampire unit that grows stronger with each unit that dies next to them. The mechanic is meant to work with slain enemy units, making the vampires stronger when they survive encounters with your foes. However, the vampires buff secretly works when your own units die too, and using that exploit can make them level up their strength exponentially faster than they otherwise would. By recruiting a bunch of cheap and expendable units like scouts and then instantly sending them to die besieging a nearby city-state, the vampire can grow to the strength of a death robot in a dozen or so turns. Who needs technology when you have Dracula's cheap magic? Infinite Safari, Pokemon Red and Blue. If you were to ask an average Pokemon player about the hardest Pokemon to catch, they'd probably name one of the legendaries. But those who played the original games remember that the Safari Pokemon pose a much greater challenge, as their spawn rate is quite low and you only have 500 steps to catch them before you're thrown out of the Safari Zone and you have to buy another attempt. Luckily, there's a way you can give yourself unlimited time in the Safari Zone by learning one simple trick. Since the time limit at the Safari is counted in steps and you trigger Pokemon encounters by walking into tall grass, there seems to be no way to catch Pokemon without continuously exhausting the time limit. However, it's secretly possible to trigger Pokemon fights without taking a step by changing the direction your character's facing while inside the grass. Switching direction doesn't count as taking a step, so basically what you can do is move into the tall grass and then just shimmy your guy around changing direction until you're able to catch the Pokemon you want. Now you don't have to spend as much time or money catching them all. Well done you. 1 Minute Zenith, Terraria. Terraria is a survival game that can take hundreds of hours to master, let alone beat. The first stages of the game can feel incredibly slow due to how long it takes to gather ingredients to make better gear and weapons. But if you can't bear the wait, there's an exploit that allows you to get Terraria's strongest sword, Zenith, within a minute. Now, to get this exploit to work, you actually have to have one achievement that you haven't gotten yet, which makes this one easier to pull off if you're earlier in the game because you can get achievements for really basic things like chopping down a tree. Before you complete it, bring over the guide NPC to where you're going to get the achievement, and then ask him for the blueprint for Zenith by crafting a simple copper sword and then placing it in his inventory. As soon as you do that, you can complete the achievement and then click the pop-up that boots up the full list of your accomplishments. If done correctly, the menu will showcase the bugged Zenith icon, and you can click that to pretty much just grab the sword into your inventory, so you don't have to worry about any of that complicated crafting component nonsense. Just remember, the exploit will only work if you haven't got all the achievements, so our condolences for all the Terraria perfectionists out there. This is for the ones who haven't cut down trees. Immortal Immortals, Total War Warhammer 3. Total War Warhammer 3 is a strategy game that requires a tactical mind. You need to know how to command your units in battle, but if all this strategizing feels like too much pressure, you can always just make an unkillable unit. According to Warhammer's lore, the game's orcs possess a mysterious power that makes everything they believe in real. This quirk is accidentally made manifest by the exploit that allows the Greenskins immortals to become actually immortal due to nothing but confidence. In order to make the exploit work, you have to play as Grimgor Ironhide due to his faction's unique banner of Da Immortals, with a Z, obviously. That banner renders the unit that wields it invincible, as long as their leadership is above 50%. Now, normally it's impossible to keep that leadership score above 50% for the entire battle. However, if you recruit at least 10 heroes with traits that raise your army's leadership and put them in the Immortals army, their leadership will be so high they never lose more than 50% of it, making them permanently unkillable. What can we say? The Green Boys are just too cocky to die. Fetching the Cryolator, Fallout 4. The Cryolator is a legendary rifle from Fallout 4 that creates rays capable of freezing your enemies solid. The weapon appears in the game's intro, but unfortunately, you can't get it until you're at least level 18, due to its being locked behind a master grade safe. However, there is an exploit that lets you get your hands on the rifle within the first hour of the game, and this comes with a very special exploit, an exploit that utilizes your faithful canine companion, Dogmeat. The friendly pup is one of the earliest companions you can get, appearing just outside Sanctuary, and he comes with his own unique mechanic of fetching. When interacting with Dogmeat, you can tell him to fetch for items, and he'll bring you the nearest object lying in the vicinity. Now that sounds innocent enough, and not necessarily something that's going to help you with an exploit, but if you bring him close enough to the Cryolator and tell him to go fetch, he'll actually fetch you the weapon out of the locked safe, and boom, it's yours. The exploit has unfortunately been patched on consoles, but it is still possible on the PC version if you position Dogmeat at just the right angle. Money stacking, Baldur's Gate 3. Making money in Baldur's Gate 3 is crucial to getting the best gear in the game, as a lot of it is sold by merchants. The problem is that simply looting and completing quests is barely enough to cover the cost of a few magic baubles, let alone a full arsenal of them. For this reason, some players decide to turn to thievery. I would say most players decide to turn to thievery, but since your success depends on percentages, you ending up in jail is a very real possibility. Unless you save scum, like I do. Or you can learn to stack money. The percentage of success for pickpocketing something is largely dependent on the item's worth. The more expensive something is, the harder it is to steal it. This includes the huge piles of money in merchants' inventories, but the huge piles of gold can be turned into smaller ones. All you have to do is split the merchant's gold while you're trading with them and then put it back into their inventory. The created piles will stay divided afterward, which allows you to literally stack the odds of theft in your favor. This trick will basically help you get as much gold as you want, especially since it's sort of infinite as they restock their gold reserves every single time you have a long rest. So enjoy all the money, get whatever you want. Overpowered Flames, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The School of Destruction in The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim is the primary weapon in the arsenal of a mage dragonborn. Unfortunately, the elemental powers offered by the school don't tend to scale as well as regular weapons do, and on higher difficulty levels, even attacking with stronger spells like Fireball feels as effective as poking your opponents with a stick. That said, there is a secret way to turn your weakest fire spell, Flames, into the most overpowered damage source in the game. The only reason a lot of people don't know about this one and how effective it is that you have to boost the destruction spell with an illusion perk. The illusion perk Aspect of Terror amplifies your fear-causing spells to be more powerful, and while most assume it just means scaring tougher opponents with illusion, if you also purchase the destruction perks, which make fire spells cause fear, Aspect of Terror will actually amplify them to also deal more damage. The perk can make your basic flame spell deal an additional 15 points of damage, effectively giving it the power of a mid-tier sword that you can continuously dish out to multiple enemies every single second. It might be caused by illusion buffs, but this damage is as real as it gets.
Now, scripted losses are one of the most hated video game cliches. The game puts you into an unwinnable fight so that when you lose, it can show you how awesome and powerful the big bad boss is. But the thing is, despite how much video games like to stack the odds against you in such situations, some of these unbeatable bosses can actually be defeated. Sometimes even when you do, the game will still make you lose and do so in a rather unique way. So let's have a chat about them, as I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game bosses who kill you for being too good. Number 10. General Beatrix, Final Fantasy IX. General Beatrix is a powerful member of the all-female army of the Kingdom of Alexandria from Final Fantasy IX and a reoccurring boss that you have to fight multiple times throughout the game. Although you have to fight her a lot, and she even joins your party temporarily, all of the boss fights against Beatrix are actually unwinnable. The General will always prove to be too strong for your party and completely destroy you with her obnoxiously high stats. But hey, you might try and grind before the fight and boost your characters to the point where they should be able to match her strength. If that's the case, then surely you should be able to defeat her, right? Well, no, it turns out that even if you can go head-to-head with Beatrix, the warrior has a special last resort attack that she can use to instantly wipe out your entire party. The ability cannot be avoided, and it always happens when the game notices that you're getting a little too close to lowering her health, meaning that even when you're the best Final Fantasy IX player, there's no beating Beatrix. The General has something far better than plot armor, and that is a plot super weapon. Number 9. Genichiro Ashina, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Now, Genichiro Ashina serves as the primary antagonist of Sekiro's Shadows Die Twice, being both the personal nemesis of your character and the one who sets forth the main plot of the game by kidnapping the young prince under your protection. But let's be honest, the real reason why you hate this guy is because he cuts your hand off in the intro battle, which unfortunately always has the same outcome. The first fight with him is infamously difficult, as you're canonically meant to lose it. This said, with enough skill, it's actually possible to drop his health faster than he does yours, but unfortunately, this only leads to a different cutscene of your loss. Now, normally when he wins, he cuts your hand off at the end of the battle, but if you manage to defeat him, in the cutscene he'll be on his knees, and it will actually be one of his personal assassins who takes your skilled sword-wielding appendage. Well, it's nice that the developers included a special cutscene for those who beat the odds, but at the same time, why does this loss feel even more brutal when you're clearly better? That cheating bastard couldn't even be bothered to personally cut off your hand, and that is just insulting. Number 8. Tao Pai Pai, Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure. Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure is exactly like every other Dragon Ball game. You play as Saiyans fighting other Saiyans, and most of the fun of the game comes from taking on increasingly more powerful opponents, even though there's one character you're simply not meant to defeat, like, ever. Tao Pai Pai, also known as Mercenary Tao, is a special boss that the player is meant to lose to. Your first fight with him is designed to be completely unfair, so that your loss against him can push forward the story. Because of this, the game doesn't give you any chances at getting an advantage over Tao, and he even has a special secret attack up his sleeve for those players who might get a little too close to victory. Fighting the mercenary long enough or lowering his health will cause him to whip out a special final blow blast that will instantly kill any character regardless of their stats. There's no way to defend against this attack, so the best thing to do in this situation is to look at the bright side and feel proud that the game's strongest boss had to resort to using his strongest attack on you to win. You made him use 100% of his power. Number 7. Z-Shielding Robot, Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush, the 2023 rhythm action game from Tango Gameworks, has quite a bit of fondness for fourth wall breaking. The game does it in several situations as a tongue-in-cheek explanation of something happening out of order or the player messing with the plot too much. In fact, one fourth wall break happened specifically to undermine your victory that wasn't meant to happen. In track 3 of the game, your character has to fight a special robot equipped with Z-Shielding. Because the shield can only be removed by another character that you haven't met yet, you're meant to lose this fight, giving them a reason to join your party. This said, after you beat the game once, you can unlock special New Game Plus mode that unlocks all of your companions right away. This means that you can use the special ability before you actually technically get to meet them in the story and beat the robot prematurely. Unfortunately, because your victory here breaks the game's narrative, the fight still ends with the same defeat cutscene. The only difference is that the developers give you a small meta comment praising your skills and apologizing for having to take your win away. Well, at least they acknowledge it, right? Number 6. Shinra's Defense Force, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. Final Fantasy Crisis Core is meant to tell the tragic story of Cloud's friend Zack, which culminates in him fighting a hopeless fight with 1,000 soldiers of the Shinra Defense Force. Except the fight isn't actually as hopeless as it should be. The final fight with the soldiers is meant to be unwinnable, but in reality, if you finished most of the side content and leveled up your character sufficiently, taking on all 1,000 soldiers is actually a walk in the park. The only problem is, the game doesn't actually let you finish it. Yes, in the original 2007 Crisis Core, defeating all 1,000 soldiers soldiers was actually possible, but it still showed Zack dying in a cutscene. Because the scripted death caused an outrage amongst the players, the 2022 remake opted for simply just not letting you finish the fight. If you do a little too well killing the waves of soldiers approaching you, the game will fade to black after a while and show a cutscene where Zack gets tired from the fight and simply lets the army defeat him. The failsafe, or rather success save, makes sense from a narrative standpoint, but come on, at least give the skilled players a chance to go down fighting. Number 5. Koden Khan, Ghost of Tsushima. Koden Khan is the main antagonist of Ghost of Tsushima, a ruthless leader of the Mongol invasion of Japan who you have to personally fight in a duel at the very beginning of the game. The fight and its aftermath are crucial to the game's story. You're meant to lose it, as your loss here is what causes you to become the titular Ghost of Tsushima, so the game purposefully makes Koden Khan an incredibly difficult opponent. However, if you're skilled enough to take him on in close combat, you can discover that calling Koden Khan incredibly difficult isn't just accurate, he's genuinely impossible to kill. Yes, even if you manage to bring his health down to 0, it turns out that his health bar won't actually drop after a certain point. Yes, that's right, if you manage to take his health bar down close to 0, it turns out that his health bar won't actually drop after a certain point. The man is simply unkillable, and so he gets to defeat skilled players in the worst possible way, by making them purposefully throw themselves at his sword. It's one thing to be beaten in a fight that's generally considered to be hard to win, but to have to throw it because the boss won't let you win? Well, let's just say that Koden Khan definitely deserves what's coming to him in the end. Number 4. Ambushing Bandits. Blood Omen Legacy of Kain. Blood Omen Legacy of Kain is an old-school action-adventure game that doesn't really care much about things like fair play and respecting the player. If you think the above comment is unjustified, then just keep in mind that the game puts you into an unwinnable fight right at the beginning of the story, and if you somehow survive, it'll force you to die anyways. In the game's intro, when you're leaving the starting tavern, you're immediately attacked by a gang of thugs who are meant to take you down and set forth the rest of the story. However, although the fight is deliberately stacked against you, you can be lucky enough to strike out all of the thugs and kill them entirely. When this happens, you would assume that the game would have some sort of alternate resolution for the ambush, or perhaps a different enemy that could defeat you in place of the thugs. But no, if you kill the attacking thugs, the game just spawns more of them out of nowhere until you're dead. Well, apparently if the player is too good, the best thing to do is spawn an unreasonably huge army of criminals to even out the odds. Number 3. Emperor. Baldur's Gate 3. One of the bigger reveals in Baldur's Gate 3 is that the mysterious guardian who appears in your character's dreams and protects you from transforming into a mind flayer is actually a mind flayer themselves. The mind flayer, called the Emperor, reveals his true identity to you when his dwelling inside the mysterious artifact is attacked by monks. And although he asks you to help him fend them off, you may choose not to trust him and end up fighting both parties at the same time. The fight here is significantly harder this way, as the monks pose a serious threat even when you're normally backed by your tentacled ally. However, just because you have to be better to succeed here, it doesn't mean that there's a better outcome. In fact, the game will kill you if you manage to defeat everyone. Once the monks and the Emperor lie dead, the mind flayer will then tell you with his final breath that without him, there's no one that can use the artifact's power to prevent your transformation. Indeed, shortly after he expires, you get a cutscene where the Elder Brain overwhelms your mind and turns you into an octopus monster. Well, so much for being better, right? Number 2. Demon X. Lisa the Painful. Now, Lisa the Painful is by no means a fair game, and yet this doesn't stop it from punishing you even when you somehow manage to beat the odds by pulling off a few unfair tricks yourself. One of the strongest bosses in the game is Demon X, a raider masquerading as a Power Rangers villain to humor the masked hero's in-game knockoffs. Although Demon X is playing pretend, you can force him to fight you, causing him to stop pulling his punches and show you his full might, which, to put simply, is impossibly great. Because of his unreasonably high health and attack, you're not meant to win this fight, but if you know how to exploit poison damage, it is actually possible to drop Demon X's health to 0 before he does the same. This said, even if you do somehow manage to win, Demon X will simply call you a cheater and use the special attack that insta-kills your entire squad in one hit anyway. You can't win against him no matter what. But on the other hand, you can still tilt the strongest enemy in the game so much that he has to call you a cheater, so spiteful satisfaction for the win, right? And number 1, Heldelf. Tales of Zestiria. Heldelf is the main villain of the RPG Tales of Zestiria. He's a human general turned all-powerful demon who you have to fight several times throughout the story, and because he's an incredibly powerful guy, the game expects you to lose to him in the first time you fight. However, it is possible to defeat him instead, but be warned, this will cause you to lose the game even faster. Because yes, if you prove to be too powerful for the main villain, he'll still go on to conquer the world anyway. Defeating him early triggers a special cutscene where Heldelf's corrupt power is unleashed, and because you don't have the powers you need to contain it yet, the villain actually gets to win earlier than usual. Although you're strong enough to defeat him, unless you progress through the story far enough to get the necessary plot powers, beating Heldelf here only makes his job easier. But this begs the question, however, If losing causes his beloved calamity to happen, why wouldn't he just throw the fight from the start?
Losing boss fights in video games is a painful reality. At the end of the day, you can pretty much just reload your save though and start over till you finally reign victorious. However, you don't always get that kind of luxury, as some games will only give you one chance to win. The reasons for these stakes being so high are numerous. The boss might appear once, they might permanently kill you if you lose, or maybe they drop a rare item only if you manage to kill them in one try. Whatever the case, we're covering 10 of them, so let me walk you through it. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game boss fights you can't afford to lose. Number 10. Atom Smasher, Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077's most unique ending is Don't Fear the Reaper, in which V decides to storm Arasaka Tower on their own, not wanting to risk the lives of their friends and loved ones. What makes this ending special is that it can only be unlocked if your affinity with Johnny is high enough, and once you pick it, the game will not let you save. You only have one shot to solo the mission all the way to the end, and if you die, you'll immediately trigger the bad ending where V dies without stopping Yorinobu Arasaka's reign over his father's corporation. Your way to the top of the tower is filled with all sorts of challenges, but the most difficult of them is definitely the mission's final boss, Atom Smasher. As one of the last living legends of Night City with more cybernetics than man left in his body, the Arasaka Enforcer can turn any unprepared player into a pulp and make them lose all their progress through the mission, only to get the bad ending. Honestly, putting him towards the end of the mission is just mean. No pressure, Night City players. Though, I will say, smashing Atom Smasher in this particular ending is one of the most deeply satisfying video game moments. Number 9. Vampire, Red Dead Redemption 2. Despite aiming for realism in every single aspect of its gameplay, Red Dead Redemption is pretty forgiving when it comes to reloading your save file. If you die in a shootout or otherwise fail your objective, the game will automatically put you back in the right place without any major consequences on your progress. There are, however, some exceptions. One of these is the encounter with the mysterious serial killer in Saint Denis, who players discover is actually a vampire. The vampire is related to several unmarked missions in which you investigate a series of deaths in Saint Denis. The trail of exsanguinated corpses will eventually lead you to the latest crime scene of the culprit, where you come across a grotesque Nosferatu-esque figure sucking blood out of its latest victim. The vampire will immediately lunge at you, so you need to keep your finger on the trigger, because if he kills you, he'll never appear again. Apart from lost bragging rights, that also means you won't be able to get your hands on his unique knife, and you wouldn't want to deprive Arthur Morgan of that, right? Arthur's no Van Helsing, but if you want the knife, you gotta learn on the job. Number 8. The Sphinx, Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2's Sphinx boss fight is a unique encounter in that if you lose, you're never able to repeat it, for the odd reason that you were too good and damaged the boss too quickly. The Sphinx can be fought by attacking her shortly after you solve her final puzzle. Defeating her grants you some unique and rare loot, but the catch is that the monster can fly away if she deems you unworthy to fight her. Your worthiness is largely dependent on how efficiently you take down the Sphinx's health. More specifically, if you target her weak points where her human parts are, you'll secretly accumulate negative points until the Sphinx finally decides she's had enough of your cheap shots and she leaves. If you want to actually kill the Sphinx and get her loot, you have to learn how to deal damage consistently, but not too aggressively. Otherwise, she'll simply bounce and it'll be the last time you see her. Well, someone's got an attitude. She doesn't like it when she loses too hard, so she'd rather never give you the satisfaction of finishing the fight instead. Number 7. Jade, Mortal Kombat 2. Many veteran Mortal Kombat 2 players consider beating Jade a huge badge of honor, and there is a good reason for that. Because you only get to fight her once in a blue moon, it's always a brutal and unforgiving gauntlet. Unlike all the other characters in the game, Jade, Katana's green-clad friend, isn't part of the regular roster. She's actually a secret encounter in arcade mode that appears only if the player wins one round of the question mark battle, using only the LK and the direction pad. The requirements for just being able to challenge Jade are already tough, but the actual fight is, of course, even worse. Jade's AI is insanely aggressive, which, combined with her moveset that mimics Katana's, makes it really easy to lose to her. Despite this, you gotta bring your A-game to the match, because after Jade wipes the floor with you, it'll be a long while before you'll be able to challenge her again. When every step you need to take to fight someone is a long and tedious, difficult process, you can't afford to lose it when you're in the ring. Number 6. Sir Giant Pink Lizard, You Only Live Once. You Only Live Once is an old Flash game that stands out from all of its internet peers in that you can only play it once. Whether you win or die, the game will not let you reload your save or even start a new one, so you best make good use of the one chance you get. Since you play as a not-so-healthy and not-so-athletic nerd in the game, pretty much every obstacle and enemy in the game is a challenge. However, the one character that you absolutely have to be on the lookout for is YOLO's final boss, Sir Giant Pink Lizard. Being the parody of Bowser, the nobilified reptile is an especially dangerous foe as he gets his very own area to fight you. And unlike the other enemies in the game who simply walk around, he has his very own attack pattern. It's very easy to lose all your progress to him, which can really sting considering he's the last challenge of the game. Whether you see YOLO's true ending or end the game in a grave with no means of starting over depends on your victory against Pink Lizard, so no pressure. Number 5. Legendary Pokemon. Legendaries are a staple of the Pokemon series, and one of the earliest examples of boss fights that up the stakes by giving the player only one shot at finishing them. Each legendary Pokemon has a unique spawn location, spawn rate, and conditions for fighting them, but the one thing they have in common is that once the player enters a fight with them, they'll never appear again afterwards. For that reason, you gotta make the most of it when you come across a legendary. You gotta give it your absolute best in order to either defeat it or preferably catch it. This is, of course, easier said than done, as each legendary Pokemon has enhanced stats, and they possess powerful exclusive moves, which can change the course of the battle in a single round. To make things even worse, if you'd like to capture one, legendary Pokemon also have a lower % chance of getting caught in a Pokeball. So without some preparation, a good strategy, and a little bit of luck, you can easily lose your one chance to add a legendary Pokemon to your collection. Rough. Number 4. The King, Armello. Armello is a digital board game in which you and 3 other people play as anthropomorphic adventurers trying to dethrone the current king after he's become afflicted with a terrible curse. The goal of the game is to get rid of the king so you can take his place, and although the option is technically available to you right from the start, you really want to postpone the final boss fight until you're sufficiently strong enough to survive it. That's because the king is actually a formidable opponent, and if he manages to take you down himself, you basically hand over the victory to another player. You see, although the game wants you to kill the king, defeating him is not the only way to victory. The player can also succeed the king if they gave the most prestige points for completing quests, and since anyone who attacks the king loses all their prestige upon, attacking the king, if you don't manage to win the duel and end up with a stalemate, another player will take the victory from you. You either stand victorious over the king's dead body, or another player will stand over both of your corpses instead. Number 3. Master Core, Super Smash Bros. 4. Although Super Smash Bros. Is mostly played by friends looking to beat each other up with classic Nintendo characters, the games also feature dedicated single-player modes where you can test your skills against beefed-up AI opponents. In Super Smash Bros. 4, the most basic of these modes is Classic, which starts off with the player battling different characters in the roster and ends with one of the hardest multi-stage boss fights in the series. That's gonna make you lose all your progress if you slip up even once. The Master Hand is the recurring antagonist of pretty much all Smash Bros. Games. However, in Super Smash Bros. 4, he's enhanced with a special second form called Master Core, which brings this already difficult encounter to a whole new level. The Master Core has multiple stages in which it constantly shapes into gargantuan new opponents, each with its own set of bizarre mechanics and challenges. Without good knowledge of each form, it can be nearly impossible to defeat him, which is absolutely brutal because losing to the Master Core at any stage will immediately end your classic run and force you to start over. Now that's a challenge. Number 2. Black Knights, Dark Souls. The most powerful weapons in Dark Souls are part of the special Black Knight set that the player can obtain only by defeating their titular owners. That sounds simple on paper, but there are actually several big bumps on your way to becoming a proud owner of a Black Knight weapon. The biggest of these bumps is the fact that Black Knights don't respawn. The Knights are ruthless opponents who can easily defeat low-level players. The thing is, you really want to win against them because you only have one chance to check them for loot when they die. You see, Black Knights are the only opponents in the game who don't respawn or reset when you use a bonfire. After they die, that's your one chance to get their weapon, and that's where you come across the second bump in that each weapon has about a 5% drop rate. On top of that, you've got a third bump, which is that Knights have a tendency to wander off and never return to their spawn point after they kill the player, meaning you might not even get the chance to use your 5% chance if you die to them. Dark Souls, bumpy ride. Number 1. Donkey Kong, Punch-Out. Donkey Kong loves to appear in other other characters' franchises, specifically Mario's, but what you might not know is he also made a cameo in the Wii version of Punch-Out! Most people don't know about this, and that's because he only appears in your game randomly. In fact, depending on how well you do in your initial fight, he might not ever appear again, which is why you can't afford to lose to him. To trigger the match with the coconut gun-wielding leader of the bunch, you have to play in the special endurance mode called Max Last Stand, which you unlock by completing the main game's title defense. The mode will have you face random opponents until you lose a match, and there's a small percentage that one of the challenges is going to be Donkey Kong. The ape is the dirtiest fighter in the game, but you can't fall for his tricks because if you lose the fight, he'll never appear in the endless mode again. You can technically challenge him in exhibition mode afterwards, but if you want to win the real deal, you just got one shot, one opportunity. I wish you the best.
Now, paywalling isn't exactly a new gaming trend at this point. I mean, for years, publishers have been carving features out of games and selling them to players separately in the pursuit of making some extra money. But sometimes these paywalls come out of nowhere and you're just left thinking, ew, gross, and also, what? So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 AAA video game paywalls that came out of nowhere. Number 10, Eddie Gordo, Tekken 8. Though Eddie Gordo is something of a polarizing fighter among the die-hard Tekken fandom due to how casual-friendly he is, that's also precisely why he's so popular with less skilled players. His balletic, capoeira-inspired fighting style is a joy to watch and, if we're being honest, hilariously easy to pull off with rampant button mashing. Love him or hate him though, Eddie has been a staple of the franchise since his introduction in Tekken 3, more than 25 years ago. So many eyebrows were raised when Namco made the decision to nudge Eddie out of the main roster for Tekken 8 and instead relegate him to DLC duty, taking one of the series' most recognisable and casual skewing characters and making them a paid extra swiftly soured many fans. By charging £8 to purchase Eddie separately, Namco were accused of greedily nickel and diming loyal fans for every last drop, and it was tough to argue with that assessment. Number 9. Improved fast travel, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD. When the high-definition remaster of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword was released for the Nintendo Switch in 2021, it launched with a vastly improved fast travel system, which no longer required players to slog their way to specific points in order to use that feature, and now could do it from anywhere. However, because we just can't have nice things, Nintendo decided to gate this newfangled fast travel functionality behind a Zelda and Loftwing amiibo figurine, which cost a whopping $25 at launch. While improved fast travel isn't a must-have feature in Skyward Sword, it is absolutely a welcome quality of life addition, and totally not something which Nintendo should have felt emboldened to lock behind a sizable paywall. Despite the internet kicking off about the decision, however, Nintendo seemed to hold firm and largely ignore the controversy, so enhanced fast travel remains, unfortunately sealed behind a plastic toy. Number 8. Auto-claim business earnings, Grand Theft Auto Online. Nintendo aren't the only ones to charge extra for basic quality of life features though. The money printing operation that is Grand Theft Auto Online has always made it weirdly awkward to collect cash that is earned from your businesses, forcing you to physically visit each location and pick it up. Fans have been requesting the ability to instantly collect earnings for years, and last summer, Rockstar finally rolled the feature out, albeit only to members of the game's GTA Plus subscription service, which costs $7.99 a month. To call the fanbase pissed off was quite the understatement. Given that Grand Theft Auto 5 and its online component have generated an eye-watering $8.6 billion since launch in 2013, could Rockstar really have not just thrown fans a bone and give them this feature without requiring a recurring payment? Anger aside, it left many speculating just how aggressive the monetization practices will be in the upcoming Grand Theft Auto 6, so yeah, brace yourselves. Number 7. Changing your hair color, Dead or Alive 6. Here's a skin-crawling act of paywalling that makes almost everything else on this list seem kind of halfway reasonable. A year after Dead or Alive 6 launched, Koei Tecmo introduced the ability for those playing the PS4 version of the game to change your character's hair color, and dared to charge people for that pleasure. Players needed to use the game's paid premium ticket currency in order to change a fighter's hair color, with each change costing $1 a pop, and worse still, you'd need to pay again to revert back to a hair color you'd already purchased. Fans held held nothing back in telling Tecmo not so politely on social media how greedy they found the practice, prompting the publisher to apologise and issue a patch several weeks later. This patch made all the hair unlocks permanent and refunded tickets to all players who'd spent them on their new hair colours. All the same, it's a testament to what fresh nonsense video game publishers will try to get away with, and this one is well worth remembering. Number 6. Seasons and Weather. The Sims 4. Now, in fairness, fans of The Sims should absolutely be used to being bled dry by EA at this point, given the Life Sim series' tendency to charge extra for basically anything but the most bare-bones gameplay functionality. Case in point, one of the first paid expansions for The Sims 4 was Seasons, which, for a bargain price of $20, introduced seasons and weather to the game. Even accepting that both The Sims 2 and The Sims 3 had their own seasonal expansions, many fans have long held the opinion that something as even literally elemental as the seasons should be part of the base launch experience rather than a premium extra. While other DLC additions such as pets and university life make a little more sense as they're not quite fundamentally part of the human sim experience, it's shamelessly cheeky to charge for something as simple as the changing of the seasons and dynamic weather. Number 5. An ending that actually made sense. Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is such a brilliant game, which makes it that much more baffling how awkwardly Bethesda fumbled it at the finish line, with an ending that was so bad they had to rectify it with DLC, and of course, charge you for it too. In the main game's final mission, you're given 2 choices: expose yourself to a fatal dose of radiation in order to save the day, or let your pal Sarah Lyon sacrifice herself instead. It's a deeply daft ending, given that your radiation-immune buddy Forks and all your robot pals could quite easily do it themselves without dying, and yet, if you approach them to do the deed, they'll say something about not wanting to deprive you of your destiny and blah 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 blah. Fans caused enough of a stink that Bethesda remedied this with an actual logical ending in the Broken Steel DLC, which allowed Forks to do the sensible thing and save the day. But of course, players had to spend $10 on that DLC, so basically you're spending that money to end your game in a way that wasn't totally laughable. Cheers. Number 4. Online multiplayer. Battlefield 3. In the early 2010s, many video game publishers began introducing online passes in an apparent attempt to combat piracy. Basically, a new copy of the game shipped with a free online pass, allowing you to play the multiplayer portions of the game for free. However, if you sold the game or loaned it to a friend, they would need to purchase their own online pass for £10 in order to access said multiplayer modes. It was blatantly obvious that publishers such as EA used the boogeyman of piracy to target the second-hand market and effectively punish anyone who didn't buy their games brand new. The online pass proved especially irksome for fans of the Battlefield franchise, with many players who bought Battlefield 3 pre-owned coming to learn that they'd need to fork out an extra wad of cash for the part of the game that most people actually want to play. Thankfully, online passes were ultimately a short-lived concept, largely due to negative player feedback. The general decline in physical video game sales and platform holders such as Sony expressly forbidding online passes from the PS4 onward. Number 3. Premium Fatalities. Mortal Kombat 1. Fatalities are the literal lifeblood of the Mortal Kombat franchise, because if those gory, hilariously over-the-top finishing moves were absent, it just wouldn't feel quite right. And while the series' most recent entry, Mortal Kombat 1, retained its signature array of brutal fatalities, Warner Bros. Was torn to shreds shortly after release for daring to charge extra for a seasonal, Halloween-themed fatality. In October 2023, the fatality was released, an admittedly hilarious sequence in which the losing combatant had a pumpkin shoved on their head before said pumpkin head is booted away by the winning player into someone's nearby front door. But because it was asking too much for this 20-second animation to be a cute free addition for the series' most loyal fans, Warner Bros. Wanted to charge £10 for it. Fans were naturally irate, prompting Warner Bros. To give 2 additional seasonal fatalities themed after Thanksgiving and winter to those who purchased the Halloween one for free. Moreover, players could now purchase the seasonal fatalities pack containing all 3 fatalities for the same price of £10. Still, we can assume that if the backlash wasn't so loud, the publisher would have charged a full £30 for those 3 fatalities. Number 2. New Game Plus. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. It's quite understandably assumed that if a game features any sort of New Game Plus mode, it's included for free, basically serving as an incentive for those who beat the game to play through it once more with their accrued weapons, items, experience, and so on. But last year, the ironically monikered Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth pulled a hugely cheeky one on their growing fanbase by locking the New Game Plus behind its deluxe and ultimate editions, forcing you to drop at least an extra $15 to access that post-game mode. Given that New Game Plus is just accepted to be a free mode in the vast majority of games, and the Like a Dragon franchise itself has never charged extra for it before in the West, fans were deeply unhappy about this and certainly let Sega know about it. But the vocal outcry does seem to have made an impact, as Sega recently confirmed that the upcoming spin-off Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii will drop its New Game Plus mode as a free update shortly after launch. And number 1, local multiplayer, Skate 3. The first and second Skate games both featured party play modes, where up to 4 players could play together locally in a pass-the-controller multiplayer affair. But when Skate 3 launched in 2010, this feature was conspicuously absent, with only online multiplayer available out of the box. If you figured the developers simply decided local multiplayer wasn't worth their hassle anymore with the undeniable decline of couch co-op over the last decade plus, well, that actually wasn't quite the case. Rather, a few months later, EA revealed that party play had been ripped out of the game and would be sold separately to players as part of the San Van Party Pack DLC. It's never, ever going to be a popular decision when a sequel paywalls features that were just part of the package in previous games, and given that Skate 3 was basically the last truly great AAA skating game, it's all the more depressing that its brilliance was tainted by EA's ultimate greed.
Video game bosses are meant to act as a challenge for the player, a test of your skills that judges whether or not you're worthy to move on to the next section. But some video game bosses exist only to give mean players a bad time. Now, these guys won't attack you unless you specifically go out of your way to do something naughty, be it mess with innocent NPCs or bother the boss themselves. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 secret video game bosses that punish you for being a jerk. Number 10, Monster Team, The Witcher 3. In The Witcher 3, your job is to track and hunt monsters, but as Geralt frequently points out, killing your targets is only one of many options for dealing with them. You can actually spare a lot of your targets in-game, but of course, trying to be a mediator between humans and monsters is a lot of hard work, so you might choose to be lazy and just slay them anyway, however cruel it may seem. Just don't be surprised when your callous bloodshed comes back to bite you, literally. In the islands of Skellige, there's a side mission called Skellige's Most Wanted, which starts off as a regular monster hunt and ends up being a secret ambush on Geralt set up by monsters tired of being slaughtered by witches. This unlikely alliance of all sorts of magical creatures will lure you into a trap and then interrogate you on how it is you've been treating their kind. If you've been nice to most monsters in your travels, which I was because I don't know how to be mean in a video game, only one especially distraught ambusher will attack you. However, if you've been a jerk, you have an entire gang of angry creatures to deal with, likely resulting in your swift death. Or regret, or victory if you just didn't care about killing them the first time, so you don't care about killing them a second time. Number 9, Karen, Hades. Now, I never finished Hades, but from the get-go I loved Karen. Loved start to end. Favorite character by far. So why on earth you would want to have beef with Karen, I don't know, but let's talk about those of you who may have done that. Karen from Hades, just like his mythological counterpart, acts as the ferryman of the underworld who carries the souls of the dead across the river Styx. However, he's also got a little side gig as a merchant, selling random stuff that he dredged out while traversing the river. And although the trade isn't his main profession, it's a side gig he takes very seriously. So much so that if you try to steal from him, he will not hesitate to rain down his full, terrifying wrath upon you. Whenever you're near a proper boss fight, Karen will appear to sell you his wares. When this happens, there's about a 20% chance he'll spawn with a pouch of shiny coins to the side, which, if you're one to not care about things like property and earning things legitimately, you might be tempted to steal while he isn't looking. However, this action will cause Karen to instantly attack you, triggering a secret boss fight that's considered one of the hardest encounters in the game, and truly turning Karen into a Karen. I'm sorry, that was awful. Turns out the paddle he holds isn't just for ferrying, it's also the perfect tool for a severe ass whooping. Number 8, The Witch, Left 4 Dead 2. The infected in Left 4 Dead 2 are some of the most relentless zombies in video games. They're super fast and aggressive, and if you get spotted by one, you can be certain that an entire horde will be running after you shortly. And yet, ask any veteran Left 4 Dead player what the worst kind of infected is, and they'll say the timid crying witch, or as me, a not veteran Left 4 Dead player, would say, the reason I didn't play any more Left 4 Dead. The witch is a special infected unit that, unlike all the other undead in the game, does not pursue the player unless provoked. This eerie boss usually sits in remote locations on the map and can only be recognized by her distinct weeping. Those that have had the displeasure of triggering the witch know to avoid the sound, but new players might be tempted to investigate. Those are the people who die first in the horror movie. The crying leads to a pale female figure curled up in some inconspicuous corner, which might make you think that she's harmless, again, unless you've ever seen a horror movie. And right on cue, if you do come closer and bother her by shooting or making any loud noises, the witch will lunge at you, and since she's secretly the most damage-dealing infected in the game, your mistake is guaranteed to instantly down you or even kill you. Rule number 1 of the horror genre: never approach anyone doing a Blair Witch thing. Number 7, Ollie Bulb, Cuphead. The bosses in Cuphead are no joke. Each one is an intense gauntlet of random rubber hose projectiles that you somehow have to survive while fighting back. However, did you know that not every boss wants to fight you? Some of them only fight you if you act like a jerk to them, as is the case with Ollie Bulb. Although the root pack is treated as a single boss, they're actually secretly split into 2 bosses, one being Sal the Potato and Chauncey the Carrot, and the other being their dopey friend Ollie the Onion. In the heat of battle, it's easy to treat Ollie as just another hitbox that shoots things at you, but in reality, he can actually leave the battlefield if you don't shoot anything at him. If you just ignore your gamer instinct and don't give Ollie a hard time, the Onion will leave you be, which makes the fight a whole lot easier. On the other hand, if you act mean and harm him, the secret sub-boss will punish you for it with an additional sequence of course, bullet hell madness. This is Cuphead. I mean, the guy was just trying to defend himself. You are technically after his soul, so shoe fits. Number 6, Hired Thugs, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Skyrim is about as open world games get. You're free to go and explore everywhere and do everything your heart desires, including some really messed up things. Unless we're talking about killing annoying kids, of course. Some of them are really annoying. Anyway, we should probably stop talking about that. Most of the time, you can steal anything and kill anyone without any consequences, so long as you don't get caught by the law. However, it turns out your awful actions do have consequences, even when no one's around to see them. The first time you do something mean or harmful to another inhabitant of Skyrim, there's a chance that the victim of your crime will sick a group of hired thugs on you. This secret encounter usually waits for you near entrances to cities and villages, clad in steel armor and bearing enchanted weapons. They don't give much of a warning when they attack you, lunging at you as soon as they say they have a message for you. Because of this, the thugs can easily kill you on higher difficulty settings, making you wish you maybe didn't anger that one random NPC. But the ones who deserved it, I don't know. You probably are like, this is a fair price to pay. Number 5, Adamantoys, Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15 utilizes a lot of new and innovative ideas when it comes to its combat, some of which, some might argue, make the enemies you fight a lot easier to deal with. That said, if you're looking for a challenge, the game actually comes with one of the Final Fantasy series' largest and possibly most dangerous bosses. It's just that you have to be kind of mean in order to make him attack you. Adamantoys, as in Blastoise, or what it actually is, Adamantus, probably because of tortoise, is a gargantuan tortoise who carries an entire mountain on his back. The first time you come across him, he'll look like a regular part of the landscape, and it's only when you move closer to him that the tortoise will crawl out from under his massive shell, shake his head, and give you a warning to keep your distance. At this point, any rational person would listen to his warning and run, but we're gamers, and if you feel like being particularly daring, which we tend to, you can continue to bother him until he finally decides he's had enough and attacks you. As you can expect from fighting a mountain, Adamantus's health, resistances, and damage are absolutely huge, so unless you're a high enough level to handle it, it's best not to aggravate your local wilderness-sized wildlife. Number 4, Swan, Fallout 4. Fallout 4's super mutants are significantly dumber than their West Coast counterparts from earlier titles, but that doesn't mean they're any less dangerous. The most powerful of their kin are the giant behemoths, which are strong enough to bash you dead with one swing of their metal club, or with a heavy boulder hurled at you from a distance. Luckily for you, these guys are pretty rare, so you only ever have to fight them a few times. Well, a few and one, actually, if you manage to anger Swan. Despite what his gentle name may suggest, Swan is a deranged behemoth who sits in the pond of the Boston Commons Park, pretending to be a dainty little bird. Because his alter ego requires a certain dose of subtlety, Swan will not actually attack anyone so long as they don't poke around his pond. As soon as you do, however, he'll lunge at you out of the water and pursue you with his weapons made out of boats and other aquatic paraphernalia, which somehow makes him even more deadly than a regular behemoth. So don't annoy Swan, let him fulfill his dreams of becoming a fancy avian in peace. Number 3, Morgan Freeman, South Park: The Fractured But Whole. Although the kids in South Park: The Fractured But Whole only pretend to be superheroes, they end up fighting people with real superpowers anyway. As you'd expect out of the shockingly good South Park games, the roster of enemies includes ridiculous things like a Lovecraftian monster worshipped by cops, or the ghost of Michael Jackson pretending to be Corey Haim. But there's only one instance in which you get to fight God. More specifically, God as portrayed by everyone's favorite freckled deity, Morgan Freeman. Just like all his roles in which he plays the omnipotent creator of the world, in-game Morgan Freeman possesses the awesome powers that make him one of the most dangerous opponents in the game. That said, he prefers a more peaceful and humble pastime than getting into random fights, as he runs a taco place in South Park and won't attack you unless you provoke him. It takes several intentional strikes at him during work to trigger the fight, but it takes only a couple of turns to have Morgan Freeman wipe the floor with you, so if you're picking a fight, be sure you're ready to take on a god. Number 2, Snorlax, Pokemon Red and Blue. In Pokemon Fire Red, it's pretty much impossible to walk past a patch of tall grass without some creature bothering you. The titular pocket monsters love to waste your time with random encounters, but that said, there's one exception to the rule: Snorlax. This lazy, gentle giant doesn't appear in any caves or forests, instead preferring to snooze in front of entrances to new areas. Snorlax is such a heavy sleeper that the only way to wake it up is to use a special Poke Flute that you get from Mr. Fuji for defeating Team Rocket. You have to wake up at least one Snorlax in the game in order to progress, but if you think your rude interruption of its beauty sleep will go unpunished, you've got another thing coming. Despite not being a legendary Pokemon, Snorlax is secretly powerful enough to act as a secret boss. Its attacks can deal a ton of physical damage, and it can be incredibly difficult to harm it back, as thanks to its sleep abilities, it can instantly restore all of its lost health. If you get into a fight with one and then try waking up another, you only have yourself to blame for the carnage. Number 1, Tree Guard, Don't Starve. In Don't Starve, you're trying to survive against the forces of nature. This normally means dealing with low resources and changing temperatures, but it can also be more literal if the game catches you being too greedy. One of the most fundamental resources in Don't Starve is wood. You need it for a lot of crafting recipes, but fortunately the forests in the game are very abundant. Unfortunately, they're also guarded by an angry tree demon who's going to attack you if he spots you slaughtering his wooden kin. The so-called Tree Guard is one of Don't Starve's most infamous bosses, as he appears in your game when you don't expect it and when you're mindlessly harvesting wood. The guard will look like a regular tree until you chop one down a little too close to him, at which point he'll pull himself out of the ground and immediately attack you for your transgressions against all wood kind. The experience is just as scary as it is annoying, as once the tree guard appears, he pretty much will never stop chasing you. Thankfully and charmingly, you can make him non-hostile by redeeming yourself by planting some new trees right in front of it.
Now, in most video games, you play as the hero who saves the day. Some of them might even actually give you the option to do bad things, but in the end, you still have to fight the main villain and fulfill your destiny. But there are some rare cases of games that actually let you join the baddies, although the consequence of doing so are usually short-lived and result in the bad ending. But you know what? There's exceptions to the exceptions, and so we're here to talk about today about video games that let you be the baddie, and actually turned out to be the best option too. So let's have a chat. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game villains you can secretly join and be better off. Number 10, The Crimson Fleet, Starfield. Starfield, like most Bethesda games, lets the player join a variety of factions. Among them is the Crimson Fleet, a gang of dangerous space pirates who terrorize the galaxy in search of profits and thrills, both of which are for you to enjoy in great quantities if you decide to enroll in their ranks. That's right, although they're horrible, horrible people, the Crimson Fleet is a joinable faction, and they're easily the best one as well. In terms of the narrative, their main mission is the most engaging experience, where you play as a double agent infiltrating their ranks for the United Colonists, whom you can then betray to become a triple agent. In terms of gameplay and rewards, the fleet offers a much wider range of activities and money-earning jobs compared to other factions, ensuring that you'll never get bored of working for them. And yes, you do have to rob and murder a lot of innocent people in the process, but if you don't care too much about that, the Space Raiders are definitely the best of the best. Oh, and did I mention that joining the fleet turns half of the game friendly against you because most Raider outposts belong to them? So yeah, best faction ever. Number 9. Gaunter O'Dim, The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3's Heart of Stone DLC has you settle a dispute between a demon named Gaunter O'Dim and his poor debtor, Olgerd, who wagered his soul in exchange for power. Throughout the story, you learn how Gaunter's gifts to old Ollie here are not all they're cracked up to be, and that now he's rightfully regretful of making the deal with the actual devil. I mean, who would have thought, right? Despite his lack of foresight, however, the man is still a sympathetic character, and since working with Gaunter means allowing him to consume his soul, the right thing to do seems to be opposing the demon and freeing his soon-to-be snack from his evil contract. This said, siding with Gaunter is objectively more beneficial. Not only does supporting the Soul Eater let you avoid fighting him, but he'll also reward you with a powerful artifact of your choice or a heap load of gold. In contrast, the only reward for helping old Ollie here is his sword, which is quickly outscaled by most other endgame items. And yes, you have to sell a man's soul to get Gaunter's gifts, but then again, he kind of has it coming for dealing with an evil demon to begin with, right? Number 8. Balin, Dragon Age Origins. In Dragon Age Origins, you have to assemble an army from factions from all over the world, and one of these factions that you need to ally with are the Dwarves of Ozama. In order to recruit the Dwarves, you need to help them elect a new king. Your options are a noble lord named Lord Harrowmont and Prince Balin, the late king's least favourite son who secretly murdered his own father along with every other competitor to the throne. If you started the game as the dwarf noble, Balin is basically your arch nemesis. First, he kills your entire family and then blames you for the crimes that he committed, dooming you to exile into the darkspawn-infested caverns. When you finally get the chance to return to your home, the first thing on your to-do list is likely to give him a good old bashing. However, although Balin is still a schemer who works with criminals to get his way, he secretly is the better candidate for the throne. His policies aim to improve the lives of castless dwarves, and if you help him win, in the epilogue the game talks about how he actually follows through on his promises, whereas the elected Harrowmont turns out to be weak and a rather spineless leader. Balin may be a backstabbing bastard, but he's a backstabbing bastard with a big heart. Number 7. The Dark Brotherhood, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. In The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, you are the last Dragonborn, the prophesized hero whose destiny it is to save Tamriel from a literal world-eating dragon. However, what you do in your free time is down to you, and if it happens to be working part-time as an occult assassin, so be it. In fact, you really should do it, since being an assassin gives you pretty much the best rewards in the game. One of the joinable guilds in the game is the Dark Brotherhood, a mysterious organization of hired killers who enter their contracts in the name of their dark patron, Sithis. Although you get the option to destroy the Brotherhood by reporting them to Imperial spies, sticking by the assassins and climbing up their ranks is one of the most rewarding experiences in the game. The guild has arguably the most amount of perks out of any of Skyrim's other factions, and you get a custom armor set, unique spells, weapons, and even a personal hideout and a mount, just to name a few. In fact, the Brotherhood gear has the best buffs for improving your assassination skills, making it essential if you're doing a stealth-focused build. And all you have to do is kill a bunch of people. Pretty neat, right? Number 6. Arasaka, Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077 is truly a depressing experience. On top of its bleak dystopian setting, its story is essentially just a breakdown of how your character dies due to the relic chip in their brain. However, although most endings in the game conclude with V doomed to expire within an agonizing 6 months, there is one ending where the soul killer virus in their head is completely eliminated, and that is the Arasaka ending. The despotic corporation allows you to enter its ranks if you manage to do all the missions with Goro and agree to finish the final mission on the side of Arasaka. Despite being the overarching antagonists of the entire game and the reason why V ends up with the virus in the first place, joining them is, ironically, the only way to save V from having their psyche slowly and painfully overridden by Johnny's. The corporation removes the chip from your head and you get to sign a contract that will transfer your soul into Mikoshi to preserve it. And yes, it means that the corporation ends up owning you, making you their property, but if survival is your goal, then Arasaka is the only side that can give you that. Number 5. Maximilian Strauss, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. As you might be able to tell by the game's name, the world of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is occupied by shadowy vampiric organizations that seek to control and exploit humanity. Of these organizations, the biggest one is arguably the Camarilla, an oppressive sect where every new vampire has to play by the rules and whimsy of their elders, which you're forced to work for, only to be then betrayed by it later. However, just because they betray you, it doesn't mean that you can't go back. Yes, although at the end of the game, the Prince of Camarilla turns against you, it is still possible for you to support this sect and help it take over Los Angeles with the help of one of its members, Strauss. If you fulfilled a number of morally dubious tasks for Strauss, such as killing his runaway gargoyle slave, in the finale your character will be able to visit him and devise a plan to eliminate the prince. Doing so will unlock a special ending where Strauss takes over the sect and lets you be his right-hand vamp as this new vampire organization dominates the city. Not a bad way to spend an eternity, right? Number 4, The Dark Side, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic tells the classic tale of the endless war between the light and the dark side, but this time from a rather interesting perspective. Instead of making you join the Jedi good guys by default, the game actually allows you to experiment with both sides and then pick which one you wish to support. Now, you'd think that the Force would be a balanced power, like all Star Wars media suggests, but in reality, one side is objectively stronger than the other. Let's just say, it ain't the light one. The dark side in the Knights of the Old Republic video game gives the player access to powers that some would consider unnatural. The lightning strike abilities that it provides, as well as items with ludicrous strength modifiers for melee builds, allow you to create the most powerful damage dealing classes in the game. So much so that even encounters that would take a regular Jedi player multiple times to complete become a brisk walk in the park. Of course, you have to do a lot of dastardly mustache twirling evil things to unlock them, but this typically means having even more test subjects to test out your incredible powers on. Number 3, The Institute, Fallout 4. The Institute is the reclusive collective of scientists from Fallout 4 who act as the primary antagonists of the game. Known as the boogeymen of the Commonwealth, the Institute is a menace that terrorizes the Wasteland's residents by conducting dangerous experiments, replacing their loved ones with synth spies, and even destroying entire towns just so that they can get their hands on some pre-war scrap. However, for all the fear and paranoia surrounding their organization, the Institute and its superior technology do seem like the best hope for improving the situation in Boston. At the very least, they are definitely the best choice for improving your own situation. After you learn that the Institute is run by your missing son Sean, you get the option to join the organization, granting you access to their advanced technologies such as their teleporter and all the other powerful toys that lie around their facilities. To make things better, if you stick by the organization till the end, you get to become its head director, meaning that you can take charge and use their technological supremacy however you want. Whether it's helping people or helping yourself, it's your choice. Number 2, The Cult of the Absolute, Baldur's Gate 3. The Cult of the Absolute is Baldur's Gate 3's new major threat in the world. It's a religious organization that secretly uses mind flare parasites to brainwash its followers and ultimately transform them into the perfect obedient army of tentacled monsters. Throughout the entire story, your character has to fight this cult in order to find a cure for their own brain parasite, but the option to join the cult is always on the table as well. In fact, finding your place among its leaders can also yield some pretty great benefits. Thanks to the protection of Shadowheart's mysterious artifact, your party is safe from the influence that the parasite should have on their minds. This means that you can infiltrate the cult without any risks of indoctrination and use your conscious mind to exploit the beguiled members, gaining new unique items, allies, and even more brain parasites that can turn the little guy in your brain into a powerful psychic weapon. Keeping close to the cult is the best way to get the most out of this game, and if you stick with them until the finale, you can even take it over, taking charge of its vast armies and dominating the world. And number 1, Symbiote, Spider-Man Web of Shadows. Spider-Man Web of Shadows is an action game featuring your favourite friendly neighbourhood superhero in not-so-friendly circumstances. The main story focuses heavily on Peter Parker's relationship with the new Venom symbiote. You get to decide if you want Spidey to use the powers of the alien but risk falling to its influence, or you can choose to refuse them and deal with the trouble ahead on your own. Now, no one wants to see their childhood hero get corrupted by the forces of evil, but if you do choose to side with the parasite, the powers it provides very quickly turn out to be completely overpowered and downright broken. Whereas the regular red suit gameplay provides a challenging and balanced experience, the black suit unlocks attacks that are so powerful you can just spam them carelessly and watch every enemy fold in an instant. As a bonus, the evil Spider-Man route features an interesting what-if scenario, where, in the end, Peter Parker gets to use these new powers to turn all the heroes into obedient super soldiers and becomes the leader of a new symbiote-infused New York City. Oh, and you get to date Black Cat. I mean, that one thing alone would probably convince most people to join the side of evil immediately. There we go.
Video game villains seem to really have a thing for these huge gestures of evilness and then outlining their evil plan, usually directly to you in immense detail, but not every single villain needs to lay things out so blatantly. While some video game antagonists keep their plans close to their chest, the more observant among us can still learn about their true intentions through small hints and details, foreshadowing their reveal as the big bad evil guy of their respective title. Of course, there are spoilers ahead, so do be wary wading in. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game villains who sneakily dropped hints about their big reveal. Number 10, Javed, The Witcher. The Witcher 1's main antagonist is Javed, a renegade sorcerer from the exotic lands of Zerkania. As you may expect from his profession, Javed is no stranger to tricks and illusions, which is why in the second act of the game he impersonates a detective from Vizima. This guy's called Raymond Marlov, and he keeps a close eye on Geralt to sabotage all of his efforts to stop the sorcerer's plan from within. You're not really supposed to know Raymond is Javed, however, due to his arrogance and a little bit of oversight, the villainous spellcaster actually drops some hints about his true identity. For example, when you're close to Raymond, Geralt's medallion goes off, indicating that dangerous magic is nearby. In addition, you can find stashes of the drug Fist Tech in the detective's house, the same drug your adversary peddles on the streets. Funnily enough, you can actually point these tidbits out to Raymond before his big reveal, and you do in fact find out early that he's Javed. Unfortunately, because he's a sleazy mage, he does instantly kill you for it, but it's still worth the satisfaction of rubbing it in his face. Number 9, Michelle, Grand Theft Auto 4. One of the turning points in Grand Theft Auto 4 is when you find out that Michelle, Nico Bellic's first girlfriend in Liberty City, is an undercover cop. Michelle busts Nico for a drug deal, prompting him to start working with the ULC agency. However, just because the reveal was surprising to everyone's favorite Serbian hitman, it doesn't mean it has to be to you. There are several moments in the game where Michelle's false identity is blatantly apparent, provided that you pay attention and know what to expect. For example, when you first enter her apartment, Nico remarks that all of Michelle's stuff is brand new, like tags are still attached to the furniture, so it becomes pretty obvious that she bought all of this stuff specifically for this mission. On top of that, Michelle, the undercover cop, loves to ask Nico a lot of questions, most of which aim to get him to talk about criminal activity. She even urges him to talk louder when she invites him for coffee, making it clear that her place is wired and ready to squeeze a confession out of her supposed boyfriend. Number 8, Anders, Dragon Age 2. Anders is one of the most hated companions in Dragon Age 2, but not by me. I love Anders. I romanced Anders, and I think it's just me. The same as just me who decided to romance River in Cyberpunk. I think that was pretty much the whole sum of it all the way down. But let's keep going with how he betrays you. If you ever got past the first half of the game, behind Anders' silly personality lies a deep hatred, and said hatred leads him to use you to blow up the chantry with a magical bomb. The traitorous ploy was a knife to the heart of a bunch of players, especially those who romanced the old ponytail. However, the same people who romanced him should have known that Anders was up to no good. Well, provided they weren't too busy making eyes at him. You see, if you do romance Anders before the whole chantry gate thing, he does drop a hint about his true intentions. In one of the events before the main confrontation with Meredith, Anders will admit that he's planning something pretty big and pretty questionable, and that he apologizes in advance for how this could affect your relationship. This can obviously mean only two things. 1, your boyfriend is about to commit a terrible crime, or 2, he's building up the courage to break up with you. Thankfully, it was the first one and not the second. Number 7, Gary, Bully Scholarship Edition. Gary is the primary antagonist of Bully, Rockstar's school simulator, who betrays Jimmy in order to pit every clique in Bullworth Academy against each other and take over the school. To call Gary's betrayal surprising is probably overstating it by a large amount, as someone this sleazy and generally mistrustful was always going to betray you at some point. However, the interesting thing is that there were even more obvious signs that Gary has some pretty nasty plans for the school to begin with. In one of his dialogues prior to the reveal of his scheme, Gary talks about having a dream of, quote, ruling an empire, similar to how he talks about Bullworth Academy once he takes it over. He also frequently betrays his friends and shows he's constantly paranoid about them turning on him, while simultaneously bragging about how they're just pawns in his game. With an attitude like that, it was really just a matter of time as to when Gary would betray you, not if. Number 6, Admiral Havelock, Dishonored. Dishonored can be divided into 2 acts, one where Corvo works together with Admiral Havelock and other loyalists, and the other where he's betrayed by them. Although it seems like Havelock wants to avenge the Empress's death at the first part of the game, it then turns into a blatant reality that Havelock in fact wants to stab you in the back in the name of power. The betrayal is sudden and can take a lot of players by surprise, but if you've taken the time to examine some clues, you would have known something was off about Havelock pretty easily. If you use the heart from the outsider to read Havelock's intentions, the device tells you he has a certain type of bloodlust in him. Additionally, it can reveal that he's tried to seize control of the Navy shortly after the Empress's death, painting him as a clearly opportunistic and power-hungry man. That said, you don't actually need any magical tools to work this out, as Havelock genuinely says about as much to you without you having to investigate. In one conversation, he admits that he would have killed his beloved brother were he still alive, if it meant achieving what he thought was necessary. Well, in retrospect, that one should have been obvious. Number 5, Loghain, Dragon Age Origins. On top of the dreaded Darkspawn, there's another adversary you need to worry about in Dragon Age Origins, and that is Loghain. That's when you're not busy romancing Alistair. Let me know who you romanced. The old war hero betrays his own king at the beginning of the story, and that sets off your quest to rebuild the army lost at Ostagar and seek vengeance for your fallen friend Duncan. When you first watch the cutscene showing Loghain ordering his troops to abandon the king's forces, his decision is shocking. Yeah, he clearly disagrees with King Cailan on a lot of things, but that doesn't justify a patriot like him abandoning his king. Well, it turns out if you do a little bit of exploration at Ostagar, it's possible for you to discover what made up Loghain's mind. Prior to the battle with the Darkspawn, you can visit Loghain at his tent and have a little conversation about his views. He'll express to you how he's been a little uncomfortable about how supportive Cailan is of the country's former overlord, Orlais, and that he's kinda sick of all his complaints falling on deaf ears. If you irk him, he'll even call Cailan a fool. Yep, a man openly calling his king an idiot is definitely not going to commit regicide. Number 4, Edgar Ross, Red Dead Redemption. The ending of Red Dead Redemption is an iconic moment in gaming, seeing John's story end with a surprise shootout against Agent Edgar Ross and his men, in which the outlaw loses his life. When you play Red Dead Redemption for the first time, the moment hits you like an absolute truck, and it certainly doesn't help that Ross's plan to execute John happens so quickly. However, pretty much every bit of dialogue between John and Edgar as they work together has some hidden message about the agent's ultimate plan. The lawman talks a lot about the age of outlaws being over and how every Old West criminal is bound to face the proverbial noose eventually. Of course, just like John, you might assume Edgar is just talking about the other members of Dutch's gang. However, he does warn John multiple times that John's past is going to catch up to him as well. Perhaps the most telling hint that Edgar is going to do wrong by you, just like he did wrong by everybody else, is when he shoots Dutch's corpse in the head, saying it'd look better on the report. So letting John live was pretty much never on the table. Number 3, Frank Fontaine, BioShock. When you play BioShock, the only friendly face, or rather voice, amidst the madness of Rapture is Atlas, the humble leader of the revolution against Andrew Ryan, who guides you through the underwater city in search of an exit. In reality though, Atlas is someone far more nefarious, a man by the name of Frank Fontaine, who led Rapture's collapse and has brainwashed your character to help him get to the surface. The reveal of your character's conditioning is a total shock the first time around, and is still one of the best twists in all of video games, but there's actually a bunch of hints if you know where to look for them, or if you know that the twist already happened, and then you go back the second time. There are many small moments where his facade of a humble factory worker cracks, such as when he refers to a little sister as an it and urges you to kill her. However, the more memorable hint is Fontaine's clever use of the phrase, "would you kindly?" He only says it to you when he gives you an order because it's secretly an activation code to trigger your conditioning. The phrase appears significantly when you don't have any choice about what you do at that point in the story, so if you pay attention, you can actually take note of that. Number 2, Scott Shelby, Heavy Rain. One of the biggest complaints people have about the story of Heavy Rain is that the reveal of Scott Shelby as the origami killer comes out of left field, completely undermining the plot points of several other characters in the game. For the record, that criticism is absolutely well earned. There are so many plot holes in that game, it's ridiculous, but I think the Scott Shelby reveal is really good, and there are a few things that do set it up beforehand. The fake act detective leaves out a few details in his storyline about what his connection to the case actually is. The first one is the fact that he's investigating the case of Ethan's missing son Sean, despite having no prior contact with the boy's family or the police precinct investigating the kidnapping. In fact, Shelby has a lot of insider knowledge about Sean's case, like his name, his age, and even how long he has until the origami killer drowns him. Another hint is that Shelby owns an old typewriter, the very same model that the origami killer's messages were written with. Sure, it's easy to think of all these as coincidences at first, but after you play through the game once, it all clicks into place. Especially that line at the beginning where he says he's been hired by the victims of the origami killer, and you just take his word for it at the beginning, but then it seems super sus by the end. Number 1, Big Smoke, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Big Smoke from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is known for 3 things. Number 1, his massive food order, then his love for following trains, and finally, his betrayal of CJ and the Grove Street crew. Serving as the main antagonist of the second half of the story, despite working closely with CJ in the first few missions on Grove Street, even at the beginning, that upcoming treachery was already flagged. You just had to take the time to notice it. Actually, there's something really fishy about Big Smoke as soon as you play the game. The first glaring sign is that unlike all the other gang members, Big Smoke has moved out of his home on Grove Street and settled in Idlewood, aka the territory of the rival Ballers gang. Another hint is that Big Smoke refuses to participate in the drive-by shooting of the Ballers gang, even though he doesn't really seem to have had a problem killing people before that point. It's clear that he has ties to the enemy, and although most of the people in the story would blame his behavior on laziness or a lack of foresight, a perceptive player can be a little smarter and know the rat when they see him.
While the fair majority of video games serve up a happy ending as a reward for players who've invested the time and effort to reach the climax of their story, it's hardly a new trick for games to offer multiple different ones of varying degrees of satisfaction. What is kind of new, however, is that for those bad endings to not serve as punishments, but to actually dictate the franchise's story going forward. I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video games where the bad ending is canon. Number 10, Blood Omen: Legacy of Kain. The first entry into the beloved Legacy of Kain franchise, Blood Omen ends by offering players a choice. Either sacrifice yourself to ensure the vampires are rendered extinct and the land of Nosgoth is saved, or selfishly embrace your vampiric curse, leave Nosgoth a decrepit hellscape, and then bask in your own all-powerfulness. It kinda can't be any clearer which ending is good and which is bad, but sequel Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver actually opted to unexpectedly take the Hellscape ending as canon, picking up with Kain having expanded his tyrannical influence after refusing to lay down his life. The big rub, however, is that we don't actually play as Kain this time around. We instead control his lieutenant Raziel, who Kain kills at the start of the game before he's then resurrected by the Elder God and sets off on a roaring rampage of revenge. Making the protagonist of the first game the antagonist of the sequel is certainly a fun hook, and it's pulled off quite brilliantly here. Number 9, Fatal Frame 1 and 2. The Fatal Frame franchise loves grim endings enough that it actually canonized them not once, but twice. The original survival horror game had 3 different endings, with the bleakest being the normal ending accessed by most players, where protagonist Miku's brother Mifuyu sacrifices himself, staying behind with Kiri's spirit and sealing the Hell Gate, in turn preventing dark forces from crossing over into the living world. This ending is confirmed to be canon in Fatal Frame 3 The Tormented, where Miku returns as a playable character mourning the loss of her brother. And now let's skip back to Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly, which offers up more sibling-centric trauma in several endings, especially the Crimson Butterfly ending, where protagonist Mio is put in a trance and strangles her twin sister Meu to death, completing a ritual used to appease hellish underworld forces. Again, Fatal Frame 3 confirms this ending to be canon, revealing that Mio is unsurprisingly racked with trauma over her sister's death and the role that she played in it. Number 8, Warcraft, Orcs and Humans. The Warcraft franchise was launched with 1994's Warcraft Orcs and Humans, which, per its title, allowed players to partake in skirmishes as either the humans or the orcs. Now, the Orc campaign concludes with the Orcs sacking the city of Stormwind and killing the Human King, while the commander protagonist, revealed in Warcraft 2 to be Orgrim Doomhammer, great name, becomes the new war chief. Now, this is categorically meant to be viewed as the game's bad ending, given all the human suffering that it causes, yet Warcraft 2 opted to follow this ending rather than the more hopeful human one, in which the Horde are destroyed and the player character becomes Stormwind's new king. The canonized bad ending does come with a slight asterisk though, as a few aspects of the human campaign were also later made canon as well, namely the king's assassination at the hands of half-orc spy Garona, and the death of the most powerful mage in all of Azeroth. Number 7, Final Fantasy XIII 2. Though Final Fantasy XIII 2 technically has multiple endings, only the most depressing of these is actually canon within the game's own reality. The RPG sequel's base ending is a downer alright, as chaos quite literally spreads throughout the world, Sarah dies, and protagonist Lightning ends up crystallized on the throne of Etro's temple. While you can use the Paradox Scope Fragment skill to unlock a series of alt-universe sequences throughout the game called Paradox Endings, most of which offer sunnier outcomes, these are strictly intriguing what-if alternatives rather than canon parts of the story. Ultimately, the third and final game in the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy, Lightning Returns, then kicks off with Lightning still in crystal stasis before being awoken from her slumber. And given that Final Fantasy XIII 2 was always intended to be the Empire Strikes Back of this trilogy, it simply made sense that the bummer ending would carry through to the next game. Number 6, Soul Edge. In the case of legendary fighting game Soul Edge, each of the playable fighters has 2 possible endings to unlock, one good and one bad. And when fan-favourite character Siegfried is concerned, his tragic ending sees him finally lay his hands on the legendary titular weapon, only for the evil forces inside of the sword to take control of him and transform him into a malevolent presence. As for the good ending, well, Siegfried makes the better advised decision to resist Soul Edge's allure and destroy the sword outright. Now, despite the tendency for fighting games to play fast and loose with canon between entries, sequel Soul Calibur actually picked up Siegfried's tragic ending and ran with it, by revealing that the evil force he had become was actually the Azure Knight known as Nightmare, who would quickly become the series' main antagonist. Number 5, Shadow Hearts. RPG Shadow Hearts' ending is centered around the fate of protagonist Yuri's charge, Alice Elliott. In the happy ending, accessed by completing a specific side mission before the final boss battle, Yuri and Alice team up to defeat the villainous Atman, after which the pair return to Alice's family in France. The bad ending, meanwhile, has Alice's soul claimed by Atman, and she then dies while taking the train back to France with Yuri. Surprisingly, 2004's sequel Shadow Hearts Covenant reveals that Alice did indeed die, leaving Yuri a depressed shadow of his former self at the start of the game. This one has a nice little twist though, as Covenant's canon happy ending does see Yuri go back in time and save Alice from death. And so while Alice's demise is ultimately undone, it happens in a way that still keeps her death in the previous game a canonical part of the series' story, a downer ending which must happen in order for it to be gloriously rectified in the sequel. Number 4, Dragon Quest. Near the end of Dragon Quest, after fighting your way to the villainous Dragon Lord, he'll ask you if you want to side with him or fight him. Obviously, you're supposed to raise fisticuffs and take the Dragon Lord on in a final boss battle, but if you opt to join him, you'll suddenly fall asleep and reawaken, with this grim ending having apparently been a nightmare. Though Dragon Quest II and the rest of the mainline series treats the good ending as canon, the 2016 spin-off Dragon Quest Builders offers up a fascinating alt-universe taking place in a reality where you did indeed side with the Dragon Lord and were given half the world to rule. However, the game also reveals that the Dragon Lord's offer was a mere ruse, who could have seen that coming, with Dragon Quest I's original hero being ultimately defeated and the world becoming overrun by monsters. Even accepting that things didn't turn out well for the series' OG protagonist, it's pretty damn wild that the original bad ending was quasi-canonized 30 years later. Number 3, XCOM Enemy Unknown. XCOM Enemy Unknown is a fascinating example of taking what is effectively a game over sequence and then making it canon. If you lose too many missions throughout the turn-based tactics game, you'll end up with a bleak ending in which XCOM loses the war against the invading alien forces, who have mind-controlled vast swaths of those in power, and that's kind of all she wrote. Somewhat surprisingly then, when XCOM 2 was released a few years later, it actually picked up where this ending left off. The sequel takes place 20 years after the events of Enemy Unknown, with the aliens having indeed succeeded in their invasion, while the XCOM organization is basically a mere shadow of its former self. On the one hand, players who worked hard to avoid this ending might have been miffed when it ended up being canon anyway, but it nevertheless helped set the stage for one of the best games in the series. Number 2, Metro 2033. More often than not, if a game makes you work hard for the happier ending, that's going to be the one that ends up being canon, right? Right? Please say right. Well, unfortunately, that is not quite the case in Metro 2033. In the bad ending experienced by most players, protagonist Artyom allows the missile strike to take place, obliterating the Dark Ones' hive and seemingly destroying them. The so-called enlightened ending, meanwhile, can be accessed by committing moral actions throughout your playthrough, such as not killing humans, handing out ammo, and listening to NPCs speak, and sees Artyom destroy the missile system at the last minute, refusing to destroy the Dark Ones. But in a suitably cynical move, such enlightenment is shown to be beyond our grasp, as sequel Metro Last Light reveals that Artyom did indeed fire the missiles. Given that this is also the ending of the original Metro 2033 novel, it absolutely makes sense that it would be canon in the games as well, even if those who put in all of that extra effort for the happy ending might feel a little hard done by. Number 1, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Alright, here's a fun one to end with. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a point-and-click horror game based on Harlan Ellison's 1967 short story of the same name. And in the game's marketing, Ellison insisted that this was a game that the player cannot possibly win. Given that Ellison's short story indeed had an epic downer of an ending where protagonist Ted is transformed into an amorphous, gelatinous blob incapable of even offing himself, it absolutely made sense that the game would end the same way. But Ellison was ultimately convinced to include a single happy ending in the title, with the 7th ending allowing players to defeat the malevolent supercomputer and start terraforming Earth to make it habitable once more. Yet Ellison has always been clear that he wanted the game to be unwinnable and favors the other 6 endings, all of which are just different flavors of depressing and hew much closer to the novel's bleak outcome.
Now, it's not hyperbole to claim that many of the greatest games of all time are sequels. Half-Life 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Mass Effect 2, Portal 2, and The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt are just a few examples of this practice. They all expanded on their predecessors in exciting way, garnering critical acclaim and allowing their respective studios to skip happily all the way to the bank. But sometimes a studio decides to release a sequel without actually telling you it's a sequel, and that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are the 10 best video game stealth sequels you never saw coming. Number 10, Deathloop and Dishonored. Deathloop, a game created by the acclaimed Arcane Studios, is a banging FPS that shared a lot of its DNA with the studio's flagship series Dishonored. This makes complete sense given that the company has a unique visual and gameplay style. There's bound to be some surface level crossover here and there, right? Well, as it turns out, the connection between these games runs much deeper than gamers were initially led to believe. There are plenty of allusions to Deathloop taking place within the Dishonored universe. For example, a lot of the buildings found on Black Reef Island share the same architectural style as those within the Empire of the Isles. Additionally, there are numerous documents dated with the series' unique calendar style, a recording of a whaler's song, and even weaponry from the Dunwall Imperial Armory, and the list goes on and on. Some might argue that these are just references, but the game's director confirmed via Bethesda that the game is in fact a follow-up taking place in the future after Dishonored Death of the Outsider. What a sneaky way to sell a sequel. Number 9. Code Vein and God Eater. Bandai Namco's Code Vein is a stylish and action-packed Souls-like that blends sci-fi anime visuals with vampires, here known as Revenants. The world lore establishes a dystopian setting in which its characters are locked inside a city, the Jail of the Mist, by a red mist, with monstrous beings known as horrors prowling outside. As you might expect, the red mist eventually dissipates, finally giving players a glimpse at these mysterious horrors, and it's at this point that fans of the monster-bashing God Eater series will start saying, wait a minute, they look awfully familiar. Are those monsters what I think they are? And it turns out, yes, they are. You see, the creatures outside the city are revealed to be Aragami, the terrifying beasties that you battle throughout the God Eater series, thus linking the properties together. It's not explicitly stated where or how Code Vein sits in this timeline, but the appearance of these monsters is too much to ignore. Code Vein is now getting an overt sequel called Code Vein 2, as announced at the Summer Games Fest, so perhaps clearer answers await there. Number 8. Shadow Heart and Kudelka. When game developer Saknoth revealed the game Shadow Hearts, they did so under the impression that it was a brand spanking new IP. This RPG was marketed as something fresh, a new attempt by the company to establish itself on the PlayStation after its previous attempt, Kudelka, unfortunately sold poorly despite receiving critical praise. The thing is that they duped everyone, as Shadow Hearts was not as original as they claimed and was in fact a stealth sequel to Kudelka. While it was clearly not a direct follow-up, the sheer amount of crossover between the games made it obvious that they were connected. For a start, the final chapter of Shadow Hearts took place in the Nemerton Monastery in Wales where Kudelka was set. The Emigre manuscript, a dangerous ancient tome, played a pivotal role in both properties. Hell, even the titular Kudelka herself appeared in the game with her son acting as a playable party member. It seems that they couldn't just let go of their artistic vision. Number 7. Days Gone and Siphon Filter. On the one hand, you've got a spy thriller full of espionage and counter-terrorism, and on the other, you've got a zombie-infested post-apocalyptic horror fronted by a biker. Now, one of these things is not like the other, and yet, Siphon Filter and Days Gone are related. In fact, the latter is a loose sequel to the former. The journey of Deacon in Days Gone places you in a ravaged Oregon, battling against hordes of infected known as Freakers. Where did the virus affecting these people come from? Well, some fascinating Easter eggs pinpoint a direct connection to Siphon Filter, implying that it is a strand of that titular virus. There are many allusions to Siphon Filter, such as the Nero soldiers resembling the CBDC operatives and an unlockable taser with the protagonist Gabe Logan's initials on it. However, the most clear-cut evidence comes from the documents found at the Cloverdale Laboratory. These documents name-drop the characters Gabe Logan, Lang Xing, Teresa Lipan, and Lawrence Majari directly, as well as locations targeted by the Siphon Filter virus and the terrorist organizations connected to it. From piecing the evidence together, it's clear that Days Gone is a quiet follow-up to this spy franchise. Number 6. Marathon and Pathways into Darkness. When you hear the name Bungie, you likely think of the seminal FPS series Halo. However, years before Bungie was helping to evolve combat, they were producing the excellent Marathon games, another collection of thrilling sci-fi shooters. The first installment of this series also served as their first ever sequel, although it wasn't quite written on the box. Marathon 1994 featured numerous links to their previous title, Pathways into Darkness, a military-style Lovecraftian FPS. One of the biggest pieces connecting the tissue was the Hyaro, an ancient race of advanced alien life forms who are named in both games. These extraterrestrials give humanity a warning in Pathways into Darkness about a dreaming god, which fully matches the description of a primordial entity known as, well, I can't pronounce this and it's just appearing on screen, that appears in the Marathon series. This alien race is determined to contain this world-ending threat, which plays a significant role in the narratives of both titles. It seems that Bungie was obsessed with world-building lore decades before Destiny, with some even theorizing that Halo and Destiny are also linked to this world, but those connections are far less convincing. Number 5. Deltarune and Undertale. If there's one thing that Toby Fox tried to make as clear as daylight in the run-up to Deltarune's release is that it wasn't Undertale. This indie dev's explosive debut took the industry by storm, and one thing that his next game couldn't do was definitely live up to that hype. Yes, everyone knew that the title was an anagram, but it was made very clear that this new game was not going to be the same. Note taken, don't expect Undertale. So imagine everyone's shock when they ran into characters like Sans, Alphys, Toriel, Undyne, and more. Oh, Toby, you devious little fox. Like the anagram title suggested, Deltarune was connected to Undertale. Rather than being a direct sequel, it was revealed that this game was an alternate version of the original title, with many of the characters reappearing in different roles. This took many by surprise, with YouTube compilations of people screaming when first encountering Sans. It might not have been a clear-out continuation, but it was a lot more Undertale than people were expecting. Number 4. Nier and Drakengard. Nier and Drakengard, both of which come from the enigmatic mind of Yoko Taro, seem pretty far removed at first glance. One is a dark fantasy set in a faraway land, and the other is a post-apocalyptic tale set in future Japan. However, despite their differences, these games are closely linked. Like many epic RPGs, Drakengard features multiple endings. One of these endings, ending E to be precise, sees you transported into a real-world Tokyo, where you battle against the terrifying Queen Beast before getting shot down by the Japanese Air Force. It is the kind of bonkers climax that you can expect from an auteur like Taro, but the wild thing is how this conclusion connects to Nier. At first, Nier feels like a whole new IP, far removed from Drakengard. However, the world of Nier is the direct result of ending E, with the dead ashes of the giant queen creating the white chlorination syndrome, which wipes out most of humanity. This story takes place in the aftermath that eventually unfolds, and playing this game means that you're effectively playing a sequel to Drakengard, and a lot of people don't even know it. Number 3. Blair Witch Volume 1 Rustin Parr and Nocturne. If you ever picked up a game called Blair Witch Volume 1 Russian Parr, you probably assumed that it would be a tie-in to the horror franchise of the same name, right? Well, this video game, released in the year 2000, is in name related to the series, but rather than being a Blair Witch Project spin-off, it's more of a follow-up to Terminal Reality's previous game Nocturne. That's weird, right? Blair Witch Volume 1 opens inside the Spook House HQ, the base of operation for Nocturne's fictional organization designed to tackle problems of the supernatural kind. You play as Spook House agent Elspeth Doc Holiday. Investigate the case of Rustin Parr, a crazed man in Burkittsville, Maryland. The protagonist of Nocturne, the Stranger, is even assigned to be your partner, although he ultimately doesn't join the investigation. Now, the game is far from perfect, but it's an enjoyable spooky romp and a great unexpected crossover for fans of Nocturne and Blair Witch. Plus, it's the only real way to delve deeper into the Spook House mythos, given that Nocturne never got an official sequel. Number 2. Shadow of the Colossus and Ico. If you wanted to plead the case for video games as legitimate art form, you'd get a lot of mileage out of the games Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. Playing through these two unique PS2 titles created by Team Ico, now Japan Studio, is like stepping into a stunning new world, which is why it's all the more inspiring to know that they're actually related. You'll uncover this connection by getting through Shadow of the Colossus, a game that sees you hunt down and destroy 16 massive colossi in the hopes of reviving a young girl named Mono. At the end of the game, the protagonist Wanda is reborn as a small child with horns that makes him look suspiciously like an infant version of the titular character from Ico. This ending fully implies that Shadow of the Colossus is an unexpected prequel to Ico, a reveal that definitely took many people's breath away. There are theories that Team Ico's The Last Guardian is also connected, making the games a complete trilogy, although these links are far more tenuous. Who knows though, maybe the upcoming Project Robot will have some unexpected connections too. And number 1, Control and Alan Wake. Alan Wake 2 is often referred to as a long-awaited sequel, which is mostly accurate given that it was released a whole 13 years after its predecessor. However, the funny thing is that technically fans already had a follow-up by then, and that was 2019's Control, because that was also an Alan Wake sequel. Control placed you in the shoes of Jessie Faden, the recently established head of the Federal Bureau of Control, as she explored the oldest house, the organization's HQ. Despite being presented as a new IP from Remedy Interactive, it was filled with scattered references to Bright Falls, the setting of 2010's Alan Wake, heavily linking the two. If it weren't clear enough already, the Ore DLC would have made it even clearer, as it brought Alan Wake directly into the game and continued his story. Alan Wake 2 naturally kept the ball rolling, heavily featuring the FBC and Control characters such as Jesse and the janitor. Hell, it even alluded to another Remedy property in Quantum Break. Control is where the Remedy-connected universe really started to show, and it took many by surprise.
Although it is rare, there are some games that treat their Easter eggs not as just something to be found or something to laugh at, whether that's out loud or the slight amusement of the exhale out the nose. There are some Easter eggs that actually offer you rewards, and some of these rewards can be the strongest item in the game. If you want to know how to unlock awesome gear for your character, or you're curious about the secret that keeps these items from you, the following list has all the necessary hints and clues you need. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 hidden gaming Easter eggs with powerful rewards. Alien Blaster, Fallout 4. It's fair to say, and you'd know this if you have any experience with these games, that the Fallout series has kind of an intense, weird obsession with aliens. The original Fallout contained a secret map with a crashed UFO, and the rest have had some kind of extraterrestrial encounter as well, with Fallout 3 even going as far as to release a full DLC about being abducted by the Little Grey Men. Like its predecessors, Fallout 4 does include an alien Easter egg, but unlike the other games, it actually gives you a reward for finding it, and that reward is an alien blaster. To trigger the secret, you have to travel to Oberlin Station. When you visit the location from the south, you'll spot a flying saucer crashing down, which you can then follow to find the green survivor of the crash, who's hiding inside a cave. The alien will immediately turn hostile, forcing you to kill it, but as a reward, you get to take his blaster. The gun is arguably one of the strongest one-handed weapons in the game, so it's worth a little tussle with an alien to get it. Korek Machete, Dying Light. Dying Light's strongest melee weapon is the legendary Korek Machete. However, most people playing the game wouldn't even know it exists, because in order to get it, you have to find a secret that's almost impossible to figure out unless you're using a guide. On the rooftops of the underground parking quarantine zone in the slums, you can find an area with a suspicious wooden box just sitting out in the middle of it. Although it looks like any other destructible object, when you hit it with a weapon, the container doesn't break. It's easy in that case to assume that the box is just indestructible and this is some kind of glitch, but if you do keep stubbornly hitting away at it anyway, it will eventually break. The process takes, wait for it, 76 kicks to complete, which again, no one would normally attempt to do. Once the box is broken, however, it rewards you with the blueprints for the Korek Machete, the name of which is a reference to Techland's optimization lead. The weapon is ridiculously strong, and for the first 35 uses, it can one-hit kill zombies, and even after that point, it's a 3-hit kill, which is pretty darn good. It's worth the stupid amount of effort involved, even if half the hard work is figuring out what it is you're even supposed to do. Plan B, Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077 rewards the player for exploring Night City, although most of the time that reward in question is just the site of an interesting location. There is one secret, pretty excellent prize you can get from exploration though, but you'll need to use your wit and knowledge of the story so far in order to find it. The main part of Cyberpunk 2077's plot begins after V botches the robbery in Kaneki Plaza, and is then swiftly betrayed by their employer, Dexter DeShawn. After he shoots you in the head with his custom gold-encrusted gun, Dexter dumps your body in a landfill, before he himself ends up buried in the trash in a beautiful twist of irony, as Goro Takamura kills him and rescues you. Now, once that rescue sequence is complete, you technically have no reason to go back to your stinky dumpster burial site, but if you decide to, you will find Dexter DeShawn's gun there. The signature weapon is not only a nice secret for those sentimental players who like to revisit a story's relevant locations, it also packs a hell of a punch, making it quite the treasure amidst the mountains and mountains of trash. Golden Egg, Resident Evil 4. Items are essential to your survival in Resident Evil 4. Each gun, magazine, and healing powder you find can be the difference between life and death. Aside from the typical things you'd expect to find in an infested village, the game also features joke items, like the 2 hidden golden eggs. However, just because these look like they must just be only used for a gag, that doesn't mean they aren't useful in a fight. The golden eggs are secret items that the player can discover by exploring the lake area in Chapter 4, and then unlocking the cubic device in the mansion in Chapter 12. Despite being a secret, the eggs don't seem to do much besides being expensive, netting the player 9,000 coins if you decide to sell them to the merchant. That said, they actually do have an additional hidden use that can turn them into the strongest weapons in your arsenal. During the fight with Salazar, if you've still got those eggs because you didn't decide to sell them, you can chuck both of them at Salazar and he will die immediately before the real battle can even begin. The eggs are the only weapon in the game that's capable of instantly killing the boss, so if you need extra help with Salazar, it's time to go egg hunting. Easter came early. Erendite, The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3's Blood and Wine DLC, while fantastic, also takes Geralt to the Duchy of Toussaint, where chivalry is very much alive and there are knights abound. In fact, there's even an Easter egg in the region that references history's most legendary knights, and Geralt can even join their ranks for an incredible reward. There can only be one is a secret side quest in Toussaint in which Geralt comes across a mysterious hermit located in Lake Laxelavi. The hermit will ask Geralt to prove that he possesses 5 virtues of chivalry to access a hidden sword within the lake. Proving the 5 virtues requires you to complete the quests in Toussaint in a way that an honorable knight would, which is why if you haven't been acting morally throughout the game, or if you do feel like you've been moral but not chivalric, you might not be able to claim the prize. Those who can prove their honor get to fight the monk, who later reveals herself to be the Lady of the Lake, a mystical being worshipped by Toussaint's knights. She then grants you her legendary sword Erendite. This is not only a reference to the famous tale of Lancelot, but it's also a nod to Geralt's past dealings with the lady in the previous games. Alien Spaceship, The Sims 3. The Sims 3 Supernatural expansion has added the ability to turn your Sims into a variety of occult creatures right out the gate. However, some of them, like mummies or imaginary friends, aren't given to you at the very beginning. They're secrets that you need to discover as you go, if you can find them. These hidden supernatural states come with their own set of benefits, the strongest of which, unarguably, belongs to the aliens. Making their return in the Seasons DLC, The Sims 3 aliens are the most powerful iteration of the occult Sims in the entire series, being that they're capable of reading minds and summoning meteors from the skies. The downside is that getting an alien to join your family is pretty difficult. On rare occasions, your sim might be visited by an extraterrestrial researcher, in which case you have a small window of time to befriend them and invite them to live with you before they teleport away again. Alternatively, your sim can become pregnant on occasion if they're abducted by aliens, but the first method is better because it comes with a better reward. A resident alien will join your family with their flying saucer, which can perform amazing things like changing the weather or townside abductions, making for quite a powerful and rare toy. Shuffler Outfit, Watch Dogs 2. Watch Dogs 2's Shuffler Easter egg might take the cake for one of the most creative and interesting ways to unlock a secret in a game. After T-Bone joins you in your main hacker space, the world map will spawn 4 secret locations with bloody graffiti of a smiling face. Taking a selfie in front of them will reveal hidden symbols and then play a disturbing voice recording of people running away from some mysterious entity. After you find all 4 symbols, you can use the sheet above Josh's desk to decipher the time of day during which you'll need to visit the final location of the Easter egg. The time actually changes from game to game, so you do have to translate the symbols yourself. If done correctly, you'll be given coordinates for the final location, and when you take a picture there at the exact time specified by the symbols, you'll see a cutscene of the Shuffler killing one of its victims, after which you wake up with the Shuffler's outfit next to you. Equipping the clothing allows you access to a special stealth takedown in which you'll have access to the Shuffler's reality bending powers and, in a very subtle stealth move, levitate your victim and break every bone in their body. Subtle, but cool. Duke Ravengard's Longsword, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is prepared for virtually every choice the player might want to make. Even the most ridiculous action can trigger a special cutscene or failsafe, but only one additionally rewards you with what is possibly the most powerful sword in the game. In Act 3, the player is invited to attend Enver Gortash's coronation, as he attempts to use the brainwashed protector of Baldur's Gate, Duke Ravengard, to make his ascent to power official. After Ravengard blesses Gortash with his legendary longsword, Ravengard is then banished to a prison within the Iron Throne, where you can go and try and rescue him. If you do so successfully, the old Duke will appear in your camp. Now, since the Duke is your ally and the father of your companion Will, this is where the story ends for most players, if they didn't kill him during the coronation. However, if you kill or command the allied Duke to drop his weapon, you're able to get his sword from the cutscene, which grants its user a flat 2+ bonus to their charisma. Allying with the Duke and then messing with him is the only way to get the sword, as he doesn't drop it during the coronation. So it's an unusual set of events you'd have to do to get your hands on it, but if you did, you'd feel pretty smart. Golden Crowbar, Left 4 Dead 2. Left 4 Dead 2's Last Stand update has introduced the campaign and survival maps from the original game that were created by the series community in collaboration with Valve. Since these new maps were made by Left 4 Dead 2's modders, they all have a little secret inside. A little secret that you can use to bash zombies' heads in. Each map from the original game has been secretly altered to contain hidden golden crowbars. There are 22 of them in total, and each one has a different challenge to find and unlock it. The easiest crowbar to obtain requires you to look above your spawn point on the first map, while the hardest one to obtain requires you to bash random doors for an unbearably long amount of time until you unlock a hidden developer's room. Each golden crowbar is a fully functional weapon that you can wield to do a pretty substantial amount of damage. In addition, collecting them all grants you the Golden Freeman achievement, just in case anyone had any doubts that the Easter egg was, of course, a Half-Life reference. Beak Staff, Hitman. Hitman's developers clearly love their Easter eggs, as pretty much every level in the game is filled with bizarre mysteries. However, only a few of them actually reward their player with something you're gonna want to get your hands on, and this is the case in the mission Another Life. Set in a quiet American suburb of Whittleton Creek, the level allows 47 to break into most of the homes on the map as he pursues his targets. Most of the houses are pretty ordinary, but the Griswold residence hides a haunted band room. If you tamper with the equipment inside the rehearsal space, you can listen to a song that will eventually cause all the items in the room to dance to the beat, as though 47 were stuck in a Disney movie. It's a pretty neat Easter egg on its own, but the secret does have another layer to it that makes it even better. If you let the music play out in its entirety, then a metal beak staff will magically appear in the middle of the room. This is the only way to get this unique item in Whittleton Creek, so if you want to wield a badass fantasy staff, you best pay the band's artistry the respect it deserves.
Now, there have been countless unforgettable and mind-blowing moments in video games over the decades. Ever since developers were able to transform sprites and polygons into captivating narratives, creators have continued to find innovative and intriguing ways to tell their stories. Shocking reveals, hard-hitting deaths, and ambiguous endings are all effective ways in which games have succeeded in surprising us. However, nothing makes plots more enthralling than a great twist. So let's take a look at some video game rug pulls that were just absolute brilliance. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are the 10 best everything you know is a lie moments in video games. Oh yeah, and also massive spoilers for the following games. Number 10, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, a secret Soviet spy. Though the Call of Duty franchise is best known for its high-octane action and big-budget spectacle, the series isn't all mindless action. Alongside a selection of jaw-dropping moments in Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops, Cold War stands out as being one of the biggest and most unexpected gotcha moments in the entire series. Set in the early 1980s, Cold War sees player character Bell recruited by the CIA as part of a team tasked with eliminating dangerous Soviet spies. Teaming up with fan-favorite characters Woods and Mason, we're told that Bell has known the team for years, serving with leaders Adler and Sims in Vietnam. With the second mission, Fractured Jaw, framed as a flashback of Bell's time in Vietnam searching for a Russian presence, there's no reason to believe anything is awry. Towards the finale, however, a bombshell revelation reveals that Bell was previously one of Perseus' associates. After being left for dead, the CIA recovered him and subsequently brainwashed him into believing that they were allies. Understanding the truth about the shady practices of the US government, players now have the choice whether to tell Adler where Perseus is or lie, and in one ending, even ambush him. Number 9. Dark Souls. Anor Londo isn't what you think. Throughout the opening hours of Dark Souls, our chosen undead has the pleasure of exploring and repeatedly dying in a selection of environments equally as bleak and decrepit as the last. From the crumbling structures of Undead Burg, the slimy bowels of the depths, and the poison-filled nightmare that is Blighttown, none of these areas can be described as being particularly pleasant. And by the time we reach the end of Sen's fortress and slay the Iron Golem, we've come to accept that there's only more misery and bleakness ahead. And that's when Dark Souls transports us into Anor Londo, a large new area blanketed in welcoming sunlight. And even though this level is by far the most difficult yet, the welcome change of scenery suggests that there's still some hope left for the dying lands of Lordran. However, remember, this is Dark Souls, and nothing joyful is allowed to exist, not even sunshine. After meeting Guinevere, players can now see Anor Londo for what it truly is, as attacking Guinevere will reveal that she and the sunshine are nothing but an illusion. With the magic destroyed, the area is plunged into darkness as the soundtrack becomes more sinister. Anor Londo, it seems, is just as hopeless as everywhere else. Number 8. Braid, the real villain. From the ingenious mind of Jonathan Blower, who'd later go on to create The Witness, Braid is a challenging indie platformer in which the protagonist Tim is on a quest to save the princess from a horrible and evil monster. Presented in a storybook-like style alongside a beautiful soundtrack, Braid's premise is as basic as a plot can get, well, at least at first glance. As the game progresses and Tim unlocks more time-manipulating powers to traverse the progressively harder levels, more is gradually unveiled about the relationship between Tim and the princess. It turns out that they were once close until Tim drove her away because of an unspecified mistake, and it's not until the final level where Braid flips everything on its head. Here the goal is to now catch up with the princess as she flees from who we assume to be the villain, but when we actually do reach her, the game reveals the reality of the situation. It transpires that we'd seen this event in reverse. In actuality, the princess has been running from Tim the entire time and using the traps to slow him down. The truth is that Tim was the villain of the story the entire time. Number 7. The Dark Pictures Anthology, Little Hope, the Bus Driver. The second installment in Supermassive Games is the Dark Pictures Anthology. Little Hope continued the studio's style of atmospheric choose-your-own-adventure horror. This time, the series takes the scares to a small town with witchy secrets, and the horror begins when a bus crash strands a group of college students and their professor in the titular town in the dead of night, with the town being deserted apart from some spooky apparitions and supernatural fog keeping them there. So the group's only option is to find the bus driver who went missing after the crash. What follows is the player making a series of crucial decisions that determine who survives to sunrise and who is brutally killed. And being a lovely homage to schlocky horror, it's only fitting that Little Hope had a monster of a twist right at the end. Because the reason the group couldn't find the bus driver was because Will Poulter's character was the driver the entire time. And in an extra twist, the bus driver was the survivor of the house fire at the start of the game. Everything we've just seen was a hallucination brought on by the driver's traumatic past, with our choices determining if he's able to forgive himself. Number 6. Prey 2017, it's a simulation. Although this reveal happens in the opening of the game, this twist was nevertheless a huge surprise. Beginning in protagonist Morgan Yu's apartment, the start of Arcane Studios' Prey sees Morgan set off for work like it was any other day. They dress, have a look around the spacious home, and make their way to the roof where a helicopter is waiting to take them to their place of work. But the first sign that something isn't right is that Morgan's job consists of performing rudimentary tests like hiding and pressing buttons, and things get weirder when a shape-shifting alien attacks the observing scientist. A cut to black sees Morgan wake up back in their apartment, but this time things take a sinister turn. The friendly engineer who greeted you previously is now dead, and a mysterious caller instructs you to leave the building immediately. Breaking the apartment window is the only means of escape. However, rather than leading outside, it opens into the lab's corridors. Morgan, it turns out, has been on a space station called Talos 1 this entire time and has been used as a guinea pig in an experiment of his own creation. And now, Morgan must find a way to escape this alien-infested place. Number 5. Dead Space, Nicole's True Fate. When it comes to horror characters, none have as harrowing an ordeal as engineer Isaac Clarke from the Dead Space series. And even before he has the pleasure of injecting a terrifyingly large needle into his eyes in the sequel, he has to fight his way through the claustrophobic and necromorph-infested hallways of the Ishimura. When contact with the mining vessel was lost, Isaac is sent as part of a rescue team, and with his girlfriend Nicole still on board the Ishimura, Isaac has a personal connection to the mission. After being stranded on the Ishimura and learning more about the grim fate of the crew and the mysterious artifact known as the Maker, Isaac eventually contacts and reunites with Nicole soon after. Together once again, the pair are set to travel down to the planet to destroy the artifact. But when Isaac arrives, he's told the unnerving truth that Nicole has been dead this entire time, taking her own life in the video message we see Isaac watching at the start of the game. This Nicole that we've been seeing was a hallucination created by the Marker to manipulate Isaac into fulfilling its ghastly bidding. Number 4. Spec Ops: The Line – War Trauma. Oh look, it's What Culture's favourite child, it's Spec Ops: The Line, and yes, we're going to talk about it one more time for those in the back who don't know about it. Now as Captain Martin Walker, we are on our way to find Conrad, who is basically our version of Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now if it was a video game. And along the way we witness the horrors the Colonel left in their wake and is likewise forced to commit morally questionable acts of violence himself. But not long into the campaign, Spec Ops becomes less of a conventional shooter and more of a provocative character study, because when Walker finally arrives where Conrad is holed up, everything changes. It turns out that Conrad has been dead the entire time. The Conrad that Walker had been communicating with up until this point has been a hallucination that he created to take responsibility for his own horrific actions. No matter which ending players choose, Spec Ops: The Line is a profound examination of trauma. Number 3. Shadow of the Colossus. The Colossi weren't evil. The plot of Shadow of the Colossus was so simple and perfectly executed that it's likely nobody saw the ending coming. At the start of the game, the protagonist Wanda brings the body of his recently deceased friend Mono to a sacred temple. It's here the disembodied voice of a godlike being called Dormin informs him that it is possible to reclaim her soul if Wanda succeeds in destroying the idols in the temple. To do so, however, Wanda must travel across the lands and defeat gigantic stone beasts, each of which represents one of the idols. But there is, however, a price to pay for these actions. As far as objectives go, Wanda's couldn't be more straightforward, and with the goal of bringing back his loved one, players likewise have no reason to question the morality of his intentions. But slaying each of the Colossi begins to have a physical toll on Wanda, who grows paler and more sicklier as the game progresses. It's only with the death of the final Colossi that players realize that they've actually been deceived. The beasts were preventing the malevolent Dormin from escaping his imprisonment, and you foolishly released him by killing innocent creatures. Number 2. BioShock. Would you kindly? In the opening of BioShock, mute protagonist Jack is in a plane crash and, through sheer coincidence, stumbles upon the underwater city of Rapture. As soon as he sets foot in the city that since fell to ruin, he's contacted by Atlas on a radio, who asks Jack to help rescue his family and eliminate Rapture's sinister patriarch Andrew Ryan. From here, Atlas is our guiding voice throughout this subterranean dystopia. He's the one who explains how plasmids and Adam work, as well as telling us where to go and what to do next. When we finally make it to Ryan's offices though, we're greeted by a shocking reveal. Audio logs explain that Jack was a product of an experimentation in which he was programmed to obey any command that followed the phrase, "Would you kindly?" The words Atlas has been politely directing us with throughout the entire game. Moreover, in a second game-changing twist, Atlas was none other than Ryan's rival, Frank Fontaine. Not only does this twist reframe everything we thought we knew about Ryan's authoritarian rule over Rapture, but this plot point also functions as a meta-commentary on player agency. Like Jack, we too blindly just followed Fontaine's commands. And number 1, Silent Hill 2, What James Did. If M. Night Shyamalan has taught us anything, it's that great psychological horrors are made all the better with a tantalizing twist. And one of the most well-known and effective examples of these twists within a video game came towards the end of iconic survival horror Silent Hill 2. Playing as everyman James Sunderland, this unsettling horror sees him travel to the titular town after receiving a letter from his wife asking him to meet them there at a special place. What's especially strange about this though is that Mary has been dead for 3 years. As he searches for his wife in the fog-covered town, James encounters monstrous figures and a handful of troubled characters, one of which who eerily looks like his wife. Describing the ensuing events as strange would be, well, an understatement, but things become even wilder and weirder when James eventually discovers a video of him and his wife. Not only does this video confirm that Mary has definitely been deceased all along, but it also reveals that it was James who killed her after being unable to see her suffer with an illness. Everything that James had gone through in this hellish purgatory has been a symbolic, self-inflicted punishment for his own guilt. What a twist.
There are plenty of games that manage to hit their difficulty sweet spot upon release, which give players something that's both fun and puts their skills to the test. That said, it is also pretty common for a bunch of developers to decide to use patches so they can make tweaks to the difficulty curve or the mechanics or whatever it may be to make sure you're getting a more balanced difficulty experience. There's been plenty of times when games have admitted to being too hard. Sometimes that becomes clear from boss fights that are drastically altered after developers overestimate how much challenge players could withstand, or notorious levels that are reworked in later releases, or mechanics that are implemented to make the intense challenge a little bit more manageable. Although developer intervention has definitely made the games on this list easier than they otherwise were, it's fair to say the vast majority of them are still really bloody hard games, so if you've struggled with them, don't worry, they're on this list for a reason. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 times video games admitted they were too hard. Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree. Whether it's the Nameless King, the Orphan of Kos, or Millennia, there's no shortage of demanding boss fights in From Software's roster of Soulsborne games. However, it's fair to say that the developers took their infamous nature of approach to boss fights to a brand new level with Shadow of the Erd Tree. For the uninitiated, that is the critically acclaimed DLC to Elden Ring. Designed for high-level players, the expansion contained the most brutal bosses that the developers have ever created. None, however, compared to the unrelenting punishment of Promised Consort Radahn, the expansion's final boss. With his extreme damage output, long combos, oversized hitboxes, and barrage of AoE attacks, he proved to be too much for a lot of players. Social media was quickly flooded with frustrated fans who complained that this fight was borderline unfair, and the developers, to their credit, did listen. In fact, From Software would release 2 patches in response to the outcry that Radahn was just way too bloody hard. First, they gave players more help by boosting the damage for the summonable NPCs in patch 1.13, and then in patch 1.14, they drastically reduced the boss's damage, fixed the size of his hitboxes, and made him less aggressive at the start of the battle. Consort Radahn, don't get us wrong, is still a tremendously difficult fight, but now players have a better chance of beating the DLC. Alone in the Dark, 2008. Released in 1992, years before Silent Hill or Resident Evil arrived on the scene, a lot of people would tell you that Alone in the Dark was the very first survival horror game. Despite its prestigious spot in gaming history, the series' popularity dwindled following its original trilogy. The franchise continued to receive periodic releases, with the lukewarm 2024 remake starring David Harbour and Jodie Comer being the latest iteration, but one of the worst offenders was the 2008 reboot. Setting the action within a monster-infested Central Park, this release was a bold reimagining of the series, and it was full of ambitious ideas. As impressive as its real-time fire mechanics were, the clunky and awkward controls made playing the game a lot more frustrating than it was frightening. Although nothing underscored this issue more than the now notorious driving sections, where the tiniest mistake would send your vehicle careening off the road. The developers actually anticipated that players would experience difficulties here. In an interview with Gamerside, game producer Nor Poloni explained that they aimed to alleviate frustration by including a DVD-like menu, which would enable players to skip to any chapter if they found a level too hard. Although this meant that players weren't forced to endure the horrendous gameplay, skipping the worst parts didn't actually make the game any more enjoyable. Star Wars Outlaws. Putting players in the shoes of charismatic thief Kay Vess, Star Wars Outlaws saw players embark on a grand adventure through the Empire's underbelly, as they became entangled with the galaxy's criminal factions. For as visually striking and entertaining as the game is, Outlaws had some significant flaws when it came out. Alongside broken enemy AI and bare-bones combat, far and away the most irritating thing was the massively aggravating stealth sections. While sneaking around heavily guarded bases, picking locks, and distracting enemies made for a solid foundation for Outlaw's stealth sections, its handful of instant fail missions created some brutal difficulty spikes within the game's early hours. Players would find themselves constantly being sent all the way back to the previous checkpoint whenever they got spotted. Given the issue with the inconsistent AI and not having the ability to just go loud when things go wrong, which is my solution to any stealth section in a game where I insist it's still stealthy if no one's around to remember you, this was a particularly tricky one. Nobody likes instant fail stealth. The forced stealth missions were so poorly designed that creative director Julian Garrity acknowledged that they were unfair during an interview with Games Radar. After a collection of patches were released to rebalance the gameplay and make stealth more flexible, Outlaws is now closer to being the epic Star Wars adventure that fans wanted it to be from the outset. The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. Bethesda is pretty much known across the board for their immersive and endlessly entertaining RPGs, and lots of people would tell you that one of the absolute best is Oblivion. In addition to the lands of Cyrodiil being an expansive setting that encourages exploration in every direction, the quests that players uncover are some of the most imaginative and compelling the studio ever created. Being such an ambitious open-world game from 2006, it's also fair to say Oblivion was more than a little rough around the edges. While its uncanny facial animations and shoddy voice acting gave this RPG an endearing charm, its strict leveling system caused so much friction it was actually drastically overhauled for Oblivion Remastered. In the original, leveling up was tied directly to a class's main attributes. This meant that players would need to carefully choose which skills they wanted to increase, or else they'd find themselves quickly overpowered by enemies. Now, I played Oblivion and Oblivion Remastered, and I didn't realize they did this, and I kind of wish they hadn't. But I like my RPGs unnecessarily complicated. So anyway, let me continue. The remaster combated this unintended difficulty by streamlining its leveling system, which took inspiration from Skyrim. Players would now gain experience regardless of which skills they used, and could assign 12 stat points to any attribute each time they leveled up. This meant that players could now play how they wanted without being punished for it. Doom Eternal. The Doom series has always prided itself on being more than a little difficult. It's got that face-melting soundtrack, fast-paced action, and plenty of things for you to point your gun at. After developers id Software resurrected the franchise with Doom 2016, follow-up Doom Eternal built upon the visceral run-and-gun gameplay by putting a greater emphasis on speed. Gunfights were now faster paced as players dashed and grappled across arenas, glory-killing demons as they went. While Eternal shares the series' difficulty, the developers pushed the challenge a little too far when it came to the Marauders. Appearing midway through the game, these intimidating demons are capable of dodging pretty much every attack. The only way to damage them is to stun them by landing a powerful shotgun blast when their eyes flash green. However, this foe's intense aggression coupled with their massively unforgiving stun window made them a major roadblock for a lot of players. id Software soon adjusted the game to make this enemy fairer. Not only were they now less aggressive, but more importantly, players had a longer opportunity to stun them. While still very intimidating, facing a Marauder was now no longer a death sentence. Final Fantasy VII, 1997. Before patches for video games existed, the only way for developers to update a game, should it need updating, was to just release a totally different version. This was especially true of Japanese games, which were often re-released as easier versions for Western markets. While some titles were deemed too difficult to receive a release at the time, with some not being made available until years later, others were simplified to make them more palatable. One such game was the original Final Fantasy VII. Alongside reducing the number of enemy encounters and removing a tricky clock puzzle, the most notable changes in the Western version are found during the fight against Safer Sephiroth, specifically his supernova attack. Not only was this attack more stylish than it was in the original, it also hit for a percentage of the player's health instead of for a flat outright amount of damage, which for a lot of players was just a one-hit kill. The result was a better balanced and more entertaining final showdown. With other changes including extra cutscenes and optional super bosses, this version was actually seen as being so much of an improvement, it was later re-released in Japan as Final Fantasy VII International. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. The Legend of Zelda is one of the most iconic video game franchises of all time. With the rare exception of the Philips CDI titles, there's no entry in the series that isn't adored by fans. However, few Zelda games are as cherished as Ocarina of Time. From its innovative combat, gorgeous soundtrack, and fantastical plot, the franchise's first foray into 3D remains a timeless classic. But even this game had some shortcomings. In addition to Navi's annoyingly persistent reminders about what you should be doing next, a lot of the aggravation from fans came from, and if you played the game or you know anything about it, you know what I'm gonna say, the Water Temple. Its frustrating mechanics and convoluted level design caused a lot of players to get stuck in the dungeon for hours. This level's reputation proved to be so infamous that Nintendo would rework the entire sequence for its 2011 3DS port. Alongside color-coding doors to make navigation more intuitive and amending cutscenes to better highlight what players were supposed to do, the biggest change was made to the iron boots, which were used to make Link float and sink. Instead of manually equipping and unequipping them through the menu in the original, these actions were now assigned to a single on-screen button press. Although these changes were kind of small and seem in retrospect to be super minor for a massively infamous level, it certainly did change an already excellent game for the better. Clair Obscur Expedition 33. With its magnificent soundtrack, gorgeous art design, and heartbreaking plot that poignantly tackles themes of grief and loss, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is one of this year's best games. Another reason Clair Obscur is so excellent is its combat. Basically, it mixes turn-based combat with some real-time elements, so you need to be dodging, parrying, working with quick-time windows and attacks. It's got a lot going on. While the battles during the opening hours aren't particularly taxing, or are depending on if you're taking them on too soon, the difficulty ramps up as the game introduces tougher enemies with unique mechanics and unpredictable attack patterns. Like any great RPG, the hardest battles are the endgame bosses, which are intended for high-level parties. Unlike other notoriously difficult games though, Clair Obscur has an assortment of accessibility features, including a story mode. This setting makes combat more forgiving for those seeking a less intense experience. However, even this lenient setting proved to be too challenging for some. Not me, because I played this game on hard. Why? Because I accidentally thought I was changing a graphics setting, and I changed it from normal to hard, and then I got so far in that I stubbornly stuck on hard for the entire game, and I have not shut up about it since. So I'm sorry. Let's keep going with what this entry is actually about. In response to reports that the story mode was still too hard, the developers made its easy mode even easier with patch 1.3 by increasing the dodge and parry window by a substantial 40% while reducing the damage players take by 10 to 50%. These changes were enough for players to complete the main story with relative ease. However, Simon will still annihilate anybody who's hoping for a more relaxing time if you want to fight that optional boss. Lies of P. Following the success of the Dark Souls franchise, other developers have attempted to put their own spin on the Soulsborne formula, with Nioh, Black Myth Wukong, and Jedi Fallen Order being noteworthy examples. One of the most unique examples of a game that's decided to enter the subgenre, though, is Lies of P. Set within a dark fantasy version of the classic children's story Pinocchio, Lies of P sees players fight through hordes of murderous puppets in tightly tuned combat that takes its cues from Bloodborne. From its enthralling steampunk aesthetic, riveting soundtrack, and imaginative boss designs, developers Neowis and Round 8 Studio created something really remarkable. Although the game did get a lot spectacularly right, it did fall down in a few sections when it came to fine-tuning its challenges. In this case, its difficulty curve was too steep for a lot of players, who would frequently find themselves coming up against bosses that were way too hard for where they were in the game. The developers quickly realized their mistake with patch 1.2, and this rebalanced the difficulty of certain bosses alongside making field enemies easier to handle. With further balancing patches being released alongside a dedicated easy mode, which arrived alongside the Overture DLC, the developers ensured that Lies of P is accessible to everyone. We love it. Sifu. Blending slick martial arts action with clever roguelike elements, Sifu is definitely one of the most unique titles to come out in recent years. It's also a brutally difficult one that requires players to master its in-depth mechanics if they want to stand a chance at overcoming its demanding challenges. With plenty of deadly foes standing between the protagonist and their quest to avenge their father's murder, players can expect to die a lot in this game. For as unforgiving as the combat is, developers Slowclap were committed to delivering an experience that rewarded patience and skill. They did this by adding features like level shortcuts, permanently unlockable upgrades, and including more powerful skills as the protagonist aged after each death to keep the gameplay balanced. Despite these concessions, however, a lot of reports came out that players were massively struggling, a lot of people saying they couldn't get past the second level. Within weeks of Sifu hitting shelves, Slowclap announced that they'd be addressing the difficulty by adding an easier student mode, and that would significantly reduce the challenge in a bunch of different ways. These included simplifying the aging mechanic, weakening enemies, and increasing the player's health. However, the developers also added an even more punishing master setting for masochists who were seeking an even tougher outing.
Now, nobody likes to lose, but it's even worse when somebody forces you to lose. Unfortunately, this can actually be a pretty common trope in the world of video games, and sometimes it does more than just force your downfall, it will actually punish you for it. So let's take a look at them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 times video games forced you to lose and punished you for it. Number 10, The Horn of Jurgen Windcaller, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Now, most missions in Skyrim are stupidly simple and almost impossible to fail. Well, unless the game bugs out on you or you make an absolutely terrible mistake, you're basically guaranteed to fulfill whatever objective the game throws at you. Well, except there is one mission in the main storyline of Skyrim that forces you to fail, and that is the quest for the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller. After your character meets the Greybeards, the monks ask your character to retrieve the horn of their founder. Finding the artifact is as easy as traversing a linear dungeon and defeating a few dead guys, but the problem is that when you arrive at its location, the horn turns out to have already been taken by somebody else. Now, this is normally when the game would recognize that you've reached an important point in the story and completed the objective. However, because the developer wanted you to feel like you've been outsmarted by Delphine, the horn's thief, they made it so that just this once, your objective gets marked as failed. I mean, sure, it wasn't your fault and it is part of the story, but who cares? Here is your red X of shame anyway. Thanks, Delphine, as if everyone didn't hate you enough already. Number 9, 1000 Shinra Troops, Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Winning a battle but then losing in the cutscene is unfortunately a pretty common trope in games. It's an infuriating experience all round, but if you needed a particularly nasty example, then you have to look no further than Final Fantasy VII's prequel, Crisis Core. In the prequel, you play as Cloud's old army buddy, Zack Fair, during the events of the incident at Nibelheim. The game does a fantastic job of making Zack likeable, but it doesn't matter as it still kills him off in a rather shoddy and disappointing way. Zack's death shouldn't be a surprise to anyone who's played Final Fantasy VII, but the way in which Square kills him off is still quite shocking, in a "I can't believe this is so bad" kind of way. You see, Zack's final battle is against 1000 Shinra troops, which surround him and then gun him down. The sequence plays like an actual battle, but the sheer number of enemy soldiers makes it almost impossible to win. Well, almost, because some people have actually found a way to kill all 1000 soldiers only to discover that the game still plays a cutscene of Zack losing and dying. Well, it looks like the only fair thing about Crisis Core is in Zack's last name. Number 8, the tutorial, Project Zomboid. A typical tutorial is meant to help you familiarize yourself with the game's mechanics whilst also encouraging you to experiment and have fun. Well, not when it comes to Project Zomboid. Now, Project Zomboid loves to remind you how hopeless its world is, and you're not safe from its wrath even when it's showing you the ropes. In the tutorial scenarios for the game, you play as a custom character trapped inside their family home. Now, right off the bat, you receive a cheery welcome note from the game telling you that, well, you're not going to make it. Afterwards, the tutorial teaches you the basics of survival by making you eat dead rats and killing the zombified members of your family. And somehow, that's not even the worst part. You see, eventually the game shows you how to shoot a gun, and the noise it makes attracts a huge horde of zombies to your location. Another message then pops up telling you that your mistake will be the end of you, and then you're left to fend for yourself until your character becomes zombie food. To make this even more punishing, the tutorial disables your shotgun so you can't even have a proper last stand. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Number 7, The Fight with Vile, Mega Man X. When you play video games, you want to feel powerful, or at the very least receive proper recognition for your skills and efforts. Well, that's too bad, friend, because in Mega Man X, that is just not the case. The game welcomes you into this world by forcing you into an unwinnable fight and then laughing at how weak you are. During the intro level, Mega Man encounters a powerful robot called Vile, causing chaos in the city. The game throws you into combat with it in order to introduce its mechanics to you, but what it doesn't tell you is that even if you're an absolute pro at this game, there is no way to defeat Vile. The fight is rigged so that you can see your future rival Zero swoop in and save the day and call you out for being such a weakling. Oh really? Well, that's easy to say for a guy who manages to take down the boss in a scripted cutscene. Try slicing him in half while he's programmed to have infinite health and a constant supply of ammunition, then get back to me. Number 6, The Rescue, Ace Combat 7. The plot of Combat Flight Simulator Ace Combat 7 puts you in the shoes of an up-and-coming pilot called Trigger. The game spends a good part of its first half reminding you how you're just a rookie, only to then send you on your first solo mission, force you to lose, and then blame you for it. Yes, the game gaslights you into thinking that you're incompetent by making it impossible to complete your task. In Mission 4 of Ace Combat 7, Trigger is tasked with rescuing the president of his country from a group of terrorists. The mission is set up in such a way that it makes you feel as though every single action you take has an impact on what's going to happen to your rescue target. But in reality, however, the president dies no matter what. The game is programmed to trigger a failure regardless of how close you get or how many enemies you shoot down. And yet it will still chastise you for your mistake, as if you had any say on what was going to happen. Who knew this game could be so manipulative? Number 5. Noble Six's Final Stand, Halo Reach. Listen, okay, I've got a script in front of me here that's going to be talking about how the last stand of Halo Reach is very emotional and that you can't win, even though you're kind of built up to believe that Spartans are the world warriors, that they can take on anything, but you can't. It's too emotional, though. I don't want to go through it again. Let's just pour one out for Noble Six. Big love to you, mate. Kiss on the top of the head. There you go. Number 4, Water Bucket, Lisa the Painful. Lisa the Painful is a painfully mean game that loves to play tricks on you. There isn't a moment where this game doesn't mock you for your understanding of typical RPGs or putting your trust in it. In one instance, it even sets you up for failure so catastrophically and traumatically that it's guaranteed to burn into your memory. At some point during your adventures, you come across a group of orphans and a man who adopted them. The children start a fire, and out of concern for their safety, the man asks you to fetch a nearby bucket of water to put it out. It all sounds simple, but the problem is that the bucket this game points out for you isn't filled with water, but gasoline instead. When you unknowingly douse the children in the bucket's contents, they become engulfed by the flames, and the man screams at you for grabbing the wrong bucket. The nearby one is actually on the other side of the map, and when you reach it, the kids are already dead. The game purposely sets you up for failure, but of course, it still felt the need to guilt you for your apparent mistake. Number 3, The Last Enemy That Shall Be Destroyed, Red Dead Redemption. The final mission with John Marston in Red Dead Redemption is considered to be one of the most heartbreaking moments in gaming. Part of the reason why is obviously because it kills off the character that you spent the entire game helping to reunite with his family and achieve his goals. However, there is also another, just as important reason, and that is the way in which it goes about killing John. You see, the entire sequence has a very strong sense of finality about it. John's ranch is surrounded by government officials trying to put him down, and the only thing he can do is buy his fleeing family some time by confronting his hunters directly. In John's final moments, you get to control him as he automatically enters Deadeye mode and tries to take down as many agents with him as possible. The game gives you a sliver of hope that maybe you can save John with your marksmanship skills, but in reality, it's impossible to kill all of the agents or even take down the one responsible for John's ultimate demise. The sequence is rigged to make you fail no matter what, and the only thing you get for trying is seeing your beloved character die in rather gruesome detail. Number 2, Killing Alfira, Baldur's Gate 3. The Dark Urge character origin from Baldur's Gate 3 provides the player with a rather unique story and challenge. The urges that you derive from your name will constantly push your character to commit all manner of heinous crimes, from kicking squirrels to gruesome and perverse murders. It's entirely up to you to decide whether or not you let these urges take over or if you'll try to resist them. Well, it's almost entirely up to you. There are some moments where the urges take over no matter what you do, and you have to live with the consequences of your enforced failure. The best and possibly most crushing example of this is with your encounter with Alfira, a young and aspiring bard who wants to join your character's party after getting inspired by their heroism. The girl is incredibly nice, and the prospect of a bard joining your team sounds exciting, but don't get your hopes up. Shortly after she enters your camp, your dark urges put you into a trance, and the next day, she is murdered, leaving only a massacred carcass behind. It seems the developers really didn't want you to have a proper bard companion. And number 1, Seath the Scaleless, Dark Souls. From Software games aren't exactly known for their mercy, but the first Dark Souls really does take the sadist's cake for being the only title amongst the studio's releases that forces the player to die in order to progress through the game. You see, during your first encounter with Seath the Scaleless, a dragon acting as one of the game's main bosses, it's actually impossible to kill him, even though entering his chamber incites a regular boss fight. Your only options are to leave through the fog. I mean, it's the one in the game that actually allows you to do that, but of course Dark Souls would never let you know that, or stay and fight until you inevitably die. The reason why the fight is rigged is because the game uses your death to open a secret passageway in the chamber that then leads to the actual boss fight with Seath. But if you think that this would mean the developers would be kind enough to make an exception and let you keep your souls after suffering your scripted death, well, think again. This is Dark Souls. Of course they don't let you keep the bloody souls.
Finding legendary or any other powerful gear in a game is great. The reward usually feels powerful enough to make you feel like you've accomplished something big and were appropriately rewarded for it. But what happens after you've found the most powerful weapon? Well, how about feeding your insatiable power trip by going one step further and grabbing something even better? That is, an overpowered weapon the developers never wanted you to get. Although you might be able to get some really good loot legitimately, exploits, bugs, and cheats open a whole new world of possibilities for expanding your firepower. If you're willing to use the right dirty method, you can get your hands on items that weren't supposed to end up in your possession, but you might be very glad they did. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 overpowered video game weapons you weren't supposed to get. Number 10. Genie Scimitar, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 allows you to loot, trade, or pickpocket pretty much any piece of equipment in the game, but there are some exceptions to this rule, like the powerful Genie Scimitar, which is normally inaccessible to the player. Normally, because you can get it with a clever exploit. Beneath the main temple in Act 3, there's a secret room with rare artifacts that were offered as gifts to the gods. Stealing the artifact will bring the deity's wrath upon you, and you will receive a special curse, which, when broken, spawns a group of genies to attack you. The gens are programmed to not drop anything, but if you break the curse on the main floor at the temple instead of beneath it, and then wait a day, you can trick the script to spawn a bag with their deadly scimitars. Anyway, the reason why this exploit works is likely that the main floor of the temple is part of the main hub map of Baldur's Gate, and because of that, the game keeps track of who dies there and what loot they drop. But regardless of the whys and hows, the important thing is that with the exploit, you can pick up the most powerful elemental blade in the game. No risky genie lamp wishes required. Number 9. Umbra, The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Umbra is a legendary sword that's involved in one of the Daedric quests in The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. The sword has driven its owner mad, causing her to develop an unquenchable bloodthirst and fully identify herself with the weapon, to the point where she began calling herself Umbra as well. Now, the quest related to Umbra requires you to deliver the weapon to Clavicus Vial, and the player is supposed to trigger it after they've reached level 20, since defeating Umbra the Mercenary is a pretty tall order that can easily get you killed. However, this is Oblivion we're talking about, so obviously there's a way to get the blade as early as level 1 anyway. Because Umbra's dungeon is located close to the starting area, you can actually get there without experiencing any great danger. Of course, fighting Umbra is a different thing altogether, but luckily the arena where the duel happens has a small ledge. Now you can jump to this to barrage the mad mercenary with arrows without risking any damage to yourself. With enough arrows and patience, you can bring Umbra down and then unleash the devastating power of her blade as though you were 20 levels higher. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Number 8. Dawnguard Rune Axe, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Bug-wise, Skyrim is a Bethesda game through and through. Sometimes the glitches and errors you encounter are very funny, sometimes they're frustrating, but in the case of the Dawnguard Rune Axe, the bugs allow you to get the most overpowered weapon in the game. The axe is part of Dawnguard's Radiant quests, in which you search for the faction's lost artifacts. It comes with a unique enchantment that allows it to increase the amount of sun damage it deals based on the number of undead enemies the player has killed it with. The damage buff is supposed to cap at 10 and reset every night, though due to a bug, the damage is counted past 10 anyway, and with the use of yet another bug, you can ensure it never gets reset. To do so, all you have to do is temper the axe on a grindstone using the steel smithing perk. The axe will then forget to reset its damage counter and allow you to increase it indefinitely. Once this is done, you can scale up the damage on summoned undead until every single attack on Draugrs and dragon priests will feel like a small nuclear explosion to them. Number 7. Chrysogrim, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Chrysogrim is considered to be the most overpowered weapon in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. This is thanks to its ability, which allows it to automatically send a flurry of blades at everything in front of Alucard. It's capable of destroying every boss, including Dracula, in a matter of seconds. The only problem is that it only drops from from one enemy, a small zombie head named Shmoo. That and its drop rate is so low, the game expects you to have only a once per playthrough chance to grab it. Thankfully, fans have come up with a way to cheese the system and guarantee you get the blade anyway. Since the luck stat affects the drop rate of items, if you maximize it before fighting Shmoo, you can significantly increase your chance of getting Chrysogrim. Don't worry, you won't need any other stat once you acquire it. Afterwards, making Shmoo drop your desired blade is as easy as exiting and re-entering the fight arena a few times so that Shmoo respawns. Normally, this process requires hundreds of tries, but with high luck, you should be able to get Chrysogrim in a couple of minutes. And then you're able to finish the game almost just as quickly. Well done you. Number 6. Missing No. Pokemon Red. Missing No is the stuff of legends among Pokemon fans. It's a secret debug Pokemon that the player can accidentally spawn in and even capture via an exploit, after which it'll grant you the power that not even a legendary Pokemon can offer. To get Missing No, you have to reach Cinnabar Island. Once you're there, you can spawn Missing No by using Surf off the eastern side of the isle, in such a way that your character will be floating on the edge of the shore. This will begin to trigger random encounters as per usual, but what you're eventually going to notice is that there's a new Pokemon popping up on top of the usual rabble, a somewhat disturbing amalgamation of pixels called Missing No. The term's actually just an abbreviation for missing number, but plenty of fans decided to use it as its name anyway. Catching Missing No is a standard procedure, but what you get for adding it to your party is not standard procedure. The missing Pokemon is capable of duplicating whatever items you have, including one-of-a-kind rewards like the Master Ball. The bug can definitely make your game a cakewalk, but you should be careful as frequent usage can corrupt your save file. Number 5. Mysterious Strangers 44 Magnum, Fallout 3. The Mysterious Stranger is a recurring character from the Fallout series who can randomly appear in combat to help you if you purchased his related perk. The Stranger is a surprisingly lethal ally, as he's capable of killing any opponent caught in his crossfire in one shot. Since you can never interact with him and he doesn't appear outside of the VAT screen, you might suspect that his power is simply programmed into his character. However, in reality, the strength lies purely within his gun, which, by the way, you can get your hands on using console commands. Called the Mysterious Strangers 44 Magnum, the revolver deals a whopping 9,000 base damage with a 100% chance of making it critical. The strength is great enough to blow out the brains of any mob in the game, and all you have to do in order to obtain it is add it to your inventory by typing player.additem 00050F921 into the console command screen. I hope me reading out that number was helpful. It is curious that the developers decided to make the Stranger strong with an actual gun, but thanks to that decision, you can actually mimic the full scope of his power. Number 4. Cardboard Tube Hitman Contracts. The Hitman series is no stranger to silly weapons that pack a lot of punch. The classic example of this being the rubber duckies that keep appearing in different Hitman titles as weapons and explosives. However, what might come off as a shock to some series fans is that the most powerful weapon in the game is also a joke weapon. More precisely, it's a cardboard tube. Yes, in Hitman Contracts, the player can acquire a generic cardboard tube that's secretly strong enough to instantly kill enemies and even send them flying across the map. The reason why not every single Contracts player is aware of this is because the tube is an Easter egg that requires the player to type IOI penny in-game in order to obtain it. It makes sense, seeing as the paper tube is strong enough to let the player kill everybody on the map with little to no resistance. Still, if you don't care about balance that much, ragdolling enemies all over the place with a small piece of cardboard is easily the most fun you can have in the game. That's a pretty fun game. Number 3. Debug Mega Pistol Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is a pretty darn immersive game, but just beyond the veil of captivating storytelling and setting lies a whole world of test cells and developer tools that we use to make your experience so great. Normally, you're not supposed to see or know about any of them, but since most of these tools weren't removed from the game when it was released, some of the fans were able to find them through data mining, and what they discovered was the most powerful weapon in the game. Simply called Debug Mega Pistol, the inconspicuous gun looks like your average 9mm pistol, but it's actually capable of dealing the maximum amount of damage in the game. More than 9,000 raw damage per shot. Yes, over 9,000 9,000. Obviously, the gun wasn't meant to be used in a regular playthrough, which is why you can't find it anywhere on the map. However, the gun can be spawned into your game using console commands, and it's Form ID 0014665A6. Again, I hope that was helpful. Number 2. Rare Rolling Block Rifle, Red Dead Redemption 2. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you're pretty much bound to come across every single weapon in the game if you're going for 100% completion. However, there is one exception, which is the Rare Rolling Block Rifle, because it's the one and only gun the game doesn't expect you to get. During the end of the mission Magicians for Sport, Arthur and his other two buddies, Charles and Trelawney, are trying to escape a group of bounty hunters sent after Trelawney. You get to kill some of them, but there's also 2 snipers in the nearby barn that the game expects you to run away from or shoot from a distance. That said, if you're nimble enough to dodge their bullets, you can actually run into their hidey hole and take them out. One of them will then drop a one-of-a-kind sniper rifle, the Rare Rolling Block Rifle, which not only comes with a unique floral pattern, but is also more accurate than standard snipers, making it objectively the best long-range weapon in the game. Fortune does favor the bold, especially when you're bold enough to run straight into a sniper's scope. Number 1. Duplicate Flail of Ages, Baldur's Gate 1. Baldur's Gate 1's most powerful weapon is arguably the Flail of Ages, a legendary flail with 3 elemental heads that you spend most of the game looking for. The weapon is capable of dealing a ludicrous amount of damage when fully assembled, but it does come with one major downside. You can only get 1 Flail of Ages in your campaign, or rather you would if it weren't for this one nifty exploit that allows you to duplicate it. The exploit involves one of your companions, Rassard, and his personal quest, in which he can permanently leave your party. When companions go away like this, they're programmed to return all quest items in their inventory to the player, but Rassard's script is secretly bugged and it returns the flagged items twice. Now here's the best part. Because the Flail of Ages is part of its own personal quest, if you put it in Rassard's inventory and make him leave, you get 2 Flails of Ages for the price of 1. Afterward, you can equip 2 characters with these legendary bad boys and just watch as every enemy encounter turns into an instant bloodbath. In your favor, of course.
Ever since the age of DLC began, not with a bang, but with a gold-plated video game fans have long been wary of the practice. You see, for every genuinely great season pass, there have been many more examples of publishers using DLC as a low-effort cash grab to siphon more money from their most profligate customers. I'm Ewan, this is What Culture Gaming, and here are 10 DLCs that totally miss the point of the game. Number 10. The Final Horizon, Sonic Frontiers. If you're wondering why Supersonic looks so pissed off here, it's because the requirements to actually unlock his new super form in Sonic Frontiers are about as pleasant as a Sriracha sauce enema. While Sonic Frontiers was largely appreciated by the wacky, wonderful, and slightly terrifying Sonic fandom, look, I can only give my insight from the outside looking in, okay? Its DLC, called Final Horizon, didn't fare so well. Simply put, Final Horizon brings all of the base game's issues to the forefront and makes them worse. Frontiers' loose controls and graphical pop-ins were more forgivable in the main game, as the challenges were simple enough that you could work around those issues. Final Horizon, however, demands a level of precision platforming simply not present in the base game's challenges, resulting in howlingly frustrating deaths and restarts of the same damn sections over and over again. Oh my god, I'm being driven mad. I mean, look at poor Scott Tailford. He's goddamn traumatized by this thing. Final Horizon ensured that Frontier's final blow saw the game split its trousers open and let one gigantic Eggman rip over its unsuspecting fanbase. Number 9. The Ultimate Shortcut Bundle, Battlefield 4. The joy of multiplayer first-person shooters comes from mastering their unique systems, or if you're a sicko like me, it comes from being blown up repeatedly by artillery and hell let loose. Either way, multiplayer shooters thrive on the sense of achievement that comes from hard-earned proficiency. Or, you know, you could just chuck another $50 at the publisher and unlock enough weaponry to level a small town. Such was the case with Battlefield 4's Ultimate Shortcut Bundle, a President Grant's worth of DLC that gave an undeniable advantage to those with the means and lack of scruples to pay for it. Those who purchased the bundle gained immediate access to the game's best weapons, giving them a massive head start over us mere unfortunate sons who had to slum it in the normal ranking system. However, I would say that anyone paying $50 to unlock every gun in the game probably is just losing at life anyway, but I digress. So, happy anniversary, Battlefield 4. We'd like to say that DICE learned its lesson from this, but then it made Battlefield 2042. Man, you'd think they'd have figured things out 2038 games later. Number 8. Get to Work, The Sims 4. Ever since The Sims launched way back in 1998, yes, it really has been 25 years, its raison d'etre has remained the same. Players can either live vicariously through their Sims, or torture the poor sods by making them go for a swim, then removing the ladder so they can't get out, like some kind of Sims jigsaw, crafting tests for an ungrateful Sim populace. Sorry, I literally don't know where that came from. Anyway, let's talk about the excruciatingly dull Get to Work DLC pack, which unfortunately interrupts the fantasy with the drudgery of daily labor. I am definitely not the jigsaw killer. Now, to be clear, jobs have always been a part of the Sims' lives. They just occurred off-screen, out of view of the player. The Get to Work pack pushes the Sims' bread-earning activities front and center though, and in the process makes their lives, and ours, a heck of a lot duller. Not all the jobs offered in the pack are remotely fun to engage with, and watching your Sim slog their way through their tedious workday completely wrecks the idea that they're living their best lives. Basically, if you want your Sims to suffer, just stick with the swimming pool, yeah? Number 7. The Season Pass, Marvel's Midnight Suns. Marvel's Midnight Suns was a beautifully bizarre mashup that, against all odds, successfully combined a wonderfully deep card battler with a Persona-style social system that encouraged you to hang out with the Avengers between missions. I do have to ask what the Avengers were doing in a Midnight Suns game, but nerd tantrum aside, this was a good title. Sadly, horrendously poor sales means we will never see its like again, which is what makes the small slice of additional content we did get so goddamn disappointing. Midnight Suns' Season Pass was, frankly, terrible. The original game sang because of its intricate turn-based battles, which pitted the game's expertly designed cast of heroes against a thoughtfully crafted selection of enemy combatants. The Season Pass, unfortunately, failed on both of these fronts. Now, the DLC featured a bevy of heavy hitters: Deadpool, Storm, Venom, and Morbius. Wait, what are you doing here? Get out of here, you wee rascal. Regardless of Morbius morbin everywhere, none of these characters were given the care they deserved, with many of them reusing abilities and animations from the game's original group of heroes. On top of this, the new vampire enemy faction were a chore to fight, especially with their irritating ability to resurrect fallen troops. All in all, Midnight Suns' DLC was a wasted opportunity that saw one of 2022's best games fizzle out of existence, rather than going out in a Johnny Blaze of glory. Number 6. The Verizon costumes, Marvel's Avengers. Oh, man, why is that a thing I've had to say aloud with my mouth? Marvel's Avengers Verizon costumes. Stop it, gaming, you're drunk. Marvel's Avengers is arguably the most potent argument yet against the game industry's obsession with live service. What started off as a promising-looking single-player action RPG soon devolved into an MMO-like mess of repetitive missions, boring loot, and the bizarre image of Hulk choosing which ribcage to equip to increase his DPS. Hulk confused by gear system, huh? Gaming and Marvel fans turned their noses up accordingly, resulting in the game's eventual delisting, which is a shame given that some of the combat in here and the graphical fidelity on display was pretty impressive. It was just stuck in a terrible shell of a live service. As warnings against corporate greed and short-sightedness go, they don't come much clearer, which is why the ability to deck the Avengers in Verizon emblazoned apparel is at once completely outrageous and wholly appropriate. as Verizon is currently under investigation for using toxic lead in their cables. Yeah, seeing the Avengers advertise their brand is grotesquely fascinating. The world's most famous champions for justice, sponsored by a company seemingly epitomizing the worst aspects of corporate America. Number 5. The true ending, Beautiful Katamari. Speaking of poorly thought out cash grabs, the original Katamari Damacy became a cult classic soon after its 2004 release. Creator Keita Takahashi's game about amassing random objects into a bigger and bigger ball was a weirdly attractive delight, helped by the game's charming visuals and catchy soundtrack. It was also a cutting commentary on the dangers of consumerism. The act of ceaselessly collecting items to make a bigger and bigger ball until there was nothing left to collect was Takahashi's method of railing against the destructive nature of consumer culture. Unfortunately, his publisher did not get the message. In 2007, Bandai Namco released Beautiful Katamari on the Xbox 360. Excited by the prospects of charging customers even more money for a game they'd already paid for, Bandai Namco made the contentious decision to hide the game's true ending behind a paywall. Although Beautiful Katamari's final levels were included on the disc, to actually play them, you had to purchase an additional DLC pack. Number 4. Warden's Keep, Dragon Age Origins. Those who booted up Dragon Age upon its release in 2009 soon came across an NPC called Levi Dryden. Mr. Dryden could be found loitering around the player's camp, hoping that the hero would help him explore a haunted castle to help clear his family name. Agree to help him though, and you'd be whisked away to a checkout screen, asking you to pay £5 for the privilege of helping Levi out of his mess. Because nothing says grimdark medieval fantasy more than a random NPC joining your camp and demanding you pay actual real-world money to go on a quest. You know, it's kind of fun to imagine the conversation the player would have had with Levi off screen. What the hell is a pound? Why do I need to give you 5 of them to solve your problem? You should be paying me. Now, Dragon Age was a real labor of love for BioWare. They spent over a year solely focusing on world building. Given that, you can't imagine the writers were too happy to see corporate mandated DLC being shoehorned into the baby with all the subtlety of an action figure screaming, "Buy me," from a Toys R Us aisle. Number 3. Pinnacle Station, Mass Effect. The first Mass Effect game is beloved for many reasons. It introduced us to one of the most evocative sci-fi galaxies ever created, and gave life to some of the most beloved party members in RPG history. Oh, Garrus. My Garrus. But for all its undoubted virtues, the original Mass Effect's combat has always felt like a bit of a first draft. Mass Effect wasn't BioWare's first attempt at real-time RPG combat, but it often feels like it is. Floaty physics, imprecise aiming, and a near total lack of impact from your weapons means the game's many fights are occasions to be endured rather than enjoyed, which is like amplified by double when you throw in the Mako. As such, the Pinnacle Station DLC was a total misfire. Its USP was that it provided more than a dozen unique combat scenarios for buyers to indulge in. Unfortunately, due to the aforementioned issues, actually playing the DLC is an experience akin to wearing BO scented deodorant. It doesn't solve your problems, and it just gives you more of it. Number 2. Lonesome Road, Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas was a great RPG, but a pretty terrible FPS. Guess which part of the equation Lonesome Road focused on? Prior to the DLC's release, New Vegas developers Obsidian had crafted a trio of excellent DLC packs to support the main game, and the hope was that Lonesome Road would see their work on the franchise end on a high note. Sadly, it wasn't to be. Lonesome Road ignored what made New Vegas so great to begin with, its stellar writing and quest design, in favor of precision VATs highlighting the game's shonky combat. The DLC was a tiresome trudge through a detritus-lined canyon that bombarded the player with high-level enemies and mini-bosses galore, in what felt like a bad pastiche of the Borderlands games. Frustratingly, the final conversation with Lonesome Road's villain is classic Fallout fare. Weighty, thought-provoking, and excellently written and acted. Yet it stands in such blatant contrast with the tedious 3-hour-long gauntlet that precedes it, you can't help but wonder what might have been if Obsidian hadn't spent so much of the DLC's runtime playing against their strengths. And number 1. The Oscorp Search and Destroy Pack, Amazing Spider-Man. As the stratospheric sales of the recently released Marvel Spider-Man 2 show, people love nothing more than the chance to slip into the shoes of the webbed wonder. What is it that makes Spider-Man so much fun to play as? Is it the exhilaration of web swinging across New York? The thrill of battling his iconic rogues gallery? The relentless dad joke level quipping? Well, according to Activision, it's none of that. The real answer is the chance to play crappy knockoff games on Peter Parker's fictional cell phone, which they did in 2012's The Amazing Spider-Man tie-in game. For a mere price of $2.99, true believers could purchase the Oscorp Search and Destroy pack, allowing them to experience the giddy highs of playing two poorly made ripoffs of classic video games on Peter's Oz phone. Whether fighting waves of robots and Space Invaders clone Gwen's Hunter, or rampaging through Manhattan as a giant snake-like creature in Destroy the City, the only thing you'll be amazed by is the fact that someone from Activision genuinely believed that someone would pay for this. The Amazing Spider-Man's delisting means it's no longer possible to sample the dubious delights of the Oscorp Search and Destroy pack, but maybe that's for the best. This DLC is one blip that should stay in the dust. Like, forever.
Enemies and bosses play instrumental roles in the realm of video games. A run-of-the-mill grunt serves as a minor obstacle, allowing players to fine-tune the basics of their skills, while bosses test your mastery of the game's more complex and intricate mechanics. Not only does the defeat of a boss allow you to progress through the story, you're often gifted with new items or abilities. Although enemies and bosses can range in difficulty, the rule of thumb is bosses tend to be the biggest challenge. If you've gone ahead and checked the title of this list, you probably know that we're not talking about those cases. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game enemies worse than any boss. Number 10. Exploder Necromorphs, Dead Space. In Dead Space, Starship engineer Isaac Clarke must eliminate reanimated corpses called necromorphs. These The Thing-inspired revenants come in all shapes and sizes, each with their own unique abilities. Although Dead Space is a bone-chilling experience from start to finish, nothing encapsulates pure terror like your first run-in with an exploder. As the name suggests, this necromorph variant detonates when approached, which often proves fatal. These malformed beasties tend to rush Isaac as well, which leaves you with really little time to react. Even if Isaac survives the initial blast, he's still not out of the woods, since the explosion can hurl you across the room, damage your suit, and destroy useful items. Isaac can dispose of the exploder by shooting its sack, but he can't get too close or wait too long, or the combustible beast will go kaboom. Exploders usually appear alongside other necromorph types, which forces you to prioritize them. Because if you don't give the exploder your undivided attention, it can easily blindside you. Despite the fact that Dead Space players deal with a lot of nightmarish nasties, exploders are probably the main reason they see the game over screen. Number 9. Polterkitty, Luigi's Mansion 3. Luigi's Mansion 3 has a pretty straightforward system. On each floor, the titular character needs to vanquish the boss and pick up an elevator button, which will allow you to reach the next floor. While trekking through the 17 stories of the haunted hotel, Luigi contends with a variety of bosses, including a haunted piano, a rampaging kaiju, a dinosaur skeleton, and a groovy DJ. And yet, none of those adversaries are as grating as the Polterkitty. Just as Luigi's making his way to the 9th floor, this scaredy cat nabs the elevator button and vanishes. With no hint where it went, the vacuum-sporting plumber needs to return to the previous floors, hoping to stumble upon the ghostly feline. Annoyingly, Luigi needs to track the cat down 3 times before it gives up the button. Like a real cat, I guess. The fight itself isn't hard, but that doesn't stop the backtracking from growing super tiresome. What's worse is that the paranormal pussycat pulls the same trick when Luigi ventures to floor 14. Once again, Mario's cowardly plumber hasn't a clue where the Polterkitty is gone, meaning you have to backtrack through up to 13 floors, 15 if you include the 2 basement levels. Looking back, there was no need to incorporate the Polterkitty, it just pads out the already long campaign, and it's not fun to chase. Number 8. Cactua, Final Fantasy 15. When it comes to Final Fantasy, Tonberry and Malboro are often neck and neck in terms of overpowered enemies. But when it comes to pure annoyance, Cactua may nab the top spot, especially the version that pops up in Final Fantasy 15. On paper, fighting this sentient cactus sounds like a good idea since your party's rewarded with lots of XP if you defeat him, but that is a big if in that sentence. Cactua puts up a hell of a fight, unleashing needle attacks that deal fixed damage. The pointy critters regularly disperse poison, which is extremely difficult to avoid, and he constantly boosts his defense, evades your assaults, and is heavily resistant to most attacks. Pretty beefy for a thing that's just an animated cactus. As frustrating as that sounds, it's not the worst part. Anyone hoping to defeat a bunch of Cactuas to boost their levels quickly have to track them down first, which is easier said than done. If you kill Cactua, he doesn't appear again for a while, which makes grinding difficult. And that's if you win, since Cactua tends to do a runner when things don't go his way. So even if you manage to find the thorny plant, you have to beat him before he escapes. Due to Cactua's elusiveness, ferocity, speed, evasion, and sudden exits, it's almost not worth fighting him. Number 7. Medusa Head, Castlevania, the series. Castlevania has spawned many infamously difficult bosses over the years, including Legion, Death, and the Prince of Darkness himself, Dracula. And yet, the monster that's sure to give players the most heartache is the Medusa Head. The snake head Gorgon flutters around many levels on loop in most Castlevania entries, injuring the vampire hunter upon contact. The Medusa Head doesn't seem like a major hindrance at first, since she doesn't deal a lot of damage. But this seemingly normal baddie becomes nightmarish when traversing through areas with sheer drops. If you get hit by Medusa's head while jumping from one platform to another, it's likely you'll plummet several stories, forcing you to backtrack. Medusa's head also tends to lurk around instant death pits, so touching them can result in you falling to your instant demise. Unfortunately, there's no real strategy against these mythical creatures. Even though Medusa heads are easy to dispose of, another will spawn seconds later. As a result, you need precise timing to avoid these hovering noggins to make sure they don't take you out. Of course, that's easier said than done. When the area is infested with other enemies, obstacles, and rotating platforms, you've got your work cut out for you. Number 6. Gigantic Vermin, Hades. Throughout Hades, Zagreus must make his way through the underworld and battle an endless horde of demons, hoping to find the exit. Unsurprisingly, the doorway to each section of the afterlife is blocked by a boss. Sure, the Furies, Hydras, and Minotaurs are tough, but defeating them becomes second nature, especially after Zag loads up with the appropriate weapons and boons. However, one critter that never becomes particularly easy is the Gigantic Vermin. These infernal rats are irritating when encountered in Elysium, but the vermin in the final area, Styx, are way more aggravating. What makes these rodents so reviled is the fact that they keep releasing poison clouds, which sap Zagreus' energy. They often appear in groups in tight areas, which makes it super easy for them to overwhelm you. On top of that, their attacks are melee-based, so they charge and strike at Zagreus when in range. They usually launch themselves after burrowing when they're momentarily invulnerable, giving the defiant demigod little chance to chip away at their health. Even if Zagreus reaches the final boss, he probably won't win since the Gigantic Vermin will have reduced his HP to almost nothing by the time he gets there. Number 5. Like, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Although Ocarina of Time is reasonably challenging, the majority of the bosses are pretty easy, including the final boss. That said, players tend to have more trouble with the regular enemies. Redeads paralyze Link with their scream, Stealth Boss regenerate their health, blue bubbles disable weapons, Wall Masters send our hero back to the start of the area, and so on. However, the enemy that gets the most flack is the ironically named Like. This tubular slug doesn't do major damage, but it does something a lot worse than that. If a Like devours Link, it'll swallow his shield or tunic before spitting him out. These items are necessary in certain situations, as you can imagine, so Link needs to retrieve them immediately. The problem is, if Link doesn't defeat the Like fast enough, it'll digest the shield or tunic, meaning he has to track down the equipment all over again, which is time-consuming and potentially expensive. Link can reclaim his stuff by slaughtering the gluttonous gastropod, but it's no easy task when the hero of time is in a room filled with likes, and while he's trying to retrieve his paraphernalia from a specific one, another one can swallow him up, stealing yet another item. Bosses like Phantom Ganon and Volvagia may be difficult, but at least they're not thieves. Number 4. Chozo Ghost, Metroid Prime. Metroid centers around a bounty hunter called Samus Aran, who was raised and trained by a benevolent race called the Chozo. When the Chozo died out, it was up to Samus to bring peace to the galaxy. But in an ironic twist of fate, Samus's mentors became one of her most infuriating enemies. Throughout Metroid Prime, Samus needs to square off against the corrupted Chozo ghosts. As soon as one of these phantoms appear, the room falls into darkness, which, as you can imagine, makes it pretty difficult to get a sense of your surroundings. The Chozo ghosts are immune to most attacks, which limits your tactics. The sinister specters also teleport, so it's hard to get a lock on them. Worst of all, they can render themselves invisible, like a ghost, I guess, so there's no way to target them until Samus picks up the X-ray visor. But even when you acquire the visor, the Chozo ghosts can still disrupt Samus's vision with their charged attacks. Not only are you blinded when that happens, you're unable to retaliate. Even though Samus has her work cut out for her when taking on space pirates, screen-sized monsters, and, of course, Metroids, tangling with her former allies is on a whole other level. Number 3. Mimicry Marcus, Resident Evil 0. Serving as a prequel to the original Resident Evil, 0 has Rebecca Chambers reluctantly allying with an escaped convict called Billy Cohen to take down Umbrella's latest batch of zombies. The survival horror has a lot of creative bosses, including a zombified scorpion, a bat, and a centipede. Even though those conflicts are definitely no picnic, nothing fills the player with dread like the Mimicry Marcus. This enemy is composed of hundreds of flesh-eating leeches that form into a humanoid shape. These blood-sucking horrors can elongate their limbs, so keeping your distance is ineffective. Rather than using conventional weapons against it, it's more sensible to stock up on combustible items like Molotov cocktails, since these leechmen are not a fan of fire, as you can imagine. That said, cocktails are limited, so you need to not miss when one of these creatures starts closing in on you. Even when this sinister adversary is fatally wounded, it's still not done. Just before the Mimicry Marcus dies, it wanders in the player's direction before imploding, causing heavy damage. These leech guys tend to appear in tight spaces, so it's difficult to avoid them when they go kamikaze. Just to amplify the tension even more, you always know when a Marcus is nearby since its presence is accompanied with a disturbing high-pitched operatic melody. These enemies will be the death of you many times over, so your heart is sure to sink every time you hear that shrieking ballad. Number 2. Big Daddy, Bioshock. On paper, having Frank Fontaine serve as the overarching villain of Bioshock does make sense. After all, he's been with the protagonist Jack since the beginning, so you're invested in him as soon as your missions start. Fontaine is directly responsible for the city's downfall, which is why it's no surprise to learn that he does serve as the final boss. And yet, nobody in Bioshock leaves a bigger impression than the Big Daddy. These burly mutants soak up an enormous amount of damage, requiring players to expend a lot of ammo, plasmids, and other resources to take them down. Their resistance to damage makes quick takedowns pretty much impossible, which forces you into longer and more dangerous encounters. Despite their vast size, the Big Daddy is deceptively fast, closing distance quickly and overwhelming players with its brute force. The Rosie version is arguably even more annoying since it can attack from a distance. Big Daddies also often appear in confined or hazardous spaces, so you're probably dealing with stuff like turrets and other enemies while trying to take these deformed henchmen down. Although you can usually avoid these battles entirely, you're incentivized to kill Big Daddies to harvest power or rescue the Little Sisters, which is a fundamental aspect of the gameplay. For this reason, engaging a Big Daddy is often a deliberate choice, one that a lot of players may quickly regret. Number 1. The Marauder, Doom Eternal. Even though Doom has a whole dimension of hellish adversaries, the Marauder from Doom Eternal is probably the worst of the lot. The corrupted Night Sentinel starts off as a sub-boss, which the Doomslayer faces in the 6th level. The Marauder requires perfect timing, since he can only be injured when his eyes flash green. If he's shot at any other point, he'll whip up an energy shield, absorbing the impact. Although that initial fight isn't easy, it's not terribly demanding. However, the gameplay becomes unbearable later when the Marauder becomes a regular enemy. Defeating the Horned Beast needs such impeccable precision that you can't really fight him alongside other demons. As such, you're forced to kill every other enemy first, which gives the Marauder ample opportunity to wail on you. Things go from bad to worse while playing through the DLC, especially when confronted with 2 Marauders at once. Just to make this conflict even more punishing, because why not? The Marauders team up with a Screecher, which is a demon that makes other enemies faster and tougher if slain. As a result, you need to hit the Marauders with everything you've got while avoiding the Screecher altogether. Due to the Marauders' unrealistic level of difficulty, a lot of players would say they'd rather fight the Icon of Sin or the Dark Lord again than have to face one more of these guys.
Now, boss fights are as much a part of video games as death and taxes are a part of our human existence. Now, boss battles can be brilliant in the right hands, of course, though we've all played video games where they've just felt arbitrary and shoehorned in at best, if not outright detrimental to the overall experience. And that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video games that were ruined by terrible bosses. Number 10. Sonic Superstars. Oh, the wounds are surely still fresh for anyone out there who actually made it to the end of the recently released Sonic Superstars without tearing all of their damn hair out. Though the game's earlier bosses are easy enough to dispense with, before long it hurls you into a series of maddeningly unfair encounters which, while not mechanically difficult as such, are designed for maximum player frustration. Indeed, it doesn't take long to figure out what you need to do to defeat most of the bosses in this game, but the sheer length of these fights, often totaling around 5 minutes, where the lack of checkpointing forces you to start all over bloody again when you die, is punishing in all the wrong ways. As fun as Sonic Superstars is, overall platforming gameplay is, the mind-numbing tedium of these bosses, especially accepting how many of them there are and how much time you'll be wasting sitting through their lengthy immune phases, ultimately makes this a dispiriting chore to play. In fact, the later bosses are just bullshit enough that trophy data reveals that only a small fraction of players have actually reached the end of this game. Number 9. Halo 5 Guardians. The Halo franchise has admittedly never been great with bosses, but the 5th game well and truly took this to extremes both punishing and lazy. The bulk of the campaign is pretty basic meat and potatoes fare for the series, but it's still plenty enjoyable. That is, until you encounter the game's antagonist, the Warden Eternal, who rocks up for 6 separate encounters before the game's 6-hour story mode is over. Now, the earlier battles are trivially simple yet tedious exercises, but the later battles hurl 2 and even 3 wardens at you at once, who at this point in the game are merely tiresome, awkward to defeat bullet sponges. Even on easier difficulties, fighting the warden again and again and again is dull, and if you're brave enough to attempt a legendary run, prepare to have your sanity eroded to the nub. Well, unless you use the famous boss skip glitch, of course. Though the Warden Eternal's copy-paste boss fights can't undermine Halo 5's robust multiplayer suite, they do make the overall package a considerably less enjoyable one, especially if you actually gave a damn about the story in this franchise. Number 8. Batman Arkham Knight. The Batman Arkham franchise has a ton of thrillingly unforgettable boss fights, but it's also fair to say that the final to-date entry into the series, Arkham Knight, came up massively short in this department. Arkham Knight largely ditches the creative, direct encounters with Batman's most iconic foes for a host of tedious, gimmicky ones centered around the bloody Batmobile. From the utterly infuriating Cloudburst tank fight to the wildly disappointing rematch against Deathstroke, which, shocker, is in a tank battle this time, there's an overall feeling of perfunctory listlessness to the few honest-to-God good boss fights in this game. The other showdowns with classic Batman nemesis barely feel like they can be called boss fights as well, given that they're often solved with a few mere button presses. I'm looking at you, Man-Bat. Given that the prior games in the series were so firmly noted for their memorable bosses, for Arkham Knight to toss them aside and make them feel like box-ticking exercises was a huge disappointment. Number 7. Axiom Verge. A possibly sacrilegious entry now, as classic Metroidvania Axiom Verge definitely has a lot of supporters, and that even extends to its maddeningly difficult boss fights. Now, as mechanically fluid and gorgeous to behold as this game is, those bosses, well, they drain quite a lot of fun out of the experience, because they are wonderful, unnervingly grotesque to look at, but they're also horrendously punishing bullet sponges which take absolutely ages to put down. Outside of the more involved final boss, they're all straightforward to a fault, which only makes their increasingly increasingly masochistic level of difficulty that much more grating to persevere through. Much like Sonic Superstars, they're an off-putting combination of cheap and discontented. Yet, in a classic case of creative overcorrection, for the sequel, creator Thomas Happ decided to make boss fights entirely optional, with no punishment for skipping them, which was an attempt to allow more players to, actually reach the end of their bloody game. Number 6. Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. The Metal Gear Solid franchise is perhaps best known for its consistently creative and frequently influential boss fights, with each of the first 4 games in the series offering up their fair share of unforgettable, even legendary boss encounters. But there is no getting around this, for as brilliantly engineered as Metal Gear Solid 5 is from a pure gameplay perspective, its boss battles are crushingly lackluster and severely hamper the overall experience. From the irritating reoccurring fights with the skulls to the underwhelming clashes with Eli and the Man on Fire, and the familiar final battle with Metal Gear almost every single boss is a damp squib. Only the sniper battle with Quiet feels even close to a classic Hideo Kojima boss fight, and even then, it is still a far cry from the series' finest. It's no secret that MGS5 was forcibly taken out of the oven by Konami before Kojima was done cooking, which might well explain why these utterly pedestrian, shockingly personality-devoid fights feel like such thin sketches. Number 5. Yakuza 3. Now, it's fair to say that the unrelenting array of boss fights in even the better Yakuza games can end up feeling quite exhausting, but no game in the series tests the player's patience more than Yakuza 3. Despite offering up one of the franchise's shortest core campaigns, Yakuza 3's boss fights are goddamn hellish, largely due to their penchant for blocking your attacks at every opportunity. Now, this game isn't an unjustly difficult title by any means, but the blockathon bosses ensure that encounters can end up lasting upwards of 10 minutes as you slowly chip away at their many massive health bars, especially if you haven't yet acquired the Tiger Drop skill. As such, the boss fights quickly become busy work roadblocks which grind the game's pacing to a dead halt, enough that it can be genuinely tough to persuade yourself to keep pressing forward to the end. Honestly, they're annoying enough that nobody could blame you for just skipping this entry entirely. Number 4. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Ori and the Blind Forest didn't have boss fights per se, but rather brief escape sequences where players were tasked with fleeing from an incoming calamity, like a torrent of water, where every single mistake resulted in restarting from the beginning. But for the sequel, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, developer Moon Studios scaled up their ambition by including actual honest-to-God boss fights, which, while certainly not universally despised, did nevertheless piss many of the series' fans off. Now, to be blunt, Will of the Wisps' many boss fights are intensely unforgiving, repetitive, colossal difficulty spikes, or, if you want to be generous, they are unforgiving skill checks. The various boss battles typically see the player battling a creature orders of magnitude larger than themselves, where split-second dodging and patient attacking are required, where putting even a single foot wrong can force you to start the entire fight again from the very beginning, as checkpoints are few and far between. From the opening tutorial boss encounter all the way to the final one, they're dread-inducing every time they show up, and not in a fun or compelling way, they're just a chore of a hurdle to be vaulted over. Number 3. Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor. Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor is a game that gets so much right with its combat, world-building, and innovative nemesis system, but the bosses, ooh, absolute trash. It's sadly all downhill from the utterly forgettable, curtailed opening boss fight with the Hammer of Sauron, which is followed up by the tediously cinematic Grog battle, a dull stealth excursion against the Tower of Sauron, and finally, the worst bit of the lot, the Black Hand of Sauron himself. The last boss fight is an especially shambolic letdown because it barely even qualifies as a boss fight. It's a glorified cutscene with a few QTEs thrown in to make it feel like you're actually part of something. And featuring this classic villain in such a lousy, low-effort capacity proved hugely deflating, and because final impressions count for a lot, it in turn obliterated many players' fonder earlier memories of this game. It's painfully clear from the game's lackluster array of bosses that Shadow of Mordor was rushed out of the door by Warner Brothers well before it was done. Number 2. Death Stranding. There's a very strong argument to be made that Death Stranding would have been a better game without any combat whatsoever, and in the very least, Hideo Kojima would have done well to scrap the game's thoroughly naff, arbitrary boss encounters. The array of elite BTs that you'll fight throughout are more annoying than they are fun, given that they're not particularly challenging but also tend to take a lot of damage to put down, especially the final whale bullet sponge boss. Elsewhere, the nightmarish encounters with Clifford Unger are atmospheric to a point but mechanically simplistic, and even the game's most creative boss fight against Higgs feels like a pale imitation of Kojima's more inspired bosses from the Metal Gear Solid franchise. Death Stranding's refined traversal gameplay makes for such a unique experience that it's a damn shame that it needed to be interrupted by any boss fights whatsoever, which all end up feeling like a contractual obligation to Sony rather than something that Kojima actually wanted to do. And number 1, Quantum Break. Though Quantum Break has only a few quasi-boss encounters, the majority of which are relatively trivial, its traditional climactic boss battle against Paul Serene is such a soul-destroying experience as to permanently impact the entire game. Even if you can forgive how thunderously generic the final clash with him is, it is also, for want of a better phrase, absolute bullshit. You're forced to take down a giant wave of Monarch foes whilst dodging his explosive balls of energy, then flee from a huge red wave that will insta-kill you upon impact, and occasionally remembering to inflict some actual damage on the guy. Rinsing and repeating this until he finally goes down ensures this otherwise ambitious effort from Remedy climaxes with a stamina-draining slog of a final fight. And beyond the lack of checkpoints, Remedy also made the boneheaded decision to place the pre-boss checkpoint before the cutscene leading into the fight, ensuring that even more of your time is wasted each and every time he kills you, and he will, a lot. This is one of those boss fights so unremittingly awful that honestly you're just better off watching the end of the game on YouTube instead and saving yourself the mental anguish.
Difficulty in video games is a tough balancing act. Developers need to come up with modes that cater to the skills and preferences of a bunch of different types of players, which can cause some to be too hard or too easy for the average gamer. However, sometimes balancing a game can go so poorly that its intended hard setting turns out to be easier than any other difficulty. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game hard modes that make games easier. Number 10. Difficulty makes farming rare items easier. The Binding of Isaac. Items are a major aspect of the Binding of Isaac. Which random things you get and how you combine them together can make or break a run, which is why most players choose to prioritize acquisition over increasing health. It's also why playing on harder difficulties makes the game easier. When you play Isaac on hard mode, the game has a much higher chance of spawning a boss room and other more challenging chambers. On paper, that certainly sounds like it makes things harder, as you're more frequently forced to take on more difficult enemies. However, because clearing boss chambers is how you get new items, this increased frequency makes it easier to farm overpowered equipment. The game might be a little harder at first, but with regular item drops, it actually becomes a lot simpler to gather good items until you've basically constructed a run that clears the entire game by itself. It goes without saying that at that point, additional boss rooms become nothing more than item farms for adding even more ridiculous buffs and new abilities to your all-powerful setup, but I mean, take the W if you decided to play on a higher difficulty. Number 9. Opening a well of possibilities. Valkyrie Profile Lenneth. Valkyrie Profile Lenneth is the PSP conversion of the original PlayStation RPG simply called Valkyrie Profile. Aside from tuning the game to a more modern console, Lenneth tweaks its difficulty in a pretty interesting way, one that, ironically, flips the scaling of a challenge on its head. Unlike your typical difficulty progression, Lenneth's easy, normal, and hard modes don't have anything to do with changing the strength of the enemies. Instead, the game tweaks a whole variety of different gameplay elements. From the amount of experience you gain to how many dungeons you encounter, how many people you can have in your party, and even what items you can find. The experience you gain is intuitively lowered the harder the game is. But strangely enough, the other limitation, or unlockable recruits and items, is made less restrictive on hard mode. Lenneth's easy mode is an incredibly streamlined experience compared to hard, and it greatly limits your access to new characters and makes it impossible to gain certain items. These become available only in hard mode, and since these exclusive goodies are oftentimes way more powerful than anything you'd get in easy mode, it's actually less difficult to finish the game on its most difficult setting. Number 8. Harder enemies means faster leveling. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age is a 2004 RPG based on J.R.R. Tolkien's world of Middle-earth. The title's hard mode isn't anything spectacular. Like in most games, it mostly just buffs the enemy units, making them bulkier and more resistant to damage, so trickier for you. That said, because the leveling system in the Third Age utilizes more original ideas, the basic changes in hard mode actually cause something pretty interesting to happen. You see, leveling up your characters isn't based on experience. experience points. Instead, the progress you make towards a new level depends on how many times you use the character's abilities. Now, because on hard mode enemies have more health and are more resistant to damage, you're inevitably going to have more opportunities to use skills against them. In turn, what that means is that you're going to level up faster and reach your party's full potential a lot easier than you would if you were playing on a lower difficulty. The rate of progression is so rapid, in fact, that even after the first few battles, your characters will be way ahead of anything you could achieve on easy. And once you hit max level halfway through, pretty much nothing can stop you. Number 7. Once you perfect parry, you can't go back. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance's hard mode might be challenging at first, but once you get accustomed to it, playing it will actually be easier than if you were playing on any other difficulty. In the highest difficulty mode called Revengeance, enemies are more aggressive and you deal significantly less damage to them. However, to balance things out, you also gain a major advantage in that performing perfect parries deals an insane amount of damage, enough to even kill bosses in a single strike. Perfect parries are obviously tricky to master, which is why most people will genuinely have a difficult time playing on Revengeance. However, as soon as you do get used to parrying and get good at blocking the enemy at the right moment, the hardest difficulty will become the easiest setting. Since most enemies will die from a single strike, you don't have to worry so much about them being more aggressive. If anything, it gives you more opportunities to parry. You can also finish the game significantly faster and not have to worry about any tactics when fighting bosses. Once you beat the game on Revengeance, easier modes actually become harder, as all of a sudden your signature parry move loses all of its lethal capabilities. Number 6. The odds are more than 1,000. Diablo 3. As many entries on this list have shown, changing the drop rate of rare items can have a massive impact on the difficulty of a game. However, when it comes to finding the most extreme case of this, the king of absolutely broken legendary drop rates has to be Diablo 3. The game's hardest difficulty is called Torment, and it's divided into 16 increasingly more soul-crushing levels of intensity, and the player can set this at the start of the session. The higher the level of Torment, the greater the strength of the monsters, but also the drop rate of legendary loot. At level 16, the chance of spawning rare legendaries is turned up to over 1220%, meaning you're pretty much guaranteed to get legendary items at every corner you visit. If you know which items to look out for, depending on which season the game is in, you can easily power scale your character early and then create a snowball effect that turns you into an unkillable demigod. The highest Torment level is high risk, high reward, but at a certain point, the broken odds of legendary drops make it high reward only. Number 5. The hardest difficulty makes it easier for Korean speakers. Crysis. Crysis's approach to hard mode is an interesting one, as the game doesn't only adjust the enemy's combat mechanics, it also changes the way they speak, which, funnily enough, can make the mode easier for certain types of people who speak a certain language. When you pick hard for your playthrough, the enemy soldiers gain buffs to their reaction time and accuracy. The game also makes it harder to detect them and predict their actions, and it does so by removing the ability to mark them, as well as making the Korean soldiers actually speak their native language. Now, the latter change may sound like a pretty fun concept that could make the game more difficult if it weren't for the fact that, there are actual Koreans and Korean speakers playing the game. The soldiers coordinating their actions in a language that you can understand can make the game easier, as the hostiles will be easier to understand. To those who can't speak a lick of Korean, the game may seem significantly more unpredictable, but to native speakers, it does the opposite. Number 4. Legendary makes using exploits easier. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Bethesda games' difficulty settings are frequently criticized for being lazy slider adjustments, and Legendary mode in The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim is no different. All the difficulty does is make your attacks weaker and your enemies stronger, which can actually lead to a lot of gameplay issues like spells dealing marginal damage and kill cams triggering when you're not even close to killing someone. Still, as is the case with most Bethesda bugs into features, this lack of balance can actually be exploited in your favor. Since on Legendary you deal less damage not only to your enemies but also to your allies, you're able to get a lot of free cheap shots at them before they get angry with you. Knowing that, you can flail your weapons at them to level up your combat skills without aggroing anyone. And if you manage to get your blades on an essential follower that never attacks you like Hadvar or Ralof in the intro, you basically get a huge damage sponge that will endlessly take hits, allowing you to level up in an instant. After you max out your skills like that, the legendary stat challenges won't even make a difference. Number 3. Hard mode turns your blaster into a super weapon. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire is a 1997 third-person shooter set in a galaxy far, far away. It features several difficulty settings which scale from easy all the way to a special hard mode called Jedi. The Jedi difficulty is the last mode you unlock in the game, and it's supposed to offer the player a much more realistic experience, where you and your enemies become much more susceptible to damage. Now you might think this would make the game harder since enemies can kill you in just a couple of hits, but in reality, the balance of power is actually more in your favor than it is on lower difficulty settings. While it's true that enemies in Jedi mode only need 2 hits to down your character, your blast is also stronger and the increased damage is pretty darn significant as you're able to kill everything in just one shot. Because of this, beating Shadows of the Empire on Jedi is way easier and much faster than doing the same thing on regular hard mode. You also don't have to worry too much about being a glass cannon, as you can take a hit or two, while everything in your sight has no option but to die to the deadliest super weapon in the galaxy. Nice. Number 2. A legendary loot spawner. Fallout 4. Fallout 4's approach to difficulty is pretty much identical to other Bethesda games, that is, unbalanced slider adjustments equal harder enemies. However, it also utilizes one unique mechanic, which actually changes the gameplay around drastically, and that is, yeah, you can say it with me at this point, it makes it significantly easier for you. While the game has scaling enemies like raiders that become beefier when someone puts scum next to their name, it also features special enemies referred to as legendaries. These legendary hostiles are unique in that they regain health after they lose more than half of it, but more importantly, they drop legendary loot when you kill them. Legendary arms come with a randomly generated ability that, if you're lucky, can be an absolute game changer that'll make every encounter a piece of cake, like for example an automatic rifle that shoots explosive ammunition. The problem is that legendary enemies are extremely rare. That is, unless you play on hard. Yep, aside from adjusting enemy stats, hard mode also increases the possibility of spawning a legendary character, making it easier to farm for unique items until you find the one that'll help you beat the game with ease, regardless of how unfairly buff enemies are. Number 1. A Tale of Two Hard Modes. Devil May Cry 3. Devil May Cry 3 is a curious entry on our list, as depending on which version of the game you're playing, hard mode can turn out to be less difficult than normal mode. You see, back in 2005 when Devil May Cry 3 was just being released, Capcom made a decision to tweak the difficulty setting for each localization of the title. Whereas the Japanese version had standard easy, normal, and hard settings, the American audience received a version where easy and normal mode were the equivalent of the Japanese hard mode, and their version of the last setting was ramped up to an even more brutal extent. The decision was motivated by American return policy, which allowed people to fully refund a game after 30 days. Capcom feared that the Japanese difficulty would allow people to beat the game too fast and then return it. However, after the Western audience had complained that the game was too hard, a unified version of the game for all countries was released, which lowered the difficulty for all. That's why if you play an older version of Devil May Cry 3 in America, you might be surprised to find out easy and normal modes are much more intense than the modern hard setting.
Now, the element of choice is a fascinating beast in video games, whereby a player's most minor decisions can end up having a major impact on the overall gameplay and especially the story. And in some rare cases, a small decision can end up negatively affecting your experience with the game one way or another, and that's what we're here to talk about. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game decisions that ruined your entire playthrough. Number 10. Stealing from the town tool shop. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening will basically brand you with a scarlet letter if you deign to commit thievery. Now, if you manage to steal an item from the Village Town Tool shop, a message will pop up reminding you that you've got a 5-finger discount before then asking, "Are you proud of yourself?" But you know what? That's just the start. Link will also be renamed to Thief for the entire rest of your playthrough, with basically every NPC calling you it, ensuring that you're constantly reminded of your misdeeds. Short of reverting to a prior save, you're stuck with that digital shame, and if you're brazen enough to then try and revisit the store for some more goodies, the shopkeeper will kill you with a blast of lightning that'd make Emperor Palpatine himself blush. If Nintendo wanted to make sure you knew the ills of theft, then this was certainly an effective and memorable way to do it. Number 9. Leaving the fire extinguisher in the security box. Resident Evil Code Veronica. Resident Evil Code Veronica has a nasty trick in store for players who dare to leave the empty fire extinguisher in the security box at Rockfort Prison. Basically, because the security box isn't an item box, which would allow you to access its contents at any other item box in the game, the fire extinguisher will be left at the prison once you depart. And so, once you reach the Antarctic base, this locks you out of accessing the game's most powerful weapon, the Magnum, because you needed the fire extinguisher in order to put out a fire and access the room where it is. Though this doesn't stop you from beating the game, it does make the later bosses feel a good deal tougher, especially for less experienced players. While the Magnum only has a small handful of bullets, its mighty stopping power against the final boss in particular a good deal easier. Number 8. Killing the end early. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Now, ruined might be a touch dramatic here, but in the case of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, this action certainly ends up robbing you of one of the best boss battles in the entire game, if not the series as a whole. Once you reach the warehouse earlier on in the title, you'll see a cutscene where the legendary sniper at the end can be seen asleep in a wheelchair. And once the cutscene ends, there's a brief seconds-long window where you can actually shoot him dead with your sniper rifle before he's wheeled away. Because this kills the end prematurely, it means you won't get to fight him later on, in turn depriving you of an incredible, if grueling, boss battle that's arguably one of the most ingenious and creative in the medium's history. Instead, you'll get a decidedly more standard battle against the Ocelot unit, and once you know what you've missed, well, FOMO will probably compel you to start the game all over again and experience it for yourself. Number 7. Giving yourself low physique stats. Disco Elysium. As with just about any RPG, one of the most important decisions you can make in Disco Elysium is your allocation of skill points into the 4 skill categories of intellect, psyche, physique, and motorics. But you can objectively make a grave mistake early on in the game if you fail to prioritize physique stats at all. This can result in you dying of a heart attack while attempting the basic opening feat of grabbing your tie from a ceiling fan and trying to put it on, or later in the game, just sitting down in a damn chair. If you went too far in prioritizing mental skills over physical ones, you're guaranteed to have a bad time from the jump, enough so that you might even be compelled to re-roll your character. If dying while getting dressed won't convince you to start again, well, there's probably nothing that will. Number 6. Picking yellow. Devil May Cry 3 Dante's Awakening. Devil May Cry 3 Dante's Awakening is without question the most challenging game in the character action franchise, and you can make it even more of a pain for yourself depending on the vague options that you select at the very start of the game. You see, upon starting a new game, you'll be asked to pick a color, gold or yellow, without any additional context whatsoever. As it turns out, you're actually choosing between gold and yellow orbs. Gold allows you to resume gameplay after death in the exact spot where you died, and even if you're out of orbs, you can continue from the last checkpoint. Yellow, meanwhile, lets you continue from the last checkpoint with your limited number of orbs, but once you run out of them, you'll have to start the level from the very beginning upon dying. Basically, the context void option has a 50-50 chance of making the game considerably tougher and way more time-consuming for you, unless you looked up the choice before committing. Number 5. Harvesting 2 Little Sisters. BioShock. Throughout BioShock, you're given 2 choices for dealing with any of the little sisters you come across. You can harvest them for the precious substance Adam, in turn allowing you to obtain plasmids and new abilities faster, but it comes at the cost of their lives, or you can rescue them and set them free, which is clearly the more humane and ethical of the 2 choices, given that the little sisters have suffered enough already, being enslaved orphan girls and all. But while the game will let you get away with harvesting 1 little sister scot-free, if you harvest 2 or more, you'll end up locking yourself out of the game's happiest ending, where Jack takes the little sisters back to the surface and adopts a bunch of them, which is very sweet, isn't it? Instead, you'll get a miserable ending where Jack harvests the little sisters for their Adam, and the more of them you harvested throughout the game, the more bitterly disappointed Tenenbaum's closing narration will be. Cheers. Number 4. Not picking up the junk mail. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Time for a majorly deep cut now, and you know I love these, especially seeing I've got an entire series of these over on FGS, with 1984's text adventure game based on The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the opening moments, you'll end up on the front porch of your home, where the game will then mention that the doormat has a pile of junk mail on it. From here, you can decide to pick up the mail or ignore it, and doing the latter will have dire consequences for the rest of the story. As it turns out, you need the junk mail letter in the story to complete the tricky Babelfish puzzle on the alien ship to continue progressing through the game. Without it, you're effectively soft-locked out of beating the game, unable to move forward, and are forced to restart from the very beginning. This is the sort of cruel nonsense developers simply wouldn't get away with these days, but back in the heyday of text adventures, these harsh soft locks, well, they were infuriatingly common. Number 3. Reading the tablet twice. La Mulana. Platform adventure game La Mulana will mockingly flip the bird at players who don't heed its admittedly pretty crystal clear warning. When you reach the mausoleum of the giants, you'll eventually find a tablet which warns, "Thou art forbidden from again laying eyes on this marker. Those who heed not this warning will suffer the pain of death." Now, the language couldn't be much clearer, right? Except if you assume that the game is just employing a little reverse psychology and the tablet is actually hiding a secret, well, you'd be oh so wrong. Because if you read the tablet again, you'll inadvertently activate the game's hard difficulty, which will result in enemies becoming faster, more powerful, and more abundant throughout its remainder. Also, every boss in the game becomes considerably more challenging. Worse still, in the original version, there was no way to reverse the difficulty change beyond reverting to a prior save, or failing that, restarting the game from scratch. Thankfully though, the more recent Nintendo Switch re-release introduced an option to undo the difficulty change by talking to the Fairy Queen. Phew. Number 2. Skipping dialogue, Final Fantasy X-2. In the case of Final Fantasy X-2, Square Enix seemingly designed this game to be as obnoxiously infuriating for completionists as possible, given the utterly maddening requirements for hitting 100%. In addition to having to see everything the main story has to offer, you're also unable to skip certain dialogues, namely those you have to have with the infuriatingly verbose historian of Spira, Michin. Given that they ramble on and on and on at a snooze-inducing length, you'll likely be tempted to skim through his word vomit or even just skip it entirely, but in a brutal act of trolling on Square Enix's part, doing so will lock you out of 100% of this run-through of the game. Basically, unless you're content with using a guide to make sure you don't miss anything, you probably shouldn't even bother with a completionist run, well, unless your sanity has no value to you. But for everyone else out there, your time is, or at least definitely should be, worth way more than this. And number 1, not saving President Myers right away. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty expansion evidently doesn't suffer dawdlers lightly, as those who take their time rescuing President Myers at the very start of the game will basically end up accidentally nuking their playthrough. If you take too long to make the save, afterwards Myers' aircraft is hacked and crashes into the district of Dogtown, where Songbird will then inform you that Myers has been killed, and to rub salt in the wound, she'll blame you for your negligence and then shut you down remotely. When you wake up, Johnny Silverhand will suggest you both go and grab some drinks, and while you can still complete side missions throughout Dogtown, you'll be firmly locked out of playing the rest of the main story. As a result, you'll need to restart the game and actually rescue Myers this time if you want to access the meat of Phantom Liberty's campaign, which, trust me, you definitely want.
Not every item you get in a video game is designed to be useful. Sometimes game developers like to include joke items, which are deliberately pointless and silly just for the fun of it. Now and then, though, the real joke is that the useless thing that you thought was useless can secretly be used as a super weapon. Just because it doesn't seem to have any function doesn't mean it can't prove to be incredibly helpful. In some cases, like the ones I'm going to tell you about, it can even be the best thing to use against the game's bosses. You just have to discover its hidden functionality. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game joke items that are secretly one-time boss killers. Number 10. Attack FXR, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door is a light-hearted RPG set in the papier-mâché version of the Mario series world. The game is well known for its humor and frequent jabs made at the RPG formula, some of which consist of worthless joke items that don't really do anything. And yet, one particular joke item is secretly the greatest weakness of the game's scariest boss, Hooktail. Hooktail is a huge dragon that serves as the final boss of the first chapter. Normally, fighting him takes a lot of endurance and good damage output, as he's pretty darn resistant and his giant claws can kill your squad in a couple of hits. However, the grumpy monster has one hidden weakness. He's absolutely terrified of crickets. And it just so happens you can find a cricket noisemaker in his castle. Attack FXR is a joke badge, and unlike other badges in the game, it doesn't increase any of your stats. Instead, equipping it causes your jumping and hammer attacks to make cricket noises. In most cases, the sound is an audible reminder of how underwhelming the badge's ability is. But when fighting Hooktail, it actually lets you frighten him and instantly win the boss fight. Number 9. The Silver Shroud Trenchcoat, Fallout 4. The Silver Shroud is a comic book hero from Fallout 4's universe. In one of the game's side missions, the player can actually don the outfit of this fictional vigilante in order to help a comic book nerd fulfill his dream of protecting Boston alongside his personal role model. After the mission's complete, the Shroud's trench coat becomes nothing but a simple joke item that offers some degree of protection if you bother to upgrade it. That said, if you have the Automatron DLC, the fit can become relevant again by giving you a chance to instantly defeat the expansion's main villain. During the final confrontation with the Mechanist, another comic book character whom the villain uses as her alter ego, if you wear the Silver Shroud outfit, the girl will actually recognize you as the lone vigilante. When you're speaking with her, you unlock special Silver Shroud dialogue options, and choosing all of them will allow you to reason with the girl, making her surrender to you without any fighting or even charisma checks. See? Another villain thwarted by the might of the Silver Shroud. Number 8. Toy Spitball Gun, Dead Rising 2. The Dead Rising series is no stranger to turning useless items into weapons of mass zombie destruction. However, there's only one particular instance in the second game when a useless item can prove the deadliest weapon in your arsenal. That's without even having to tinker with it. The Toy Spitball Gun is a plastic rifle that shoots tiny rubber bullets at enemies. Being a kid's toy, the gun obviously doesn't do any damage on its own, but it is, funnily enough, the only weapon in the game that can effectively take down a helicopter. During the fight with the game's main antagonist, TK, Chuck has to fight his ex-employer as he's trying to get away on a helicopter. His ride is almost completely resistant to any kind of conventional weapon, which is why the player has to resort to throwing objects into the chopper's blades. Unless, that is, they came equipped with the Spitball Gun. Because the toy's ammo is counted as an object, you can actually take down the helicopter with it. In fact, the toy can take out huge chunks of the chopper's health with only a few bullets, making it absolutely the fastest way and funniest way of defeating TK in the game. Number 7. Fishing Rod, Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. The final fight with Ganon in Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess is an epic multi-stage battle consisting of duels, horse racing, and many other unique sections. It's definitely one of the most intense finales in the series, which is why you can use all the help you can get to try and make its individual stages easier. And it just so happens that the most efficient kind of aid comes in a somewhat unexpected form, that is, the common fishing rod. Despite its main purpose being, fishing, the rod has a secret functionality during the final showdown with Ganon, in that it's capable of distracting him throughout the fight. Whenever you pull out the fishing rod and start wiggling it around in front of his face, the mighty King of Thieves will immediately stop what he's doing and start looking at it like a mesmerized cat with a laser pointer. The distraction can completely pull him out of the fight, making it easy to get free attacks on him. The rod basically turns the entire climax of the game into one giant slapstick routine. And people say Twilight Princess is the darkest Zelda game ever made. Number 6. Golden Eggs, Resident Evil 4 Remake. The Resident Evil 4 Remake has made significant changes to the way its final boss Salazar operates. Instead of being a static boss, which back in the original game the player could easily defeat in seconds, the new and improved Salazar can jump around the entire arena and cause significant damage with his attacks. Luckily, the mutated noble isn't the only one who has new tricks up his sleeve. In the remake, the player can find 2 golden eggs inside Salazar's palace, and these can be secretly used to kill the boss in 2 hits. At first glance, the eggs appear to be nothing more than pricey baubles that you can sell to the merchant. However, if you do decide to hold on to both of them to the end, you can throw the shiny eggs at Salazar and each one will deal tremendous amounts of damage, ultimately defeating him. The eggs only work on the final boss, but since they let you get rid of him without a fight, keeping them in your inventory is way better than selling them for extra ammo and weapons. Number 5. Water Pistol. Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. Between a rocket-powered fist and cardboard stealth technology, Metal Gear Solid 5 is pretty well acquainted with the concept of useful joke weapons. However, although there are many joke items with immediate uses, the water pistol is definitely more of a joke than it is a proper weapon. While it certainly works well for distraction, the water pistol doesn't really deal any significant damage, shockingly, rendering it completely useless in most combat situations. Most, that is, but not all, because it's actually one of the best weapons to use against the game's hottest boss, the Man on Fire. As you might expect out of a guy who's constantly set ablaze, the Man on Fire is incredibly susceptible to water. That makes your tiny squirt gun the perfect tool, as not only does it actually now deal damage, it momentarily stuns him, which allows you to keep squirting water endlessly. It takes about 80 to 90 shots from the water pistol to defeat the Man on Fire, which, considering the lessened effectiveness of your other weapons and the fact that the water pistol doesn't cost any ammo, does make the tiny toy gun the best firearm, technically, for choking out the former Colonel Volgan's flame. Number 4. The Stick. Undertale. The stick is the starting weapon in Toby Fox's beloved RPG, Undertale. It's a simple joke item as it doesn't really do anything besides cluttering your inventory space. It deals 0 damage and doesn't affect your character's stats in any sort of way. However, despite its lack of benefits, the stick is not completely useless. In fact, it's secretly an instant solution to defeating the game's canine bosses. Dogami and Dogasa are 2 axe-wielding dog guards that the player encounters in Snowden Forest. The conventional ways of defeating them require you to do quite a bit of work, dodging their attacks and either attacking or playing with them. All that can be avoided though, which is pretty darn handy if you have the stick in your inventory. In the fight, you can toss the piece of wood away to play fetch with the guards, causing them to run off and making them instantly spareable. The method works with any other canine enemy in the game too, so if you don't feel like fighting them, just throw a stick and make them take care of themselves. They're just like real dogs. Number 3. Bug Catching Net. Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past is a classic of 2D Zelda games that's introduced a lot of the franchise's iconic items. One of them is the Bug Catching Net, which, well, aside from serving its eponymous purpose, can also be used as a secret weapon against one of the game's bosses, Aghanim. The Dark Wizard is the secret alter ego of Ganon, who you have to fight towards the end of the game. His main weapon against you is magical bolts, which you normally have to deflect back at him using the Master Sword. However, it's secretly just as good, if not better, and absolutely yet again funnier, if you use your trusty bug collection tool. During the fight with Aghanim, if you pull out the net, then time your swing right as Aghanim attacks, you can throw his spell back at him and instantly damage him. The Master Sword does a similar thing, but since the net has a way bigger range, it's actually easier and more efficient to use it. Getting defeated by a tool children use to scrape beetles off trees probably wasn't on Aghanim's bucket list, but serving his own spells back to him in one shot can definitely be on yours. Number 2. Soap Dusk. Dusk is a retro games-inspired first-person shooter that puts you in a dark and grimy world full of demons and fanatics. Everything around you could definitely use cleaning up, what with being covered in blood and dirt, which is probably why the random bars of soap scattered around Dusk's levels are secretly the most powerful weapon in your arsenal. Despite being nothing but a bathroom assortment, every soap in the game is capable of dealing, wait for it, 1 million damage when thrown at an enemy, making it the only weapon that can one-shot bosses, except final bosses because they're apparently too clean to care. But you'll still be able to one-shot other types of strong enemies too. The catch is that the soap is very fragile. After you throw it, it'll immediately disperse and disappear. For that reason, it's recommended to be extra careful when you're handling it. It's best to save soap for the stronger enemies in the game so you can instantly kill them with the power of cleanliness. Let's be honest, most of the bosses in the game are so filthy looking they could definitely use a good scrubbing anyway. Number 1. Cream Pie. Castlevania Portrait of Ruin. The world of Castlevania is as much about vampires, skeletons, and monsters as it is about the fine culinary pursuits. Despite his blood-only diet, the walls of Dracula's castle are filled with chicken jerky and sometimes a delicious cream pie. In Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, this sweet dish acts as one of the sub-weapons of Jonathan Morris. The pie deals minimal damage and doesn't travel very far, which makes it more of a joke item than anything else. Still, thanks to its one secret property, there is an instance in which it can completely obliterate one of the game's bosses. Despite its near non-existent damage output, the pie is actually one of the rare weapons in the game that deals dark damage, because what other damage would a pie do? And fortunately, the Portrait of Ruin's boss, the Whip's memory, is weak against dark damage. The vulnerability combined with the fact that the pie can stun the boss for a considerable amount of time makes this creamy tart, funnily enough, the best and most effective weapon against Whip's memory, capable of defeating him in just a few seconds. So don't let anyone tell you not to bring a cream pie to a Whip fight. I don't know if anyone has told you not to do that, but don't let him.
Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, and the Easter Bunny. What do these three have in common, other than the fact that you probably shouldn't believe in them past the age of 8? Why, they are all elusive and mysterious characters who give plenty of gifts to those they deem worthy. The world of video game definitely has its own Santas. Not actual red guys with huge beards and bellies, of course, but extremely rare and hard to catch NPCs who will reward you with an amazing prize if you manage to find them. And that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 extremely rare video game NPCs that reward you for finding them. Number 10. The Revelers, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Now, one of Skyrim's many secrets are the random encounters with strangers that can trigger as you travel around the map. Each encounter is a unique event featuring one or more NPCs, and whether you come across a specific event, well, that's completely up to chance. And one of the most rare encounters that you can have is a meeting with a group of revelers. These NPCs appear on the sides of Skyrim's many roads, drinking and celebrating, because sidewalks are apparently the perfect place for a party. And when you approach them, one of them invites you to the celebration and offers you a bottle of Hunting Brew mead. If you already have the correct bottle of mead in your inventory, he will instead congratulate you and reward you with a powerful amulet that increases your carrying capacity by a whole 25 points. Now, it's already rare to be able to find these revelers, and doing so while keeping the correct bottle in your pocket is even more improbable. However, the reward you get for it is so useful that it's good to bring some Hunting Brew on your journeys just in case. But if you don't, you can always, just steal the amulet from them. I'm just saying. Number 9. Skeleton Horse, Minecraft. Although diamonds are the most sought-after item among Minecraft players, there are actually far more rare and valuable things to be found in the game's blocky world, like the fastest Minecraft mount that can only be encountered after an extremely unlikely event. The Skeleton Horse is a unique hostile mob that spawns only after a regular horse has been struck by lightning. The mob is aggressive upon spawning, but the player can tame it by wrangling it and putting a saddle on it, turning it into a lightning-fast, pardon the pun there, steed that can easily outrun most other mounts in the game. The only problem with obtaining the Skeleton Horse is that, if you've ever played Minecraft, you know just how rare lightning storms can be. Now combine this with the possibility of one lightning bolt hitting a horse instead of its usual favourite target, which is your bloody house, and it's easy to see why so few Minecraft players actually get to keep one in their stable. Luckily, if you are interested in getting one, the internet is full of tutorials and strategies detailing how to increase your chances of causing lightning to hit a horse. Brilliant. Number 8. Secret Moblin, The Legend of Zelda. Now, if you're an OG Zelda fan, you've probably heard the phrase, "It's a secret to everybody." It's been commonly used in many Zelda parodies and memes, and yet, despite its frequent occurrence in our media, its source is probably one of the most elusive creatures in the history of the Zelda series. The Secret Moblin is a hidden NPC in the original Legend of Zelda, who likes to hide inside caves and, unlike his surface-dwelling brethren, isn't hostile towards Link. The Moblin awards you a hefty sum of rupees for finding him, uttering the phrase, "It's a secret to everybody." And let's just say that his words are probably the biggest understatement of the year 1986. Finding the Secret Moblin is one of the hardest and rarest accomplishments in the game. In order to discover his hidden lairs, you need to burn through so many bushes and blow up so many walls with bombs that the map will look like a devastated war zone afterwards. His appearance is an even bigger novelty than finding the old man, and that is saying something considering that guy is also a cave-dwelling hermit hiding in holes and cracked walls. Number 7. Crystal Lizards, Dark Souls. Crystal lizards are a staple of Dark Souls, whose rare but prominent appearance in the game has led to similar critters showing up in other From Software titles, such as the scurrying beast in Bloodborne, for example. At their core, the lizards are tiny and rare enemies who drop valuable upgrade materials upon killing them. In practice, though, they're one of the most elusive and hard-to-find NPCs in the entire game. Due to their small size, fast speed, and tendency to flee, it can be very hard to spot a crystal lizard while exploring the map. You might spot their shiny backs in the distance, but by the time you realize it, well, the critter will already be bolting to the nearest crack in the wall. This, combined with their valuable loot, naturally makes them very sought-after creatures, which in turn has led to the creation of many tutorials, discussion threads, and posts trying to come up with strategies for finding and killing them. If you're struggling to get your hands on one, you can actually consult one of these posts to make the hunt a little easier, although don't be surprised if these sneaky little guys still manage to evade you. Number 6. The Scribe, Fallout 4. One of the best armor sets in Fallout 4 is the Apocalypse set. The only way to obtain all 2 pieces is by recruiting 2 unique merchants to your settlement and buying it off them. Now, this may sound easy at first glance, but in reality, recruiting one of the merchants is one of the hardest challenges in the entire game because of the extremely slim chance of finding him. The NPC in question is the Scribe, an ex-member of the Brotherhood of Steel who can agree to become an armor trader in your settlement. The only way to come across the Scribe is via a random encounter in one of the few crossroad areas in the Commonwealth. The chance to have him completely appear is random, and given that there are plenty of other events that can trigger in these areas, most of which are reoccurring, you can put hundreds of hours into Fallout 4 and never come across him. What you can count on, however, is finding the same band of cookie-cutter raiders over and bloody over again, because if there's anything that Fallout 4 never has in low supply, it is lazy game design. Ooh, brother. Number 5. Shadow Chester, Don't Starve. So Chester is a unique passive NPC from Don't Starve that can only be encountered by finding an eye bone. The creature acts as a mobile chest, traveling alongside you while you hold its eye bone and allowing you to store up to 9 items inside it. Because the eye bone is a fairly rare item, appearing only near cobblestone roads, finding Chester can be a pretty tricky thing to do. However, the true rarity and worthiness of Chester comes from discovering one of his powerful hidden forms. During the full moon, if you fill Chester's slots up with nightmare fuel, the fuzzy storage unit will transform into Shadow Chester, increasing his inventory space by 3 and allowing you to access the items you store in him from other magical items, such as the Magician's Chest and Top Hat. Shadow Chester's existence is obviously a huge secret, given how rare nightmare fuel is, plus how long you have to wait for a full moon, and how unlikely it is for somebody to come up with these steps in order to complete the transformation. The process is well worth it, however, as extra inventory space is always in short supply in Don't Starve. Number 4. Hidden Merchants, Castlevania 2: Simon's Quest. Castlevania 2: Simon's Quest is a game filled with weird NPCs, from townswomen who invite you into their house to restore your health, to villagers who straight up lie to your face just for the sheer thrill of it. Basically, each character Simon encounters is usually more bizarre than the last. However, the strangest NPC of all of them have to be the ones that are the hardest to find, which are the game's so-called merchants. Despite what their title might suggest, you can't really find these goods peddlers at any marketplace or bazaar. Instead, they like to conduct their business behind secret passages and fake walls that you can only discover using holy water. For this reason, it can often be quite difficult to come across one, but this rarity comes with an appropriately beneficial reward. Each hidden merchant has some unique weapon or item for you to buy, like the upgraded chain whip from the merchant in Veros and the dagger from his friend on the other side of town. Is it weird that these guys are selling you things where no one can see them? Yes, it is. Does it mean that you can get a good deal out of it? Probably. At the very least, you don't have to worry about other customers buying their stash before you get there. Number 3. Poseidus, World of Warcraft. Poseidus is one of the randomly spawned elite mobs from World of Warcraft that has gained notoriety among the game's community for being one of the rarest creatures in the game. This giant seahorse appears at only a few select locations in the underwater sections of the Shimmery Expanse and the Abyssal Depths, with a very low spawn rate, which makes it rarer than the proverbial unicorn. To make things even more challenging, Poseidus is frequently hunted down by droves of players trying to get the rare loot it drops, making your already slim chances of finding one even slimmer. This said, the search for this sea unicorn is well worth it, as the loot that people seek to get from this creature is the Reins of Poseidus, which allows you to summon a smaller version of the creature as a mount. The appeal of cruising the bottom of the sea on a giant majestic seahorse is definitely strong enough to make most WoW players justify hopelessly swimming from one spawn point to another for hours on end. It's like the American Gold Rush, but with digital pets instead of precious metals. Number 2. The Golden Horse. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom introduced the ability to construct improvised cars and rocket ships, but the game's most reliable form of transportation is still the horses that run around Hyrule. Not all of them are equal, however, and if you care only for the best, it's the rarest of breeds that you should be looking for, more specifically, the legendary Golden Horse. The horse is a one-of-a-kind creature that used to belong to Princess Zelda. In order to even learn of its existence, you need to start a side quest related to the princess's disappearance, which will lead you to the general location of the horse. Afterwards, the process of actually finding them out is a long and strenuous journey, involving a dangerous trek through freezing mountains, tracking it through blizzards, and finally taming the steed by expending a large amount of stamina. Not everyone playing this game even hears of this horse, and even fewer people even bother looking for it, but actually acquiring this shiny legend is well worth the trouble, as the mount has one of the best stat lines in the game. Not to mention a glorious golden coat that will make you look like royalty as you stride across Hyrule. And number 1, the Jackalope. Red Dead Redemption. Now, Red Dead Redemption's very weird West DLC Undead Nightmare introduced plenty of odd supernatural phenomena into the game's setting, but that doesn't mean that there weren't any extraordinary creatures in the title beforehand. As a matter of fact, the base version of Red Dead even rewards you for finding one, although it's easier said than done given how rare and sneaky it is. We are of course referring to one of America's most adorable cryptids, the legendary Jackalope. Hunting down this odd deer and bunny hybrid is necessary for unlocking the Expert Hunter outfit for your Marston, and if you're aiming to get your hands on it, you best prepare yourself for hours of scouring the wilderness and squinting at random bushes, because this creature is so small and effortlessly blends into the environment, meaning that finding it is a real struggle. It also doesn't help that it is very rare, being the only one of its kind, so your chances of finding it are as slim can get. I mean, after all, the clothing set you get for catching the jackalope is called the Expert Hunter outfit, so yeah, maybe you should have known that going in, but still, boo. Boo.
Okay, I know I'm already on your bad side if you've read the title of this video, because, I mean, who am I to tell you what games you shouldn't play as an adult? I'm not the authority figure in your life, so you're probably automatically being like, whatever, I'll do what I want. But let me just explain what I'm thinking about here. The games on this list are bad now. That's the short version. The long version is that for various reasons, the games on this list have simply been surpassed graphically, reinterpreted in a far better way by new releases, are hampered by the technical issues of bygone console generations, or, well, they're just really not as good as you remember them being. If you still want to play these games and enjoy them, by all means, please do that. But if you're open to hear a couple of reasons why maybe it's not worth going back to them, that's what I got for you. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 8 video games you shouldn't play as an adult. Number 8, Shadow of the Colossus, 2005. Put down your pitchforks, I'm not about to tell you that Shadow of the Colossus is a bad game, but what I am gonna do is tell you that you shouldn't be playing the 2005 version of Shadow of the Colossus. Don't play it. I mean, play it if you want to, but you shouldn't, and I'm gonna tell you why. Loads of people played Shadow of the Colossus on or around the year 2005 when it first came out. In a year where you found yourself going to the movies to see Revenge of the Sith, being glad you didn't go to the movies to see Fantastic Four, and musing at the word sexting and glamping being added to the dictionary, perhaps you found yourself delving into this action-adventure masterwork by Japan Studio and Team Ico. If you did check this one out back in 2005, and honestly anywhere between that and 2018, then I have no qualm with you. If, however, you decided to pick this bad boy up after 2018, then you done goofed. That's because in 2018, the absolutely phenomenal Blue Point Games remake came out, and it surpasses the original in every way. That is to say, it takes everything fantastic about the original and keeps all of those elements central and sacred while elevating the graphics, tightening the controls, upscaling the resolution, and pocketing a decent handful of 10 out of 10s from publications and players alike. Basically, I'm saying you shouldn't play Shadow of the Colossus as an adult, but you definitely should play Shadow of the Colossus. Make sense? Okay, good. Number 7. Kingdom Hearts. Moving on from an entry that wouldn't have too many of you clutching your pearls to one that I think might rock a few boats. If you'll forgive me mixing metaphors, Kingdom Hearts is a tricky one when it comes to its subject matter. Beloved by many, but let's face it, kind of overly complicated, narratively disjointed, and sort of full of plot holes, Kingdom Hearts might be one of those games that's better left in your childhood where those things were more easily forgiven. The Disney cameo, saturated cartoon world, and wild series of events are a total treat when you're young. But now we've come to expect more from our games, and it's tough for even the most diehard of fans to see past the naivety. If you can see past it and you have fond memories of Square's 2002 JRPG, you might be able to get back into that headspace where a little silliness is forgivable. But I'd caution anyone with a mind to try out Kingdom Hearts in 2024. There's certainly a charm to the game world and Sora's journey that dazzled players a couple of decades ago, but even with the relatively well-received 2012 HD remaster, Kingdom Hearts 3 with its deeply confusing narrative seemed to suggest the series is showing its age. At least Kingdom Hearts does have the chance to evolve and grow with its audience if Square Enix so chooses, which is a lot more than I can say for this next entry. Number 6. LEGO Studios Backlot. I could have given this slot to the certainly critically superior and more popular open world game LEGO Island, but I've gone ahead and put the spotlight on LEGO Studios Backlot instead, because that's the game I tried to go back to this year and realized sometimes you can't go home again. The 2001 adventure platformer was a browser-based game that put you in the little LEGO shoes of an intern who was put to work at the LEGO Studios. In retrospect, this bite-sized chunk of nostalgia is riddled with all the adventure of helping Johnny Thunder find his gear and standing in as a stuntman wherein you have to shoot yourself out of a cannon. In reality though, as soon as you're told to use the Z key to run and Control to talk, that should have been the sign that this one was better left in your memory. As one of the healthy handful of browser-based games that dominated the years of those who grew up in the 90s and early 2000s, LEGO Backlot Studios is a prime example of a game that, should you play it as an adult, you'll quickly realize is much worse than you remember it being. Really, you'll have to trust me, ignorance is absolutely bliss on this one, and plenty of the other games on this list. Number 5. The Sims. The Sims may be one of the most influential and iconic games to ever spawn out of the medium, and has met with consistent critical and commercial success in the years since, but that doesn't mean you should play it as an adult. Not the first game, anyway. While there's nothing wrong with wanting to while away the hours in a digital world where you can play as someone who can do wild things like get married to someone after a first date or own a home, the original certainly is starting to show its age a little bit now that it's been 24 years. There are a handful of games on this list, including this one, that were once absolute must-plays, but now we've moved on so far technologically and creatively as an industry that while the titles will always hold their famed spot in gaming history, they're pretty unfulfilling to return to. In this case, the graphics are tricky to stomach, the systems are yet to be refined, and most of the mechanics will have you daydreaming about the game's sequels that iterated on the most dated features and invented whole new ones which drastically improve your experience playing the game. While it's probably a fair statement that everyone should give The Sims a go at least once in their lifetime, even if life simulation games aren't really your thing, that doesn't mean you need to go all the way back to the first one. You can pretty much just YouTube the timeline of the Goth family and you'll be all caught up. Number 4. Far Cry 3. Another absolute classic that just doesn't quite hit the same anymore thanks in large part to the simple facts of time, technology, and the natural progression of both console generations and its very own franchise, is Far Cry 3. Launching in 2012, Far Cry 3 took kind of a hard left from Far Cry 2, which, despite being praised for things like its world design and the freedom with which you can engage with that world, was criticized for things like its malaria mechanic, the wonky AI, and its malaria mechanic. Aside from deciding not to make the final boss of the game trying not to get malaria, Far Cry 3 changed things up by pulling the focus over to its engrossing story, larger-than-life villains, consistently bombastic and free-form combat engagements, rich narrative, and deep world building. Also, radio towers. That's right, climb tall tower, unlock area, find cool stuff, get gear, and repeat. Like, to be fair, this wasn't overdone at this stage. It already existed in Assassin's Creed, but this is the first time we'd seen it in a modern setting. It would become a meme, but it wasn't a meme yet. Then Far Cry 4 used them, and Watch Dogs used them, and basically every AC game after that. Not only that, but the Far Cry series continued to swap out bad dudes and locations, but otherwise kept much of the format the same. So the Far Cry games of today structurally aren't too different to Far Cry 3 from 2012. In essence, that basically means you'll likely either find yourself tired of the game's tropes that are now well and truly overused, or if you're not tired of them, then you'd be better off finding a later iteration of what Far Cry nailed in its own series, or those that have been inspired by it. Number 3, GoldenEye 007. I promise I'm not putting games on this list to hurt you, I'm genuinely trying to help you, and I've been the victim of this one as well. If you haven't gone back and tried to play Rare's 1997 shooter recently, you should probably keep it that way. While GoldenEye 007 was celebrated for offering up a cutting-edge gaming experience with, and I must quote, detailed environments, outstanding graphics, realistic animations, and deeply intuitive controls, all of those things were true in 1997, and perhaps even through to the end of the Nintendo 64 lifecycle, but by then games had moved on, and by now we've moved so far on that unless you pick this one up again with expectations properly couched in this being a product of its time, you'd be hard-pressed to enjoy it. Worse still, if you never picked this one up but heard all the hubbub about it and you reckon it's time to dig back in and see what it's all about, there are better ways to spend your time. Anyone with experience in modern games will likely find the controls frustratingly dated and, without mods, clunky at best, and dare I say, literally unplayable at worst. Nostalgic? Absolutely, but worth your hard-earned dollars? Probably not. If you remember this one being flawless, you're better off letting it stay that way. Number 2, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. If you were late to the party with the Uncharted series starring charming rogue Nathan Drake and all his action-adventure antics, do yourself a favor and don't go back to the beginning. I say that because that's what I did, and while Uncharted the First made serious waves back in 2007 and at the start of the PS3 lifecycle, it's now been a lot of time since then, and now it's really just ripples rather than waves. Ripples and Tom Holland. The phenomenal story-forward action shooter from Naughty Dog sold like hotcakes, but largely due to the medium's reliance on interactivity and technology, not to mention how quickly it grows and changes, it just ain't what it used to be. Just like many of the games on this list, none of it takes away from what a landmark title this was, but on a replay or first-time playthrough these days, you'll probably find yourself struggling with the yet-to-be-refined controls and exasperated with the repetitive waves of enemies and samey combat arenas. It's really only in retrospect that you'll notice the game's shortcomings even in the face of its stellar story and cast. It's not Uncharted's fault that technology moves so quickly, but Naughty Dog was still experiencing the growing pains of how to involve players best in its open world, and it was still nailing just how they were going to make platforming work and combat work, which it sometimes gets right, and a lot of times doesn't get right. This is best represented by Uncharted 2, which is essentially better than its predecessor in every way. If you want to check it out in remake form, you certainly can, but if you feel worn out a few hours in and want to throw in the towel, I won't tell anybody. Number 1, Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong 64 arrived in 1999, and like most of that first wave of Nintendo 64 3D platformers, it hasn't aged all that well. Despite standing as a vital stepping stone for video games that had been and those still yet to be, as well as setting the stage for loads of fond childhood memories, the N64 was an awkward proving grounds for not only how to make 3D controls work, but also who games should be for. Donkey Kong 64 is certainly one of the games of its era designed with kids in mind, so that rosy memory you've got of it being hilarious, exciting, and pretty much the best thing ever that was in no way dragged down by a repetitive collectathon might be a touch swayed by your nostalgia. It's not that Donkey Kong 64, or Super Mario 64 for that matter, did anything wrong, it's just that platformers have come so far, you're better off picking up one of the newer games featuring your Nintendo mascot of choice, which are all equally fantastic. All that said, and all nostalgia accounted for, you definitely didn't overhype your memory of how good the DK rap is, because that still slaps. You should go listen to it right now and then thank me later.
Now, when you play a game, you want to experience everything that game has to offer, but sometimes this simply isn't possible. The sheer volume of options and content that's crammed into a single title can be so great that no normal human being could actually see it all. And more importantly, certain things can be tied to a very specific set of events, making it extremely difficult for someone to figure out how to even trigger them. And that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 extremely rare video game outcomes you've never seen. Number 10. Escape the android camp without Alice. Detroit Become Human. Now, Detroit Become Human features hundreds of different outcomes for every combination of choices or actions you take. The game even comes with a convenient event tree to help you track which paths you've already locked, and yet, despite this, some outcomes have only still been seen by less than 1% of the player base. One of the rarest outcomes, according to the in-game statistics, is the ending in which Kara manages to escape from the android camp, which she and Alice can be thrown into towards the end of the game by leaving her protege behind. The reason why this ending is so rare is actually threefold. Firstly, reaching the android camp already requires the player to make very specific choices in the story. Secondly, even if you get to the camp ending, it can be difficult to find the path that lets you escape. And finally, the ending requires you to cold-heartedly abandon your innocent android child, meaning that even if you do manage to get that choice, you may not have got the heart to pick that option. After all, why would you betray the one character you've spent the entire game protecting? Well, to get the rarest ending, I suppose. Number 9. The ultimatum ending. The Devil in Me. The Devil in Me is the last and final game in the second season of the Dark Pictures anthology series. It follows a group of filmmakers as they try to escape a booby-trapped hotel run by a psychotic serial killer. As is the case with Supermassive Games' various efforts, The Devil in Me contains multiple endings for you to explore. And the most interesting one, which coincidentally is considered to be the rarest one as well, is the ultimatum ending. To get this ending, you need to reach the final act of the game with only Kate and Mark surviving the night at the hotel. After the rest of the crew is killed, the killer will capture Kate and Mark and offer the latter an ultimatum. Mark has to help the killer lure another group into the hotel or watch as he fills Kate's body with acid. If you agree to help him, you get a cutscene where Kate and Mark nervously welcome the killer's new victims into the hotel before leaving the area on a ferry. The ferry then stops halfway though as the game fades to black and you hear 2 gunshots, implying the killer has actually shot your final survivors. Well, I mean, that's what you get for helping the devil, right? Number 8. Alternate Skellige dialogue. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Although The Witcher 3's open world gives you the freedom to explore it however you like, when it comes to its main storyline, most players would probably agree that it feels a lot more linear. Doing quests out of order definitely seems to be discouraged, but you can actually do it. And it even makes some rather interesting changes to the story. If you ignore the high-level cap of the main quest in Skellige, you may choose to skip pursuing the trial in Velen and travel to the islands to meet with Yennefer right away. This will cause the dialogue at the start of the Skellige questline to change in order to accommodate the fact that you just ignored Yennefer's request to snoop around no man's land. When you arrive on the main island, the sorceress will ask you why you have come to her so quickly, to which Big G will reply with his usual suaveness by telling her that he missed her too much. Some other dialogue options will also change, providing you with a brand new experience whilst traversing Skellige. So don't be afraid to switch things up a little. The only thing to fear are the, high-level Skellige enemies that will turn your low-level Witcher into a pulp. Wicked. Number 7. Trevor and Tonya's dialogues. Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 5's 3 main protagonists have quite the impressive amount of interaction with each other. Aside from doing story missions together, they can also hang out, run into each other on the streets, and call each other when something important happens in their lives. This interactivity even bleeds into the individual missions available to the 3 protagonists, as is best evidenced by Trevor's interactions with Tonya. Now, Tonya is Franklin's childhood friend who, early on in the story, forces him to fill in for her husband as a tow truck driver. Now, most people complete Tonya's missions as soon as they become available, way before Trevor comes into the picture, and then forget about her. However, if you wait to do them until you unlock Trevor, you'll discover that the girl will still hang around Franklin's home, and you can actually interact with her as Trevor. The two share quite a few lines between each other, where Tonya offers him a good time, and Trevor impolitely declines. Number 6. The Bizarre Massacre. Wasteland 3. Now, one of the missions in Wasteland 3, a 2020 isometric RPG, requires you to resolve a conflict between a criminal syndicate known as the Cartel and the Bazaar, a merchant group of ex-raiders who dresses up in Halloween masks and pretends to be monsters. Yeah, it's that kind of apocalypse setting. Now, the game wants you to make a decision to side with the Cartel to help them take over Bazaar's market by force, or help the monsters defend themselves from their attackers. Now, since the decision happens once you're deep into the storyline, you're likely to make your choice and stand with your preferred group right away, but if you decide to wait around without making the choice, the game will actually make it for you, leading to a rather unexpected outcome. You see, the mission has a secret third ending, where if neither side is picked for quite a while, the Cartel ambushes the Bazaar without your help, and both groups wipe each other out completely. The Bazaar becomes a bloody battlefield, and once you discover it after you step inside, you realize that everyone is dead and gone. Well, I guess you shouldn't have expected the game to wait for you forever, right? Number 3. Curing Nair, Baldur's Gate 3. Now, Nair is a drow elf cultist from Baldur's Gate 3 that players can rescue from being buried alive under a pile of rubble in Act 1 of the game. If the name rings any bells, you probably remember them as the annoying, self-important douche who rewards his heroes with barking orders and threats, which is also why most players dealt with the elf in two ways. They either gave him what he deserves by killing him, or if they're doing an evil playthrough, they save him for the sake of the absolute, and then they never meet with him again. However, there is a third outcome to Nair's tale that no one really knows about: rescuing Nair and then convincing him to leave the cult of the Absolute. The dialogue triggering this outcome only appears if you kill Nair's Durga, and then read his mind to convince him to release the enslaved gnomes. Nair will comment on your defiance, and this is where you can reveal that you don't actually work for the cult, prompting a persuasion check that allows you to use your artifact to free Nair's mind from the cult's control. The process of reaching this outcome is incredibly complex, which, combined with the fact that everyone wants to kill Nair the moment they meet him, makes it quite obvious why most players aren't even aware that this option to save him actually exists. Number 4. Blessed be the Peacemaker's Secret Dialogue, Red Dead Redemption 2. Now, years after its release, the community of Red Dead Redemption 2 is still finding new secrets and hidden interactions that are scattered throughout the game. The rarest, as well as the most recent discovery within the community, is actually a special dialogue between Dutch and Arthur that can be triggered shortly after completing the mission, Blessed be the Peacemakers. In the mission, Arthur is captured by the O'Driscolls as a result of Dutch walking right into their trap. After the mission, Dutch can attempt to speak with Arthur and, in a very un-Dutch manner, apologise for his obvious mistake, taking the blame for the accident and admitting his fault. Now, considering the typical mastermind attitude of Dutch, this exchange is a unique and rare moment of honesty from the gang leader, which feels even more extraordinary once you realise that most people have never heard it and no one is actually quite sure how to trigger it. In fact, even if you played through the entire game several times, chances are that you never knew this even existed. So if you got to experience this dialogue personally, well, consider yourself one of the few lucky ones. Number 3. Unique phone calls, Grand Theft Auto 4. Although these days most people praise Red Dead Redemption 2 for being Rockstar's most detailed video game, back in 2008 Grand Theft Auto 4 implemented just as many incredibly innovative and immersive features. It's just that most people haven't actually experienced them. One of the most overlooked features of GTA 4 is the phone that Nico receives when he moves to America. Contrary to what a lot of players believe, the phone can be used for more than just receiving an invitation to bowling with your bloody cousin Roman. It can actually be used to make phone calls, and if you call different people after specific missions, you'll be surprised to discover that this action usually comes with a special outcome. Pretty much every mission in the game features secret phone conversations that Nico can have before and after the mission, by calling his friends and employers. Each phone call provides you with more context about the mission and helps you connect with Nico as he tries to find a place for himself in the rather chaotic world of Liberty City. And the best of these, weirdly enough, involve Roman, as the dialogue between the two cousins is full of emotional depth and drama. See, he's so much more than just a bowling fanatic. Number 2. The final boss, Flappy Bird. Seeing as Flappy Bird was taken off App Store shortly after it became a record-breaking hit, the game is now just a long-gone memory of a simpler time where a bird flying through a field of Mario-esque pipes was able to capture the minds of millions of people worldwide. And for this reason, most people have no idea that the game, or rather its 2013 spiritual successor, has more to it than just its base premise. And funnily enough, it also has a lot to do with an unlicensed use of Nintendo's #1 IP. Now, contrary to what everyone believes based on the original Flappy Bird, the 2013 version of the game actually has an ending. The game features a boss fight, and its final and only antagonist is none other than bloody Mario himself. It takes a tremendous amount of time and effort, which is why not everyone who's played the modified version has reached this stage, but if you flawlessly dodge enough pipes, you'll get to fight Mario and effectively reach the end of the game. The outcome is absolutely shocking, so unless you record it, chances are no one is going to believe you. And number 1, reclaiming settlements in Civil War. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. According to unused data and an interview with Bethesda developers, the Civil War questline in Skyrim was originally going to be much more complex than the one that we got. The original quest was supposed to be more dynamic, with both sides constantly conquering and reclaiming Skyrim settlements. As a matter of fact, you can experience a small glimpse of this mechanic in-game if you do the quests in a very particular order. During the main quest, if you haven't completed the Civil War questline and won the war, the Jarl of Whiterun will ask you to hold truce negotiations between the Stormcloaks and the Imperials. During these negotiations, you get to trade Skyrim settlements between the two factions, which in turn allows you to reclaim them for the faction of your choice once you decide to join the war. In fact, if you've managed to claim some provinces for one faction prior to the summit, you'll get to make additional choices in the negotiations, with more cities and villages that you can trade between the two sides. Of course, trading cities only to fight for them again doesn't seem strategically sound, but it is sure a fun and unorthodox way of finishing the Civil War quests.
The point of a DLC is usually to provide players with a reason to keep playing after they finish the main game. One reason can be a brand new selection of bosses that make for a fresh and exciting challenge, or in some cases make you question everything you've known about the game and throw your console out the window. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 DLC bosses harder than the main game. Number 10, Bernard, Fury. Fury is a non-stop adrenaline rush where you go up against 10 overpowered bosses, each posing a different kind of challenge to the player. For this reason, it's difficult to categorize your opponents, as each requires you to master different skills in order to defeat them. That is, all except one. The hardest and most unforgiving boss you'll fight is a secret that doesn't even appear in the story. His name is Bernard, and you can only unlock the fight with him by defeating the free DLC Guardian, the Flame. Bernard is an untextured character model that combines the fighting styles of all other bosses in the game. The duel with him is completely optional, but if you want to consider yourself a true master of Fury, this is the perfect way to test your skill. The fight is long, fast-paced, and completely unpredictable due to the wide range of Bernard's abilities, as well as his expressionless model. You need to survive 9 whole phases while keeping a keen eye on the slightest change in Bernard's behavior. He may look like a crash test dummy, but Bernard is the one dishing out the destruction. Number 9, Absolute Radiance, Hollow Knight Godmaster. The DLCs for Hollow Knight don't just add new content to this 2D platformer, they refine existing parts of the game, including the final and most difficult boss. The Absolute Radiance is the true form of Hollow Knight's final encounter, the Radiance, which is introduced in the Godmaster content pack. It's a version of regular Radiance that is jam-packed with overpowered area of effect abilities and near-instant attacks. The fight takes quick reflexes and a good understanding of its phases to survive, let alone defeat, the boss. But while all that is already enough to consider Absolute Radiance the toughest opponent in Hollow Knight, there's also another part of the fight that makes it downright sadistic. See, in order to even take on Absolute Radiance, you need to defeat its pantheon first, consisting of 42 individual fights with weaker bosses. You'll end up dying dozens if not hundreds of times before you can earn yourself the privilege of letting Absolute Radiance do you in. Apparently, developers Team Cherry thought this absolute unit of a boss needed some backup. Number 8, Countess, Darkest Dungeon Crimson Court. Darkest Dungeon is a game of constant strife. Even a random group of low-level enemies can be the death of your team if you don't know what you're doing. The final boss, hiding inside the titular Darkest Dungeon, is arguably the toughest opponent in the game due to its devastating multi-attacks and the ability to bring your characters to the brink of a mental breakdown. However, there is a boss that poses an even greater threat in the Crimson Court DLC, the Countess. The Countess is a giant vampire mosquito hybrid responsible for the Crimson Curse that falls upon your haven in this side story. She's an absolutely deadly opponent in combat, but what makes her especially dangerous, even more so than the final boss, is the curse itself. The curse afflicts your heroes with debuffs that slowly degrade their health until certain death, and the only way to permanently cure them of it is to defeat the Countess before it's too late. Killing her is one of the hardest challenges in the game. Doing so on a time limit that can potentially cost your whole game is utterly brutal. Number 7. Nuka-Lurk Queen, Fallout 4 Nuka World. Arguably the toughest enemy the player can encounter in Fallout 4 is the Mirelurk Queen, a gargantuan mutated crab with every conceivable damage resistance under the sun, and the ability to spit out her own venomous children straight at you. So what can be more terrifying than a Mirelurk Queen? How about a Mirelurk Queen pumped full of a radioactive and explosive soda? Fallout 4's DLC Nuka World is full of bizarre enemies themed after the Wasteland's favorite carbonated drink, Nuka-Cola. One of them is the Nuka-Lurk Queen, an upgraded version of the Crab Menace from the main game that, due to a secret government experiment, became infused with a Nuka Quantum, a weaponized and volatile version of Nuka-Cola. Not only does this version of the Mirelurk Queen have more health and resistance, it's also capable of hurling radioactive explosives at you, which are strong enough to one-shot ill-equipped players. An encounter with a Nuka-Lurk Queen is one of the hardest fights in the game. It'll cost you plenty of time, ammunition, and effort, but more importantly, your desire to drink Nuka Quantum ever again. Number 6. Karstag, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Dragonborn. In Skyrim, your main goal is to defeat a literal world-eater dragon, Alduin, before he destroys Tamriel and all the realms beyond it. It sounds like a daunting task, but in reality, the fight with Alduin is a walk in the park. The real challenge is hidden inside the Dragonborn DLC, with its secret boss, Karstag. Karstag is a frost giant who made his first appearance in the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. Though he was slain by the Nerevarine, you can actually summon his ghost in Skyrim to issue him a challenge and get crushed. If you've ever experienced getting launched into space by an angry Skyrim giant, you have an idea of what a frost giant like Karstag is capable of. Not only does Karstag possess the gravity-defying strength of his brethren, but he also deals additional cold damage and can summon a blizzard to make the battlefield more chaotic and deadly. The duel with Karstag is harder than anything you'll encounter in the main questline, but the effort is certainly worth it, as defeating the monster will grant you the power to summon him 3 times to fight by your side. Number 5. Extreme Behemoth, Monster Hunter World Iceborne. Each fight in Monster Hunter World is a long and difficult gauntlet where you and your party have to be on the top of your game in order to defeat the boss you're pursuing. The game's DLC Iceborne ups the ante even further by introducing a new set of huge and gargantuan monsters. The most difficult is the upgraded version of a base game monster, the Extreme Behemoth. Extreme Behemoth doesn't get his name from doing sick kickflips on his skateboard. He's everything difficult about the regular Behemoth ramped up to a truly radical level. The creature has almost twice as much health as the original, channels powerful fire and lightning attacks, and boasts increased resistance to the same elements. It takes everything from you and your companions to take him down, especially a skilled tank that can distract the Behemoth while the rest of the squad damages it. After you manage to kill Extreme Behemoth, it'll feel as though you've completed the ultimate challenge of the game, even more so than winning against Monster Hunter World's final boss or the final boss of its Frosty DLC. Number 4. Detlef, The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine. The Witcher 3's 2 DLCs, Blood and Wine and Heart of Stone, are praised as one of the greatest game expansions ever made. They improve upon every aspect of the base game, including the difficulty of combat. The fight with Eredin at the end of the main storyline left a lot of players slightly disappointed, as The Witcher's greatest boogeyman proved to be nothing more than a couple of gimmicks and regular sword combat. The main boss of Blood and Wine, Detlef, doesn't make the same mistakes. He puts players through a real marathon of pain that only the most experienced of them can complete. As a true vampire, Detlef is capable of transforming into a deadly monstrosity, shifting through the battlefield with ease, and summoning hordes of bats that can down Geralt in a single strike. This is only the surface level of dueling Detlef, however, as the fight is also divided into 3 separate stages, each more difficult than the last. Number 3. Orphan of Kos, Bloodborne Old Hunters. Compared to most other From Software games, Bloodborne is a lot more aggressive and fast-paced with its combat. The player is incentivized to always stay on the offensive, as attacking restores some of your health, and you don't have a shield to hide behind. Still, it's not impossible to play passively. In fact, sometimes waiting things out and letting your opponent slip up is the best strategy. That is, unless you're fighting the Orphan of Kos. That's when passive players get obliterated, and their playthrough becomes actual hell on Yharnam Earth. Orphan of Kos from the Old Hunters DLC is a humanoid Great One that relies on speed and aggression to throw you for a loop. For this reason, the fight with him is considered to be one of the most difficult experiences in Bloodborne, as the player needs to be on the offensive at all times while trying to learn unpredictable attack patterns at the same time. It's a truly intense duel that doesn't let you take any breaks or let you assess the situation properly. The Orphan is a true testament to the Bloodborne school of combat, pushing your limits to the fullest. Number 2. Chef Saltbaker. Cuphead Delicious Last Course. Despite its charming rubber hose animation, Cuphead is a mean and unforgiving game where every new boss you fight is tougher than the last. When you finally beat the final fight with the Dice King and the Devil, you feel like the game has thrown everything it possibly could at you, but somehow you made it. Well, don't celebrate too soon. There's also the DLC, The Delicious Last Course. And in true Cuphead fashion, its final boss, Chef Saltbaker, shows that things can always get worse. Right off the bat, Saltbaker outdoes every boss in the game by preventing you from fighting him in simple mode. You either face him at his true power or you don't. And oh boy, is his true power just the worst. Saltbaker has 4 distinct phases that ramp up in difficulty. From summoning storms of pepper and salt to becoming a sentient heart chaotically darting across the arena, it's a genuinely soul-draining experience as you try to memorize everything and keep up. Saltbaker's ultimate plan is to use your soul to make a devilish pastry that can bend the world to his will. So whilst this should be an ultimate test, few players made it through alive. Number 1. Slave Knight Gale, Dark Souls 3 Ringed City. Dark Souls' overall difficulty has been stated thousands of times, but when it comes to Dark Souls 3, it's important to make a small distinction. The game is hard, sure, but it gets downright sadistic as soon as you encounter the Ringed City optional boss, Slave Knight Gale. Only a few foes in the main game can match Gale in terms of aggression. Even though he doesn't have the largest health pool or attack power, his erratic moveset combined with the frequency of attacks make him a true menace that not every Dark Souls player is ready for. The fight is difficult, but for all the right reasons. It requires skill and understanding of the game's combat, and rapid reflexes that can react to Gale's attacks on time. It's a true test of everything you can learn overall, which is why Gale is best saved for after you finish the rest of the game.
Now, unlockable characters are one of the most exciting rewards that you can get in video games. A new face in your roster of playable characters or companions can add a lot of much-needed variety to your experience with a particular title, but not every unlockable character is equal to another. And these ones here, well, they were bloody difficult to unlock. So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 of the hardest unlockable video game characters you probably didn't know existed. Number 10. Wolverine, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. If Hugh Jackman's repeated returns to the silver screen have taught us anything, you can never have too much of the clawed X-Man. Surprisingly enough, you can actually find one such cameo in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 of all things. And the reason why you might not have heard about this before is because this secret unlockable hero is tied to one of the hardest challenges in the game. In order to get Wolverine to hop onto a board and shred some wicked nah, dude, all you need to do is complete all of your career goals and win all golds in 3 competitions in the game with 2 different characters. What this means is that you not only need to complete the game twice, but you basically have to do a 100% completion run of it twice as well. This can be tricky for even pro skater veterans, which is why a lot of players have not even realized that Wolverine was in the game. Once you unlock him, however, the fun was definitely worth the effort, as he comes with custom animations, movesets, and flavor text. Not to mention, it's just great to see Marvel's grumpiest mutant ditch his motorcycle for 4 plastic wheels and a board. Number 9. Junkyard Dog, Fallout 4. When you hear the words junkyard dog, you don't really think of exclusiveness, and yet a canine under this exact name is possibly one of the hardest characters to recruit and employ in your settlements in Fallout 4. That's right, a generic and nameless dog is Fallout 4's most challenging companion to obtain, and not necessarily because she requires you to overcome some difficult task or show off your skill, but because she is tied to a rare random event that is purely dependent on your luck, or lack thereof. Junkyard Dog can only be purchased and unlocked by speaking to a dog trader named Gene, a unique NPC that appears only randomly in select locations across the Commonwealth. Buying the dog from him requires a charisma check, but the hardest part of the transaction is being lucky enough to come across Gene in the first bloody place. Because of this, most people aren't even aware of the Junkyard Dog's existence, missing out on a fun companion alternative to dog meat and a sizable bonus to the defense of any settlement that you send the purchased dog to. A dog is man's best friend, but apparently only if you can find it first. Number 8. Skelly, Chrono Cross. Skelly is the funny-looking secret companion from the hit RPG Chrono Cross that is arguably one of the hardest companions to unlock ever, as he requires you to go on a scavenger hunt across the world and then figure out what to do with the collected items. Given that he's an undead clown, Skelly's recruitment has you assemble him bone by bone by finding 6 hidden pieces of his skeleton in 6 different locations of the game. Since the locations are scattered throughout Chrono Cross's world and each bone is acquired differently, the process of collecting Skelly is incredibly hard. However, despite this, that's only half the battle, as afterwards you have to figure out a way to assemble him by speaking to his grandmother, bringing her his Skelly parts, and then asking her to bring him back to life. Your reward for this long and demanding quest is an awesome-looking clown-skeleton hybrid for a friend. And while his stats may not be overly impressive, let's be real, who wouldn't want an undead circus performer on their team? Number 7. Storm Talon, Ghostmaster. Ghostmaster is a 2003 strategy game where you try to spook the small town of Graveville using a wide variety of ghouls and specters. And one of the main parts of Ghostmaster's gameplay is unlocking new ghosts for your team. Typically, the ghosts are trapped on different maps and require you to do something specific in order to free them. The process of giving them what they want is relatively easy, as the ghosts will tell you what they need and give you some hints as to how you can achieve it. But that being said, there is one ghost that doesn't follow this formula, and that's Storm Talon. Storm Talon is a secret thunder spirit who, unlike the other unlockable characters, doesn't appear on the map that he's trapped in unless you complete a very specific set of actions. To reveal and then recruit Storm Talon, the player has to summon a huge storm near an old tree on the spooky hollow level using a combination of water and wind powers and an ability called Distant Thunder. Since the combination is incredibly specific and there's no hint telling you to do it, most people don't even know that Storm Talon exists, let alone how to unlock him. Whoever found him first, well, they must have had supernatural powers themselves. Number 6. Dever, Baldur's Gate 3. Now, Baldur's Gate 3 comes with a wide range of summonable creatures that you can unlock throughout the game to add more allies to your party. There's Scratch, everyone's favourite fluffy boy, a cheeky quasit named Shovel, a bunch of zombies, and unbeknownst to most players, a literal demigod that can dominate any battlefield that he's in. Yeah. Out of all the summonable creatures in this game, the Divine Dever is possibly the hardest one to unlock due to it being tied to a single summon scroll that's stashed behind an elaborate and well-concealed puzzle in Act 3. To get this summon scroll, you need to find a book behind an illusory wall inside the vault of the Sorceress Sundries and then read it to reveal the scroll. Because the book with the scroll is hidden behind an illusion and the illusion itself is also hidden behind an invisible bridge, most players don't even know this exists. However, it is an amazing find, as unlocking the Dever gives you one of the most powerful summonable allies in the entire game. And if you have a wizard in your party, you can learn the spell from the scroll to resummon him as many times as you want. Number 5. The Crystals, FTL, Faster Than Light. The Crystals are a unique species of rockmen from the sci-fi roguelike FTL Faster Than Light that were added into the game as a way to thank the donor that contributed $2,000 to the game's Kickstarter. Despite being a form of reward, this species is incredibly hard to find and unlock, as it requires you to be lucky enough to get a rare event on your run and complete a series of events in a very specific order. You first have to investigate a distress call inside an asteroid field, provided you're even lucky enough to get it, which will allow you to discover the hidden Crystal World sector. Once you travel there, you need to obtain a broken pod that you can then finally bring to Zoltan researchers to fix it in order to summon a unique crystal alien named Ruin. The amount of randomness required to get the right events, coupled with the fact that you can mess them up and pick the wrong options, makes the crystals one of the hardest creatures to get on board your ship. But it is worth it, however, as they come with a lockdown ability that lets you trap hostiles aboard your vessel, making them excellent for crowd control. Number 4. Bigfoot, The Sims 2. The Sims 2 is a game that is filled to the brim with weird little secrets and unlockable mysteries, some of which are special playable characters that you can only discover and adopt into your family by finding them in-game. And one of the most elusive of these is quite fittingly Bigfoot, who makes a cameo in the Sims 2 expansion pack Bon Voyage. Bigfoot is a hidden NPC that's a bit tricky to find, as to reach his secret hut, the player needs to get their hands on a special treasure map that can only be obtained via random events. You either have to find it digging for treasure or by rummaging inside a shipwreck, both of which are purely based on luck. Afterwards, you can discover Bigfoot's hut and befriend him to get a memory for your journal, or if you're skilled enough to make him your bestie before your vacation ends, convince him to move in with you. Getting Bigfoot to join your family will unlock him as a playable character and allow you to get infinite hugs from the gentle giant, which greatly boosts your Sims mood. Hopefully you won't come out all blurry in the family pictures. Number 3. Mocap, Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance.
Mocap, an actual motion capture actor, is a secret joke character from Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance that the player can unlock by completing the game's most difficult challenge. Despite being added into the game as a joke, to get Mocap on your roster of fighters, you need to complete Conquest Mode, a special single-player mode with a unique mission for each playable fighter, and you need to do all of this with every character in the game. If this sounds to you like the challenge demands from you to complete the entire game a dozen times over, think again, my friend, because there's actually 20 characters in total for you to play with. Yes, you'll have to devote days to get Mocap to appear in your game, and better yet, even if you do complete the challenge, you might not even realize that he's become available, as in order to select him in the menu, you have to pick Cyrax for some reason, and then press X and the down button at the same time. They really couldn't have made this any more complicated, could they? Number 2. Nordum, Planetscape Torment. The iconic RPG features a variety of weird and fantastical allies that you can recruit to your party. However, no tiefling, flying skull, or undead can come even remotely close to the weirdness that is Nordum, and that includes the ridiculous and frustratingly complicated process of recruiting it. You see, Nordum is a member of the mechanical race of Modrons. Yes, the race's name spelled backwards, and you can possibly recruit them during your visit to the Automaton's Maze. This odd computer screen for a face fellow is notorious among Planescape's community for being so tricky to recruit that most newbie players don't even realize that it's a possibility. To get Nordum on your team, you need to complete a sequence of random, unlinked actions throughout the game that secretly unlock the ability to purchase a cube that can summon it. From then on, you need to finish even more trials, choosing very specific dialogue options along the way, and if you mess up even once, Nordum may be gone from your party forever. Its recruitment is a bizarre mystery that's fittingly convoluted given how much of a disconnected mess its mechanical body is. And number 1, The Forgotten, The Binding of Isaac. The Binding of Isaac is all about secret unlockable characters. The game features over 30 playable protagonists to choose from, and pretty much all of them are unlocked by completing some elaborate challenge or discovering a mystery within the game's dungeons. However, there is only one character in Isaac's roster that can enjoy being the most complicated and borderline impossible to unlock, and that's the Forgotten, a pile of bones seemingly belonging to Isaac himself. The process of unlocking the Forgotten is far too long and complicated to lay it all down here, but to give you the gist of how bad it is, let's just say to start the process, you need to finish the game several times and defeat the boss of ending 15. From then on, it's more boss fighting, completing secret challenges, and going on scavenger hunts for pieces of a broken shovel with no idea what it all leads you to in the end. Suffice to say, getting the Forgotten is probably the greatest challenge you'll face in the game, and having him on your character roster is a visible sign that you've pretty much seen and done everything there is to do in The Binding of Isaac. Congratulations.
For every great game that comes out and is a hit, there are plenty of great games that fall through the cracks. If a masterful platformer, shooter, or beat-em-up is only available on a lesser-known system, what chance does that have? Then there are games that get a lot of love initially, but fade into memory once players move on to the next big thing. Even though the entries on this list are masterpieces, they've mostly been forgotten about, which is a huge shame. But we're here to remind you of them, or perhaps tell you about them for the very first time, so you can have an even bigger to-play pile. Sorry. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 forgotten masterpiece video games. Number 10, Final Fantasy XII. Final Fantasy lovers are endlessly debating which game in the franchise is the best. You'll hear lots of people talking about Final Fantasy VII, plenty more talking about Final Fantasy VI, and then there are those who love 10 or 14, and that's totally fair enough as well. Yet, Final Fantasy XII is rarely spoken about with the same admiration, despite how beautifully crafted it is. It was bold to do away with the random encounters, but this decision gave players far more freedom in exploring. Square also made progress in Final Fantasy XII less reliant on grinding, which has been a major flaw in the series since day one. Even though the franchise regularly relies on nostalgia, Final Fantasy XII incorporates none of the iconic summoning monsters like Ifrit, Ramuh, or Bahamut. Instead, the creators devised all new creatures you could summon, and you could control them in the open world for the very first time. Even though modern games still struggle with AI partners, the Gambit system that governs the actions of the protagonist's teammates is easy to manage and incredibly efficient. Since the Zodiac Age remaster has been released on most systems in recent years, now is the perfect time to revisit Final Fantasy XII. Number 9, Virtua Fighter 4. Because Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Smash kind of dominate the fighting genre, it's really easy to forget about Virtua Fighter. Considering Sega's Punch Fest was the first 3D fighting game ever and laid the foundation for many beloved titles, it's a shame Virtua Fighter has been living in the shadows. If any entry in the series deserves more recognition, it's Virtua Fighter 4. Upon its release, there wasn't a single element that didn't receive universal praise. Like, even the tutorial was considered a work of art. This installment was touted the best fighting game since Street Fighter 2 due to its balanced roster, jaw-dropping realism, fluid movements, diverse fighting styles, and responsive controls. It's also really satisfying when you win a match, since success totally relies on your ability to block and pull off counterattacks, as opposed to dumb luck and button mashing. That does mean I wouldn't win any matches, but probably good if you're skilled. Virtua Fighter 4 was so ahead of its predecessors, it should have elevated the series overnight, allowing Sega's underrated franchise to finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the big dogs. But here we are over 20 years later, and Virtua Fighter 4 still remains underappreciated. Number 8. F-Zero GX. F-Zero GX gave gamers an experience unlike any other racing title. Mario Kart is heaps of fun, but there's nothing as exhilarating as zooming around a gravity-defying track while piloting a futuristic hovercraft at 1,000 miles per hour. Because the levels are surrounded by things like asteroids and lava, there's also a greater sense of urgency while you're racing, since each participant can die mid-race. Even though the series is renowned for its catchy tunes, Hidenori Shoji and Daiki Kasho outdid themselves here, creating some absolute head boppers. GX was also among the most graphically impressive titles on the GameCube, barely showing its age even after over 2 decades. Although GX did sell 1.5 million copies, which is obviously a lot of copies, Mario Kart Double Dash, which came out around the same time, sold quadruple that. Since it was clear where the money was going, it's easy to understand why Nintendo stayed with Mario Kart, while F-Zero was left in the dust. Sadly, GX was never re-released, giving racing fans little chance to give it a shot. Number 7. Lost Odyssey. On the surface, Lost Odyssey looks like a Final Fantasy clone. Not only does it have all the staples, Final Fantasy creator Hironobu Sakaguchi was the head writer. But in a way, Lost Odyssey actually feels like Final Fantasy without some of its negative qualities. For example, gameplay feels more skill-focused instead of just spamming the same attacks. The aim ring system is simple in concept, but forces our heroes to align their attacks, keeping gamers engaged in every battle. Another way Lost Odyssey disassociates from Square's iconic series is its straightforward narrative. There are no plot twists, last-minute bait and switches, or unnecessarily complex subplots. Instead, the sprawling saga focuses on the main character's personal journey and explores their relationships with one another. Thanks to the magnificent voice acting, it's tough not to get immersed in the ensemble's conflicts and hardships. Even though Lost Odyssey is gargantuan, don't get us wrong, nothing really feels like filler here. Even outside of the main mission, it feels like the developers have put their heart and soul into every submission, so you feel like you want to complete them all. Since Lost Odyssey was only available on the Xbox 360, few people experienced this lost treasure. It's not easy to get a copy, but Lost Odyssey is definitely worth playing, especially for any RPG lover. Number 6. 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. In 9 Houses, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, college student Junpei is kidnapped alongside 8 strangers, then placed on a sinking cruiser where they're forced to take part in life or death tests. What makes this Nintendo DS title surpass other visual novels is how nerve-wracking it is. Every time a challenge is completed, things take a sudden 180 turn, a truth bomb is unleashed, or it turns out that somebody's betrayed you, so you're constantly on edge waiting for the next piece of the mystery to unravel itself. It's also refreshing to see that 9 Hours lacks many negative aspects of the genre, like pixel hunting, dead ends, and red herrings. We're looking at you, Grim Fandango. The puzzles are entertainingly diverse, demand a mix of logic, lateral thinking, and math, and the conundrums pose a fair challenge but never reach Monkey Island levels of frustration. Because there are 6 endings, 9 Hours has a huge replay factor. After the story mode's beaten, the player can fast forward sections upon the subsequent playthroughs, preventing the gameplay from getting tedious. Even though Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton are considered the kings of the visual novel genre, this one should definitely be up there too. Number 5. Nights into Dreams. The Sega Saturn bombed so quickly, it's genuinely impressive. But that doesn't mean this doomed console didn't have a couple of awesome titles, most notably Nights into Dreams. In this action platformer, two teenagers called Elliot and Clarice enter the dream world where they meet a character called Knight. After taking control of Knight, the player must soar through the sky in a predetermined route while passing through hoops and collecting orbs to maintain momentum. It might sound super simple, but Nights into Dreams requires a surprising amount of tactical thinking, since you have to constantly monitor your velocity, speed, and the time limit. Once the mechanics have been mastered though, performing acrobatic feats across the sky is a thrilling experience. With the vibrant colors, charming jingles, and incredible controls, getting through each level is a blast. Nights into Dreams may be brief, but gamers can't help coming back to it just to beat their old scores. Although Nights into Dreams didn't sell well initially, it could have made a comeback after the release of the sequel, Journey into Dreams. Sadly, this follow-up failed to recreate the magic, driving the original further into obscurity. Number 4. Vib Ribbon. Vib Ribbon follows a rabbit called Vibri who lives in a rhythm-based world called Music World. On his journey, the whimsical bunny comes across pits, blocks, loops, and waves which correspond to the beats of the track. To navigate through these obstacles, Vibri must press the corresponding button. As straightforward as that sounds, it gets tricky when the levels incorporate two obstacles into one, giving the player little time to figure out which combination of buttons to push. Vib Ribbon has the potential to become absolutely unputdownable. Let's go with unputdownable, since it also responds to any CD you put into the console, like audio CD. Because the level design is based on the pulse of the song, the gameplay is only limited by the player's music collection. So if the player wants to navigate through a level based on the melody of You Belong With Me, Red, 22, Fortnite, or a song that's not by Taylor Swift, they can totally do that. Although Vib Ribbon is staggeringly creative, its lack of popularity isn't much of a surprise. Due to its monochromatic design, wireframe aesthetic, and kiddie vibe, Vib Ribbon was a hard sell. Unfortunately, when its two spin-offs sold badly as well, that kind of killed off the franchise for good. Number 3, Skies of Arcadia. In hindsight, it's baffling how the Dreamcast failed, considering how many of its games were so ahead of their time. Although Shenmue and Samba de Amigo eventually earned the recognition they deserved, Skies of Arcadia never got its due, despite being arguably the console's best title. Like many RPGs, the gameplay relies on turn-based battles, earning experience points, and getting your skills leveled up. However, Skies of Arcadia puts a much heavier focus on exploration. The map is initially blank, necessitating the player to navigate through the steampunk world to fill in their atlas. This gives the player the sense that they're rewarded for their curiosity, enticing them to scavenge for secret paths, allies, and hidden chests. Also, the random battles never get repetitive, since they all require strategic planning and tactical engagement. Each encounter has our hero Vice and his squad spouting banter while unleashing their attacks, making the experience more entertaining and personal. Since airships play a huge part in the plot, it's neat how sky vessels are incorporated into battles. The ship-on-ship fights are epic as they allow Vice to command a crew and utilize a variety of innovative and devastating weapons. Despite being hailed as one of the best RPGs of all time, few people have even heard of Skies of Arcadia, let alone played it, and that's a darn shame. Number 2, Perfect Dark. Even though GoldenEye 007 was a landmark title, the James Bond shooter hasn't aged well. Seriously, the controls are much worse than you remember. The same can't be said about GoldenEye's spiritual sequel, Perfect Dark. Despite having the same structure, this rare title had an original storyline, and incorporated many mechanics that the Bond adaptation lacked, including double feature weapons, voice acting, elaborate cutscenes, a shooting range, and most importantly, cheese. With the advances of the Nintendo 64's expansion pack, gameplay also got a hell of a lot smoother, and words cannot describe how darn good that soundtrack is. Sadly, Perfect Dark lacked one thing that GoldenEye 007 had in spades, and that's brand recognition. Being a new property, Perfect Dark couldn't sell the same as its predecessor, since GoldenEye 007 was based on one of the most widely recognized IPs. The prequel and remaster were decent, but they didn't quite match up to that magical of the original, leaving the Perfect Dark series pretty dead in the water. Since there hasn't been another installment in 13 years and the announced reboot is in development hell, it's easy to forget what an impact Perfect Dark originally had. Number 1, Planescape Torment. There aren't a lot of games that are so ahead of their time in the way that Planescape Torment was. Although there are games like BioWare's Mass Effect and Dragon Age, which are heralded for how they allow the player to make choices, Planescape Torment was doing that all the way back in 1999. Even though the best games of that era had a simple storyline, Torment has a behemoth narrative that deals with obscure concepts like mortality, transcendence, interdimensional travel, and manifesting reality through thought. Torment tries to balance so many ideas it could easily collapse under its own weight, and yet the Gothic roleplayer never wavers, weaving a magnificent story filled with philosophical musings, fascinating character arcs, and solid gallows humor. Every time you solve one of the game's captivating puzzles, a bunch of various paths are unlocked, which lets you explore even more gorgeously terrained areas. As monumental as Torment is, it saves its best ideas for last. The mind-blowing twist, the glorious final boss, and the heart-wrenching ending is enough to stay with anyone forever. In a nutshell, Planescape Torment is an unparalleled masterpiece that doesn't just raise the bar for storytelling and world building, but gaming in general.
There are lots of different ways a tough video game boss can get an advantage over you. They can have a lot of health, ridiculously strong powers, irregular attack patterns, or they could use the element of surprise. And that is exactly what happened with these bosses because they popped up out of nowhere and kicked your ass. So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 of the hardest video game boss fights you started by accident. Number 10. The Bovine Defense Force Initiative, The Witcher 3. Now, The Witcher 3 is all about tracking powerful monsters and then slaying them with careful preparation and planning. However, there is one monster who tracks you instead, and when it catches you doing something you're not supposed to, you might as well be dead. The Bovine Defense Force Initiative is a gigantic chort with insane attack power that was added into the game as a means of combating people trying to exploit said game. You see, back in the day, the most lucrative way to make money fast in The Witcher 3 was to slay cows in White Orchard, sell their skins, and then wait for them to respawn and do it all over again. However, after the developers caught wind of this, they added the chort, and now if you slay one too many cows, the Bovine Defense Force will come after you, even if you've done it unintentionally. The fight is designed to make you lose, as it's supposed to make you not want to exploit the game, so if you thought you could get away with butchering innocent cows, you have another goat-shaped thing coming. Number 9. Swan, Fallout 4. The world of Fallout is full of oddities and surprises, even if you don't have the Wild Wasteland perk. Fallout 4's Commonwealth isn't any different in this regard. In fact, on top of its mutated creatures and post-apocalyptic settlements made out of baseball stadiums and swimming pools, it can even surprise you with random ambushes, and one of which can accidentally happen if you trespass where you don't belong. When you walk around the Boston Commons area, you can come across multiple signs warning of the danger inside the local park. You might want to ignore these signs, seeing as the park appears to be empty, and the signs do seem to be old and faded. However, as soon as you step into the park and approach the nearby pond, your trespassing will awaken Swan, a pre-war behemoth with armor made out of swan boats and a giant red skull next to his name that indicates that this mistake will probably be your last. Swan is an incredibly lethal opponent, especially at early levels where you're most likely to visit the park, as he's capable of hurling boulders that can one-shot even an armored opponent. See, this is why reading is important. Number 8. The Patriarch, Wasteland 3. The Patriarch from Wasteland 3 is the ruler of Colorado Springs and one of the game's final bosses that can turn on you depending on what choices you've made throughout the story. Actually, you don't even have to play through the story to antagonize him, as you can technically do it as early as the intro of the game, provided you're really bad with choosing the right or wrong words. After you beat the tutorial, you'll get to meet the Primarch, who will personally come to welcome you in Colorado and provide you with details of your mission. Now, normally the Patriarch leaves after showing you your base of operation, but if you choose all the wrong dialogue options and accidentally aggravate him, the ruler of Colorado will decide to put you in your place and attack you. The boss fight that triggers afterwards is an unwinnable death sentence, given that you're still at level 1 and you can't possibly dish out enough damage to take the Patriarch down, while he has all the power to kill your squad one by one. Well, that's what you get for talking smack after barely making it through the tutorial. Number 7. The Frost Giant, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Every Skyrim player can agree that giants are the scariest enemies in the game, not because they have the most health or attack power, but because of their unique ability to instantly launch the player into space with a single hit from their club. But hey, at least they're easy to run away from as they spawn in huge open tundras. You never have to fight one in a tiny small room, right? Well, as it turns out, the Dawn Guard has one secret mini-boss in the form of a frost giant hiding inside a secret chamber in the inner sanctum of Auriel's temple. The room looks like a typical secret vault that you'll find and then loot of all the goodies, but instead of treasure, what you find here is a trapped giant that lunges at you the moment you step inside. Because of the small space in the hidden room, this is one of the toughest fights with a giant, so if you're the kind of person who checks every room they find, well, you're going to be in for a nasty surprise. That said, defeating the giant grants you a ruby that's necessary for spawning the legendary giant king Karstag. You know, just in case you ever needed even more of an ass whooping. Number 6. Deathclaw Horde, Fallout New Vegas. There are only two truly iconic locations in Fallout New Vegas, the titular City of Sin and the road from Goodspring to Sloan. The path to Sloan is the quickest way from the starting location to Vegas, but as anyone who's tried to use it on their first playthrough knows, the distance is actually a ruse to get you killed. One of the toughest enemies in the game are also the most infamous, the Deathclaws, huge horned lizards that can shred anyone to pieces with their sharp claws. Finding one in the wild is equivalent to a surprise boss fight, but getting attacked by a whole pack of them is a simple stroll down the path to Sloan. You see, if you make the mistake of ignoring the warning signs and use the shortcut, you'll be forced to face a horde of Deathclaws on the way, which is arguably one of the toughest fights in the game, especially when you're just starting your journey. The Deathclaws will attack you randomly, which, when combined with other hordes of cazadors in the area, make it almost impossible to make it through the path alive. Even Lanius, aka the supposed final boss of the game, can't hold a candle to this insanity. Number 5. Infestation, RimWorld. RimWorld is not a forgiving game, especially if you're playing with Randy Randomer as your narrator, which, let's be honest, is how most RimWorld players do it. I mean, we're masochists in denial after all. Random events that completely obliterate your colony are the bread and butter of this game. However, some of these tragic events can be triggered by you and you won't even know that you did it. The best example of this are infestations, special boss fight events where an army of giant spiders crawl out from the ground and attempt to devour your entire settlement. Now, infestations can happen at random, but there's one special kind of this event that happens specifically due to player actions. When you discover the deep drilling technology and begin excavating the ground beneath your settlement, you secretly increase the chance of aggravating a nearby spider hive, causing the infestation to come after you. One moment you're looking forward to digging up new riches, and the next you're getting a notification that your drill has awoken a horde of flesh-eating spiders, and now you have to fend for your life. Just another day in RimWorld. Number 4. Ancient Dragon Lanceax, Elden Ring. Thanks to its open-world design, Elden Ring features a lot more free-roaming bosses than its Souls-like predecessors. However, with great freedom comes great surprises, and as in some bosses can surprise you with a devastating ambush that will obliterate your character on the spot, especially when you accidentally trespass on their territory, like in the case of Ancient Dragon Lanceax. A Lanceax is a lightning-breathing dragon that the player can only encounter if they stumble upon her two spawn locations, the Abandoned Coffin and Rampant Side Path. She's an optional boss, so you technically don't need to fight her, but once you trigger a fight with her, even by accident, your fate is pretty much sealed. The dragon will fight you once in the first location until she's down to 20% of her health, and then a second time if you visit the path afterwards. Whether you come across Lanceax is completely up to your luck and how curious you are about exploring the map. For this reason, if this giant beast suddenly takes half of your health with a single thunderstrike, know that it's probably because you were just a little bit too interested in exploration. As they say, curiosity killed the cat. With a dragon, I guess. Number 3. Revenant, Dragon Age Origins. In the spirit of its dark fantasy theme, Dragon Age Origins likes to challenge its players with truly tough and soul-crushing fights. Enemies can ambush you, overwhelm you, and strike you when you're least prepared. But if that wasn't enough, there's also a way for you to accidentally bring this kind of misery onto yourself. You see, in the city of Denerim, whenever your character travels between locations, they have a chance to trigger an event along the way. These events typically consist of fights with the city's cutthroats, but in one of them, after you survive a bandit ambush, there's also a tiny little secret with a not-so-small price for tampering with it. In the back of an ambush spot, you can find a glass object that spawns one of the 6 hidden Revenant bosses in the game when you interact with it. Without knowing of their existence, it's easy to see the vial, get curious about it, and then weep as your already exhausted team, because remember you've just been ambushed, gets to fight one of the hardest bosses in the game, complete with trapping spells and life-draining powers. Wow, that'll teach you to not touch any suspicious glass containers that you find down the back of dark alleyways. Number 2. Stray Demon, Dark Souls. As hard as Dark Souls bosses can be, they at least have the courtesy of staying behind fog walls to let you know there's a fight coming up and you might want to prepare yourself. Except that isn't always the case. In fact, some Dark Souls bosses, like the Stray Demon, wait for you in traps that they've set up to punish those freely walking around Dark Souls' world. The Stray Demon is a hidden boss lurking inside the starting location of the game, right beneath the arena where you fight his equally ugly cousin, the Asylum Demon. If you ever decide to come back to the Asylum Asylum to see if you've missed anything, or maybe to reminisce about just how far you've come, you might want to avoid stepping into the arena, as you might accidentally collapse the floor beneath yourself and fall into another underground arena right into the stray demon's trap. The fight with the demon is quite difficult, and it's not even because it catches you off guard, but also because the pit you've fallen into prevents you from escaping, meaning that once you're there, it's either you or the stray demon. So now even walking is dangerous. Great, thank you Dark Souls, noted. And number 1, The Collector, Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon is a devastating turn-based dungeon crawler where panic and stress are the order of the day. It's best to assume that everything in the game is out to kill you, and that's because chances are it really is. Even with the easier difficulties, walking through a single corridor can end with a deadly fight. But even if you know how to be careful, there's still one really tough fight that you might accidentally bring unto yourself. One of the game's most infamous mini-bosses is the Collector, an eldritch being with a burning skull for a head. This mini-boss has a small chance to appear when your team is walking down a corridor, striking them when they least expect it and are probably too tired to take on a tougher opponent. The Collector's spawn rate seems to be completely random, but while there is a degree of chance involved, his appearance is secretly tied to how much loot you're carrying. He can only appear when your inventory is 79% full, so if you ever complained about the game unfairly pitting you against the Collector, well, you should really actually blame your own greed instead.
Our love for video games aside, we must accept one simple truth, and that's that video game creators are ultimately trying to get as many real-world Pokebucks, Robux, and simoleons as they possibly can. This has naturally led to plenty of devilish money-making schemes. The following 10 entries asked gamers to shell out their hard-earned money for very bizarre reasons, offering up basic elements and pointless additions for an absurd price. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 insulting video game features you had to pay for. Number 10. Elvish Dialogue, Lord of the Rings Gollum. Many Middle-earth fans felt insulted by 2022's The Rings of Power, but damn, who could have predicted an even bigger stain on Tolkien's legacy would rear its ugly head barely a year later? The jury is well and truly in for the Lord of the Rings Gollum, which is, I don't know if that's a phrase, but I think we're going to make it one. As we know, the game is an abysmal trash fire, but that doesn't stop the developers from trying to pop more gold into their golden dragon hoard of treasure and gold and stuff as they tried to charge you for Elvish dialogue. As can be expected from a Middle-earth game, the title is full of elves, and as such, the devs wanted to include the Sindarin language to help with immersion. However, to actually hear this dialogue, you need to either purchase the Precious Edition or buy the Sindarin VO pack after getting the base game. Datalake put out a statement on this, reported by Eurogamer, claiming they had to charge extra due to the cost of training the voice actors to learn the Sindarin language. But come on, nobody wants to pay extra for something that really should have been in the game in the first place. Number 9. New Game Plus, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Every gamer knows that feeling of emptiness that comes after finishing a big, great game. However, unlike the need to move on after a breakup, you can easily live in the past through the brilliance of New Game Plus. The ability to play through a game more than once, but with all the experience and items you gained in your first run, is something gamers cherish. Sadly, while this often comes as standard, the newest Yakuza game pops it behind a paywall that hits harder than a Kamaki Tiger Drop. In order to get your hands on Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth's New Game Plus mode, you have to purchase either the Deluxe or Ultimate Edition of the game. This would be insulting enough on its own, as New Game Plus is essentially an industry standard, but it's even worse given the series has featured the mode in standard game releases for years. Shelling out a AAA price tag for a feature that should always come standard in games and has always come standard in games feels a little bit icky, but maybe that's why it's called Infinite Wealth. Number 8. Faster Weapons, Dead Space. The original Dead Space is a masterclass in sci-fi horror. It's a groundbreaking title with one awesome sequel, one terrible one, and an excellent remake. Still, the first game in the series came with a DLC pack that was undoubtedly questionable. The Speed Kills pack was a downloadable content edition that allowed you to upgrade the weapon speed of the line gun, force gun, and plasma cutter. It acted as a skin for the existing guns, coating them in black and yellow stripes and increasing their fire rate. Now, bumping up the speed of your guns did help to dispatch necromorphs quicker, but was there any need to fork out nearly $3 for it? These speedy guns could have easily been included in the base game as unlockables, and they certainly didn't impact the gameplay enough that they felt like an essential purchase. Maybe it would have been better if the pack upgraded the gun's base stats, but they didn't. Sure, if you felt like harmonizing with Sonic in your Dead Space game and going real fast, maybe this one was for you, but otherwise, it was a bit of a, why are we doing this? Number 7, DLC characters that should have been in the base game, Jump Force. Jump Force is a video game that could and should have been the next big thing in anime gaming. It was a massive fighter that pulled a collection of Shonen Jump magazine's best characters, including big names like Luffy, Naruto, and Goku. Sadly, while a lot of major figures made it in, there were plenty who were absent. Jump Force's roster was undoubtedly deep, but many properties like Black Clover, My Hero Academia, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Started with just one character representing them. When characters did start dropping as DLC, it felt like an insult, as they should have been there in the first place. Characters like All Might from My Hero Academia and Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! Were great examples. Imagine how you'd feel if a Mortal Kombat game came out and then forced you to pay for Katana. Not great, right? Well, that's how Jump Force players felt. Number 6, Horse Armor, The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. So for the uninitiated, let me initiate you because this is a real good one. Here is the drama that is Elder Scrolls' Horse Armor. 2006's Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion was a game worth every penny, as it was deep, complex, and a genuinely fun RPG. However, one choice from Bethesda that quickly became a joke was the inclusion of downloadable armor for your horse. How much was it? Well, it cost you a neat $2.50. That might not seem like a lot to modern players, but you have to remember this is back when DLC was in its infancy, and so it absolutely rocked the industry and gamers as a whole. Let's not forget Oblivion was single player, not online, meaning the only person seeing this armor would be you, the NPCs, and the horse. So what was the point in buying it? Number 5, Grounded Mode, The Last of Us. Finding anything negative on the internet about the release of the original The Last of Us is about as easy as finding a faithful video game movie adaptation. Still, one thing you can criticize is the downloadable grounded mode difficulty. Now, on the surface, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this mode. In fact, the mode itself is awesome. This version of the game upped the survival aspects by disabling the HUD, making resources rarer than an opinionless Star Wars fan, tripling enemy damage, and more. However, the problem with this difficulty setting is that you had to pay extra for it. Grounded Mode was part of the game's last DLC bundle, which offered up the Epic Challenge alongside new skills, weapons, and faction maps. You could also purchase Grounded Mode as a standalone for $4.99. Of course, while the mode was solid, it still felt insulting to pay to increase the game's difficulty, especially when challenge modes often come with the base game. It even came standard with the release of The Last of Us Remastered, which kind of proves they probably should have just put it in there for us to begin with. Number 4, Seeing Your Frame Data, Tekken 7. You can always expect a lot from fighting game DLC. For example, plenty of franchises like Mortal Kombat, Injustice, and Soul Calibur have delighted gamers by bringing pop culture figures into their rosters. Hell, Street Fighter V even rebuilt itself into a decent game by using downloadable content. But just like Jump Force, it doesn't always work out. You wouldn't be wrong in expecting high-quality DLC from a legendary series like Tekken, which is why players were so frustrated when the 7th mainline installment offered a unique additional feature in the 3rd season pass. What was this feature? Well, it was a frame data display that allowed you to analyze attacks, blocks, and advantages by going through your frame data. This was met with overwhelming criticism from the player base, who saw it as a cheap attempt to squeeze more cash out of players with the promise of a slight technical advantage. Sure, it was only $4, but again, it's the principle of the matter. Gamers shouldn't have to open their wallets to get something as basic as frame data. Number 3, additional save slots, Metal Gear Survive. Gaming has changed so much over the years, yet one thing that's remained constant is the use of save slots. It's such a basic function that any game that doesn't use them, you can tell it's a specific design choice. So when Konami decided they would charge you if you wanted to use them, we can only assume they were cackling maniacally. The infamous Metal Gear Survive had the word soulless cash grab all but printed on the front. It was the first MGS game to release after Hideo Kojima's infamous split from the company, and was dead on arrival thanks to its terrible gameplay, plot, and microtransactions. Naturally, the worst of these paywalls came if you were looking for more than one save slot. If you wanted to increase the limited number of saves, you needed to grab $10, exchange that for SV, which is the in-game currency, and then get yourself another slot. How anyone could see this as anything but pure greed and exploitation is beyond reason. What's next? A game's gonna start charging for subtitles or soundtracks or story? Hang on, let's keep to that subject for a minute. Number 2, story missions, Overwatch 2. Oh boy, Overwatch 2, the sequel that Blizzard absolutely screwed the pooch on every step of the way. This game drew the ire of the whole industry thanks to its constant run of bad choices, like cutting the highly anticipated hero PvE mode. However, one of the most egregious examples was charging extra for story missions. Fans have been waiting for these missions since the game's launch, with many shocked they weren't there already. Sadly, when they did drop, it was nothing short of devastating, as there were only 3 threadbare missions, and you had to spend $15 to play them. The Resistance, Liberation, and Ironclad missions dropped as part of Season 6, and did nothing to drum up enthusiasm from the player base, with low player counts on all of them. It's safe to say that multiplayer games without story modes are definitely becoming more commonplace and popular. I mean, just look at Helldivers 2. But promising a bunch of story missions and then not including them and then charging for them when you do include them, not the best move. Number 1, Looking Glass Ocular Implant, EVE Online. Gamers nowadays are more than used to paying to add extra details to their online characters. It makes sense as you want to stand out when you're roaming a multiplayer world, right? But this monocle damn near broke players when they found out how much it cost. EVE Online is an epic space MMORPG that generates a vast and complex universe for you to play around in. As such, it comes with plenty of cosmetic options for those seeking to delve deep into the role-playing, with the Looking Glass Ocular Implant being one of the most infamous, as it costs, and wait for it, I hope you are sitting down, $60 freaking. Naturally, if you're going to spend such a whopping amount on your video game passion, which, by the way, could get you a AA if not AAA release, you're going to want to at least stand out. This small, barely even noticeable monocle is far from meeting that standard, as it doesn't even impact the gameplay and makes precious little impact aesthetically. If you've got the money to waste on something like this, then good for you, but for everyone else, it'll just be a joke. When we're talking boss fights, putting up with devastating combos and instant kill attacks is one thing, but it's a step too far when a baddie keeps regenerating their health, distorts your controls, or they're immune to the most effective of your attacks. It can also throw you off if a boss relies on a tactic you haven't seen before, since you haven't had a chance to adapt to it. There's also nothing more infuriating than walking into the boss's domain with the perfect way to win, only to learn the enemy has disabled that very strategy. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 WTF, they can't do that boss fights in video games. Number 10, Chef Antoine Keeps Eating, Dead Rising 2. After arriving in the Royal Flush Plaza in Dead Rising 2, Chuck Green encounters the owner, Antoine Thomas. At first, Antoine believes Chuck is a reporter who intends to give him a career-defining interview. The so-called king of cuisine goes nuts when he realizes that's not the case, kicking off the boss battle. Players probably assumed that this fight would be a breeze since it's early days in the main campaign and a crazy cook armed with a frying pan doesn't sound particularly intimidating. However, this boss relies on one of the most hated strategies in all of gaming, which is constant healing. Antoine scurries away every time he suffers damage and wolfs down a snack which replenishes his health. Even if he's at death's door, the demented chef can be back to full health before you know it. Chuck has to stay as close to Antoine as possible to stop the dish-serving maniac from stuffing his face. This strategy brings its own problems though, since it leaves you open for attack. As a result, this brawl drags out way longer than it should. Number 9, Providence attempts to delete your save file, Bravely Second and Leia. In Bravely Second's climax, our band of heroes must face off against a despair-devouring deity called Providence. The celestial entity relies on healing, group attacks, and instant death spells that can't be blocked. As infuriating as these attacks are, RPG veterans wouldn't expect anything less from the final boss. At a certain point, Providence won't just attack the heroes, but the player. Once the self-proclaimed god has lost enough health, it'll point out how the heroes are being forced to fight by them. Providence then looks directly at the camera, stating, "Yes, I speak to you. Acknowledging that the battle takes place in a video game, Providence brings up the main menu, and then, taking control of the cursor, it prepares to delete every save file. Thankfully, our heroes step in to stop Providence, allowing the showdown to continue as normal. Of course, this threat is just a bluff, since Providence can't actually wipe your save data, but nevertheless, it was a heart-pounding moment for those who genuinely believed they might have to start the game over from scratch. Number 8. Mr. X sends you back 2 levels. Streets of Rage. In Sega's classic beat-em-up, Axel Stone, Blaze Fielding, and Adam Hunter must make their way through 8 stages before fighting the enigmatic crime lord Mr. X. Before getting down to business, the uncreatively named villain asks the scrappy fighters if they'd consider working for him. After rejecting his offer, the good guys face Mr. X in a final showdown. However, things turn out very differently if Axel and his friends take Mr. X up on his offer. By agreeing to his terms, the criminal mastermind activates a booby trap, sending our heroes all the way back to level 6. That means the player has to go through level 6, 7, and 8 all over again if you want to finish the main campaign. But considering the final stage is a gauntlet against all the bosses and the player should have very few lives left at this point, it's almost impossible to win Streets of Rage if you accept Mr. X's false deal. For this reason, most players will quit the game after being tossed back to level 6, knowing it's futile to continue. Number 7. Shodan distorts your aim. System Shock. System Shock opens with an anonymous hacker getting caught while trying to access files in a corporate space station. When the system's taken over by an evil AI called Shodan, the hacker realizes he's the only one who can stop it from obliterating the world. Knowing Shodan cannot be defeated physically, the accidental hero enters cyberspace to destroy the automaton's true form. Upon entering Shodan's domain, the sentient machine fills the screen with an image of its own face, pixel by pixel. If Shodan fills the entire screen with its robotic mug before its health gauge is depleted, it's game over. This is tricky since it becomes increasingly difficult to see the target as the battle progresses. Just to make this encounter more frustrating, the cyber god manipulates the targeting reticule, making it nearly impossible for you to shoot straight. With the hacker unable to see or aim, the fight is a total nightmare. Since Shodan is basically the Hitler version of a supercomputer, it was never going to be a fair fight, and yet the hapless hacker was probably not expecting the final bout to be this one-sided. Number 6. Punchinello can't be attacked directly. Super Mario RPG Remake. Although Super Mario RPG Remake has some challenging enemies, nothing compares to the post-game bosses. Unless players have mastered timed blocks, Mario and his friends don't stand a chance against the post-game version of Punchinello. The combustible puppet keeps summoning bob-ombs, which will almost certainly kill Mario's team upon contact. Since each bob-omb has a ton of health, it's tough to destroy them before they charge into our heroes. As such, the only way to survive is to block just as the bomb runs into Mario or his companions. Since this is a long battle, players need to perform dozens of timed blocks, knowing that one miscalculation can result in a game over. But that's not all. Punchinello is resistant to direct attacks, so there's no point attacking him. Instead, Mario's party have to execute timed hits on bob-ombs so they blow up in his face. However, Punchinello has so much health, the act needs to be performed 40 freaking times. For the record, pulling off a timed hit 10 times is tough. Pulling it off 20 times is a fluke. Pulling it off 40 freaking times is living hell. People who initially found this remake too easy will surely be eating their words after throwing down with this guy. Number 5. Motaro ignores blocking. Mortal Kombat 3. Although Mortal Kombat's big bad Shao Kahn is the reigning champion of cheap tactics, Motaro is a close second. Debuting in Mortal Kombat 3, the Horned Centaur must be defeated before combatants can throw down with the final boss. Unfortunately, Motaro has no intention of fighting fair, constantly teleporting, cutting off combos, and unleashing special moves that cause over 50% of damage. Unlike Shao Kahn, Motaro can't be spammed with projectiles, since he's immune to them. Not only that, projectiles are redirected back to the sender, hitting them instead. However, Mataro's most infuriating move is the grab and punch. Throughout the brawl, the equine sub-boss keeps picking up his opponent by the throat and smashing them across the room. Not only is this move devastating, it's unblockable. Since Motaro keeps performing the grab and punch over and over, there's little reason to block throughout the fight, leaving his opponent open for his other unfair attacks. Despite the fact MK fans were happy to see Motaro return in 2023's Mortal Kombat 1, it's hard to understand why, since veterans of the series shouldn't have fond memories of the four-legged fiend. Number 4. Mitch Connor ignores the rules. South Park: The Fractured But Whole. Throughout South Park: The Fractured But Whole, the new kid and his buddies must contend with all sorts of eccentric bosses. However, none of these enemies are as difficult or as infuriating as Mitch Connor, aka Eric Cartman's hand. Since Cartman is infamous for being a sore loser, it's not surprising to learn Mitch cheats upon every encounter, especially during the final showdown. In this brawl, Mitch makes up rules on the fly, randomly hitting all party members with status effects, teleporting with no warning, switching characters' positions, redirecting attacks, and stealing the player's turn. Even if the new guy's party hits Mitch with a devastating move, the evil hand sometimes receives no damage, claiming he wasn't ready, so it doesn't count. The battle becomes more confusing when Mitch splits into two, appearing on the hand of Cartman and Kyle. So not only does the new guy have to contend against two final bosses, he also has to put up with twice as much cheating. Number 3. LeChuck keeps teleporting you. Monkey Island 2. The Monkey Island series is infamous for its brutal difficulty, offering the vaguest clues possible to help treasure hunting hero and mighty pirate Guybrush Threepwood on his quest. Even when it's crystal clear what actions must be taken, players often find themselves unable to continue for one simple reason: the games are mind-bogglingly hard. Few moments in the franchise demonstrate this better than the climax of Monkey Island 2: LeChuck's Revenge. After traversing through Dinky Island's tunnels, Guybrush is confronted by the zombified pirate LeChuck. The titular villain attempts to kill Guybrush by stabbing a voodoo doll in his likeness. However, this action causes the noble adventurer to teleport to another room, giving him time to find materials to devise a voodoo doll of LeChuck. Although it's a creative battle, it's a pain from beginning to end. While looking for materials, LeChuck reappears every 30 seconds, casting Guybrush somewhere else entirely. This is infuriating since the evil revenant seems to emerge just as players are making progress. What's worse is Guybrush is teleported randomly, making it nigh on impossible to strategize. By the time you figure out where you are, you're whisked off to another location all over again. Number 2. Ganondorf's Flurry Rush plus Health Bar. The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. After Link descends into the bowels of Hyrule, he'll come face to face with his longtime rival, Ganondorf. Players know the Demon King is not going down without a fight, but this one is especially brutal. First-time players should prepare for this bout to the best of their ability, arming themselves with potions, health-regenerating food, fairies, sturdy armor, and upgraded weaponry. However, Ganondorf has one tactic nobody was ready for. Like Link, the godlike sorcerer has the ability to Flurry Rush. As a result, the Scourge of Hyrule can evade Link's sword strikes and counterattack while he's vulnerable. Ganondorf's Flurry Rush totally throws players off at first, since no enemy in the game uses this strategy. What's worse is he can perform Flurry Rush in the middle of Link's Flurry Rush, which is quite frankly just rude. That isn't the only thing the Wicked Warlock has up his sleeve though. Once his health bar is depleted, he activates his full power, kicking off the second phase of the battle. Multi-phase fights are pretty common in The Legend of Zelda, so that's not a huge surprise. However, it's a shock to see Ganondorf's new health bar grow and grow and grow until it trails towards the edge of the screen. In that moment, players realize the fight's gonna be a hell of a lot tougher and a hell of a lot longer than they first anticipated. Number 1. Yang is immune to special attacks. Sifu. Sifu made huge waves upon release due to its unique mechanic that causes the protagonist to age each time they're killed. However, the martial arts brawler also stood out because of its outrageous difficulty curve. Though our hero can stave off death multiple times during a single run, victory never comes easy. Unless all techniques have been mastered, the game over screen will become a very common sight. Even though the main villain Yang is expected to be tough, nobody's prepared for the final penny drop. Due to Yang's relentless attacks and merciless counters, players will want to rely on focus, since it slows down the action and does serious damage to enemies. Only then do players realize Yang has deactivated the focus option, rendering all of the strongest attacks useless. This revelation is more heartbreaking for anyone who unlocked and upgraded every focus technique under the false belief they proved themselves useful in the final battle. Sadly, Yang can only be defeated with old school martial arts, surgical timing, and pinpoint precision. If you didn't master those techniques, it's a safe bet this fight will not go your way.
There are few things as disappointing as booting up a game and realising you've spent your money on absolute garbage. Now you've got a broken heart as well as a broken bank account, because I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 what the F did I just pay for video games. Number 10, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Is it too much to ask for a AAA game to run at a reliable 60 frames a second in this day and age? Is it really too much? It's not wrong to expect a certain level of quality when picking up a Star Wars game. The perpetual cash cow created by George Lucas has no excuse for poor quality given its vast wealth and prestige. And that's what makes it all the more frustrating when you buy something that's not up to scratch. Jedi Survivor is at its core a great game. In fact, as of right now, you can pick it up and be pretty happy with it due to the latest patches. However, the same can't be said for that dark time not in a galaxy far, far away when the game first released in an unfinished state. Playing this game was a nightmare as the poor frame rate issues led to it running like a stuttering car engine. This was a disastrous error considering the game's reliance on frame-perfect Souls-like combat. When you're shelling out the money for a AAA release, then you expect the quality of a AAA release. That goes double for a property owned by the House of Mouse. Number 9, WWE 2K20. WWE's annual video game releases were a steady staple of the wrestling world, and a perfect crossover for those who love a good bit of wrestling and gaming. However, the pressures of producing a high-quality game every year since 2014 eventually got to 2K Games, as their 2019 release of WWE 2K20 became a laughingstock. This title was an absolute travesty with barely anything worth praising. It was even a genuine downgrade from its predecessor with more technical issues than Triple H has had championships. The character models were broken, the targeting was unreliable, the physics were all over the place, the graphics were outdated, and the online play was dire. Plus, outside of the technical issues, the game was also just kind of lackluster with a terrible My Career mode, sluggish gameplay, and an awful new control scheme. WWE 2K20 is one of the worst wrestling games ever made, and those who shelled out their money for it felt like they'd been hit with a tombstone piledriver. The company even went so far as to cancel 2K21, pushing out a rudimentary arcade game, WWE 2K Battlegrounds, instead, and not returning to the mainline series until 2022. Number 8, Ultima 9 Ascension. The Ultima series might not have the same mass appeal as properties like The Elder Scrolls or Final Fantasy, but there was a time when it was arguably the best Western RPG series on the market. Sadly, rather than going out in a blaze of glory, it died like a damp firecracker as the 9th and final installment was the worst of the bunch. The collective reaction to this game was that it was entirely unfinished, ugly as hell, and full of bugs. You also needed the strongest of PC hardware just to run it. As if the game's broken state wasn't bad enough, it also actively ignored and contradicted lore continuity from the previous titles, and that's like slapping long-time players in the face. Tragically, in a sentiment that's all too familiar for modern gamers, the villain in this story and culprit of the game's failure was the dreaded Electronic Arts. EA infamously breathed down Origin Systems' necks throughout the production of Ascension, cutting their development time, forcing them to work with an unfamiliar engine, and pressuring them into releasing the game half-baked. Loyal players who picked up this game wasted their money on the last installment of a once beloved franchise. Number 7, ReCore. ReCore came along in 2016 with the promise of being an Xbox One smash hit. How did that go? Well, it wouldn't be on this list if it pulled it off. The names involved in this game should have been enough to make something worthwhile. A story written by Halo's Joseph Staten, concepts from Keiji Inafune, the co-creator of Mega Man, the Metroid Prime series director Mark Bassini at the helm. Come on, it's all too good to be true. And sadly that was the case, as this acclaimed team's efforts were not enough to save this Xbox One title from a broken launch. ReCore arrived with a boatload of issues, with one of the worst being its tendency to crash unexpectedly. It was also plagued with lengthy loading screens that pushed you into long bouts of inactivity, testing your patience and tanking the game's pacing. If you managed to push past those issues, you were rewarded with uninspired level design, tedious gameplay, and excessive grinding. Hooray! The Definitive Edition, released a year later, did fix a lot of these problems, but for many it was too little too late. Everyone who shelled out for what they thought would be the start of something special soon felt like they'd been played for fools. Number 6, Lords of the Fallen 2023. If you've ever played Dark Souls, you've pretty much played Lords of the Fallen by sheer association, even if you've never touched the game. The original 2014 Lords of the Fallen was one of the first entries into the Souls-like genre, and it took its job as a clone very seriously. Since then, the market for FromSoft-style knockoffs has grown, and so the franchise has returned to capitalise with a successor/soft reboot. Unfortunately, its bountiful tech problems ruin all of its potential. The revival's constant slowdowns and stuttering frame rate issues destroy what could otherwise be actually a fun Souls-like. On top of that, you probably won't even get to play it for that long before experiencing your first crash, with plenty of players losing progress as a result. These issues are a death knell for any game like this that requires precision and lacks regular checkpoints. Thankfully, the game got a big patch eventually, with the next one likely already out by the time that you're hearing this, and these seem to have made significant improvements. But like with Jedi Survivor, it's fair to want a game released in this era to launch without such problematic technical issues, and gaming moves so quick that it's very easy to be forgotten. Lords of the what now? Number 5, Fallout 76. Bethesda and bugs, it's a tale as old as time. This monolithic developer is responsible for some of the most influential role-playing games the industry has ever seen. However, there's also this lurking sense that something is wrong with Bethesda, as even their best titles are full of game-breaking glitches, dodgy character animations, and more. And while players can forgive this, in most of their games there was no such patience for Fallout 76, which was so broken it destroyed faith in the franchise almost overnight. There was so much wrong with Fallout 76 upon its release that it's filled up several lists at this point by itself. The title was jam-packed with bugs, including poorly loading textures, invisible enemies, terrible frame rate issues, game crashes, and plenty else. Making all of this worse was the fact that it also came loaded with microtransactions and pay-to-win incentives. Plus, the core title wasn't really all that interesting, as the quests were uninspired and the gameplay was kind of dull. The title is in a much better state now with all of its post-release content, but there was a time where spending money on this game was akin to burning your wallet with a flamer. Number 4, Ride to Hell Retribution. Ride to Hell Retribution is a game so universally panned you could cook pasta in it. Anyone unlucky enough to have spent money on this disaster is probably still kicking themselves over it these 10 years later. Ride to Hell spent literal years in development hell after being announced in 2008, and when it hit the scene in 2013, it did so with all the pomp and circumstance of a trip to rehab. The graphics were terrible with a capital T, and it was so full of broken mechanics you couldn't help but laugh at it. However, the tedious gameplay was far less amusing, as it was so boring it felt like a chore. Poor writing, terrible tech, unresponsive controls, you name it, this game has it. It would also be remiss not to mention all those horrendous sex scenes. The game's bizarre reliance on awkward sex appeal screamed of a desperate desire to attract thirsty teenage boys. You wouldn't want your mum to walk in on this one, especially because she would have realised that you spent money on Ride to Hell Retribution, you idiot. Number 3, Sonic Boom: Rise of Lyric. The motto of the Sonic franchise might be "gotta go fast," but perhaps Sega should consider changing it to "don't get your hopes up." It's a long established truth that most Sonic the Hedgehog games are crushing letdowns. With that in mind, calling this game one of the worst entries in the series should convey just how bad it is. This Wii U exclusive is a 3D action-adventure platformer so full of technical issues and poor design choices that it gives Sonic 06 a run for its money. You'd think Sega would have at least learned their lesson, but apparently not. Here's a breakdown of some of the game's worst issues. It's entirely unpolished, the camera system is unpredictable, it's riddled with bugs and glitches, the combat is dull and repetitive, the controls are unresponsive, and overall it was released fundamentally broken. Thankfully, the game didn't actually ship too many units, ranking as one of the worst selling entries in the franchise. That isn't great for Sega, but it at least cushioned the blow to consumer wallets. The next time someone complains about Sonic Frontiers, which is a perfectly fine game, remind them that things can always be much worse. Number 2, The Lord of the Rings Gollum. Gollum wasn't a game that anyone really asked for, but plenty still thought could be fun, as the Lord of the Rings IP is one folks still expect a lot from. But then it arrived after 18 months of delays, and oh boy, people were more disappointed than Denethor at Faramir's birthday party. This game is about as clean and polished as Gollum himself, with so many glaring flaws it's almost unplayable. The dreadful user interface and countless glitches are abysmal, making the game appear entirely unfinished despite releasing over a year later than promised. Not only is the game buggy and broken, but it's also simply put boring. There's little to do, the gameplay isn't fun, the narrative is subpar at best, and the visuals are blander than porridge. Unfortunately, IGN reported that Daedalic and Nacon, the developer and publisher, had mistreated their staff, enforcing unpaid overtime, paying below minimum wage, and creating a toxic work environment. So if you want to point the finger at someone, you can do it at them. On release, it was unanimously decided this would be the worst game of 2023, and oh look, what's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a monster? Number 1, Skull Island: Rise of Kong. Just look at this. If you've been on the internet for more than a few minutes in the last couple of months, you won't be surprised to see this disaster of a game on this list. The King Kong IP may be a media titan, but this game proves that the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Skull Island Rise of Kong is an action-adventure game that tells the origin story of the legendary King Kong. However, it treats the character with all the prestige of a cheap mascot at a kid's birthday party. The visuals are diabolical and would look terrible even if the game came out a decade ago. Additionally, it's a buggy mess full of tedious gameplay, awful animations, and cutscenes riddled with technical errors. Overall, the game is a legitimate embarrassment, and anyone who paid money for it must feel like climbing the Empire State Building in a fit of rage right now. Sadly, like Gollum, this was another game plagued with a monstrous production. As per The Verge, the game's publishers, Game Mill Entertainment, forced the developers into a one-year turnaround. Even the strongest team in the world would struggle to crank out a good game in that time frame, so pour one out for the poor staff at Iguana B Studios. And anyone else that had to work with Game Mill Entertainment, I'm looking at you, team behind the Walking Dead Destinies.
Now, while reviews certainly aren't an objective indication of a game's quality, they are generally a solid rule of thumb. If a game lands over 80 on Metacritic, for instance, it's usually pretty bloody good. But it's also fair to say that there's sometimes a gulf between the opinion of critics and players en masse, enough that once the honeymoon period of a game's release window has passed, well, paying customers might start to admit that they actually didn't like it very much. And that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 well-reviewed games we turned on after launch. Number 10, Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 3's Metascore of 86 placed it just a few points below its predecessors, which rock a 90 and 91 respectively, but seemingly confirmed it to be a worthy sequel. And yet, few acclaimed recent video games have fallen off as hard as this. While Bayo certainly isn't hated, in the months following its release, the utter indifference about its existence started to creep in, with the game damn near vanishing from the cultural conversation entirely. Primary criticism was leveled against the lackluster story, being forced to play missions as Jean, and its technical performance, with many feeling that the game was being held back from building on its predecessors by the Switch's aging hardware. While critics and fans generally agree that the third game is the worst of the trilogy, fans have taken a far harder line in that regard, indicating a much larger gulf of quality between it and what came before. Though even polarizing games tend to invite passionate debate amongst fans, the saddest thing about Bayonetta 3 is that it's largely fallen off the face of the earth since releasing barely a year ago. Number 9, Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 was one of the most anticipated video game sequels of recent years, and so its 90 Metascore, a hair above the original's 87, seemed to indicate Insomniac Games had wholly delivered upon expectations, and right out of the gate, that definitely seemed to be the case. Yet in the months since, general fan reception has cooled considerably on the experience. Perhaps the most common criticism is that Spider-Man 2 is merely just more of the same, which doesn't do much to evolve or elevate the existing gameplay formula even with 2 iterations of Spider-Man in the mix. For many, the game still wrestles control away from Spidey far too often, and the story feels both rushed and lacks the emotional punch of its predecessor. While Spider-Man 2 is nothing if not a huge success in every way that matters to Sony, once you take away its glossy veneer, it's a pretty typical AAA PlayStation game, the typicality of which is perhaps beginning to get a bit stale. Number 8, Dark Souls 2. If you look at the reviews for the Dark Souls trilogy, you'd assume that the second game is the favourite, with its 91 Metascore landing a smidge higher than the first and third, which both hold a score of 89. Yet the overwhelming consensus is that Dark Souls 2 is by far the worst of the 3, due to its more disconnected game world, heinously brutal difficulty, and array of technical issues on PC. On a design level, it doesn't even hold a candle to the first and third games, likely a result of the series director Hidetaka Miyazaki only serving in a supervisor capacity. While there has certainly been those keen to reclaim Dark Souls 2 as a misunderstood masterpiece in recent years, it remains From Software's single most divisive game. For many, it takes the series' signature level of challenge to levels of unfairness that simply aren't fun, while offering up the dullest game world the company has ever produced. Number 7, BioShock Infinite. To look at the reviews for BioShock Infinite, you'd assume that it was one of the most beloved video games ever, with its 94 Metascore indicating universal acclaim. And for a short time upon its release, that was definitely the player sentiment as well. Yet once the allure of its gorgeous world, the ability to skyhook around it, and the unforgettable sidekick of Elizabeth wore off, the overall reception settled to be considerably more muted. Beyond perceiving Infinite to be a lesser sequel to the original BioShock, the story is hugely divisive and the combat regarded as clunky, resulting in a pronounced air of, yeah, it's fine, fine these days. Certainly not what you expect to hear from a game that is sitting in the mid-90s on Metacritic. Hell, there's even a growing view amongst the fandom that BioShock 2, which only has a 88 on Metacritic, is a criminally underappreciated gem and superior to Infinite. I am one of these people. This is absolutely a case of a game being undone by its own runaway hype, and in retrospect, its strained development. Enough so that the game's production has its own Wikipedia page, and so the issues seem quite obvious. Number 6. Heavy Rain. When Quantic Dreams' interactive thriller Heavy Rain was first released, it was hailed by critics as an unprecedented landmark for the medium of video games, a gorgeous, jaw-dropping slice of cinematic storytelling unlike anything that had been made before. And while initial player reception absolutely reflected the game's 87 Metascore, in the years that followed, Heavy Rain's reception turned like a carton of milk left out in the scorching summer sun. What was once held up as an incredible, serious-minded narrative achievement for video games turned into something of a laughingstock by the mid-2010s, as its clunkier elements, namely dodgy voice acting and very awkward sex scenes, demonstrated the limitations of video games aspiring to be movies. Heavy Rain's morphed player reception is certainly a result of cinematic video games maturing considerably over the last decade, such that Heavy Rain's portentous narrative and unintentional comedy definitely pales sorely by comparison. And that's without ever getting into the game's most dishonest approach to the central mystery, which uses blatant manipulation to prevent the player from guessing the identity of the origami killer. I've not forgotten, I'm still mad about it. Number 5. Diablo 4. Diablo 4's Metascore of 86 was very nearly on par with Diablo 3's 88, indicating another solid entry into the hit action RPG franchise. And indeed, the early days of the sequel's public launch were largely effusively positive, most seemingly feeling that Blizzard had finally listened to the vocal complaints about the third game and delivered something more in line with the series' earlier entries. But in subsequent months, Diablo 4's stock tumbled as players became dissatisfied with the threadbare endgame content and poor itemization, while the lack of social features such as a party finder and global chat made it feel considerably more lonely than its predecessors. For those who simply wanted to play a dungeon-crawling RPG, Blizzard's aggressive efforts to inject live service elements into the mix definitely left a sour taste. More than 6 months removed from its release, there's a profound vibe of disappointment with the ongoing experience, and one that definitely grows even larger when you start pushing it closer to Baldur's Gate 3. They're very different games, but trust me, people definitely compare them. Number 4. Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 3 launched to a 93 Metascore, indicating it to be a worthy conclusion to BioWare's epic sci-fi trilogy. Yet, the reaction from players was ultimately so vitriolic that some began to question whether most critics had even completed the game before filing their reviews. After all, while the bulk of the threequel does indeed live up to its forebears, Mass Effect 3's ending was sharply criticized by fans once they reached it in the weeks that followed the game's release. It became difficult to reconcile why BioWare would settle for such a pathetic pick-a-color ending, which failed to pay off the player's choices throughout the trilogy as they promised. While there's absolutely an argument to be made that the journey is more important than the destination, considering how firmly invested fans were in that story across those 3 games, for BioWare to fumble the ball just before the finish line, well, it definitely soured Mass Effect 3's reputation forevermore. Number 3. The Outer Worlds. Obsidian's The Outer Worlds released to reviews worthy of a rock-solid Bethesda romp with a Metascore of 85, but it didn't take long for players who were initially lured in by its colourful world and quirky tone to turn on a dime and start ripping it to shreds. 5 years on, The Outer Worlds is often regarded as a perfectly adequate yet totally unremarkable sub-Bethesda experience, which is a sure disappointment coming from the folks responsible for producing Fallout New Vegas. Everything feels shallow compared to Obsidian's prior successes in the genre, as though they produced the game on a much tighter budget, which may very well be the truth. From its meager story and characters to its dull main questline and a universe whose luster wears off after a few hours, The Outer Worlds went from a critical darling to, yeah, it's okay, within a matter of weeks. But given that it sold 5 million copies regardless though, hopefully the upcoming sequel will benefit from a bigger cash injection. Number 2. Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain released to rave reviews, rocking a staggering 93 Metascore, which suggests it to be one of the best entries in Hideo Kojima's legendary stealth action franchise. And while the sequel's core gameplay continues to be revered to this very day, it's safe to say that the overall experience quickly lost its shine once players took full stock of its many shortcomings. The biggest issues? Well, the lack of cinematic storytelling compared to its prior entries, the generic repetitive missions, generally underwhelming boss fights, dubious late late game plot twist, and most egregiously of all, the fact that it was effectively released unfinished. In the early days of playing the Phantom Pain, it was easy to be enamored by its best-of-class gameplay, which presented players with an enormous array of options to complete a given sortie. But once the honeymoon period had ended, it was tough to deny that the game was clearly compromised by being rushed out of the door by Konami before Kojima was ready to present it to the world. And today, almost a decade later, the consensus seems to be that Metal Gear Solid 5 touts fantastic gameplay while almost everything else is a colossal letdown. And as Kojima's final Metal Gear game, that really stings. And finally, number 1, Starfield. Oh, Starfield, you had so much promise to be the Skyrim in space sci-fi epic that everyone wanted you to be. And while the game didn't quite land rave reviews upon launch, it did net a totally respectable 83 Metascore, suggesting nothing if not a rock-solid AAA romp. But in the weeks that followed Starfield's release, player denial slowly fizzled away as they came to accept that really, it just wasn't that good. A terrible game? Absolutely not. But a hugely disappointing one given Bethesda's pedigree? Yes. It's a quintessential wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle experience, offering the player plenty to explore, and yet so much of it feels barren, devoid of interest, and even soulless. Couple this with a forgettable story, samey missions, and an awful UI, and you have a hugely hyped, largely well-reviewed game, which general players found to be quite the tedious bore. The tide turned harshly enough for this game, in fact, that its recent Steam user reviews are mostly negative, a dire outcome for one of the most anticipated games of the past decade, which also came from a prestigious studio no less.
The final boss is a final test of the player, a sort of ultimate exam on what they've learned from the game's mechanics. Stronger, less forgiving of mistakes, and more stressful than the bosses beforehand. A good final boss asks everything of the players if they want to see the end of the game. But this isn't just about good bosses, it's about the best final bosses. Of course, this is pretty subjective, as is the quality of the games surrounding them, but pound for pound, blow for blow, these 10 rise above the rest to set the gold standard. Of course, a warning, there are spoilers ahead. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 best video game final bosses of all time. Number 10, Senator Armstrong, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is the distillation of Hideo Kojima's more out there ideas, which the main Metal Gear series always kept in check. And it's absolutely glorious. Such an adrenaline shot to the arm can only end on the most nuts note imaginable, so naturally, MGR goes out on a "now murder this American senator, come on, you know you want to do it" route. Senator Armstrong is a nanomachine-fueled walking meme factory of a man who can easily barrel through you if you aren't careful. The mechanic most tested by this fight is Blade Mode, as you have to get behind him and use Blade Mode to strike at a glowing part of his body if you want to stop him from getting back all the health you've whittled down. Your reflexes and speed are tested in between those points, as getting hit by Armstrong in any capacity is, well, not advised. It's easily the hardest fight in the game, but it feels oh so satisfying to finally reach into the dude's chest and rip out his goddamn heart, for totally not topical real-world reasons. Number 9, Gygas, Earthbound. Earthbound is the logical endpoint of the JRPG trope of fighting rats at the beginning and then fighting God at the end. They really love doing that. Its name is Gygas. True to its Lovecraftian nature, no one's entirely sure where the hell it comes from, but it's been with Earthbound's world since the beginning. Gygas is one of the most unknowable and frightening villains in gaming history, so it only makes sense its fight would be much of the same. Ness and pals travel deep into the past to fight him, having to transfer their consciousnesses into robot bodies to make the trip. And the fight that ensues is harrowing, with attacks that are outright stated to be impossible to perceive, but hit like trucks. The trick is to realize you literally can't kill this thing. It has maxed out stats and infinite HP. The only way to win is by singing and praying, which prompts everyone you've helped on your adventure to join in, ultimately beating back Gygas with the collective power of prayer. Number 8, Mother Brain, Super Metroid. Super Metroid had some of the finest bosses on the SNES, and that's some steep competition. From Samus's rematch with Ridley and the fight with the reimagined Kraid to, naturally, Samus's second encounter with Mother Brain. At first, it's much of the same fight as the original game, with Mother Brain trapped in one place while Samus has to wear them down with her blaster. But then Mother Brain pulls out their super secret special move, turning into a Giga-esque dinosaur monster made of meat, cybernetics, and nightmares. We hate it when bosses do that. Mother Brain quickly makes short work of Samus, but the baby Metroid comes in clutch to sacrifice itself for her just in the nick of time, giving Samus the power to tell Mother Brain to taste the rainbow. A bit more cinematic than other bosses in the game, but hey, it's the final boss. That kind of thing is more tolerable. And even then, the game still remembers to make every phase a proper boss fight in its own right. The first phase is a nice update from the original on the NES, while the second one is a desperate struggle for survival that turns into a triumphant smackdown. Number 7. Virgil, Devil May Cry 5. Few things get a DMC fan's motor running than the prospect of getting into a fight with Virgil. His was the best boss fight in Devil May Cry 3, bar none, and pretty much everyone knew there was no way he actually died in that game. And sure enough, building on the foreshadowing of Devil May Cry 4, DMC 5 reveals that Virgil is Nero's father, and he's back and badder than ever. The fight with him at the end somehow manages to be even better than his fight in 3, a feat most thought was impossible. The fight's broken up into two halves, one where you fight him as Dante and one as Nero. This fight is everything that made the final battle in 3 so great, but cranked up to 11. It's a test of your reflexes and reaction time as Virgil hits fast and hard. And it tests how well you know the devil trigger mechanic, as you have to pick when to use it and when to hold off. The perfect blend of heart-pounding action and careful strategy. Number 6. Ganon, Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom's Ganondorf is one of the best renditions to date, an ambitious political schemer and cunning military mind who seeks nothing less than the entire world under his heel. And when you confront him in the ruins of Hyrule Castle, he promises to take far more than just your arm this time around. Fortunately, if you've been a good little Tears of the Kingdom player, you won't be going into this fight alone. Having the new Guardians come to back you up in person during this fight is a brilliant evolution of the Guardian Beast's assault on Calamity Ganon in Breath of the Wild. It turns what would otherwise have been an uphill battle into one on even ground. But of course it comes down to Link and Ganon in the end, as he turns himself into a dragon to finally put his eternal rival down for good. All seems lost until Link's dragon girlfriend Zelda comes in to give Link a steed for this final duel. The battle in the skies above Hyrule is nothing short of breathtaking, serving as an excellent finale to the saga. While the first fight tests players' reflexes with dodging and parrying, the second one tests how well they know the mechanics of skydiving. Every gameplay mechanic, new and old, that the Breath of the Wild duology has introduced is put to the ultimate test. Number 5. Maruki, Persona 5 Royal. Nothing screams satisfying ending more than punching your therapist in his dumb face. Takeru Maruki was a good doctor, but a terrible therapist. Rather than help people to help themselves, he sought to instead fix the world's problems for them. So when his persona powers awaken, granting him the ability to cognitively alter reality itself, he decides this is the perfect chance to make the world right at last. And in his mind, he thinks he's doing the good thing. After fighting their way to the top of his castle, hospital, nightmare trauma pit, the Phantom Thieves confront Maruki. The fight that ensues is one of the hardest instances of Persona 5's match the weakness to the monster fight structure. The first phase is incredibly tough but fair, with brutal punishments for getting the types wrong or hitting the wrong target. But if done right, the fight can be incredibly manageable. The second and third phases, though, are the more cinematic portion of the three, with Maruki breaking all the rules by fusing with his persona Azathoth to become Adam Kadmon. This behemoth of a new form is only brought down by a well-placed bullet from Joker, leading into phase 3, where Maruki and Joker beat each other to a pair of bloody pulps while the cognitive world collapses around them. Realizing he's beaten, Maruki lets out a scream to end all screams before succumbing to the collapse of everything he's built. Number 4. Malice, Shadow of the Colossus. What makes Shadow of the Colossus stay in the heart of an entire generation of gamers, besides the epic scale of its boss fights, is how it uses those boss fights to tell one of the most nihilistic fables in gaming history. And it all culminates in the final Colossus, Malice. Malice is easily the largest Colossus in the game, quite literally looming over everything else across the land. A great tower that's grown a face and come to life, Wanda has to kill it to see his lover again. This leg of the journey is when the game starts taking things away from Wander, starting with his horse. Wander can only watch as his beloved steed falls down a dark chasm to its death. That bleak opening note combined with the oppressive tone of the entire area makes the doubts the player has had about this mission ring louder and louder, as they then have to climb up this nightmarishly large but ultimately harmless creature to murder it. The climbing is at its most harrowing, and while this creature is ultimately harmless, that doesn't mean it isn't incapable of defending itself. As Wander drives that last blade into his skull, there's no sense of triumph, despite the odds overcome, only the sense the player's done something that can't be undone. This might not be the hardest or most visually striking boss in the game, but in terms of narrative theme, this is when the story really crystallizes how dire things are. Number 3. Xemnas, Kingdom Hearts 2. This is the kind of final boss that makes a fanbase wait over a decade for the sequel. Xemnas is easily one of the longest boss fights in video game history, with 9 phases to his name. First is the fight against his base form near the end of the game, an exciting test of your reaction time and knowledge of the UI. The phases that follow when Xemnas merges with Kingdom Hearts to become a giant mecha dragon thing test your knowledge of the gliding mechanic and your ability to handle larger mobs. You have to dismantle Xemnas' giant mecha dragon thing bit by bit while being assaulted on all sides by nobodies. These phases really sell how large this thing is, and you have to work your way up to Xemnas multiple times before it finally goes down. This leads into the final and best phase of the fight, which is essentially the first phase but faster. Once more, the player's knowledge of the reaction command system is put to the test, as well as their adaptability. You have to dodge, use reaction command, and block, all the while getting in however many hits you can. No one can say Xemnas went down quickly or easily, and God bless this boss for that. Number 2. Odin, God of War Ragnarok. A God of War game was going to be on this list somewhere, and boss battles were the whole reason why people came to the series in the first place, before that reason shifted to getting your heart ripped out of your chest. Despite the many classic clashes through the series, the most recent final showdown against the Allfather himself, Odin, takes the crown. While both phases of this fight are some of the most fun combat the game has to offer, the first half is the strongest. In between striking at you with powerful magic and Bifrost attacks, he sections off the arena into 3s and constantly forces you to jump from section to section to avoid devastating AoE attacks. The second half is no slouch either. With Atreus destroying Odin's mask, the center of his obsessions, the old man is sent into a frenzy. It takes Kratos, Atreus, and Freya all coming at him at once to finally bring him down, resulting in one of the most satisfying QTEs in the series. God of War's Odin has had it coming for a long time, and it felt so damn good to finally give the old man his comeuppance. Number 1. Asriel Dreamer, Undertale. It's perhaps ironic that the top spot goes to a boss fight you literally can't lose. However, with that being the central message of it, that's what makes it so effective. Asriel Dreamer, otherwise known as Flowey, has been manipulating events behind the scenes since the beginning, obsessed with fiddling about with the timelines of Undertale's world out of a sick curiosity to see what he could make happen. Underneath that is a desperate need to prevent the game from ending, so obviously someone like your character cannot be allowed to make too much progress. When manipulating or attacking you ceases to work and you get dangerously close to reaching the best ending, Flowey takes matters into his own hands. He absorbs every soul in the underground, finally returning to his true form, Asriel Dreamer, the god of hyperdeath. While the fight is the same puzzle bullet hell as the rest of the pacifist route, the difference, as previously noted, is that you cannot die. Every time Asriel beats you, Frisk's soul resists death and comes back for more. For all his power and desperation to keep doing the same thing over and over, Frisk, representing the inevitability of progress and change, resists all attempts to be destroyed. As you lay the final blow on him, you're then treated to one of the most touching final cutscenes in gaming history as your reward. Undertale, even all these years later, really is just that good. And fittingly, it has the greatest final boss in gaming history. One of the most fascinating facets of video games compared to other art forms is that they're potentially fluid and ever-changing, so developers can deliver patches which fix bugs and add content for as long as they feel compelled to support said game. But it also stands to reason that some developers don't know when to stop tinkering, or rather can't read the room and appreciate when a change might not go down well with their loyal paying fan base. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 baffling changes video games made after release. Number 10. Removing the Jacqueline Natla tease. Shadow of the Tomb Raider. On the day of Shadow of the Tomb Raider's release, developer Eidos Montreal dropped a Day 1 patch, which in addition to fixing various bugs and so forth, actually made a change to the game's ending that was pretty major. Those who were able to play a physical copy of the game ahead of release or played through it without downloading the patch were able to watch the different original post-credits scene, which teed up a distinct direction for Lara Croft's next adventure. The original credits scene saw Lara sat in Croft Manor as she received a letter sent by Jacqueline Natla, the antagonist of the original Tomb Raider, which implied that the next game in the reboot franchise would likely be a reimagining of the original game. Except the Day 1 patch removed the reference to Natla entirely, leaving the nature of Lara's future tomb raiding very much up in the air. Now, you could say there's a clear point to this if the developers decided to ditch the idea, but given that Crystal Dynamics announced earlier this year the next Tomb Raider will unify all 3 existing timelines, the Natla reference absolutely makes sense as a lead-in to the original game. Number 9. Forcing players into a heterosexual relationship. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Upon initial release, Assassin's Creed Odyssey was praised for its inclusion of same-sex relationships, only for Ubisoft to misguidedly override this with the game's Legacy of the First Blade Shadow Heritage DLC, which released a few months later. This DLC ignores all sexuality preferences up until this point and forces players to both romance and have a child with a member of the opposite sex, either the son or daughter of Persian rebel Darius, depending on whether the player is playing as Alexios or Cassandra. Given that Ubisoft had made considerable noise about the game's romantic options pre-release, many in the LGBT+ community felt betrayed by the DLC's railroading. The criticism proved vocal enough that Ubi eventually released a patch to change the sequence in question, while also alternating the accompanying achievement to no longer be centered around starting a family. The fact that Ubi didn't see this coming when they first dropped the DLC is utterly baffling. Number 8. Replacing small potatoes with trivial. Persona 5 Royal. Sometimes developers make minor enough changes to a game they probably think players won't ever notice. But of course, there's always somebody who does, and takes to social media to voice their bemusement. Case in point, we have Persona 5 Royal, which roughly 2 months after its Western release, released a patch that fixed a number of bugs, but also secretly altered a single line of dialogue. Fans may remember a moment where Adachi calls Joker spineless, and one of the 3 dialogue options players could make in response was, "This isn't small potatoes." The rather goofy line quickly became something of a meme among the Persona fandom, but the aforementioned patch bafflingly altered it to instead read, "This isn't trivial." While you can argue the changed line better suits the serious tone of the conversation, fans had latched onto the small potatoes line enough at this point that changing it seemed totally unnecessary, even cruel. If players can embrace a strange eccentricity like this, then developers should too. And I mean, it's Persona, it's all eccentricity. In fact, the change annoyed one player enough they even created a mod that restored the original starchy one-liner to the game, so there you go. Number 7. Turning drugs into bananas. Final Fantasy Legend 2. The first of 2 peculiar Final Fantasy related changes on our list, with the English language version of Final Fantasy Legend 2, released almost an entire year after the Japanese one. In the Edo section of the game, players are tasked with bringing down a criminal enterprise that's smuggling bananas. Yeah. As bizarre as this might seem, it's believed to be a change mandated by Nintendo when they localized the game for its Western release. In the original Japanese version, the gangsters are actually smuggling prohibited opium, but because this evidently wouldn't fly in North America and beyond, it was swiftly subbed out for bananas. While not including narcotics in a game aimed at children isn't entirely illogical, why replace opium with bananas? Is there no middle ground between illegal drugs and totally harmless fruit? Could it not have been cigarettes or some other contraband? You let us know what you think. Number 6. Releasing a banter reduction patch. Forspoken. One of the most common complaints about last year's action RPG Forspoken was that the in-game banter between protagonist Frey and her sentient bracelet Cuff was too cutesy and quippy for its own good, like somebody vomiting Marvel Cinematic Universe one-liners at you ad nauseum. And even though the game actually launched with a slider allowing players to adjust the banter between Frey and Cuff, Square Enix nevertheless followed up by releasing a patch which altered the inherent frequency and content of the banter experience during open world activities. The catch? They did this 4 months after the game's release to support a DLC drop, long after Forspoken had flopped at retail and more or less evaporated out of the public consciousness. Given that the only people still playing the game at this point were probably the die-hard fans who actually enjoyed the banter, dialing down the default chit-chat so long after the horses bolted, that is, most potential customers have sacked it off, was a totally head-scratching move. Number 5. Removing the secret dev room. Sports Story. Golf Story follow-up Sports Story was given a rather low-profile release in late 2022, with players soon discovering the presence of a secret dev room, effectively a hidden game developer's office in which employees talk about the troubled production they're working on. The room was widely interpreted to be referring to Sports Story itself, which was delayed numerous times throughout development and launched to poor reviews, citing an overabundance of bugs and pervasive performance issues. Once word got out, however, developer Sidebar Games released a patch which blocked access to the room entirely, which, in a classic case of the Streisand effect, only shone an even brighter light on the matter. Enraged fans upset about the jank-riddled state of the game took to social media to question why Sidebar was spending time covering up employee discontent rather than, getting it into a workable state for paying customers. Number 4. Patching in sound and subtitles. The Quiet Man. Patching a game to clarify the player's understanding should seem like a net positive, right? But The Quiet Man is no ordinary game, an action-adventure title in which players control a deaf protagonist, resulting in most of the game unfolding with minimal sound and unsubtitled dialogue. In theory, that's a really interesting idea. By placing players in the shoes of a deaf character and forcing them to experience the world as he does, they'd have to rely on other senses and intuit visual cues to make sense of the crime thriller story. But the spectacularly bungled story execution left most players and critics simply scratching their heads at the utter incomprehensibility of it all. A week after release, developer Human Head Studios dropped an answered patch which restored sound and subtitles to the experience, allowing players to finally figure out what the hell was going on. Except there wasn't exactly a sizable queue of players willing to replay the dreadfully dull 3-hour experience to get answers to a story they weren't even remotely invested in. More to the point, it kind of undercuts the game's deaf protagonist gimmick to suddenly give us a sensory upgrade after the fact. Given that The Quiet Man was a critical and commercial dud right out the gate, the developers were probably better off just leaving it be. At least without sound and subtitles, we can live in a world where maybe the story's interesting and now we know it's not. Number 3. Changing the drunk man into a coffee fiend. Pokemon Red and Blue. In the same vein as Final Fantasy magically transforming opium into bananas, we now have this peculiar content change in Pokemon Red and Blue. In Viridian City, players can stumble across an old man lying on a path, blocking their way forward. In the original Japanese release, the man is passed out drunk, and only after delivering a parcel to Professor Oak does he sober up, get over his hangover, and move along. But for the Western release, the man was changed from a boozer into a caffeine abuser, as after you deliver Professor Oak's parcel, he'll explain he was caffeine deprived but now feels much better after getting a cup of Java down him. Even accepting how fiercely protective of their branding Nintendo of America is, it's a thoroughly daft change. One drunk man in a Pokemon game isn't gonna ruin kids' lives, and even if the change had to be made, could they really not think of a better solve than caffeine fiend? Even the most caffeine dependent among us surely draws the line at just giving up and passing out in the street, right? Right? I don't know. I don't like going without my Coke Zero. Maybe this is a good way to go. Number 2. Changing the final line. Final Fantasy VII Remake. On February 26th of this year, 3 days before the release of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Square Enix released a patch for the first game in the remake project, which fans discovered made a most peculiar change to the very final line spoken in the game. For almost 4 years, the closing line spoken by Aerith was, "I miss it, the steel sky." But now the line has been changed to, "This sky, I don't like it." Fans were immediately left baffled by such a trivial change to a scene firmly cemented in the minds of millions, and the fact that Square Enix didn't mention the change in their patch log made it all the fishier. The consensus is that the new line lacks the punch and even basic poetry of the original, suggesting that Square Enix just didn't know when to stop tinkering with the damn thing. Considering the time and money that had to be spent re-recording the line, it's a bizarre amount of effort to put into a change so menial, and one that fans were so predictably going to hate anyway. Number 1. Adding a golden shower to the ending, Wanted Weapons of Fate. In case you weren't aware, yes, somebody made a sequel video game to 2008's James McAvoy starring action flick Wanted. Third-person shooter Wanted Weapons of Fate was initially released for mobile platforms in June 2008, mere days after the film's release, while the console and PC versions landed in spring of 2009. But publisher Warner Bros. Interactive Entertainment made one bizarre change to the PC release of the game. In the mobile and console versions, Weapons of Fate ends with antagonist the Immortal being shot in the face by protagonist Wesley. On PC, however, this was altered to instead have the bullets miss the Immortal's head before Wesley unzips and straight up pisses all over the villain's face. The end. While on one hand, that's absolutely in line with the edgy juvenile style of Mark Millar's Wanted comics, it does feel decidedly less satisfying than seeing a bullet cram right through the Immortal's cranium. More to the point, why make this change only on the PC version of the game? Who doesn't love a good boss battle? Final bosses, Resident Evil bosses, final bosses in Resident Evil. These represent just a fraction of the overpowered digital pugilists gamers have had to overcome over the decades. Of all boss types, however, none are more vital to developing a player's skill set than the subject of our list today, the skill check bosses. Meaning mandatory boss fights that exist to make sure you've been paying attention to the fundamental mechanics the game has been teaching you. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 best skill check bosses in gaming history. Number 10. Father Gascoigne, Bloodborne. Father Gascoigne, which is the boring way of saying it, I want to go with Gascon or Daddy Guacamole, contains one of the greatest bits of trolling in the history of boss fights. During the first half of the fight, when Gascon is in his doddering old man form, there's a group of gravestones in the arena that prove a handy barrier between you and the priest. With a little maneuvering, it's possible to position Gascoigne in a matter where your attacks can reach him, but his can't touch you. It's an undeniably cheap strategy, but an effective one. That is until you whittle him down to half his health, at which point he transforms into a werewolf, shatters the gravestones with a single punch, and proceeds to massacre your health bar before you've had the time to pick your jaw up off the floor. It's such a masterful sucker punch that you can almost hear director Hidetaka Miyazaki chuckling alongside you. Nice try, Padawan, but you'll actually need to learn how to fight to get past this one. And so it goes, with Gascoigne's monstrous form proving nigh impossible to get past unless you're proving you've got a good grasp of Bloodborne's projectile-based parrying, or at least a good sense of timing for when to roll out of the way of his feral lunges. Father Gascoigne is the point where it becomes clear that Bloodborne ain't messing around, and the only way to really proceed is to, as the saying goes, get good. That the game goes about teaching this in such a delightfully wicked manner is one of the many reasons Miyazaki's masterpiece is remembered so fondly. Number 9. The Mantis Lords, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's reputation for masochist level difficulty is well earned, but if you only played through the game's opening hours, you'd be forgiven for wondering what the fuss is about. Like a dominatrix easing a first-time client into their role, and yes, that is the explanation from the writer of this article, and no, I will not be changing it. Hollow Knight takes things gently at first, with a handful of easily dispatched bosses. The Mantis Lords, however, and yes, we keep going with the metaphor, are when Hollow Knight slaps the player in the face, puts on its stilettos, and starts digging its heels into their chest. Goodness gracious. Hollow Knight's combat is all about leaping, dodging, and finding the space and time to heal yourself. And while previous bosses gave you enough time to undergo a full spa service during their fights, the Mantis Lords are the first bosses whose relentless attacks make finding the time to heal a challenge in and of itself. This dilemma only gets worse throughout the game, to the point where it becomes routine for a split second to decide the difference between successfully healing yourself or getting smeared across the floor. But it's the Mantis Lords who offer the first real introduction to Hollow Knight's sadistic tendencies. Number 8. Master Murai, Ninja Gaiden Black. Years before any game with a difficulty level somewhat substantial was referred to as the Dark Souls of insert genre here, Ninja Gaiden Black was the go-to comparison for any game that offered a stiff challenge. Unlike the previous entrant, which at least brought you dinner before bringing out the whip, Ninja Gaiden wastes no time in bringing the player to their knees. After button mashing your way through a horde of disposable ninjas in the game's tutorial level, the player comes across protagonist Ryu Hayabusa's imposing instructor, Master Master Morai. Being a teacher, Master Morai wastes no time in instructing the player of the skills needed to conquer Ninja Gaiden's Black's many challenges. Simply hammering the attack button results in poor Ryu being nunchucked to death by his overzealous instructor, forcing the player to adapt to the rhythms of Ninja Gaiden's combat if they want to pass this literal do or die exam. Number 7. Giganto, Sonic Frontiers. At this point, you'd be forgiven for thinking skill check bosses only exist in the hardest of video games, and while that's generally true, there are some notable exceptions. Sonic Frontiers may not be known for its high level of difficulty, its absurdly hard DLC aside, but its first boss, the Evangelion-inspired Giganto, plays a crucial role in instructing the player on the importance of parrying. Simply wading in to attack him results in the mechanical kaiju repeatedly swatting Sonic away, making it impossible to finish the fight before the time limit expires. Instead, the player needs to watch out for Giganto's attacks and successfully parry them if they want to continue piling on the pressure. Truthfully, doing so is a simple task, especially when compared to most of the other entrants in this article. However, the battle against Giganto is arguably the most purely entertaining one in this particular top 10. Watching Sonic go full Super Saiyan on a colossal robot while undefeatable, the best Sonic track since 2001's Live and Learn, blasts in the background is the coolest the blue blur has been since he was introduced to starry-eyed kids back in the 90s, and it's sure to bring about a grin to even the most jaded of Sonic fans. Number 6. Matador, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. If the previous boss was all about making the player feel cool, then this one is about reminding you of your ignorance. Seconds after the fight against Shin Megami Tensei 3's Matador begins, you'll likely leap to the conclusion that you've wandered into an unwinnable fight. You know the kind, where a massively over-leveled boss obliterates your party, you get saved by a Deus Ex Machina, and hours later you have the rematch to get your win back. Well, that doesn't happen here. Matador's just that good, and now you have to be that much better. Before this fight, you can totally get by in Shin Megami Tensei 3 through doing nothing fancier than healing your party when their health gets too low. Matador, however, is a roadblock that's impossible to pass unless you learn the ins and outs of how to buff your party, specifically their evasion stat. Matador's attacks hit so hard that the only way to win is to ensure they don't hit you. As such, you need to buff your party's evasion while simultaneously lowering the skeletal sod's accuracy to ensure he misses more than he hits. Matador is a timely reminder to familiarize yourself with the intricacies of SMT3's combat, and by the time he falls, you'll be far better equipped to deal with the remainder of Atlus's extraordinarily tough RPG. Number 5. Blade Wolf, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising is many things. One of the best action games of the past 15 years, a fountain of memes, nanomachines, son, and the answer to the question posed by the first Metal Gear Solid, do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield? Turns out the answer to that question is an emphatic yes, as long as the object of that love is a robotic dog with a chainsaw on its back. Blade Wolf makes his debut as an early boss, and despite his diminutive stature, he offers a stern test for the player. He's the first boss with attacks that are simply too fast to dodge, ensuring you need to master Metal Gear Rising's best-in-class parry system if you want to beat him and move on with the game. Given that later bosses are literally impossible to beat if you can't parry their attacks, you'll be glad the cybernetic canine gave you a crash course before you had to face up against them. Even better, once you've beaten Blade Wolf, he joins the good guys and becomes one of the game's best sources of humor. Frankly, it's hard not to fall in love with a robot dog who responds to franchise chew toy Raiden's pitiful jokes with, "I understand your attempts at humor, I just don't find them entertaining." Speak your truth, Blade Wolf. Speak your truth. Number 4. Benedicta Harmon, Final Fantasy XVI. Alongside Sonic Frontiers, Final Fantasy XVI holds the distinction of being one of the easiest games on this list. Anyone who's played an action game in the last 5 years should find Final Fantasy XVI's relatively simplistic combat a doddle to master. But that doesn't mean the game isn't capable of entertaining even the most battle-hardened gaming veteran. Case in point, one Benedicta Harmon. Benedicta isn't the first boss in Final Fantasy XVI's gigantic menagerie of foes, but she is the first to offer a real test of the player's player's capabilities. In order to survive Mrs. Harmon's wind-based assault, you need to be at least passingly adept at each aspect of the game's basic combat, special attacks, dodging, and quick-time events. Some of you may be rolling your eyes at the mention of that last part, but those QTEs are actually why this boss battle makes the list. Final Fantasy XVI's bosses are the undisputed highlight of the game, and Benedicta is an early preview of the delights ahead. There are several fist-pumpingly entertaining moments spread throughout the fight, including one of the best utterances of the F-word in the history of video games, and they're almost all kicked off by QuickTime events. QTEs may be divisive, but when they lead to this much adrenaline-infused joy, it's hard to argue against them. Number 3. Jean, Bayonetta. Arguably the best pure action game on this list, 2010's Bayonetta still stands as the high watermark for spectacle fighters / character action games / games that let you kick ass and look good doing it. Bayonetta earned a lot of fans by virtue of its exquisite boss battles and witch time mechanic, whereby time slows down upon successfully dodging an enemy attack. Launching a counterattack into a decelerated foe is a viciously satisfying sensation, and it's Jean who acts as Bayonetta's primary instructor in the ways of this particular pleasure. Without making judicious use of witch time during your first face-off against Jean, you'll find most of your attacks whiffing like fake punches from a bad wrestler. Jean is simply too fast to land a good hit on at normal speeds, and the first time you face her marks the point where Bayonetta's signature time-slowing mechanic transforms from a bonus into a necessity. To top it all off, Jean herself also proves to be one of the best characters in the game. Effortlessly able to match Bayonetta blow for blow and quip for quip, Jean is a worthy rival to one of gaming's most charismatic protagonists. Number 2. Balteus, Armored Core 6. Skill check specialists from Software Inc. further proved themselves as the undisputed masters of their craft with Armored Core 6's Balteus, the end result of a mech designer taking the Fraser Crane approach to deciding exactly how many missiles a robot should be able to fire at once. If less is more, just think of how much more will be. Unless you've mastered your own custom-built mech's fighting style, each round against Balteus will end with you disintegrating in a rain of rocket-fueled lead. Fortunately, Armored Core 6's combat is open-ended enough that you can avoid Balteus's ballistic discharge in a variety of ways. From dancing through the onslaught in a zippy, lightweight mech, to absorbing the punishment with a well-timed burst of a force field in a mobile fortress, and any number of strategies in between. Of course, doing any of the above is easier said than done, but the feeling of accomplishment derived from Balteus meeting his end makes it well worth the effort. And the fact that From Software deliver this feeling again and again throughout AC6's campaign shows why they're seen as gaming's premier provider of quality boss battles, which brings us to the final entry on this list. Number 1. Ornstein and Smo, Dark Souls. It had to be them, didn't it? Dark Souls' diabolic duo with the stuff of legend, the most infamously hard boss fight in an infamously hard game. Ornstein, or Ornstein, depends on how you'd like to say it, the internet disagrees, and Smo, now I think that one's Smo, fully live up to their controller-wrecking reputation, as the fight against them puts every skill Dark Souls has taught you to the test. Focusing all your damage on one enemy before attacking the other? Check. Using the environment to avoid enemy attacks? Check. Making sure to keep every enemy on screen at all times? Check. Dying again and again and again before headbutting the TV screen in frustration and using the shards to carve a blood sigil onto your chest to summon a demon that will hopefully curse the developers unto 1,000 generations? Okay, maybe not that last one, although it's tempting. Ornstein and Smo are a work of uncommon magic. Excruciatingly hard, each failed attempt against them nevertheless feels like a stepping stone on the journey to mastering your chosen playstyle in Dark Souls. No other dual boss fight comes close to the armor-clad pairing. Even FromSoft themselves failed to recreate the magic with Elden Ring's irritating Godskin duo. And no other boss in gaming does a better job preparing you for the battles ahead. Every great thing has a cheap copy. This saying is especially true of video games, and every year their numbers only seem to grow. Because of their clone status and sheer quantity, it's easy to think clone games are nothing more than inferior recreations of your favorite franchise. However, sometimes the unbelievable can happen. The clone might actually outdo the original. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 clone video games that are better than the original. Number 10. Paladins Champions of the Realm, Overwatch. Paladins is as cloney as clone games get. The game was released by Hi-Rez Studio during the peak of Overwatch's popularity in 2016, sharing the same team-based FPS gameplay, similar art style, and even straight copies of classes and characters. However, although Paladins was a blatant ripoff back then, nowadays it's the superior version of the game it was copying. Why? Well, these days Overwatch possesses only a fraction of the greatness it once had, while Paladins only keeps improving. The many controversies Blizzard has faced in recent years, the company's questionable business practices, and its utter disregard for the fans' concerns have turned Overwatch, or rather Overwatch 2, into a live service mess, with lots of empty or broken promises and a palpable lack of innovation. Meanwhile, Paladins enjoys a steady player base that keeps coming back for frequent updates and new game modes that add refreshing changes to Paladins content. Not to mention the game is completely free to play, unlike Overwatch and its graveyard of half-empty servers. Too harsh? Well, it's hard not to harp on Overwatch when it got outmatched by its own knockoff. Number 9. Forza Gran Turismo. When it comes to racing games, no title is more classic and beloved than Gran Turismo. The series has been praised for its incredibly high level of detail and realism since its earliest days, earning fans among casual gamers and racing enthusiasts alike. However, like any other thing, over the years, Gran Turismo has gained plenty of competition, fighting for the spot of the #1 racing game. And one series in particular, Forza, might actually have managed to dethrone the Racing King some time ago. Though Gran Turismo games still maintain their ultra-realistic angle, after the release of Gran Turismo 4, the series has stopped innovating its gameplay. Each new title has featured the same handful of uninteresting game modes with only a few tweaks and upgraded graphics, all while Forza kept improving its formula. The series features several different spin-offs that allow the players to get the racing game experience they want. Their motorsport games are tailored to realistic simulation fans, while Forza Horizon offers a more arcade-like open-world gameplay. In either case, Forza keeps innovating, finding new ways to get what Gran Turismo doesn't: variety. Because no matter what race you're in, the most important rule is to just keep going. Number 8. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night Castlevania. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is a Kickstarter-funded Castlevania clone that's meant to be a spiritual successor to the original series, in particular, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. This said, some could argue Bloodstained's spiritual success is done a little too well, as it improves on pretty much every aspect of the games it's based on. Everything from gameplay to skills and even the art style completely trumps the accomplishments of the old Castlevania games. One of the major reasons for this is that Bloodstained was made by Castlevania's original producer, Koji Igarashi, who managed to keep his new project faithful to its source material while simultaneously finding ways in which to build upon its already established themes. The entire game is gorgeous, controls really well, and comes with its own original storyline that brings a nice, refreshing twist to the old Castlevania lore. If you're a huge fan of Castlevania and Metroidvania games in general, Bloodstained is a must-pick. The only problem is once you play one of the games in the series, you may never look at old Castlevania the same way. Number 7. Nioh Dark Souls 3. The success of the Dark Souls series has led to the creation of numerous Souls-like clones that try to replicate the game's formula with varied results. Out of all these clones, the most successful has to be Nioh. Not because it managed to outdo the popularity of From Software Souls-likes, but because it proved unique enough to gain the approval of even the most die-hard Dark Souls fans. Nioh, a Souls-like set in a fantasy version of feudal Japan, managed to set itself apart from the giants of the genre thanks to its increased difficulty level and complexity. The game isn't easy to get into right away, but that's exactly why veterans of Dark Souls would recommend it to you. The game is basically the next step for those still craving a challenge after making it through the From Software titles, because some people are simply gluttons for punishment. Even after the release of Sekiro, Nioh's spike in difficulty helps it set itself apart from other titles in the genre. Well, that and the noticeable lack of a gritty steampunk setting and dull protagonists. Looking at you, Still Rising and Lies of P. Number 6. Vermintide 2 Left 4 Dead. The curious thing about Left 4 Dead games is that they managed to create a brand new brilliant genre that, for some unknown reason, only a handful of titles have bothered to copy ever since their release. One of these exceptions is the Warhammer Vermintide series. In terms of their gameplay and premise, Vermintide games are just Left 4 Dead set in the dark fantasy world of Warhammer, and yet this small distinction allows Vermintide to spread its wings wider than its inspiration. The fantasy aspect of Vermintide expands the formula of Left 4 Dead with things like character classes, medieval weaponry, and magic that enriches the gameplay in a pretty significant way. The core fun of killing hordes of enemies is still there, but you get more weapons and skills to play with, as well as a leveling system with branching paths that make the gameplay more complex and interesting. Also, instead of zombies, you get gory giant rats with funny voices. That ought to be enough of an improvement as it is, but it's nice of the developers to include other new features as well. Number 5. Crash Team Racing, Mario Kart. If you were to ask a random person what's the first kart racing game that comes to mind, the answer would almost certainly be Mario Kart. This series has been a staple of the genre, and many similar titles like Diddy Kong Racing or Sonic Team Racing were direct results of the Mario game's overwhelming success. Most of these clones are good in their own right, but there's only one that managed to outdo the kart master, Crash Team Racing. There are many parts of Crash Team Racing that go beyond the typical Mario Kart experience. The game features a fun and engaging story mode, distinct and charming characters, as well as challenging boss fights with special gimmicks, none of which are present in Mario Kart. However, most importantly, Crash beats Mario in the most fundamental aspect of any racing game, the driving experience. Crash Team Racing's controls are easy to learn, but hard to master, making it the perfect experience for both casual and hardcore gamers. The only thing Mario Kart does noticeably better is its online mode, and even then it's mostly because it has a bigger player base. Sorry Mario, you got outkarted. Number 4. Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor, Assassin's Creed. Back when the first Middle-earth game came out, it was quite popular to compare it to Assassin's Creed. People would refer to it as a Lord of the Rings clone of the Assassin series. But in reality, Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor and its successor Shadow of War are so intricate that the comparison honestly makes Assassin's Creed look bad. While Middle-earth emphasizes stealth and assassination as the core elements of its gameplay, it utilizes these features in a far more dynamic way than any mission in a typical Assassin's Creed game. Instead of pre-designed levels, the game uses its unique Nemesis system, which generates orcs with special personality traits and fighting styles that require you to think and adjust your strategy each time you come across a new rival. Not to mention, assassination is only a small fragment of the system. In addition, who you assassinate and how you do it affects the in-tribe relations of the enemy orcs, how your own agents advance through their ranks, and finally, how the ongoing war with Sauron will fare in the long run. This level of political intrigue is something you just can't get in Assassin's Creed. That and banter-loving orcs. Number 3. Clone Hero, Guitar Hero. Though the history of instrument-based rhythm games extends beyond Guitar Hero, it's fair to say that it was the release of the game that, to use an appropriate industry term, put the genre on the charts. So what could be better than the original king of rhythm games? How about its clone, literally named Clone Hero? Clone Hero is a nearly identical version of Guitar Hero that was created and developed by Ryan Foster. The game plays exactly like the original, except for the fact that it doesn't come with a built-in catalog of songs. It lets its players publish their own tracks and share them with others. As you can imagine, this feature makes the regular gameplay of Guitar Hero all the more chaotic and all the more fun. From original, well-crafted tracks to meme mappings of the entire Shrek movie, Clone Hero has it all. The community of the game will always find new ways to surprise you, which is probably why Clone Hero managed to revive people's interest in the rhythm game genre. Number 2. Fortnite, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Battle Royale is a game genre so popular that nowadays the name would make people think of Fortnite rather than its original literary name. Speaking of Fortnite, it's safe to say that the Battle Royale format wouldn't have been such a massive success if it weren't for this particular title, which is pretty funny given that the idea wasn't even Fortnite's to begin with. Back in 2017, the Battle Royale genre was only just beginning to spread its wings, with PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds drawing in thousands of players every day, thanks to its unique premise and high level of replayability. At this time, Fortnite was actually a completely different game, where the player would build forts with their friends and defend them against hordes of AI-controlled enemies. In the wake of Battlegrounds' success, Epic decided to develop Fortnite's very own Battle Royale game mode, thinking it would suit their game perfectly. This decision would change the course of the gaming industry forever, for better or worse, depending on how much you like Fortnite's Battle Royale. Though PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is still around, these days it can't even compare to the record-breaking popularity of its clone. Honestly, at this point, it's not even fair to call Fortnite a clone. It's more like a skinwalker stealing your whole identity. Number 1. Call of Duty, Medal of Honor. Given its massive fan base and global acclaim, it's hard to think that more than 2 decades ago, Call of Duty was considered a clone of Medal of Honor. Yes, one of the greatest champions of the first-person shooter industry started off as a lookalike of a far less popular franchise. The first Call of Duty game came out in 2003, about 4 years after Medal of Honor, and shared a lot of similarities with it. Both games were set during World War II and followed the battles of Allied soldiers, and they were even made by the same team of developers. It wasn't until its 4th installment that Call of Duty began to develop its own identity. The game started taking place in different time periods, including more cinematic cutscenes, and had greater rosters of weapons. And last but not least, they expanded on their multiplayer features, leading to a huge rise in Call of Duty's popularity. The FPS titan we all know and love today had rather humble beginnings, but thanks to its constant innovation, it became something far, far better. There's no stolen valor here, just a game that managed to outgrow its original inspiration.
And at the end of the day, every video game has the same purpose. Besides entertainment, every indie platformer, online shooter, and AAA sandbox title is tailored to bring in money. And for this reason, commercials and trailers need to focus on the product's highlights so it can be plugged as effectively as possible. Now, even though this tactic is regularly used to pull focus away from the less redeemable qualities, it is a necessary thing from a marketing standpoint. However, there's a difference between advertising a video game in the best possible light and flat out lying to potential customers. And that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are the 8 biggest scams in video game history. Number 8, the Atari Jaguar. The Sega Genesis, or Mega Drive if you are a cultured fellow like myself, and the Super Nintendo, or SNES, dominated the gaming industry during the early 90s. However, Atari hoped to steal their thunder with the first 64-bit console, the Jaguar, which was released in 1993. Just to be clear, the Mega Drive and the SNES were 16-bit, and the 3DO was the only 32-bit system on the market at the time. The Jaguar sounded too good to be true since it was leagues ahead of the competition, and surprise, surprise, it was all a big fat lie. The Jaguar was powered by 5 processors, 2 of which were 32-bit, hence why it's referred to as a 64-bit system. But since the processors didn't work in tandem, the Jaguar was 32-bit. Sadly, anyone who purchased the deceptive hardware quickly realized that it was nowhere near as powerful as the brash promotion suggested. To be fair though, the Jaguar wouldn't have fared much better if it was advertised accurately due to its limited and rather bland library. And due to its abysmal sales, some lucky die-hard gamers were actually oblivious of the console's existence for its entire run. Less than 3 years after its launch, the Jaguar was discontinued, encouraging Atari to abandon the console market for good. Number 7, the Kinect. Desperate to replicate the success of the Wii's motion controls, Microsoft devised their own peripheral for the Xbox 360 called the Kinect. The first title that utilized this technology, Kinect Adventures, seemed revolutionary on the surface, since it relied on the player's voice commands and gestures rather than a physical controller. If the technology was as smooth as the promotions implied, it could change the future of gaming overnight. So when Kinect Adventures became the Xbox 360's best-selling game, well, its legacy seemed guaranteed. But after playing Kinect Adventures for a few minutes, it was pretty obvious that its success was due to overhype rather than quality. The device struggled to recognize even the simplest gestures, turning the most straightforward activity into a nightmarish slog. Even when the prompts were recognized, there was a slight delay for them to register, making it nearly impossible to time movements correctly. Despite this major setback, Microsoft implemented the motion control tech for dozens of other titles, many of which had the same issues as Kinect Adventures. Although the second-gen Kinect for the Xbox One was much better at tracking movements, it wasn't precise enough to become the game changer that it could have been. Number 6, Goddess. After releasing the Black and White games, Peter Molyneux set his sights on a new deity-based title. Founding his new company, 22 Cans, Molyneux got to work on Goddess, which served as a spiritual successor to arguably the first god-controlling title, Populous. Not wanting to use a publisher, Molyneux funded the $450,000 project through Kickstarter with 17,184 backers. And when Molyneux then signed with the publisher 5 months later, well, it was the first sign that something rotten was brewing. So, I hear you ask, how does Goddess work? Well, weirdly, it was tied to a mobile app called Curiosity, where players had to repeatedly tap the screen to reach the center of a giant cube. Whoever reached it first would become a god in the official game. And despite the fact that Brian Henderson won the Curiosity Challenge, all he got for his efforts was a brief playthrough of Goddess while it was still in the testing phase. Yay. Although a mobile version of Goddess was released, the real deal never moved beyond Steam Early Access. 10 years after the Doom project was kind of released, it was then removed from Steam, still in its prototype state. Even though it is upsetting when an IP gets its plug pulled, this palaver really stung, since thousands of Kickstarter backers spent their hard-earned cash on a game that never materialized. Number 5, Mortal Kombat 1 on the Switch. Even though the Switch version of Mortal Kombat 11 was pretty decent, it did struggle to maintain a 60 frames per second performance, especially when it came to its online features. As a result, it was presumed that Nintendo just wouldn't bother porting the follow-up, especially since it was next gen. So when it was announced that Mortal Kombat 1 was coming to the Switch, skepticism was justifiably high. However, nobody expected the end result would be this profoundly broken. With its expressionless characters, incomplete textures, excessive clipping and janky gameplay, MK1 makes a strong case for the worst Switch port ever. Despite receiving an onslaught of patches, this dud isn't up to standard. And what's worse is that promotions gave no indication that this port would have such glaring issues. But there's a reason for that. At one point in the Nintendo gameplay teaser, a Steam notification pops up, proving that some of the footage wasn't running on the Switch. Even though the promo opens with the message "footage not final," nothing could justify this level of deception. This very literal bait and switch wasn't just misleading, but an outright lie of what to expect from the finished product. Number 4. Assassin's Creed Unity. For the longest time, Assassin's Creed looked like it could do no wrong. With Ubisoft tossing out one hit after another, the historic fantasy franchise maintained a remarkably consistent nature at first. Of course, this is Ubisoft we're talking about, and so they were bound to screw up sooner or later. Sorry, but them's the rules. Sure enough, the powerhouse IP became a laughingstock thanks in part to Assassin's Creed Unity, the game that launched 1,000 memes and nightmare-fueled screenshots. Though the previous installment, Assassin's Creed Rogue, wasn't spectacular, it was a bloody masterpiece compared to Unity. The face-melting glitches are so infamous that they've inspired horrifying pieces of actual artwork. Although Unity has other flaws, such as stilted combat and rather ropey gameplay, criticism was primarily directed at the multitude of technical bugs, which begs the question, what the hell happened here? Simply put, the Assassin's Creed crowd was tossing out too many games at once, stretching their numbers too thinly to release an adequate title. In the publisher's defense, though, they were surprisingly effective when it came to damage control. Not only were many errors remedied, customers were offered an expansion at no extra cost and a free game from Ubisoft's catalogue. Nevertheless, anyone who played this pre-patch clunker felt absolutely scammed, since it should not, I repeat not, have been released in such a broken state in the first bloody place. Number 3. Dungeon Keeper 2014. Now, Dungeon Keeper, the original one at least, was a brilliant strategy title, allowing players to micromanage minions, personalize their own torture chamber, and summon hellhounds to urinate on enemies. Good times. Since it was only available on Windows and MS-DOS, this underrated gem was never as popular as it should have been. So when EA announced a mobile remake was in the works, it looked like Dungeon Keeper would actually get the appreciation it deserved. Unfortunately though, Dungeon Keeper 2014 focused so much on microtransactions that it was obvious the creators cared more about money than capturing the spirit of the original. Due to the ridiculous waiting times and heavy reliance on in-app purchases, the European Commission actually had to step in, saying that this manipulative system violated consumer protection. Not only that, this so-called reimagining barely resembled the source material. The intimidating characters had been babyfied and the gameplay focused more on tower defense. In fact, Dungeon Keeper 2014 felt more like a Clash of Clans clone rather than Dungeon Keeper. Rather than taking this criticism on board, however, EA sneakily filtered out the bad reviews, giving the illusion that this dreck wasn't as god-awful as it actually was. Although this incarnation of Dungeon Keeper was closed down in 2022, it's actually a miracle it wasn't canned sooner. Number 2. Pac-Man, the Atari port. Even though modern publishers are perceived as boundlessly greedy, it turns out that money-grabbing gaming companies have been around as long as the industry has existed. When Pac-Man debuted in 1980, it dominated the arcades in a way never seen before. Knowing that there was a fortune to be made, Atari prepared to port the dot-chomping maze title to the Atari 2600. Although the programmer Todd Fry had no direct access to the original hardware, Pac-Man seemed like it would be pretty easy to duplicate, but that wasn't the case. Despite the simple setup, the original Pac-Man took 18 months to put together, and since Fry had to recreate this classic title single-handedly in 1/3 of the time, well, he had to cut a few corners. Like, a lot of corners. Like, all the corners. Due to the flickering graphics, grating sound effects, and badly programmed everything, the Atari 2600 port of Pac-Man was just in name only, really. The gaming community felt so utterly betrayed by this drivel, it tarnished the industry as a whole. This notorious incident was partially responsible for a staggering decline in video game sales, which led to the video game crash of 1983, also known as the Atari Shock. Considering this shoddy port nearly collapsed the video game market, Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 has definitely earned its place in infamy. And number 1, The Day Before. Now, the phrase worst video game ever is thrown around with such flippancy it's hard to take seriously, except, of course, if you're watching Triple Jump, where it's actually a very good series over there. Shout out to the guys. Having said that, though, The Day Before makes a solid case for worst video game game of the decade. Now, Fantastic's co-founders promised that their MMO zombie shooter would be groundbreaking when it was revealed in 2021, offering open-ended gameplay, unique mechanics, and realism unseen in the genre. The expectations for The Day Before were overwhelming, to the point where it became Steam's most wishlisted game. But due to repeated delays, asset flipping allegations, unpaid labor rumors, and online gameplay videos being pulled, it wasn't long before the authenticity of the project was challenged. And for the record, it's never a good sign when a game is accused of being a grift before it comes out. When The Day Before finally emerged, it was clear the cynicism surrounding its development was warranted. Not only did it suffer from sporadic frame rate, terrible enemy AI, and technical issues, but it also was bereft of creativity. No melee combat, no innovative mechanics, no characterization, no artistry, nothing. Fantastic removed The Day Before from sales 4 days after launch and shut down the servers the following month. Though purchasers were refunded, anyone who spent 5 minutes on this abomination, well, they felt absolutely positively bamboozled.
The modern gaming landscape is an utter embarrassment of riches, enough that there's just not enough time to play all the great games out there. Even accepting that though, these 10 acclaimed video games all suffered some severely sharp drop-offs after launch, with the majority of players suddenly putting each game down and just never returning to it. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 great video games everybody just stopped playing. Number 10, Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 is an utterly mesmerizing achievement from Rockstar. It's an intoxicatingly rich Western masterpiece which basically dares players not to pour hundreds of hours into its mind-bogglingly immersive open world. And yet, PlayStation trophy data indicates that there came a point where players en masse just fell off the game and they never got around to finishing it. Only 29.8% of players had popped the trophy for finishing the Arthur-starring main portion of the game, while the John Marston-centric epilogue mustered just 26.4%. Even accepting that Red Dead Redemption 2's campaign can easily take over 50 hours to complete, it's shocking that barely 1/4 of those who bought the game stuck with it long enough to see the end. Even though the cinematically driven campaign isn't particularly difficult, it was likely a matter of fatigue which prevented so many from reaching the end, with many having their fill of Rockstar's sprawling open world before they could bring the story to a close. Number 9, Sifu. Unlike Red Dead Redemption 2, beat-em-up Sifu's sharp player drop-off can be very obviously attributed to the game's enormous degree of challenge, with its take-no-prisoners approach ensuring that less persistent players would probably have noped out quickly. Though almost 90% of players made it through the prologue, where admittedly dying isn't possible, that number took a steep tumble soon thereafter. 58.7% of players have beaten the first of the game's 5 main chapters, but only 32.8% got to the end of the second chapter and defeated boss Sean. This isn't remotely surprising, given that, as anyone who's played much of Sifu will know, Sean represents a significant difficulty spike, as clearly caused less determined players to bounce off the game entirely. This is backed up by Steam metrics, which show the concurrent player count dropping by almost 85% within a month of release. And if you're wondering how many players actually made it to the end of the game, on PlayStation, just 15.1% popped the gold trophy. Number 8, Halo Infinite. While Halo Infinite's single-player campaign wasn't a winner for everybody, the multiplayer suite launched to wide acclaim. More to the point, Microsoft's decision to launch it as free-to-play should have ensured an incredibly healthy player base in perpetuity. Though Infinite peaked with an impressive 272,586 concurrent Steam players shortly after launch in November 2021, 343 Industries couldn't keep a hold of them. Barely 6 months after launch, it had shed 98% of its peak player base. Even accepting that Halo Infinite is an Xbox title first and foremost, it's likely that the numbers aren't hugely dissimilar on that platform. As for why this player exodus happened, well, you can point to the disappointing lack of content since launch, as well as the underwhelming progression system, intrusive monetization, and abundance of server issues. What should have been a slam dunk for Microsoft has instead indicated that Halo's luster as a premium AAA FPS franchise has basically evaporated. Number 7, Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West can certainly be a meaty behemoth of a game if you want it to be, but to the same token, if you stick to the critical path, the story campaign can be pretty comfortably cleared in about 20 hours. And so it's surprising that trophy data reveals a mere 29.8% of players have actually beaten the game's final mission. Well, it would be surprising if not for the fact, as anyone who's played the game to completion will attest, the final boss fight against Tilda Spectre Prime is a major pain in the ass. The battle marks a massive difficulty spike compared to the rest of the game, and while the chapter completion rates leading up to the final fight were already pretty low, that less than 1/3 of players have beaten a relatively short single-player AAA game is pretty shocking. Number 6. Fall Guys. Fall Guys was nothing if not a video game that came out at just the right time. The fiendishly addictive Battle Royale title releasing in August of 2020 during the height of the pandemic. With players worldwide confined to their homes, Fall Guys soared to a peak player count of 172,213 on Steam within days of release, ensuring it was a far greater success than developer Mediatonic ever could have imagined. Yet this also meant that Mediatonic evidently didn't have a prepared strategy for retaining such a huge player base. And so, with players growing tired of the existing map rotation, the player count plummeted within a matter of months. 3 months after launch, Fall Guys was down to 23,148 concurrent players, having lost over 86% of its launch peak. And though the game enjoyed a brief spike of interest when it went free to play in June of 2022, 3 months later the numbers were back to their previous levels. As a response to this, Mediatonic reduced the player count per match from 60 to 40 in an attempt to cut down on wait times. At present, the game is barely floating above 2,000 concurrent players and slowly declining, making it likely the number will dip below 1,000 before the end of the year. Given that Fall Guys inherently needs a larger player base to accommodate its highly populous matches, without some major changes, it seems inevitable the party game's days are sadly numbered. Number 5. Returnal. Returnal is one hell of a roguelike shooter, and one whose AAA production values helped it appeal to even those who generally steer clear of the genre. This may partially explain then why so few players actually made it far in the game at all. Just 37.8% of players have beaten Frike, the game's first boss, though that number drops substantially more for the second boss, Ixion, whose completion rate is just 26.2%. Yet the majority of those who did beat Ixion actually managed to beat the 3 remaining bosses, whose completion rates are 19.4%, 17.9%, and 14.3% respectively. Basically, if you got stuck on Ixion, you probably dropped the game in short order, but if you made it past that boss, it was more likely than not you persevered long enough to beat the game. The Steam player count seems to reflect this, where within 2 weeks of release, it had lost almost 2/3 of its number. While Returnal is far from an inherently long game, the high level of difficulty seemingly had more casual-minded players fleeing in droves. Number 4. Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is a great game that Blizzard seems hell-bent on making players think otherwise. As brilliant as the gameplay fundamentals are, players have taken umbrage with the underwhelming post-game content, changes made to balancing since release, lack of online matchmaking, frustrating UI, and much more. Despite the game grossing an eye-watering $666 million within days of launch, there are indications that it's already in the midst of a slow death. While player count stats for Battle.net aren't readily available, the most telling statistic might be that within 3 months of launch, its Twitch stream viewership has dropped a staggering 99%. For comparison, Baldur's Gate 3, which launched just weeks after Diablo 4, had almost 10 times the Twitch viewership at that time, suggesting that Blizzard's polarizing approach to keeping the game alive has resulted in players en masse dropping off. Given that Diablo 4 was built as a live service title with seasonal content intended to maintain player engagement for years, it's pretty bleak that so many have lost interest less than 1 year after launch. Number 3. The Division. Even if it didn't quite live up to the tectonic hype, The Division was nevertheless a thoroughly entertaining shared world shooter brought to life by its gorgeous open world and tight gunplay. Yet given that the core campaign could be cleared in around 25 hours and Ubisoft didn't have much in the way of meaningful post-game content to keep players engaged, it's little surprise that the player count dipped from a stunning 2.1 million launch peak to just 143,000 within 3 months of launch. The Division simply didn't boast enough compelling content to keep players coming back, and the already repetitive core gameplay loop likely didn't help retention at all. The game quickly faded into the ether, all while another Tom Clancy title released a few months prior, Rainbow Six Siege, impressively managing to grow its player base enough that it only reached a player peak in 2021, with an impressive 201,053. Number 2. Starfield. Love it or hate it or find it thoroughly okay, Starfield was unquestionably one of 2023's most anticipated games, and unsurprisingly performed extremely well upon launch. Within days of release, Bethesda's sci-fi RPG peaked with 330,723 concurrent players, easily surpassing Skyrim's all-time peak of 287,411. And while it was expected that the game would keep players engaged long-term as per their prior titles, that didn't pan out. Even with rock-solid reviews and plenty of praise for its immersive qualities, Starfield's world and characters just didn't retain players like the studio's very best titles did, with the Steam player count falling off a cliff in the weeks after launch. By this past February, less than 6 months after release, Starfield's concurrent player count had dropped under 9,000, marking a devastating 97% drop from its peak. To rub salt in the wound, Skyrim's player count still hovers around 30,000, well over a decade after launch, indicating that for all its achievements, Starfield simply lacked the expected Bethesda magic, which translates into long-term staying power. Number 1. The Finals. Free-to-play FPS The Finals launched this past December to solidly positive reviews from critics and general players alike, and peaked with an impressive 242,619 concurrent players on Steam within days of release. This seemed to indicate the possibility that The Finals would be the new viral word-of-mouth hotness, and though the player count began to dwindle in the new year, it was still sitting at over 100,000 concurrents well into January. But the player count took a noticeable dip in late January, falling below 50,000 for the first time and marking a more than 80% drop from launch. Though some players have pointed to a lack of content and frustrating matchmaking as possible explanations, there's also the fact that we shouldn't be ignoring. Palworld released on January 19, mere days before the finals numbers took a sharp dip. With Palworld reaching an eye-watering peak of over 2.1 million players on January 27, it's reasonable to deduce that it took a sizable portion of the finals players with it. As of early March, the game's dipped below 10% of its peak player count for the very first time, indicating that without some major changes, it's on a not-so-slow march to its demise. Despite having all the signs of a dud, certain titles managed to surpass our lowest expectations. Instead of being underwhelming, certain games are broken, unfinished, or borderline unplayable. Since these entries had a bad reputation before they came out, it could have led to a reality where all the naysayers were proven wrong. Instead, this sorry bunch turned out worse than anyone could have imagined in their wildest dreams. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video games that were somehow worse than we expected. Number 10. Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe was initially met with a fair amount of excitement. Batman vs. Scorpion, Sub-Zero vs. the Joker, who wouldn't want to see that? Unfortunately, the hype dissipated when it was revealed that Mortal Kombat's on-brand violence would be heavily censored. Since it wouldn't look right for lovable superheroes like Superman or Wonder Woman pulling out spines or decapitating villains, it was understandable why the iconic gore had to be drastically toned down. For this reason, MK purists was set up for disappointment right away. But what they weren't ready for was how bland the rest of MK vs. DC was. Gameplay added little to differentiate itself from previous installments, excluding the freefall combat where fighters duel in midair. Also, since this mechanic interrupts the match, it quickly becomes tiresome. Combos required unrealistic precision as well, urging players to rely on spamming special moves. Although the last few Mortal Kombat entries contained hundreds of secrets and vast campaign modes, this crossover was noticeably lacking in content. It's such a shame to say, but Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe would have been a complete misfire even if the blood and guts were on full display. Number 9. Far Cry Vengeance. At first, it was promising to hear Ubisoft were remaking the underrated Far Cry Instincts for the Wii back in 2006. This version, named Far Cry Vengeance, heavily focused on Wiimote and nunchuck controls, promising a whole new way to revisit this classic installment. But when the trailer dropped, fans were aghast by the dire graphics. Even though visuals aren't everything, Vengeance's lack of textures and compressed FMV was sure to cause eye strain. Though controls handled well, players didn't care as they were too busy trying to stop their eyeballs from bleeding. Then there was the lag. The frame rate was so painfully slow, completing a single mission was not worth the trouble. FC Vengeance might also have had the worst enemy AI in the history of enemy AIs. NPCs stand around without a care in the world while gunfire and explosions are going off beside them. For this reason, players don't have to worry about stealth or shooting anyone since they can walk around enemies without incident. Not only is Far Cry Vengeance the worst game in the series, it's also among the worst Wii games ever made. Number 8. Street Fighter the Movie. Okay, nobody had high hopes for this one. The very existence of Street Fighter the Movie is ridiculous since it's a game based on a terrible movie that's based on a game. With disaster written all over it, nobody was expecting much from this shameless cash grab. Somehow, our standards were still overly generous. Due to choppy animation, muffled voice acting, agonizing load times, and a low frame rate, it's easy to see why Street Fighter 2's own producer, Yoshiki Okamoto, was furious how this title turned out. But it gets worse. Instead of converting the arcade version of Street Fighter the Movie to consoles, Capcom ported Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo with altered graphics. And that's not just manipulative, that's false advertising. Also, there's nothing turbo about this since the combatants move like they're doing their best impression of a dead sloth. Since this travesty has nothing of the fluidity of SF2, nobody would think it was associated with the brand if not for the title. Even though there are countless Street Fighter spin-offs, it doesn't get any worse than Street Fighter the Movie. Number 7. Rambo the Video Game. Judging a book by its cover may be frowned upon, but it's a good rule of thumb in the world of gaming. So when the teaser of Taeyeon's Rambo shooter dropped, players couldn't wrap their head around the dated graphics, the uncanny valley faces, or the generic gameplay. However, there are many more awful aspects of the game which the trailer neglected to mention. Despite what promotions indicated, Rambo the Video Game was a rail shooter that relied heavily on quick time events. Anyone who was hoping to traverse through the jungles as the bandana sporting hero while setting up booby traps was out of luck. Instead of delivering an intense and gritty stealth title, Taeyeon delivered a discount time crisis without a light gun. What's worse is that Rambo fails to satiate even the biggest rail shooter fans due to imprecise controls, awful enemy AI, and a brief campaign mode. The characters move so unnaturally, including Rambo himself, and as a result, everyone looks unintentionally hilarious and terrifying. All things considered, it's understandable why Rambo the Video Game was universally panned, receiving a Metacritic rating in the 20s. Number 6. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Switch version. Even though Guardians of the Galaxy was well received, there was initial skepticism about how it would handle on the Switch. After all, the Nintendo version could only be played through cloud streaming due to technical limitations. Though certain cloud games like Resident Evil play reasonably on the consoles, other titles like the Kingdom Hearts trilogy were appalling. Although the Switch's Guardians was never going to be perfectly smooth, Nintendo owners hoped the space-hopping shooter could still be fun. Sadly, this port turned out as badly as it could have. The simplest activities suffer from a ton of lag even with a high-speed internet connection. Even when the frame rate is tolerable though, fans are waiting for it to take a nosedive at any moment, making you second-guess anything in the game. Despite the fact that banter and dialogue is top-notch, it's ruined by the characters' jerky animations and lack of lip syncing. Although the other ports of Guardians suffer from the occasional glitch, they feel like intentional features on the Switch since they occur so often. Guardians of the Galaxy is a solid game, but it wasn't made with a Nintendo Switch in mind. Number 5. Daikatana. After John Romero walked away from id Software, the Doom co-creator brainstormed a new IP, which he believed to be his magnum opus, Daikatana. Despite the fact the advertisements promised Romero's first-person shooter would, quote, make you his bitch, skepticism arose almost immediately. Due to a change in engine, laughable marketing, staff walkouts, and a 3-year delay, it was obvious the project wasn't going to be on Doom's level. Considering only 2 people stuck with the development from beginning to end, players had good reason to prepare for the worst. However, Daikatana was so shoddy, it's baffling that its creator is the same person who helped redefine the FPS genre in the early 90s. It's hard to find a single positive quality due to the game's dreary design, monotonous music, shabby controls, and generic weaponry. Even though the 2 CPU-controlled sidekicks were a big selling point, they rarely carry out their designated functions, making certain sections of the gameplay unbearable. Few games have bombed as spectacularly as Daikatana before or since, and with good reason. Even though John Romero was once a titan in the industry, he's never truly recovered from this game's development. Number 4. Vroom in the Night Sky. Boasting Sega Saturn graphics, barren levels, and a generic design, this Switch racer screamed pathetic from the get-go. Since trailers are supposed to highlight the best parts of a game, it didn't inspire a lot of confidence when the trailer for this one repeatedly showed main character Luna passing straight through obstacles, proving base collision detection was non-existent. Even then, this trailer failed to capture just how truly woeful Vroom would be. The controls are so imprecise, players got Superman 64 vibes and wondered whether their Switch was suffering from dreaded Joy-Con drift. Vroom also has some of the worst mistranslations in gaming history, making it nearly impossible to follow the plot or basic instructions. However, the most insulting thing about Vroom is the fact that it was a launch title, meaning the publishers were confident to release this shovelware alongside Zelda Breath of the Wild. Receiving a Metacritic rating of 17%, Vroom in the Night Sky may well be the worst game on the Switch. Number 3. Postal 3. Postal is such an irredeemable abomination, it's hard to believe Running with Scissors churned out more than one of these games, but there's obviously a market for it. Plenty panned the original shooter as mediocre at best, and the second to be worst in every department. And though the third outing was set to be another train wreck, it didn't seem feasible for the IP to sink any lower. How wrong we were. Since the company was having money problems, Running with Scissors hired a Russian outfit called Akela to help develop Postal 3. However, the threequel's development was heavily disrupted when Russia itself suffered a financial crisis shortly after, almost like a divine power was trying to stop Postal 3 from coming into existence. As such, the finished product was anything but complete. Not only was this installment hampered by the same issues as its predecessors, it was an incomplete mess. Postal 3 was so broken it couldn't be played properly unless a specific extra patch was downloaded, which didn't even come from the creators or the developers. Even though Postal 4 No Regrets was another botched job, there's no question Postal 3 is absolutely the rock bottom. Number 2. Bubsy 3D. After the success of Super Mario and Sonic, it seemed like every developer in the early 90s was slapping together their own platformer. One of the most infamous during this era was Bubsy. Despite being advertised as the next big thing, Bubsy was barely average, and that's being super nice. When sequels bombed, it seemed like it was time for our furry friend to be put to sleep. Instead, the original creator Michael Berlin boldly decided to continue with the franchise. Not only that, he intended the follow-up to be in 3D. Due to Bubsy's track record though, hopes were anything but high. Not only was Bubsy 3D worse than anybody could have imagined, it's still considered among the worst video games in history. Due to barren landscapes, janky animations, and imprecise controls, it feels more like a work-in-progress beta than a finished game. The only way Bubsy 3D could be considered passable is if it was the first three-dimensional platformer ever made. But since the revolutionary Super Mario 64 was released 5 months prior and still holds up decades later, it's impossible to defend this one. Number 1. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Despite the fact Rocksteady were headlining Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, there was still a lot of cynicism surrounding this Arkhamverse spin-off, due to numerous delays, surprisingly dated graphics, and a glitchy gameplay trailer. But Suicide Squad didn't just fail, it failed hard. Premium cost early access owners fell victim to a bug that caused them to win the main campaign immediately after starting. Yes, Kill the Justice League somehow screwed up the first thing its most dedicated customers would see. But that's not the worst part in the least. Even if Suicide Squad ran smoothly, which it doesn't, gameplay is a mashup of elements from other popular games that don't have any real connective tissue implementing them appropriately. Looting and crafting mechanics never feel engaging, since more time is spent prepping weapons than using them. Though the Task Force X members look diverse, there's little distinguishing how they handle, travel, or fight. Even though cutscenes are cinematic, this doesn't work in the game's favor. These epic sequences mislead players into thinking they're going to take part in something worthwhile instead of laboriously uncreative missions. Although there's plenty to do, it feels like the game is filled with content for the sake of it, rather than giving players fun activities and rewarding quests. Also, Batman? Just everything with evil Batman? What the hell is happening there? After experiencing this dumpster fire, it's easy to wonder if we were too harsh on Marvel's Avengers.
Now, when you start a game, you expect to be introduced to most of its mechanics, especially if they're supposed to improve your experience and make things easier for you. However, it's not uncommon for some really useful mechanics to get omitted by the developers. They never mention them to you, even though they can improve your experience with the game, unlike everything else that they do teach you. And that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 incredibly useful secrets that video games never actually told you about. Number 10. Girlfriend abilities. Grand Theft Auto 4. Now, dating has been a part of Grand Theft Auto's mechanics since Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. At its core, the feature requires you to take your date somewhere nice, and if you manage to impress them during your date, they might want to invite you inside their home for some hot coffee. This said, the women that you can date in GTA 4 offer more than just a good time. If you make them like you enough, they can help you with your medical and criminal problems as well. The two dates that you can message on the dating site LoveMeet, Carmen and Kiki, are nurses and criminal lawyers respectively. Once you go on enough successful dates with them and earn their affection, they will offer to help you with their professional skills when you give them a call. Carmen can give you some first aid techniques that heal you instantly, while Kiki can remove your wanted level. It's really fast and easy, and since it's not a cheat code, it doesn't disable achievements on your save file, so you can use it as much as you want, whenever you want. I tell ya, the power of love is real. Number 9. Attacking the Ore. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. In Skyrim, you play as a demigod destined to save the world from an all-consuming dragon, which is probably why you don't want to spend most of your time in the game watching your character awkwardly mine ore. Now, obviously you need ore for crafting new armor for yourself, but that doesn't mean the traditional method of pressing the action button and then waiting for half a minute stuck in a scripted animation is your only option, because lucky for you, there is another secret way of mining ore, and it's much faster and way more fun, and that is, well, just attack the bloody thing. That's right, if you equip a pickaxe as your weapon, you can directly attack the ore source to gather materials, just as if you pressed it and triggered the regular mining animation. The process takes a fraction of the usual time, and you're not forced to just sit there waiting for your character to finish their scripted action. Best of all, with things like dual wielding and the elemental fury shout that make your attacks faster, you can optimize the process even more and become the ultimate bane of all rocks. Number 8. Stay up late. Stardew Valley. The gameplay of Stardew Valley is meant to be a relaxing experience filled with taking care of your daily chores and socializing with the townfolk. And yet, whenever the game's world falls into darkness, most players react with a bit of panic actually. Not because there's any monsters or ghosts, mind you, but because if they don't get back to their bed before 2 AM, their character will pass out and lose money on medical bills. Except that's not entirely true. As much as the game wants you to believe otherwise, you really don't have to get into bed to avoid the sleep penalty. It only applies when your character doesn't enter their house by 2 AM. While inside, you can stay up for as long as you like, and the only thing that you'll lose the next day is a small bit of energy. And this issue can also be circumvented if you've managed to level up a skill before passing out, in which case you'll awake fully rested anyway. This is a perfect trick for getting the most out of your day. Just set up some crafting items inside your house and you can keep working even after it's way past your bedtime. Just maybe don't tell your parents about this. Number 7. Supply lines. Fallout 4. Now, Fallout 4 introduced the settlement mechanic into the Bethesda formula, which since its release has been reintroduced in games like Fallout 76 and even Starfield. The features come with a lot of different functions, but while the game teaches you its basics such as maintaining your settlement's need and gaining new inhabitants, there are also some other features that prove useful even beyond constructing the base of your dreams. In particular, the supply line mechanic can come in pretty handy for those who don't feel like hauling metric tons of trash and weapons across the entire state of Massachusetts. A supply line can be established between two settlements to make them share the inventory with each other. This means, for example, that if you were to connect Sanctuary with the castle via a supply line, both places will give you access to the same things you store in them, even though they're on opposite sides of the map. This is incredibly useful for getting your gear moving, and you don't need much to set it up. You just have to construct a supply line post and assign one of your settlers, and just like that, you've created the Wastelands version of Amazon. Great. Number 6. Party Popper's Defense System. Animal Crossing New Horizons. The Animal Crossing series has always loved to include secrets, and New Horizons isn't any different. The game features mysteries both new and old, and some of them, like the Party Popper's trick, can even make life easier for you. One of the worst things that can happen to you in Animal Crossing is a wasp attack. Every time you shake a tree, it has a chance of dropping a bunch of angry wasps that immediately attack you, and getting stung by them will result in a nasty swelling that will only be cured with medicine. medicine. The only way to avoid the wasps is to run to the nearest hiding place, which is easier said than done when you're away from any building or pool of water. And this is why you might want to invest in a party popper. Party poppers, special items that you can only buy during New Year's Eve, have a secret function outside of seasonal celebrations. They can also be used to scare away wasps whenever they come after you, sparing you an injury and having to spend money on medicine. It turns out that lame parties aren't the only miserable thing that can be fixed with the use of this celebratory paraphernalia. Number 5. Cuttable walls. Starfield. The cutter from Starfield is a harvesting tool that is highly versatile, but most people aren't actually aware of it. The tutorial missions in the game show you how to use it for mining resources, and sometimes you may end up using it as a weapon, but that's not all there is to the cutter. It also possesses a third function that you can only discover by experimenting with it, in which case it'll open a lot of doors for you, quite literally in fact. You see, the cutter can cut open walls by slicing through them. Now the trick works only on specially marked walls with orange pins, but it's still a great way to find unrevealed areas and potential loot. All it takes is lasering off the orange pins on the side of the wall in order to remove it. The process is simple and actually pretty easy to figure out on your own, considering the walls literally have the words "cut here" on them. Still, since the game only teaches you about the mining capabilities of the cutter, there's a lot of people who actually missed out on this feature in their first playthrough. Number 4. Plumbing. Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid, the isometric zombie survival simulator, is known for its inclusion of all sorts of complex and in-depth systems that can make your survival easier, or, well, very short-lived in some cases. Now, most of the mechanics are explained to you via a tutorial or hints, or you can just learn about them intuitively by interacting with the world. But there's one peculiar, unintuitive mechanic that's never taught in a tutorial, even though it's the most reliable and easiest way of getting clean water in the game, and that is plumbing. Yes, your post-apocalyptic shack can actually have functioning plumbing that will allow you to get clean, drinkable water straight from the faucet. Now, the process requires you to place a bathroom appliance inside a walled room, below a water source like a rain collector barrel that's sitting atop a roof, and not further than 3 spaces away from the placed item. After that, you'll need to find a wrench and use it on the appliance to connect the pipes. It's a bit tricky and hard to figure out on your own, but once you learn how to do your pipe work, you'll be living like a king of zombie-infested Kentucky. Number 3. Learning unique spells from scrolls. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3's attention to detail isn't only reserved for its story content and general mechanics. It can also be found in its many secrets, one of which is the scroll learning feature's untold functionality. Any wizard character in your adventuring party possesses the ability to learn a spell from a scroll by spending gold. This permanently adds the spell to their spellbook, allowing them to cast it as many times as they want, instead of just once by using the scroll. The ability is incredibly useful for teaching your wizard new spells on top of the ones they already get by leveling. But what Baldur's Gate doesn't tell you, though, is that this method can be used with unique scrolls that possess one-of-a-kind spells that you'd normally only get one use out of. Once you realize this, you won't ever have to worry when you use your one and only Flesh to Gold spell, or losing that unique summon that you had back in Act 1. Just chuck the scrolls at your favorite wizard and abuse this magic system to your heart's content. Number 2. Horseback crafting. Red Dead Redemption 2. The level of realism in Red Dead Redemption 2 is certainly impressive, but Rockstar's dedication to accurately represent even the most minute and boring aspect of living in the Wild West also sometimes has its tedious sides. Things like cooking and crafting can take a lot of time, as they require preparation and actually creating the items you want. The most egregious example of this are split-point bullets that increase your damage and lower your Deadeye usage, but you can only make one at a time, and even making a couple takes forever. However, if you don't feel like spending hours watching Arthur carve X's into his bullets, there is a way to make them on the go. Though it's never mentioned in-game, you can craft most of your items on horseback, as well as by the campfire. All you have to do is open up the camp menu while on your horse, and then choose which item you want to make from the crafting options. Horseback crafting also allows you to make split-point cartridges, so you can get your special bullets while simultaneously moving between places and enjoying the beautiful landscape of 19th century America. Who said you can't mix leisure with efficiency? And number 1, Fulton Fast Travel, Metal Gear Solid 5. The Fulton recovery system from Metal Gear Solid 5 is one of the most fun mechanics in the entire series. I mean, let's be honest, who doesn't enjoy strapping a huge balloon to something and then watching as it gets violently launched into the stratosphere, especially if it's an enemy soldier that you beat unconscious and strap them in for a rude awakening. However, as it turns out, it's not just items and potential recruits that you can transport back to the main base using the Fultons. You can actually give yourself a ride back home as well. Once you upgrade your Fulton to be able to carry heavy objects like containers and vehicles, you can actually hop into the Fultoned object before it leaves in order to trigger an instant return to base. Not only is it a stylish and rather hilarious way to travel, but it's also incredibly convenient. Unlike your regular return procedure of setting up a landing zone and then waiting for a helicopter to arrive, this is instantaneous. If you're in a pinch or simply don't feel like waiting, this is the perfect mode of travel.
First-person shooters embody the most overt kind of power fantasy. With that said, many an FPS campaign has been a right stinker. Because the genre is so saturated, many developers figured they could get away with the bare minimum. But which FPS story modes are the worst? Well, I'm here to tell you. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 worst FPS campaigns of all time. Number 10, Call of Duty Ghosts. Starting off, we have the 10th entry in a wildly popular franchise. Call of Duty Ghosts remains the most widely hated entry in the long-running series, and this comes down to its universal lack of innovation. The game was already shaping up to be a real letdown upon its reveal at the Xbox One event, with the developers focusing on trivial features like fish AI and a SEAL team service dog. So we had an inkling the developers had very little to offer. When Call of Duty Ghosts arrived in November 2013, it successfully met those low expectations. Taking place in the near future, we follow the brothers Hesh and Logan as they fight to defend a devastated United States. The two soon join the Ghosts to take out the cartoonish villain Rourke, and the same shallow power fantasy ensues. It's by far the worst campaign in the series, with its ridiculous story and samey scenarios. Mechanically, Call of Duty Ghosts still plays and runs well enough, but at this point gamers were sick and tired of its refusal to improve. The disappointment was only amplified by the onset of the 8th generation of game consoles. The expectation to take advantage of more powerful hardware rang hollow from the outset. Number 9, Halo 5 Guardians. Halo is a household name as a shooter franchise. Its campaigns were always on point thanks to superb level design and enemy encounters. Even when the franchise initially moved to 343 Studios in 2012, there was never a campaign mode that was widely disliked by the fans. Unfortunately, that changed when Halo 5 Guardians showed up in 2015. Sold as a controversial battle between the rogue Master Chief and newcomer Locke sent out to hunt him, Halo 5 Guardians arrived on the Xbox One with the worst story of the franchise. It was poorly told thanks to endless exposition and badly written encounters. Much of the professed morally grey areas were found to be very misleading, as Locke and Chief's confrontation was a laughably bad sumo fight. It didn't help that the campaign's overarching design was far weaker than previous games, and there were few memorable moments to be found, with the campaign often boiling down to shooting galleries. The much touted 4-player co-op also fell short, as there was no difference between the different characters you could choose when starting a mission. The first campaign in the long-running series to fail with players, Halo 5 Guardians put 343 Industries on notice, and to this day, their reputation with players is rocky at best. Number 8, Destiny. From one sci-fi franchise to another, Bungie captivated millions of gamers for a full decade with the Halo series, weaving their major releases together with brilliant campaigns which made full use of the gameplay sandbox. After parting ways with Microsoft, Bungie would team up with Activision for their next big property. Destiny quickly became one of the most anticipated titles of the 8th generation, but the end result fell far short of the developer's pedigree. As one of the most expensive games ever made at the time, many were baffled at its failings. Destiny is a quasi-MMO that sees players take the role of nameless warriors looking to fight back against dark forces in a future galaxy ravaged by destruction. While it professes to offer a seamless blend between single and multiplayer modes, something was lost along the way. Bungie's talent for making great shooting remained intact, but Destiny's story and design were highly mediocre. A baffling step backwards for Bungie, which relied so heavily on defense sequences and hollow storytelling. All too often players were tasked with generic objectives and funneled down overly linear levels. While aspects of the franchise have seen some improvement since its 2014 debut, the original title still left a bitter taste for many longtime fans. Number 7, Medal of Honor Warfighter. Of the many cookie-cutter modern military shooters that lined the 7th generation, few were as roundly disappointing as Medal of Honor Warfighter. The once mighty series had been resurrected back in 2010, moving into modern combat in a bid to compete with its nemesis Call of Duty. This push continued in 2012 with Medal of Honor Warfighter, which ended up putting the series right in the ground. While its multiplayer was mostly unremarkable, the campaign was a real slog. As Tier 1 operative Preacher, you took on various armed operations around the globe, while struggling to maintain a family life back home. Warfighter's campaign stood out for its mind-numbingly scripted scenarios. The game simply didn't trust the player to work their way outside of the regular objectives, so it funneled them through every single level, with no room for variation or experimentation. Whether you ran into instant death scenarios for pushing too far forward or taking control away from the player, the game was unbelievably restrictive. With its bland story and equally dull gameplay, Warfighter had very little going for it, and the franchise came to an end shortly afterwards. From here, full attention was placed on DICE's Battlefield franchise instead, followed by Danger Close Studios being shut down by EA. Number 6. Battlefield 3. Next up on the list is Battlefield 3, developed by DICE. As EA's premier shooter franchise, this third entry was tipped as the biggest release yet. With a solid base established by Battlefield Bad Company 2 the previous year, the 2011 release saw it go head-to-head with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. While it was certainly a masterful title when it came to online multiplayer, the game's campaign was a different story. At the time, it had become standard to include a story mode, but this was often left as an afterthought in favor of PvP battles. Battlefield stood out as one of the biggest offenders of that trend. As US Sergeant Blackburn, you're being interrogated by the higher-ups over a trio of lost nukes. So begins a recount of various events with different soldiers around the globe. It turned out to be horrendously restrictive in its design and a poor preparation tool for the far superior online modes. To many, it's still the worst campaign ever seen in the franchise. While the series has never been known for offering a compelling single-player package, the way Battlefield 3 took such a big step back from its sister spin-off makes it all the more disappointing. Number 5. Resistance 2. Outside of Killzone, another lesser-known FPS under Sony's banner was Resistance, developed by Insomniac Games. After anchoring the launch of the PlayStation 3, many had high hopes that its follow-up would deliver the goods. When Resistance 2 arrived in 2008, it appeared to be a bigger and better sequel in every way. Its online offering was especially impressive, with 60-player matches on console and an 8-player cooperative mode that had never been done before. Clearly, Insomniac was very ambitious in expanding in this area. The same mindset, though, did not carry over to the campaign. Aiming to fall in line with the common shooter formula, R2 featured a 2-weapon limit, regenerative health, and far more linear objectives. The result is a far less enjoyable mode. The story continues the operations of Nathan Hale as he attempts to defend the United States from an alien onslaught. Falling into the trap of trying to be like Call of Duty, Resistance 2 severely neutered its diverse arsenal and added on a ton of cheap deaths to boot. Outside of the large-scale boss fights, R2 is a massive slog. While it received praise from critics at the time, it's aged very poorly in recent years. Number 4. Aliens Colonial Marines. Now we come to one of the most notorious licensed games ever released. Aliens Colonial Marines was a dream project put in the hands of Gearbox Software. It promised to deliver the ultimate experience of the 1986 classic while also providing a fully canonized story that would make amends for Alien 3. Trailers and demos got the fanbase super pumped. Then once the game finally arrived in 2013, it was a disaster. It turned out that Gearbox had outsourced the game to multiple studios, lied about the title's content, and made some seriously baffling decisions when it came to immersing players in the wider setting. Taking place shortly after the events of Aliens, the player follows a team of Colonial Marines sent to investigate the missing USS Sulaco. Of course, things don't go according to plan, and the team ends up stranded on LV-426 in a fight against the Xenomorphs. What could have been the best Aliens game of all stood as a crushing disappointment in every way. Aliens Colonial Marines is a disgrace to its license, relying too heavily on combat with mercs alongside moronic xenomorph foes. Luckily, Sega did respond to the backlash and greenlight Alien Isolation, which, as we know, turned out to be a far superior title. Number 3. Haze. Developed by the now defunct Free Radical, Haze was another effort in the FPS genre on PlayStation that fell at the first hurdle. To this day, very few gamers remember it. At the time, Haze was the subject of much hype, with some outlets calling it Sony's Halo killer. It takes place in a future ruled by war. As Shane Carpenter, you join up with Mantle, a private military company who juices up their soldiers with a drug called Nectar. However, upon learning the truth of Mantle's corruption, Carpenter switches sides to join the rebel group The Promised Hand. It's a worthy premise, but the result, of course, was disastrous, or it wouldn't be on this list. On occasion, Haze did offer some light enjoyment with the differences between the two factions, but for the most part, it was an utter mess. Brain-dead enemies, an atrocious story, and bland levels all conspired to ruin the experience. This failed PS3 exclusive featured terrible AI and massively wasted potential when looking at its two warring factions. What made it doubly disappointing was how many of the developers could trace their experience back to GoldenEye on the N64. The team knew how to make a compelling FPS, but fell so short when it came to the 7th generation. Number 2. Duke Nukem Forever. Next, we have Duke Nukem Forever, a game that spent too many years in development under several different studios. It was quickly consigned to the bargain bin on release. First announced in 1997, the 5th main installment had great promise at first. 3D Realms was looking to take advantage of new hardware and really push the series to the next level. What followed was the most infamous case of gaming vaporware. As the years rolled on and development changed hands, it became clear that the final product was going to struggle to meet expectations. Duke Nukem returns after a long absence to tackle an alien race that are hell-bent on taking Earth's women. Arriving in 2011, those who waited patiently for the game ended up being very disappointed. Duke Nukem Forever stands as a shooter that lacked impact in both gameplay as well as its wider design. Over a decade in the making, Duke's final adventure fell victim to the most generic of modern shooter trends. What could have been an old-school style romp instead became a title desperate to copy the competition, with some crappy humor as well, which might have landed when it was first worked on, but certainly didn't when it came out. It's now been a full 10 years since Duke's last major release, and the character's nowhere to be seen. Number 1. Rogue Warrior. Last but not least, we have Rogue Warrior, by far the worst entry on the list and one of the laziest titles in recent memory. It was patched together by Rebellion Developments and released in 2009. While the game had been in the pipeline since 2006, the game moved from Zombie Studios and changed its focus in the process. Upon release, it was widely panned by critics, having seemingly been rushed out the door with minimal effort. Judging by the game's voice acting and dialogue, it appears much of the budget may have gone towards hiring one actor in particular. The game's one claim to fame was the use of leading man Mickey Rourke, who voices protagonist Richard Marchenko. This real-life Navy SEAL heads behind enemy lines to conduct covert operations. Outside of its abysmal gameplay, terrible graphics, and weak controls, Rogue Warrior is remembered the most for its ludicrous use of foul language. As Rourke swears and romps his way through the terrible campaign, gamers were treated to an awful experience. It offered many a laugh to those who stumbled across it on the web many years ago, but that hardly matters. Loaded with expletives and janky gameplay, Rogue Warrior is the worst FPS campaign of the last 20 years, but let us know if you agree. Picking a faction for your character to support in a video game is a big decision. The world you play in can be inhabited by a variety of different groups and organizations, and joining one over others can completely change how you experience the story. In some cases, a faction you might decide to choose might seem like one thing at a first glance, and then turn out to be something completely different. More specifically, a faction that poses as the good guys is secretly full of evil villains. You won't know this going in, but the do-gooders and heroes your character allies themselves with will turn out to be monsters, traitors, or a conspiracy of fanatics ready to unleash true hell upon the world. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 good video game factions that are secretly evil. Number 10. The Loyalists, Dishonored. The Loyalist Conspiracy, or the Loyalists for short, is a group from the original Dishonored that's dedicated to helping Corvo rescue the Empress's daughter, Emily, and reinstate her on the throne. The conspiracy eventually betrays Corvo to turn Emily into a political puppet and therefore put themselves in charge, becoming the antagonist of the third act of the game. But if you pay close attention to the various hints left throughout the world, you can actually figure out that the loyalists are not the humble servants they claim to be way earlier. If you use the heart on the loyalist leader, Admiral Havelock, it will reveal to you some secrets about his past. The heart will first tell you that he used to be a whale hunter who killed the creatures for greed and pleasure, and then that he was a mutineer who, contrary to the official story, defected from the Navy after the Empress's death, not because of being outraged by the assassination, but to attempt to seize control over the military, further alluding to his true motive. Havelock and his buddies were setting you up from the get-go, and it was staring you in the face the whole time. Number 9. The Golden Path, Far Cry 4. Most Far Cry games feature sympathetic villains who, despite their cruelty and sadistic tendencies, have some good reason to do the things they do. Far Cry 4 is no different in this regard from Pagan Min, but it also does something extra by making its heroes, the Golden Path, the game's secret true bad guys. The Golden Path is Kyrat's rebel faction, run by Sabal and Amita, a deeply spiritual traditionalist and a progressive freedom fighter, respectively. Their idealistic views and connection to your character's father make their group seem like the only hope for Kyrat's freedom. But once they manage to dethrone the dictator Pagan Min with your help, their true colors begin to shine. Not only do both leaders ask you to assassinate the other to secure all power for themselves, they use this power to exploit their country. If you side with Sabal, the man and his warriors turn Kyrat into a theocratic and intolerant dictatorship. Amita, on the other hand, becomes an oppressive criminal who uses slavery and child labor to peddle drugs out of the country. When the Golden Path said they fought for freedom, what they meant was the freedom to let their leaders do as they please. Number 8. Fireflies, The Last of Us. The Fireflies are an organization of rebels in the Last of Us universe that tries to liberate the United States from Fedra, the remnants of the military controlling all major cities in the country after the outbreak. Now, the main reason most people will consider the Fireflies to be the game's bad guys is because of the final act, where they attempt to kill Ellie in order to find the cure for cordyceps. However, aside from that, their mission to free people from Fedra's oppression seems noble, and even their decision to sacrifice Ellie feels justified given what's at stake. Except the Fireflies are actually a terrible organization. Throughout the game, you learn through conversation, notes, and even direct experience that the Fireflies aren't any better than their enemies. The settlements that they liberate usually only replace one tyrannical power for another, only more bloodthirsty and disorganized. Their wars just make the US wasteland more chaotic, not free, and whenever they win, bloodshed and terror follow. So if you felt bad about helping Joel blast his way through their members in the final sequence in part 1, just know that you are probably doing some settlements under Firefly control a big favor. Number 7. The Iron Hand Gnomes, Baldur's Gate 3. As far as fantasy races go, Baldur's Gate 3's gnomes have to be the most chaotic, unhinged, and unstable people. Each gnome you meet in the game is either an eccentric inventor or someone who's clearly going through something. But despite this, you wouldn't really accuse them of being capable of committing mass genocides. And yet, that's exactly what happens with the Iron Hand gnomes. The Iron Hand clan is a family of gnomes that your party encounters throughout all 3 acts of the game, usually as victims of the Absolute, getting tortured, enslaved, and killed off by the cultists, which makes them somewhat sympathetic. All of that changes, however, once you reach Act 3 of the game, and the gnomes' leader, Wulbren, reveals that the gnomes want to take revenge on another oppressed gnome clan that drove them out of Baldur's Gate. To accomplish this goal, the Iron Hands aim to detonate a devastating bomb that will kill hundreds of innocents. If that doesn't already sound bad, the reason the Iron Hands were exiled in the first place was because they used to be allied with Sarevok, the evil spawn of the god of murder Baal. They might be small and unlucky, but they're real wolves in gnome clothing. Number 6. Followers of the Apocalypse, Fallout New Vegas. Most factions in Fallout New Vegas come in different shades of ethical grey, but if players had to pick one objectively good faction, many would choose the Followers of the Apocalypse, an organization comprised of doctors and scientists dedicated to improving the quality of life in the wasteland. Their idealistic goals and genuine intentions make them seem like true saints amidst chaos and darkness, but their past operations in Nevada are a tale of how the noblest of people can in fact be the source of the greatest evil when their ambitions are combined with inaction and irresponsibility. Some of the worst disasters in New Vegas are as a result of the followers' improvements. Caesar, the Legion's founder, learned how to create his army of raiders by studying to become a follower, and the Khan's gang learned how to manufacture dangerous drugs on a mass scale after the followers attempted to teach them the basics of medicine. The followers' efforts, for all their good intentions, tend to lead to disasters, as they're quick to back out of their missions when things go south, and then they refuse to solve or acknowledge the issues. Sometimes the greatest evil is inaction in the face of disaster, especially if you're the one who created it. Number 5. Alliance, World of Warcraft. Over the years, World of Warcraft's writers have devolved the Horde into cartoonishly evil villains while turning humans and the Alliance into the perfect good guys. While the new war chiefs of the Horde commit every war crime under the sun, the Alliance acts as the voice of reason and compassion in Azeroth. Well, that is, except under the surface, they aren't the good Samaritans the main story makes them out to be. Their noble faction holds a rather malicious intent that could completely outdo even the Horde's bombings and raids should it come to fruition. The thing is that over the years of suffering the Horde and experiencing many tragedies at the faction's hands, the Alliance leaders secretly want to eradicate all of the Horde races once and for all. The grudges they developed have grown to the extreme, creating a wave of genocidal tendencies within the faction. In fact, some leading voices within the humans' official church and military want to go as far as to eradicate all races for the sake of their people's safety, including their own allies. Obviously, not all Alliance members share this sentiment, especially the latter one, but if you thought the faction was all knights in shining armor, the lore is a little more complicated than that. Number 4. The Dalish Elves, Dragon Age Origins. In the world of Dragon Age Origins, most elves live in poverty, oppressed by the humans who kept them enslaved for as long as they can remember. The only exception to this is the Dalish elves, who manage to escape their human oppressors and live as traveling tribes, following the teachings of their ancestors. Now, all of that said, the Dalish aren't an innocent group, which you can discover when your warden comes to help them with the curse of lycanthropy in their camp. In the mission, you discover that the werewolves that attack the Dalish are a creation of the elves' keeper Zathrian, who centuries ago turned some humans into monsters as revenge for crimes against his tribe. The werewolves attacking the elves are the men's descendants who had nothing to do with the events and spread the curse to the Dalish to force Zathrian to reverse it. However, the pride and hatred of Zathrian's people make him refuse to lift the curse, even if it means the death of his own kin. When you begin the quest, you think the elves are the victims, but when you finish it, you realize they were behind everything that went wrong in their forest the entire time. Number 3. Colorado Springs, Wasteland 3. The story of Wasteland 3, the 2020 post-apocalyptic RPG, follows a group of rangers from Arizona as they attempt to secure an alliance with the leader and liberator of Colorado Springs, called the Patriarch. Given his status, his past accomplishments, and the fact that he's willing to help your people, you're led to believe that the Patriarch's faction is the only beacon of hope in the freezing Colorado wasteland. However, as you progress through the story and complete some side missions, you uncover that the springs are only nice on the surface. Following the clues given to you by a fellow ranger, you can discover that the peace and success of the Patriarch and his city are built on the backs of slaves and victims of war. In order to prevent various raider bands from attacking Colorado Springs, the Patriarch has made a deal with them. He willingly lets the bandits terrorize other settlements without interfering, and as a bonus, he provides them with free slaves in the form of undesirables from his city. The guards and influential families in Colorado secretly help him accomplish getting the goods out of town. So if you thought you could team up with the Patriarch guilt-free, you probably want to think again. Number 2. The Minutemen, Fallout 4. Fallout 4's Minutemen are the definition of the Commonwealth's good guys. Their faction's whole purpose is to show up and save people from danger and solve their problems, which is why so many Fallout players consider them to be the boring goody two-shoes faction. However, what most people don't realize is that this is what the Minutemen are like after their collapse, Once Preston makes you their new general and helps you rebuild the faction into the settlement-marking empire you see in the game. The past iteration of the faction, however, was something completely different. When you visit Quincy, the town Preston flees from in the beginning of the game, you get a glimpse into the corrupt past of his people. Following notes and context clues, you learn that Quincy was under attack by the Gunners. The town called the Minutemen for help, but instead of helping, their leaders decided to collaborate with the Raiders in order to get a share of the spoils, even helping them kill all the innocents along the way. Prior to their demise, the Minutemen were full of corrupt and exploitative people, so if they have any good reputation after you take the reins, it's mostly just because of you. Number 1. The Companions, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The Companions are a warrior guild in Skyrim, and your go-to group for when you're playing a melee fighter character. Or any character, because if you played Skyrim, you know it doesn't matter what build you're going for, you become king of every guild in town. The people of Skyrim hold the Companions in high regard due to their history as the descendants of Ysgramor's original band of warriors that settled in the region. But the reality of their organization is much darker than that of noble Nords and heroes. The first and most obvious of the Companions' dark secrets is their werewolf curse, which they willingly pass down to their most esteemed members. Anyone who's finished the Companions' questline knows this, and has seen the disregard with which Ayla treats you, hacking and slashing through the people of Whiterun on your first night of transformation. However, there are other reasons to believe the Companions are scumbags that aren't anything lofty like an ancient Daedric curse. Doing side quests for the guild and interacting with NPCs around Skyrim reveal that your noble friends are mostly just thugs. They're frequently hired to intimidate and extort people for wealthy individuals, and they don't seem to question anything so long as the coin is good. So much for upholding your ancestors' honor.
Now, when you're making an open world game, one of the must-have elements of your title is making some parts of the world more dangerous than others. And while it may seem counterproductive to lock certain areas off from the player for much of the game, doing so builds intrigue in the player's mind and makes them want to get stronger so they can see what all the hubbub is about. But saying that, some of them are a challenge above just being a challenge. So let's have a chat about them today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 open world locations you shouldn't enter. Number 10. Sawtooth Cauldron, Borderlands 2. At the bottom of this list, because the tight world building of Borderlands 2 ensures that you will be coming here one way or another, Sawtooth Cauldron from Borderlands 2 almost never provides you with a fun time when you do arrive. You see, it's one of the most difficult areas in the vanilla Borderlands 2, not solely due to the levels of the enemy within, though that certainly doesn't help, but because of the terrain. The Cauldron is notorious for having incredibly poor cover for players, and a lot of enemies who have really good cover. Even going in there with adequately leveled gear, don't be shocked if you end up in the fight for your life mode a few dozen times, especially considering the amount of explosive barrels all over the bloody place. With enough grinding and finding the right gear though, the determined player will be able to brute force their way through it, but it's no wonder this place has stuck in fans' craws for all the wrong reasons. Number 9. Corrupted Zone 11, Horizon Zero Dawn. In a world filled with insane homicidal machinimals, whatever, it only makes sense that some areas of the map would be considered off-limits due to the abundance of said creatures. Enter the Corrupted Zones. There are 11 of these things out there in the world, each one set at a certain level, so you can't just do them all in one go. The level difference between each Corrupted Zone can be quite a leap though, and the hardest one of them all is Corrupted Zone 11. Across the fandom, one type of machine is spoken of with fear: the Rock Breaker. A mechanical mix between a weasel and a shark. Fighting just one of these things is a bad time, recommended only to those with high-level gear, a high vantage point, and at least a few explosive arrows. So of course, this zone throws 2 of the damn things at you. Entering this zone with anything less than all 3 of the above-mentioned points is an almost guaranteed game over. Rock Breakers are some of the toughest fights in the entire game when you're just taking on one, so having to fight 2 was an exercise in bloody torture. Number 8. Leontine's Ring, Dragon Age Inquisition. The final ultimate challenge of vanilla Dragon Age Inquisition is the easternmost area of Emprise du Lion, in which you will find the 3 hardest dragons in the game. This whole area should be considered off-limits until the very end of the game, even post-finale, but the third and final area of these should especially be saved for at least until you are about as strong as you bloody well can be. Because at the bottom of Leontine's Ring, you'll find a sleeping Highland Ravager, the strongest dragon in the game. This dragon will not attack you until you attack first, so there's literally no one to blame for yourself if you get into a fight with this thing. These 3 dragons will demand everything you have if you take them on, and the only reason they're so far down on this list is because you have to clear a dungeon and then build an entire bridge just to reach it. These 2 roadblocks are essentially a test to ensure that you are prepared for the fights ahead. It's also worth noting that the quest Breeding Grounds will disappear following the defeat of a Highland Ravager, so players must pick this up before engaging in the fight, so all the more reason to consider not picking this bloody thing. Number 7. Caelid, Elden Ring. Now, nowhere in Elden Ring is safe for the Tarnished, so singling out just one area was pretty difficult, but blow for blow and death for death, nowhere will grind your gears harder than the Crimson Plains of Caelid. Now, Caelid is considered one of the hardest areas in the entire game, and the competition for that title is fierce. In the wake of the devastating battle between Melania and Radahn, Caelid has become a hellish centerpiece for the Scarlet Rot Plague, which you will become infected with if you enter this area. Step 1 of braving this area is preparing in advance for that, but it's far from the worst thing here. Even if you are prepared for the rot, the monsters that fill this nightmare land will make mincemeat out of any rookie player who has gotten lost, from spitting plants to birds that swoop in out of nowhere to archers that will snipe you from frustratingly ingenious ambush points. This place makes some areas of the lands between look like a cakewalk by comparison. Naturally, Elden Ring will not stop you from entering this place long before you're ready. After all, there's no more effective deterrent than letting you make your own mistakes. Number 6. Hantu Island, Just Cause 2. Now, Panau is a dangerous country. I mean, most places Rico Rodriguez visits are, but there's one place where even Panay's goons fear to go, and that's Hantu Island. What makes Hantu Island so dangerous is the fact that entering is a hell of a lot easier than leaving. You see, there's a giant EMP generator on the island that will knock any plane you're flying out of the sky if you get too close. And while it is out of the way, there's still a chance that you'll fly a bit too close to this secret island and having to fight your way back out. Who will you be fighting? Oh, no one that special, just the goddamn Imperial Japanese Navy. Yes, it turns out Hantu Island was part of Imperial Japan's naval operations back in World War II, but communications broke down after the war, so when Rico either crashes on the island or goes there for a mission, he'll have to contend with an entire island of insane, elderly Japanese soldiers who are still very convinced that the war is still on. Better just not to bother if you ask me. Number 5. The Ocean, The Witcher 3. Just the entire ocean. Just do not mess with it. Not because of anything specific that lives down there. Honestly, the biggest problem with The Witcher 3's world is the lack of any Kraken-type sea monsters to harass you while on the waves. It's actually more to do with how frustrating the mechanics of sailing are, particularly in combat. You see, the trick of fighting on a boat in this game is that your boat can be destroyed while in combat. Well, okay, you might say that sounds potentially frustrating, but not too bad. However, the key thing is that the boat isn't immune to friendly fire. Misfire a spell, mistime a sword swing, do either or both of these things too many times? Well, you better hope you're a good swimmer because you're about to do a lot of it now you've inadvertently destroyed your own boat. And no, you cannot fast travel back to shore. Fast travel while on the ocean only works if you're on a bloody boat. So if you can help it, just give the sea a nice wide berth. Number 4. New Austin, Red Dead Redemption 2. Now, being a wanted man means that a lot of places are off limits, even in the communication-challenged Wild West. And in Red Dead Redemption 2, one of the big ones is New Austin. You can't enter New Austin safely until the epilogue. Don't even try before that, you won't last long. You see, after the Blackwater Massacre, the Pinkertons put the entire state on lockdown. The furthest you can go in is Blackwater, and even then, just walking into the place will get you an instant wanted level and a horde of cops to outrun. If you spend too long in New Austin, you can expect Arthur Morgan's story to end quite abruptly indeed. Going too far into New Austin and an invisible sniper will gun you down right quick. You can't see or find them, but their bullets can sure as hell find you. It's much better to consider that entire portion of the map off limits until the epilogue of the game. Unless you know some very specific glitches, there ain't nothing for you here except pain and suffering. Number 3. Quarry Junction, Fallout New Vegas. If you actually stick around Good Springs and talk to the locals, you'll very quickly learn that the direct road to New Vegas is a bad idea. Apparently, there are creatures that are, to quote one of the townsfolk, just absolutely mad when you shoot them. Every faction in the wasteland avoids that entire stretch of road, and if you fail to heed these warnings and try to hoof it straight to Vegas anyway, you'll swiftly learn why. In short, death claws. Lots and lots and lots of death claws. And we ain't talking about the agile but perfectly manageable death claws you find in Boston. No, these are old school Fallout if you see one run style death claws, and this place is packed to the gills with these things. For some reason, Quarry Junction has been invaded by an entire pack of the creatures who have chosen the labyrinthine mine tunnels as their new home, and they've mostly been allowed to do so because an entire pack of Deathclaws can do whatever the hell it wants. Unless you're at least halfway to the level cap and decked out in the highest level gear and packing a lot of ammo, it is recommended you leave this place be. Number 2. Colosseum Ruins, Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. What makes Breath of the Wild stand out from the Zelda games before it is its wholehearted embrace of the open world format. It would give you a general direction, but in no way stop you from doing your own thing. Why, it won't even stop you from entering the Colosseum Ruins. It'll just sit back and laugh as the horrors within pummel you into a vaguely Hylian-shaped puddle. The Colosseum Ruins are adapted to your progress in the game, both in terms of enemies and the loot you get for defeating them. By default, the ruins are filled with black bokoblins and moblins, with one silver Lionel, which is one of the toughest enemies in the game, in the center. Needless to say, it's not a fun time if you go in there unprepared. So why go in at all? Well, because the loot drops from defeating enemies in here increase in power depending on how many divine beasts you've actually freed. However, the Lionel in the center also gets stronger. God help you if you go in after finishing all 4, because while the weapon drops are definitely worth it, waiting for you will be the rare and punishingly difficult Golden Lionel. Do not step into this ring unless you are prepared to bring the pain. And number 1, the Glacial Cave, Skyrim. Because of the scaling difficulty of Bethesda games, the parts of the game where the difficulty is fixed can hit you all the harder, but at least games like Skyrim give you ample warning beforehand. The Glacial Cave in the Dragonborn DLC is likely one of the very last things a Skyrim player going for 100% will do, due to what lies within being easily the hardest boss in the entire game. But even before going there, you have to brave an ice storm that will ragdoll you and deal damage over time. When you do make it through all of that, you'll have the opportunity to slay Karstag, the hardest boss in the game. This level 99 ghost will flatten all but the strongest, with powerful swings, the ability to slow down the player's movement, and multiple high-level wraiths backing him up. You should not go anywhere near this part of the game until you are 100% prepared for what's ahead of you. Trust me, you never really will be.
Getting an achievement for accomplishing something impressive in a game is a genuinely great feeling. However, sometimes the challenge you need to overcome for a sweet dose of dopamine borders on impossible, yet the developers expected you to complete it anyway. For this reason, most of the achievements I'm going to be talking about probably haunt your list of accomplishments, forever reminding you you'll never get 100% completion on your favorite game. On the other hand, if you manage to get one of these, you better report down to that comment section. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 achievements awarded for doing the impossible. Number 10. Yes, I am the real Gary. Gary's mod. If you ever tried organizing a hangout or social event, you probably know how hard it is to get people to come to one place. Now imagine doing so with a complete stranger with an endless list of random servers inside a 2-decade-old game, and you get Gary's mod's infamous Yes, I am the real Gary achievement. Yes, I am the real Gary is an achievement awarded to those lucky players who've managed to play on the same server as the creator of the game, Gary Newman. When the game had just launched, Gary was making frequent appearances, but it'd still be pretty impressive if you happened to meet the real Gary, so it was even then a rare accomplishment. Nowadays, when his appearances become more and more sporadic, it pretty much borders on impossible. He's basically become a mythical unicorn that appears once in a blue moon to bless the lucky few, and then disappears for another indeterminate amount of time. And like hunting a unicorn, Bigfoot, or any other fantastical creature, the only thing you're likely to find searching after it is a crushing and resounding sense of disappointment. Number 9. XXL Fight Night Round 4. Fight Night Round 4 is a boxing game with a rather in-depth and competitive multiplayer scene, at least at the time of its release. The multiplayer mode, which is now mostly inactive, came with an actual championship fight in which players would compete against each other in order to obtain the title and the belt of the champion of one of the 3 weight divisions. Now that all sounds nice and fun, but the problem is the game also came with achievements for winning the championship belt. Seeing as there could only be one champion at a time and thousands of players wanted the achievement, you can probably see where we're going with this. Getting the championship title in Fight Night Round 4 was about as possible as getting one in real life. Aside from climbing to the top of the game's rankings just to be able to qualify to fight the champion, you also needed to have that player be available. So unless you knew them personally or they were constantly online, even setting up a match with them was up to chance. All this, and we're not even talking about winning the fight. That's how badly the odds are stacked against you. Number 8. Secret DLC Achievements. Hellboy: The Science of Evil. Sometimes game developers can overestimate the potential success of their product, and in the case of Hellboy: The Science of Evil, this kind of optimistic prognosis has led to the creation of achievements no one will ever be able to get. The 2008 Hellboy game features a number of secret achievements that can't be unlocked even after the player has reached 100% completion. Why? Because the achievements are connected to the game's DLC, which has never actually been released. Though the developers were planning on making extra content for the game, its poor performance, lack of popularity, and less than average reviews forced the company to scrap all projects related to the game and then abandon it altogether. What the players were left with in the aftermath of this decision was a painfully incomplete list of achievements that would forever haunt their profile page. The worst part is that because the achievements are secret, you can't even tell what exactly you would have had to do in order to get them. Actually, I mean, it's probably for the best. The less you have to think about this cursed title is probably the better. Number 7. Hammered: Divinity Original Sin 2. One of the toughest enemies the player can encounter in Divinity Original Sin 2 is Dallas the Hammer, a powerful sorceress who is actually an equally powerful necromancer masquerading as her. There's an achievement for defeating this end game level boss right at the start of your journey, and if this sounds impossible to you, that's because it is. Unless you're not above using less than legitimate means to defeat her, of course. The only way to obtain this achievement, Hammered, is to use an exploit during the initial sequence on the ship that allows you to clip your character through a wall. Doing so near the storage room with explosive barrels lets you slip inside before the barrels explode in a cutscene and gives you the opportunity to stash them inside your inventory. From that point, you just need a character who's strong enough to take a bundle and then set them up near Dallas and her guards before she's even able to one-shot your squad in her dragon form. And sure, it's definitely dirty to defeat the undefeated with a row of glitched powder barrels, but in war and achievement hunting, all is fair. Number 6. World Champion: Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter offers a unique challenge in that its achievement, World Champion, requires the player to climb up to the top of its scoreboards in a global ranking system. As if becoming number 1 in a match wasn't hard enough, if you want to get every single achievement in the game, you have to defeat every single other player worldwide. This is obviously no simple task, as even nowadays with the game's servers being downgraded by Ubi a while ago, you'll have to beat immense odds in order to even find your name in the top 10. You're obviously not the only person eyeing that number 1 spot, and your competition, on top of being numerous, is a determined and fierce group composed of the best players the game has to offer. Of course, this achievement isn't meant to be accessible to every player, but considering how many people enjoy completing their achievement scores for every title, putting a challenge like that as a requirement is a bit of a Tom Clancy's advanced sadism on the part of the game's developers. Number 5. Number 1. Quake 4. Quake, similar to Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, features an achievement for becoming the number 1 player in the world on its all game types leaderboard. Just as is the case with the previous World Champion achievement, this one is basically impossible to get. But what makes Quake's version a little bit more interesting is that this hasn't stopped players from coming up with strategies on how to obtain it. Several forums and Reddit posts regarding Quake's multiplayer have actually devised tactics for how you can climb the top of the leaderboard and become number 1. From setting up elaborate score point farms to having your friends sabotage their own scoring to boost your own, Quake fans are unrelenting and determined even in the face of a once-in-a-lifetime achievement like this. Unfortunately, all of these strategies still won't guarantee you'll get the achievement, as you're probably not the only person using them, and even after you've used them to climb to the top 10, you still gotta take out the remaining 9 contenders. You have to appreciate people's dedication though, if only to ensure that the hours they poured into farming points haven't gone to complete waste. Number 4. Unachievable: The Stanley Parable. Anyone who's played the Stanley Parable knows just how much it loves to mess with common gaming tropes. Its ability to flip even the most well-established video game mechanics on their heads doesn't just end with its gameplay though. It also extends to its achievements, as is the case with this one specific achievement called Unachievable. As the name suggests, it's meant to be impossible to get. Even its description in the achievement list says so, as if to mock you for thinking you could ever get 100% completion, just like this was any other normal game. Luckily, the developers weren't cruel enough to completely prevent you from obtaining Unachievable. You just have to cheat by playing with the game's files and altering them so that the achievement automatically unlocks itself the next time you boot the game. Alternatively, you can also perform a sequence of random and impossible to predict actions that fans of the Stanley Parable are still struggling to understand to this day. Leave it to Stanley Parable to mentally torment its players even when they're not playing. Number 3. Emperor, Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online's war for the Cyrodiilic throne is possibly one of the most chaotic, overpopulated, and time-consuming competitive modes you can experience in an MMORPG. It's a huge server-wide clash between the 3 warring factions in the game that involves hundreds of players at a time. The chance of your faction of choice becoming the dominant force in the region is a matter of collective effort, time investment, and tons of luck. However, if this already doesn't sound hard enough, ESO features a special achievement for accomplishing this and being crowned Cyrodiil's new emperor for being the best of the best. Simply called Emperor, the achievement is obtained once your faction takes all provinces of Cyrodiil from the other factions, then holds them long enough to elect an emperor from among its soldiers. Since there can only be one, and it's always the highest ranking player of the victorious faction, the chance of you becoming one is astronomically low. After all, it might take dozens of hours before you'll even see the war in Cyrodiil come to an end, and it'll usually be on the losing side of the conflict. Number 2. Realm First, Level 80, World of Warcraft. Getting to the max level in World of Warcraft is a great and daring task. It takes a ridiculous amount of time and grinding, as well as plenty of dungeon raids that will help you get the final couple of levels faster once the rest of the world has little left to offer. Becoming level 80 is an achievement of its own, and yet, for some reason, the game's developers decided to push it even further and turn it into a server-wide race with its Realm First line of achievements. The achievements are awarded to those of the few most dedicated players who hit the level cap on their character faster than anyone else on the server. As you can probably tell, the nature of the challenge means only one person on the server can actually get it. After the number 1 spot has been claimed, you either have to concede defeat and live with the knowledge that your achievement list will never be full, or try your luck on another server. Either way, be glad that World of Warcraft doesn't include an achievement for its World First competition as well. Number 1. Greatest Rayman Ever, Rayman Raving Rabbids. The 2009 party game Rayman Raving Rabbids is as broken things go. It has broken controls, broken minigames, and most importantly, broken achievements. If the other 2 mismanaged features weren't enough to deter you from trying this game out, its hardest achievement, the greatest Rayman ever, in all caps, certainly will. The achievement is awarded to players who can reach a high score of over 183,000 in the game's score mode, but there's a twist. The score counter can never go that high. Yes, even if you manage to complete all the minigames in the game with a perfect score, your counter will be capped at around 170,000 points, making it impossible to ever obtain this achievement. It's not known whether this was an oversight on the developer side or a bug with the scoring system, but whatever the case may be, it's clear there wasn't a lot of thought put into the Rabbids achievement system. To be fair though, you could probably say the same about the rest of the game.
It's not something that video games tend to actively encourage, and they're definitely not going to go out of their way to pat you on the back for it, but you can kill a bunch of NPCs in video games if you want to. Also, even though most games won't pat you on the back, as ever when it comes to video games, there are some notable exceptions. In the case of the next 10 games, each offer up an unexpected, generous, and perhaps even hilarious reward for daring to kill an NPC in cold blood, just because the occasion took your fancy. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 awesome rewards from killing NPCs. Number 10. Sacrifice Victims, Grand Theft Auto 5. In case you somehow didn't think that Grand Theft Auto 5's Trevor was morally bankrupt enough, you can make things a whole hell of a lot worse by having him kidnap and sell people to a cannibal cult. Because why the hell not? The Altruist Cult is a religious organization which will pay players for picking up random drifters, or as they call them, lost souls, and then bringing them to their secluded compound. Although you are not the direct cause of death in this case, it's made abundantly clear that the people you collect and traffic to the cult are indeed killed and eaten in short order. So yeah, you're pretty much killing them yourself. Each of the deliveries will earn the player $1,000 or $2, but here comes the rub. Collect enough victims and you'll end up in a shootout with the altruists themselves. Kill them all, and then you'll be able to hoover up the $100,000 in cash they've got sitting around their base. Not bad for a day's work, even if you had to get your hands very, very dirty for it. Number 9. Barry Burton, Resident Evil Remake. In the case of Resident Evil Remake, if you're willing to throw fan-favorite character Barry Burton to the wolves, you can make the end of the game a hell of a lot easier for yourself. When Jill and Barry are attacked by Lisa Trevor, Barry asks you to give him his immensely powerful .44 Magnum back, at which point you're given the choice to comply or refuse. If you refuse, you'll be forced to watch as Lisa makes short work of Barry, and you'll then have to take her on for yourself. But there is a wider advantage. You've now got the most potent weapon in the game, apart from the rocket launcher. More to the point, the Magnum makes the tyrant boss fight later on in the game easy to the point of trivial, as you can put it down with just a single shot. Sorry, Barry, but your life was worth the ability to cheese the final proper boss battle that the game has to offer. Who's a sandwich now, Barry? Number 8. Tank Rampage Prototype. Cult classic action-adventure game Prototype has some wild trophies, which reward you for harnessing your inner madman and slaughtering as many innocent digital civilians as brutally as possible. And while the trophy for killing 53,596 infected, aptly called Trail of Corpses, devolves into a pure slog lasting many hours, there is another NPC killing trophy that's a good deal more fun. The Speed Bumps trophy requires you to hop into a tank and run over 500 NPCs. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. It'll take you all of about 10 minutes as you haul ass across town in a Death on Wheels mobile and mow down fleets of panicked humans who try in vain to escape your wrath. The only snag, if the tank gets blown up in that time or you get out of it, the death counter will reset. Considering how maniacally enjoyable this mission is though, you'll probably not be too bothered about having to start it again. Trophies may be standard fare as in-game rewards go these days, but not all games hand out digital plaudits for massacring the innocent. Number 7. The Guide, Terraria. In classic sandbox adventure game Terraria, the first NPC you encounter is the Guide, who spawns nearby and, true to his name, will acquaint you with all the gameplay basics. Hilariously though, if you decide to kill the Guide just for the hell of it, you'll receive a 4-minute buff of good luck, which increases the likelihood of tasty item drops, rare enemy encounters, the presence of specified NPCs, and better wares from the merchants. Basically, it makes life in Terraria that little bit sweeter. Yet there's no denying it, it's an odd reward for your needlessly violent act. Especially given that killing any other NPC in the game will net you negative luck for the same amount of time. Exactly why murdering the most helpful NPC in the game results in such a neat if fleeting buff is anybody's guess. Number 6. Jeremiah Compson, Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar Games strikes again, and this time with Red Dead Redemption 2's amusing pat on the back for taking out the human trash. In the Stranger mission, which if you played it, I bet you remember the antiquities of history, you'll meet Jeremiah Compson, a downtrodden man who you attempt to help by breaking into his home and reclaiming some of his possessions. Except once you're in the house, it becomes clear that Jeremiah was a proud former slave catcher, and once Arthur returns to Jeremiah, he burns most of his possessions in front of him. Jeremiah then makes a desperate attempt to shoot Arthur, but the gun jams, at which point players are given the choice: kill Jeremiah for his horrifying past, or leave him to his life of destitution. And if you decide to indulge your bloodlust and do away with Jeremiah, you'll actually receive an honor boost, which leads to better loot, cheaper goods, and NPCs engaging with you in a more affable way. Given that killing NPCs almost always results in an honor loss in the game, it's pretty telling that the game will cut you some slack for murdering a vile racist. Number 5. Coca-Tolas, Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII doles out an especially cruel reward for showing abject disregard not for human life, but that of some animals minding their own damn business. In Mount Coral, you can climb up the wall alongside the railway track and find a bird's nest, which, in addition to hosting 2 adorable chicks, also contains some unspecified treasure. As the player, you're given the choice of either taking the treasure or leaving it, and if you decide to nab it, you'll suddenly be faced with the mama bird, the Coca-Tolas. A battle will ensue against the angry bird, though she doesn't put up much of a fight, and most players should be able to cut her down in a matter of seconds. And so, we're back to the treasure, which is then revealed to be 10 Phoenix Downs. While you might have expected the treasure to be a little more fanciful and a bit less practical, you can never have enough life-restoring items in Final Fantasy, right? Number 4. Face McShooty, Borderlands 2. In Borderlands 2, Face McShooty is one of the few psychos who isn't actively baying for your blood, and you can find him hanging out at the Broke Face Bridge in the area of Thousand Cuts. More to the point, all Mr. McShooty does is stand around and loudly beg someone, anyone, to put him out of his misery by shooting him in the face. Hell, it's even a mission in its own right, aptly titled, Shoot This Guy in the Face. If you take the gig and swiftly pop a cap in his dome, he'll shout, "Thank you," as he drops to the ground like an otherwise lifeless sack of you-know-what. As for the reward, first you'll receive 385 XP and over 2,000 bucks, and then to go one better, you'll also pop the achievement. Well, that was easy. Considering the entire second it took to kill this suicidal NPC, that's a pretty good return on your time investment. Number 3. Dahlia Tal, Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow. In Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow's Jerusalem mission, you'll eventually meet up with Dahlia Tal, an undercover agent of the Israeli secret police Shin Bet, who promises to lead protagonist Sam Fisher to an underground research facility operated by terrorists. Dahlia indeed leads Fisher there, at which point Fisher's handler Lambert urges him to kill Dahlia before she disappears. Here, players are given the choice of whether to swiftly cap Dahlia or not, and if they do so, they'll basically make life a bunch easier for themselves. You see, if you spare Dahlia or don't act quickly enough, she'll show up in the final area of the level with a number of tricky snipers who have their designs on you. Conversely, if you kill Dahlia, the final area will be patrolled by a few easily dispatched cops, making it far simpler to reach the end in one piece. Yet for many players, they'll likely not find moral justification in killing Dahlia, a character who just helped you out big time. And so you'll have to endure a tougher end to the mission when you find out you probably should have taken care of her earlier. Number 2. Little Sisters, BioShock. The big dilemma throughout BioShock is whether players should harvest or save the many little sisters strewn throughout the underwater city of Rapture. Both actions have their ups and downs, yet for those who willingly harvest, that is, kill the little sisters, they'll be rewarded with more Adam, at least in the short term. Because this allows you to upgrade yourself quickly, it makes the earlier stages of the game a lot easier to get through than if you go the explicitly humanitarian route. Saving the little sisters, in comparison, nets you less Adam and makes the earlier levels harder, though you do get gifts for each 3 of them you rescue, and that will allow you to see the game's happier ending. Fans have their individual preferences for which route is best, but if you're looking for a breezy time in BioShock's early game, there's really only one answer here, if you can bring yourself to do it. Number 1. Slumsley, High on Life. Here's one for the real sickos out there. Trust High on Life of all games to push the envelope in terms of who the player is encouraged to kill, but in the very least, it also doles out a neato reward for it. While exploring the game's slum area, you'll eventually be hassled by a small, yellow alien child by the name of Slumsley, enough that impatient players will inevitably end up raising arms against him. However, the game initially prevents you from shooting him, with sentient gun Kenny straight up refusing to kill a kid. However, if you keep trying to fire, Kenny will eventually discharge a round and kill Slumsley, who hits the floor in a puddle of his own blood. Just as Kenny expresses fourth wall breaking surprise that the game actually allowed you to murder a child in cold blood, your true reward pops. An achievement hilariously entitled, "Fallout doesn't let you do this." Classic.
Now, typically, the final boss is meant to be the game's hardest challenge. I mean, this follows pretty simple logic. I mean, why wouldn't the last thing you do in a game be the most challenging? And though they are sometimes tough in their own right, sometimes the basic enemies you come across on your way to them, well, they are even worse. Oh dear. So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game enemies we hate more than the final boss. Number 10, Insect Swarms, Resident Evil 7. Now, frustration is actually kind of the point in some horror games. Even in titles with fluid, responsive controls, you're still meant to feel constantly on the back foot, so that you feel that one bad move or one wrong corner turned can make you lose it all. But you know what? The Insect Swarms in Resident Evil 7, well, they take this to an entirely new level. Being a gross house, housing gross people and filled with gross things, naturally the Baker house has a lot of bugs. The most annoying of them are the bug swarms. And while they don't do much damage as long as you're just not standing there and letting them attack you, they heavily obscure your vision, and most of your weapons can't harm them. The only way to be rid of them is with a flamethrower, and even then, you have to attack their nest if you want them to stay gone. This eats through your flamethrower ammo very quickly, and it's this ammo that you want to treasure like it's water in the desert. While at the bottom of this list, due to them adding to the game's overall theme of helplessness, it's no shock that fans hate these things way more than they hate the actual bakers. Number 9, the Marlboro, Final Fantasy series. Now, Final Fantasy loves to reuse ideas from game to game. Being a series whose every entry is fundamentally different from the ones before, it makes sense to have reoccurring elements to tie it all together, and this includes characters like the ever-present Cid, the names of spells, and indeed certain iconic enemies. But one that every fan dreads running into is the Marlboro. Now, this is a mid-tier enemy in most Final Fantasy games, but it's a rite of passage for newbies, and that's because newbies always fall foul of its most infamous ability, Foul Breath. Now, Foul Breath hits you with every status ailment in the game at once, instantly turning the flow of the fight against you because now you've got no idea how to play defense while you undo the damage. It's an infuriatingly ingenious wildcard in classic Final Fantasy's random encounter system, but you know, it's quite low on this list because, hated as it is, players usually only fall for that trick once. Unless you're profoundly unlucky, it will rarely hit you with the Foul Breath right away. And once they're wise to the game, most players will make getting the Marlboro off the board an immediate priority. Still, that hasn't stopped players from holding this tentacle nightmare demon in deeper contempt than most final bosses. Number 8, the Marauders, Doom Eternal. And the Marauders were an interesting idea for a Doom enemy. Lore-wise, they're sick as hell, being traitorous Night Sentinels who turned against the Order to serve the Khan Maker. Making these Marauders souped-up demon knights with the exact same training as the Doomslayer is an awesome idea. You know what, print it, run it, put it on a bloody billboard. But gameplay-wise, it's also an interesting challenge for the devs, since this makes the Marauders into essentially duplicates for the Doomslayer, having to fight a guy who knows how to fight back. It's just a shame that this is where the execution kinda trips up. Everyone who has played Doom Eternal hates these damn things. The reaction time demanded of the player is sometimes too tight compared to how devastating the consequences for missing it are, as the Marauder zips across the screen and can only be hurt at certain times. It also has attacks that can counter almost every tactic you employ, and getting hit once, especially on the higher difficulties, tears valleys off your health. The Marauder was a neat idea, but in execution, well, it just executed you too much, and led to the Marauder overshadowing the Khan Maker themselves for the most hateable thing in the entire game. Number 7. Birds, Ninja Gaiden. When it comes to the annoying flying enemies of the 8-bit era, most people think of the Medusa heads from Castlevania, and look, no one here is saying that they aren't one of the most annoying enemies in gaming, but people are forgetting the final form of the Medusa heads, and that is the birds from Ninja Gaiden. The secret behind what makes these birds so annoying is all about their placement. The devs seem to have taken a truly sadistic pleasure in putting these damn things in the exact spot where they can destroy your entire playthrough in one swoop, whether over bottomless pits or when you're you're already surrounded by enemies, expect to get pelted in the head by at least one rat with wings. Now, of course, we know why this is. Ninja Gaiden started as an arcade game, meaning that its priority is to drain your quarters. But that's cold comfort when you're playing it at home, and Tweety over here has knocked you down a fire pit. And it isn't like getting out of the arcades made Ninja Gaiden any easier. If anything, the game's actually got harder from there. Number 6. Prometheans, Halo 4. What made the original Halo trilogy's combat so damned good was the carefully designed variety in the Covenant enemies. Every single foe had clearly communicated tactics that complemented the others so seamlessly that when you put them together in any combination, the fight would be very interesting no matter how you cut it. Unfortunately, Bungie made their departure from the franchise in 2007, meaning that Halo 4 was due to be shepherded by a new team, and with Halo 3 ending the threat of the Covenant, a new enemy needed to be introduced to keep things moving. Enter the Prometheans. Now, the problem with the Prometheans is that they just aren't as interesting as the Covenant, based purely on one factor. There's only one race. The Covenant was made up of tons of different alien races, leading to a lot of visual and mechanical variety, but the Prometheans all look the exact same, so it does get monotonous. Plus, when they aren't being boring, they're flat out infuriating to fight due to their cheap tactics, the worst of which are the teleporting ones that incessantly dog you throughout the battlefield, leading to a ton of cheap deaths. The Prometheans were an interesting idea for a different kind of Halo enemy, being a collective hive mind instead of a religious cult, but the art design and gameplay mechanics, well, just didn't measure up. Number 5. Invading players, Dark Souls. When it comes to picking the most infuriating enemy in Dark Souls, one definitely has the pick of the litter. Through the game's intentionally wonky combat combined with the difficult mechanics and clever enemy placement, Dark Souls' enemies are a cut above the rest, even over a decade later. But to be perfectly frank, all of them pale in comparison to getting jumped by a guy who's just way better at this game than you are. One of the many reasons Dark Souls is constantly online is because if you connect to the internet while playing, you open yourself up to invasions. This is when another player can come in and just wreck your absolute business. It doesn't happen nearly as often anymore as it did back in the game's heyday, but honestly, that's sometimes even worse. At the game's most popular peak, it happened all the bloody time, which meant you had a good chance of getting some overconfident newbie you could handily beat and move on, but sometimes you get a player who would just absolutely wreck you so much that you'd probably just be left there sitting watching that bonfire flicker as you respawn, just going, can I actually do this? There is a league of difference between me and thee, and thus I cry. In short, you're dead. And now, you feel really bad about it. Number 4, Cliff Racers. The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. Sometimes an enemy doesn't have to be hard to fight, they just have to be really, really annoying. And Bethesda has gained something of a reputation for having at least one enemy per game that just grinds players' gears. Whether it's Fallout 4 and the mini-nuke super mutants, or the Slaughterfish in Skyrim with their stubborn as hell fast travel ruining aggro, but when it came to Morrowind, there was only one that could truly be classed as the worst, and that was the Cliff Racers. Traveling into Morrowind mountains will inevitably cause you to cross paths with the nation's equivalent to pigeons. They're annoying, and worst of all, they are everywhere. And like the Slaughterfish, they never leave you alone. Except these guys can fly, so it's even harder to be rid of them. And the cherry on top, of course, is the constant screeching noise they make. And when there's a lot of them, which there always are, you better believe that that sound gets real old real quick. They're not even the hardest enemy to deal with, and certainly not harder than the final boss, but these little freaks have cemented themselves in gaming history for being just so bloody obnoxious. Number 3, Tin Man, Castlevania, Order of Ecclesia. The Igarashi Castlevania games prided themselves on their challenge. Starting with Symphony of the Night with its brutal difficulty spike in the second half, the handheld Castlevania games that followed did their best to make you fight for it. And hoo boy is that ethos embodied thoroughly with Order of Ecclesia's Tin Man. Ranking higher on the hate-o-meter than Order of Ecclesia's Dracula fight is quite the accomplishment, as that fight is easily one of the hardest and cheapest in the entire franchise. But at least you only have to fight Dracula once, as there's only one of him. Neither luxury is afforded to you with the Tin Man, however. This late game enemy hits hard and very fast, easily catching up with you whenever you try to get even the smallest shred of distance. They're made of metal as well, so most blade weapons will do nothing to them, and they're constantly spinning an axe in front of your face that takes entire chunks off your health. Oh, and if you do manage to get its health down, it starts shooting a machine gun at you. Sorry, how is this fair? But at the very top of this mini list as to why this enemy is so infuriating is that Dracula's castle castle has entire rooms filled with these bloody things. No escape and no mercy. That, unfortunately, is the Order of Ecclesia way. Number 2, the Flame Chariot, Elden Ring. It's hard to pick just one enemy from Elden Ring that is the most infuriating, at least when you rule out the bosses. Every enemy in this game can, and most likely will, kill you at least a dozen times. But the one enemy that most fans agree on can take a long walk off a short pier is the Flame Chariot. The main problem with these things is that killing them is tricky, because you have to find some way to get to the driver behind the chariot to backstab them, and all the while you're getting either run over, doused in fire, or both. The only way to avoid all of that is to pull off a plunge attack from high up, but the odds of you coming across the perfect spot to do so are slim at best. Oh, and even if you do manage to kill them, you have to book it immediately or you'll die from the chariot violently exploding. Cool. And number 1, Cazadors. Fallout New Vegas. At the beginning of New Vegas, assuming you actually take the time to talk to the people of Goodsprings, you're told under no uncertain terms that taking the short, straightforward way to New Vegas is a good idea. And say hello to the reason why. Or technically the second reason, because that way, be filled with death claws. No. But yes, Cazadors. They're here, they're loud, they're vibrant, and they bring death swiftly. Because let's face it, the Cazador is the true hardest enemy in New Vegas. And they are wasps the size of your torso that move fast, hit hard, and leave a devastating poison that's almost guaranteed to kill you if the constant stinging doesn't get to you first. They're hard enough to deal with on their own, but unfortunately these nightmare beasts usually travel in packs. Your only saving grace is that they're incredibly territorial and tend to stick to the mountainous areas. So if you run afoul of them, chances are you were wandering around some place you shouldn't have been in the first place. A lesson that will swiftly and brutally be imparted on you every single time you come across them. No boss in New Vegas inspires as much instinctual terror and raw hatred as the Cazador does.
Abilities outside of your basic moves in video games are really what brings the action to light. But as cool as they've become, there are a few that really disappoint. It's not the ones that are obviously bad. We knew what we were in for with those. It's the abilities that look super spectacular on paper, but then fall apart in the execution. An insanely costly ability that does almost no damage, an initially cool looking power that scales into irrelevance in the late game, or a risk-reward dynamic that offers way too much risk compared to any other move. Whatever it is, you'll find it on this list. Here's a bunch of video game abilities that would have been amazing were it not for the Achilles heels that came with them. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 awesome video game abilities with one fatal flaw. Number 10, Wooden Sword, Ninja Gaiden. While we thought it would be fairly obvious that using a wooden sword would have its downsides, the allure of this weapon comes from the high-risk, high-reward gameplay that it encourages the player to use. Once you fully upgrade this weapon, when you drop below 25% health, you start to deal 1.5 times your normal damage, and as you lose more and more health, this increases to 200%, making you the ultimate glass cannon. This mighty mallet is known as unlabored flawlessness, which is pretty badass. While this would make an amazing mechanic on most normal weapons, the wooden sword really makes you work for it. Not only is the cost for upgrading to unlabored flawlessness a whopping 108,000 gold essence, it also leaves you incapable of using ultimate moves until it's fully upgraded, meaning you'll spend most of your time frantically grinding while hamstrung by the weapon itself. Not only that, but even when the weapon is fully upgraded, it still has some shortcomings compared to others like the Warhammer. While it's the only heavy weapon that can perform aerial attacks, it's also the only heavy weapon that can't be used to break obstacles, making for another immediate flaw that gets in the way of gameplay. Number 9, the Winged Cap, Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 was revolutionary upon release, and not just because it was the first 3D platformer. Rather than focusing on moving from point A to point B, the N64's launch title focused on exploration, allowing players to go where they wanted and perform tasks in whatever order they desired. Nothing encapsulates this more than the Winged Cap. If Mario performs 3 jumps in a row while wearing the hat, the Italian plumber will be able to take to the skies. If he blasts out of a cannon while using the item, he can soar hundreds of feet in the air, allowing him to reach otherwise inaccessible areas in seconds. Ironically though, the cap is responsible for some of the most annoying aspects of gameplay thanks to tricky controls. Maneuvering around the clouds to collect red coins or power stars isn't easy, to say the least, especially since Mario's maximum height while using the power-up decreases every second. Although the Winged Cap is one of the most iconic power-ups in the franchise, it's responsible for more deaths than most Nintendo fans would want to count. Number 8. Flamethrower, Resident Evil 5. The flamethrower is a recurring weapon in Resident Evil, appearing in most of the mainline entries. Not only does it do devastating damage, it's crucial against zippy small enemies that are hard to shoot down with a gun. Since the flamethrower quickly eats up fuel, the weapon doesn't last long, which is why it should only be used sparingly. Unfortunately, the incendiary device has an even greater drawback in Resi 5. Since the Mkono boss is vulnerable to fire, Chris and Shiva must use the flamethrower nearby to dispose of it. Due to Mkono's beefy health bar, Chris is sure to deplete the weapon's fuel before the boss drops dead. When this happens, he needs to return the flamethrower to the refueling station to fill it up. In the meantime, Chris and Shiva are left twiddling their thumbs. Unless our heroes have some flame rounds or incendiary grenades handy, they'll have to wander the room and evade Mkono while the flamethrower takes its sweet time getting ready. Even though the flamethrower is fun to use, it's annoying that 90% of this fight involves waiting for the weapon to be ready. Number 7. Zangief's Final Atomic Buster, Street Fighter series. When we say one fatal flaw, we do mean it. This super combo is one shortcoming away from being the most powerful move in all of Street Fighter. Its short startup time means it can be easily thrown after an attack, making it perfect for a frame-specific tick throw. The damage is supreme. It did a whopping 450 in Street Fighter 4, and even in other games it still melts a huge portion of the enemy health bar. And in terms of raw stats, this super combo is a beast. Besides all that, the choreography is nothing short of glorious. Watching your opponent spin helplessly between suplex after suplex before a whirling spinning piledriver is an absolute joy to watch whenever it lands. That's the problem though, landing the move. As a close-range grappler, a lot of Zangief's tools don't work well from a distance. This is usually a decent trade-off thanks to high damage, but this super combo takes it to the extreme. Using that much super gauge to watch an attack fumble is just heartbreaking. When you factor in the steep learning curve for the input, this move's flaws make it much more nuanced than slamming someone into the ground ought to be. Number 6. Gloom Sword, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Throughout Tears of the Kingdom, Link will face off against Ganondorf's servants, the Phantom Ganons. Although these specters are an absolute pain, vanquishing them will reward Link with the most powerful natural weapon in the game, the Gloom Sword. With this bad boy, the Hylian hero can make quick work of pretty much anything. It's so powerful it should incentivize players to hunt down as many Phantom Ganons as possible so they can rack up an army of Gloom Swords. And once it's fused with other items, the already OP weapon should become unstoppable. Too bad then that there's a catch. Due to the evil energy coursing through the Dark Blade, Link's maximum hearts will decrease each time he strikes an enemy with it. For this reason, consuming food or regular health potions do squat. Unless Link is armed with gloom-cancelling potions, using the Gloom Sword is a recipe for disaster. Even if Link has the right equipment to cancel the blade's ill effects, it's unwise to jump into every brawl unless they have plenty of health to spare. Number 5. Cursed Items, Golden Sun. The Golden Sun games are infamous for being loaded with the coolest weapons and items in video game history. Who wouldn't want to use a Thunder Crown or the Demon Axe? Well, there's a good reason to be cautious before hastily equipping the most awesome sounding items, and that is curses. Not the phrase curses, actual curses. A cursed item, once equipped, cannot be removed normally, meaning that if you find something better later down the line, it's a pain to struggle out of your old items and equip new ones. This means any cursed item that scales out of usefulness during late game quickly becomes an incredible hindrance. And if this wasn't bad enough, we haven't even gotten to the effects of cursed items in battle. A cursed item normally has some pretty impressive stats and damage. However, it also has a chance to prevent a character from moving on any given turn. And worse, that chance doesn't decrease, so you could get stun locked for multiple turns. Any turn-based veteran knows that losing one turn is a potentially high risk, high reward, but losing 2 in a row is certain death. Number 4. Jigglypuff's Rest, Super Smash Bros. Series. A lot of moves on this list are angling towards a high-risk, high-reward playstyle. Moves that will deal massive damage very quickly, but will leave a player vulnerable to attack if they're thrown out recklessly. Jigglypuff's down special Rest is the epitome of being left vulnerable. Jigglypuff literally falls asleep on the job. As with all of Jigglypuff's moveset as a close-range fighter, rest only works if you're right next to your opponent, but the trade-off here is that its startup is very fast and very difficult to avoid. Though it is hard to get that close, a well-timed rest will send your opponent flying. But here's where it gets tricky. After using your down special, Jigglypuff will fall asleep for 3 seconds, meaning that as your opponent comes down, you're basically helpless to stop them from descending and wiping the floor with you. Because of this, rest is best used from point-blank range in mid-air, but if you do that, you have to be careful with your positioning unless you want to fall clean off the stage. Keeping all these factors in mind at once makes rest highly difficult to pull off, but congrats if you can. Number 3. Double Lightsaber, Star Wars Jedi Academy. We've all spent forever wanting this weapon. Ever since we first saw it in Phantom Menace, we've known its incredible power. That's why Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy was so hesitant to finally grant the player the key to becoming a whirlwind of death, the double-bladed lightsaber. At least that's what we all thought anyway. As it turns out, the double-bladed lightsaber, while doing some of what it says on the tin, comes with some pretty heavy downsides. Firstly, you can't use a blaster while wielding a lightsaber in both hands, but weirder is that the lightsaber gives you a hidden move that does nothing at all. Well, next to nothing at all. The weapon's alternate attack, if pressed while moving, lets you launch a kick at your opponents, something that sounds very Darth Maul, but it looks awkwardly stiff and does almost no damage. While the double-bladed lightsaber is still good at what it does, the kick mechanic would have made it a lot more special if it actually synergized with the lightsaber's combat style in literally any way. Number 2. Shumagorath's Chaos Dimension, Marvel vs. Capcom series. Shumagorath, the Great Old One, and surprisingly a talk show host, is one of the most menacing characters in the Marvel vs. Capcom series. Seeking nothing more than pure chaos, seeing this tentacled horror creep towards your enemies is undoubtedly menacing, and his ultimate is befitting of a cosmic powerhouse. Chaos Dimension has got to be one of the best looking hyper combos across all of the Marvel vs. Capcom games, launching your opponent into a terrifying tornado of inescapable damage, swirling with striking colors and imagery. It helps that the move also does a fair bit of damage, and starts with a grab, meaning that even blocking opponents aren't safe from the chaos. However, the reason it's unblockable is because the combo startup attack is a grab, and like all grab supers across fighting games, its range is absolutely tragic. It's a real shame, with how amazing this move looks and how much damage it does, a version that snags the enemy from just a few pixels further away would be seen a lot more often. Number 1. Zantetsuken, Final Fantasy XVI. The iconic abilities in Final Fantasy XVI are aptly named. As you battle your way through summons and gain their abilities, you begin to put together some truly fantastic combinations of moves. Both visually flashy and great at tearing through enemies, using the right equips in your icon slots can allow you to style your way to victory. One of the most challenging fights in the game is the Odin-infused duel against Barnabas, and once you manage to unlock the All-Father's Arm of Darkness, you gain access to the infamous Zantetsuken. This move allows you to deal massive damage in exchange for a long startup time, a classic risk-reward scenario. But the wind-up of the move itself isn't even the beginning of the challenge. To use Zantetsuken, not only do you have to equip the Arm of Darkness, a much less damaging sword than Clive's own blade, but you have to build to level 5 if you want to make it worthwhile, forcing you to cater to this one attack over everything else. Even for such a devastating move, the amount of prep just isn't worth it. By doing things that are considered underhanded, unethical, unfaithful, or downright inhuman, players can be subjected to some pretty humbling punishments. These range from an instant game over to a soul-crushing setback to a permanent game-changing alteration that never goes away. As killing is usually the bread and butter of video games, this list won't include any punishments for murder, especially considering that a common solution to these problems is even more murder. Rest assured, however, there are plenty of other ways to flex your delinquent muscles in video games, and not all of them have you walking away scot-free. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 brutal video game punishments for breaking the law. Number 10, Death by Desecration, Salt and Sanctuary, 2016. Sanctuaries are the much appreciated safe havens in the fiendishly challenging Metroidvania adventure Salt and Sanctuary, and claiming them in the name of your creed will grant you a permanent place of respite away from the island's hideous inhabitants. Some of them belong to a creed you're not a part of, however, and while they'll still replenish your healing items and allow you to level up, you don't get the full benefit unless that sanctuary is allowed to become yours. There's a good way to do this and a bad way, and with the bad way being much more accessible, the curious and/or evil player will not hesitate to give it a whirl. Using a stained page at the altar of a sanctuary will desecrate the idol placed there, summoning legions of powerful warriors that will swiftly turn you into a pile of salted caramel. It is possible to fight them off though if you're a high enough level, and players who are rotten to the core will know that desecrating a sanctuary leads to some particularly treacherous hidden content. But the more likely outcome here is that curiosity got the better of you, and now the game is going to make sure you pay for your transgressions. Number 9, Blackmail Dr. Troy, Fallout 2, 1998. A post-apocalyptic world sure does bring out the worst in people, and in the Fallout series, most of the folk you come across are gonna be a tad on the mental side. Even when their dispositions seem pretty benign, double-crossing them is generally not a great idea if you want things to end well for you or your character. Dr. Troy is the chief physician in Vault City, and the player can come to him anytime to restore their health or remove the buildup of radiation. After meeting with him, he'll ask you to bring him a sample of the dubious performance enhancer Jet for undisclosed reasons. If drug smuggling isn't sketchy enough for you, you can then blackmail the mysterious doctor, threatening to turn him in unless he pays you a huge amount of money a month for your silence. He'll begrudgingly agree, making you think you've just got away with the steal of a lifetime. That is, until you go back to him seeking medical attention. Did you really think he was going to forget something like that? As he injects you with sodium triethylene and tells you have 10 seconds to live, you'll have your answer, and may just feel remorse for that last moment before your body literally explodes into beautifully rendered viscera. Number 8, Goodbye Again Companion Cube, Portal 2, 2011. While you're stuck miles underground in the bowels of Aperture Science's abandoned test facilities, GLaDOS's word is the law. At least that's how she wants you to see it, and since protagonist Shell's permanent silence makes her no stranger to passive aggressiveness, what's to stop her from doing something a little more deliberate? One of the game's earliest levels marks the return of the beloved weighted companion cube, a heart pattern box you grew strangely attached to in your first outing. Predicting the same thing will happen here, GLaDOS warns you against trying to smuggle it out of the test area, which is possible this time by the broken emancipation grill that would normally have disintegrated it. If you're sneaky about it, it's possible to lift the cube up to the final platform and walk towards the lift at the end. The moment definitely feels like you've successfully defied GLaDOS and outwitted the puzzle. Take another few steps, however, and your smugness will turn to utter despair as the cube floats out of your hands and fizzles away into nothing. While it doesn't affect the game going forwards, it definitely affects you, as that horrifying scene is likely burned into your mind for the rest of your playthrough. Number 7, Revenge of the Loan Sharks, Saints Row, 2006. If you're gullible or desperate enough to take out a loan from some pretty obviously dodgy people, then you can expect them to come after you and get medieval on your ass if you don't pay up on time. That's just common sense. This is exactly what happens in the original Saints Row, where borrowing any amount of money from the Firstborn Loans Company will give you a set number of days within which to return the loan. As the deadline draws near, two of the loan sharks, Mike and Dan, will badger you over the phone, repeatedly asking where their money is. Ignore them until after the deadline has passed and all hell will be raised. Mike and Dan will pursue you relentlessly, and the longer it goes on, the bigger and more destructive their efforts become. Now you can kill them, but until you pay off that loan, they'll just keep coming back to terrorize you and to coughin up the cash. Number 6, Tarnished by Evil, Mega Man Legends, 1997. The first fully realized 3D adventure in the Mega Man series, Mega Man Legends, is not without a wealth of new activities and secrets. But don't think you can just strut around the town doing anything you want, because many of your more undesirable actions have some pretty nasty consequences. If you're the type of player who'd rather be less of a Mega Man and more of a Mega Maniac, you're free to go about it in a few different ways. Is littering your thing? Find some bins and kick them over like there's no tomorrow. Fancy practicing some social skills? Go and be a general douche to everyone you meet. See a cute dog? Give it a punt across the screen for good measure. The more you do this, the more your character will literally start to darken in color. But perhaps these petty misdeeds aren't scratching your itch. If you want to go for the big one, you can stop a bank robbery, then choose to keep the stolen money for yourself. That one will turn you permanently ash black. It's not just a cosmetic punishment either, because in this state, you'll no longer be able to acquire certain power-ups or interact with certain NPCs. In short, you've snookered yourself, and all for a payout that really wasn't worth it. Number 5. Paltry Avengers, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, 2011. Famously, the inhabitants of Skyrim have a zero-tolerance policy for messing with their stuff. Stealing anything from them will land you with a bounty on your head further down the road, and trying to sell them back things you've stolen from them only ends in tears. Even those who claim to have taken an arrow in the knee will pelt after you like Sonic on steroids. But there's one indiscretion that seems to ruffle their feathers far more than anything else, more accurately, the feathers of their livestock. If you happen to kill a single chicken in a populated area, whether accidentally or on purpose, the entire town will charge at you with knives, swords, and axes raised. You can kill them all if you really want to, but that'll just land you in hotter water later on, as well as robbing yourself of many important vendors and NPCs. Talk about the overreaction of the century, sure, but the chicken is likely someone's property and you're damaging it. Then again, is it really punishable by death? It's not like they weren't eventually gonna kill and eat it themselves anyway. Number 4. A Woman Scorned, Rune Factory Frontier, 2008. The Harvest Moon series has peculiarly always been as much of a dating simulator as it has been a farming one, with the option to court and/or marry any one of the potential love interests scattered across the town. Its spin-off Rune Factory features this just as prominently, and in 2008's Rune Factory Frontier, the stakes of these mechanics are raised in a pretty interesting way. It's difficult enough to choose between the various partners in the game, and even after finding a wife, the absolute players amongst you may suffer from a case of the wandering gaze. As such, you might then choose to go on a date with another of these ladies who are all madly interested in you by default, because of course they are. And you'd be doing this behind your wife's back. Inevitably, the missus shows up to see you being unfaithful and proceeds to lay the smackdown on you in a very literal way. The encounter will leave you with 1 hit point and 0 rune points, effectively robbing you of any chance of productivity for that whole day's cycle. And while cheating isn't exactly a crime, it should definitely leave you feeling like a bit of a scumbag, and a battered one at that. Number 3. Wrath of Kecleon, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. One of the most famous recurring features of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series is the Kecleon shop, which can appear randomly in almost any dungeon and will provide players with much needed health and food items. Kecleon is a very chirpy and upbeat individual, treating all customers with complete kindness and respect. The music changes as you step into his designated area, which doesn't immediately get your suspicions up, but it puts you very on edge if you know what can potentially go down here. Buying from him is as simple as collecting an item, then handing over the money once you step off the mat. If you use the item or simply refuse to pay, however, the color swap Pokemon will go completely off the rails. With every stat besides HP maxed out, multiple Kecleons will plague the entire rest of your time within the dungeon. They move at double speed and their attacks are almost always a one-hit KO. On top of that, his recruitment probability is minus 34%, making it impossible unless you can painstakingly claw that number up to 0.1. But honestly, if you experience this massacre and are insane enough to go back for more, there's probably no hope for you. Number 2. Forever a Thief, The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, 1993. It's clear that very few games take kindly to stealing. In the real world, you'd be most likely fined or sentenced to a brief spell in prison if you were found guilty of shoplifting, but not in the Zelda universe, for shopkeepers are shown to take their work very, very seriously. In Link's Awakening, trying to take an item out of the shop in Maybe. Let me know down in the comments. Mabe Village will cause the shopkeeper to sternly remind you to pay for it. For the craftier player, there's a way to exit the shop without him seeing you, involving you doing a few circles around him so you can safely leave before he turns his head. Doing this will prompt a message to show up saying, "Guess what? You got it for free. Are you proud of yourself?" It might spook you enough just to see your actions haven't gone unnoticed by the game, but when you boot it up the next time to see your save file is now permanently named Thief, you know you done screwed up. For the rest of your playthrough, everyone will refer to you this way, making for a pretty humiliating punishment all in all. And if you try to re-enter the shop you originally stole from, the shopkeeper will insta-kill you each time with a bolt of lightning. You can bet that at least he was feeling proud of himself. Number 1. The Prison Server, EverQuest 2, 2004. You might think the worst possible punishment for errant players in an MMORPG is to ban them, but that doesn't stop them just making more characters. The creator of EverQuest 2 were way ahead of the curve in this regard, and devised a completely ingenious way to bring troublemakers to justice once and for all. Step out of line in this game and you'll receive a one-way ticket to the prison server of Drunda, a purpose-built world populated entirely by fellow cheaters, abusers, and general blights on the EverQuest community. Once you're in, there's no escape, and to even play the game from that point in requires a paid membership. In addition, you receive no customer support and can literally only play within the confines of the dark level you've been banished to. The developers really could not have made their disdain for disruptive users any more clear. Can you even imagine a penalty greater than being locked out of 99% of the game and forced to pay if you want to continue playing? I mean, maybe the inhabitants of Drunda have formed their own community by now, in which case, more power to them. But knowing the weight of your past actions will hang over your severely limited playthrough, it's a perfect punishment.
Now, everyone loves a good enemies to lovers story, but there is another great foes to friends trope that the gaming world doesn't utilize as often, even though its potential is genuinely great, and that's when the villain is secretly your ally. Now, there are types of antagonists who say that you are not so different, you and I, and mean it in a completely sincere and amicable way. Their goals usually align with your character, and although they're working for the opposition, in reality, they're trying to help you and aid you on your quest. So let's take a look at them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game villains who were secretly your ally all along. Also, spoiler alert, Baldur's Gate 3 will be mentioned here. Number 10, Jetstream Sam, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Jetstream Sam is easily one of the most popular and memorable characters in Metal Gear Rising, and that is saying something considering that he's surrounded by cyborg ninjas and one buff senator with a fondness of nanomachines and omelets. A big part of his following can be attributed to his personality, mainly his cool as a cucumber attitude and a strong sense of justice that makes him act like a real samurai straight out of the Edo period. His moral compass is also why Jetstream Sam is secretly rooting for you in your fight against Armstrong and Desperado. Even though he's part of the organization, he didn't join it of his own free will, and he doesn't want Armstrong's vision of the world to come to fruition. Throughout the story, Sam does terrible things to you, like cutting off your hand during your first encounter, but he always spares you at the last second. And the reason for this is he's trying to prepare you for the confrontation with the rest of Desperado's members. He's definitely a tough teacher, but without his lessons, well, you'd stand no chance against his fellow soldiers. Besides, who could stay mad at a man with such a dashing smile? Number 9, Father, Fallout 4. Now, the main antagonists of Fallout 4 are the Institute, a mysterious collective of scientists who experiment on the Commonwealth with the help of their human-like synths. No matter where you go in Fallout 4, people talk about how evil the Institute is. The group replaces random citizens with their synthetic agents, raises entire settlements in search of salvage, and, in general, just sows chaos and paranoia in the entire region. However, when your character infiltrates the Institute, it turns out that their leader, Father, has actually secretly been on your side the entire time. A spoiler alert for those who didn't play the game, the Institute's chief director is actually your son, Sean, though due to some cryogenic malarkey, he is now older than you. But he is still indeed your lost child, and when you meet him, he reveals that he was the one that freed you from your hibernation to see what you would do. Sean never tried to harm your character, and his goal was to always reunite you two so that you could replace him as the Institute's leader. And yes, while it's hard to tell what his true intentions are, you have to admit it's pretty sweet of him to make his parents the directors of his futuristic science bunker. Nepotism at its finest, although weirdly in a reverse way. Anyway, number 8, Zardas, Gothic. Gothic, the 2001 action role-playing game, allows the player to join 3 rival factions that are formed inside the magically sealed penal colony where the story takes place. Each has their own agenda and usually clashes with the goals of the others, and yet they all unanimously agree on one thing, that Zardas is not somebody to be trifled with. Throughout the game, the mages inside the colony tell the player of the evils of necromancy and of Zardas. A renegade mage mage who betrayed his circle in order to pursue the dark arts and apparently lives inside the seal as well. You're led to believe that Zardas is some evil villain that you'll have to fight at some point, but when the leader of the old camp finally murders all the fire mages, you end up looking to him for help. And it's then revealed that despite worshipping a literal god of evil, Zardas is actually a pretty chill guy. Like most other people in the colony, his goal is to destroy the magic seal and stop the powerful demons slumbering beneath it. The old wizard is also incredibly helpful, and he even saves the main character in the sequel. Who says that necromancers can't make good friends? I guess with their resurrection powers, they've always got somebody to hang out with. Forget it. Number 7, Pagan Min, Far Cry 4. Every Far Cry game is known for its villain. They're all extremely charismatic and captivating people that amass huge fan bases no matter what atrocities they've committed against the player. However, there is one Far Cry antagonist that deserves more praise than his great personality, and that's Pagan Min. And that's because he's the only evil bad guy who is genuinely trying to help you. In Far Cry 4, you play as AJ, the son of a deceased leader of a rebel group called the Golden Path that tries to free the area from Pagan's regime. And when you arrive, you quickly follow in your dad's footsteps and join the fight against him. However, what you don't realize is that there was never any need for bloodshed. In the final mission, when you storm Pagan's palace and confront him, the mad tyrant reveals that he never had any intentions of harming AJ. He explains that you're actually the son of his dead lover and that he always anticipated giving the area away to you. Maybe we should have stuck around for dinner then. In fact, obviously, that's where the secret ending goes. You basically just go there, he goes, cool, that's done, now do you want to go party? Although, to be fair, his version of partying is pretty extreme. Maybe he needs to chill out a little bit. Too much in the sniff, you know what I'm saying? Number 6, Silver and Blaze, Sonic 06. Now, Sonic 06 is guilty of a lot of crimes against gaming, but introducing Silver and reintroducing Blaze, who have previously appeared in the underrated 3DS spin-off Sonic Rush, isn't one of them. It's probably the only good thing to come out of it, actually. Silver and Blaze are a couple of psychics who come from a distant future where a great cataclysm has wiped out all of civilization. Now, at some point in the story, they find a way to travel back in time and decide to kill the person responsible for the end of the world. Throughout Sonic and Shadow's storylines, Blaze and Silver appear as antagonists who fight the two hedgehogs, thinking them to be responsible for the cataclysm. It isn't until later that they discover that they were tricked by their actual target, who disguised himself as Sonic and Shadow in order to eliminate the only two characters capable of stopping him. After the reveal, the two psychics join force with the hedgehogs in order to help them save the world, like they were planning to do from the very beginning. The collaboration must have been to their liking, as from that point on, Silver and Blaze would become regular additions to Sonic's team, appearing in much better titles than their atrocious debut. Number 5, Drago, Ring Fit Adventure. Now, Drago, or Drago, depending on how you want to pronounce it, from Nintendo's exercise game Ring Fit Adventure is a rare example of a villain who's not intended to be the antagonist, but rather to serve as motivation for the player to keep trying their hardest. Obsessed with bodybuilding and becoming his buffest self, Big D over here is a dragon who appears as the boss throughout all of Ring Fit Adventure. He's brash, he's proud, he's self-absorbed, and personifies the worst qualities of a gym rat. His goal is to defeat Ring and the player, and he loves to talk trash to you as he's figuring you out. But really, deep inside, he's actually got the exact same goal as you, and that's to improve your physique and help the two of you become better. You see, as much as he says otherwise, he never really pushes you beyond your abilities. He encourages you to try your hardest and challenges you only when he thinks that you're ready for it. He isn't so much of a villain as he is an ideal companion for keeping you motivated to stay fit. Even his trash talk is actually kind of encouraging, making you want to show him up. And while he may not be the best example of a healthy-minded athlete, his goal is to turn you into one. Number 4, N, Pokemon Black and White. It's rare for Pokemon villains to show some depth beyond "we're here to destroy the world" because, well, don't ask us why. And one of the most interesting villains in the entire series is N, the enigmatic leader of Team Plasma from Pokemon Black and White. N founded Team Plasma in order to free Pokemon from their human owners, as he believed their masters didn't really treat them equally and respectfully. Throughout the course of Black and White's story, Team Plasma grows to adopt more radical views, seeing humans as a full-on plague that needs to be eradicated. After their intention of using a legendary Pokemon to wipe out humanity is revealed, N decides to stop his former allies. Every time N appears in the game, his intentions are unclear. He's an enigmatic figure that keeps judging the player with questions about the nature of their relationship with their Pokemon. However, this is all just a way for N to size you up so that when the two of you finally go up against the new leaders of Team Plasma, he can trust you enough to join forces with you. You don't realize it until the end, but N has always been on your side. Number 3, the Hacketts, the Quarry. Supermassive is The Quarry is an interactive drama horror in which you try to survive a night in a werewolf-infested summer camp. Throughout the story, the main cast of characters deals with more than just werewolves, however, like a ghost and, of course, the Hackett family. The moment the Hacketts appear on screen, you can't help but think of them as villains. They're covered in blood, carrying an intimidating collection of weapons, and oh yeah, they stalk the camp counselors. That said, the Hacketts are secretly trying to save your characters. Their intentions are purposely left unrevealed until the second half of the story, so that when one of them walks towards you menacingly, that you feel like they're about to tear the head off of your shoulders. But in reality, their goal is to protect the campers from the cursed members of their family that have been transformed into werewolves. Now, you know, the help is certainly appreciated, but maybe they could have said something instead of stalking people around and chasing after them with knives and shotguns. Just a thought. Number 2. Karliah, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Most of the faction questlines in Skyrim tend to be on the boring and predictable side, but the Thieves Guild story missions are definitely one of the exceptions, and in particular due to its antagonist-turned-ally, Karliah. Now, Special K serves as the main villain of the first half of the Thieves Guild story. She undermines the guilds, operating from the shadows, and never really fully reveals herself. Eventually, your leader, Mercer, discovers her true identity and tells you that she's responsible for the murder of the previous head of the guild, Gallus. It isn't until you and Mercer chase after her that a completely different truth emerges. It turns out that Mercer was actually Gallus's killer, and he was secretly stealing the guild's riches. Karliah, on the other hand, was simply trying to expose Mercer to the guild and get revenge for her murdered lover. After she saves your life and you realize that you two have the same goals, the two of you band together to bring Mercer down. This switcheroo is a refreshing change of pace from some of the more linear and one-dimensional questlines, and it's definitely great to stick a blade right into Mercer's face. And number 1, Gortash, Baldur's Gate 3. The three chosen of the Absolute, the main antagonists of Baldur's Gate 3 are, spoiler alert, the champions of the gods of murder, necromancy, and tyranny. It sounds like the least likely group that you want to be buddies with, and yet, if you play as the Dark Urge, it turns out that one of them is actually a close friend of yours. In Act 3 of the game, when your Dark Urge arrives in Baldur's Gate, Gortash, the chosen of the tyrant god Bane, invites you to witness his inauguration. After the event, he then invites you for a proverbial cuppa and reveals that prior to your memory loss, the two of you were best buds, and it was actually you who snuck into the Hells to steal the crown and set off the events of the entire game. It turns out that Gortash doesn't actually want to work with the other chosen, and his wish is to help you eliminate them so that the two of you can rule the world together. Yes, he's still a power-hungry despot who brainwashes people into being his obedient slaves, but if you're already playing an evil character yourself, the prospect of having a deviously devilish pal sounds pretty great. Too bad, though, no matter what you do, Gortash dies before the final act anyway, because the path of villain truly is a lonely one.
Nintendo Switch continues to prove the naysayers wrong. A great sales success, the aging system demonstrates that the Wii U wasn't the harbinger of doom for the company that it could have been. Nonetheless, Switch does suffer from one of the most unfortunate characteristics of a Nintendo console. That is, quite the gulf between its specs and those of rival systems. This hasn't always meant that Switch-only gamers have had to miss out on notable cross-platform releases, but technical differences have generally meant the versions that reach the Switch are, compromised. Of course, they're not all terrible. I mean, there are some really great ones, and then there are the ones that made it onto this list. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 insulting Nintendo Switch games. Number 10, Ark Survival Evolved. With the seemingly timeless popular culture appeal of dinosaurs, Ark Survival Evolved was a winning concept for many from the very beginning. A survival title that sees the player hunting, domesticating, or running in terror away from prehistoric titans, what's not to like? Well, the initial Nintendo Switch port, that's what. Studio Wildcard crafted something truly intriguing here, and while the game isn't perfect on any platform, no title is, the Switch port wasn't just acceptable if you only have a Nintendo Switch. It was almost literally non-functional, with awful textures and resolution and very lengthy loading times. Late in 2022, the developers introduced the system's Ultimate Survivor Edition, which went a long way to fixing those shortcomings. Technically, the title is vastly improved, though performance is still imperfect. Sadly, though, the game's reputation on the system remains very tainted by the unfortunate condition it was in when it first launched. Number 9, Mortal Kombat 1. As noted, it's always a positive when you see current generation titles released for the Switch as well as its other console counterparts. The caveat to this, of course, is that technological compromises will naturally have to be made in most cases. In terms of resolution, visual quality, and so on, games often need to be shrunk down during the porting process, and Switch gamers have had to make their peace with that. It's a different matter entirely, however, when a game is so compromised it's barely playable or recognizable. Mortal Kombat 1's Switch port, while proudly boasting a full retail price tag and effective content parity with other versions, ran terribly on release, with muddy visuals, lengthy loading times, and a jarring flickbook-esque performance once battle finally began. An October 2023 patch finally began the vital work of fixing the title up, but it remains to be seen whether it's going to be completely fixed up and worth your time in the future. Number 8. Kingdom Hearts series, cloud versions. In the case of some titles, there's something of a loophole to use to avoid the issue of the Switch's limited specs, the controversial concept of cloud versions. Through this technology, titles such as A Plague Tale: Innocence are available on the system, as are some core Kingdom Hearts experiences, such as Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 Remix and Kingdom Hearts 3. There's no denying that these are beloved classics, nor that Kingdom Hearts 3 might be something of a strain on the system's creaking chipset. It's great to see it playable on Switch nonetheless, and the compromise is lessened when a cloud version is running optimally. Even so, the earlier titles in the series certainly could have been ported to the system proper. By doing so, the heavy downsides of the cloud versions, such as not owning the title physically or digitally, and the reliance on a high-quality internet connection throughout, would have been non-factors. The practice of cloud versions, which remain comparatively pricey, is a true hot-button issue for Switch owners. The Kingdom Hearts series is perhaps the highest profile example, and so among those that sting the most. Sora's befuddling adventure through various Disney worlds is a unique treat to enjoy, but the experience comes at a heavy cost on Switch. Number 7. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were, in several respects, a bold effort to revitalize the DNA of the series. Franchise fans have long wished for a free-roam, Pokemon-filled open world to explore, and the Paldea region represents its biggest step yet in that direction. Players can choose to follow the usual gym challenge route, tackle the Titans, attack Team Star's bases, or all three, plotting their own route around the game's large map and prioritizing the objectives they wish to. However, all of this comes at a cost. With opposing Pokemon's levels not scaling, there's something of a correct route to take that will prevent your challenge being rather harder than it needs to be. Additionally, the game's performance remains questionable at best, even after significant DLC releases and updates. Pop-in, visual glitches, and lag are frequent, sometimes making what should be the thrill of roaming the world feel more like a chore. This is particularly disheartening in the wake of Pokemon Legends Arceus and Pokemon Sword and Shield, both Nintendo Switch experiences that were considerably more technically stable. As it is, Scarlet and Violet could be considered both a step forward and a step back for the series. Number 6. FIFA 23 Legacy Edition. A Legacy Edition in a different context might sound like a positive thing, perhaps an enhanced and complete version of an already beloved title, packaging all additional content together in Game of the Year Edition style. Sadly, in this case, it's anything but. The Legacy Editions of FIFA titles that have hit Nintendo Switch have essentially all been FIFA 19 for Switch over and over and over again. Granted, it's a common complaint that FIFA titles change very little year on year, but Legacy Editions go further in this regard. They're the same title again, with only teams updated. It's a massive shame this formula has continued for as long as it has, and football fans can only hope the situation improves when the newly rebranded football experience finds its feet. After all, technical issues for ports are one thing, but Legacy Editions are pared down versions of the titles by design and intent. Number 5. Grand Theft Auto: The Trilogy, the Definitive Edition. Definitive Editions too can reasonably be expected to provide something special. When attaching the term to games with the cachet of this Grand Theft Auto trilogy, the stakes were high to deliver. Alas, the result was far, far, far from perfect. As previously noted, Nintendo Switch is capable of running some demanding titles pretty darn well, so technically it could be hoped these titles would run flawlessly. The arrival of this port in November of 2021, however, was much anticipated and a major disappointment. Though it sported technical issues such as pop-in and poor frame rate on the other systems, the Switch port might have been the worst of all. It was, on a more positive note, the subject of numerous patches after launch, and its performance is rather more stable, but the iconic iconic Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and San Andreas deserved better from the start. The thrill of driving through vast cities and engaging in all manner of carnage is what GTA is all about, and the sheer amount of content these titles represent makes it all the more unfortunate the port didn't do them justice. Number 4. Balan Wonderworld. A lot of intrigue surrounded Balan Wonderworld. Yuji Naka and Square Enix's attachment meant that the project had an impressive cachet indeed, despite the rather cliche-looking fantasy action platformer concept. The end result, sadly, was largely disappointing. The costumes, which offer different Kirby-esque abilities, have limited impact, and there are just too many of them for them to all have unique uses. In constructing the theme of each of its worlds around the struggles of a different character, Wonderworld at least takes an interesting approach. It demonstrates that it has the ghost of several good ideas, but struggles to piece them all together into anything cohesive. The story, too, is something of a mystery, and not in a positive way. The saddest part is that Balan Wonderworld on Nintendo Switch is a questionable experience from a technical standpoint too. With its uneven frame rate and juddering animations, it's the worst way to experience an already maligned title. The game at least made some bold decisions, it was just a shame to see them go so wrong technically. Number 3. Ghost Runner. Ghost Runner is an exhilarating action title in which katana-wielding protagonist Jack must blend parkour and deadly blade swings to continue their journey up Dharma Tower. A game that requires quick reflexes and a precise aim, you'll suffer if controls aren't instantly responsive or if the frame rate isn't steady. The end goal is to rescue the enigmatic architect, and there will tend to be a lot of frustrating deaths on the way to doing so. They'll be all the more frustrating if you fail to pull off a crucial shot or jump because an uneven frame rate threw you off. Enter Ghost Runner on Nintendo Switch. The title's performance has been improved through patches since an initial launch in October of 2020, but stability is forever a core issue. Ghost Runner is a title that's quite demanding regardless of the system, and it's an awful lot to ask of the Switch. Admirable as it is that the game arrived and is now improved on the Switch, it's far from an ideal platform for the game. Number 2. Apex Legends. There's no doubt that Apex Legends' port to the Nintendo Switch was a real coup on paper, opening up the experience to a huge new pool of potential players. Sadly, those players would get a bit more and considerably less than they bargained for. As a hero shooter battle royale, Apex blended some of the industry's most beloved genres when it was launched in April of 2019. These are games that demand technical skill, in which the difference between ultimate victory and a meager last place finish can just be a well-aimed shot. In terms of frame rate and general performance, Apex Legends on the Switch is still below par even after multiple patches. Visuals are severely downgraded, and in addition, even if you aren't concerned about technical issues, you'll be negatively impacted by crossplay. The feature allows those who play on systems unaffected by the troubles to join you in matches, and as a result, Switch players are at a severe disadvantage. Crossplay can be switched off, but having to do so proves how big of a gulf in the platform quality there really is. Number 1. Hogwarts Legacy. It's difficult to deny everything Hogwarts Legacy has accomplished. Since the Harry Potter franchise first started gathering its world-conquering momentum, fans dreamed of a video game that would do it justice, that would allow them to freely explore Hogwarts Castle and its grounds. Harry Potter has generally fared rather well in terms of game adaptations, but an RPG adventure with such grand scope that is genuinely a good game in the genre rather than just a fan service fest seemed like it was too much to hope for. This tale of a Hogwarts 5th year joining and trying to unravel the mysteries of the school proved to be a triumph. There was some skepticism from the off when the Switch port was announced. How would such a big title translate? Technically, it's more than competent, though pop-in and jagged visuals are present and correct as expected. The biggest issue, though, is the loading. Environmental details are scaled down or removed entirely, and entering an interior location will cause a lengthy loading screen, as will exiting again. If you've got a lot of shopping to do in Hogsmeade, this will quickly become very irritating.
Video games are interactive experiences, but that doesn't mean they allow you to do anything. More often than not, game developers will set some boundaries for you, like unreachable areas or impossible boss fights that you are meant to lose. However, as is usually the case with curious gamers, some can find a way to overcome these barriers, and although most of the time that just breaks the game, in rare cases, the developers are actually prepared for it with a special secret ending. These developers are always one step ahead when it comes to knowing what their player base might try to do, and we all get rewarded for it. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 secret video game endings for doing the impossible. Number 10. Developer Ending, Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is a classic JRPG about a group of unlikely heroes traveling through time to stop an alien parasite from sucking the world dry. Fighting this guy early on without the skills and knowledge you acquired during your time travel adventures is meant to be an impossible challenge that leads to a bad ending where the giant lava destroys the world. However, as years of speedruns and exploits have proven, this impossible fight is actually winnable, even without relying on New Game Plus features. If you manage to bend the rules of the game a little and bring down Lavos in the intro, you get a secret developer ending where in-game depictions of the actual creators of Chrono Trigger invite you to their studio and congratulate you on achieving the impossible. The ending is a huge interactive experience that's unlike any other ending in the game. It's also filled with tons of gags and inside jokes that make beating impossible odds absolutely worth it. It's nice to see developers be good sports about people messing with their game, for a change. Number 9. Spare Bosses Ending, Sifu. Sifu is impossible as it is. The level of skill it takes to beat even the first stage is high enough to make a lot of players quit, and the difficulty only increases from there. The game's goal is to defeat the 5 bosses responsible for killing your character's father, which, again, is incredibly difficult. But to get the secret true ending of the game, you have to do something even harder: spare them. To figure out how to spare an enemy is already tricky on its own, given that the game never mentions it. To actually utilize the mechanic borders on impossible, as it requires you to not use the kill prompt when fighting a boss, and then break their structure twice in order to unlock the spare option. What this means is that the already long and intense fights with the bosses become even longer and insanely difficult. And you have to do this with all 5 of them. The ending you get this way is way better though, as it implies your character was brought back to life by the main villain. Well, it's hard being the good guy, but it does let you end things on a high note. Number 8. Don't Fear the Reaper, Cyberpunk 2077. Don't Fear the Reaper is a secret last stand ending from Cyberpunk 2077. It can be triggered as a hidden dialogue option during the pivotal moment in the story if your affinity with Johnny Silverhand is high enough. In this ending, V decides to go down in a blaze of glory and storm Arasaka Tower alone, in a last-ditch effort to take down the corporation without risking the lives of their friends. The ending is special in that it's the only permadeath mission in the game. As soon as you enter Arasaka Tower, the game will not let you save. And if at any point you die, the game considers the hit a failure and goes right to the death ending. Also, you can't heal. Yeah, it's a tricky one, but in my experience, so damn worth it. Given the stakes and the literal army of mercenaries in the tower, finishing the job seems impossible, and while it is for most players, it is secretly doable. Making it through the tower alive unlocks the true ending, where V single-handedly crushes Arasaka's forces, becomes Night City's legend, and saves all their friends from dying in the process. It does feel very good to be a one-person army. Number 7. Kill the Patriarch, Wasteland 3. In Wasteland 3, your goal is to defeat and arrest the 3 rebellious children of the Colorado Springs leader, the Patriarch, in order to secure an alliance with him. However, if you don't want to do all that, you can always just defeat the Patriarch himself as soon as you see him. Yes, although the Patriarch is one of the possible endgame bosses, you can backstab him right away in the intro to the game. Possible to backstab, but impossible to defeat, as the fight that follows soon after is programmed to be unbeatable at the low level you are at the start of the game. That said, the developers have actually included a secret ending for those who defeat the Patriarch early, in case anyone managed to cheat the fight. Of course, since the only way to kill the Patriarch early is to exploit the game, the ending you get this way is actually a song about how much of a dirty cheat you are. What, you thought that you'd be able to get away with bending the rules to beat the boss you aren't supposed to? Well, not according to this game. Number 6. Killing Gandalf in the intro. Two Worlds. Two Worlds is an old-school action RPG about a mercenary searching for his kidnapped sister. The game only has one ending, but there are actually 2 different ways you can achieve it. One legitimate, and one that allows you to get the ending in the first 20 minutes of the game by killing its unkillable villain in the intro. The main antagonist, Gandalf, is secretly hiding amongst the population of the starting location village. At this point, you're not supposed to know who he is, and even if you did, you'd have no way of defeating him as he's way more powerful than you are. Except, you don't actually have to fight him yourself. With a little use of exploits, you can trigger the local village folk to aggro him, and then watch as the villain is swarmed by a horde of angry pitchforks and torches. The angry mob can take down Gandalf with ease, and his death in the intro will actually trigger the endgame cutscene, allowing you to reach the ending without even stepping out of the starting zone. Of course, there's no difference in the ending, but just the fact that you can do it so early brings a whole new meaning to it. Number 5. Unplugged. Inside. Inside is a deeply atmospheric but enigmatic game where half the time you don't really know what's going on. If you've played through it at least once, you know that it ends with your character merging into a giant human blob. What a great game. However, there's another secret ending that requires the player to do so many specific things along with solving incredibly cryptic puzzles that reaching it borders on impossible. To get the ending, you first need to finish the game normally and then deactivate 14 hidden orbs scattered all over the map. This will only get you started, and personally, I tried to do this one with a guide, and it's still a huge hassle to find them. Once the orbs are deactivated, you need to find a secret bunker in the cornfield in the farmlands area and open the entrance to it using a 14-input long tone sequence based on the sounds made by the VHS machines near the 3 out of the 14 orbs you've found. How anyone would figure all of this out on their own is anyone's guess, but should you follow these steps, you get to see the ending where your character unplugs himself from the mind control machine, taking away your control over him. Yep. The twist is that you, the player, are the bad guy. But let's be real, the true evil is whoever came up with this insane puzzle. If you're like me, you probably tried it out and then watched it on YouTube. Number 4. Beeless Run. Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair features the impossible, not just in the title alone. The game's secret ending offers a special challenge for those who like to defy the odds by going straight to the final boss, capital B, without collecting a single bee. When you play the game normally, you'll want to visit all the levels in order to collect a battalion of bees, which then protect you from getting hit during the final level of the game. However, the Impossible Lair is accessible at any point in the game, so if you want to, you can attempt to fight the boss right away. The challenge of beating the lair is, as the name suggests, impossibly hard, as even with 48 bees to protect you, you can still get a few game overs. Without a single bee to tank a hit for you, the challenge can only be done by those with exceptionally good skill or a hell of a lot of luck. In either case, the reward for beating the final boss without collecting a single bee is a special ending cutscene where the 2 main characters sit down and relax as though nothing has ever transpired in the game, because technically, it hasn't. Number 3. Grim Reaper, Way of the Samurai 3. Way of the Samurai 3 tells a classic zero-to-hero story where you start off as a newbie katana wielder and then become one of the greatest swordsmen in feudal Japan. Except things don't always end on the hero side of the story. The game features 22 different endings, and one of them requires you to use your awesome power to fulfill a feat of impossible cruelty. That is, kill everyone you ever come across. The Grim Reaper ending, as the name suggests, is the ending in which you kill every single NPC in the game, and that does mean every single one. The ending is important impossible to get without a guide, as some characters only appear if others are alive at a specific moment in the story. So you have to time all of your murders perfectly, and if you slip up even once, it's back to square one. Becoming the Grim Reaper is easily the most amazing feat you can achieve in Way of the Samurai 3. Although don't expect an amazing reward for it, as the ending is just a slideshow describing how much of a menace you are, which you probably already know by that point. Considering there's no one left alive to act out a better ending, I suppose it makes sense. Number 2, killing Heldalf too quickly. Tales of Zestiria. Tales of Zestiria is an action JRPG telling your typical fantasy story of a young chosen protagonist discovering he has hidden powers that can save the world. He just can't use them too quickly. The game's primary antagonist is Heldalf, a powerful Hellion whose sole existence threatens the world. Your goal is to defeat him before he can bring about calamity, but the thing is, if you're a little too efficient with it, you might actually get a secret bad ending. You see, Tales of Zestiria expects you to beat Heldalf in the final mission, but there are other fights with him besides the final confrontation. And although he's meant to be an impossible boss early on, you can technically do it if you have the right strategy. The developers have actually prepared for this though, and the ending they have in store for those who humiliate the big evil bad guy early is also pretty humiliating. Because defeating him early is done without the right story powers with which you're supposed to banish him properly, the game considers it a Pyrrhic victory, as Heldalf's death releases his evil into the world and plunges it into chaos. I mean, if he could do that all along, why did he even bother to fight you? Number 1, Urizen, Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry 5 starts with a mock boss fight with the game's primary antagonist, Urizen. You're meant to lose this fight in order to jumpstart the rest of the game's story, so naturally, the developers expect you to lose. That said, Urizen isn't actually unkillable, he's just really hard to kill. Yes, although the intro Urizen is just as strong as his endgame counterpart, while you don't have any of your fancy powers yet, you can secretly take the Demon King on and win the fight. It takes a lot of dedication, as you don't deal much damage and Urizen can bring you down in seconds. But if you manage to survive around 10 minutes in this hopeless gauntlet, you might be able to kill Urizen and unlock a super special ending for those who beat the odds. The ending is a simple fade to black credits roll, the joke being that without Urizen beating Nero, there isn't much story to tell. However, it also comes with an additional unlock in the form of a harder difficulty setting, since clearly you need that. It's all pretty simple stuff, but at the same time, you have to admit, it's pretty hilarious how it all just ends without any flair at all.
Video game development is one hell of a tough racket. Developers can spend over half a decade working on their passion project only to send it out into the world and have it be soundly rejected by critics and players alike. Each of the following games flatlined upon launch, failing to make a positive impression with the masses and basically falling off the face of the earth within months, weeks, or perhaps even days. I'm Sai, this is What Culture, and these are 10 video games that were dead on arrival. Number 10, Babylon's Fall. Let's kick things off with a game which, despite receiving its fair share of pre-release hype, sank like a stone in near record time. Babylon's Fall marked Platinum Games' attempt to break into the live service arena with this co-op multiplayer action RPG, though even with the developers' acclaimed prior work, such as Bayonetta, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance and Nier Automata, and passionate fanbase, there was basically negative hype for this thing as release day approached. The visuals looked dated, nothing about the gameplay seemed remarkable, and that's precisely what critics said when they finally got their hands on it. The critical pannings only exacerbated the staggering indifference about the game, which peaked with less than 1,200 concurrent players on Steam, and in less than 2 months that figure permanently dropped below 100 players. Platinum Games stuck it out for 6 months before announcing they were cancelling support for a game that nobody was actually playing, and the servers were ultimately shut down less than a year after launch. And so, with this being an online-only experience, there's now no way for anybody to play Babylon's Fall, not that anyone was actually playing it when the servers were up, so not sure how much of a difference it would make. Number 9, Crash Team Rumble. Rather than have Crash Bandicoot 4 developer Toys for Bob hard at work on the next mainline Crash game, Activision instead made them develop a multiplayer party game spin-off that nobody asked for, called Crash Team Rumble. This competitive 4v4 strategic platformer reeked of cynical live service slop from the moment it was revealed. Not only was it following on from some pretty sketchy microtransactions added after the release of Crash Nitro Fueled, but Activision was selling this party game at full retail price. With so many quality free-to-play party games on the market, throwing down actual cash for one that looked this unremarkable was an unsurprisingly tough sell. And so Crash Team Rumble bombed at retail. Reviews weren't awful by any means, but they did criticize the lack of launch content and repetitive gameplay loop, both huge downers for a game that again asked for a fair amount of money. Even Crash's loyal fans couldn't be compelled to part with that money, as Crash Team Rumble ended with less PS5 players during release week than, wait for it, the PlayStation Plus release of Peppa Pig game. Oh goodness. Less than 9 months after launch, Toys for Bob ended support for the game, though to their credit, the servers do still remain live at the time of speaking. Number 8, Brink. A bit of a deeper cut now with 2011's parkour-infused 8v8 multiplayer FPS Brink. The hype for this one was actually pretty big at the time, but the game from Wolfenstein Enemy Territory developers Splash Damage launched to so-so reviews, with critics dinging at shallow gameplay, while on release, players grew frustrated with consistent connection issues. Splash Damage attempted to pacify players by introducing a 4v4 multiplayer mode for those experiencing lag during 16-player matches, but the issues were only permanently remedied about 3 months later when the Agents of Change DLC was released. Despite significantly improving the game, the update was too little too late, as players had lost their patience and abandoned Brink long before that point. An unsurprising outcome considering how competitive the multiplayer FPS space was in the early 2010s. Brink's concurrent player count quickly settled down to around 100 and never recovered, though there are still a loyal 20 or 30 players who continue to play to this very day, so that's pretty cool. Number 7, Onrush. The case of Onrush is actually pretty damn tragic, because despite the multiplayer racer having some serious genre pedigree behind it and actually being really good, it just never caught on with the general public. Part of the problem might have been the game's unconventional hook. Far from a typical racer, Onrush was a team-based, objective-led vehicular combat experience where not a single game mode revolved around crossing the finish line first. Racing game fans know what they like, and it wasn't this. In fact, nobody really knew what this was, because Codemaster evidently struggled to convey Onrush's unique gameplay in its marketing, so it wasn't terribly surprising that the game failed to make a dent when it did launch. Which is a shame, because you hear all the time about people, reminiscing about Demolition Derby, and this is kind of in the same vein, so we need more of this. And despite the game releasing to positive reviews and earning itself a small but passionate legion of fans, Onrush vanished into the ether within a matter of weeks, though Codemasters did at least keep the servers running for well over 4 years, so that's nice of them. Number 6, Predator Hunting Grounds. On paper, Predator Hunting Grounds actually seemed like a pretty great idea, an asymmetrical 4v1 multiplayer game in which players either control a soldier or the Predator itself. Of all the multiplayer games based on horror IP released in recent years, this one had an especially strong chance of becoming a breakout hit, given the Predator's iconic appeal even outside of the horror realm and the franchise's general popularity at the time. But reviews were wildly mixed right out of the gate, citing the janky, unbalanced gameplay, outdated visuals, and frustrating downtime between matches. And though the Epic Games Store doesn't provide player data, the game's footprint on social media faded within a matter of weeks, leaving only the most diehard of fans still playing. And even when the game did finally launch on Steam a year later, it rarely rose above 300 concurrent players, which says it all really. IllFonic have continued to create some pretty solid 4v1 experiences since then, but unfortunately Predator was not one of them. Which is a shame, because there's so much potential here, but Predator got lost in the shuffle of similar games and is regrettably one of the more forgettable 4v1 experiences. Number 5, Godfall. Speaking of forgettable, oh boy! The PlayStation 5's launch lineup was pretty slight as it was, but Godfall certainly didn't shift any additional units. This title was an always-online fantasy action RPG with not a single thing in its visuals or gameplay to distinguish it from every other similarly themed video game. We joke these days about generic-looking games being what AI would make, but in Godfall's case, everything in its aesthetics and mechanics were so snoozily pedestrian that it actually felt true. Reviews weren't quite quite disastrous, but they were hardly glowing either, citing an abundance of bugs, grind-heavy gameplay, and general lack of long-term intrigue. And the always online requirement, despite the game categorically not being a live service title, didn't help it either. Godfall evaporated from the collective gamer consciousness amid a sea of more appealing PS5 titles that were coming, proving so thunderously generic as to be almost entirely forgotten. Despite developer Counterplay Games being among the many outfits hit with layoffs this year, Godfall servers are still surprisingly up, even with the Steam player count rarely rising above a few dozen. Number 4, Radical Heights. Careful not to cut yourself on the edge as we discuss the most boundary-pushing game of 2010, which was unceremoniously sloughed onto gaming platforms in 2018. Radical Heights was Boss Key Productions' follow-up to the fun but commercially unsuccessful hero shorter Lawbreakers, and marked a clear attempt by founder Cliff Bleszinski to elbow his way into the lucrative Battle Royale marketplace. Yet when the game was released in April 2018 in extreme early access, that's X with a hyphen, Treem, it was painfully clear that Radical Heights had been culled out as fast as possible in an attempt to cash in on the success of PUBG and Fortnite. The gameplay was extremely rough around the edges, and worst of all, it just wasn't fun to play, ensuring that it shed most of its already diminutive player base in barely a month. The worst was yet to come though. Just 34 days after Radical Heights launched, Bleszinski announced that Boss Key Productions had shut down due to the commercial failure of Lawbreakers and Radical Heights back-to-back. Tough and unforgiving though games development is, when a game whiffs as strongly of desperation as this one did, it never had a chance of turning around its company's fortunes. Sad. Number 3, Anthem. No game on this list was more aggressively hyped than Anthem, BioWare's always online live service action RPG, which was widely touted as the game that could finally dethrone Destiny in the looter-shooter space. Despite the obvious appeal of flying around in Iron Man-esque armored suits with your pals and blowing up monsters, Anthem swiftly failed to deliver on its massive promise. Even if you could forgive the nothing burger of a story and short campaign, Anthem screwed up the most interesting thing of all, the feeling of flight. The game's tethering mechanic, which prevented players from flying too far away from their pals, provided infuriatingly restrictive, in turn preventing players from fully enjoying the thrill of flying around and kicking ass. Add to this brutal loading times, grind-heavy gameplay, and a lackluster postgame, it was clear why most players simply burned through the campaign in about 15 hours and then moved on to better games. A year after launch, long after most had put Anthem to the back of their minds, BioWare announced that they were hard at work on rebooting the game, though another year later, it was confirmed that all work on this had been scrapped. Surprisingly though, Anthem servers are still up well over 5 years after it first launched, so that's something. Number 2, The Culling 2. The pathetically monikered The Culling 2, a sequel to the well-received 2016 Battle Royale game, died a near instantaneous death upon launch, with critics and players alike raking it over the coals for its god-awful gameplay and low player count, making it a struggle to populate a 50-person match. IGN gave it a devastating 2 out of 10 score, and the player response was even more vitriolic, prompting developers of Viant Games to pull The Culling 2 from market and offer refunds to all players just 8 days after it launched. The developer issued a statement admitting, yes, that Culling 2 wasn't a worthy follow-up, but evidently they released it anyway to see if they could get away with it and turn a profit regardless. Viant then returned to supporting the original game, which was itself delisted in 2019 amid falling revenues. Today it lives on only as The Culling Origins, a watered-down revamp where players are limited to 10 free games per day before being asked to open their wallet to keep playing. Yikes. And number 1, Concord. Let's wrap this list up with a game that actually isn't even out at the time of speaking, Sony's new first-person hero shooter Concord, which, it's not going well, guys. Though first announced last year, Concord got its true coming out party in the summer 2024 PlayStation State of Play, which began with a quippy Guardians of the Galaxy-esque cutscene only to reveal itself to be a 5v5 hero shooter, and a rather generic one at that. Players were scathing in their criticism of the reveal, noting disappointment at Concord's boilerplate gameplay, the fact that it looks like an Overwatch clone, and that it's chasing the hero shooter trend more than a few years too late, while not being free to play as well. The internet has the collective opinion that the game is dead on arrival ahead of its late August launch, and given the lackluster nature of the reveal, it's tough to argue with the notion that Concord is indeed cooked. Short of the planned July beta miraculously swaying public opinion, Concord is almost certainly getting tossed on the growing pyre of live service flops within a matter of months, or maybe even weeks.
Video Video game protagonists tend to act as the heroes of their stories, saving the world from a looming disaster and rescuing helpless NPCs in their time of need. Because you do all the hard work, you expect some modicum of gratitude from the people you help. And while most of them like to show it to you with gifts and kind words, there are also some rotten apples in the bunch. Every now and then you end up helping an NPC who feels like your good deed to them is a service and not an act of kindness. You put your blood, sweat, and tears into doing their bidding, and the only thing you get in return is empty pockets and an insufferable attitude. I'm just from What Culture, and here are 10 ungrateful video game NPCs that deserved worse. Number 10. Otho, Fallout New Vegas. The Caesar's Legion faction in Fallout New Vegas has a somewhat complicated relationship with women, meaning that they treat all women as servants and slaves, but are still completely fine with the female courier solving all their issues for them. The hypocrisy of the Legion is as blatantly obvious as an NCR soldier's desire for a nuclear winter, and yet it's not even nearly as bad as the ungratefulness and preachy attitude of one specific member, Otho, the master of the Legion's arena. If you play as a female courier, Otho will refuse to let you participate in the fights that are happening there, saying that fighting is a man's job and you should stick to, quote, cooking pots. Right. Seems no one told Otho that it was a woman who killed all of the Legion's political opponents, secured several important alliances, and saved Caesar's life. The poor guy was probably too busy cowering in his Boy Scout fight club to get the memo. Of course, no matter how much you do for the Legion, Otho will not let you in. And if you try to kill him, the Legion will consider it treason. There's really no justice in the wasteland. Number 9. Sabal and Amita, Far Cry 4. Amita and Sabal are the two leaders of the Golden Path rebels in Far Cry 4. The protagonist, Ajay, joins their cause shortly after arriving in Karat, waging war against Pagan Min's regime under their command. It might seem like you're doing the right thing by fighting alongside the Golden Path, but the truth is that their co-leaders are the most treacherous and ungrateful characters in the whole game, even more so than its supposed antagonist. They'll occasionally say their thanks to Ajay for basically winning the entire conflict for them, but as soon as you help them achieve their goals, their true colors begin to shine. When Pagan's reign is close to its end, Amita and Sabal tell Ajay to kill the other rebel leader, as they see each other as competition for the soon-to-be empty throne. If you refuse either of them, they immediately turn on you and show that in reality, you were just a pawn to them all along. So you have to do their bidding and kill one to let the other become Kirat's new dictator. How about giving the throne to the guy who single-handedly conquered all enemy outposts and won the war? Just an idea. Number 8. Jimmy and Tracy DeSanta, Grand Theft Auto 5. The personal storyline of Michael, one of Grand Theft Auto 5's 3 main protagonists, mostly revolves around solving his family's toxic dynamic. After years of hiding from Michael's criminal past, his wife Amanda has become estranged, and his 2 kids, Jimmy and Tracy, have turned into spoiled teens who hate their father, but aren't above asking him for money to feed whatever whim they have. Over the course of the game, Michael's relationship with his family improves drastically, and his kids change their mindset a little. However, at their core, they still remain the same jaded and ungrateful brats that they were in the beginning. They might start acting better after you finish the mission where Michael reunites his family, but when you hang out with Jimmy as Trevor, he admits that in reality, he still hates his father and he'd rather use him to live an easy life. Honestly, Michael and his family should get a happy ending, but the one you get is only an illusion. It does feel as though Jimmy and Tracy probably needed something worse than a slap on the wrist to actually learn their lesson. Number 7. Marcy Long, Fallout 4. Living in the post-apocalyptic world of Fallout 4 would make anybody cranky, what with all the radiation and super mutants trying to eat you and or your relatives. However, Fallout 4 features one particularly nasty NPC that pushes the line between mere grumpiness and unwarranted spite. One of the settlers you rescue in the first Minutemen mission in Concord, Marcy Long, is a constant nagging Nancy who loves to complain and blame you for her misfortune, no matter what you do. You can save her life, help her people establish a new place to live, and even turn her new home into the safest and most prosperous place in the Commonwealth, but Marcy will still keep commenting on how bad things are and how you're really not helping. You might say her attitude is justified as she's been through a lot, but all the other survivors in her group eventually warm up to you and say their thanks. Meanwhile, Marcy will only begrudgingly express gratitude and then go right back to complaining. Well, maybe if everything is so terrible for her, she deserves to live in a roofless shed. Number 6. Darius Kwan, Wasteland 3. The fun thing about Wasteland 3's companions is that, depending on which faction they're loyal to, they might end up betraying you in the final mission of the game. The most extreme case here is Darius Quan, one of the Patriarch's marshals, who will always abandon your team if you choose to rebel against his boss, no matter how good your relationship with him is. His betrayal can feel especially hurtful if you spent the whole game helping him with his personal issues. You seem to bond over things like solving cases for his faction, and even giving Quan a chance to spend some quality time with a girl he has a crush on. But in the end, Quan cares about all of this only as much as his despotic leader allows him to. It doesn't even matter if you expose the Patriarch's dirty secrets in front of him. The guy simply won't budge and will stab you in the back as if you haven't done more for him than all of his faction combined. You know things are bad when even your team's drunkard and cannibal show more gratitude for your friendship than he does. Number 5. Ms. Grimshaw, Red Dead Redemption 2. Ms. Grimshaw from Red Dead Redemption 2 is hated among the game's player base more due to gameplay reasons than the story. As one of the few female members of Dutch's gang as well as Dutch's old flame, Susan Grimshaw takes it upon herself to look after the gang's camp and ensure it's stocked with supplies and funds. Now this is all nice, but sometimes, all the time, Ms. Grimshaw can get way too demanding when it comes to asking you for contributions to the camp. No matter how many thousands of dollars you donate or how many pounds of meat, furs, and general supplies you bring, Miss Grimshaw will always make a comment about how little you contribute and how you should try to make yourself more useful. Oh really, Miss Grimshaw? The guy who personally delivers half of the local fauna to Pearson and bankrolls all of Dutch's funds could be more productive? What about the dozen or so deadbeats who sit at camp all day playing dominoes and knife games? You know, maybe if Arthur actually stopped funding the game's entire existence, Miss Grimshaw could finally learn to be a bit more appreciative. Number 4. Isolde, Dragon Age Origins. Compared to its sequels, Dragon Age Origins has a slightly darker tone, so you naturally shouldn't expect all the NPCs to be nice and upstanding people. This said, some of them can be downright insufferable, as is the case with Isolde, the wife of Arl Amon, your ally throughout the main story. When you visit the Arl's village to ask for his support, you'll discover that Amon has fallen sick, and his castle has become infested with hordes of undead that terrorize his people every night. What's the source of this nightmare? His reckless and overprotective wife. It turns out Isolde discovered her son is a mage, and out of fear of the Templars taking him away, she kept it a secret from everyone until the kid was eventually contacted by a demon who possessed his body and used it to raise an army of dead. When you arrive to fix Isolde's messes, she pretty much never expresses gratitude or even apologizes for the deaths she's caused. All she's concerned with is her family. Which is why, if you feel spiteful, you could let her sacrifice her own life in a blood ritual to save her son from the demon one last time, which Alistair is stoked about. Number 3. Margaret, The Witcher 3. The side quests in The Witcher 3 are full of surprises, and the quest Wild at Heart is no different. It begins with Geralt tracking a missing girl and ends with fighting a werewolf who, spoiler alert, was tricked into killing his wife by her jealous sister Margaret. Now this is already enough to nominate Margaret for the worst sister of 1272, but what makes this character all the more aggravating is the disgust and ingratitude with which she treats Geralt. Because she's in love with Neland, the werewolf, she suspects Geralt will want to kill him and purposefully leads him astray in his investigation, even though the Witcher could easily attempt to cure him of his curse as well. Her lack of appreciation for Geralt's help eventually leads to a confrontation between Margaret and Neland, in which the girl admits to tricking him into murdering her sister. Unless Geralt intervenes, the werewolf can kill her for what she's made him do to the love of his life. It's a gruesome end, but let's be honest, Margaret deserves way worse for all the murder and manipulation she committed for the sake of her make-believe relationship with Neland. Number 2. Mayrina, Baldur's Gate 3. Being a hero in Baldur's Gate 3 can feel pretty rewarding, as the people you aid are generally grateful for your help and give you something in return for it. Well, that is until you come across Mayrina. That's when indulging your dark urges, if you're able to, suddenly feels like a much better alternative. Mayrina is a young pregnant woman who's trapped inside the hag's house in the first act of the game. The more chivalrous players may feel inclined to rescue Mayrina, and while you certainly can, you shouldn't expect her to act as thankful as your typical NPC in peril. When you slay the hag and help Mayrina out of her cage, instead of a reward or even a simple thank you, the girl lashes out at you angrily for ruining her deal with her captor. It turns out Mayrina wanted to give away her baby to the hag in exchange for bringing her dead husband back. despite the fact that the hag was trying to kill her and the two of you were surrounded by living evidence of her treachery, like the one she intended to use to bring Mayrina's husband back, only as a zombie, Mayrina will refuse to listen to reason and act as if you ruined her life. Sure, there's a chance she rocks up later and actually gives you something, but you know what? You might be so mad you wish you let the hag have her. Number 1. Delphine, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. If you were to ask Skyrim players who the most annoying NPC in the game is, most wouldn't take long to say Delphine. Or Nazim, or Bellathor. God, there's a lot of terrible people in this game. Anyway, we're focusing on Delphine. Delphine is one of the last few surviving members of a secret organization tasked with protecting Emperor Tiber Septim and any Dragonborn that came after him. So what does Delphine do when she meets your character, the last Dragonborn of Legends? She orders you around, constantly putting Tamriel's last line of defense against dragons in danger and giving you a ton of unwanted attitude for it. But that's not even the most hateable part of her character. It's the fact that Delphine always acts like she's smarter and better than you, even though she's consistently wrong. She makes you infiltrate a hostile embassy on nothing but a misguided hunch and forces you to prove your very obvious shouty dragon powers by slaying a dragon. And when her plans turn out to be a waste of time, she only berates you and acts like it's your fault. Unfortunately, just like Skyrim's many annoying children, Delphine cannot be killed, which makes sense considering she acts like one. Perks and buffs are an essential part of most games out there, but picking the right buffs can be tricky. Not just because of the wide selection of upgrades you get to choose from, but also because, in some cases, the power-ups can actually make you weaker. Despite what the name might suggest, some buffs don't actually make your character more buff. Due to glitches, poor design, or even the deliberate choice of a nefarious developer, they hinder your character's abilities and can make your life significantly harder. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video gamer upgrades you totally regretted. Number 10. Night Person, Fallout 4. Fallout 4 boasts an impressive collection of perks and abilities that help your sole survivor thrive in the harsh post-apocalyptic environment of the Commonwealth. Most perks in the game can make a genuine difference in your playstyle, adding powerful modifiers and extra functionality. This said, one particular perk is different in that it does make a great change to your game, but for the worse. Night Person is a perk that, as the name suggests, makes your character fight more efficiently at night. The first level of the perk is actually fairly useful. It increases your intelligence and perception while the sun is down, but the second level can permanently ruin your game. On the second level, Night Person gives you night vision when sneaking, which sounds great, but you realize it's not so great as soon as you use a rifle with a night vision scope. The combined brightness of your doubled night vision is so blinding it renders all night scope rifles useless. And while you can replace night scopes with regular ones, the former can come with additional functionality like marking your targets, ironically making your night-attuned character less functional in darkness. Becoming Count Dracula had never sounded this lame. Number 9. Slacking, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Pokemon evolutions are generally supposed to make your Pokemon stronger. This said, there are exceptions to that rule, one of which is the Pokemon whose laziness can challenge even that of Snorlax, slacking. Slacking is the final evolution of the sloth Pokemon Slackoth. It's a giant ape who can pack a lot of punch with its attacks, but it comes with one annoying trait that makes this increase in power completely worthless. Slacking, like his first form Slackoth, possesses the Truant ability, which causes it to skip every other turn out of sheer laziness. This perhaps wouldn't feel like such a big downgrade if it weren't for the fact that Slackoth's middle evolution, Vigoroth, loses this trait and is much more competent for it. Slacking's impressive stats might make it seem like gaining the trait back is worth it, but losing an entire turn is deadly in the turn-based combat of Pokemon. The truth is, you're gonna do just as much, if not more, by keeping your Vigoroth unevolved, while all it takes is losing 4 turns with slacking due to the enemy using Protect to realize you completely regret upgrading to the final evolution. Number 8. Trickster, Crusader Kings 2. Crusader Kings 2, like many other Paradox Interactive grand strategies, is a game that relies heavily on winning wars. You want your armies to be strong enough to paint the map in the colors of your nation, and that means having good generals who can lead your troops to glory. Your generals, like any other character in the game, can learn new skills and obtain special personality traits that make them more effective in battle. That is, unless we're talking about the Trickster trait. Generals with the Trickster trait increase the top and bottom value caps of the dice rolls you make in combat. This means they should have a greater chance of outdoing the enemy while also risking more failure. But in reality, this means your general will be stuck losing battles at random. The lowered value cap means your general can still roll worse than someone with a worse combat skill. And just a few bad rolls like that can lose you any battle regardless of your army size, the general skill, and how much better you are than your opponent. War and gambling are already bad as they are. There's no need to mix them into something even more terrible. Number 7. Speed Demon, Project Zomboid. Most zombie media teaches us that the most useful thing in the event of an undead apocalypse is a car. Project Zomboid is no different in this regard, making cars a convenient commodity that provides you with a safe way to traverse long distances, haul large quantities of items, and even take a nap without worrying about any bite marks. All these benefits might tempt you to build your character around driving cars, and Project Zomboid actually provides you with a perk to improve your driving. The only problem is this upgrade secretly makes you a worse driver. The Speed Demon perk allows you to drive cars faster than their speed limit allows, and while that might sound useful, in reality, all it means is a whole lot of car crashes. The truth is, since you're the only driver in the zombie apocalypse, there's no point in driving faster. In fact, if anything, the increased speed makes it harder to react to obstacles and avoid lethal accidents. Project Zomboid skilled drivers, ironically, die more frequently than regular characters while behind the wheel, as they won't notice a sudden curve or a car wreck on the road. So don't get the trait. Better safe than sorry. Number 6. Plague Bearer, Age of Wonders 4. Age of Wonders 4 is a turn-based strategy game about demigods competing for influence over magical realms. A big part of the game is fighting battles against your opponent's armies, and winning them can rely a lot on the heroes you put in charge of your soldiers. Each hero comes with unique traits that provide buffs for your empire and your units. But the thing is, not every upgrade they give is worth your time. As a matter of fact, one of them, Plague Bearer, makes winning fights significantly harder. Plague Bearer gives your hero a permanent disease that makes them weaker in combat but allows them to spread the plague effect to nearby units. At first glance, it looks like a trade-off that could make for an interesting tactic, but in truth, it's really just a nuisance. The plague makes your leader easier to kill, which significantly lowers your unit's morale. Not surprising because of the whole plague thing. And since the ability spreads diseases to all units, most of the time you're going to come out of combat with half your army suffering the effects of your self-inflicted epidemic. You might win some battles this way, but in the long run, the plagues will wear your armies down and eventually thin them completely. Honestly, this one kind of says everything on the tin. It might have been your fault for taking it. Number 5. In Shining Armor, Fallout New Vegas. If Fallout 4 has a lot of character perks, then Fallout New Vegas has a metric ton. From combat and survival skills to social perks and even upgrades that alter the entire map of the Mojave, New Vegas gives you full agency over how you build your character and offers all the necessary upgrades to make your apocalyptic dreams come true, especially if you're looking to maximize their efficiency of your metal armor, and it's all due to one annoying bug. In Shining Armor is a perk that increases your resistance to laser damage if you're wearing metal armor. The perk looks really useful if you're looking to clad your courier in shiny steel, but once you purchase it, you quickly realize that it does absolutely nothing. You see, due to a typo in the script, the resistance modifier of the perk doesn't apply to laser damage and instead boosts your defense to a non-existent type of attack. The perk is a waste of a perfectly good trait slot, and when you think about it, it's actually worse than useless, seeing as you have a limited amount of level ups and the trait deprives you of one trait slot you could have spent on something actually useful. Number 4. Egypt, Europa Universalis 4. Europa Universalis 4 is a grand strategy where your goal is to become the most powerful country in the age of colonization. To help you achieve this goal, the game features several formidable nations, historically important countries that offer unique buffs and perks that make you more powerful after you reform your government and don their flag. This said, not every formidable nation is worth the struggle of creating it. In the case of Egypt, it even makes your nation significantly worse. The problem with Egypt, in the game, I think we should be be clear, in the game, is that unlike other formable nations, it doesn't offer any benefits. But it still overrides any unique cultural perks of your original country, like the unique government mechanics of the Mamelukes, who might be tempted to turn into Egypt given they already control all of the region. The worst part of this is that forming the nation takes resources and time, so you basically have to pay for making yourself less effective. But hey, at least you got a cool new flag and change your border's color to a dark shade of green, so that's cool. Number 3, mounts. Total War Warhammer 3. Total War Warhammer 3 allows you to upgrade your generals and heroes to turn them into inspiring leaders or one-person armies. To this extent, you may choose from dozens of different abilities, and one of them, a mount upgrade, is what most players usually pick as soon as they're able to, since they're generally a good upgrade. Mounts increase the speed, attack, and armor rating of your characters, plus they come in a variety of shapes and sizes, from simple horses to raptors, dragons, and even giant crabs. Giant enemy crabs, I assume. This said, not every mount is worth it, and in fact, if you're building a hero that can solo fight enemy armies, you'll want to drop most mounts altogether. You see, mounts, being large animals, increase the size of your character, which makes them really easy to surround and barrage with ranged attacks. The mounted heroes then tend to soak up damage like a sponge and die within minutes after charging into the enemy. The bigger the mount, the greater the number of places it can be hit. So unless you give your mounted heroes some smaller units to protect them from getting overwhelmed, it's best to keep them on foot. They could probably use the exercise anyway. Number 2, Deadeye, XCOM 2. In XCOM 2, you play as a group of rebels trying to defeat the alien invaders that have taken over Earth. Your team has scarce resources and a limited number of recruits to employ, which is why every upgrade you choose matters. For the most part, there's no right or wrong when picking upgrade perks for your soldiers. Each has something good to offer, so you're encouraged to experiment. But then you have Deadeye. Deadeye is a perk that allows the character to sacrifice their accuracy to drastically increase their damage. In order to purchase it, you need to pick it over Quick Draw, a perk that allows you to make a second attack with your pistol on the same turn. Now, the amount of damage you gain by sacrificing accuracy makes it seem like it's worth more than a second weaker attack. However, due to the game's mechanics, it's actually the opposite. Because of the way RNG works in XCOM, dropping your accuracy will make you miss more shots than you're anticipating. And because you're limited in how much you can attack, 2 weaker but more accurate attacks end up being stronger than a single overpowered strike that consistently misses. Number 1, Baldachin's Blessing, Elden Ring. Like many other From Software Souls-likes, Elden Ring likes to be pretty vague about what's going on and what the things you find do. For the most part, it's not a big deal, since you can figure most of it out for yourself as you explore the world. That said, there is one upgrade where we really would like a heads-up warning before we made the mistake of activating it. Baldachin's Blessing is a buff you get from hugging Fia and sharing some of your life's vigor with her. This sounds like yet another esoteric Elden Ring babble at first, but once you check what the buff you received does, you realize you actually did share some vigor with Fia. 1 point of it to be exact, or to put it bluntly, a permanent 5% decrease in your health. Yep, Fia's Blessing makes you weaker and easier to kill. I mean, it can also protect you from being staggered, but this needs to be activated, and it still won't matter when that 5% decrease costs you a tough boss fight. Elden Ring is the only game that will call you maidenless and then trick you into giving up your health for trying to comfort an ill woman.
Now, it's always disappointing to see a breathtaking video game unable to turn a profit, despite its reception being unanimously positive. Grim Fandango, Psychonauts, Beyond Good and Evil, and many other iconic titles failed because there was little buzz surrounding them at the time of release. But every once in a while, a game will tank despite it being hyped beyond measure. Even though the gaming community seemed giddy to get their hands on certain titles, you would never have guessed it after seeing the sales count. And that's what we're here to talk about today, as I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video games we all wanted, but nobody bought. Number 10, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. After Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands failed to impress, it was no surprise when the chrono platformer went into hibernation. However, nobody expected the franchise to lay dormant for 14 years, so when 2024's Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown was announced, excitement was in the air. Although the trailer was initially met with hostility, there were plenty of POP lovers dying to revisit the classic IP. The 2.5D side-scroller was lavished with glowing reviews, proving the naysayers wrong. Due to its innovative combat and impeccable level design, The Lost Crown deserves its place place among the best modern Metroidvanias. But the Prince of Persia series didn't get the comeback it deserved. Firstly, selling the title at full price was a bad move. With the best Metroidvanias costing under 20 quid, customers balked after seeing this hefty price tag. On top of that, and as painful a truth as this may well be, Prince of Persia doesn't actually carry the same weight that it once did, despite its dedicated fan base. As a result, the bulk of its potential audience didn't gravitate towards it. Despite every critic singing the Lost Crown's praises, it only sold 300,000 units in its first 2 weeks. Although Ubisoft lowered the price soon after, it merely softened the damage instead of reversing it. If the company priced the Lost Crown more reasonably from the get-go, it probably would have sold significantly better. Number 9. Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge came out in a time where the industry was oversaturated with first-person titles. Focusing more on acrobatics rather than blasting everything in sight, DICE's Game Changer breathed new life into the genre. Mirror's Edge may have underperformed, but it didn't stop the parkour-themed title being elevated to cult status, and when that happens, it isn't long before the masses demand a follow-up. Though fans had to wait an eternity, DICE eventually got around to greenlighting a reboot. Rather than creating a carbon copy of the original with enhanced graphics, Mirror's Edge Catalyst reworked everything from the ground up. On top of that, this installment focused on online multiplayer, which fueled the hype train even further. Though this reimagining had its problems, it sold well enough to make a sizable profit. Sadly though, Catalyst was swallowed up almost immediately by the billion-dollar titan Overwatch, which released the previous month. In the end, it sold an underwhelming 2.5 million copies, the same amount as its predecessor. Catalyst never recovered, which led to its servers being closed down for good in 2023. Although the main campaign is still playable, it's a shame that the multiplayer was deactivated, considering it was among the game's biggest selling points. Number 8. Viewtiful Joe 2. 20 years after its release, Clover Studios' Viewtiful Joe is still one of the most innovative platformers ever. The titular star uses movie mechanics like close-ups, fast-forward, and slow-mo to battle enemies, solve puzzles, and open new pathways. Coupled with its cel-shaded graphics and cheeky meta-humor, there hasn't been a 2D side-scroller like this before or since. Now, Viewtiful Joe looked like it had a slim chance of success since it was so difficult to market. Though sales fell short of expectations, the luscious platform scraped up enough to warrant a sequel. As solid as the first entry was, Viewtiful Joe 2 was shaping up to be better, boasting 2 characters to play as, more variety in combat, and less of a punishing difficulty curve. Since the first entry had proven this brand had legs, the sequel should have been a winner. But too bad high praise doesn't translate into high sales. Despite getting a thumbs up from critics, VJ2 sold abominably worldwide, resulting in another planned sequel's cancellation. Though 2 spin-offs were released, Viewtiful Joe 3 never actually materialized. After the dissolution of Clover Studio, it's likely that a third installment will ever come to fruition. Number 7. Onimusha: Dawn of Dreams. Since there hasn't been a new Onimusha for almost 20 years, it's easy to forget how impactful the original was. Onimusha Warlords was championed for its fluid swordplay, astounding soundtrack, and impressive graphics, causing the Samurai Saga to become the first PS2 game to sell 1 million copies. Now, despite the fact that Onimusha was planned as a trilogy, fans were hungry for more after the third installment seemingly wrapped things up, urging Capcom to work on another title. Rather than churning out more of the same, Capcom made Onimusha: Dawn of Dreams more action-oriented by implementing similar mechanics as Shadow of Rome, which was released the previous year. Since Dawn of Dreams was made for a particular demographic, the developers expected the project not to make as much money as the previous installments. Nevertheless, Dawn of Dreams made significantly less than Capcom hoped. Although the original Onimusha sold over 1 million copies in Japan alone, this sequel barely managed to get a third of that amount. Now, Onimusha: Dawn of Dreams was far from perfect, but it was nowhere near the disaster that one would expect while looking at this rather diabolical sales record. Number 6. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Being a reboot of one of the most beloved RPGs ever, Square's ever-gestating Final Fantasy VII Remake was pretty much a guaranteed hit. Sure enough, the ambitious reimagining sold over 3 million copies within 3 days, making it the fastest-selling PS4 exclusive. However, Final Fantasy VII Remake only covered the first act of the original. With Final Fantasy VII Rebirth covering the bulk of its story, it was primed to be a bigger success. And yet, the second chapter only sold half the amount of the first entry, despite being adored by critics and fans. Although RPGs often do well in Japan, Rebirth fared worse there, bringing in a third of its predecessor. Now, just to be clear, this Final Fantasy installment isn't tanking by any stretch of the imagination, but according to industry analyst Daniel Ahmad, there's no question that it's underperforming. The reason behind Rebirth's less than stellar performance isn't actually certain, but there are several theories. Remake was released during the lockdown when the gaming industry was booming. The fact that Rebirth is only available on the PS5 was definitely sure to hurt its sales as well, and since some Final Fantasy VII devotees weren't on board board with the retcons of Remake, it's likely they didn't bother with the follow-up, which took further liberties with the source material. Even though Final Fantasy Rebirth sales are good, it hasn't filled Square's pockets the way that anyone anticipated. Number 5. Max Payne 2: The Fall of Max Payne. The first installment in Remedy's hard-boiled shooter was praised for its over-the-top shootouts, noir atmosphere, and bullet time mechanics. And since Max Payne made a killing in sales, the sequel was sure to sell just as well, if not better, right? Well, although The Fall of Max Payne wasn't as revolutionary, it improved nearly every aspect of the original, offering a tighter story, better voice acting, smoother graphics, and more intense action. Also, leaping through the air with slow-mo guns blazing has never felt more satisfying. And that's why it was baffling when Max Payne 2 absolutely tanked. In fact, it sold so abysmally, it's one of the central reasons why Take-Two Interactive was shut down. In hindsight, The Fall of Max Payne was surprisingly prophetic. Stranger still, there's no concrete explanation why MP2 failed. It was available on PS2, Xbox, and the PC, so accessibility wasn't a problem. It garnered rave reviews across the board. It didn't get swallowed up by a bigger brand released around the same time. It's just a mystery. And most importantly, it was a game that the fanbase wanted to play. 20 years later, it's still a mystery why Max Payne 2 didn't pan out as well as it should have. Number 4. Chrono Cross. Now, Chrono Trigger hasn't endured as a series like Final Fantasy, but its legacy sure has. Being one of the most beloved games ever, a sequel to the time-traveling RPG just couldn't come soon enough. Although the hype seemed insurmountable, Chrono Cross was an utter triumph, capturing the spirit of the original without imitating it. In fact, it improved on Chrono Trigger in several departments. The combat was more tactical, making every victory all the more satisfying. Although the first installment had players take control of 7 characters, Cross allowed our hero to recruit a whopping 45 members, each with their own distinctive personality and fighting style. With another beautiful world to explore, sensational bosses to battle, and an epic story to fall in love with, players should have shown up in droves when Chrono Cross debuted. But tragically, Cross had the misfortune of coming out a month after Square's other epic role-player, Final Fantasy IX. Being a more recognizable brand, Final Fantasy cleaned shop while Chrono Cross was kind of left in the lurch. Due to the shoddy sales, Square didn't even bother to release Cross in Europe. For this reason, many European gamers were pining for a Chrono Trigger sequel at the time, oblivious that Chrono Cross even existed. Number 3. Lawbreakers. Now, Cliff Bleszinski is the brains behind towering IPs like Unreal Tournament and Gears of War. Because of this, any project he helms should cause quite the stir amongst his dedicated fanbase. So when he announced that a gravity-defying shooter called Lawbreakers would be his new company's launch title, it was a big deal. The fact Bleszinski came out of retirement for this project highlighted how much he believed in it. The creators spared no expense with marketing, collaborating with influencers, and organizing giveaways for this tantalizing blaster. But despite the buzz, the team-based shooter didn't come close to outshining its competition. When it debuted on Steam, Lawbreakers failed to break into the top 100 played games. In its prime, it never generated more than 7,500 players. Though the ports had better luck, they didn't bring in enough money for Lawbreakers to sustain itself, causing the servers to be shut down barely a year after release. What's worse is that this isn't the first time such a tragedy has befallen Cliff Bleszinski. Despite the heavy promotions and positive reception Bulletstorm received 6 years earlier, the over-the-top FPS also bombed spectacularly. Number 2. The Last Guardian. Few games have raised the bar in terms of emotional storytelling on the same level as Shadow of the Colossus. As such, all eyes were on Fumito Ueda's next project, and when The Last Guardian was presented at E3 2009, everyone was awestruck by the high-res textures and characters' realistic mannerisms. With The Last Guardian expected to be another showstopper, fans of Ueda's work just couldn't wait. Unfortunately, waiting is exactly what everyone was forced to do. Despite being planned for a 2011 launch, The Last Guardian suffered a nightmarish development. Just when it looked like the project might see the light of day, it was hit with another delay, and another, and another. But when The Last Guardian was finally released in 2016, it seemed like the wait paid off. It wasn't as groundbreaking as Ueda's previous work, but the gorgeous graphics, beautiful story, and highly advanced AI were truly something to behold. But due to the 5-year delay, many people who were initially psyched to play The Last Guardian had given up and moved on to something else. Gamers had been spurred too often to give it a shot, regardless of what the reviews said. Despite the overwhelming hype that once surrounded The Last Guardian, it debuted at number 7 in the UK charts and struggled to climb any higher. And number 1, Shenmue 1 and 2. Or Shenmue if you're going to be boring about it. Despite the fact that Dreamcast had a lackluster start, Sega hoped one game in particular would turn everything around. Since Shenmue just going to say it normally, boasted unique mechanics including day and night cycles, weather events, scheduled events for NPCs and QuickTime events, the Asian crime brawler looked pretty bloody promising. Though Shenmue met its unrealistically high expectations, it was facing an uphill battle from the get-go since it was a Dreamcast exclusive. Although the Sega system was underrated, there's no doubt it was a failure, since it only sold 9 million units. By comparison, the PS1 sold over 100 million during the same period. Since Shenmue was the most expensive video game ever at the time, it was borderline impossible to recoup the development costs, even if every Dreamcast owner bought a copy. But Sega wouldn't go down without a fight. Knowing the IP had potential, they released a sequel with a significantly cheaper budget. Now that Shenmue was a recognized brand, the follow-up should have had no problem bringing in the money, especially after it was praised to the nines by critics. Alas, Shenmue 2 barely sold 1/10 of its predecessor, sending the franchise into a hiatus for nearly 2 decades. And the less said about Shenmue 3, the better.
Trophies and achievements are about so much more than mere pats on the back. They also ultimately tell a story that says a lot about the modern gaming landscape. Now, trophy and achievement data is far from an exact science for a multitude of reasons, but it does nevertheless provide a pretty strong and often shocking indication of modern player trends, as this list will cement. As tough as it might be to believe some of these absolutely wild stats, the proof is very much in the dopamine-filled pudding. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game trophy stats you won't believe. Number 10. 58% of players beat The Last of Us Part 2. It's worth pointing out from the outset that achievement data consistently indicates the vast majority of gamers don't actually complete that many of the games they buy. Look at the stats for just about any major AAA game, and you'll find the number of players who beat the final boss and roll credits is staggeringly low. Even Insomniac's first Spider-Man game, which offered up a relatively short and not particularly difficult single-player campaign, has only seen 49.3% of players reach the end. And so with that in mind, it's legitimately quite flabbergasting that The Last of Us Part 2, an extremely polarizing sequel that's roughly 25 hours long and a brutal, miserable experience for the most part, rocks one of the highest completion rates of any AAA game this generation. At present, 58% of players have completed the story, placing it far above not only Spider-Man, but most other major first-party Sony titles, like 2018's God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone, and plenty of other comparable AAA offerings. Even accepting that The Last of Us Part 2 released during a particularly bleak period of the pandemic, where players were encouraged to remain indoors and may have found a strange comfort in its like-minded narrative, that can't fully explain how such a disproportionate number of gamers did make it all the way to the end. Impressive isn't even the word. Number 9. 14% of players never beat God of War's opening fight. On the total opposite end of the spectrum now, we have 2018's God of War quasi-reboot. Though a respectable 47% of players have reached the end of the game and popped the Last Wish trophy, what's more shocking is how many players haven't ever made it past the prologue. God of War opens with a thrilling onboarding section where players are introduced to the game's combat and have an epic punch-up with a stranger later revealed to be the god known as Baldur. Even accepting the prologue lasts around 40 minutes, it's simple and riveting enough that you'd expect most everyone to remain glued to the controller throughout. However, the trophy that pops for completing this encounter, The Journey Begins, hasn't been unlocked by 13.7% of those who started playing the game. A head-scratchingly high figure for a game that's both so brilliant right out the gate and has such a high overall completion percentage. It's of course important to remember that God of War has been available to try for free on PlayStation Plus for a long time now, lowering the barrier of entry enough that many with little to no interest in the game might have booted it up just to see what it was like, in turn inflating the trophy data. All the same, given that almost half of the players who started the game did reach the end credits, it seems unlikely that the PS Plus release is entirely to blame. Number 8. Almost 20% of Persona 5 Royal players got the Platinum. Even if it shocks you how few players actually beat games in a bare-bones sense, nobody should be surprised how few dedicate the time and effort to scooping up Platinum trophies. When even games with relatively fun and easy platinums like Until Dawn have only been mopped up by 2.7% of players, it's reasonable to assume that considerably beefier and more demanding plats have been popped by a real fraction of this figure, right? Yet believe it or not, Persona 5 Royal has been platinumed by 20.2% of European players and 17.7% of North Americans. Effectively almost 1 in 5 of people who started playing the game. It's an impressive figure given that the game takes well over 100 hours for most players to platinum, seeming to suggest that the franchise's fans are an extremely die-hard bunch. More to the point, given that Royal is an enhanced version of the original Persona 5 release, the overwhelming majority of the people buying it were already all in, and may have beaten the base game already, so they knew exactly what they were getting themselves into. Even so, such a high platinum rate for a game this huge and challenging is insane. Number 7. 16% of Minecraft players have never opened the inventory. There are few actions more basic and bog standard in any video game than opening your inventory, right? It doesn't require any skill and can usually be done with the mere press of a single button at any time. And yet, 15.9% of Minecraft players on the PS4 version have never done it, and the number goes up even higher to a laughable 17.2% on the PS3 release. Now, as ludicrous as these stats seem on paper, there is at least something approaching a logical explanation here. Given that many Minecraft players stick to the creative mode, where a conventional inventory doesn't exist, and in turn, never play survival mode where the trophy can be popped. All the same, such a large slice of Minecraft players never having tried survival mode for a few minutes and taking a quick peek at their inventory is really staggering. Number 6. Slytherin is the most popular house in Hogwarts Legacy. And now for some trophy data that provides insight into the mind of the average person playing recent mega hit Hogwarts Legacy, and the results are pretty damn surprising. Ask even the most casual Harry Potter fan which of Hogwarts' 4 houses is the most popular, and the overwhelming majority will tell you Gryffindor, given it's the house into which Harry himself was sorted. Yet the trophy and achievement data for Hogwarts Legacy tells a shockingly different story. The game awards an achievement early on depending on which house the player selects, and across both PlayStation and Xbox, Gryffindor is actually edged out by Slytherin. It's a genuinely unexpected statistic given that players generally opt for the more virtuous and good options in most video games. And so why would so many players opt to join the house most commonly associated with evil misdeeds? While it's fair to say that Slytherin gets an incredible amount of focus in the books and films compared to both Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, seeing them triumph over Harry Potter's own house is genuinely shocking. Does the game's own sorting hat perhaps have an accidental bias towards Slytherin, or are players just a little bit more mischievous than we're giving them credit for? As a millennial who inevitably knows that their own house is indeed Slytherin, I'm all for people ignoring the sorting hat and picking their own house. Number 5. 35% of Elden Ring players reached the final boss. Even if you subscribe to the belief among From Software fans that Elden Ring is the studio's easiest game to date, it still represents a biblical level of challenge to the average player. And so it's extremely impressive that a monumental 35.3% of players actually defeated the final boss and reached the climax of the game, whereupon each of its 3 major endings unlocks a separate trophy. More than 1/3 of players getting right to the final boss of a From Software game sounds ludicrous on paper compared to the similar completion stats afforded to decidedly less difficult video games. But much like the Persona 5 Royal Platinum Trophy, it's also worth remembering that From Software has a really loyal and dedicated player base who are very aware of the challenges their games present. As such, there are likely not too many players who bought the game without any awareness of its high difficulty level, placing a ceiling on the number of people who would quickly bounce off it. Basically, if you play a From Software game these days, you're almost certainly all in for the long haul, whether you reach the end or not. Number 4. Over 50% of players have never got past Sonic's Green Hill Zone. Now we come to what might actually be the most inexplicable piece of trophy data on this entire list. Trophies and achievements obviously didn't exist when Sonic the Hedgehog was first released in 1991, but when it received a digital release for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, that all changed. While it's not remotely unexpected that just 6.5% of players have nabbed the trophy for beating the game, given its punishingly old school nature, at least compared to more forgiving modern platformers, it's absurd just how few players have even pushed past the first zone. Sonic kicks off with Green Hill Zone, the franchise's most iconic setting by far, and one which even the most casual and unskilled of Sonic players should basically be able to cruise through. And yet, among the 100,000 plus players tracked for the game on PlayStation platforms, only 44.4% of them have cleared Green Hill Zone. This is a zone which, to be clear, can be comfortably beaten by most players in around 5 minutes, yet hasn't been finished by half of the people who started playing it. Could it be that players en masse bought the game for the nostalgia-fueled fun of it, but never got back to it after quickly testing out Green Hill Zone's first level? Truly baffling. Number 3. Most FIFA players haven't played a single women's match. There's no two ways about it. This one kinda stinks. The FIFA franchise finally introduced the ability to play as female football teams back in FIFA 16, and ever since has included a trophy for playing even a single women's football match. Sadly, the resulting data is pretty damn depressing, with just 20% of players playing even one women's match in FIFA 16, and that number has basically fallen further off a cliff with each new release. By FIFA 22, just 6% of players had popped the passion achievement for playing a women's international football match, and the recent EA Sports FC 24 saw this figure drop to a catastrophic 0.8%. It doesn't help at all that EA's implementation of female football in the franchise remains relatively piecemeal compared to the male side, but at the same time, the fact that their inclusion has moved the needle so little with the player base is still pretty disappointing. Number 2. 12% of Fallout 4 players have never left the vault. If you're sticking to the critical path, it'll take you about half an hour to get through Fallout 4's prologue, leave Vault 111, and head above ground into the wasteland. It's here where Fallout 4 really begins, as the game opens up and players are free to explore the irradiated post-apocalyptic expanse. And yet, a decent sliver of players are still holed up in that original vault and seemingly not terribly eager to come out. At present, 11.9% of the game's 750,000 plus tracked PS4 players, almost 90,000 people for those keeping score, haven't yet wandered out of the vault and dug into the meat of what Fallout 4 has to offer. And given that the game shipped 12 million units to retailers within its first 24 hours alone, the real-world number of vault camping players across all platforms is going to be many orders of magnitude higher. On one hand, it's great that players found so much value in the game's glorified tutorial area, but that's also a huge swath of the player base that's barely dipped their toe into the wider experience. Number 1. Almost 40% of players never killed somebody else in Hunt Showdown. Trophies and achievements can give developers extremely useful, fascinating, and perhaps perplexing data about how players are experiencing their games, and that's certainly true in the case of Hunt Showdown. The game is a PvPvE first-person shooter where players are tasked with taking down other players, and as such, one of the game's most basic trophies, Debut, is awarded for killing your first enemy hunter, that is, another human player. But almost 4 years since the game's PS4 release, and only 62.7% of players have popped the Debut trophy. That leaves 37.3% who've not killed a single human player during a game where that's the operating objective. This was even recently commented upon by the game's general manager, David Fifield, who noted the difficulty of creating a competitive experience that's also inclusive for newcomers. Reading between the lines, it seems clear that many new players quickly took their leave of Hunt Showdown after getting mowed down by fellow players a few rounds in a row. Fifield insists they're continuing to work on the issue, and hopefully the percentage of players without a single kill to their name will drop in the near future. Well, he's hoping. Having the choice to actually join the bad guys is sometimes a sign of a really good story-based video game. It shows that the devs aren't afraid to let you play exactly the way you want to play, even if it means flipping their narrative on its head and turning your character into a member of their own gallery of villains. However, just because you have the choice to be evil doesn't mean you should necessarily do it. Not because it's morally wrong, don't get me wrong, but simply because in some games, somewhere down the line, following the villain's path will inevitably backfire on you. While letting your darker side show can certainly be fun, you just don't want to hitch your wagon to these particular villains. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game villains you can secretly side with and immediately regret. Number 10. The Institute. Fallout 4. The Institute and its scientists serve as the primary antagonists of Fallout 4, being the mysterious boogeymen of the Commonwealth that kidnap the Wasteland's residents in order to conduct dangerous experiments. The game hypes up the Institute to be the ultimate evil, but once, spoiler alert, their leader turns out to be your lost son Sean, you do get the option to join them. From that point on, you may try to see the Institute in a different light, as a potential solution for resolving the horrors of the post-apocalypse. The game even teases you with dialogue lines that suggest you could turn the Institute into a group that helps people, instead of callously experimenting on them. Unfortunately, when you finish the game on the Institute side and become its new director, it quickly becomes evident that your supposed position of power can't actually influence anything going on in the faction, and you're basically stuck ruling a populace that mistreats synths and kidnaps innocent people. What's worse is that regarding your remaining companions, you have to choose either to kill or estrange them, leaving you with nothing but regret. Number 9. Liberty, Wasteland 3. In Wasteland 3, you play as the Arizona Rangers, who seek to make an alliance with Colorado's leader, the Patriarch, in order to help your people win a losing war back home. Your team has little time, scarce resources, and hundreds of lives that depend on the success of their mission. So naturally, instead of doing what you were sent to Colorado for, you should probably opt for helping a warmongering raider terrorize the local land. Liberty, one of the Patriarch's rebelling children that he asks you to capture for him, is a raider queen who serves as a secret faction that your team of rangers can join. In order to do so, you need to convince her to let you join her army raiders, with an incredibly hard kiss-ass check upon meeting her, which will then jump you straight to the ending credits and the final cutscene. Now, although Liberty's kiss-ass check is high, the ending you get this way isn't really worth it. Your new boss's campaign is successful, but the cutscene shows that your decision leads to the defeat of the Rangers in Arizona, and that your team in Colorado suffers great losses while fighting Liberty's wars. So I don't know, maybe next time we should just stick to the plan. Number 8. Clavicus Vile, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Clavicus the Vile is one of the Daedric princes in the Elder Scrolls series, and the central figure of a quest in Skyrim called a Daedra's best friend. Being the Daedric Prince of Mischief, who grants mortal monkey paw style wishes, Clavicus is obviously not a great guy, and he tries to make a not very good deal with you right towards the end of his personal quest. The quest's main objective is to help Clavicus's dog and moral guide, Barbas, reunite with his master. However, because Clavicus is reluctant to let Barbas back into his life, he agrees to reunite with him only if you bring him an artifact that's called the Rueful Axe. When you bring the weapon to him, Clavicus will make you an offer. He'll let you keep the axe if you kill Barbas with it. Now, because the axe is a unique Daedric artifact, you might think it's worth making a bargain with the Prince of Mischief. However, the weapon is about as strong as a regular iron axe, and siding with Clavicus prevents you from getting his other artifact, the Mask of Clavicus Vile, which is considered to be one of the best items in the game. And so the monkey's paw curls again. Although this one might be on you. I'm not even a dog person and I wouldn't do that. Number 7. Arasaka, Cyberpunk 2077. The Arasaka Corporation are the unequivocal villains of Cyberpunk 2077's universe, and that's saying a lot given Night City is home to a ton of different villains. Not only are they a ruthless corporation largely responsible for the miserable state of the world, they're also the ones who've created the Soul Killer chip, which is slowly destroying V's body. This said, the secret ending where you side with the corporation is one of the only ways to save V's life in the end, although the offer comes at a price. To get the ending, you need to save Goro, call Hanako Arasaka for help with your worsening condition, and then, in the final act, choose to betray your friends and join Goro in storming Arasaka Tower to avenge the death of the corporation's leader, Saburo. After the mission is complete, you'll get a cutscene where Arasaka scientists remove your biochip. When the procedure is done, V will be asked to sign a contract that will permit Arasaka to transport their consciousness into a chip, effectively turning them into the corporation's property. Refusing to sign the contract isn't a great alternative either, as without the chip, V only has 6 months to live, alone, and with no place to go. The achievement you get for siding with Arasaka is called the Devil, and I guess this one now explains itself. Number 6. Zlatko, Detroit Become Human. The androids you control in Detroit Become Human can all suffer some pretty terrible fates. However, the unequivocal number 1 spot to the I wouldn't want to be in your shoes category has to go to Kara in the secret Zlatko ending. Zlatko is the eponymous villain of the 17th chapter of Kara and Alice's storylines. He captures deviant androids by pretending to be a smuggler that can help them escape to Canada, and then conducts inhumane experiments on their bodies. If you fall for Zlatko's ruse and let him wipe Kara's memories, the girl will become Zlatko's brainwashed servant. At that point, you can use clues inside your new owner's mansion to gradually regain your memories, but if you're curious to see what will happen if you stay compliant and side with Zlatko, you're in for rather disturbing imagery. Ignoring the clues will lock Kara in a permanent servant mode and trigger a cutscene where she becomes a mindless puppet to be tortured and experimented on by her captor. It's an instant game over that not only ends Kara's story, but also leaves you with the mental scars of watching what sort of messed up things are happening in Zlatko's home. It's not good. Number 5, Caesar's Legion, Fallout New Vegas. Caesar's Legion from Fallout New Vegas is a faction that exemplifies a lot of questionable, if not downright condemnable qualities. Among their practices of slavery, raiding, and crucifixions, the group also fosters an inherent hatred of women, whom Caesar's Legionnaires view as inferior to men. Despite this, you can, surprisingly enough, join the Legion as a woman. However, your great efforts to convince their genocidal Boy Scout team to let you into their club will not really yield an appropriately great reward. You see, as a female Legionary, you have to constantly prove yourself to your fellow Legion members. Yet despite this, the group will still prevent you from participating in a lot of activities happening in camp. For example, you'll be permanently banned from entering the fighting arena, no matter how great your fame within the faction is, and all the Legionnaires that you'd normally be able to grow your reputation with will keep ignoring you and treating you with contempt. Luckily, if you made the mistake of aligning yourself with the Legion as a woman, the option to go for the independent Vegas ending is still on the table, so might want to eye that one off. Number 4, Kurgan, Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. Arcanum is an old-school isometric RPG set in a steampunk fantasy world where magic and technology constantly clash with each other, changing the balance of the world's forces. The main villain of the game is Kurgan, an old and powerful necromancer who seeks to eradicate all life in the world because, in his view, life is an unnatural state of existence which only brings pain and suffering to those who are subjected to it. With this kind of unlife philosophy, Kurgan is obviously an irredeemable villain, or a millennial who grew up in the emo era. However, this doesn't mean you can't join him on a quest. It just means that you shouldn't expect it to end well. When you confront Kurgan in the final act of the game, you can agree to join him in eradicating all life by choosing a specific sequence of dialogue options. This decision will lead to, unsurprisingly, the destruction of all life in Arcanum's universe. And yes, again, unsurprisingly, that does include you and your team. Who would have thought joining forces with a genocidal necromancer would lead to the full genocide of your party? Wild. Number 3, Prince LaCroix, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I'm not 100% sure if this guy's name is said like the sparkling water, but I will be saying it that way. The world of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is full of shady, blood-sucking characters, but if there's one antagonist all vampires can agree is the objective villain of the story, it's probably Ming Zhao. Ming Zhao serves as the priestess of the mysterious Kuei Jin, a breed of Asian vampires that seeks to eradicate all their Western brethren and take control over the Los Angeles area. For this reason, Zhao serves as the villain in most of the game's endings, but surprisingly, if you act nicely towards her throughout different moments in the game, you can reach an ending where you ally yourself with her instead and her vampire-hating friends. If the premise of a Western bloodsucker aligning themselves with creatures that hate their kind sounds too good to be true, it's because it kind of is, like the last entry, and the ones before it, and the ones that'll come after. After you get rid of all the vampire sex for Zhao, the priestess immediately betrays you by locking you inside a sarcophagus and then dropping it to the bottom of the ocean, stating the Kuei Jin could never host a Western vampire among their ranks. In hindsight, the twist was pretty obvious to figure out. Number 2, the Groks, Spore. The Groks are the villainous species of cyborgs from Max's life simulator, Spore. They're feared throughout the galaxy thanks to their ruthlessly hostile nature, as well as their blatant disregard for all living things. This said, if the above description has somehow made you think the Groks would make amazing friends, Spore does offer you the option to sign an alliance with them. The process of becoming friends with the Groks is incredibly difficult and very easy to mess up, as the species has a permanent negative opinion of you, and the slightest bit of additional hostility can be impossible to remove. However, if you put all your efforts into it and throw in a couple of war crimes against organics, the Groks will be amused enough by your diplomatic plays, they'll agree to ally with you, and then completely ruin your campaign. As soon as you sign your soul to the Groks, every other species in the galaxy will declare war on you and start attacking your colony planets. To make things worse, all your new friends will have
have to say about the matter is that they're satisfied with turning you into their new puppet. Never trust a cyborg. Number 1. Dumet, The Devil in Me. The Devil in Me is the final entry in the first season of the Dark Pictures anthology series from Supermassive Games. The game takes place inside an antique hotel, where a group of filmmakers is trying to escape the clutches of a crazed serial killer called Mr. Dumet. Although the film crew are the victims of Mr. Dumet, there is a way for you to ally yourself with him in one of the game's secret endings. To get the ending, you need to kill everyone except for Kate and Mark. In the final act, Dumet will capture both of them and then try to coerce Mark into helping him lure more victims into the hotel, under the threat of killing his friend with acid. Agreeing to help the killer will trigger a special cutscene where Mark and Kate welcome Dumet's new victims to the hotel, and then head to a ferry to escape his clutches. However, if you thought your sacrifice of innocent lives would go unpunished, you have another thing coming. As soon as Mark and Kate are a safe distance from the hotel, the ferry stops, and you can hear 2 gunshots, indicating that Dumet got him in the end anyway. Well, you might have got what you deserved on that one. Every great video game story needs a good villain to add an opposing force for its protagonist to fight. That said, not every villain is so bad that we actually want to fight them. From innocent souls forced into doing bad things to tragic anti-heroes and misunderstood outcasts, the following characters are villains only in name. The true monster of the story is actually kind of you, who's destined to bring them to an undeserved end, whether you want to or not. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game villains you didn't want to kill, but had to. Number 10. Bloodwing, Borderlands 2. Bloodwing is the bird-like alien companion of the hunter Mordecai from the first Borderlands game. Most people who played as Mordecai in the original title have a soft spot for the bird, as Bloodwing stays close by his master's side all throughout the story, and the hunter tends to talk quite a bit about him. Unfortunately, like a lot of the original cast members in the sequel, Bloodwing doesn't get a happy ending. Handsome Jack eventually delivers Bloodwing to the great beyond, and worst off, he makes you do it with your own 2 hands, plus guns and turrets and all the other deadly things that come in Borderlands games. You see, in the second half of the game, when your team meets with Mordecai, Handsome Jack mutates his beloved companion and transforms him into a mindless monster that you then have to put down. It's already bad when the villain takes out a legacy character. It's even worse when he makes you do it for him. Then again, that's the kind of diabolical mindset that makes us love Handsome Jack. Number 9. Javier Escuela, Red Dead Redemption. Ever since Red Dead Redemption 2, playing the original game has become a brand new experience. The pre-sequel casts a completely different light on the events and characters of the first game. In particular, one of John's 2 targets from his ex-gang in the Mexico section, Javier Escuela. Although Javier may not have been an overly sympathetic character originally, his relationship with John in the second game retroactively makes your objective of taking him down in the first especially hurtful. His charming personality and loyalty he exhibits when talking with Arthur make him a likable character, and when he eventually saves John from dying in the mountains, his deep friendship with the man seems like a bond that can't be broken. Unfortunately, by the time of Red Dead Redemption 1, Javier's a shell of his former self, and to make matters worse, John needs to take him out, even though he owes him his life, in order to see his family. And yes, while you technically can capture Javier alive, the in-game dialogue makes it clear that the bandit is going to be hanged. So no matter what you do, Javier eventually gets killed by the very same man he saved. Now that's depressing, but so are a lot of things in Red Dead Redemption. Number 8. Slappy, Dead Rising 2. The Dead Rising series psychopaths are an eccentric bunch, consisting of disturbed and sadistic individuals for the most part. However, there are some of them that can make you feel pretty guilty about killing them, one of which is Slappy. Slappy is an 18-year-old mascot of a fast food chain of the same name who you encounter in Dead Rising 2. Chuck comes across the teenager as he weeps over the dead body of another mascot, a girl who Slappy had a crush on. The two of them were gonna go on a date before the zombie outbreak began, and seeing as Chuck is blamed for starting it, Slappy tries to take revenge for his dead love by attacking him. Although you kill him in self-defense, the fact that Slappy is just a teen who loses his mind due to grief doesn't make you feel particularly good about killing him, especially since in his death cutscene, he curls up to his girlfriend's corpse and dies, telling her they will both be fixed in the great, quote, toy box in heaven. Their love story is like Romeo and Juliet, if it were set in the zombie apocalypse and the two main characters were corporate mascots with oversized heads. maybe not that much like Romeo and Juliet. Number 7, The Beat, Fury. The story of Fury, the 2016 hack and slash, is a subversive experience in which you start off thinking you're the victim, the tortured prisoner of abusive jailers, and then you end up realizing you're a world-ending threat that was kept in lockup for a reason. As you progress through the game, the jailers you fight appear less aggressive and more sympathetic, to the point when the final jailer, The Beat, makes you feel genuinely guilty for killing her. Unlike the other bosses in the game, The Beat isn't really a threat to you. She's a young and inexperienced fighter who decided to swear her life to watching over you, just to be able to protect her planet. Throughout your fight with The Beat, the girl keeps pleading with you to stop and leave her world be. But the only thing you can do is callously break down her defenses and make your way to her to deliver the final blow. There's no way out of the fight once you're in it, but on the bright side, The Beat's showcase of humanity is why a lot of players decide to save the world in the end instead of invading it like their character originally intended. Number 6, Marlon, The Walking Dead. Marlon is one of the main characters in Season 4 of Telltale's Walking Dead game. He's the leader of the group of teenagers and children that Clementine and AJ join early in the story. Although at first Marlon appears to be a very competent figurehead, and he's even kind enough to immediately invite Clementine and AJ to join his group, you eventually find out he's been secretly giving away some of his friends to a group of raiders, so that they wouldn't draft all of his people into becoming child soldiers. This revelation obviously puts Marlon in a bad light, but this said, he definitely doesn't deserve being shot in the head by AJ as he is toward the end of the first half of the game. After all, right before his death, Marlon explains that he was put in a difficult situation, and he even shows genuine remorse, indicating he wants to fix his past mistakes and make amends. The thing is, even if you try to give Marlon a second chance, AJ still shoots him dead, no matter what. Well, the characters in Telltale games might remember your actions, but they sure as hell don't give a damn about them. Number 5, Paarthurnax, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Paarthurnax is the ancient dragon from Skyrim who lives atop High Hrothgar, serving the Greybeards as their master and tutor. Paarthurnax is easily one of Skyrim's most beloved characters, as he's one of the few rare dragons who overcame their cruel nature and instead uses his knowledge of the voice to guide Dragonborn to his destiny. Unfortunately, if you plan on joining the Blades, you're gonna have to slay this old scaly sage. Yep, the only way to progress through the Blades storyline, the organization that supposedly exists to aid the Dragonborn, is to kill Paarthurnax. After you finish your dealings with Delphine, the woman gives you an ultimatum and tells you that if the two of you are to continue working together, you have to prove your dedication to the cause by killing the very same creature that helps you figure out how to defeat Alduin. When you confront Paarthurnax about it, the dragon tells you exactly why Delphine's vendetta against dragons is wrong, which, combined with his highly likable personality, is why some Skyrim players never finish the Blades questline. Those that do bear the guilt of taking out the only good dragon in the game for the rest of their playthrough, so yeah. Number 4, Ketheric Thorm, Baldur's Gate 3. The three main antagonists of Baldur's Gate 3 are by no means good people. After all, you wouldn't really expect the chosen gods of tyranny, murder, and necromancy to be walking saints. However, whereas Orin and Gortash have few redeeming qualities, most of which are belonging to the latter half of the duo, Ketheric Thorm, the chosen of Merkel, does at least have a good sympathetic reason to be the way he is. Throughout the course of Act 2, you learn that Ketheric was a man who could never catch a break in his whole damn life. Despite being a devoted servant of Selûne, the goddess didn't spare him the grief of suddenly losing his daughter and wife, which plunged him into a crisis of faith. Everything Ketheric has done, from serving two evil gods to agreeing to follow through on Gortash's plans of world dominance, was done to find a way to resurrect his daughter and bring back what the original god took from him after years of loyal service. Unfortunately, Thorm's grief has taken such a huge toll on him that even if you convince him to atone for his sins, he'll end up taking his own life, and you'll still need to fight the avatar of his necromantic god, Merkel. Well, can't say he didn't try. Number 3, Jean, No More Heroes. The assassins from No More Heroes are all fun characters that you'd feel bad killing if it weren't for the fact that they're all twisted killers themselves. That said, the game's final boss, Jean, might be the exception here, because even though she's a ruthless murder machine, You can't help but root for her due to her extremely tragic and downright disturbing backstory. Although you don't hear most of it in-game due to Jean's explanation being sped up for comedic effect, before the final boss fight, Jean reveals to Travis that she's his half-sister, and that the only reason she entered the Assassin's Tournament was to take revenge on her father and Travis after the former sexually abused her and drove her mother to suicide. Jean had to resort to prostitution to pay for her martial arts classes and ensure she could kill her abusive father right in front of Travis. So given all she's been through, it feels almost criminal to let her revenge go unfulfilled and deny her the chance at a happy ending. Especially when you realize that the only reason Travis entered the competition was to have sex with his brother's ex-wife. Number 2. Great Grey Wolf Sith. Dark Souls. The Great Grey Wolf Sith is considered the ultimate good girl of the Dark Souls series, not just because she's a giant fluffy wolf wielding a huge sword in her mouth, but also because her tragic backstory paints her as a loyal and noble creature. Sif is the canine companion of the Dark Souls' greatest knight Artorias, who always stayed by his side. Even after her master is corrupted by the Abyss, Sif does her best to protect his grave and guard its defiled contents so that no one else suffers Artorias' fate. Unfortunately, Sif's loyalty and sense of duty are exactly why you ultimately have to kill her. Because Artorias' grave is on your path and you require the ring inside of it to progress through the story, your character will inevitably have to fight Sif, and seeing as she isn't a wolf who abandons her mission, your encounter can only end with death. On the flip side, later in the game, you can actually summon Sif's spirit to protect you, so at the very least, the wolf seems to forgive you for putting her down. Number 1. Asgore, Undertale. The genocide run of Undertale can be a pretty heartbreaking experience. If you first finish the game as a pacifist, having to kill all the monsters you became friends with can be a bit too much, which is why some Undertale players opt out of doing this particular run completely. Unfortunately, even if you play the game exclusively in pacifist mode, there is one character that will die anyway: King Asgore. Asgore serves as Undertale's final boss. He's a sweet and friendly monster, but when you meet him, he'll force you to battle him and then destroy the mercy button, so you have to kill him or die trying. It might seem out of character for Asgore to be so bent on spilling blood, but the king actually does do it for a reason. If you die, he can use your soul to help the monsters escape the underground, and if you defeat him, you can use his soul to escape instead. His decision to force you into a battle to the death is his ultimate sacrifice, which honestly makes him that much harder to finish off. Thankfully, if you play through the entire pacifist run, there is a way to bring him back to life. Now, there are some gifted veterans who can slice off hours of time on a playthrough of a video game by utilizing a staggering amount of skill and luck. However, the most effective way to win in a fraction of the time is usually by exploiting glitches. Most titles have tricks that allow players to skip entire sections or levels, shaving off a few minutes of gameplay or maybe an hour or two. But in other situations, it's possible to cut through 99% of the content. Of course, some of these unconventional techniques we're going to mention require an unrealistic level of skill, while others are surprisingly easy to pull off. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video games beaten in minutes with insane glitches. Number 10. The Talos Principle. In Crow Team's first-person title, an AI android is tasked with navigating through puzzle-themed areas and collecting Tetris-shaped sigils. With 120 brain teasers to solve, the Talos Principle should keep the biggest puzzle advocates thoroughly enthralled for hours on end. Or tens of hours if you're me, who could not figure this one out. To help crack these tantalizing head scratches, the android is often assisted by machines called connectors and jammers. Even though these gizmos are designed to disable or alter turrets, bombs, and energy doors, they do have another use that was never intended by the developers. If the robotic protagonist faces the ground and places either device down while jumping, they'll be catapulted upward. By landing on a nearby wall, they're able to shortcut through the majority of the tests. By coming down to only nab the essential sigils, the android can reach the endpoint of each area in a heartbeat. Though there are a myriad of other glitches that involve clipping through walls, using the jammers and connectors to space hop around is essential when speedrunning. Although cheating shouldn't be condoned, it's hard to judge anyone for using this method, since players are regularly encouraged to think outside the box to progress, even though they might not have meant this far outside the box. Number 9. The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Though it's debatable which Legend of Zelda title is the best, there was a time when A Link to the Past was deemed the franchise's top dog. The SNES classic is brimming with so many creative puzzles, gorgeous soundtracks, innovative dungeons, and epic bosses. It's sure to keep Zelda lovers entertained for many, many hours. Or if they play their cards right, this entry can come to a close in 5 minutes. By performing a simple set of maneuvers, Link can pull off the Go Anywhere glitch, which is exactly what it sounds like. Firstly, climb any ledge and jump off it. As Link is in midair, save and quit the game. After re-entering the save file, allow an enemy to hit Link. This action allows the Hylian warrior to drop beneath the area he was standing in, allowing him to make his way through otherwise inaccessible areas. If Link performs this feat in Hyrule Castle during the prologue, the pink-haired hero can move upwards, passing right by the final boss, which initiates the ending sequence. Despite the fact that game-breaking bugs like this tend to be fixed in later ports, the Go Anywhere glitch actually remains in the Wii, Wii U, and Switch versions of A Link to the Past. Number 8. Crash Bandicoot 2: Cortex Strikes Back. Crash Bandicoot 2: Cortex Strikes Back has a pretty straightforward setup. Basically, the titular hero starts in a hub area called the Warp Room, allowing him to access 5 different levels. After collecting the crystal in each level, the wacky marsupial squares off against a boss before being transported to the next Warp Room. After collecting each of the 25 crystals, all Crash has to do is defeat Neo Cortex in a jetpack race, for some reason, to finish the main campaign. Since Crash 2 should take a few hours to get through, fans should balk upon hearing that the world record for winning the game is under 12 minutes. After all, it sounds inconceivable for anybody to get through all 25 levels in such a brief amount of time. But what if Crash 2 could be beaten without completing every level? What if Crash 2 could be beaten by completing just one level? After entering the Snow Go level first, Crash should head towards the Arrow Crate and bounce on it over 200 times, as he normally would. After jumping onto an enemy, a strange glitch will occur, bestowing the box-bashing Bandicoot with the required 25 crystals. After finishing the level, Crash can bypass every single warp room after beating each boss, reaching the final boss in no time. Number 7. The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. 3 minutes. That's how long it takes to complete The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion, at least in theory. Now, such a claim sounds unfeasible to even the most skilled of players, since this Elder Scrolls installment should take 30 plus hours to complete. Hell, the tutorial alone takes at least 10 minutes. However, nobody should underestimate the ingenuity and tenacity of speedrunners. By quick saving while standing in certain locations, the unnamed protagonist may find themselves out of bounds after reloading their save file. By routinely utilizing this glitch from the beginning, players can wander to areas that are supposedly off limits. Since the final area, the Temple of the One, isn't located too far from the starting point, the climax can be reached extremely quickly. Now, the ending can only be triggered by a specific character called Martin, which I feel like we don't talk about this enough. It's a disappointingly ordinary name for an Elder Scrolls character. Anyway, since the hero cheated his way to the destination, Martin will be nowhere to be seen, seemingly soft-locking the player's progress. But by sleeping for a couple of hours, which takes a few seconds in real time, Martin inexplicably appears, allowing players to beat Oblivion 500 times faster than normal. Number 6. Two Worlds. Reality Pump's Two Worlds has our hero traversing across the medieval world of Antalor to save the people from a dark wizard called Gandahor. Like many open-world RPGs, players are expected to spend dozens of hours scouring through dungeons, completing side quests, spending skill points to boost their alchemy, and collecting all sorts of loot to assist in their adventure. Even though Gandahor can be confronted in Comorin Village during the prologue, the sinister sorcerer is way too powerful for our noble warrior to defeat for the time being. If Gandahor is attacked, he'll unleash a fireball on the hero, which should kill him in an instant. But if the projectile collides with one of the villagers, all the NPCs in the area will band together and begin wailing on the malicious magician. Once Gandahor's health bar has been depleted, the game will erroneously believe that the final boss has been vanquished, and thus play the ending. It may not be by the book, but considering the developers decided to insert the big bad in the opening sequence, they shouldn't have been surprised when somebody found a loophole to kill him. Number 5. Outlast. Outlast kicks off with freelance journalist Miles Upshur arriving at Mount Massive Asylum after receiving a tip-off about the staff's barbaric actions towards the patients. As Miles gazes at the ominous facility, he can't begin to imagine the nightmare he's about to endure. Luckily, there's a simple technique to skip 90% of the hellish experience. As soon as Miles pulls up in the car, he should walk through the door until he reaches the bushes on the right. By running and jumping at these bushes at a certain angle, Miles should be able to leap on top of them. If he jumps over the neighboring wall, he'll plummet into the abyss below, seemingly to his doom. But when the screen reloads, the news reporter will find himself in the subterranean laboratory, which serves as the game's third act. Though Miles will have to encounter a handful of creepy creatures, the credits will roll soon after. Outlast is considered relatively short already since it takes about 4 hours to complete, but with this approach, the whole thing can be wrapped up in a matter of minutes, and way less jump scares. Number 4. Super Mario 64. Being a landmark title for 3D platformers, Super Mario 64 caught the attention of many speedrunners. Although there are 120 power stars to find, Mario only needs to nab 70 to reach the final stage. By playing perfectly and taking some shortcuts here and there, a pro gamer could kick Bowser's butt and rescue Princess Peach in under 2 hours. But by taking advantage of a few bugs, the gravity-defying plumber's adventure can be completed in 6 minutes without obtaining a single star. This feat sounds impossible to casual players since entire sections are sealed behind star doors, doors that can't be opened until a certain amount of stars are obtained. But there is a way around it. If Mario repeatedly performs a long jump at rapid speed while the control stick is held back, the overall sporting handyman will be hurled backwards, allowing him to clip through walls and barriers. If Mario performs this trick at a certain angle, he can pass through any star door, allowing him to obtain the keys needed to access the later stages of the castle. The final hurdle is the endless stairs. If Mario doesn't have 70 stars when he reaches the last star door, it'll lead the high-hopping Italian to a staircase that goes on forever. But if Mario performs the same long jump glitch, he'll shoot up the top of the stairs, allowing him to reach the last level with ease. Number 3. Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. Insomniac's original Spyro the Dragon trilogy was among the most accessible and fun platforming series back in the day. Sadly, Check 6 Studios' fourth outing, Spyro Enter the Dragonfly, was a total bust. This janky clunker had frame rate issues, bland gameplay, sound positioning problems, and excessive clipping glitches. Having said that, the clipping turned out to be a blessing in disguise, since it allowed players to skip most of the garbage gameplay. If players want to be over and done with this dud in the blink of an eye, they should head towards Ripto's portal straight from Spyro's starting point. Normally, this portal will not activate until the adorable dragon collects 90 magical dragonflies that are scattered across the game world. But by ground pounding the edge of the portal a couple of times, Spyro should drop down, allowing him to face off against the final boss Ripto. If players perform this glitch and defeat Ripto fast enough, they can complete the main campaign in just over a minute. And considering how awful the game was, that probably still feels too long. Number 2. Sonic the Hedgehog. While discussing speedruns, it'd be unfair to forget about one of the most iconic speedsters in gaming, Sonic the Hedgehog. Debuting back in 1991, Sega's wisecracking mascot has been renowned for zooming around corkscrews and vertical loops at breakneck speed, leaving Dr. Robotnik's band of badniks in the dust. However, there's an interesting method to make Sonic dash even faster than normal in the original game. Sometimes Sonic can get stuck inside a wall, which is known as zipping. While he's zipped, the collision detection will be reversed, causing Sonic to move right at astronomical speed if left is pressed and vice versa. By holding left, Sonic should pass by every enemy obstacle and wall, allowing the sneaker-wearing rodent to reach the end of the level in seconds. This glitch is easiest to perform while Sonic is standing on the very edge of a rising platform beside a neighboring wall. However, easy is probably the wrong word here, since this technique requires frame-perfect timing. Although this glitch can't be exploited on every level, there's enough zipping opportunities to allow players to reach the end credits in 10 minutes or less. Number 1. House of Caravan. Like most walking simulators, House of Caravan is fairly easy to complete in a single sitting. Although casual gamers might be completing Rosebud's exploration title in about an hour, a veteran could sail through the whole thing in half that time. But by taking an unconventional approach, it's possible to complete it significantly faster. House of Caravan opens with a young boy called Lester waking up in a strange house shortly after being kidnapped. Though Lester is expected to navigate through the estate, solve puzzles, and locate keys to escape, he doesn't need to bother with any of that if he performs the chair rocket glitch. If Lester places a chair directly below him, it'll shoot him up in the air, and by chair rocketing in the first room, Lester can leap over the wall right beside the key needed to open the front door of the house. With precise timing and positioning, it's possible to finish House of the Caravan in 12 seconds. That's right, 12 seconds. Even though on the one hand, it would be deeply satisfying pulling off an effective speedrun like this, House of Caravan players might feel a bit bad since it allows them to cut through the entire game with just one simple trick. That's okay. You can play it again.
Generally speaking, a game's downloadable content tends to be more difficult than the core experience because it's for those who have played it through and desire more. As such, some of the best DLC out there test your prowess by providing an additional mountain that's worth climbing. However, there are unfortunately some that go several steps too far and produce new modes and challenges that feel like you've just run into a sturdy brick wall. I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 absurdly hard DLC modes you never beat. Number 10. Pure Time Trials Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge may not be perfect, but DICE's parkour-focused action-adventure has a very clear idea of what it is. The only things that truly matter are movement and momentum. Whilst the game became a cult classic in the years following its release, it did catch some complaints at first for linearity in its main roof-jumping campaign. This is something the developers played with a little more in the free Pure Time Trials update. Pure Time Trials takes the player away from the cityscape and into a reality composed of non-Euclidean geometry. As such, these surrealist maps allow for a greater freedom of movement as there's no obvious path forwards and they're able to bend and turn in any direction, often vertically. Each map's top mark requirement as a time trial are as brutal as you'd expect, coming in at a heart-pounding 30 to 60 seconds on average, meaning that hesitation is not advised. You must understand your surroundings and keep pace, but because of the structure of the stages, it's not just about reaching the finishing line. Half the battle of beating them is plotting out the best route, making use of tight turns, intense wall runs, and leaps of faith. You can almost smell the rubber of Faith's shoes burning after the first 24 failed attempts. Number 9. No Return, The Last of Us Part 2. For the most part, The Last of Us Part 2's new No Return is what you make of it. Most of it can be played in whatever difficulty you desire, so even with the randomness that inherently comes with roguelikes, you can feel at least prepared and capable to some degree. However, if you want to complete No Return in its entirety, it means achieving the highly sought after May Your Death Be Swift achievement, which is no small feat. No Return features a daily run mode, which is a guaranteed seed shared by all players so that everyone can play the same map against the same foes and compare their results. You get just one shot at a daily run, so you best make it count, especially since you need to beat 1 on the notorious grounded difficulty at least once. There's only so much preparation you can do going into this challenge, as the daily run is fresh every time, and one slip up on the painfully realistic difficulty setting can ruin a run before you've even got your bearings. Once you've made the mistake and suffered for it, you're done until tomorrow, and by then you're back to square one with a brand new seed. This post-apocalyptic nightmare world sure is cruel. Number 8. The Final Horizon, Sonic Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers' increase in quality over many past titles in the series generated a lot of goodwill in fans. Unfortunately, the final free update, The Final Horizon, tarnished this. Many Sonic superfans and streamers took to social media to complain about the DLC upon release, chastising Sonic Team for overcorrecting after the base game was called too easy. Whilst The Final Horizon is a promising order at first, containing an alternative ending and 3 new playable characters, its legacy is that of the hardest Sonic gameplay perhaps ever, including the games that are so broken that they barely run at all. The changes to the map that now include some pretty incredibly tough platforming challenges are the worst offenders. Whilst many Sonic games come with a certain degree of jank, most don't have impossibly tall towers that take almost a literal minute to fall from if you make a mistake, charging you with having to climb it all over again. That increased jank actually appears across many of the Final Horizon's new stages, especially as they need to take into account the inclusion of Tails, Knuckles, and Amy as playable characters. At least the boss rush mode works as intended, although again, it's worth avoiding since Sonic can't take a single hit during the entire process. There's difficulty spikes, and then there's this, a 1,000-foot plummet down into hell. Number 7, the Dunwall City Trials Dishonored. The Dunwall City Trials are designed to push Dishonored players to their limits, asking them to utilize the best of their combat, stealth, traversal, and detective skills. Strictly speaking, the challenges are fun to play, or rather they would be if not for the associated achievements. In fact, this DLC received a decent bit of pushback from fans, with the Steam rating sitting at a middling 5 out of 10 and mostly negative reviews. Those who played the base game for the narrative beats were disappointed by a lack of meaningful depth to the city trials, but more than anything, people were put off by the RNG heavy nature of it all. For example, Daredevil asks players to land hidden tricky jumps on a map whilst also hitting checkpoints under a tight time limit. Headhunter requires them to finish a stealth map by headshotting every single enemy, most of which move, sometimes towards you. By My Hand Alone is combat focused and only unlocks if the player kills every enemy in every wave of the onslaught, which is harder than it sounds as some enemies can attack each other, meaning the weaker opponents can easily be destroyed by tougher ones if players don't get there first. Where Dishonored typically relies so much on player agency when it comes to approaching situations, Dunwall City Trials is RNG hell where only blind luck will see you through to the end. And hey, if you gave up on these achievements in Dishonored, hit that subscribe button. We're all right there with you, I'm sure. Number 6, Death Wish Mode, A Hat in Time. Perhaps one of the most underrated indie titles ever, A Hat in Time is a warm, cutesy, nostalgic throwback to 3D platformers of the past. Arriving as part of the Seal the Deal DLC, Gears for Breakfast included an optional challenge mode because presumably, like the developers of many greats of the genre, they wanted to see their fans suffer. Death Wish Mode is 111 new tough-as-nails challenge maps that will make you want to eat your hat. It's hard to know what the worst aspect of Death Wish Mode is. It might be that completing certain challenges unlocks some cool cosmetics, and there's even an additional story between Hat Kid and the villainous Snatcher to be seen if players can complete enough of them. It could be that a lot of its increased difficulty feels incredibly cheap, arbitrarily increasing enemy and obstacle count to obscene levels and giving players increasingly tight time constraints on top of everything else. Perhaps it's that the DLC is so hard that it had to be patched by the developers to make it at all manageable. A hat in time? More like a hate in time. I'm sure nobody's made that joke before. Number 5, Ethan Must Die, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Resident Evil 7 should be celebrated for a great number of things, most obviously taking the series in a new direction whilst also bringing horror back to the forefront. Outside of the main game, RE7's banned footage DLC delivers a great degree of variety to keep players engaged. A combat-free escape room affair, a survival mode, a crazy comedy game where you feed the terrifying Jack Baker birthday cake, and so on. However, there was also Ethan Must Die mode. This is an obstacle course of sorts, taking the player equipped with only a knife through the Baker plantation to face down a boss at the end. Additional weapons and healing supplies are randomized within boxes, adding a soft rogue-like experience as you never know if you'll get a simple green herb or a flamethrower, or in fact if the box will just explode in your face. Thankfully, these trick boxes don't ever move on subsequent playthroughs because all traps and enemies don't change. In fact, there is an ideal way to plot out the completion of this mode. However, there are several problems. Ethan is paper thin, crumpling in 2 hits at best, meaning one wrong move can spell disaster. Additionally, the randomized nature of your supplies can mean doom no matter how carefully you're playing. There are moments where you are required to face down enemies to proceed, and it's entirely possible for the game to have underprepared you. Ethan Never Dies is one of the rarest achievements across all platforms for the game, quite simply because he's very good at dying. Number 4, Master Mode, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Coming as part of the Master Trials DLC for Breath of the Wild, Master Mode is in theory your standard additional difficulty. Enemies are upgraded, tougher foes are more abundant, and Link feels more outpaced than ever. What's different to this entry compared to most others on this list is the sheer time sink. Since it's an entire playthrough of a rather large adventure game, it can easily take 45 hours. You might know Hyrule well on your second playthrough, but things need to be taken very carefully on Master Mode. Players must over-prepare for every encounter to stand much of a chance. Whilst all enemies are upgraded by a tier, the real reason for this is that they all have regenerating health, from the lowliest bokoblin to the heftiest boss battle. This means constantly staying on top of your opponent to maximize your damage output, cleaving through your resources quicker than ever. Sure, this can sometimes be avoided by playing smarter rather than harder, such as waiting until night to sneak attack enemy camps, but this can't always be the case and the game becomes a war of attrition. If you thought Breath of the Wild's fragile weapons are a problem in the normal mode, then you'll want to give a wide berth to Master Mode. Number 3, the Community Challenge Pack, Batman Arkham Knight. The Arkham games did a wonderful job at making players feel like Batman, but even the most seasoned players had their wings clipped by the Community Challenge Pack from Arkham Knight. Top to bottom, these are brutal, with many denying you the use of gadgets or only allowing you to execute stealth takedowns to tick them off the list completely. However, the most strict are the combat challenges. One of the worst offenders of this is the Requiem for a Killer challenge that tasks players with taking down Killer Croc. However, this first means fighting off a huge number of resilient enemies, achieving a score of over 1 million and clearing the battlefield before Croc will even engage. This can easily take 8 minutes of white knuckle fighting in itself that, should Croc take you out, you'll have to completely redo. But what takes the cake is the Curtain Falls, which requires flawless free flow, no missed attacks, and no damage taken for all 4 playable characters on the Monarch Theatre combat map. Not only is this trophy agreed to be the hardest to nab in Arkham Knight, but also across the entire Arkham series. Number 2, the Impossible Pack, New Super Mario Bros. 2. Despite his bright and friendly appearance, Super Mario's platforming challenges can be tough as nails at times. The NES games aren't exactly easy, in particular Lost Levels, which is notorious for being inaccessible for most casual Mario players. New Super Mario Bros. 2 might be one of the most forgettable adventures in Mario's catalogue, but it throws back to this feeling of sweating profusely as you guide the mustachioed hero through an obscene obstacle course in the aptly titled Impossible Pack. This piece of 3DS eStore content features a string of 3 stages, all played in succession, where players cannot take a single hit. The first is an ode to some of the toughest Mario enemies like Hammer Bros and Chain Chomps, as well as everyone's favourite, water levels. The second revolves mostly around acrobatic mayhem, avoiding fire bars and navigating rotating platforms. Make it to the final round and you're met with what feels like a stage constructed by a masochist who grabbed a bunch of platforming elements and threw them on the screen. Rising water, circular stores, conveyor belts, bouncing platforms and fire bros, and yes, if you die here, it's right back to the beginning. It's one part memorization and another pure flow state. You must become one with the plumber to get through all of this unscathed. At number 1, Arenas, Sifu. One of the most stylish games released in recent years, Sifu is as punishing as it is Moorish. It's the kind of game that's easy to fall in love with, but it absolutely will struggle to love you back with its crushing but rewarding difficulty. Thanks to the free Arenas update, players who have mastered the base game have a chance to prove their mettle in 45 challenge maps. Some of the highlights of this mode are the overt references to cinema throughout. Where the original game was comparatively more subtle about tipping its cap to action and martial arts classics, Sifu's DLC isn't shy about it. In an ode to the Matrix, players take on a wave of suited sunglass-wearing men in the rain. In another bout, they don a yellow jumpsuit in the game's take on Kill Bill. Elsewhere, there are challenges inspired by Drive, Oldboy, and so on. What's unfortunate is that you're likely to never see all of these loving homages yourself, as they're broken into chapters and players need to score a certain number of stars to unlock the next set. Almost every challenge in the DLC is harder than anything the main game has to offer, and they only get sequentially more difficult. There's no point booting Arenas unless you believe you completely conquered the game's combat, as the challenges require you to beat tough high scores, finish in under a certain time, or avoid as many hits as possible. Even then, Arenas seem specifically designed to humble even the most hardened kung fu master.
While any art is bound to be subjective, and video games are no exception, there are generally trends where, for example, the majority agree a game is good or bad, the critical and commercial success, or lack thereof, align, or by and large, the critics and players were mostly in agreement in their assessment of a game's quality. This list is not about those times. This list is about the times where critics went and decided that a video game really did belong in the trash heap, then a bunch of players went, fished it out, said, nope, you're wrong, this is treasure, then had a grand old time with it. Jules ran you through a list on this very topic around a year ago, but it became clear we'd only hit the tip of the deeply unappreciated video game gem iceberg, so we got you some more entries. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 8 more video games critics hated, but players loved. Number 8, Kirby Air Ride. Coming in at a not awful rating of 61 from the critics on Metacritic, this one certainly wasn't massively panned, but as any fan of Kirby Air Ride will tell you, it deserved better because this game is sick. The good sick, not the bad sick. I was gonna say it's the but I can't say that word, even though I've now said it, but it was probably bleeped. Anyway, let's talk about the pink ball. Users were far kinder to the game on Metacritic, evening out at an 8.1, and elsewhere rained love on the Cutie Pie Racer, leaving it with a 96% approval on Google and 5 stars on eBay. I know that's a weird place to get user reviews, but the game came out on GameCube in the early 2000s. No one was really keeping track of these things. Fortunately, it's not hard to find out just how beloved Kirby Air Ride is en masse. Players praised Kirby mastermind and game director Masahiro Sakurai for the pitch-perfect mechanics, design choices, and modes that provide a surprising amount of variety and replayability. In particular, the city trial mode where up to 4 players could zoom around a city that featured a bunch of different biomes, seeking power-ups, vehicles, and all kinds of different secrets was a massive fan favorite. While many Western critics claimed Kirby Air Ride was overly simplistic, both in its control scheme and lack of direction in telling players what to do, it turns out plenty of people didn't need firm objectives or complex systems. Many were just stoked to jump into races with friends, check out the different settings, and get a kick out of the racing mechanics and level design. Whether you played this as a kid or an adult, players were just happy messing around and basking in the sheer joy of it all. Curiously, that's exactly the same reasoning for a game I'm mentioning later on in this list, except in that game, there's less flying around on a cute little star and more pissing in your own face. Yeah. Number 7, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of the Sky. In what will be a painful reminder for fans of this one who remain flabbergasted that so many critics just didn't enjoy it as much as a huge number of players, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of the Sky came in like a wrecking ball on Metacritic with a user score of 9.1. And what did it get from the critics? A measly 54%. Yeah. Somebody's got some splaining to do. The 2009 Dungeon Crawler scored a 4.9 out of 10 from IGN, with reviewer Jack DeVries decrying the game for, quote, lazy and dated gameplay, as well as featuring unimpressive visuals, going so far as to call it a ripoff due to the game rehousing the content from the 2 previous games as Pokemon tends to do. And this fell in line with most of the other critics. Players, on the other hand, absolutely adored Explorers of the Sky, highlighting its challenging but fair gameplay loop, gripping plot, stunning soundtrack, memorable characters, and enormously compelling story. The game is now firmly cemented as a cult classic due to its dedicated fanbase. Number 6, Mad Max. Given it came out the same year as Mad Max Fury Road, you'd be forgiven for assuming the 2015 action-adventure from Avalanche Studios would be a cash-in not worth your time. Some of the critics who contributed to the game's not-so-nice 69 average on Metacritic might agree with you, but the players who bumped it to a 79 on their side, not to mention a 9 out of 10 on Steam, and similarly favorable review scores on PlayStation and Xbox, clearly thought differently. While critics panned the game for its uninteresting story, repetitive environments, quest design, redundant mechanics, and average on-foot combat when compared to what it offers in the vehicular combat realm, players were having a hell of a time. I mean that in the nice way. You get it. Praised for being an underrated hidden gem, players lauded the expansive world, thrilling vehicular combat, engaging atmosphere, fully realized setting, and interesting characters you meet along the protagonist's journey through the main story. Number 5, Postal 2. Postal. Is that enough? I feel like saying Postal is probably enough in a list like this to explain in one singular word why it is that players looking for some general rat-baggy fun might have a better time in a game like this than those who have to critique the medium for a living, but let's talk about it anyway. The That's not to say critics don't value general ratbaggery fun, but Postal, with its peeing on people, unaliving innocents, and sticking a cat on the end of your gun to use as a silencer, is inevitably a divisive little offering. While the first Postal game scored a 56 from critics on Metacritic and a 6.8 from users, which is fairly similar, Postal 2 dipped its critic score down to 50, but players were like, oh yeah, they got it right this time, landing it on an 8.1. This is backed up by a 10 out of 10 Steam rating and pretty glowing player feedback across the board. Players loved the game for its dark humor, weapon variety, wild degree of freedom, and raw rampaging fun. Conversely, many critics just didn't see the joy in the mayhem, calling it everything from offensive and crude to fundamentally technically busted with uninspiring mechanics. Ultimately, Postal 2 was probably the game all of us would have made when we were 10, and the fact that running with scissors put it on shelves makes it not at all surprising the game proved to be a hit. Also, some people call it Florida Simulator, and that's just funny. Number 4, God Hand. Coming in at a ripe 95% thumbs up from Google users, a 9.2 on Metacritic from users, and a slightly different 3 out of 10 from IGN, who called the game, and I quote, boring, frustrating, and annoying. This one absolutely fits the bill for the list, so let's go God Hand. Clover Studios' 2006 beat-em-up for PS2 was published by Capcom and directed by Shinji Mikami. Yes, that's Shinji Mikami, the one who also directed Resident Evil, Resi 4, Dino Crisis, and The Evil Within. An icon of the games industry, God Hand was expected to do great things. And it did, just not if you ask the critics. Tapping into the B-movie game genre, which is certainly a trend on this list, critics liked the brawling action combat, but many criticized the graphics, level design, unwieldy camera, lack of polish, and like most of the other things that made it up. It's worth adding this one does have a Metacritic score at 7.3 from journos, which is nothing to sneeze at, but when you look at the individual scores, they're all over the shop, suggesting this one was just something you totally got and were really into, or you just trashed it immediately. Not your thing. Those who got it, though, really got it, and cementing the reality that journos reviews are just one person's take, while IGN gave the game a 3 out of 10, they also popped the cult classic on their list of the 100 best PS2 games. Players well and truly adored God Hand, especially its humor, nuanced combat, unique personality, music, story, and most of the other things that made it up. Number 3, Nier. Now a household name for JRPG fans, synonymous with the best games that have been made in the genre, Nier got off to a really rough start. It wasn't always glowing praise, exciting replayability, and phenomenal remasters for Yoko Taro's Drakengard spin-off. When the game first hit shelves back in 2010, it's safe to say critics didn't really get it. And to be fair, the game struggled to make waves commercially too, with Yoko later saying that while sales figures weren't bad, they left a lot to be desired. Critics slammed the game for its graphics, which looked like they belonged to a game from many years prior, as well as its bland environments, uninteresting side missions, basic combat, and yeah, again, pretty much everything. They did praise the voice acting and soundtrack though, which if you've listened to any music from this game or its sequel, makes a lot of sense. While critics were far from convinced, players were somewhere between cautiously optimistic and spellbound by the game's unique storytelling, atmosphere, and potential. While it scraped a 67 from the critics on Metacritic, it was awarded a healthy 8.5 from users. That's long before its stunning remaster landed. Explaining that the game is so much more than the sum of its parts, players praised the stunning and complex narrative, fascinating characters, oodles of charm, and enchanting experience for those willing to dig a little deeper. While said players admitted the combat mechanics and visuals weren't anything to write home about, they said that anyone writing the game off for these factors is sorely missing out. As for the excellent remaster and stellar sequel that would come out later, it turns out that the naysayers were absolutely wrong about Nier. Number 2, Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition is one of the most infamous divisive video games or pieces of art in general of all time. If you could look up the phrase, those who get it, and those who don't, in the dictionary, and you did see a picture of protagonist Francis York Morgan's stoic mug, you wouldn't be surprised. The 2010 survival horror hit so many notes that just aren't for everybody, and has a fair basket of technical misses, resulting in it being a clear middle-of-the-road title for professional critics en masse. Those who loved it outweighed those who didn't, and the rest thought it was just okay, landing the game with a 68 Metacritic score, but that 8.2 user score tells a very different story. While critics may have been assigned this one when it just wasn't their speed, it's clear that players decided to jump on board with a better idea that they get a kick out of it, especially after word of the absurdity of the Twin Peaks-inspired B-movie vibes got out. Delightfully strange, and so much so it's not always easy to tell whether or not the developers were in on the joke. Deadly Premonition is a game that's so hard to categorize even into a single genre, but that's probably half of the appeal. On release, IGN US hit it with a 2 out of 10 and Destructoid with a 10 out of 10, describing the game with pretty much every adjective in the book, between praise for its humor and characterization to outlets agonizing over its awful controls. Comparatively, a lot of players adored it, happy to overlook the bugginess and oddities that missed the mark in order to appreciate the unique experience and all of its moving parts that easily endear themselves to you if you give them a chance. In short, many players say the charm is off the charts if you're up for a deeply strange but rewarding horror excursion. Both this game and the last one in this list fall into similar categories. Call them B-movie games, cult classics, or games that are just so bad they're good. All we know is a hell of a lot of you guys and us got a kick out of them. Number 1. Earth Defense Force 4.1 The Shadow of New Despair. Now, Earth Defense Force games don't have the biggest gulf between critic scores and user scores on Metacritic, although there is certainly a gulf for every one of their games. But you guys in the comments section of our last video had so much to say about how you understood that this game was a hot mess, but it was your hot mess that you loved. It was too endearing for me not to put it at number 1. Almost all of the Earth Defense Force games critically hovered close to a 69 score, while the user assessments came in between 7.5 and 8.2, if we're just sticking to Metacritic. On Steam and PlayStation, it becomes clear that players bloody love the Japanese sci-fi third-person shooter series. While not every entry is a winner, even for fans, Earth Defense Force 4.1 The Shadow of New Despair was particularly adored, rating a 4.63 out of 5 on PlayStation, just beneath that on Xbox, and coming in at a podium finish on Steam with a 10 out of 10 from just under 7,000 reviews. While critics sledge the cheesy dialogue, rampant bugs, and rudimentary gameplay, even going as far as to say the game isn't so bad it's good, it's just so bad that it's bad, players wholeheartedly disagreed. The series has an enormously loyal fanbase who know they're in for a campy, buggy time, but that it's all part of the fun and the humor and joy of co-op more than make up for it. Said players included those of you who popped into our comments section saying the game is awesome and just like Starship Troopers and has exactly the right notes of satire and B-movie vibes. Just to get super confusing with it, Earth Defense Force 4.1 The Shadow of New Despair is a 2016 remaster of Earth Defense Force 2025, which came out in 2013. There was also a reboot called Earth Defense Force 5, which came out in 2017, so if you aren't in the know, just take it that there's a lot of names for games which are extraordinarily similar. No matter the entry though, the critical skepticism and then absolute fan adoration and cult obsession with these games is pretty consistent the whole way through the series. Last year, Jules wrapped up 10 video games that made you pay for essential features, and you guys shared our outrage and bafflement so much, you had a bunch more to offer, so we're including your comments this time around. Whether it was a content addition or features that were present previously in the series then later taken out, or an extreme level of nickel and diming, every instance on this list is nothing less than unacceptable. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 8 video games that made you pay for essential features. Commenter edition. Number 8, The Culling, More Than One Match. Battle Royale action of The Culling is the perfect example of whatever the opposite of an underdog story is. Now, for one, Culling 2 launched on the same day as Fortnite Battle Royale, which is absolutely not what you want, but any pity you might have had for the developer and publisher of this game is about to evaporate real quickly. After a single week on storefronts, the game was pulled due to player criticism over the game being wildly unfinished. It was then rebooted by developer and publisher Xaviant as The Culling Origins, which restored the game to its more complete state from back in 2016. Then in early 2019, the studio said the game hadn't made enough money, so they were shutting down the servers, only to announce a year later in 2020, the game was back from the dead yet again with an absolutely wild pay-per-match model. Yes, a battle royale game that wanted you to pay for every match you played. Insanity. You were given a token for 1 free match per day, but after that you need to pay up. Obviously, as a Telltale game would put it, everybody disliked that. So they then changed their tune to give you 10 free games per day before you had to start paying. It's genuinely hard to think of a more consumer-unfriendly move they could have chosen. So it'll likely come as no large shock that just 6 months later, the servers were shut down again, this time for good. Number 7, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD. Fast travel. Now, there's a general issue with Nintendo deciding to lock certain elements of their games behind amiibos, or amiibo. I don't know if we decided on the plural for that, but this is a really good example of one of the worst versions of that. There's Metroid Samus Returns locking its hardest difficulty mode behind an amiibo, and Link's iconic horse buddy Epona only being accessible in Breath of the Wild via the means of amiibo. Almost certainly the worst offender though was The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD, which locked the most convenient version of its fast travel behind an amiibo. While the game does feature a fast travel system whereby you can jump between bird statues you've located, the amiibo version lets you shoot yourself up into the sky and fast travel from anywhere, which is far breezier. Obviously, this is a controversial one, especially since the Loftwing amiibo, which you needed to use the convenient fast travel option, sold out everywhere pretty much instantly. Although that's not as bad as the fact that it costs $25. Sure, you can just buy the NFC cards, which are cheaper and emulate what the amiibo does, but it's scummy that it's paywalled at all. Number 6, Dragon Age Inquisition, The Real Ending. Dragon Age isn't the first game to put significant and pretty darn important narrative content inside an endgame DLC that you have to pay for, and it probably won't be the last game to do that, but it is the one I've decided to put on this list and that you guys brought up, so let's talk about it. The Trespasser DLC came out almost a year after Dragon Age Inquisition launched, and while it's a fantastic add-on, that sort of makes its lack of inclusion in the original game even worse. As does the fact that now we know the narrative setup for the next game in the series, it's basically essential to play so you know what's going on in Dragon Age Dreadwolf. Trespasser takes place years after the events of the main game, but connects several vital narrative dots, gives you a more complete final chapter with the companions you've come to know and love, and rounds out Inquisition's somewhat lackluster conclusion. The fact that this one costs players $15 on top of the full-price game they just finished isn't great, but that's not even the worst of it. The DLC only released on PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. Now, the game was available also on PS3 and Xbox 360, so if you happen to play on those older gen systems and would have liked to play the endgame DLC, you simply couldn't. Number 5, Peridot, the core gameplay loop. This one's a little left of field, but you guys brought it to our attention, so we've included it for you. Also, it's a good stand-in for any time you've been frustratingly shaken down by a mobile game, which forced you to pay to play the core experience. And we mean more than the classic pay-to-play that sort of sits in the background, the insidious kind. Peridot is an AR mobile game by Pokemon Go developer Niantic, and it basically mushes together Pokemon Go with Tamagotchi vibes, as you'll be taking care of and breeding pets called Peridots. That's all very well, but you're gonna need to pay if you want to breed more dots. Each needs a nest basket, which sell for $5 a pop. There are a couple of dice roll ways to get nests otherwise, but they're wildly unlikely to happen for you, so this is the only surefire way to get more pets. It's an insidious little catch, no doubt hoping to snag players who warmed to the game enough that they want to see and raise dots beyond their starter pal, as well as level up and explore new dot archetypes. While a mobile game underhandedly trying to scam your dollars and nickel and dime you isn't exactly a novel concept, it's still super crummy. Number 4, Tekken 7, Frame Data. Bandai Namco's fighter Tekken 7 released to arcades in 2015 and home consoles in 2017. While it reviewed and sold well with outlets praising the game for its new mechanics, impressive graphics, tight and exciting gameplay, and compelling characters, it's on this list, so it must have ballsed something up. What is it that it ballsed up so bad, I hear you ask, and why have I decided to use the term ballsed up? Well, for that second question, I don't really have a good answer, but for the first one, it made you pay for frame data. For the uninitiated or the uninterested in fighting games, frame data is essential to those who take the competitive nature of the genre seriously. It gives you an insight as to how many frames each action takes to execute, thereby giving you vital knowledge about what attacks, defenses, and moves play in your favor and which will leave you at a disadvantage. While dedicated fans have put the time in to create detailed websites that collate this information, the display of frame data in Tekken 7 is gated behind a paid DLC. Sure, it's only a few dollars, like $2.50, but it's the principle of the thing. Taking this feature out and then charging you for it later is like if Baldur's Gate 3 took out the top-down view and then charged you if you decided you wanted to use it. Or I don't know, like if Supermassive Games' The Quarry, their new exciting horror title, like took out the ability to like save scum death rewinds, but then was like, oh, don't worry, you can pay for the deluxe edition, which gives you death rewinds. Oh wait, they actually did that. Number 3, Destiny 2. Dungeons and almost everything else. Bungie's 2017 shooter Destiny 2 got off to a solid start, but it's been a long road for the live service shooter since its launch in 2017, and things have, well, changed a little, and you guys want it brought to light. The game went free to play in October of 2019, which was a cool thing unless you bought it full price, especially if you bought it full price in like August. Then it started charging players for a bunch of standard core gameplay features, which is a way less cool thing. Destiny the Taken King snagged a spot on Jules' list for essentially locking paying players out of the game if they didn't want to upgrade to the expansion. But Bungie is nothing but consistent, so Destiny 2 has managed to grab an entry too. Dungeons are one of the central activities you'll be able to tackle to help boost your power level and get your hands on better loot. These were originally free to all players, and now you need a pass to access them, which can only be obtained with your real-world dollars. Bizarrely, though understandably if you're Bungie and after a cash grab, these aren't included in the expansions. Instead, it'll cost you 2,000 silver, the in-game currency. Of course, you can't buy that increment of silver, so instead, if you want this, you'll have to buy 3,000 silver, which at least in Australian dollars is $45. They've also sunsetted certain content packages like the initial main story and the Forsaken expansion, which is a really pretty way of saying, remember that thing you paid for? Yeah, you can't play that anymore. Not to mention how pricey their DLC is. Sure, the game is technically free to play, but if you want to play a semi-comprehensive collection of its content, you're going to be paying well over $200. Unfortunately, the studio has now learned that they can gate content behind paywalls and then ask players to pay for it later, and they've succeeded at that, but that doesn't make it not an incredible scummy practice. Number 2, Fire Emblem Fates, the extra storyline. Recent Fire Emblem entries have gone all in on offering you faction choices where you can align yourself with different kingdoms, political figures, or houses depending on which game you're playing. In Fire Emblem Fates, you can choose between territories to throw your weight behind, but it's a little more complicated than that. The game was released in 3 different versions. Birthright and Conquest each delved into a separate storyline that focused on the same set of characters. The extra confusing and relevant part for our list is that you had to buy each of those storylines separately, and then the plot thickens because you needed the Revelation DLC if you wanted to see the true ending to either of those storylines, and that was another separate buy. I'm not playing with this. There is an enormous thread on the Fire Emblem subreddit trying to help new players understand which of the DLCs they need to pick up to play this thing properly, and it is a monster of a post. Boiled down, if you want the full experience, you're going to need to buy all 3, and even if you're happy to go with just one of the initial paths, without that final DLC, you're missing a huge chunk of the intended narrative and ending. There are also paid DLC packs on top of that include a new character, new items, storylines, maps, and a whole bunch of other things that will have you scratching your head, wondering why this couldn't have made it into any of the other packages. If you didn't grab it, then, well, you can't now because the eShop shut down last year, but honestly, it's so complicated, maybe you're better off. Number 1, The Sims 4, Growing Families and Seasons, and everything else. Nobody nickels and dimes quite as successfully and somehow without enormous fan outrage than EA with the Sims franchise. Gone are the days when you'd sit down with The Sims 1 and have a gay old time, maybe with the chunky expansions Livin' Large, House Party, Vacation, or my favorite, Hot Date. That's not to say EA wasn't nickel and diming you back in the 2000s, but let me put this into perspective. The original Sims had 7 expansion packs, and these were pretty big. The Sims 4 has 28 full expansion packs and 47 stuff packs and kits. Now, only one of these is free. Yeah. This has especially hit home with each new full sequel, as you know full well they could have thrown in tried and true features like Seasons, Pets, University, and Get Together. A particular pain point, apart from paying for seasons, which is a ridiculous exclusion for a life sim, is that without 2023's Growing Together expansion, parents couldn't meaningfully influence their toddlers, children, and adolescents. Players were also given Infants as a free content update, but it kind of baited you into grabbing this expansion because without it, there's not much you can do with them. There's a reason they can get away with making the base game free now. The overarching problem with this one is that EA have fully learned they can just release a new base game without any of this stuff, and we'll just buy all the pieces when they come out, and we fall for it every single time. Personally, I won't stand for it, and I don't think you should either.
There's been a lot of discussions around the PlayStation 5's first half that whilst its heavy hitters do indeed hit heavy, there haven't been enough of them. And yet whilst this should mean that gamers flock to less obvious titles where giant first-party new IP might usually be, there's been many games in the last 4 years that have come and gone with very little fanfare, despite being worth your time. I'm Cy, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are the 10 best PS5 games you're not playing. Number 10, Rise of the Ronin. It's easy to understand why Team Ninja's Rise of the Ronin got lost in the shuffle, since it's hard to keep track of all the historical Asian open-world titles that have come out recently. In fact, the developers themselves released a similar hack-and-slash Wulong Fallen Dynasty only the previous year. With that said, Rise of the Ronin boasts some of the most satisfying combat seen in a Team Ninja product, which is impressive considering their track record. Each of the spears, sabers, and katanas have between 3 to 8 combat styles, giving our hero incredible versatility in battle. There's also a heavy emphasis on firearms, allowing you to blast mercenaries with rifles, handguns, and bayonets. But combat isn't the only thing on offer. Rise of the Ronin contains luscious cities to explore, enthralling missions that allow 3-player co-op, and fun travelling methods including horse riding, gliding, and grappling, which can also double as a long-distance weapon. It's also worth mentioning that who you ally with or fight against directly affects how the story plays out. Not only does this make each decision more impactful, it encourages multiple playthroughs to experience the narrative fully. So that said, Rise of the Ronin is one PlayStation 5 game that you probably haven't played once, but you probably should play multiple times. Number 9, Pacific Drive. To heighten tension, horror movies often include a scene where a character can't start the car while trying to escape from an imposing figure. And in 2024, Ironwood Studios decided to turn a trope into a whole game. Although Pacific Drive deals with interdimensional threats and wormholes, the true horror lies in car maintenance. Ooh. Set in a distorted reality version of the Midwest, the protagonist realizes his only means of survival is by relying on his station wagon. As such, it's imperative that you keep your vehicle in tip-top shape. On paper, having auto repair play a big role in a survival title could kill the momentum. However, the customization and repair aspects gel well with the gameplay. After all, the main reason you're driving is to scour parts to upgrade your car, and after dealing with acid rain, ghosts, and sentient mannequins, it's rewarding when you finally get the chance to, as Exhibit would say, pimp your ride. Pacific Drive also utilizes an effective way to maintain tension. The yellow objective rings on the map gradually decrease in size, indicating how much time you have left. Since the rings are constantly shrinking, it feels like you've completed each task by the skin of your teeth, even when there's plenty of time to spare. Number 8, Nobody Wants to Die. The marketing behind Nobody Wants to Die was practically non-existent, almost like critical hit games were distancing themselves from a guaranteed bomb. Despite the minimal buzz, the Cyberpunk noir title received favourable reviews across the board. And yet Nobody Wants to Die still remains mostly unknown. At the moment, it doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, for example. Even though walking simulators aren't for everybody, this title should win over the biggest skeptics. The characterization, the actors' chemistry, and the sharp writing make every interaction utterly riveting. Although the purpose of the time manipulation mechanic is to work out the chronology of crimes, players will want to mess around with it just to admire the timey-wimey effects. The aesthetic, which amalgamates elements from BioShock to Blade Runner, is so gorgeous, players will want to wander around to bask in its beauty. And the lingering mystery of its detective tale is also deeply intriguing to the point where it's tempting to play through the whole thing in just one sitting. Sure, the main campaign may be brief since it's over and done with in 5 to 6 hours, however there's a push to play Nobody Wants to Die a few times, not just to unlock various endings, but to explore everything that it has to offer. Number 7, Inscription. Since D&D deck builders are pretty niche, many players would assume Inscription wouldn't be for them. But when the gameplay starts blending in vlogs, tabletop RPGs, board games, puzzles, turn-based strategy, and roguelike elements, it's clear that this isn't just a game, but a one-of-a-kind hodgepodge experiment. Despite the fact these elements enhance the experience, Inscription is a card-based title at its core. Even though luck plays a big role, you don't stand a chance unless you've devised a viable strategy, which makes it all the more gratifying when you emerge victorious in battle. Losing repeatedly isn't as tedious as it should be though, since you feel like you're improving in every match as you become more accustomed to the subtler mechanics. And just when it feels like you have everything figured out, Inscription throws in another oft-kilter idea like an escape room or a found footage horror scenario just to keep things fresh. Due to the excessive ideas, Inscription should have collapsed under its own ambition. Instead, the developers devised one of the most original experiences on the PS5. It's difficult for footage to encapsulate the staggering creativity lying within this underrated title. Even if players feel like it's not their cup of tea, everybody should give Inscription a go just to find out for sure. Number 6, Evil West. Gaming developers are always striving to devise mind-blowing mechanics and innovative ideas. However, Flying Wild Hog went in a different direction while putting together their third-person shooter, Evil West. The supernatural western can be summarized in 3 words: gunslinger versus vampires. Sign me up. Even though blasting bloodsuckers throughout the 10-hour campaign should get boring, Evil West gets away with it due to its kinetic combat, splatterfest of violence, and gross-out finishes which are reminiscent of Doom's glory kills. Although the levels are well crafted and there's plenty to explore, you'll be inclined to stop and wail on everything that has the misfortune of crossing your path. The combat becomes enthralling as you progress, since you can unlock all sorts of over-the-top weapons and upgrades. Admittedly, the formula doesn't really deviate from this, but players won't care because they'll be too busy ripping and tearing until it's done. Evil West doesn't pretend to be anything other than what it is, and to that end, if anyone is looking for a straightforward shooter, then Evil West has got you covered. Number 5, Kena Bridge of Spirits. Whether or not Kena is a Souls-like is a discussion for the comments if you've played it, but if you haven't, then a large reason why could be the number of Souls-like games all fighting for space in the adventure genre. That is to say, it's criminal how little attention Kena Bridge of Spirits received. Despite the fact that this was Ember Lab's first game and put together by 15 or so core employees, Kena is a total knockout. There are times when it feels like a movie due to the Pixar-level animation and focus on characterization. The puzzles are so well structured they never feel unfair despite being challenging. And though there are a lot of skills to wrap your head around, it's clear how to utilize each one effectively. And it's also cool how certain abilities have multiple purposes, like how the spirit bombs can stun enemies or create extra platforms. Bosses provide a hefty challenge, but it never feels unreasonable, see Soulsborne's, due to the tight combat. Rather than simply bashing enemies, you need to rely on a mix of targeted assaults, slow motion strikes, and melee brawling. Although Kena is available on multiple systems, the PlayStation 5 port stands out due to the almost non-existent loading times and consistent frame rates. The DualSense has also been integrated into the gameplay flawlessly, with the game still being touted as one of the better adapters to the controller's haptic feedback 4 or something years later. Number 4, Marvel's Midnight Suns. Marvel's The Avengers may have been a disaster, but there were high hopes for Marvel's Midnight Suns, since the promotions indicated the tactical RPG would put a darker spin on the normally light-hearted property. But the moment Midnight Suns was revealed to be a deck-building game, the preemptive hype kind of shriveled away. Coupled with an imperfect release window and a poor launch on PC, it was no surprise when this superhero title became a commercial flop. Midnight Suns may not have turned out the way it was initially advertised, but the point is it's still solid. Even though deck-based titles can be slow, Midnight Suns' combat is vibrant thanks to the dynamic and distinctive card system. Saying the wrong thing to your squad or misusing a card can affect each superhero's ability to fight competently. The fact you have to constantly monitor your teammates to work as a cohesive unit makes every encounter feel personal. Midnight Suns might be entrenched in Marvel lore, but it still manages to craft a unique story that hasn't been done to death, which should satisfy long-term comic fans. And with the diverse customization options, superb voice acting, and sharp banter, well, what's not to love? Number 3, Fist, Forged in Shadow Torch. Fist launched on the PS4 and PS5 back in 2021, and though the last gen port was riddled with technical problems, the PlayStation 5 version is a must-have. Despite being labelled as a Metroidvania, Fist has elements of run-and-gun titles like Gunstar Heroes and Contra. Actually, this side-scroller captures the essence of 90s bullet hell shooters better than the recent Contra remake. And despite Metroidvania games often being bogged down in backtracking and vague directions, Fist actually avoids these pitfalls. Thanks to the fast travel system and detailed map, getting lost is a rare occurrence. Even though the next destination isn't always laid out, this works in the game's favour since it compels you to explore, allowing you to locate all sorts of secrets. Sure, of course, you have to revisit certain areas, but it doesn't feel repetitive once you've obtained some upgrades since you'll find different ways to navigate through each terrain. Also, it's rewarding to return to old places and wipe the floor with enemies you had trouble with in the past with significantly more upgraded weaponry. People often talk about memorable 7 out of 10 titles from earlier generations. Well, Fist is the kind of game that deserves to be played now and remembered just as fondly in years to come. Number 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Now, this might seem like it doesn't necessarily belong on this list. After all, Square's prized IP harbours so much power in the gaming industry, even weak installments like Final Fantasy XIII bring in the big bucks. And since Final Fantasy VII is the franchise's flagship, FF7 Rebirth should have made a mint. However, the hyped entry opened with less sales than Final Fantasy VII Remake or Final Fantasy XVI. Unlike its predecessor, Cloud and his allies finally get to explore the vast lands outside of Midgar. Whilst there's plenty of new content compared to Remake, this is very much a string of the more memorable moments of the original FF7. The combat, which was already on top form before, has been refined with sharp and accessible mechanics. The quests are remarkably varied, ranging from tear-jerking to hilarious, epic to downright zany. See the bald bar in Junon. Zany, zany, zany. Whilst the game's world map is bloated in a way that would make some Ubisoft games blush, the core experience of, well, experiencing the 1997 story and all of its locations, characters and beats on the power of the PlayStation 5 is still wonderful, and the level of production is just insane. Considering that the masses have been clamouring for a modern remake of Final Fantasy VII for literal decades, it's frankly shocking that Rebirth isn't flying off the shelves. And number 1, Resident Evil 4 VR. Probably also doesn't seem like it belongs. After all, Capcom recently announced that Resident Evil 4 Remake hit 8 million sales, making it one of the best-selling games in the long-running franchise. This is definitely helped by the game being on most major platforms. However, the PlayStation 5 version has additional boons that the others don't, some that even most PS5 owners haven't taken advantage of, and that's the exclusive PSVR 2 upgrade. Yes, you can finally play the I can't believe they remade a masterpiece and it actually lived up to its potential Resident Evil 4 Remake in VR, and do so for free, meaning that the PS5 version is the superior release of the lot. Rather than just slapping VR tech onto the game, Capcom took careful steps to create an immersive title that's accessible and adjustable. Even though you can pull out your weapons and herbs with applicable hand gestures, sticking with traditional controls is also an option if you can't get a hang of the VR setup. Although Full Motion offers the full Rambo, John Wick VR experience, Comfort Mode accommodates players with motion sickness, allowing Leon to teleport around so the shaky movement is minimised. This is a very good thing. However, with the PSVR 2 hardly setting the world on fire, it's a surefire thing that most folks aren't getting everything they could out of Resident Evil 4 Remake. It's a real shame that even if you are one of the 8 million people who did buy RE4R, because of the prohibitive price of the PSVR 2 and the general sentiment around it, that one of the best Resident Evil experiences remains something that very few have undertaken.
If you like your games in a neat little package that you can wrap up in a week, maybe 2 maximum, then you're probably not watching this video because that's not what I have for you. I have those games that want to absorb your entire life and really threaten your work and familial relationships. That said, in this video we're highlighting lengthy masterpieces that won't let you down. We've excluded multiplayer games and roguelikes for obvious reasons, and so long as you don't just inhale the main questline, these should all take you about 100 hours for a single run. If you do happen to be a big fan of extra long games anyway, then you've probably played a lot of these, but stick around for a little nostalgia trip or just to hang out with me so I can tell you about the long games I like. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 9 100+ hour video games you need to play. Number 9, Persona 5 Royal. What's more emblematic of this list than a game we already all played for 100 hours, or 140 in my case, and then came out again with pretty much all the same content except a couple of narrative updates and a bunch of quality of life updates, but it was so good, everyone decided to put another 100 hours into the thing, or in my case, 140. It sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but if you did do that, even if you played both games twice and put a ton of time into it and became a completionist over it, I still think that's time really well spent. Persona 5 Royal is, in my opinion, one of the greatest games of all time, and judging by its critical and player response, pretty darn popular among many of you as well. Even if JRPGs aren't usually your thing, admittedly they weren't mine when this one arrived in 2019, no one is doing it quite like Atlus. Persona 5 was already a slam dunk, and Royal ups the ante with more content, even slicker gameplay mechanics, the same enviable style, and the trademark deep and heartfelt stories we've come to expect from the series. If any game gets this many 10 out of 10s among gaming outlets and players alike, you should usually always give it a go. But if you've been wary due to the time commitment, just know it's not going to be an investment you'll regret. That's my bullying people into playing Persona 5 Royal checkbox ticked off the list. We're doing a notebook thing. But let's go on to my next favorite thing, bullying people into playing Larian Studios games. Number 8, Baldur's Gate 3. Not to sound like I knew them before they were a big deal loser, but Larian has been making phenomenal CRPGs since 2002's Divine Divinity, which had gameplay systems as impressive as its title is befuddling. At the time, the game was released alongside the likes of Neverwinter Nights and Morrowind. You'd have been forgiven for passing Larian over in favor of those heavyweights. It's worth mentioning that Divine Divinity was pretty darn well received, which is a big thing given this was basically the studio's first major release. The game would go on to expand into a prequel and 3 sequels, the last of which was 2017's Divinity Original Sin 2, and that would have been my pick for this list, but Baldur's Gate 3 cannot and should not be overshadowed. While Original Sin 2 utilizes its own RPG systems, BG3 adopts those of Dungeons & Dragons. Even if you prefer Original Sin 2, it's hard to deny all that Larian learned in the 6 years between those two releases. As is the case with Atlus and Persona 5, it's clear Larian took their expertise and honed it even more, creating one of the deepest, most engrossing, and charisma-laden games in the medium. Every one of your party members can be leveled, equipped, and crafted into a satisfyingly unique class and fighting style, elevating the already thrilling turn-based combat scenarios. They also all have wonderful personalities, genuinely intriguing backstories that evolve over time, and they're also all really hot, which makes choosing a love interest really darn hard, but I guess if that's our biggest complaint, we're probably in the clear. Number 7, Red Dead Redemption 2. Moving on from what could well be the 2 games that bear the best roster of companions ever collected for an RPG, to a protagonist who's a shoo-in for one of the most well-written characters in any medium, video game or otherwise, we have Arthur Morgan's anti-hero's journey in Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar already have a reputation for releasing really excellent narrative games, but even for them, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a masterclass in video game storytelling. In terms of video game mechanics, fans and critics were divided. While many loved the tactile and heavy feeling of movement, looting, and gunplay, others found it a little too cumbersome and time-consuming, especially with the many scripted scenic walking and horse riding segments. If you were along for the ride though, figuratively, you probably appreciated the weight of it all. Narratively, contextually, and mechanically, Red Dead Redemption 2 has a wide world for you to explore, and plenty of side activities, both overt and hidden, to keep you busy for well into 100 hours and then some. But unlike many games this long, and I honestly think this is one thing that's so special about Red Dead Redemption 2 that basically no game that ticks over 100 hours manages to get right, is that no matter how many side activities there are, whether they're side quests or you're doing all the treasure hunts or anything like that, Arthur's character and his central progression and narrative is so strong, you never lose sight of that, and that's what really carries you through. Number 6, Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, you could clean up Dragon Age Inquisition in around 60 hours, but you'd be doing yourself a disservice. Factoring in the game's DLCs, which are absolutely worth playing, the crummy fact that you have to pay for the true ending notwithstanding, the full version of the fantastic game will take you at least 100 hours. For those deeply embedded in the fantasy RPG series, it's an absolute treat. Though it is true that not everybody was a fan of the way that BioWare's 2014 threequel turned down the complexity of its RPG mechanics and also sort of fumbled the return of its tactical mechanics due to them generally not being necessary because of difficulty, there's still a lot to love in here. The grievances were far outweighed by the game's triumphs. Inquisition is representative of BioWare's golden age, riddled with compelling things to do, fascinating characters to meet, decisions to make, opportunities for romance, and an exciting narrative through line that makes the game very hard to put down. After a middling sequel, Inquisition restored Dragon Age to its former glory, with its enormous and immersive open world, which rewards exploration, gorgeous locations, colorful and strategic RPG combat encounters, and fantastic companions who are a joy to get to know and love. It might not be a flawless ride, but it's absolutely one worth taking. Also, it's not really relevant, but every time we talk about Dragon Age, I just want to bring up how freaking funny it is that they named the world Thedas, and that's just the Dragon Age setting. It's just great. Number 5, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. I feel like I could just say it's The Witcher 3 at this point, since the game's reputation absolutely precedes itself, but I can't very well tell you all the super long video games you absolutely have to play without including The Witcher 3, so let's do it. Telling one of the most epic stories ever brought to the video game medium, as we can't forget the books from whence he came, Geralt's iconic hero's journey is really unlike almost anything else the medium's seen before. While it will mean more to those who played the games preceding it, The Witcher 3 is entirely accessible to those with no prior knowledge as well. Its enormous world made up of various locations that are broken down into their own discrete segments is totally engrossing. It's a joy to explore, the monsters are epic, the stories are involved and meaningful, and very little in the world easily slots into the fields of only good or only evil. There's so much to learn, mechanics to master, and plotlines you're desperate to see through that, like many games on this list, you'll find time just falls away while you're playing it. Which is good, because including the 2 enormous expansions, which are, unfortunately, if you're trying to save time, too good not to play, this one's going to require a lot from you. Number 4, Kingdom Come Deliverance. It might not be the first game that comes to mind when you think about essential 100+ hour video game experiences, but Kingdom Come Deliverance is a fantastic RPG that is so often underrated. Set in historically accurate medieval Bohemia, the game from Warhorse Studios lets you loose with an RPG system far more flexible than what you find in most games of its genre. You can spec into all sorts of things, and your stats and abilities will evolve just by using them, as well as your choices of how you interact with the world and those within it. Quests are equally flexible and built to allow you to choose your approach from multiple alternatives, while the game's combat utilizes an inverse kinematics physics system. I'm gonna be straight with you, I don't know what that means, and honestly I could barely say it, but I think it's generally that combat prowess is determined by the speed and force within which you deliver an attack. Or something. That was weird. It's something like that. Kingdom Come isn't for everybody, as evidenced by some of the 3s and 4s out of 10 it was awarded upon launch, but those who looked past its tricky save system and bugs praised its realism, attention to detail, expansive and involved quests, and compelling story. Number 3, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. 2022 action RPG Xenoblade Chronicles 3 sets the perfect scene for players to venture around its stunning open world, delve into its many stories, and meet its colorful characters. Considered by many to be the peak of JRPGs on the Switch, even those who aren't such a fan of the frequent fan service in this game will find so much to love in this monolith soft epic. Arriving 5 years after Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which was also a time sink / masterpiece totally appropriate for this list, this entry switches things up by letting you use 7 party members in battles and allowing you to swap between characters during combat. The game takes place in Aeonios, which I'm pronouncing very carefully, which is in the midst of a war. If you're a Xenoblade veteran, the game's enormously lore-rich narrative and dozens of central players won't come as a surprise. But if you're new, then you'll probably already expect it's more than enough to fill out its runtime, with plenty of intriguing plot threads, conflicts, and reveals. The game was praised for its stunning environments, impressive level of challenge, and the new master art system, which elevated the already present RPG mechanics. There are so many different ways to build and play your party, plenty of things to find, and genuinely interesting side quests that count up into 3 figures. While you may find some parts start to feel like they're slipping into filler territory, the vast majority of what the expansive world has to offer is a blast to experience. Number 2, Cyberpunk 2077. I went into this list, as I go into most lists, not wanting to repeat studios. But we've gotten this far in, and not that many games take place in the future, so it's time to pedal out my 2023 fixation, Cyberpunk 2077. With an extremely broad set of RPG customization options, character building mechanics, choices, plenty of ways to get your jobs done cleanly or as messy as possible, Cyberpunk 2077 is basically whatever game you want it to be. Sure, at its core, it's telling you a specific story that incorporates warring factions, political intrigue, hologram Keanu Reeves, the bleeding heart of Night City, and everyone caught in its wake. What you do around that and how you engage with even its most vital of mission components is entirely up to you. Cyberpunk can be a stealth sniper game, it can be an entirely net-running game, or if you're anything like me, you can just get the big sniper rifle that runs on incendiary rounds and makes everybody go boom. It's really up to you. Including the recently released Phantom Liberty DLC and the oodles of improvements and patches that haven't just bandaged but significantly overhauled enormous swaths of the game to great impact, Cyberpunk 2077 is a gargantuan sci-fi epic that really shouldn't be missed. Number 1. Elden Ring. From Software's 2022 RPG masterwork, Elden Ring is similar to Dragon Age Inquisition in that you could mainline it in 60 to 70 hours if you know where to go and don't run into any skill issues, but you're more likely to spend a hell of a lot longer than that in the lands between. And honestly, why wouldn't you? As we've come to expect from Elden Ring offers up an incredible, expansive, macabre playground filled with all kinds of things your nightmares couldn't even invent. And almost all of those things want to kill you and will probably succeed. The game world is absolutely enormous, not to mention its hidden nooks and crannies, optional bosses, loads of systems that respect your intelligence to learn them at your own pace, and punishing yet satisfying combat encounters that often leave you on the back foot, but never feeling like you can't persevere. Elden Ring also has a map that keeps on giving, with areas that unveil themselves over time, and there's plenty of different builds to play with. Not that you'll need to restart this one to get a good 100 hours out of it. That's without even mentioning the time you'll spend on co-op, the time you'll spend on PvP, or the time you'll spend when you first get into that main area trying to take out that guy on the back of the horse, the tree sentinel dude, even though you've barely gained any levels yet, but you absolutely refuse to be beaten by him because he took you out twice and it's not chill, so then you stand up on that like half a ruin thing where he can't get you, but you can only shoot him with arrows that do like 14 damage, so you will be there for an hour, but by God, you will beat him. It was to some fans' dismay that the game is easier than most of From's offerings, but as a gateway into their trademark awe-inspiring worlds that lowers the barrier to entry, it's a phenomenal experience. I'm Jess from What Culture, and you may know me from such videos as 10 best Dark Souls games that aren't Dark Souls. Well, I hosted that one a little while ago, and then you guys weighed in saying, these games are not Dark Soulsy enough, so not to worry. We have a commenter edition just for you, and here we've collected your suggestions of games that you think are closer to being in the category of Dark Soulsy enough to be called Dark Souls games without being Dark Souls games. So yes, we went through all your comments, even the one from, now hold on, Jason Kickass 9418, which said, second lol, love your work, guys. Yes, I read all the way down there. So hopefully we've got a list worthy of you now. Let's go. I'm still Jess from What Culture, and here are the 9 best Dark Souls games that aren't Dark Souls. Commenters edition. Number 9, Asterigos, Curse of the Stars. This 2022 game from developer Acme Game Studio is more Souls-light than Souls-like, so if that sounds interesting to you, buckle in. Also, if it doesn't sound interesting to you, please stay anyway. I got like 8 more games to come. If you sometimes find Souls games inundating, but you still enjoy the level of challenge, slick combat mechanics, and plenty of skills with which you can customize your protagonist, Asterigos has what you're looking for. The game puts you in the shoes of Hilda, a fiery-haired woman who's all geared up to face intimidating bosses inspired by Greek and Roman mythology throughout the visually stunning city of Aphos. The narrative revolves around you trying to break the curse that has gripped your city. There are some gorgeous arenas, fantastic boss designs, and mimic chests, because you gotta have mimic chests. The overwhelming odds are in there just like in Souls games, as well as a recently added boss rush mode if you need an extra challenge. The lighter side of the experience means there are only 6 weapons available and 22 bosses to take down who won't give you nearly as much trouble as a Souls boss. Things are also a little easier going in that you don't lose experience when you die, and as I said, things are a little easier than its inspiration, so this is sort of a breezier iteration that still gives you the Souls vibe. It's also worth mentioning this is the first release from the developer, so it's an impressive start and understandably a thinner experience. It's an especially great experience, particularly given the Taiwanese studio's relative infancy and tighter budget. Number 8, Remnant from the Ashes. Onto a game that was mentioned no less than 59 times in the comments of our last video, according to my expert research involving holding the control key and the F key at the same time. You guys wanted us to pipe up about Remnant from the Ashes, so you got it. Being that the 2019 Gunfire Games title is a shooter, you wouldn't initially think it falls neatly into the Souls-like category. But with bonfires, epic boss fights, classes, an upgrade mechanic for its many weapons, and a combat system that heavily incorporates and requires you to master and manage your stamina as well as dodging, it's basically Dark Souls, if you shot things way more. Remnant, or Shooty Souls as I'll be referring to it, also has you dying a hell of a lot, so don't worry, you'll be doing that just the same as you would in a Dark Souls game. That's not to underestimate the impressive mechanical quality and intriguing narrative of this game. With a well-earned 9 out of 10 on Steam, Remnant asks a lot of its players and delivers satisfaction back in spades for those who are up to the challenge. There's also a co-op mode that works really well as long as you want to get your ass beat with a friend. The Swamps of Courses DLC throws in a survival mode on top of the core game, while the Subject 2923 DLC gives you new locations to explore and nasty bosses to take out. The creatures you'll be taking on and hopefully taking out before they do the same to you have that classic design of messed upness, which is delightful in Souls games and equally delightful here, and you just can't understate the joy of taking out a big bad that's put you down over and over again. Number 7, Code Vein. One of the surest games to qualify as a Souls-like is certainly Bandai Namco's 2019 action RPG Code Vein. The game isn't quite as refined as its inspiration, but if you're looking for something that steps outside of what you'd expect from a From Software game, but with all the same gameplay hooks and an intriguing gothic world, this one more than delivers. With a deep, though admittedly divisively wild narrative set in a sprawling game world, the game earned plenty of fans for its unique approach to combat and uncommon addition of an optional AI companion, who 60% of the time does what you want every time. I'm just playing, they're almost always a big help. Code Vein even has elements that are directly comparable to Souls veins, like there's a fight against 2 bosses, which is a lot like the Ornstein and Smo conflict, and there's also an Anor Londo-esque location in the Cathedral of Sacred Blood. Code Vein doesn't only attain its cult status by taking inspiration from the Soulsborne format and iterating on it in interesting ways, even if not all those ways are an improvement, it also absolutely emulates the iconic Souls difficulty level. One of the places this is best experienced is in the Brutal Depths dungeons, which get harder as they go, capping out at the DLC dungeon Fiery Oblivion and one of its super challenging bosses, Hellfire Knight, who comes at you with quick and powerful attacks, not to mention 125,000 HP. From offering up an enticing world and rich lore to its fleshed out characters, an incredible love letter to anime which is completely shameless and completely delightful, you could do a lot worse than Bandai's response to FromSoft. Number 6, Lies of P. One of the more recent games on this list, having released in September of 2023, NeoWiz Games and Round 8 Studios' Lies of P puts you in the shoes of a robotic Pinocchio with a regular-sized nose. First, I think we should clear up the elephant in the room, which is really the where is the growing nose in the room. Not to worry, the portrait of a boy in Hotel Krat will depict your nose growing when you lie, and you can actually see it on your protagonist's shadow, even though it's not any longer on your face. Alright, back to Souls. This is arguably one of the best Souls-esque experiences out there. As you'd expect from this point, the difficulty component is totally there, but Lies of P also excels at crafting a compelling story, entertaining and intriguing enemies, and varied customization options for your weaponry. The world you have to explore is fascinating and sinister, and look, this will come as a surprise, it's beset by horrifying monsters. Yeah, it's a bit of a theme. Riddled with secrets buried in its stunning dark fantasy setting, it's easy to get lost in the game's style, tight combat, and unique narrative beats. It borrows a few elements very heavily from Souls games, arguably too heavily, but it also truly innovates on the genre in a lot of interesting ways, and every facet of this thing works so well, you really won't mind. Number 5, Salt and Sanctuary. Alright, we've given you shooty Dark Souls, Pinocchio Gothic Dark Souls, Greek Mythology Dark Souls, and Vampire Dark Souls. Time for 2D Dark Souls. Enter 2016 action RPG Salt and Sanctuary, made by Scar Studios. Well, I'm kind of disappointed there's no Scar elements because we're really missing a Scar Souls on this list. Enough of my tangent. In short, Salt and Sanctuary is as brutal, stylish, and wonderfully horrifying as it is visually compelling. The gripping, intense combat is backed by an awesome soundtrack that will have your heart pounding with every new David and Goliath encounter. There's an extensive stat and skill upgrade system, and honestly just a whole swath of mechanics that are really shocking to have incorporated given this game was made by just 2 people. That said, I do have a complaint. There's a location called the Village of Smiles, which is very, very misleading. The story is surprisingly extensive, the world is littered with secrets, you can play in co-op, and there are loads of playstyle options, items, and weapons, not to mention various classes and origin choices. To call Salt and Sanctuary just a basic Souls-like is really doing it a disservice, as anyone who's played it would tell you. Thankfully, despite being criminally underrated, the game got a sequel that came out in 2022, which manages to hit the nail on the head just as well. Number 4, The Last Hero of Nostalgia. Since I've decided to go on a tangent of shorthanding these Souls-like games with silly Souls names, Over the Moon Studios has provided us with what I'm gonna call Funny Souls. If that doesn't make any sense to you, basically this is Dark Souls if you injected lighthearted humor and a heavy dose of charm. While the humor doesn't hit for everyone and there are issues with the checkpointing and travel systems, The Last Hero of Nostalgia gives you a story worth experiencing, as well as a toned down stat system which doesn't inundate you, balance challenges, and expanded features like puzzles, as well as the ability to remember weapons, letting you pull them forward to new areas and improve them. Also, you play as a headless stick figure, which, if you've been watching the gameplay and don't understand why I haven't mentioned that yet, yeah, that's a thing. The game world that was built from video games is running out of memory, and as a result, everybody in it is out to get you. Somehow this game parodies FromSoft while emulating it in a way that has still produced a genuinely solid game. You can choose from various classes, get your hands on better equipment, and play in co-op, so all your classic Soulsy features are there, except it is giving we have Dark Souls at home. Also, this game has a character customization menu for you, but you're a stick figure, so even though there's all these different sliders, they don't do anything, so that's really funny. Here is some voiceover, so the editor of this video can show you the customization screen. See the endowment slider? That's funny. Has it been on screen long enough? Are you enjoying the B-roll? Okay, let's move on. Number 3, Jedi Fallen Order. Star Wars Souls arrived in 2019 from seasoned developer Respawn Entertainment and divisive publisher EA. It basically said screw you to anyone who's played an easy Star Wars game in the past and threw you straight into the deep end of a galactic adventure. Fallen Order drops you into a Metroidvania-esque world filled with enemies to best, things to find, and a story to unravel. Where the game really shines, though, is in its highly technical combat, which requires you to master parrying, blocking, sidestepping, and dodging, while also being clever about when to unleash your force powers. This is an especially important one, as while these abilities can change the tide of your encounters if things are going awry, you only have a limited force meter, and replenishing it requires you to land hits on your foe. The game lets you upgrade skills that fall into the categories of force, lightsaber, and survival, and you'll want to choose carefully as the game offers up some serious challenges. Beyond the combat mechanics and inviting world, the Souls elements also come through in the wildly memorable boss battles that are gonna give you a run for your money. From intensely rewarding exploration to the impactful sensation of combat, and let's face it, the ever-exciting world of Star Wars, Fallen Order really nailed it with fans, as did its 2023 sequel, Survivor. Number 2, Thymesia. Hard to pronounce, Dark Souls, I'm sorry, these titles are really going downhill, deserves better than for me to call it hard to pronounce Dark Souls, because Thymesia, though it's one of the little, Thymesia is one of the little guys on this list, it excels in almost every way and presents an incredible Souls-like experience. Created by first-time developer Overborder Studio and published by Team 17, Thymesia is another action RPG that slides neatly into the Souls-like genre while still offering you something quite different than you get in a From Software game. The combat has a very high level of challenge and expects a lot of you, so you'll want to go in prepped for that. But the worst thing we can really say about it is it's fairly short, so it leaves you wanting more. Then again, when the rest of the genre threatens to gobble up hundreds of hours of your time, there's certainly room for a tighter, short and sweet Souls experience. The game gives you a cool cape and a plague mask and sends you on your way to help the world that's been beset by monsters and a terrifying plague. You know how these things go. Your protagonist Corvus can engage with a variety of different playstyles, plague weapons to wield, skills to obtain, and the addition of a raven form you can shapeshift into when the mood strikes. Naturally, Thymesia has a dramatically smaller budget, but if you want the vibe of Sekiro and Bloodborne with a variety of bosses to battle in a neat little package, it's all here for you. Number 1. Steel Rising. Steel Rising's surprises don't stop at the fact that its name is 2 words strung together. It's also set during the French Revolution, and I know what you're thinking. This is the first game on this list that isn't going to be like a supernatural dark fantasy. It's actually set in the real world. Well, no. King Louis's forces are made up of robots. There you go. The city of Paris is going through a bit of a totally on fire problem and is filled with powerful, agile, and deadly mechanical soldiers who are all prepped to stomp you into dust. But before you say sacre bleu, I apologize for that, not to worry, as you're also a deadly mechanical soldier, an automaton in fact, designed to protect the queen. As you'd now expect, all the iconic facets of Souls games are here. Super mobile, tight combat, a sprawling world with plenty of secrets that rewards exploration, and the flexibility to choose between a range of attack methods and fighting styles so you can play your way. The fleshed out historical setting, engaging core gameplay loop, and challenging encounters make this a game that's hard to put down even when it's let down by its rough edges and poor optimization. The combat is flashy and visceral, and the electric sound design makes everything feel extra weighty and tactile. Beyond that, the game has some stunning, albeit wild enemy designs that would be right at home in a Souls title. If you were just waiting this whole entry to hear what dumb name I would give this, I don't know why you would be, but just in case you were, let's go with French Souls. That one wasn't great. Let me know your suggestions down in that comment box. I obviously need them.
Now, AAA gaming is a medium that comes with a boatload of great feelings, but there is a yin to that yang. For every amazing AAA experience, you get plenty that miss the mark, and it's become all too familiar a feeling for players to get their hands on a game that they're incredibly excited about, only to find it in a broken and unplayable state. This has led to growing frustrations within the gaming community, and even some of the best studios can suffer from this. And at the end of the day, nobody wants to waste their money. But you know what? While it is easy to point the finger at developers and say, "You have ruined my game," there are plenty of times when a broken title actually gets repaired, becoming closer to what they originally promised. So let's take a look at them. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 broken AAA video games you didn't realize got fixed. Number 10, Assassin's Creed Unity. Oh wow, that is a face that sunk 1,000 consoles, just look at it. Seeing the once phenomenal Assassin's Creed franchise turned into a joke was a pretty big gut punch back in 2014. The highly anticipated release of the 8th mainline AC game was met with jeers and boos when it arrived with so many glitches and bugs you could barely look at it, let alone play it. The infamous picture of a faceless Arno with his eyes and teeth exposed became the poster child for criticizing AAA game development. That was the case then, but how does it stand up now? Well, shockingly, the game is much better if you pick it up and play today. Those monstrous bugs have mostly been ironed out, and the core game presents you with a classic Assassin's Creed experience. The patches have turned Unity into a much better product, and it's hard to think of a better option if you want to relive the old-school simplicity of the series. Plus, losing these technical issues helps you focus on the game's best selling points, like the gorgeous Parisian setting. Many were, rightfully, quick to write this one off upon its release, which is why not enough people know that it has much improved since. Number 9, Batman Arkham Knight on the PC. If you picked up Batman Arkham Knight on the PS4 or Xbox One back in 2015, then barring some potential frustrations with the Batmobile or the story, you were likely more than happy. But then there were those unlucky few who grabbed a PC copy, and oh boy, happiness was the last thing on their minds. You see, the PC port of the Caped Crusaders battle against the Arkham Knight was woefully broken. Playing it was damn near impossible, as it was the victim of all of the worst problems a game can face. You had severe lag, poorly loading textures, unpredictable frame rates, and crashes. Batman would not stand for this. However, somehow Rocksteady managed to turn public opinion round, even if not many people, console gamers especially, actually knew about it. Nowadays, the PC port of the game is not only good, but according to ScreenRant, is arguably better than the console versions. The bugs, glitches, and constant crashes are nowhere to be seen, and it runs at a buttery smooth frame rate of 60 to 90 FPS, well over that of the 30 FPS cap that is found on consoles. After this port's dire release, many avoided it like the plague, but now you'll have no trouble running it on PC. Number 8. For Honor. A multiplayer action game where you take on the role of a Viking, a samurai, or a knight. I mean, this should have been a massive IP for multiplayer gaming. Sadly, it was a concept that Ubisoft immaculately fumbled, as it was broken as a shield is after being whacked with a warhammer. For Honor's online connectivity problems were dreadful, as the game didn't even run on dedicated servers. Then there were crashes and disconnects galore, which is naturally a death knell for any online multiplayer experience, and it also came with a fair few bugs which remained consistent post-launch. This all led to a mass exodus of the player base, with For Honor's initial promise left to fester in disappointment. But as of right now, the game is in its best state that it's ever been. There are still plenty of problems, but the game runs much smoother. The online connection is stronger and the bugs are lesser. Plus there's 2 brand new factions, the Wulin and the Outlanders. While the number of active players has definitely dwindled, there is still a dedicated fan base, so you'll still be able to enjoy the challenging combat against some other skilled gamers. For Honor will never be the game changer that it was supposed to be, but it is definitely worth a play. Number 7. Aliens Colonial Marines. Is Aliens Colonial Marines the biggest missed opportunity in gaming? Well, that's a tough question to answer because there's so many other options to choose from. But still, the fact that so many people think it is kinda says it all. The idea of a video game tying the aftermath of the 1986 film Aliens to the FPS action genre was mouth-watering, especially after those epic gameplay footage trailers. But then it came out and gamers felt as though a xenomorph had ripped their hearts out. There were bugs everywhere, game-breaking glitches, and most egregiously of all, utterly abysmal AI on the titular aliens. If the terrifying enemies barely functioned, then why even bother playing this game? However, that last issue has, in a rather unexpected turn of events, been vastly improved. It was discovered years later, as revealed in a report from Kotaku, that a typo in the game's coding was actually messing up the creatures, and fixing it made them a hell of a lot smoother. Shockingly, this improvement was diagnosed and executed not by Gearbox, but by an intrepid modder. Of course, the game is still far from being an excellent title, but with that issue fixed, it's at least worth trying. Number 6. Street Fighter V. With the release of Street Fighter VI this year, it's safe to say that Street Fighter fans are eating bloody well, but there was a time when lovers of this seminal fighting franchise were being fed utter rubbish. Enter Street Fighter V. The release of the 5th mainline Street Fighter game was not a smooth showing for Capcom. It arrived in a deeply unfinished state, and not only did it experience a slew of technical issues like its broken servers and bugs, but it was also missing a bunch of content. I mean, where were all the bloody fighters? The roster was tiny, plus there wasn't even an arcade mode. How could this even be called a AAA release when it was missing so much? Many disappointed players had to accept this and move on, but a blessing came 2 years later with Street Fighter Arcade Edition. This free updated version of the game fixed a lot of bugs and added plenty of content to make up for the latest release. And if that wasn't enough, the Champion Edition then came in 2020 and buffed the title up even more. With Street Fighter VI kicking butt right now, it's funny to look back at how Capcom nearly caused this iconic IP's health to drop to 0. Number 5. Middle-earth Shadow of War. So let's just shout this one quickly from the rooftops. Microtransactions ruin single-player games! Now, to be fair, they often ruin multiplayer games as well, but there's just something so much worse about cramming them into a game that absolutely has no space for them. Unfortunately, though, that is what happened with Shadow of War. This follow-up to the awesome Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor should have been a loving exploration of the iconic fantasy property and an update to the game's nemesis system, but its use of microtransactions and controversial endgame left people angrier than Gandalf whenever Pippin breaks something. However, while these maligned features caused problems at first, the devs eventually listened to their fans and fixed the issue by making a series of improvements. One of the most notable updates was the complete removal of the marketplace. Bye-bye, microtransactions! And the endgame was also revamped, with the number of missions required to complete the Shadow Wars greatly reduced. Beforehand, the game's true ending was locked away behind a monstrous grind, which encouraged you to spend real-life money on loot boxes to try and get useful gear. But if you want to pick the game up now, you won't experience such troubles. Number 4. Halo Master Chief Collection. The Master Chief Collection felt like it was going to be the holy grail for Halo fans back in 2014. It was a chance to return to one of the greatest gaming franchises ever produced and the iconic multiplayer mode that brought so much joy to gamers. Then came the matchmaking issues, those damn matchmaking issues. The multiplayer connectivity problems were so bad that it caused fans to turn on the game instantly, as you could barely even make it into an online game, and if you did, you'd experience heaps of trouble. 343 Industries fanned the flames by publicly apologizing, then repeatedly claiming to have fixed the issues before players realized they hadn't. This vicious cycle continued on for some time, like a snake eating its own tail. But thankfully, things did eventually get better, even if many had already moved on. By 2018, the patches produced for the title managed to get it into a more playable state. There were still problems, but they were less common. In 2023, though, the game is very much worth it, with the majority of issues nowhere to be seen and plenty of incentive to enjoy the once dire multiplayer suite. Number 3. Mass Effect Andromeda. Returning to the world or universe of Mass Effect was something that fans were pretty skeptical about. The BioWare trilogy was, barring a controversial ending, pretty much perfect, and sometimes it's nice to just leave things alone. Sadly, all of those fears were realized when Andromeda came out, and it was utterly laughable. Just like AC Unity, you only need look at a couple of shots of the game's poorly rendered characters to see what was wrong here. Space might be scary, but the horrendously uncanny faces pulled by these characters, well, they make cosmic horror look like nothing. It wasn't just poor animation though, as bugs and glitches also plagued every step of the game. Besides the technical issues, players were also disappointed with the lackluster story that came far from capturing the epic scale or emotion of the adventures of Commander Shepard. All that said though, the game has had multiple upgrades since its release. Andromeda still has its problems, as following up on the previous games was just an insurmountable task, but it's a lot less broken now, with many of the technical issues being eradicated. If you want a galaxy-spanning sci-fi adventure, this is a flawed yet fairly decent option. Number 2. Battlefield 2042. The ups and downs of the Battlefield franchise are about as tepid and unpredictable as being out in the middle of an ocean during a storm. An all-time low for the franchise though was undoubtedly Battlefield 2042, which rocked the gaming world with its poor decision-making. But those who are playing it now, well, they're singing a slightly different tune. EA's bizarre choices for this game could be seen instantly, as it was decided that this would be a multiplayer-only AAA release with no story mode. While not every Battlefield game has come equipped with a full single-player campaign, it has been a recent trend for the series for one to be included, and it became an instant turn-off for a lot of players that BF2042 did not even include one. Then there was the gutting of the class-based system that left a sour taste in many mouths. This all somehow got even worse after the game was released. Players were met with a metric ton of issues like extensive bugs, awful server connectivity problems, and a general lack of features. Whoever paid full price for this, well, they felt robbed. But that was then, and EA has surprisingly turned this game around. The company has patched away at the title and eradicated a lot of its technical issues. On top of that, the class system was then reinstated, and post-launch content has added depth to the game. It's no surprise that many slept on this title, but if you like the franchise, you might not be as disappointed to dip your toes back in. And number 1, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Star Wars Jedi Survivor was quick to become the whipping boy for gamers everywhere, as they pointed to it and said, well, AAA games should not come this broken. Truthfully, this backlash was entirely justified, especially considering that the title was supposed to be a shining beacon of next-gen gaming, but EA have done their best to remedy it with September 2023's Patch 7. Survivor was released with plenty of noticeable bugs and a deplorable habit of dropping frame rates, especially whilst in performance mode. And while you can forgive lag in some titles, it's hard to write it off in a game like this, which takes the Soulsborne approach to combat. Losing a couple of frames when you need frame-perfect precision is a death sentence to Cal, which becomes very obvious during boss fights and battles with large hordes of enemies. However, finally, gamers can play this game at 60 FPS on consoles thanks to recent updates. The game runs far better now, as the performance mode has been reworked. The save system has also been tweaked to avoid save game corruption, bug fixes have been implemented, and plenty of other issues have been addressed. Now would definitely be the time to pick this game up if you're waiting for it to get fixed.
The games on this list planted themselves firmly in the Cyberpunk 2077 and No Man's Sky school of proving you can stumble out the gate and still score yourself a respectable placement, if not absolutely blow the haters out of the water with a podium finish. While that sports metaphor well and truly fell apart, these games managed to come back together thanks to the tireless dedication of their developers and publishers. While lesser studios may have abandoned their problem children as soon as the audience turned on them en masse, that wasn't the case with these games, and given what they became, that's very fortunate for us. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 9 greatest comebacks in gaming. Number 9, Battlefield 4. Kicking off with a game that really should have done better, Battlefield and Call of Duty have been battling for supremacy in the shooter realm for some time now. But Battlefield 4 really handed the win over to Call of Duty when it launched in 2013, because even saying that this game launched feels like an oversell. More accurately, it did whatever the video game equivalent is of that clip with the cat who goes for the jump and then second guesses it at the last minute, and then it's like, woo, he like goes straight down with his arms out. It was like that, but Battlefield. To say that Battlefield 4 launched pretty buggy doesn't quite hit the mark. The amount of game-breaking bugs and hilarious unintentional clipping and wild interactions with the environment, mechanics, and other players was nothing short of legendary. Developer DICE went as far as to halt work on all their other projects so they could get all hands on deck to fix Battlefield 4. The irate player base and criticism of the game's clearly unfinished shipped product went as far as to kick off multiple lawsuits investigating whether investors were intentionally misled by EA in their marketing of the game. And I think we can use these words, catastrophic disaster of a launch took an entire year and the development of a community testing environment to turn around. Once DICE and EA were able to get a handle on it though, the core of the excellent gameplay loop and engaging refined mechanics, compelling game modes, and phenomenal multiplayer were able to properly shine. Ultimately, Battlefield 4 did manage to outperform Call of Duty Ghosts, which came out in the same year, and when it was all fixed up, polished, and ready to go, proved itself to be one of the greatest FPS games of modern years. Number 8. Diablo 3. If the phrase Error 37 causes a bunch of unmistakable confusion, frustration, and rage to bubble up within you, then you were probably playing Diablo 3 back when it launched in May of 2012. Or more accurately, you were trying to play Diablo 3. The error code was one of a handful of horrifying number combinations that meant you weren't going to be able to play the new hotly anticipated Blizzard RPG, but instead would contribute to an infamous meme that resulted from the game servers being massively overloaded. Of course, as embarrassing as it was, this wasn't the worst thing for Blizzard, as it meant a lot of people were keen to check out the game. Unfortunately, there were more complaints once they did. The frustrations that even single-player mode was always online, overly grindy RNG mechanics, and a full experience that just couldn't match up to the masterpiece entries in the series that had come before it. Enter 2014's Reaper of Souls, and 2 years worth of updates and patches in between, and Diablo 3 had become a totally different beast. From quality of life changes, including the way loot works, grinding works, and the addition of transmogrification, as well as the Crusader class and a bunch of new narrative tidbits, this now felt like the fully fledged Diablo experience we'd been hoping for. Seasons were added on top of new modes that let you play how you wanted, and most importantly, those bugs were being squashed and quickly. Essentially, it elevated what was a promising and solid experience into an excellent one, and for a series with the pedigree of Diablo, it really deserved nothing less. Number 7. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Games as a service tends to get a bad rap, and that's for a lot of very valid reasons, but at least in the cases of many of the games on this list, it does mean there's a dedicated team that are going to make sure they can continue to fix things and respond to player feedback over time. There are a few games on this list that fall into that category, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege is certainly one of them. This one launched riddled with bugs and glitches, which has quickly become a trend on this list, and will absolutely be continuing that trend to the end of it. While a single-player game like Skyrim launching riddled with bugs is bad, occasionally funny, but ultimately lets you play the game so long as you don't hit anything game-breaking, it's a different ballgame with multiplayer. Hit a snag with connection issues while you're playing a game that's multiplayer only, and the game is literally unplayable, which I think is the only time I've ever used that phrase earnestly. On top of that issue, the initially promising team-based shooter was peppered with balancing issues, rampant cheaters, and no way to deal with them, and it was disappointingly thin on content. Flash forward 9 years and the game is as strong as it's ever been, thanks to a diligent team constantly tweaking, balancing, and injecting a slew of both free and paid downloadable content to bulk out the maps, modes, and operators, among other things. In what's a really interesting move, both IGN and GameSpot actually revised their initial review scores of the game to better suit the game in its current state. IGN bringing it 7.9 to an 8.5, and GameSpot bumping the 8 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10. These adjustments were made as the service model turned the game into a totally different beast, and both outlets praised the game for being one of the best multiplayer shooters on the market, due to its tense and fast-paced matches. This is made all the more enticing through its unique requirement in mastering not only its combat mechanics, but also tactics, strategy, as well as team composition, cooperation, and communication. A wild 29 seasons in, and the game seems to be hit with a bunch of different players. However, of course, there's still glitches and bugs like every live service game that's constantly getting new updates. Although, in this particular circumstance, at least fans who aren't happy with the way things are going came up with the fun phrase Rainbow Six Siege, which is honestly just fantastic. Number 6. Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves, or the pirate game, just not the one made by Ubisoft or Sid Meier, or the one with LeChuck, falls pretty neatly next to Rainbow Six Siege in that they're both examples of games that have benefited enormously from the divisive games as a service model. And not only that, they've made it far more worth your while if you dropped your dollars on them when they first hit storefronts. When Sea of Thieves set sail in 2018, a bunch of people were saying, sure, this looks cool, but what do I actually do here? To which developer Rare said, hold my banana. Because you eat bananas in the game. I realize phrasing that came off really weird, but I'm 2 lines down in the Google Doc now, so we're gonna have to keep going. That made more sense in the scripted version than the video version, but again, we're too far in. Let's keep going. As you'd have expected by now, if you didn't experience it for yourself, this one launched with more than a few dings in the hull. The bones of a solid experience were there, but without any skin or flesh or blood on them, yep, sorry, that got weird, players were lamenting that there was little of substance driving them to play beyond messing around with friends, having the odd cool emergent gameplay moment in a ship battle, and eating the aforementioned bananas. 2 years down the line in 2020, an IGN would chuck the No Man's Sky Classic phrase at the game, stating it's the perfect time for players to give it another go as a result of a number of infrastructure fixes, bug patches, and buckets of new content. All of this was looped under the anniversary update, which was seen as something of a relaunch for the game as a whole. Come 2024, and that improvement train is kept on chugging, introducing new modes, free expansions, a seasonal format, and story-driven live events called adventures. Like Siege, constant updates will always lead to constant bug fixing, but for those who wanted to see the game become what Rare originally intended, it's certainly done just that. I'm sure the 30 million players in 2022 and 5 million units sold didn't hurt either. Number 5, For Honor. Skipping all the way down from shooting times and pirate times to the times of good old sword and board, or whatever the other 33 heroes in this game were wielding, let's talk For Honor. Ubisoft's very first strategy action attempt didn't launch to the level of criticism that many of the other games on this list received, but its respectable sales and respectable review scores weren't exactly setting the game up to make waves for years to come either. For Honor is again a game as a service, but it uniquely requires a high level of finessing, tactical know-how, and precision combat maneuvers from its players, something bound to alienate certain groups looking for a more casual experience. What also alienated pretty much everybody from the outset was the way the game appeared to launch unfinished, with bugs aplenty, more server issues than you could point a greatsword at, and consumer-unfriendly nickel and diming. It was when Ubisoft released a $15 starter edition that drastically cut the price of entry, delivered a bunch of free updates, as well as substantial paid DLC, that it ensured its dedicated players would have reasons to keep coming back. 2 new factions totaling 9 new combatants later, all with different weapons and play styles, and the game has proven itself to be a great entry in the fighting genre, as well as having a pretty avid competitive scene. Number 4, Star Wars Battlefront 2. I keep running down these games and thinking I've hit the one that had the worst launch ever, but it's really hard to top Battlefront 2 in terms of hitting what can only be described as a perfect rhythm game streak of whacking every development, marketing, and launch faux pas on the head one after the other. That game with the really horrible microtransactions, as it was known for at least the first 6 months of its existence, EA fumbled a great IP yet again by getting a little too ambitious and a lot too greedy. Synonymous with such an extreme level of loot box controversy that it kicked off US lawmakers discussing if the mechanic should be classified as gambling, and some countries even banning the game outright after deeming the inclusion so insidious it couldn't be on shelves. EA couldn't have put themselves or Star Wars Battlefront 2 in a worse position. This is a massive shame, as ultimately this became a game that was absolutely worth playing. Once EA and DICE swung back up from their rock bottom, illustrated by the most downvoted Reddit comment ever, where they suggested that making users unlock heroes gives them a better sense of pride, things started looking up. The pay-to-win mechanics were eliminated, and the game had its own Sea of Thieves style relaunch by way of the Celebration Edition in 2019. Excellent free updates that have added new content and ways to play have gone a long way to earning back the trust of players, as has the fact that underneath EA's bullshit, there's actually a really great core game in there, particularly the thrilling battles, impressively restrung progression system, and the pitch-perfect capitalization on the Star Wars IP. Number 3, Fortnite. The middling launch and then explosive success of Fortnite is a story that pretty much everyone on Earth knows at this point, but if you missed the battle bus, then let's talk about this cash cow that somehow even outmatched the next game on this list. The $26 billion revenue-generating battle royale game with the llama began life as a humble mission-based tower defense game, where you would build up your defenses in the hopes of holding out against those who would see your destruction. This was all totally fine, albeit fairly mediocre, but upon seeing the success of PUBG and its battle royale format, Epic said, we could do that, and do that they did, amassing an unfathomable number of players and led the pack in pressuring the video game big dogs to enable crossplay between platforms. Between its emotes, esports competitions, constantly updated content, and undeniably enjoyable gameplay loop, Fortnite has done a stunning job of capturing a market that was clearly hungry for just this experience. Whether it's your thing or not, Fortnite is an epidemic, or an icon, or both. Either way, I think we can all agree this is a moment in video game history we won't be forgetting anytime soon, so it's certainly a wonderful video game comeback. Number 2, Grand Theft Auto Online. Onto a game that would have a wildly impressive revenue stat for a live service property were it not for the cartoon juggernaut I just mentioned dwarfing every other online offering around. Grand Theft Auto Online also had to claw its way up to where it is today. The biggest issue here was that Rockstar decided they would release this online component just a couple weeks after they launched Grand Theft Auto 5, meaning it wasn't at all ready for the service lamp, and it was, say it with me, riddled with bugs. Patch after patch couldn't help this leaky ass ship from going down as players started losing their characters due to back-end bugs and player outcry was at an all-time high. Making matters worse, trolls were an enormous headache to players just trying to enjoy the action-adventure playground. And even when that wasn't an issue, there wasn't anything compelling to do in the multiplayer city. Luckily, like every other dev team on this list, Rockstar decided to put their heads down and get to work, handing out free updates, new enticing modes, more ways to play, extra content, plenty of patches, events, and features, which all served up a super compelling platter that players could return back to. All that said, I feel like this is an important moment to point out that a lot of live service games really badly gear themselves towards crunch culture in video games, which if you don't know is basically running devs into the ground, making them work way too hard to continue to get these updates out. That said, apparently it's getting better, but just feel like we should put that out there. Number 1, Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. In what is probably the greatest comeback story in video games, even if we had put No Man's Sky on this list, the MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV launched spectacularly failed for 2 years. Square's CEO stated the game damaged the entire brand, then they burned it all down, built it all back up again, rebranded, relaunched, and absolutely nailed it on the second attempt. Though the reveal that this second attempt, A Realm Reborn, would require players to subscribe, since that whole going back to the drawing board thing wasn't exactly cheap, it turned out to be an experience that was well worth paying for. The game offered cross-platform support and loads of small additions, as well as 4 incredibly substantial updates. 2015's Heavensward DLC, 2017's Stormblood, 2019's Shadowbringers, and 2021's Endwalker. These expansions both brought with them expansive and compelling campaigns consisting of hundreds of hours of new content, as well as new jobs, locations, dungeons, raids, and playable races. The reasons to return became relentless in the best way. Heavensward in particular literally doubled the amount of content from the base game. Of course, the game is also ridiculously lucrative for Square Enix. The gorgeous, sprawling setting, refreshing and engaging progression systems, and exciting lore-rich story, more than worthy of its lofty franchise, are just the tip of the iceberg in calling out the fan-favorite features of A Realm Reborn. Not only is A Realm Reborn now one of the best MMOs ever made, it's also one of the best Final Fantasy games ever made, even if multiplayer isn't your usual way to play. Much like that old adage that all thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs, all critics are people, but not all people are critics. So inevitably, those two groups are going to disagree from time to time. These games may have taken home stellar scores from certain critics, but weren't taken home by the public. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 out of 10 video games the public rejected. 9. Octopath Traveler 2. Sporting a 10 out of 10 on Steam and a sea of perfect and near-perfect scores, you'd be forgiven for assuming that 2023 JRPG Octopath Traveler 2 was a slam dunk commercially, given the game was an even bigger critical success than its predecessor. Not only that, Octopath Traveler 2 is actually one of the success stories on this list, where critics loved it and the people who went out and bought it loved it. It's just a pity that the number of those second group was not higher, because not that many people bought this one. In its release week, the game shifted only 78,000 units, getting absolutely stomped by Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, which launched on the same day and sold 190,000 copies. Though Team Asano would go on to announce that in just under 4 months on sale, the game sold 1 million units across all platforms, and including both digital and physical sales, Octopath Traveler the First sold the same amount of units in just under a month on shelves. And at that point, the game was only available on Switch. Exactly why more fans didn't return to the sequel despite stellar review scores is hard to say. It's possible that the second game launched in a far busier release window, as opposed to the first game, which landed in the middle of July in 2018, only seriously competing with the beefed up version of Sonic Mania and the Xbox release of Nier Automata. Adding to that, there's probably not a lot of audience overlap between Sonic Mania and Octopath Traveler in the first place, and in the case of Nier, there was no pulling diehards out of that game who'd just spent 100, 200 hours in it to drop them into another 100-hour experience, so that one's probably not relevant either. Number 8, Tearaway Unfolded. Remember Tearaway? I didn't. I actually played through the whole of the first game and all of Unfolded on my Vita, because what else were you gonna play on your Vita? But I completely forgot about its existence until I was researching for this list. The 2013 platformer with a bevy of papery graphics and Vita-specific gimmicks that actually worked really well was a hit with critics and players. It won a pile of awards and spawned a sequel, Tearaway Unfolded, which launched just 2 years later. The follow-up scored pretty much the same level of critical acclaim that was levied upon the first game, except this time around, nobody bought it. While loads of us who invested in a Vita and had played enough of Gravity Rush for one lifetime decided to at least give Tearaway a go, because good games for the platform were getting pretty thin and our giant screened handheld console was starting to look like a $350 paperweight, Tearaway Unfolded was a whole other story. The sequel launched in September, which isn't a terrible time to bring out a game, and since the first one was so successful, you'd imagine the same fans would mosey over to the PlayStation 4 to see what this one was all about, but unfortunately, at this particular point in time, on this particular September, gamers were a little preoccupied. Charming though Unfolded was, it absolutely fell apart commercially in the back end of 2015. It tanked so very hard that it didn't even chart on the vast majority of top sales lists in the West or in Japan. Some speculated that Sony sent their first-party kid out to die, but having a look at the release calendar, I'd say that even with the greatest marketing budget known to man, very few gamers would have been electing to tuck into the Tearaway sequel when just 1 week prior, Mad Max and Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain had come out. If that blow wasn't already fatal, Super Mario Maker landing 3 days later, quickly followed by Forza 6 and indie darling Undertale, would have handily scooped up any remaining idle gamers. The writing was absolutely on the wall with this one, or the origami was folded. That doesn't work. Anyway, what happened was we never did get a Tearaway 3. Number 7, Deathloop. Crafted from Arcane Studios, the masterminds behind Dishonored, and whose Austin studio would go on to do Redfall, which, okay, Redfall wasn't very good, but does that mean that the game studio deserved to be shuttered and all those people lose all their jobs? They could have made a good game next. Point being, Arcane seemed to be pretty good solid studio, so everyone thought that Deathloop would be a slam dunk. For many critics, Deathloop did deliver on everything they hoped for. It got a swath of high scores, including a bunch of 10 out of 10s from outlets praising the game for its art style, writing, invasion mechanic, and world building. Deathloop also received loads of accolades, including Game of the Year nominations from pretty much everybody who dispenses such a thing. In contrast, fans were not feeling this one. Though it may have fallen victim to the sort of overhype that skewered games like No Man's Sky and Fallout 76 before it, gamers at large found Deathloop wanting for a bunch of reasons. Plenty of people, including me, reported picking it up only to bounce off it with disappointment over the game's AI, the multiplayer, and the narrative, among other things. That said, there are tons of people who loved Deathloop, and I think in a lot of cases, it probably fell victim to that overhype. We had all of these reviewers, many reviewers coming out with 10 out of 10s, saying this was like the best thing since sliced bread, or whatever the 2024 version of that is. So everyone was going in with these sky-high expectations, and then when it turned out to be just like an 8 out of 10 for them, or 7.5, it felt way lower, and it was super disappointing. In reality, some people may have found this one perfectly enjoyable if they went in expecting a solid 7 out of 10 game, instead of what equated to the second coming of Dishonored. Of course, games are subjective, and much like any of the games that didn't make this list, the games that did will have their diehard fans and their naysayers. But the fact that almost every critic gave Deathloop a stellar score, while the public was deeply divided over its quality, makes the action shooter well and truly list-worthy. Number 6, The Legend of Zelda: Skyward Sword. I use this joke a lot, but I've said divisive enough times now that by law I have to say The Legend of Zelda: Skyward Sword. Now this one has a 93 out of 100 on Metacritic, which obviously is exemplary, but it got memed to by the internet for being, well, a bit. Whether it is or not will vary from person to person. In fact, if we take away the user score averages on Google and Metacritic, they're an overwhelmingly positive 96% thumbs up and 8.1 respectively, suggesting the vast majority of people really liked it. But boy would you not know it from the infamous derision this game earned as, for a time, the internet's most hated Zelda game. Slammed for its incessant hand-holding via the means of Fi, art style, control scheme, which at certain points made entire segments agonizing, needless padding, and antagonist Girahim, who is either a cult favorite, tongue-wagging camp icon giving gay in all the right ways, or borderline offensive, your call. Reception for Skyward Sword was probably also impacted negatively given it came out just 1 week after Skyrim, which didn't have the same padding or control issues. Also, not even making the cut as the best Sky game that came out that week is just such a tough break. Much like Deathloop, this one might have been a bit of a victim of its own hype and success, since if it wasn't for all the critics coming out saying this one was a slam dunk 10 out of 10, maybe it wouldn't have been so heavily criticized once the general public got their hands on it. Or maybe it's crap. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. You tell me. There's a good chance that public opinion on this one changed dramatically when the HD version landed in 2021. Even though that's an entire decade after the original hit shelves, the Switch version benefited enormously from dropping the inconsistent Wiimote and nunchuck controls, alongside fine-tuning the performance and letting players decide on their control scheme of choice, which is always a good thing. Number 5, Rule of Rose. Rule of Rose isn't on this list because the internet hated it, or even because critics hated it. It was sort of a victim of its own controversy, as unfortunately, it just sort of came out at a time where it wasn't acceptable for it to be doing the kinds of things in the realm of video games that it was doing, particularly in the aspects of its narrative themes. Punchline's 2006 survival horror would eventually rise to cult classic status, but outside of those circles, it remains largely unknown. Back when moral panic and video games went hand in hand way more often than they do now, Rule of Rose became page 6 level gossip for supposedly featuring extreme sexual themes, violence, and pretty much every item in the book that would lead someone who'd never played a video game to find some pearls to clutch. By and large, many of these claims weren't even accurate, and the same ones that were again a victim of their own time. Now they wouldn't be outlandish or unheard of in the medium at all. Getting to the reality of the title and not its exaggerated perception, Rule of Rose has fairly rudimentary gameplay mechanics, but its story is well worth the price of admission. Protagonist Jennifer has a little dog that gets hurt, which is honestly one of the worst parts, and the narrative does feature kidnapping, torture, suicide, violence involving children, and loads of inarguably dark elements. All that said, the general public, including critics, really turned on this one, calling it exploitative and unpleasant, and as a result, sales were skewered before it even hit the market. Those who did vibe with it, though, praised its representation of deep psychological horror and its compelling narrative that successfully seesawed between the disturbing and emotional. It's certainly an uncomfortable play, but only in the way in which brutal horror movies are an uncomfortable watch. Go in expecting a fun time, and it's no wonder people walked away finding it disturbing and distasteful, but if you go in expecting a rich horror experience with dark themes that are explored in a really interesting way, then it absolutely does that to a T. Number 4, Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2, or as it's known to some people, the bad Souls game, or the disappointing Souls game if we're going to be a little less extreme about it, actually has stellar review scores, better than loads of other FromSoft games. In fact, you'll have to check out Metacritic if you don't believe me, but it actually has a quantifiable rating that is better than Dark Souls, Dark Souls 3, and Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. It sparked controversy among those who weren't a fan of the Souls threequel for pacing issues, random spikes in difficulty coupled with breezy encounters, irritating ambushes, and an overload of bosses, while some also took issue with the game's comparatively shallow narrative and more linear map design. This is a tricky one because while the majority of fans statistically seemed to come away feeling favorable about the game, the group who were more critical was certainly a lot more vocal. In this case, one man's pleasingly complex systems, improved spell integration, and exceptional bosses were another's gripes over the combat and health mechanics. There's a little suspicion over whether professional critics might have been influenced by the groundswell of public belief that Souls games by this point could do no wrong. Similar to Dragon Age 2, there was a bit of skepticism over Dark Souls 2 that perhaps these reviewers have been influenced by the idea that at this point, these series were going to just become these 10 out of 10 incredible things that just kept churning out A+ games, and the developers could do no wrong, and just that being the zeitgeist of the moment, even if it wasn't intentionally influencing them, might have inevitably done that. After that fact, enough people took to Reddit to express their frustrations with Dragon Age 2 and of course Dark Souls 2, which cemented both in the realm of infamously divisive. Number 3, Planescape Torment. Following on from games that people love to hate or hate to love, Planescape Torment is almost universally agreed upon to be one of the greatest games ever made. And in this case, both critics and fans seem to agree. It's just unfortunate that nobody bought it. Despite iterating on digital RPG systems in a fascinating way and enabling player freedom of interaction in a way not many games of this scope and size had done so at the time, Planescape Torment presented as perhaps a little too niche for its own good. While its grand and delightfully complex narrative and witty dialogue is a joy to immerse yourself in, it was a trickier thing to sell gamers. With a 91 out of 100 on Metacritic and a final product that lived up to its 10 out of 10s, the game should have been too critically acclaimed to fail, even without a successful marketing campaign, but it only sold 73,000 copies in its first 4 months on shelves. The sales numbers definitely improved somewhat, and of course now it's hit that cult status, but Planescape definitely sunk under the weight of RPGs that came out right around the same time, like Ultima 9, that everybody just knew exactly what they were in for. Number 2, Overwatch 2. I've saved these top 2 spots for games that actually a bunch of critics came out and were like, oh my gosh, they've done it again. Well done. This is a slam dunk. And then players finally got their hands on it and said, oh my gosh, absolutely not, in droves. And it wasn't because of a marketing campaign or they were too niche or they were too controversial. They were just a letdown. So let's talk about these. I'll parrot my subjective statement again just to cover the inevitability that you or someone you know actually likes or loves one or both of these games, but chances are you probably don't. Knowing how much everybody absolutely dunked on Overwatch 2, you might have forgotten that Blizzard's team shooter cleaned up in the impressive review score department at launch. Most of the major outlets pinned it with 8s, if not 9s, but players were not having it. Despite gathering more than double the players of its predecessor in its launch month, that really just meant that even more players were primed for frustration. That said, it's not quite accurate like I've done with the other games on this list to judge it from its user reviews, since there was not one reason but 3 pretty prime reasons that this one was a target for review bombing. The first was Activision Blizzard's harassment allegations, the second being Blizzard ditching their partnership with Chinese company NetEase that meant players in the region couldn't use local servers, and finally the game itself dropped its intended PvE content and swapped out loot boxes for a battle pass. There were also complaints about the game's matchmaking and everything in the game being nickel and dimed to oblivion. It was always going to be really hard to live up to the first game since that was so beloved, but boy did they miss the mark by they couldn't even see the mark from where they landed. Number 1, Starfield. If you didn't see it coming before, you'd probably be none too surprised to see this one in the top slot. Starfield certainly has its fans, but much like Overwatch 2, this was expected to nail it since it came from a studio who proved they had the capacity to produce a truly masterful video game. Unfortunately, Starfield was not a masterful video game. In fact, most people found it to be pretty average, but again, you wouldn't know it from the review scores. If you haven't checked this one out already, and I don't think you would believe me if you didn't look for yourself, it got 10 out of 10s from a ton of different outlets. In fact, even its Metacritic is an 85 out of 100. So what happened? While the game is, by most reports, in better shape now than it was at launch almost a year ago, there's still a massive gulf between the critical reviews praising the game world, graphics, joy of exploration, and score, as opposed to the reception from the public. Some players took to online forums to say they found the experience to be mediocre but not fantastic, while others criticized the narrative for being largely soulless, in addition to the game's one-note characters, disappointing systems and writing, and reliance on procedural generation that stripped the game of that rich Bethesda goodness. Maybe you like this one more than other people, or maybe you hated it more, but that sheer disparity between the critical reception and the reception of the public at large definitely makes this one of the most divisive video games in recent memory. If you can think of any other ones that absolutely should be on this list, you know where to put them.
Now, it's a sad fact of the video game industry today that games tend to come out in a, well, to use the most generous term possible, utterly broken, insultingly unplayable state that makes you want to tear your own brain out with a plastic spork. Don't ask me what the least generous term is, some things are best left unsaid. But you know what, sometimes these games do get the love they deserve from a dev team that wants to deliver a quality product, and after patches and so many updates, they end up being something so utterly amazing that they are undeniable. And that is what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 broken games that are god tier now. Number 10, Street Fighter V. Now, it's hard to imagine a bigger bag fumble than Street Fighter V when it first released, mainly due to it being a follow-up to Street Fighter IV, which many fans consider to be the savior of an entire fighting game genre. So anything less than savior of the entire genre was bound to be a bit of a disappointment. But even with that olive branch being extended, that doesn't change the fact that Street Fighter V was just flat out not finished upon its release. On the single-player front, Street Fighter V shipped with no campaign, no arcade mode, and a survival mode that one would call bare bones if they felt inclined to be insulting to bones. And then there was the multiplayer, which was the most egregious insult to fans. The standard number of players hosting for multiplayer lobbies in a fighting game is around 8, but Street Fighter V could only host 2, and that's if the lobbies worked at all. This was a bit beyond what a simple day one patch could fix, and sure enough, Street Fighter V took 3 entire years before it entered a state that fans consider to be decent. Nowadays, Street Fighter V has an entire fan base who, shock of shocks, are absolutely willing to pay money for it now that it's in an actual finished state. Number 9, Halo Master Chief Collection. So Halo has been around as long as the Xbox, so it was inevitable that Microsoft and 343 Studios would try to make sure that the current gen players could access all of the previous games without having to spend hundreds of dollars on multiple previous gen systems. Unfortunately, Halo the Master Chief Collection really could have used a little more time in the oven. Upon release, the game was panned across the board by both fans and critics for being virtually unplayable. The game came out of the gate riddled with technical issues, both on the single player and multiplayer front. Trying to improve the frame rates for the original trilogy from 30 to 60 FPS ironically made the frame rate worse if you were playing co-op but weren't the host, because you'd get a full second of input lag, and that's on top of all of the usual stuff like constant crashes. But the multiplayer, the thing that Halo fans buy a Halo game for, was the part that got hit the hardest. Matchmaking was an absolute nightmare, with teams being obscenely uneven, and that was assuming matchmaking even connected you to a game at all. It wasn't until the PC port that things began to improve, and after that and a heavy bunch of patching, the Master Chief Collection has finally seen the success that it should have had from the very beginning. Number 8, Fallout New Vegas. Now, Obsidian's reputation is a bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, they're known for being one of the best Western RPG developers in gaming history, making RPGs that stand the test of time. But on the other hand, their games can often come out a little undercooked. And one of the funniest offenders of this, ironically, is their magnum opus, Fallout New Vegas. Now, Fallout New Vegas was definitely not unplayable upon its release, but it was damn close to it in some ways. Even looking past the occasional glitches like the infamous rotating head, the launch version of New Vegas also suffered from obscenely long load times, low FPS, and constant crashing. The CTD problem still being an issue for many players to this very day. Fortunately, after a ton of patching, the biggest holes in Obsidian's proudest ship were plugged, and New Vegas has since gone on to be widely accepted as the best Fallout game in the entire franchise. While it may have had an incredibly rough first year, barely anybody remembers that anymore, allowing New Vegas to thrive as it deserves. Number 7, Sea of Thieves. Now, when you're making a purely online game, the first thing, the primary thing one could actually say, that you have to get right is making sure the connection remains stable across the board, especially for an online game like Sea of Thieves, which requires you and your friends to be working in tandem to keep your ship running. Unfortunately, this was the biggest issue that many players had with Rareware's pirate title upon release. But even beyond that, the game was just flat out empty for the first few months of life. The primary goal of becoming a pirate legend required months of boring grinding through repetitive battles, meaning that Sea of Thieves was just not interesting enough to commit to it for the first stretch of its life. Fortunately, the game has more than turned things around in that time since. Now, not only are the connection issues basically fixed across the board, but the updates have stuffed this game to bursting with things to do with your pals as you traverse across the seven seas. It also helps that the core gameplay loop of Sea of Thieves was always solid and fun, unlike the more recent Skull of Bones, which is missing many features that Sea of Thieves had at launch. With better online connection and loads more stuff to do, Sea of Thieves is one of the most fun online games out there right now. Number 6, Battlefield 2042. Okay, so 2021 was not a good year for Battlefield, and this game is unfortunately why. Upon release, 2042 almost immediately took the crown as the worst Battlefield game in the entire franchise, and for a series that stretches back to 2002, that is an accomplishment. Now, Battlefield 2042 drew ire almost immediately for that most unforgivable of sins of SPF games, and that is awful online. Not only were the maps way too big and the combat not as interesting as it could have been, but those two critiques require you to even be able to get into a match at all, which most players couldn't. It was also missing multiple industry standard features at launch, such as a f***ing scoreboard. And then there were the glitches. Oh god, the glitches, many of which screwed up the player XP progression. And if you wanted to give the single player campaign a try instead, well, too bad, because there wasn't one. In the 2 years since though, well, Battlefield 2042 has more than turned it around. Not only is its online play stable, it's a marked improvement over previous entries in quite a lot of ways. A single player campaign has actually been added, and online matches are made infinitely more fun with a variety of quality of life improvements. Battlefield 2042 has gone from one of the worst entries in the entire series to one of its best by a considerable distance. Number 5, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Pokemon games, though as financially successful as they've ever been, have definitely seen a decline in quality over the last decade, mainly due to Game Freak's stubborn refusal to use that money to expand their development staff. And then Scarlet and Violet came along. While not materially worse than Sword and Shield, it wasn't a marked improvement either, and on a technical front, it was even worse. Upon release, the game was plagued by graphical and performance issues from top to bottom. Some of them were just annoying, like the inconsistent draw distance, while others were actual game-breaking bugs. Fortunately, in the 2 years since its release, Game Freak has implemented multiple patches to fix the worst of the issues. As for the lack of content, the game has seen multiple expansions with new areas, battles, storylines, and of course Pokemon. Plus, Scarlet and Violet have just released their last DLC expansion earlier this year, bookending a rocky beginning with a rock-solid finale. Number 4, Star Wars Battlefront 2. One of the most reviled game releases of all time, Star Wars Battlefront 2 was ironically mostly solid from a gameplay standpoint. It was basically all down to the microtransactions where this game fell over, shit itself, and then died in a puddle. Every online game has some form of microtransactions, that's for sure, but Battlefront 2 went over the line by locking incredibly powerful characters and weapons behind its loot boxes. This one tiny detail more or less broke the entire game over its knee, as it allowed players to essentially buy their way to victory. This not only turned the entire fan base on the game, but even got EA in trouble with the law on accusations of gambling. As you can imagine, backtracking was inevitable. The loot box system was completely reworked and hero characters were unlocked for everyone. The tide turned in Battlefront 2's favor practically overnight because, shock of shocks, remove the thing that's keeping this game from being fun and it becomes fun. Oh, who could have guessed? Number 3, No Man's Sky. Yeah, you know this story by now. It was bad to begin with, he promised too much, and then it did a load of updates. Look at it, it's the best game you've ever played. Trust me, like, the VR mode alone is worth downloading this game. I've got a script in front of me, right, that just goes through all of the tumultuous ups and downs of this game, but you know the story by now. Just look at what it was, this is the footage of what it was, and this is the footage of what it is now. Ooh, yeah. Number 2, Cyberpunk 2077. Oh god, I could just do the exact same thing, but I've just done for No Man's Sky for this. And you know what? I will. CD Projekt Red delivered an absolute stinker early on, right? But look at it right now. Look at the amount of effort that's been put into updating it, to expanding this already vibrant world, but making it so you want to live in this place. I mean, it's pretty scummy and you probably die just walking down the street or going to get your groceries, but still, I want to be in this world because it looks so beautifully crafted. Plus, the latest DLC, Phantom Liberty, is just, chef's kiss, my friend. And number 1, Final Fantasy XIV. So all of the previous entries pale in comparison to the utter disaster that was Final Fantasy XIV when it first launched. A bomb so complete and overwhelming that the president of Square Enix admitted to it having done great damage to the brand. The worst major MMORPG on the market by some considerable distance, Final Fantasy XIV definitely needed some work. So how did we get to today, where not only is Final Fantasy XIV still going, but running rings around whatever MMOs are still standing over a decade later? Well, simply put, they burned the whole godforsaken thing to the ground and started again. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 just had too many fires to put out, so the best plan was to just start from scratch, and so 1.0 died in a glorious cutscene fire, and what came after was 2.0, better known as A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn relaunched the entire thing with a brand new UI, a brand new storyline, and completely overhauled combat. From there, Final Fantasy XIV has only built on itself until it has just become the epic, fast-paced action MMORPG that it is today. Final Fantasy XIV Online is now the most profitable game in the franchise, and if we're being honest, probably the only thing that's really keeping the lights on over at Square Enix these days. I'm sorry, but yeah, they've delivered some stinkers.
When games seem like they're not going to take a very long time to get through, and then you realize they absolutely are going to take a really long time to get through, there's two ways you could go about it. You might be the annoyed type of gamer or the excited type of gamer, depending on whether you like bang for your buck, or if you're I only had an hour to play this game, how on earth am I going to get through it sort of person. Whether you didn't know just how big the map was, the gameplay format took a hard left, or things got a little funky with time, which happens way more than you'd expect in video games, these 10 titles all pulled you along for the ride and then some. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 best "the game is bigger than you think" moments. Number 10, Nier Automata. One of the most popular instances of a moment where you realize the game is so much bigger than you thought it was going to be is in Nier Automata, which is right up there with Castlevania Symphony of the Night in letting you think you finished the entire game and then hitting you with, don't worry, there's so much more game to go. Nier Automata requires you to play through its story multiple times if you want to experience the whole thing, and every ending it has to throw at you, which, let's be clear, is 26 endings. Even those prepped for multiple endings because they have experience with Nier or other branching video games wouldn't have expected Automata to go this far, but that's part of the magic of the game. It's not until your second playthrough that you'll experience things as a totally different character, and then not until your third where you'll drop into yet another pair of android shoes and get another big piece of the story. Even if you were anticipating this was a game that was going to take you some time given the replay value and just the sheer scope of its open world, no one could have expected just this much from the story that keeps on giving. If Nier Automata didn't hit you with this moment, the game would miss out on a huge part of its impact and the way everything coalesces between its plotlines and characters to tell you an extraordinarily unique story that you got to experience for yourself. Number 9, The Stanley Parable. From the outset, the Stanley Parable seems bizarre, albeit fairly straightforward. You play as the guy Stanley, who is an office worker, and the only really weird thing that stands out here is that your life is, for some reason, being narrated. Not just narrated though, instructed. When you kick into the game, the narrator lays out your next steps for you, the implication being that you as the player can just follow along with what you're being slated to do. Of course, you can also not do that. When the narrator says Stanley turns left, you can turn right. You naturally expect that things will develop beyond this point, but few would predict the possibilities in this game would extend to commentary on existentialism, philosophy, the nature of happiness, free will, and duty. There are also an enormous amount of endings that run the gamut between having to press a button over and over again so a cardboard cutout of a baby doesn't crawl into a fire, that then turns into stopping a puppy from crawling into the fire, and then there's endings that get really serious and deep and start talking about the nature of the human condition. Given there are so many possibilities for where the game can ultimately go and how and when you choose to go there, your personal moment for when you realize this game is way bigger than you expected will be just that. Personal. But when it does hit you, it's a very exciting realization. Number 8, Elden Ring. Now this is one of those entries that's firmly in if you know territory, and if you don't, boy are you in for a treat. From Software making a game that's rich in lore, expansive in scope, and riddled with rewarding exploration and surprises to stumble on isn't news. Even so, the sheer size, visual spectacle, and thousands of critters to meet, almost all of whom are trying to kill you, is something to balk at. Much like the Stanley Parable, the Lands Between lets you loose to go anywhere you want, whenever you want. So your "oh my god, this game is enormous" moment will vary from someone else's. Despite having a vague idea of what the map looks like, because you can see a version of it at the very beginning of the game, you're not at all prepared for just how big this thing actually is. And we aren't talking an underground lair here or a multi-floor castle there. We mean entire swaths of land and sprawling locations that don't even appear on the original map. Not only can you stumble upon these areas, there are teleportation chests which, upon your interaction with them, will spirit you away to a location you probably never even knew existed. Elden Ring is a game that well and truly intends to swallow you up, and with a map this stacked with encounters and things to find, it's totally prepped to do that. Number 7. Dragon Quest XI S, Echoes of an Elusive Age. The JRPG franchise Dragon Quest is an institution that has been running for decades since 1986, and over all that time, it's established a few staple features. There's your hero's journey at the center of it all, saving the world from whatever big bad is putting it in peril, a party that engages in turn-based combat, certain monsters that reappear many times throughout the series, and recurrent surprise encounters. A lot of Dragon Age games are also known for being quite a bit bigger than they first appear. In more than one of the titles, including Dragon Quest XI, the reason for this is because Square Enix incorporated a time travel mechanic. Said mechanic practically doubles the runtime of the game Castlevania style. This is not so much a burden though as it is an opportunity. In the same vein as Nier Automata, you get to learn more about what's actually going on behind the scenes narrative-wise and who the real big bads of the story are. You'll have another chance to save old friends, vanquish old adversaries, and have epic new encounters. Number 6. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. There are many games that don't show their full map hand at the very beginning of the game, and The Witcher 3 is one of them. While this is a blessing in this case because, more Witcher 3 is never a bad thing, boy is there a lot to do. Of course, making your way out of the original point of embarkment, White Orchard, is certainly a reveal that shows you more of the game map, as is your journey through Velen and eventually to the main city of Novigrad. Nothing compares to rocking up in Skellige. Since this moment takes place dozens of hours into your playthrough, since every location is absolutely flooded with quest objectives to cross off, villages to explore, and secrets to uncover, nothing can quite prepare you for this enormous group of islands. It is as exciting a prospect as it is daunting if you're a completionist like me, and not just because there are literally 58 smuggler's caches to pick up from various points in the water. It's also because Geralt cannot fly and is not a mermaid, and there's so many of these bloody caches and islands you're going to spend a lot of time on the water, in a tiny little boat, unless sirens manage to take out your tiny little boat. Then it will become very apparent very quickly that Geralt does not swim particularly well or particularly fast, and you'll find that out in the full 7 minutes it takes you to get to the closest landmass. At least the closest landmass he can climb onto, because he's not much of a climber either. Number 5. Divinity Original Sin 2. Another game that will inundate you with content before it even shows you just how much there is to do is Divinity Original Sin 2, Larian's 2017 RPG masterpiece, not to be confused with their 2023 RPG masterpiece. This one kicks off in Fort Joy. Okay, technically this game kicks off in a ship, but I don't think anyone actually thought the whole game was going to take place on a ship. No game developer would make their entire game take place on a ship. That would be bizarre. Except for Return of the Obra Dinn, which is a really good game. Anyway, I feel like we're getting off track. Let's go back. Once you get off that ship, you'll wash up on the shores of Fort Joy, and yes, Larian really do love kicking their games off with you on a beach. To be clear, Fort Joy is no small location. It has hundreds of things to explore and dozens of quests to complete, not to mention 16 discrete areas for you to check out. Naturally though, all of this is leading to your escape, which comes after another few dozen hours, whereupon you unravel a lot more of the epic fantasy story and your role within it, as you rock up to the sprawling Reaper's Coast. If for some reason the size of the game didn't have you rocking back in your chair and inhaling sharply at that point, then your subsequent journey to the almost equally huge, encounter-riddled and delightfully inundating location, the Nameless Isle, ought to do it. By the time you hit the game's last enormous location, the City of Arx, which you're called to for narrative reasons that I won't spoil, you're probably no longer surprised at just how darn big this thing is. But somewhere between Fort Joy and Arx, it probably hits you, so while your mileage will vary, the size size of this game is pretty indisputable. Number 4, Fire Emblem Three Houses. The Fire Emblem series has been running since 1990, and it's pretty universally agreed that 2019's Three Houses is one of the best entries in the bunch. The tactical role-playing game has you take on the role of Byleth, a mercenary turned teacher, and among your first choices in the game is which of the school's houses you would like to teach. The Golden Deer, the Blue Lions, or the Black Eagles, which is obviously the coolest. Each choice grants you a separate group of students who all have different personalities, backgrounds, goals, and abilities, though over the course of the game you're able to recruit new students from other houses into yours. As a result, it appears your choice at the beginning doesn't matter all that much. Some way through the game, though, you hit a 5-year time jump, and what was just kind of chill schooling and low-key battles turns into an all-out political war where lives hang in the balance. All of a sudden, your mileage varies wildly depending on which school you chose at the start of the game, and one of them even diverges further into 2 significantly different paths depending on your choices. Your relationships determine who may perish or be saved and who might ally with you, not to mention who your main antagonist will be as the game wears on. Number 3, Inscription. Now, there isn't a lot about Inscription that hasn't already been said, and what has been said, most of which was probably by me, if it's been me in these videos trying to get you to play it, shouldn't be expanded on because you want to play the game for yourself, but let me explain it here anyway. If you're not averse to deck building digital card games, this one will be right up your alley, since that's the gameplay at the core of this experience. Sort of, mostly. Technically, you will spend the vast percentage of your time in Inscription engaging in card battles, but where those take place, in what format, against what manner of adversary, and to what end, changes drastically within each act of the game. Ultimately, though, it's the moment between Act 1 ending and Act 2 beginning that will have you questioning everything, and hit with the realization that, narratively, mechanically, and in terms of scope, things go far deeper than they first appeared. Developer Daniel Mullins has crafted something really special in this 2021 roguelike that somehow slots into and defies all these different genres at the same time. Number 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Being that Final Fantasy Remake arrived 23 years after the original first debuted, it's understandable that a lot of things were going to be different. But it wasn't until players got their hands on the game that they learned exactly what had changed, particularly all the ways in which it doesn't simply remake, but completely reimagines the original RPG. Plenty of gamers with strong nostalgia for the classic version will have been floored by the expansion of the game's narrative, its world map, deeper dives into fan-favorite characters, boss battles, and combat evolution. Ultimately, though, I think if we could slate one moment for this game is a hell of a lot bigger than I thought, it's probably the very end where you realize the game actually only covers Midgar, and there's so much more of Final Fantasy VII to come. Number 1, Might and Magic 8: Day of the Destroyer. Another classic old RPG series that kicked off in the late 80s was Might and Magic. You're given a small set of islands to explore first, before romping through an underground temple and making your way to the primary entry point that will open up the rest of the game world, which is enormous, like really enormous. You can travel by way of boat, stable, or most surprisingly and entertainingly, walking all the way to the edge of your current location until you get a prompt that may ask you if you want to consume some rations to just keep on walking to the next region. It's only upon doing one of these things, or more than one of them, that you'll find out the full map is actually 2 sets of islands and 7 interconnected land masses that all consist of different cities, biomes, and plenty of things to do. It's all by the book when you're 2 or 3 locations in and feeling like you have your head around it, but once you keep checking back to the docks and stables, or like I said, bumping into the edge of the map, and being prompted to visit even more regions you've never heard of, you'll understand the true size of the continent of Jeddah.
They say cheaters never prosper, and whilst video games tend to prove that that isn't the case, well, sometimes it is when they ruin the game's core design needs. At times, shortcuts can render titles entirely unplayable. In other cases, they make it far too easy to win, thereby erasing all of the challenge and skill that makes the journey worthwhile in the first place. I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 cheat codes that broke your game. Number 10, Evil Cars, Saints Row 2. Few modern video game series are sillier than Saints Row, and although 2011's Saints Row the Third is often seen as the entry that truly kicked the goofiness into high gear, 2008's Saints Row 2 did plenty to advance the absurdity. Whilst its increase in humorous activities, characters, dialogue, and plot are important pieces of the puzzle, Saints Saints Row 2's greatest trolling comes from a covert tactic that immediately ruins any chance of you having a manageable time in the world. Obviously, we're talking about typing the number 16 into your in-game cell phone to enable the hilariously titled Evil Cars. Shortly after activating it, you'll be running for your life and trying to avoid the myriad of vehicles that suddenly want nothing more than to run you down. Steering clear of them isn't as simple as staying off the streets either, as these multi-wheeled foes will slam into you from any direction at any time. Any save file containing active cheats will have an orange star next to it, so be sure to have a clean save to use when you're done with this. Otherwise, your progress will be forever altered by an onslaught of automobiles that want to reenact Stephen King's Maximum Overdrive. Number 9. Money X, The Sims 4. One of the main goals of The Sims is to amass as much property, material goods, and other costly indulgences as possible, with the envisioned way of bulking up your bank account being working jobs, selling collectibles, marrying a rich partner, and or engaging in potentially profitable hobbies such as gardening, fishing, and painting. That can be quite a time-consuming and complex process, which is where the Money X cheat comes in. Unlike Rosebud, Kaching, and Motherlode, which instantly deposit 1,000, 10,000, and 50,000 simoleons respectively into your funds, the Money X cheat allows you to gift yourself any amount you desire. Need a cool million to spruce up your Mojo Dojo Casa house? Well, no problem, just pull up the cheat input box on your console or computer of choice, type your desired payday, and bam, you're now a millionaire. Now granted, you are able to decrease your funds in case you want to have a more realistic experience, but the Money X cheat intrinsically prevents you from playing the game as originally intended. If you give into it even one time, and that's the truest thing here, just once. There are two ways to play The Sims, completely clean or with cheats. There's no middle ground. Nobody ever cheated in The Sims for one purchase, just like that particular sofa, please. Once you've opened up Pandora's box, there's no closing the fact that you can do it again and again and again and again. Money, 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 money. Number 8. Super Sabers, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Star Wars video games have existed for nearly as long as Star Wars films, so there were bound to be some bizarre modifications thrown in along the way. Although Star Wars Demolition's ability to turn on high gravity and Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace's ability to view the game as wireframes are wonderfully wacky, they can't hold a lightsaber to Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith's penchant for gigantic laser swords. Released for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox as well as some handheld systems in 2005, Revenge of the Sith was known for being extremely difficult by default. That said, entering Super Sabers into the code section of the settings menu made it even tougher because it gave enemies and not the player massive lightsabers. At the risk of sounding dirty, the increases in length and girth made these weapons hilariously oversized yet overwhelmingly hazardous. See, there is such a thing as too big, not like that. As such, it became damn near impossible to overcome your foes and progress through the story. Adding insult to galactic injury, Super Sabers can't be removed if the player saves with it on, so you have to start a whole new save file to have a functional adventure. Number 7. Pokemon Manipulation, Pokemon Yellow. So look, I'm going to take this wonderful script and just set it aside for a moment to tell a personal story that I need to get out of me about Pokemon Yellow. Are there any cheats in Pokemon? Not typically, especially if you're not counting glitches like Missingno that can duplicate your items. That, however, means that those with access to a Game Shark or an action replay could work their magic by messing with the code. There's the obviously helpful stuff like giving yourself loads of items or money or all the gym badges, and then for Pokemon Yellow there was a very specific code that was quite popular indeed. You see, the game has a hidden surfing Pikachu minigame in it that can only be accessed by those who had a Pikachu who had learned the move Surf, which it normally can't be taught, and so players would have to get this elusive critter via special events. Of course, Game Shark players made a loophole for this by rewriting code that changes the first Pokemon in your party into a Pikachu with Surf. Cue my childhood friend, his Game Shark, and my very proud team that I work hard to put together that included Blastoise, Charizard, Venusaur, Mewtwo, and so on, all turning into Pikachus with Surf. Press save, and they're locked as that Pokemon forever. In theory, you could dig into the code and change any Pokemon into any other if you knew what to tweak. And as mad as I might have been at the time, I could never erase that save data for the pure absurdity of my once beloved Blastoise, now Raichu, that had the moveset Surf, Skull Bash, Hydro Pump, and Surf again. Good times. Number 6. Rotating Heads, Time Splitters 2. Widely considered the spiritual successors to N64 gems GoldenEye 007 and Perfect Dark, Free Radical Design's Time Splitters trilogy has been beloved for over 20 years now. Undoubtedly, 2002's Time Splitters 2 is the most popular one due to its almost flawless balance of humour, personality, variety, storytelling, and action. Of course, it also came packed with ways to transform how the game plays and looks. Whilst most are innocuously silly, such as facilitating big or small heads, infinite ammo, paintball buckets, and slow-mo death, the rotating head cheat is another story. And not just because it makes you feel as though you're constantly facing off with a well-equipped version of Reagan from The Exorcist. So yes, it forces opponents' skulls to spin incessantly and with immense speed. What's the problem? Well, their heads swivel so quickly that they're able to always see you coming, thereby taking away any chance you have to sneak around them by bypassing their field of vision. In turn, advancing through the level from that point forward is nigh on unfeasible. There's creating an extra level of challenge for a game, and then there's this cheat which makes it truly impossible. Honestly, it's like trying to stick your finger through a fan when it's going at full force and not getting hit. You just can't do it. Stop trying. Number 5, Alien Abduction, FIFA 2000. This must be among the strangest entries on this list, which is really saying something since it involves interrupting the relatively calm and leisurely sport of soccer with the ridiculous of extraterrestrial kidnapping. Basically, the 8th entry in Electronic Arts' long-running but technically at this point discontinued FIFA franchise allows gamers to play an entire match with random alien abductions by entering Dizzy in the cheat menu beforehand. Far from being a minor annoyance or temporary inconvenience, the eerily precise hovering beam of light permanently removes each targeted teammate from the remainder of the match. As funny as it is the first few times, the momentarily disruptive nature of the gimmick soon reveals itself. Let's say you've sprinted across the entire field in preparation to score a goal, only to get lifted off into outer space just as you line up your perfect shot. Or let's say you've outlined a brilliant game-winning play that involves kicking the ball from one player to another, I don't know how this sport works, only to see them carried away just as you're about to make the pass. Clearly, these otherworldly creatures are dead set on ruining the strategy, fluidity, and general playability of FIFA 2000, as well as the ambiance. Gone is the kick around with your mates, now FIFA 2000 is a terrifying apocalypse. These players had families. Number 4, Infinite Health, Donkey Kong 64. Truth be told, it's been reported that using any GameShark code with Donkey Kong 64 will result in absolute destruction. However, the Infinite Health mod is the only one that continuously gets mentioned by other users, journalists, and the like, so we're going to focus solely on that. Because Donkey Kong 64 is a long game, all about amassing collectibles, conquering stages, and exploring as much terrain as possible. So you might consider being naughty and connecting your Donkey Kong 64 cartridge to a GameShark and implementing Infinite Health for an easier time of things. But if you do, you're in for complete and indefinite chaos. Why? Because afterwards the game has a nasty habit of breaking if it's restarted without the cheat activated. From looping animations and fused sprites to characters flying all over the place, vibrating uncontrollably, dying in a single hit, and being unable to pick up items, it absolutely removes any chance you have of collecting the game's near 4,000 collectibles. The worst part of it all is that Donkey Kong 64 frequently autosaves, so those glitches are forever tied to your experience. In fact, many victims have alleged that deleting the cursed save file does nothing since the GameShark ruins the cartridge for good. GameShark, not even once. Number 3, Oh Canada, Age of Mythology. Normally, bears are inherently formidable. That's true no matter who you are, where you're from, or in this case of 2002's Age of Mythology, if you're a real person or a mass of digital people engaging in conflict across multiple legendary backdrops and circumstances. But then the age-old question, what if bears attacked in droves, leapt great distances in seconds, used overpowered weapons, and were essentially invincible? Obviously, we're referring to the Oh Canada trick that spawned an entire unit of bloodthirsty bears proudly wearing the Canadian flag as capes. While their choice of attire isn't necessarily intimidating, their other capabilities are game-shattering in terms of eradicating every bit of engaging and compulsory difficulty, critical thinking, planning, and triumph. Summoned bears come equipped with intimidatingly dangerous lasers, punches, and monkey sidekicks, permitting them to vanquish pretty much any enemy in a matter of seconds. In addition, they regain health at an alarming rate and are protected by thick armor, so they're functionally immortal. If that weren't enough, they can traverse large areas with rapid speed. By making it far too easy and quick to win, these anarchic bears demolish Age of Mythology's fundamental systems and objectives. Number 2, No Jumping, Super Mario Bros. 3. Compared to other video game genres, platformers, in particular early 2D platformers, aren't known for having a lot of complicated mechanics. Aside from needing the protagonist to move left and right, jump and sometimes crouch, maybe use power-ups and weapons if they're available, there's not much else that goes into controlling a character. adventure. That said, each of these abilities is crucial to successfully playing each adventure. Just look at how the industry's favourite Italian plumber / Mushroom Kingdom saviour Mario needs to jump in order to access hidden goodies, cross ledges, stomp Koopalings, and basically everything. So what happens to Jumpman when he can't jump? Well, 1988's groundbreaking Super Mario Bros. 3 lets players find out with the help of a game genie. Simply input one of the, for some reason, multiple cheats that disable jumping, and Mario will be helplessly glued to the ground. Jumping is not only essential to Mario reaching the end of each stage, he needs to do it within the first few moments of World 1-1 to avoid bumping into a Goomba. So it's safe to say that this is one of the simplest yet most detrimental cheats on this list. It begs the question, who even thought this was a worthwhile addition to a cheat list in the first place? You can't even get past the first hurdle. And number 1, Riot Mode, the Grand Theft Auto series. It's no secret that the Saints Row series was inspired by Grand Theft Auto, to put it nicely, not only in terms of overarching game design and attitude, but also in terms of its cheats. Whereas the former franchise implemented evil cars in the mid to late 2000s, Rockstar Games' primary cash cow was permitting pedestrians to wreak havoc on players since at least 1999's Grand Theft Auto 2. How, I hear you ask? Well, through Riot Mode, which transforms every passerby into a bloodthirsty and rage-filled maniac whose sole purpose is to beat the crap out of you and each other. They don't just punch and kick you either, as they're more than happy to blow things up and start gunfights as well. America! As fun as it may sound, Riot Mode makes everything you do, from completing the game's final goal all the way down to just walking down the street, an unmanageable chore. Worst of all, it can't be deactivated if you save with it turned on. And what's very funny about this fact is that whilst it was missing from GTA 4, it's sort of in GTA 5. That is to say, it feels like an early version of GTA Online, where you boot up the online game and they get run down by hyperactive 12-year-olds high on too much Prime. Still, the chaos in all of us can't deny that we'd kind of love to see it make a return in GTA 6's campaign. Rampages in Grand Theft Auto are part of the franchise's DNA, but maybe it's time that the Riot made a return.
If you're sitting there ready to debate me for what's on this list and what's off it, and wondering how I could possibly make a definitive version of this list in 2024 when the medium has given us far more than 10 fantasy RPG slam dunks, then you probably have some idea of how terrified I am to run you through this one. But run you through it I will. It's just worth saying up front that there will be inevitably a little bit of Jessica bias peppered in here, but not to worry, because that comment section down below is open and ready for you to go down and give your Rosia, Connors, 242, Blue, Ink, Alchemy, and Vodka for my llamas biases as well. You can sub in your own username there. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 best fantasy RPGs of all time. Number 10, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. The Witcher 3 is a game that is so darn good it requires no introduction, but I mean that's sort of the name of the game for this list, so I could just say that for every single one of these entries, so we better dig into Geralt's journey and why his adventure to save his pseudo-ward Ciri is just so damn good. The Witcher 3 continues the story from the first 2 games, which themselves are based on the fantasy novels by Andrzej Sapkowski, that would later spawn the Henry Cavill-led TV show. Apart from slotting neatly between the other 2 forms of popular media, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt stands at the narrative and mechanical apex of its own series, as well as being perfectly accessible to those unfamiliar with the source material or the earlier video game entries. This is part and parcel due to the familiarity of Geralt's classic heroic journey through a larger-than-life, lore-loaded, fantastical open world. While Geralt is a bit of an anti-hero, he's a deeply relatable and often empathetic one. Your experience playing as him is ever engaging, whether you're taking on Witcher contracts, making story-defining choices, or showing the continent just how good you are at the card-based minigame Gwent. Through it all, you'll get to enjoy the RPG mechanics where you'll expand your skill set and further hone your combat playstyle of choice. And that's not all, you'll also have opportunities to step into the boots of Ciri, who's equally as enjoyable in both her personality and her unique quirks and abilities. The Witcher 3 stumbles here and there with some overly long collectathons, which are really only a trap for die-hard completionists like myself, as well as extensive alchemy and mutation systems that don't prove necessary to master unless you play at the higher difficulties. But that's really the smallest nits we'd be picking. The Witcher 3 does bring something a little odd to the table with its combat, which is pretty interesting and probably unique for those especially that are new to the series. But for that gritty, tried and true hero's journey in a fantastical world, this is exactly the bread and butter you'd be looking for. Number 9, Dragon Age Inquisition. I'd be surprised if this didn't turn out to be my most controversial inclusion on this list, not just because not everybody was a fan of the Dragon Age threequel Inquisition, but also because there's an argument to be made that Dragon Age Origins is the better game. For a couple of reasons, I'm giving Inquisition the edge. Now, the first of those is because I think in 2024, it's just a better end-to-end game. After BioWare kicked off with a strong start and then a middling sequel, they took a lot of the learnings from both of those games and I think fed them into Inquisition to make a way better game. And the second reason is, I like it better. Yeah, I'm bringing out the bias nice and early, but hey, hopefully I can make some Inquisition fans happy. This is the last game I remember absolutely devouring, putting off sleep and getting up at the crack of dawn grade obsession that I hadn't personally experienced since Skyrim came out 3 years prior. Inquisition came out in 2014, back in the BioWare golden age that was about to end, but we didn't know that at the time. Though it was criticized by some for bearing some open world bloat, this was another game that illustrated that when it comes to the RPG genre, few developers know how to make you feel like the chosen one, quite like BioWare. Putting you in the shoes of the titular Inquisitor, you have access to a bunch of interesting and varied character builds and party-based combat which reincorporates the nuance of the first entry. All the while, you'll unravel the cause of a breach created between the real world and that of the mystical and mysterious Fade. Where BioWare knocks it out of the park with this game, just like they do with pretty much every game, is with its companions. Not only does it bring back old companions into the fold that you've been seeing for 3 games now, who now have very complex and interesting personalities and really fascinating arcs, it also brings around some brand new characters who are fascinating to get to know, and even some of your old protagonists fall into the fold. When it comes to storytelling, Inquisition does something that The Witcher 3 also excels at, giving you a meaty narrative through line that you can engage and disengage with at will while you pursue side objectives and explore at your own pace. Both give you enough freedom so that the experience rarely feels linear, but without so much that you lose sight of your purpose. Number 8, Diablo 2. While there's an argument to be made that Diablo 2 might have been surpassed by Diablo 4, maybe even Diablo 3, or that the entire Diablo series has been surpassed by Path of Exile, Diablo 2 is really the game that inspired way too many games for us to ignore it, so here it is. Dominating the gothic hack-and-slash realm of classic RPGs, Diablo 2 came out swinging in June of 2000. Following Blizzard's 1997 original, it improved upon its predecessor in basically every single way, particularly in its RPG character building mechanics and story. There's not a lot of dark fantasy games that hold a candle to this one, offering up a suite of classes who all play so differently that the game has built-in replayability. Diablo 2 and its expansion Lord of Destruction let you choose from 7 classes in total, which you then spec into as per your preferred playstyle. Diablo 2 also stepped it up with its multiplayer integration, enabling you to play with others online, most popularly letting you play the entire campaign with up to 8 players. Of course, Diablo 2 came out when LAN parties were all the rage, and oh my gosh, if you're too young to know about a LAN party, then let me tell you about shouting across a house to not have somebody steal your gold because you had shared everything. Oh, those were the days. The battle against the primevals and their endless hordes of darkness set to a stunning soundtrack has always been a draw card for Diablo fans. While your preferred entry will probably come down to how you like your ARPG gameplay mechanics served up, Diablo 2 has left an indelible mark on the genre. Number 7, Planescape Torment. If The Witcher 3 and one of gaming's greatest heroes, Geralt, gets a look in on this list, then so should the Nameless One, the protagonist of Planescape Torment. The 1999 RPG was developed by Black Isle Studios, a precursor to Obsidian Entertainment, who also created Fallout New Vegas alongside a bunch of other slam dunk games that thankfully don't qualify for this list since they're technically sci-fi and not fantasy. While it's certainly on the dated side in 2024, Planescape Torment is still a masterwork in video game storytelling, where you venture through various planes in order to unravel the mystery of your own immortality and recover your memories. While games that did this certainly weren't unheard of at the time, it was definitely a case that back in 1999, Planescape Torment really did pave the way for explaining how the video game medium could be so good at telling grand narratives. Even though not many people bought it, those who did would tell you it was well worth the price of admission for its colorful and deeply memorable characters, fascinating environments rife with things to be discovered, and satisfying RPG progression mechanics. The game also leaves players with a bunch of options for quest resolution, including sleuthing or talking your way to victory, which would become pretty standard for any RPG claiming to offer true freedom of player engagement options after this point. Number 6. Divinity Original Sin 2. Before Larian was the developer of 2023 RPG hit Baldur's Gate 3, but after they were the developer of what might be one of the most confusingly titled games of all time, Divinity, they created Divinity Original Sin 2. The game earned a bunch of accolades due to Larian's refinement of their RPG craft, 6 games and 20 years in the making, and the game's unique D&D inspired gameplay mechanics which hit just the right balance between complex and very complex. Okay, that sounds like a bad thing, especially the way I phrased it, but as many diehard CRPG fans would know, this game arrived at a point where it seemed like the AAA RPG sphere was just heading towards an oversimplification of all things leveling, perks, stats, and skills. And it was sort of a dying breed to see a game still have this much nuance and this much complexity in its character progression. So it was a real gem for fans like that. While the ARPGs like Path of Exile offered seemingly endless stat and skill trees and story-forward adventures had you spoiled in the engrossing story department, Original Sin 2 managed to deliver both in spades. It's a truly nuanced RPG with a suite of interesting characters with which to build your party, all of whom can be specced out into your dream team. The game also drew fans for the freedom that it offered players in terms of flexible classes, skills, gear builds, multiple schools of magic, and the wild world of utilizing environmental hazards to your advantage. And that's just to name a few. It's tricky to sum up, as is every game on this list, where I feel like I need to justify why it's on here. But if I just need to sum up what you can experience with this game in one sentence, it would probably be this: everything is on fire all of the time. It's great. Number 5, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I almost hate putting this one on here because it's so cliche and popular, but I've hit you with the old school RPGs, the hack and slash dungeon crawlers, and the slightly more niche 10 out of 10s in the pack. It's about time we talked about the 7th best-selling game of all time, and the best-selling RPG of all time, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I thought about putting Oblivion or Morrowind on this list instead because I think there's arguments to be made that each of those might be a better game. I think personally maybe Oblivion takes the edge for me, but in 2024 it's really hard to argue that there's a better Elder Scrolls experience than Skyrim, and it's Dragonborn with a penchant for putting buckets on top of merchants' heads. It's still maybe a little overly simplified with its constellation skill trees and ham-fisted with its dialogue, but the charm of a Bethesda open world with dozens of different biomes, secrets, artifacts, stories, and fascinating characters is there for the taking and ready to swallow you up in a way that most other developers could only dream of achieving. Skyrim is simply undeniable, and while it's become something of an Ouroboros lashed to pieces by memes that by their very existence prove its landmark status, if you can cast your mind back before all that to its launch in 2011, it really was just stunning. From gorgeously realized environs and towns to supremely deep storytelling all over the place and a grand hero narrative at its core, Skyrim does what all good RPGs should do. It made you feel like a badass. Number 4, Elden Ring. From one stunning open world to another, although this time the considerably more brutal, gory, and unforgiving expanse of the lands between, Elden Ring stands in here for not only its own merits, but that of every stunningly deep From Software RPG, replete with rich RPG mechanics, a dense world that demands to be unfolded with care, and loads of stories to tell. Sure, there's a dying a lot thing too, but to boil any From Software game down to that mere fact of its difficulty is really doing it a disservice, and nowhere is that perhaps truer than with Elden Ring. While difficulty is a clever aid to ensure you take your time exploring, as you need to constantly have your wits about you to act in the face of a treasure around a corner, or in the far more common case, a creature from your most horrific nightmares barreling towards you, many games are hard simply for the sake of it or to demand players simply get better if they want to progress, while Elden Ring feels like it wants you to best it. Its challenges are surmountable, and its wide open world gives you more freedom than FromSoft have ever provided their audiences to grind for levels if they want, or take a bold approach and go full steam ahead. One of the big reasons this game makes the list, though, apart from all the obvious ones I just mentioned, is really similar to what I said for Divinity Original Sin 2. Both of these games just trust that you will enjoy and get a lot out of their complexity, and they don't need to throw a big objective marker at you for you to want to explore it. It trusts that the world is going to do that for you, and clearly it succeeded at that. This is a game that's happy to sit back and let you work out its systems, its lore, its secrets, its combat tricks, and everything in between. It respects your skills, your freedom of playstyle, and even in many cases, your discovery of hacks. Okay, so some of these hacks get nerfed or otherwise dismantled, but these are games built to be ripped apart and put back together, which explains why hundreds of devotees are still committed to doing so years after the game's initial release. Number 3, Persona 5 Royal. And that's time! Jessica has officially mentioned Persona 5 Royal, so you can all pack it up and go home. I mean, don't actually go home. I still have games to run you through, but hopefully I can also run you through why you should play Persona 5 Royal. Dad, I can't get my dad to play Persona 5 Royal, so if you can try and convince him to do that, that'd be great. Otherwise, let me tell you about the game. There's an argument to be made from a purist perspective that Persona 5 Royal isn't the best Persona game, in the same way that Elder Scrolls devotees might not put Skyrim at the peak of the series, but they're both slam dunk entries in a series littered with greatness, and, well, I like this one. I know the childishness of that statement is wearing off, but I promise this is my last usage of it. My last card. Done. Persona 5 Royal is a slog in the most wonderful way. The game gives you over 100 hours to fall in love with its delightful, ever-evolving confidants, its story that skips from melodrama to humor to heartbreaking to heartwarmingly earnest, its dense RPG mechanics and turn-based combat structure, complete with your very own gruesome Pokédex of demons. Persona 5 is a game that did everything right and swept loads of awards, and then Persona 5 Royal came out and was better in pretty much every single way. Number 2, Final Fantasy VI. Don't worry, there's no way I would dare run you all the way through a list of the greatest RPGs ever made that revolve around a magical reality and not include the Final Fantasy. The question was just which Final Fantasy, and on this, I'm gonna have to go with Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy, the series, is nothing short of iconic and legendary, and the 6th installment kind of instills a lot of what's so wonderful about it. Feel free to sub in your favorite Final Fantasy game if you don't agree with this one, because to be fair, there are too many phenomenal entries to definitively decide which one belongs at the top, but 1994's Final Fantasy VI pushed things further than any game in the series had so far. The standard JRPG class mechanics were swapped out for a more flexible system, the narrative pressed the boundaries of what video game storytelling could be and what themes it was capable of dealing with, and there were more characters than ever whose stories and personalities were deeply evocative and empathetic. Also, we'd be remiss not to mention that score. Unlike some other games on this list as well, this one doesn't have any fat on it. It is a tight 30 hours, which really explains why Square Enix is still kicking goals with Final Fantasy and almost never missing. Number 1, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 feels like a game that nobody in the AAA space would fund. Like it's some fever dream perfect amalgam of the earnest charm and rich story beats of the best JRPGs, combined with the D&D systems that work best for video games, while leaving the rest on the cutting room floor where it belongs. And it gathers up some Skyrim-grade biomes, Final Fantasy-level lovable characters, and Larian's own near-incomparable eye for detail along the way. That isn't to say that Baldur's Gate 3 surpasses all of those games, but it's very clear that inspiration ebbs and flows, particularly between WRPGs and JRPGs. And it's as a result of that, and all of the games we've mentioned so far, that there is such a high bar for studios to aspire to. While there are classic CRPGs and JRPGs that could be subbed in here, games like Chrono Trigger, Baldur's Gate 2, Neverwinter Nights, or Dragon's Dogma, among so many others, it's difficult to make an argument that there's a better RPG out right now. That is a huge call, but Baldur's Gate 3 excels in just about every field. It offers a thriving and lush open world that's just littered with thoughtful details, compelling and deep RPG mechanics and character progression tools, enthralling narrative beats, and provides immense freedom in how you choose to engage with the world around you and the scenarios you're confronted with. All of that would fall apart, though, if it wasn't built off the back of a merry group of potential party members who are as complex and fascinating to get to know as they are to wield in battle. All told, genre fans were pretty spoiled by this one, as it's just about the perfect RPG. At least I'd be confident in saying I think this is the perfect WRPG. This might just be my take, but I do think there are narratively and mechanically some things that are distinct to both JRPGs and then separately WRPGs. And then that's a little more subjective to taste on which you prefer, but that's just my 2 cents. And hey, we're lucky to have both.
Okay, so nothing exists in a bubble. The reason why any open world game with swords and sorcery is inevitably compared to Skyrim, and the concept of difficulty has somehow become a subgenre itself synonymous with Dark Souls, is precisely because inspiration, and borderline plagiarism if you ask Nintendo, naturally leads to association. It's also not the case for every entrant on this list that they were once considered the apex of their respective genres and subsequently fell out of favour when something superior came along and put it to shame. So let's talk about them today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 fantastic video games you should never play. Number 10, Destiny 2. The masterminds behind Halo had already departed Bungie by the time Destiny 2 rolled around. Still, the knowledge of how to forge best-in-class shmup mechanics is clearly something that runs deep in the studio's blood, as the latter feels like an evolution of Master Chief's golden years in almost every respect. That being the case, there are precisely 0 negatives to give Destiny 2's core gameplay, if only the same could be said of the surrounding baggage that drags it down to the depths of Titan's impossible ocean. For every individual component of Destiny 2 that stands head and shoulders above its contemporaries, like raids, or imaginatively deep lore, or being a power fantasy like no other, so too do counterpoints so grievous exist they can't just be waved away as being irritating. As old as Destiny 2 is, it has become a case study of why the live service model isn't sustainable, chiefly in how its otherwise fantastic story has become a piecemeal, time-gated experience for players and a nonsensical mishmash of non-linear events for newbies. Pile on some horrifying microtransactions, neglected PvP, and cookie-cutter seasonal content, and you're left with nothing but an adventure that has long since turned its back on attracting new blood and only exists to keep existing Guardians returning to the treadmill once again. Number 9, League of Legends. Now, credit where it's due, Riot Games has made a concerted effort to remedy League of Legends' longest-running problem, despite it being bluntly unsolvable. Any MOBA's greatest strength and weakness is its player base. Now, League isn't alone in harbouring some of the absolute worst outwardly aggressive, socially inept creatures, but as the most successful of its contemporaries, exposure to unsavoury types such as this is naturally going to be more prevalent. It's an incredibly frustrating reality considering League's bread and butter 5v5 mode can devour hours of free time under the right parameters. Venture into Summoner's Rift with a pre-made group of friends and or acquaintances, and you are going to have a blast indulging in some strategic tug of war. But risk your sanity and queue up solo, however, and you will be chewed out for your slightest misstep. Any League regular will have developed a thick skin towards griefing and verbal abuse by now, but for anyone stepping into this for the first time, well, only pain and suffering await you, my friend. In a perfect world, fresh-faced competitors would be provided a haven in which to learn, practice, and develop the skills expected of anyone queuing up as a lone wolf. But smurfing, the act of veteran players creating new accounts to play and crush newbies, rife as it is, makes breaking onto the scene all but impossible. Number 8, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. Hideo Kojima, bless him, was finally let loose from Konami's clutches following the release of Metal Gear Solid's 5th installment, but the soured relationship between the two parties had an indelible effect on the Phantom Pain. The first half of Venom Snake's romp across Afghanistan during the Soviet-Afghan War represents the pinnacle of Metal Gear in every sense. Open-ended stealth that awards players agency to tackle objectives as they see fit in an open world culminates in a formula nurtured and perfected over decades. Snake and his retinue of Diamond Dogs' pursuit of Skullface hit the ground running and maintained a frantic pace for the first few dozen hours. Had quality persisted into Phantom Pain's second half, release review scores would have been wholly justified. But then the second act comes along and upends everything. The constant momentum building towards Skullface's demise gives way to a dull, repetitive, plodding mess that sees Snake sent back out into the field to grind out a laundry list of missions that the player has already completed hours previously, but now are just slightly more difficult. To add salt to the wound, Konami would follow up the dross of Phantom Pain's second act in 2018 with Metal Gear Survive, and that is just grim. Number 7, RuneScape 3. Now, any game, MMO or otherwise, that maintains an active player base for more than 2 decades has done something right to stay relevant. To be fair, Jagex's accomplishments shouldn't be reduced to one singular reason for success, but the heart of its flagship title has long since been corrupted by an overabundance of mismanagement and aggressive monetization. The quintessentially British humour and folklore that inspired the game world still persist, and the sandbox nature of RuneScape truly gives players an open-ended approach to how they progress, but these established pillars of gameplay have long since been diminished by complacency and diversion from a unique vision that has slowly slipped out of sight when creators Andrew and Paul Gower sold up and departed. What remains isn't so much of a shell of a game, but one that feels as though it has fallen into maintenance mode in favour of its sister title, Old School RuneScape. Exacerbating the existing issues, 20 years of continued updates have all but eliminated any ability for a newcomer to make head or tail of how any of its often archaic systems work. There are so many reasons to experience everything that RuneScape has to offer, but the barrier to entry is just simply far too vast to surmount for any but the most hardcore of MMO fans. Number 6, Dragon's Dogma. The 2010s were a dark age for Capcom, but there were a few diamonds in the rough that were released by the studio worth shouting about, and nobody expected Dragon's Dogma to take off the way it did. On paper, it masqueraded itself as a generic-looking action RPG with quirks in the form of scalable monsters and the pawn system. The result was a somewhat haphazard smashing together of the Elder Scrolls and Dark Souls, and yielded something that, to quote Todd Howard, just works. Capcom managed to stitch together bottomless build diversity, meaningful exploration, and a surprisingly memorable story in its first major attempt at an open-world RPG. But even in 2012, the cracks and obtuse nature of several design decisions were pretty obvious. Limited fast travel, a mind-melting quest system in conflict with itself, and a laughably awful UI have resulted in Dragon's Dogma becoming a victim of its age and a low budget. With a sequel finally on the way this year, we can only assume that what made Dragon's Dogma a mild nightmare to play today will be remedied with this successor. Number 5, Mass Effect 3. BioWare fell right into the trap that all interactive storytellers need to be wary of with Mass Effect 3, and that was championing choice. Now, Commander Shepard's third and final outing delivered on the promise of a bigger and better sequel, boasting a more expansive galaxy, further meaningful interpersonal relationships for mankind's champion, and a perfected approach to combat. On its merits, Mass Effect 3 outshines the series' middle child at pretty much every avenue, bringing satisfying closure to numerous ongoing storylines. Well, that is all except the central war against the Reapers. Distilling what had been progressively built up as an adventure where no one ending to Shepard's story would be identical even after hundreds or thousands of hours, falling at the critical last hurdle with an arbitrary choice between 3 outcomes. It's not often that a single aspect of an otherwise tremendous experience can be credited for souring everything that came before, but this ticks all of those boxes. Do yourself a favor and consider Mass Effect's original run to be a duology, because Mass Effect 2 really was the perfect place to leave things. Number 4, Lost Ark. Smilegate's MMO finally reached Western shores back in 2022, and almost overnight became one of Steam's biggest ever launches. Were the 5-digit login queues on release worth soldiering through? Well, that depends on who you ask, but anyone who stuck with Lost Ark through its wobbly first few weeks swiftly discovered why Arcesia's population in its native Korea spanned hundreds of thousands of visitors. Sublime combat, intricately designed endgame encounters, and more build diversity than a capital city provided Lost Ark's staying power. It's as much a joy to play today as it was 2 years ago, but you know what? Experiencing the best of what the game has to offer is another matter entirely. Similar to other KMMOs, vertical gear progression is locked behind substantial RNG, with its horizontal counterpart less so, but still requiring hours upon hours of grinding to make your character presentable to other endgame players. If you lack any of the necessary upgrades, items, or titles to prove your worth, as it were, you're liable to be gatekept from even using the inbuilt party finder to join a group. You'll encounter this same issue on other MMOs, of course, but it's much more pronounced here. To catch up with others who have been playing for years, you'll need to go through the very same content that veterans did, but without the experience, leading to a vicious, never-ending cycle of applying and being denied from actually engaging with the best of what Lost Ark has to offer. Number 3, Grand Theft Auto Online. Now, don't listen to law-abiding citizens here, friends. Crime does pay. You just got to be good enough not to get caught. support. That's Grand Theft Auto Online's mantra, at least, and considering the number of multi-millionaires that you'll see zooming around Los Santos in public lobbies, career criminals are a dime a dozen. To be expected then, considering the whole crux of what makes GTO so addictive, that your fellow players aren't going to think twice about wasting you at a moment's notice. And it's one of many decisions made by Rockstar that's proven to be a double-edged sword ever since the service went live. Yes, you can kill whoever you want to kill. And while there are built-in systems to reward this type of behavior, such as stealing another player's illicit goods so you can sell them instead, for example, that same freedom also serves as a griefer's paradise. There are ways to tackle this behavior, but they all cost money, and that's something you'll be short on while taking those first few steps into GTAO's lawless frontier. To make any meaningful dough, you'll need to engage with the various activities spread out throughout the cities in public lobbies, but these make you an easy target. And yes, private lobbies exist, but if you find yourself resorting to that, well, you're better off just playing the single-player campaign, if I'm honest. Number 2, Final Fantasy XV. In a world where Final Fantasy VII Remake exists, taking a retrospective look at Final Fantasy XV delivers a far less favourable view of the troubled 15th installment years after release. While comparing the two wholesale isn't exactly fair, it is fair to assert that 15's combat system, stylish as it was, exists more as a prototype for what would eventually become 7 Remake's lauded modernisation of the Final Fantasy formula. Now, 15 isn't a one-trick pony. The land and its inhabitants are as gorgeous as ever, and until Rebirth comes along at least, the kingdom that you explore represents Square Enix's most accomplished world to date. Frustratingly, though, a deeply disjointed narrative, a result of repeated development restarts, is still the biggest blemish on Final Fantasy XV. The tragedy of it all is that Noctis' road trip of self-discovery with buddies in tow against the backdrop of a continent on the precipice of war and infighting is still top-tier storytelling told in the worst possible manner. If you need a 2-hour animated movie to add much-needed context to an existing work, that's sign enough that problems were present from the very beginning. And number 1, the mainline Pokemon franchise. I mean, honestly, just play Palworld instead. I mean, that's mostly a jest, but the Pokemon Company and Nintendo could stand to learn a thing or two from a game that makes no secret of what globally popular franchise it is aping. Pokemon doesn't need guns, base building, or, well, any of the trappings of a survival game. I mean, that's not what it wants to be, nor should it. But what the Pokemon Company, and by extension Game Freak, should do, though, is not be so stubbornly opposed to innovation or change. The reluctance is understandable to a degree. I mean, why bother with reinventing the wheel when the core formula, largely unchanged since the 90s, still generates 9-figure sums with every new generation? Despite the outroar over its offensive performance issues are proof enough that forgiveness is in good supply for Game Freak when its competitors would be spat out like used gum if it dared to ship anything so glaringly unfinished. Despite all of this, though, the central loop of catch, train, battle, and repeat is still oh so alluring to multiple generations of gamers. Every Pokemon game as a standalone experience is worth playing, but if you've dipped your toes into the franchise even as far back as Black and White, there's nothing that Gen 9 can offer you that you won't have seen before. It's just presented in a slightly prettier manner.
When an FPS title knocks it out of the park, it can influence the entire industry for many years afterwards. Many of the entries on this list have been imitated but never beaten, and continue to resonate with the community to this day. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 best FPS campaigns of all time. Number 10, Titanfall 2. Of the many FPS franchises that rose and fell in the 7th and 8th generations, one of the most underrated was Titanfall, which boasted 2 main releases to its name from 2014 to 2016. Many developers who started Respawn were former employees at Infinity Ward, so they clearly knew their way around crafting a compelling FPS experience. Their first project, 2014's Titanfall, was a moderate success. Touted as an Xbox One exclusive at first, its blend of on-foot action and stomping titans created a unique multiplayer battleground. This did come at the expense of a campaign, however, which some found fault with at the time. After Titanfall was met with a moderately decent critical reception, Respawn Entertainment pushed ahead to craft a far superior follow-up. Regretfully, their best efforts were undone by publisher EA, as the release of Titanfall 2 was sandwiched in with DICE's Battlefield 1, which released to higher fanfare. The sequel offered a solid campaign mode that was sadly let down by weaker sales and marketing. It really stood out in an age of multiplayer shooters, though. Perhaps the biggest surprise was how it managed to create a strong bond between leading man Jack Cooper and his Titan BT-7274, resulting in a much more engaging story. Number 9, Wolfenstein: The New Order. Since its beginnings in 1992, the Wolfenstein franchise has been a regular fixture in the FPS scene. Its tongue-in-cheek action and steampunk tone managed to keep it relevant with 2001's return to Castle Wolfenstein, which drew in a massive following from players. The series did have some growing pains going into the 7th generation. 2009's Wolfenstein wasn't a bad game at all, but it did feel kind of generic when you compare it to its superior predecessors. Along came Machine Games, though, who sought to strike out in a different direction. In 2014, they completely forgo a multiplayer component in favor of a dedicated campaign. This would turn out to be a great move, as Wolfenstein: The New Order found high praise from fans and critics alike. The game places BJ Blazkowicz in a brutal world ruled by the Nazis. Somehow he's got to rip apart this dictatorship at its foundations and forms a deep connection with the small band of resistance fighters. What Wolfenstein: The New Order did was revive the series for a more serious campaign that felt distinctly human. Unlike previous entries, you really do care about the characters. The crunchy shooting and action was just the icing on the cake. It was easily one of 2014's most standout titles as a result. Number 8, Metro Last Light. Now we're entering into post-apocalyptic territory. While many would point to the likes of Fallout for this subgenre, other more recent franchises have resonated with the masses. The Metro franchise belongs in this camp, having achieved high acclaim over the last decade. In the tunnels beneath a ruined Moscow, humanity clings to survival, splintering off into different factions in a relentlessly bleak story. This style of apocalyptic horror made it a great fit for an immersive first-person shooter. The property was handled by 4A Games, who released their first title in 2010. Metro 2033 was a worthwhile outing, but its weaknesses in stealth gameplay and overly railroaded tutorials did stick out as points of critique. 3 years later, and it was time to follow it up. Luckily for fans, Metro Last Light made an even bigger impression. The 2013 title is a substantial improvement on the original, delivering a tale of close bonds, claustrophobic encounters, and the worst of humanity to boot. Every element of gameplay has seen improvement, alongside a staggering level of detail in its ruined world. It successfully put 4A Games alongside the most proficient developers in the genre. Number 7, Borderlands 2. After washing their hands of brothers in arms, Gearbox headed deeper into the 7th generation with Borderlands. Nowadays, it feels like the only AAA franchise who's got its loot system right, where others rely on insulting monetization schemes. From the get-go, Borderlands built its name on being a looter shooter with a bazillion guns to find in crates and other hidey holes. The original 2009 release was well received, but stopped somewhat short of critical acclaim, but its 2012 sequel quickly rectified that. Borderlands 2 took everything people loved about the first and drastically expanded on it. More varied character skill trees, creative weapons, and wacky humor were all crammed into a massive package. In addition to being an awesome campaign for one player, it was greatly enhanced when you added 3 more. The enemies and level system all scaled to match your party for a massively replayable experience. In their battle against Handsome Jack, the 4 Vault Hunters of Borderlands 2 partake in a brilliant and well-written campaign. It fully embraces its silliness and cel-shaded art style to deliver the most vibrant campaign on this list. And things got even better with the countless expansions that arrived over the next year. Number 6, Far Cry 3. As one of Ubisoft's premier franchises, Far Cry had already maintained a steady following with the first 2 titles. What's interesting about this series, though, is how each new entry ventures into a new setting and tone. The first was a mixture of island combat and horror, the second was a gritty civil war in Africa, and the third heads into more psychological territory. As Jason Brody, it's up to you to rescue your friends from a life of slavery, teaming up with the Rakyat tribe to bring down the island's brutal rulers. Easily the most widely enjoyed in the Far Cry series, it lets the player loose in a tropical paradise gone wrong alongside charismatic villains. Of course, we all remember Vaas, the sadistic pirate who serves as the leading antagonist for most of the game. In addition to a deadly conflict, Far Cry 3 explores the depths Jason is willing to go. While he isn't the most engaging of characters, Brody goes on a dark descent that gives him a taste of power and status that he's never felt before. The playground offered to players in Far Cry 3 is not only filled with things to do, but also closely tied in with its story. Number 5, Doom 2016. Like Wolfenstein before it, Doom was a regular presence in the FPS landscape. It led the way for much of the genre's early development while cooking up a fair bit of controversy in the process. Across multiple sequels, the series would slip underground after 2004's Doom 3. As the genre began to change, its developer had a tricky time figuring out how to fit it into the new landscape. Heading back to the drawing board, id Software settled on a game that would return to the old school style of shooters. Doom 2016 completely rejects the stop-and-pop modern military style that had dominated the genre for years. There's no regenerative health or hiding behind cover here. You're blasting your way around levels, ripping and tearing through the enemies with a rocking soundtrack backing up the gameplay. It also tosses aside a complex story in favor of raw, satisfying combat. As such, it's one of the fastest and most ferocious FPS campaigns to date, putting you in the boots of an unstoppable killing machine. Every decision id Software made is fully in tune with making the player feel awesome. In addition to being one of the best campaigns in recent years, Doom 2016 is also one of the best reboots. Number 4, BioShock. Bit of cheating here as it leans towards the immersive sim genre, but BioShock simply cannot be ignored. As the spiritual successor to System Shock, it was the project of Irrational Games and released in 2007. It quickly became one of the most widely beloved titles of that year. Set in the 1960s, we follow Jack, a seemingly ordinary individual who stumbles across the underwater city of Rapture following a plane crash. Descending into the depths, Jack finds an idealistic metropolis turned nightmare. Crazed mutants roam the halls and lumbering behemoths harvest a drug called Adam via the use of creepy little sisters. What set the game apart from other shooters was how you could build the kind of playstyle you wanted to exploit. You could take on lightning and fire-based plasmids to become a master of the elements, or you could go for a more mind-bending approach. The further you go, the more twisted the story becomes, thus further enveloping the player. Offering an unparalleled level of atmosphere, BioShock's underwater city is just as big a star as its varied combat. It's utterly fascinating to explore the ruined halls and unravel all of Rapture's darkest mysteries. To this day, it still remains a masterwork in art and design. Number 3, Half-Life 2. A name many gamers are familiar with, Valve Corporation has proven itself time and again as one of the best creators in the business. The release of Half-Life in 1998 put them on the map, and from there they continued to go from strength to strength. After revolutionizing the FPS genre with the original Half-Life, Valve did it again in 2004. With the sequel, the venerable developer made massive strides in facial animation, in-game physics, and seamless storytelling. From start to finish, the player is placed in control of the protagonist, with no cutscenes or scripted moments that would interrupt the campaign. 20 years after the original game, Gordon Freeman is released in a grim future in which humanity is ruled over by the Combine. He once again dons the HEV suit and, with Alex Vance at his side, aims to topple the alien race from power. His mission takes him from the inner city to the coast and back again as the Lambda Resistance steps up their efforts to fight off the menace. Paced to near perfection, Half-Life 2's collection of set pieces and seamless storytelling made it a modern classic. This same excellent development prowess continued into the game's episodic expansions, which took advantage of new settings and scenarios. Number 2, Halo 3. In 2007, video games went mainstream, and by far the most successful release of that year was Halo 3. As the most anticipated title of all time, it had some massive shoes to fill. Luckily for fans and newcomers alike, Bungie was more than able to deliver the goods. The tagline of "Finish the Fight" anchored the game's launch, and when players got their hands on it, Halo 3 lived up to its name. As Master Chief engages both the Covenant and the Flood in a final confrontation, the campaign doles out 9 varied and highly enjoyable missions. What makes all of them so engaging is the numerous encounters driven by an excellent gameplay sandbox and some of the best enemy AI in the business. The way foes, vehicles, allies, and equipment all react to each other has always been key to Halo's success, and the third entry is arguably its finest showcase. The finale of the trilogy showed Bungie at the peak of their powers, inching out the other entries thanks to a great variety of levels. Halo 1 had some repetitive levels here and there, and Halo 2 had its shorter length and disappointing ending. Halo 3, on the other hand, is a seamless balance of solid action and a conclusive story. Number 1, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Last but not least, we come to Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, Infinity Ward's magnum opus that remains a textbook example of how to craft an excellent campaign. And before we get into it, you better tell me if we missed your favorite down in the comments, but okay, let me keep going. Moving the franchise into the present day for the first time, we follow a set of soldiers as they attempt to track down Middle Eastern dictator al-Assad and his Russian financier Zakhev. What follows is an action roller coaster that manages to maintain the more grounded nature that the series once embraced. As opposed to an over-the-top power fantasy, Call of Duty 4 continues the mantra that no soldier fights alone. In essence, Modern Warfare's single-player mode is heavily modeled after classic thrillers. As SAS operative Soap McTavish, you're conducting precise tactical operations. Whereas with Sergeant Paul Jackson, the player is planted on more direct, large-scale military engagements. Alternating between these perspectives allows the campaign to create superb pacing. Yet the levels we all remember often come through the many set pieces. All Gillied Up is by far the franchise's best stealth mission. In short, Call of Duty 4 has a masterful campaign, one that catapulted its franchise to superstardom and set the standard for what an FPS campaign could do. Countless FPS titles, including its own franchise, are attempting to replicate it to this day, and most of them, if not all of them, are falling short left and right.
It's not an outrageous claim to say that the gaming industry has grown too bloated to fit into its own genes, and that by judging games to be failures if they only make tens of millions is maybe indicative that the AAA space needs to be taken down a peg or two. Even so, this is the system we're currently playing with, and as such, excellently reviewed games, some with millions of copies sold, can still be considered bombs in the eyes of their publishers. I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 critically acclaimed video games that bombed. Number 10, Sunset Overdrive, Xbox One. There are very few development teams considered a sure bet in this industry, but one such is Insomniac. Masters of fine fluid traversal and unorthodox movement mechanics mixed with wacky and inventive weaponry, Insomniac's action platformer roots with Ratchet & Clank and Spyro can be felt in a lot of their newer games. And the most recent Spider-Man titles are widely considered to have some of the finest player locomotion in the biz. So then it's bizarre that Sunset Overdrive, considered proto-Spidey in movement and meta Ratchet in combat, failed so poorly in terms of overall sales. Sunset Overdrive launches players into a gaudy world of energy drink-fueled vampires and tells them the only way to survive is to bounce off parasols, grind along power lines and fire records out of an LP submachine gun. From saving a squad of LARPers to battering the literal developers of the game, there's genuinely nothing quite like it. So, what went wrong? Unfortunately, the game was an Xbox One exclusive at launch and really felt the shockwaves of the poorly received console reveal event, which drove fence-sitting gamers away from Microsoft's box over to the PlayStation 4. And despite some serious petitioning, gamers never saw a Sunset Overdrive release on PlayStation consoles, dramatically reducing the game's reach and appeal. Number 9, Gravity Rush 2, PlayStation 4. There were several games that could be considered excellent proof of concept for the PS Vita. Tearaway for its unique utilization of the hardware input, Uncharted Golden Abyss as a sheer graphical showcase, and Gravity Rush as a mixture of the two. Using gyroscopic controls, players could tilt the center of gravity to any point in the world and watch as the main character Cat hurtled dramatically towards it. Like Buzz Lightyear emphatically asserts, it's not flying, it's falling with style. Mixed with some impressive stylized visuals and an enchanting soundtrack, the blancmange-haired Cat left a strong impression with critics who regarded the game as a must-buy for the system. It made sense then to release a sequel on the far more powerful PlayStation 4 console, in theory at least. Gravity Rush 2 was certainly far more refined in terms of gameplay, and graphically the upgrade was notable. However, due to heavy competition, being a more niche title, and the fact that it was a sequel to a game that many people hadn't even heard of, let alone played, I mean, were you one of the 12 people that bought a Vita? Sales for Gravity Rush 2 were considered lackluster overall, and as such, Cat's gravity contorting adventures may well be shelved for now. Number 8, Split Second, Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. If you love driving really fast, you should play Split Second, an absurdly upbeat game full of explosions and hurtling dramatically through stacks of cardboard boxes. What can only be described as a bonkers reality TV show where people drive like they're on the M1 at 10 to 6 on a Friday. Oh boy, is that a UK specific joke. Split Second is a Disney published racing game built around the idea of taking daring risks, feeling like a hero, and the line, "I think we're just gonna make it." It made a remarkably good impression on critics who felt the game was a racing game where every moment feels like the final stretch. Whether you're outmaneuvering rival racers while avoiding a plane crash or driving through a crumbling building whilst your danger indicators go berserk, Split Second definitely couldn't be accused of doing anything by halves. However, ironically, whilst the game never moves out of top gear, sales started off strong and stopped dead very shortly thereafter, leaving Split Second burnt out all too quickly. Number 7, The Evil Within 2, PS4 and Xbox One. This entry is a bit of a strange one as the sales figures don't tell the whole story, so whether or not this truly belongs here is a mystery to all but the lovely folks at Bethesda Softworks. Survival horror games are typically considered to be tough sellers comparatively speaking. Horror is usually an adult genre, and not everyone enjoys the pant-ruining gameplay of hiding inside a cupboard until a haunting figure wearing a severed head as a hat leaves to growl at a different patch of darkness. That said, The Evil Within boasted the notable presence of Shinji Mikami, the father of Resident Evil, and saw modest success alongside a fair critical reception. When its sequel released and promised to address a lot of the issues players had with the original, sales appeared to see a deserved healthy spike shortly after launch, along some much improved review scores from gaming outlets. However, sales halted far sooner than analysts had predicted. The Evil Within 2 appeared to only reach a quarter of the sales of the original in the first week, and many assume this was due to the game's last-minute announcement and subsequent release. That said, The Evil Within 2's figures may be significantly twisted, as this was around the time that digital sales started truly exploding. Tango Gameworks, who developed the title, concluded that as previously inconsequential digital sales hadn't been counted alongside the physical, digital sales may have made up a far higher percentage than they initially anticipated. Whilst they haven't actually confirmed if this is the case, seeing digital sales trends skew even further into the majority over the years, we can assume they were probably right. Number 6, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Nintendo 64. It's difficult to overstate just how much of a statement Conker's Bad Fur Day made upon its original release. The character started off as one of the many nobodies in Diddy Kong Racing who didn't have his own game, and the trailer for Conker's 12 Tales when it did come was about as exciting as, well, a boiled potato. So when the seemingly AWOL game re-emerged as Conker's Bad Fur Day, a booze-fueled hangover-riddled romp through the rowdiest and raunchiest parts of gaming's nether bits, we were all completely blown away at the sucker punch we'd just been delivered. What Rare had done with Conker was the antithesis of a safe bet. They distinguished their mascot from the pack by making him a not-safe-for-work, lecherous, drunken uncle, the intention being to draw an older clientele to the Nintendo 64, a console which had struggled with its kiddie image in the face of the very cool PlayStation. Yet this simultaneously alienated the vast majority of the console's player base, who were now unable to purchase or play the game given its M4 mature rating. This bet would do wonders in establishing Conker's Bad Fur Day as a cult classic, a genuinely unique title which risked a lot of reputation and faith in the interest of being fresh and unexplored. But targeting such a small part of the overall games market would ultimately be the reason the game failed to meet sales projections, and subsequently failed commercially. Number 5, Immortals of Avium, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series and PC. There was a time, and stick with me here, I know it sounds ludicrous, when Electronic Arts was a developer and publisher renowned for taking risks. Just look at the likes of The Sims, Road Rash, and Dizzy, a game which is essentially Indiana Jones but you play as an egg. It was only during the noughties where EA seemingly settled into a fairly banal rhythm of sure bets and EA Sports. They're all the same. But this was simply because their output really ramped up. Those niche esoteric IPs like Garden Warfare and Mirror's Edge were still coming out, except now they were releasing against tougher competition, with EA inexplicably even releasing Titanfall 2 at one point against their own Battlefield 1, causing the internet to go into conspiracy theory meltdown. Immortals of Avium is another such EA conspiracy fodder title. With punchy magic-themed shooter combat and vibrant saturated visuals, it seemed to embrace gaming audiences' new, more varied palette by mixing fantasy elements with familiar shooter gameplay, but it was seemingly released to very little marketing against the likes of Baldur's Gate 3, Armored Core 6 and Starfield, a seemingly unwinnable contest. Critically, Immortals of Avium is considered a good game with some genuinely novel concepts, and so some more fervent fans believe it was a sacrificial lamb to prove that single-player shooters, quote, aren't worth making any longer. Whilst EA believes it was simply due to the project being overscoped, time will surely tell if single-player shooters become a rarity as a result. Number 4, Beyond Good and Evil, GameCube, Xbox and PlayStation 2. Given how prevalent photo modes have become in video games, it's not a crazy assumption to suggest that Beyond Good and Evil may well have fared better in today's gaming landscape, which is probably why we're getting getting a sequel sometime soon. Right, that's still coming out, right? Following as the floating camera behind our heroine Jade, players can finally experience what it's like to fail to pay an electrical bill and be forced to take a second job. Wow, the wonders of gaming. When the orphanage she tends to with her disgruntled anthropomorphic pig pal becomes vulnerable after they struggle to pay for power for their shielding bill, Jade takes on a job as a nature photographer before being pulled into a twisty plot full of subterfuge, spies and propaganda. Contributing heavily to Beyond Good and Evil's lack of commercial success was Ubisoft's utterly baffling choice to release it alongside their own Prince of Persia Sands of Time, and up against big name IP releases such as Mario Kart Double Dash, Final Fantasy X-2, and Lord of the Rings Return of the King. It's no surprise then that the subsequent re-release on Xbox 360 and other platforms fared pretty well, but the damage of the poorly timed initial release window had already been done. Number 3, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, PlayStation 4, PC and Xbox One. Marvel has an estimated value of $53 billion. Capcom have an estimated value of $10.6 billion. Combined, you'd think the marketing power the pair could harness would essentially be mind control. So imagine the surprise when Capcom announced Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, the latest in the highly popular MVC series, and the most prominent response from its audience was, "Is that supposed to be Chun-Li? Why does it look like that?" Cynically referred to as a transparent cash grab, Infinite suffered from a litany of issues, not least of which being its presentation. But add to this netcode issues a sparse selection of characters and modes, and a $200 special edition which included a set of cheap acrylic eggs masquerading as Infinity Stones, and suddenly the game's inability to really cash out seems a lot less perplexing. Whilst Capcom could blame MVC Infinite's lackluster sales on a slow marketplace and a quote waning interest in superhero properties, it's widely accepted that the game simply failed to live up to expectations. And given that Marvel-loving eBayers frequently buy literal Marvel-branded toilet paper for over $100, that's really saying something, and yes, I looked that up and that's real, and I need to go to bed now. Number 2, Elite Beat Agents, Nintendo DS. Elite Beat Agents should have been an easy sell for Nintendo's budding DS platform. Take widely known and loved licensed music tracks and you have players tap and swipe to the beat, engaging directly with the new hardware in a novel way with a concept almost anyone can understand. And yet, Elite Beat Agents simply couldn't garner the kind of attention that the simple premise might imply. Because the Nintendo DS was a breakthrough platform for non-gamers such as the very young or very old, the visuals proved to be a bit too wacky and intimidating at a glance. And to be fair, the game does have a level where you fight a lava golem at an amusement park by playing baseball to Good Charlotte's Anthem, as you do. Whilst the younger audience opted for games such as Nintendogs, elderly customers found their comfort in experiences like 1001 incredibly beige word searches. So Elite Beat Agents was simply too crazy for Grandma Ethel, but also not cute enough for little Timothy. Too few games these days allow you to stop a pirate mutiny by singing YMCA. However, finding an audience for that niche has yet to date proved difficult. And number 1, Shenmue Sega Dreamcast. Oh, my beloved Sega Dreamcast. Nowadays, the console is widely accepted as being too forward-thinking for its own good, but in the early 2000s it was considered by many to be too arcadey, too unconventional as a home console. The impending PS2 promised to be more cinematic and less about the immediate fleeting thrills and colourful visuals that the Sega Dreamcast had become synonymous with. Enter Shenmue, the game which sought to change this impression by being the single most cinematic, filmic epic ever played. A playable movie featuring revenge for a murdered father, magic mirrors, forklift truck races, and loads of Kinder Egg toys. It cost Sega as much as $70 million, by far the most ever spent on a video game at the time, and whilst it's arguable this payoff was worthwhile from a creative standpoint, it was simply too much to recoup financially. Shenmue was originally intended to be a 12-part saga spanning multiple console generations, but it ended up being one of Sega's very own coffin nails after the second part failed to match a tenth of the original's Dreamcast sales. Still, with a hauntingly beautiful score, excellently Sega combat, and a deliberately slow pace which encouraged players to draw beauty and interest in the richness of the in-game world, Shenmue has influenced many games in its wake, arguably making its sacrifice more than worth the money and effort involved in its creation.
At the core of every Final Fantasy game, as you'd know if you played one, is a party, a group of characters usually controlled by the player. Some games have kept the party small, forcing players to use specific characters for some or all of the game, while others offered more flexibility. That said, across the board, there are usually a handful of, well, useless characters. While they might be important to the overall plot, they're rarely used in important fights given their limited effectiveness. Here we'll look at characters that few, if any, players would have included in their battle party. Also, let me just head off early that I am a fan of Final Fantasy, but a pretty new fan. And there are some sentences in this list that include 7 names I just learned. So I have looked up how to say them all properly, but if I mess up, this is my, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 Final Fantasy characters nobody ever used. Number 10, Umaru, Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI boasts the biggest roster of characters that are available to you in the series, with no less than 14 of these guys. Given the limited customization outside of Esper and magic setups, most players will always gravitate towards the ones with the most useful commands, such as Sabin's Blitz button inputs or Locke's ability to steal items. 2 of the 14 characters are hidden and can only be recruited late in the game through the completion of side quests. The first of these, Go-Go, is a game breaker, given their ability to not only be given multiple commands, but also mimic the action of whoever took the previous turn for 0 MP cost. There's a second one called Umaru, who is easier to find, but terrible in comparison. Umaru has 2 glaring drawbacks, the first being his inability to equip any items aside from relics, 2 of which give him new attacks, but the worth of these is limited, and he can't receive any boost to his stats as a result. The second is the fact that the only action he's capable of is attacking uncontrollably, akin to any other character inflicted with the Berserk status effect. Despite the fact that that makes him okay for doling out damage, the lack of versatility means you'd really be unlikely to be including him in your limited battle party, so he tends to be as forgotten as quickly as he's discovered. Number 9, Machina, Final Fantasy Type 0. Equaling Final Fantasy VI's record for playable characters, this particular game lets you choose a trio from up to 14 classmates. Only a handful of these are beginner-friendly, necessitating the commitment of considerable time and effort to learn the individual styles, advantages, and disadvantages of each. A hard ask in a game that isn't particularly good in the first place. Thankfully, the fact that the AI controls 2 of the 3 party members on the field, where combat is fast-paced and sometimes brutally unforgiving, means that difficult but nevertheless useful characters can still be utilized while controlling one of the more flexible characters, like ranged specialists Ace, Trey, Cater, and King. The likes of Rem, Deuce, and Queen can be popped into a supporting role, where then you can use someone like Cease, 7, 8, and 9. Yes, those are the names. They got a little less creative after Cease. They're pretty good damage dealers. That leaves Jank, Sync, and Machina as contenders for the title of the game's worst character. Jack is highly frustrating given that he can't dodge with his weapon drawn, though said weapon can deal significant levels of damage when it's unsheathed. Sank is too slow to be of any use in all but the rarest situations, though her unique stun abilities can upset the apple cart. That leaves Machina. Though ostensibly the game's male lead, plot-wise, his sluggishness and lack of useful combos easily secure him our dubious honor. Number 8, Irvine, Final Fantasy VIII. One of Final Fantasy VIII's notable flaws is that out of your 6 party members, only Renoa and Squall are actually important to the plot. Over here you've got Zell, Selphie, Quistis, and Irvine, who kinda you can take or leave. The junction system in the game does at least mean that each of the 6 are fully customizable and can be slotted into any battle role, with only their weapons and limit break abilities to differentiate them. While Zell's input-based melee attacks, Selphie's magical slots, and Quistis' powerful blue magic limits all have significant endgame uses, Renoa's pet-based and random support abilities are of limited effectiveness by comparison, but the rare instances in which Invincible Moon or Wishing Star are activated, that can make a huge amount of difference, and we can't say the same about Irvine's shot limits. The main downside of these is the fact that they consume ammunition, of which there are 8 types. 6 of these can be bought in shops, but if you're interested in the best 2, they need to be refined from items, some of which are extremely rare. Obtaining 12 pulse ammo for Squall's ultimate weapon is a considerable effort, so getting more to throw away on limits that pale in comparison to the likes of Renzo Kukin is an arduous undertaking. Couple that with the fact that Irvine is poorly written, seemingly having no character traits apart from being a bit of a lech, and you have one of the series' more forgettable heroes. Number 7. Snow. Final Fantasy XIII. Now, Final Fantasy XIII, if you didn't know, has the very unique distinction of being one of the series' most poorly received entries. It wasn't helped by a battle system that was pretty complex to manage in real time, necessitating occasional usage of its very lazy auto battle feature to have the AI decide the best courses of action to take against enemies. The cast of 6 playable characters are again only set apart by their weapons, summonable eidolons, and unique full ATB attack, which, unlike a limit, can be used repeatedly if the action is queued to charge. Lightning, Snow, and Saz's eidolons, Odin, Shiva, and Brunhilde, respectively, struggle to match up to Hekatonkir, Bahamut, and Alexander, who pledged their allegiance to Vanille, Fang, and Hope. Also, I've got to just say, as a new Final Fantasy fan, that last sentence was just wild to say out loud. The disadvantage to Lightning and Saz is offset massively by their unique abilities, both of which deal multiple hits and are hugely useful for staggering enemies. Snow, on the other hand, is given a single hit area damage attack. Combined with the fact that he uses his fists to attack, he therefore has to constantly stay on the toes of enemies and take the full force of their assaults instead of utilizing range. Though he is useful for a period in fulfilling one of his slots as part of the paradigm system, he kinda ends up becoming pretty moot when you get plenty of other characters leveled up to fill in the role of Sentinel just as easily. Number 6. Amaranth. Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX is the only entry in the mainline series from PlayStation 1 onwards that largely restricts what players can and can't do with their characters. As part of the game's wider homage to the series' history, the 8 heroes were archetypes of the traditional thief, Zidane, knight, Steiner, black mage, Vivi, white mage and summoner, Garnet/Ico, dragon, Freya, blue mage, Kina, and monk, Amaranth classes. This breaks down into an equal split of 4 physical and 4 magical characters. Any combination of these 8 has its own advantages and disadvantages, but Amaranth's drawbacks certainly come up a lot clearer than any of his companions. The fact that he doesn't join the party until the end of the second disc means that everybody else, bar Ico, who's acquired at a similar point, gets a sizable head start when it comes to development, while his lack of redeeming character features make it difficult to build any attachment to him. Most notably, however, in the endgame, he lacks a maximum damage attack. Zidane's thievery can be boosted up to a guaranteed 9,999 with successful steals, Freya's Dragon Crest can hit for the same amount after farming Grand Dragon kills, and Steiner's Shock can usually hit that limit based on his power alone. Amaranth's best option is to use his throw command, but that uses up items and the deadliest are finite in quality. His second command, Flare, does have some excellent abilities like Aura, but none of them hit what anybody else can do. Number 5. Kimahri. Final Fantasy X. 6 of Final Fantasy X's playable characters have clearly defined capabilities, which shoehorns them into particular roles throughout much of the game. Tidus is speed-focused, Wakka is best used against aerial threats, Auron can take down armored enemies, Yuna can heal, Riku can steal, and Lulu is apt at dealing with creatures weak to magic. Kimahri then sort of becomes a jack of all trades, with no particular route set around the sphere grid, and is more malleable in terms of abilities and stats. While this should make him flexible and able to function as a supporting character that can fill a number of roles, a jack of all trades isn't necessary in a game where in-battle switching of party members was made possible for the very first time. It's much more effective to keep changing to the best character for each individual situation, rather than having to make do with the second best. Kimahri also isn't helped by the fact that his Ronso Rage Overdrive just isn't anywhere near as powerful as the blue magic version in previous entries. Eventual unfiltered access to the sphere grid does bring everybody onto a level playing field where you can have 255 in every stat and learn every ability, but by then players will be more likely to stick with the characters that have served previous uses throughout the game, with Yuna and Waka normally dead certs for 2 of the 3 main slots given the usefulness of summons and the sheer power of attack reels. Number 4. Meliadul, Final Fantasy Tactics. The job system, originally introduced in Final Fantasy III and improved upon in Final Fantasy V, has been missing in action in the main series since then. It's always been a backbone of the Tactics series though, where arguably it was perfected the first time around. Tactics boasts 12 or 14 in the War of the Lions remake party members with bespoke job classes, and almost all of them stand head and shoulders above the generic recruitable units given the power that many of their unique abilities possess. Some of these are even considered game-breaking. Orlando, for example, can use all of the Holy Sword commands boasted by Agrias, all of the unyielding blade techniques boasted by Meliadul, and the 2 dark sword abilities used by temporary party member Gafgarian. That essentially makes him a 3-in-1 killing machine. While that does mean that Orlando's existence makes Agrias kind of moot in battle, you'll still be using Agrias a lot considering you get her really early on, so she's got a lot of time to develop. Meliadul, on the other hand, is the last of the 7 mandatory characters to join the party, and is already trounced in terms of ability. While several of the other characters aren't great, for example Rafa and Marek are a little hard to master, only Meliadul serves no offensive purpose from the get-go. Number 3. Red Mage, Final Fantasy I. Final Fantasy I is the only game in the series where all of your characters are pretty much blank slates. They don't have defined personalities or even names. The first decision that any player is tasked with making is what combination of the 6 available job classes they want to distribute across their party of 4, and it's a daunting task for the uninitiated. A warrior is essential for damage dealing, complemented well by either a monk or a thief for raw power or speed. Logic would then suggest picking both a black and white mage to give the party the full range of offensive or defensive magical capabilities that are available. The red mage is presented as the best of both worlds, able to use black and white magic and also use swords and daggers for attacking. This combination is immensely practical in the early game, freeing up a party slot for a 3rd melee fighter. Over time, however, the red mage becomes a massive burden, as while black and white mages can learn all of their respective spells, the most powerful ones are locked off from them, even after Bahamut upgrades the party's classes and turns the mages into wizards. Adding insult to injury is the fact that knights and ninjas are given the additional ability to use basic white and black magic. Though it's not as many spells as the red wizard, it kinda renders them pretty much obsolete from the second half of the game onwards. Number 2. Horum, Final Fantasy IV. The original version of Final Fantasy IV gave players no choice over what characters they used throughout the game, with every new arrival to the party coming immediately before or after the departure of an existing member. This meant that the finale was always faced by the well-balanced fivesome of Cecil, Edge, Rosa, Rydia, and Kain. The Game Boy Advance and PSP remakes of the game threw a spanner into the works by making all of the other characters utilized across the journey available again upon its conclusion, with the obvious exception of the deceased Teller. This creates a countless array of new combination options. Edward goes from being a joke character to a damage-dealing beast at high levels, though his development takes a lot of investment. Yang becomes a tank, Sid becomes extremely powerful physically, and Palom becomes a good shout to become the party's main black mage, given he learns spells a lot faster than Rydia, albeit he lacks her summons. That leaves his twin sister Param, who unfortunately doesn't really have any redeeming qualities, considering she never hits the level of white mage as Rydia. Though Rosa's unique commands aim and pray are fairly useless, at least until pray is upgraded in the remake, Param's are no better, with Cry of questionable use and Twin requiring Palom to also be in the party if you want to use it at all. Number 1. Kate Sith, Final Fantasy VII. It should probably not come as a surprise that pretty much the entirety of Final Fantasy VII's cast is held in high regard by fans. Each hero and villain alike brings something different to the table in terms of plot and personality. From Sid's gruff sweariness to Vincent's dark and mysterious persona that was a decade ahead of the emo scene and vampire subcultures that were very in vogue in the 2000s. The use of the materia system makes each of the 9 party members versatile, with their limits and weapons again being the only thing that differentiates them. All but 2 characters have 4 levels of limit break available, with 2 available in the first 3 and 1 in the 4th for a total of 7. Vincent is the first exception, having 1 transformation and 2 attacks associated with each per level. Kate Sith is the second. A stuffed cat/Moogle combination that fights with a megaphone and is controlled by a Shinra executive sympathetic to the party's cause, Kate Sith is a ridiculous character even before his limits are taken into account. The fact that he has only 2 levels of these, both luck-based, dice and slots, hugely restricts him, given that everybody else, bar Aerith, can unleash a devastating single or multi-hit attack. Nobody would have missed Kate Sith if his sacrifice at the Temple of the Ancients didn't immediately coincide with an identical replacement. He really represents a lack of balance in an otherwise fantastic game that is very well balanced.
With the internet making it easier to share data than ever before, it doesn't take long for the entirety of a video game's secrets to be discovered once it's been released. That being said, there was a time before everyone had access to the internet when game secrets were only found in gaming magazines or spread as rumors across the playground. Unless players went hunting for hours themselves, there was a chance that they missed some amazing content from their favorite games, which was sadly the case for me as well, so let's get into it. I'm Ewan, this is What Culture Gaming, and here are 10 huge video game secrets you'll hate yourself for missing. Number 10. You can play as the Duck Hunt. Originally releasing in Japan and in arcades before arriving on the NES in North America in 1985, and a further 2 years before it released in Europe, Duck Hunt is a light gun game in which players shoot ducks from the sky using the NES Zapper peripheral. For decades, many who played this game believed that this was all there was to the entire experience. However, there's a massive game-changing secret that added a whole new twist to this arcade shooter that kind of went unknown for longer than you might think. By plugging a regular NES controller into the second port, another player could actually control the ducks. This subsequently gave the game an unexpectedly interesting competitive edge in which each player would have to outsmart the other like a Daffy Duck Elmer Fudd confrontation. If the shooter's victorious, well, they could pride themselves on their sharpshooting skills. However, if they were outwitted by their crafty opponent, and in Looney Tunes logic this happens all the time, so I'm guessing this was the same case for the game itself, then the notoriously mocking laughter from the dog would only sting that much more. Strangely enough, after the secret had gone undiscovered by so many for so long, it was actually actor Seth Rogen who brought this revelatory fact to light. Tweeting in September 2018, Rogen stumbled upon this huge secret when he accidentally sat on the controller. Cheers, Seth. This almost makes up for Sausage Party. Almost. Number 9. Confronting Julius, Saints Row 2. Improving on the first game in nearly every conceivable way, Saints Row 2 was an absolute blast to play as it doubled down on the zany antics of the original while weaving a gripping plot that had some genuinely hard-hitting moments. After completing the campaign by reclaiming Stillwater from the rival gangs that took over the Saints' absence, though, most players were left with some pretty huge questions. Namely, what happened to the former gang leader called Julius? It is possible to get closure by heading to the police station where players can find recorded conversations between gangmate turned cop Troy and Julius. Through listening to them, it's revealed that the latter was the one who planted the bomb at the end of the first game that put the protagonist in a coma in the first place. Listen to all 3 recordings, then call Dex's number after collecting it to unlock the secret mission Revelations. Here, players team up with Julius for one last time to defend the Saints' former hideout from hordes of enemies. When the dust is cleared, players finally get retribution for Julius's betrayal. With only a handful of throwaway lines about paying Troy a visit at the police station being players' only cue that this mission even existed, there's a high chance that many missed this hidden mission when they first played it in 2009. Number 8. Snake's Nightmare, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Celebrated video video game auteur Hideo Kojima is no stranger to including weird secrets in his games. Whether it's adding himself as a gooey monster to jump scare players in Death Stranding, or slipping in a cryptic Silent Hill Easter egg in a teaser for upcoming horror game OD, Kojima fans can always expect to find some peculiar surprises within his games. Nowhere is the developer's proclivity for the bizarre best seen than in his Metal Gear franchise. In addition to chicken hats, fast travel cardboard boxes, and spooky photographs, players could also access a secret playable nightmare section in Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. To play this secret level, players need to save their game as soon as Snake is thrown into a cell after he's tortured by Colonel Volgin. Doing so will cause Paramedic to tell Snake a scary story about Dracula, which Snake is naturally displeased to hear because I guess he isn't a fan of gothic fiction, whereas I can't get enough of that stuff. Gimme creepy vampires, I love it. Upon exiting and reloading the save, players will find themselves in Snake's Nightmare, a hack and slash minigame in which they fight hordes of monstrous enemies until the game is over. This minigame was intended to be turned into its own title called Guy Savage. However, after the project was cancelled, the section was removed from all future releases of Snake Eater. Boo, man, Guy Savage is a great title. I mean, you gotta use that somewhere. Number 7. Underground Duck Racing, Shenmue 2. There's no shortage of activities for players to do in Shenmue 2 whenever they aren't searching for whoever killed protagonist Ryo's father. In addition to arm wrestling, street fighting, and darts, the streets of Hong Kong have one incredibly well-hidden game mode that most players will have completely missed. And that mode is Underground Duck Racing. And yep, it's as fantastically bizarre as it sounds. To unlock the mode, players will have to meet some specific criteria that begins with purposely failing a QTE event so that Ryo bumps into a girl carrying a tray. Speak to her later, win some fights, and finally talk to Izumi at the Tomato Mart, who will then tell Ryo about the duck racing. Yay! Although this mode only allows players to bet on which bow tie wearing duck they want to win at first, catching the white feather while playing the leaf catching minigame will allow players to unlock their very own duck that they can compete in races with. Not only does the duck communicate through some hilarious subtitles, but the whimsically upbeat song used during the race will have players laughing with glee as they race their duck to victory. And yeah, it's additions like these that have made the Shenmue series such an all-time cult favorite. Number 6. Playable Green Goblin, Spider-Man 2002. Although the video game adaptation of Sam Raimi's first Spider-Man film didn't reach the heights of its sequel, 2002's tie-in was nevertheless a superb superhero outing. And let me tell you, I played the hell out of it. Alongside a solid combat system and a fantastic cameo from Bruce Campbell as the narrator, the game also featured an excellent rogues gallery of villains for players to fight. Also bowling, which myself and the What Culture Gaming crew played for Christmas 2023, and yeah, what can I say? I'm something of a bowler myself. But I have a grudge with Spider-Man 2002, and it's because until only recently, and by recently I mean the other year, I discovered that you could play as Green Goblin in this game. What the hell? I would have killed for that when I was 6. Little Ewan looking in the mirror, talking about how the cunning warrior attacks neither body nor mind. Man, Spider-Man 2002 and it would have had one hell of a time. Also, yeah, I won't inflict that Willem Dafoe impression on you any longer. I see Green Goblin and it just takes over me, okay? Anyway, more than just an alternate costume, playing as the Green Goblin gave players access to their iconic glider from the film and comics. While swinging around New York as everyone's favorite wall crawler is always a joy, flying through the city's skyscrapers was arguably even cooler. To experience this phenomenal new way to play the game, players had to complete the game on the tougher hero difficulty, which would unlock the costume in the secret store. Select the costume and start a new game without resetting bonus points, and players will load in as the Goblin and get their own mini story with Harry Osborn. Also accessible through using cheats to unlock all levels to skip straight to the end, Spider-Man fans will be kicking themselves for not knowing about this secret all the way back in 2002.
And speaking of, stupid. Number 5. The sarcastic announcer, Wave Race Blue Storm. Released for the GameCube in 2001, Wave Racer Blue Storm was a lighthearted racing game in which players would race jet skis throughout a series of scenic locations, performing jumps and pulling off some tricks along the way while you bother the local aquatic wildlife. There was even a weather system that would affect the difficulty of the various courses. Part of the game's laid-back charm stemmed from the friendly announcers, who would comment on how players were doing throughout the race. Each of the playable characters had their own equally pleasant announcer, but there was a secret one that players could unlock by following some steps that were so unintuitive that it took 9 years after the game's release for them to actually be found. By entering the game's audio menu, tweaking a waveform, and then entering a version of the famous Konami code, players would be granted access to the extra announcer. The opposite of the encouraging voices that players were accustomed to, this announcer was incredibly sarcastic and merciless in their cruelty. They'd constantly undermine and mock players during the race by throwing out insults in the most unimpressed tone imaginable. While players' self-esteem might take a hit, this was a fun addition to a pretty underrated title. Finally, a game that lets you play the YouTube comments section. I'm just joking, I love you guys, you're great. Number 4, Line Mode, GoldenEye 007. Anyone who played GoldenEye 007 on the Nintendo 64 will undoubtedly have fond nostalgic memories of playing through iconic moments from the titular film, alongside competing with friends in its exquisite multiplayer modes. Players could also have even more fun by using one of the game's 23 unlockable cheats to give everyone giant heads or allow them to play as a comically small James Bond. However, there was another secret cheat code hidden within the game that was removed by developers Rare before its release. This secret 24th cheat was Line Mode, and it was only discovered by fans using code-altering software after the game's release. Unlike the other cheats, which could be unlocked by completing certain levels within a specific time, players could only access this secret mode by inputting a specific combination of button presses at any point during single player that were far too complicated to stumble upon by sheer accident. Like its name suggests, entering this code correctly will transform the game into something that's best described as a rough sketch come to life. With the secret sheet also usable in the recent Switch release of the game, players don't even need to own an N64 to see what they missed all the way back in 97. Number 3, Fighting Reptile, Mortal Kombat. The original Mortal Kombat was influential for several reasons. Not only did it help define an entire genre and establish one of the best-known video game franchises of all time, but it was also one of the games responsible for establishing the ESRB in the United States, thanks to the series' deliciously gruesome violence. One thing that players may not have known about the classic game, though, is that it was possible to actually fight Reptile. I mean, Mortal Kombat fans today will probably know that one, but if you were just a little guy back in 92, like a tiny Scott Tailford, then hey, maybe you missed the chance to become the scaly boy himself. The first secret character to actually appear in a fighting game, Reptile is an amalgamation of Scorpio and Sub-Zero in terms of looks and moveset. They'll occasionally appear before fights to challenge players to a duel and offer some clues about how to fight them. Starting this battle, though, requires that players meet an incredibly specific set of requirements that are pretty difficult to pull off. Firstly, players must be fighting on the pit stage in single player. When a silhouette is spotted on the moon, they must then achieve a double flawless victory without blocking before finally winning the match with the chosen character's fatality. Meet these conditions and Reptile will appear, beginning one of the hardest fights in the entire game. Although players couldn't actually play as Reptile in the original, it was nevertheless cool to be able to fight them. Number 2, two-player mode, Super Punch-Out. From Mario Kart to Double Dragon, there were no shortage of excellent two-player games released on Nintendo consoles. One famous Nintendo game from the SNES era that didn't appear to have a multiplayer mode, though, was 1994 boxing game Super Punch-Out. With no obvious option to allow for two players to duke it out in the ring together, the reasonable conclusion to make was that the game was strictly a single-player affair. This was what the gaming community was led to believe for almost 3 whole decades, until one user discovered 2 secret cheat codes that, when used together, would allow a second player to join the fight. Holding Y and R while on the title screen using a second controller and pressing A or
start on the first controller unlocks a screen where an opponent can be chosen from all the game's fighters. After selecting a character, hold B and Y on the second controller and press A or start on the first controller to enable a second player to take control of that chosen character. Even better, this code also works on the SNES app on the Switch and the version included on the SNES mini console too. So go ahead, knock yourself out. Well, don't do that literally, but in the game, hey, there's plenty of that. And number 1, What If Mode, Spider-Man 2000. The second Spider-Man game to feature on this list, 2000 Spider-Man is a frequently underappreciated gem from the PS1 era that doesn't get as much attention today as it probably deserves. Like, you love sassy Venom in the Tom Hardy movies? Well, wait until you get a load of this guy. He's a pure rascal, and I love him. Featuring an assortment of iconic villains to fight, alongside cameos from other Marvel heroes, wall crawling and web mechanics that added an extra layer to combat, and containing narration from the late Stan Lee himself, there was plenty to adore about Neversoft's title. And much like the Marvel comics of the same name, the What If mode in Neversoft's Spider-Man offers an alternative take on the game's events. Although the main plot plays out in much the same fashion, everything is taken a little less seriously this time around. With self-aware dialogue from characters, references to aliens and Raiders of the Lost Ark, and a lot more spontaneous dancing than anyone would usually expect from a Spider-Man game, this mode is an absolute joy to play from start to finish. To witness this magnificent mode in all of its wonderful silliness, players need to enter the code GBHSRSPM on the PlayStation version, or, and this is the cooler one, Uatu Seas on the Nintendo 64, in reference to the Watcher, the same name from the comics, and then start a new game when the words What If Contest appear on screen. Spider-Man fans, you won't be disappointed with this mode. It's a great old time. And one you'll probably be kicking yourselves for not having played when it first came out.
Although we have more games than ever, meaning everyone's got their special game out there, whether you found it or not, it means you're bound to miss some amazing releases too. As a result, there's plenty of games that have been forgotten over the years since their release, which absolutely deserve better. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 forgotten video games that deserve more love. Number 10, Croc Legend of the Gobbos, 1997. Out of the assortment of cutesy adventure games from the late 90s and early 2000s, it's the likes of Super Mario 64, Crash Bandicoot, Banjo-Kazooie, and Spyro, which are still highly spoken of decades later. One title that never gets brought up alongside those names, though, is Croc Legend of the Gobbos. The first game to feature the titular hero, the plot followed the adorable reptile as he set out to save his furry gobbo friends after they're captured by the evil Baron Dante at the start of the game. To rescue them, players must find the hidden key in each of the levels to unlock the cages that the gobbos have been imprisoned in. Although the premise was nothing particularly groundbreaking for the time, with the controls being just as finicky as most other early platformers, what made the game special was its charm. The characters were lovable and endearing, the environments were vibrant and colourful, and the game contained an upbeat soundtrack that was capable of rivaling any of the feel-good tunes from Mario or Crash Bandicoot. With the franchise fizzling out a few years later, it's a shame not enough people remember this lesser-known mascot of video games. Number 9, Bugs Bunny and Taz, Time Busters, 2000. An indirect sequel to the equally fantastic and criminally overlooked Bugs Bunny Lost in Time, Bugs Bunny and Taz Time Busters is a hidden nostalgic gem deserving of a second look. The premise sees Granny recruit the eponymous rabbit and marsupial to salvage the missing parts of her broken time regulator after it's destroyed by Daffy Duck, who wants to claim the precious gem that stabilizes it. Their pursuit of the greedy duck takes them to various periods in time, ranging from an Aztec pyramid to a creepy Transylvania, where they need to work together to solve puzzles, defeat bosses, and hunt down an assortment of collectibles. With each of the characters possessing their own unique set of abilities, the game's core mechanic involves switching between each hero in order to complete certain tasks. While some obstacles involved Bugs burrowing through a hole or Taz pushing a heavy object, others required the pair to cooperate. From bouncing on Taz's head to throwing Bugs across gaps, this element of teamwork added a brilliant twist to the platforming formula. Moreover, this game worked even better while playing with a friend. Complete with some hilarious gags and colorful levels, Time Busters is an underrated classic from the PS1 era. Number 8, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, 2003. Instantly recognized by his iconic whip and fedora, Indiana Jones is one of the most beloved characters in pop culture, whose globe-trotting treasure hunts have thrilled audiences for decades. Alongside his big screen outings, Indy has likewise appeared in several video games, with the notoriously cryptic Atari game and cult gem Fate of Atlantis being some of the more famous examples. However, one game that doesn't get nearly enough attention is the Emperor's Tomb. Set before the events of Temple of Doom, Emperor's Tomb followed the eponymous hero as he searched for the Heart of the Dragon, a mystical artifact with supernatural properties, before it can fall into the wrong hands. Taking players from forgotten jungle ruins filled with traps to thrilling shootouts in Hong Kong, this was the quintessential Indiana Jones adventure, brimming with puzzles to solve and enemies to fight. Adding to the fun was a satisfying combat system that let players attack Nazis with improvised melee weapons whenever they ran out of ammo. They could even use Indy's trademark whip to help even the odds when they weren't using it to swing across large gaps. Despite some admittedly wonky controls, this was everything fans could want from an indie game. Indie game, like Indiana Jones game. Not indie game, you get it. Number 7, Crash Bash, 2000. Making their first appearance in 1996, lovable marsupial Crash Bandicoot has since become an instantly recognizable part of gaming history, whose colorful platformers are adored by all who've played them. The Crash Bandicoot franchise has seen a resurgence in recent years with the Insane trilogy and Crash Team Racing Refueled, which have introduced a new generation of players to Crash and friends. Part of this series that remains buried in time, though, is Crash Bash. Although this was the first Crash Bandicoot game not to be developed by Naughty Dog, Crash Bash nevertheless took the series' zany style and humor and combined it with the sheer chaos of Mario Party. The result was a party game that was an absolute blast to play alone or with up to 3 friends. From attempting to knock rivals off a tilting sheet of ice, battling in tanks, or defending a goal with a hovercraft, each of the 6 game modes and their variations were as fun as they were challenging. With this game's only legacy today being unique character Rue appearing in Crash Team Racing Refueled, Crash Bash needs to make a comeback as soon as possible. Number 6, Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands, console version, 2010. Although its roots trace back to 1989, the Prince of Persia series is best known for 2003 smash hit The Sands of Time. By combining challenging and fluid platforming with stylish combat and a unique time manipulation mechanic, this Ubisoft title revolutionized the action genre. The game's monstrous success would lead to a succession of sequels and reboots, each as critically acclaimed as the last. Despite this series' renown and reputation, the ironically titled Forgotten Sands has become a scarcely discussed footnote in gaming since its release in 2010. While other versions of this title differed drastically in their gameplay and plot, each iteration was set between the events of The Sands of Time and Warrior Within, and saw Yuri Lowenthal reprise his role as the eponymous prince. Not only was the superior console version a technically impressive game for the time, but it featured some of the best platforming in the series to date. The power which enabled players to freeze water brought a refreshing layer of challenge to the already outstanding formula, with the later sequences demanding precision timing to master. Although Forgotten Sands isn't the best remembered Prince of Persia game, it's still more than worth playing today. Number 5, Maximo: Ghosts to Glory, 2001. A full decade before players experienced the punishing torment of Dark Souls, there was Maximo: Ghosts to Glory. Designed as a 3D iteration of the notoriously challenging Ghosts and Goblins games, this Capcom title sees the eponymous king strike a deal with the Grim Reaper after he's betrayed and killed by his former advisor Akil. In exchange for being resurrected, Maximo must stop Akil from harvesting souls from the underworld to amass an undead army. What follows is an unforgiving hack and slash adventure through creepy graveyards that puts players' skills and patience to the test. Environmental obstacles and enemies will ambush players at every opportunity, whittling down Maximo's health bar until he's left wearing only his boxes. With the cost of each death raising the price of resurrection, players are encouraged to master each level until they're able to reach the next save point with enough resources to spare. By learning how to best utilize each of the weapons and power-ups, players will eventually hone their skills enough so they can progress a little further each time, with each small victory feeling like a massive accomplishment. For those bold enough to face the masochistic difficulty, Maximo is an underappreciated gem that's more than worth revisiting. Number 4, Peter Jackson's King Kong, 2005. From the likes of Catwoman and Charlie's Angels to Atari's catastrophic E.T. the Extraterrestrial, video game movie tie-ins have a history of being, well, terrible. One of the few exceptions to that rule, however, is Peter Jackson's King Kong. Made in collaboration with Peter Jackson to ensure the game stayed true to his vision, this game took players to the heart of the perilous Skull Island, where they'd relive the events of the film from the perspective of both scriptwriter Jack Driscoll and Kong. Presented with eye-widening visuals, this tie-in game captured the sense of scale and adventure that was presented in the Oscar-winning flick to marvelous effect. While playing as Jack, a scarcity of ammo encouraged players to think on their feet by using makeshift weapons as well as the environment to defeat or outwit the island's nightmarish inhabitants. Comparatively, Kong sections allow players to experience the creature's immense strength by traversing the jungle and brutally dispatching even larger enemies. More than just a faithful adaptation of an excellent film, this game immersed players deep within the action and was a lot of fun to play. There was even an alternative ending that could be unlocked by achieving a high enough score when replaying the game. Number 3. Pitfall: The Lost Expedition, 2004. Putting its stamp right at the beginning of the platforming genre with 1982's Pitfall for the Atari, the Pitfall series holds an important spot in the gaming landscape. With a handful of sequels following in the years since, it's Pitfall: The Lost Expedition which has gone unnoticed by modern audiences. Released for the PlayStation 2, this entry transformed the, what's another word for eponymous, guy in the title, Pitfall Harry, from a voiceless sprite with no personality into a charming, wisecracking rogue who finds himself stranded in the jungle following a plane crash. What begins with Harry searching for fellow members of his expedition soon turns into a wild plot involving old rivalries and some supernatural elements. Brought to life with vibrant level design and a suitably wacky sense of humor, this game made for a wonderfully entertaining time. As players progressed through the game, they'd acquire a selection of items and abilities that allowed them to access previously unreachable areas. This opened the map in interesting ways and made exploring the jungle feel like a proper adventure. Although this entry was nowhere near as difficult as the original with its devious traps, it's the endlessly likable charm of this sequel which makes The Lost Expedition a hidden treasure that's well worth seeking out. Number 2. Spider-Man, 2000. When it comes to Spider-Man video games, you're mostly going to hear about Insomniac's outstanding Spider-Man outings or the fan-favorite movie tie-in for Spider-Man 2, as those tend to get the most attention, and rightly so. However, there was another phenomenal game to feature everyone's favorite web-slinger, and that was Neversoft's Spider-Man, which released back in 2000. Featuring narration from the late legend Stan Lee, the game's plot saw Spidey working to clear his name after he was framed for a robbery by an imposter Spider-Man. Along the way, his investigation causes him to cross paths with a lengthy list of iconic villains and cameos from other Marvel characters, including Black Cat, Daredevil, and Punisher, in what quickly ramps up to an exhilarating comic book outing. Although the web swinging was much simpler than the fast-paced traversal of modern Spider-Man games, this title was nevertheless hugely ambitious for the time. Players could zip up to ceilings, crawl on walls, throw objects, and unlock a selection of alternative costumes for the hero to wear. Despite the technological limits of the time, playing this game let players live out their superhero fantasy to the max. Given how fantastic this game was, it's no surprise that its central mechanics would become the foundations of modern Spider-Man games, so it's worth checking out. Number 1. Rule of Rose, 2006. From iconic heavyweights like Silent Hill and Resident Evil to the cult favorites of Siren and Fatal Frame, Japanese horror games are some of the most intriguing and frightening genre outings that players can experience. One title that likely hasn't appeared on most horror fans' radars is Rule of Rose. Released in 2006 for the PlayStation 2, this psychological horror saw 19-year-old orphan Jennifer wake up on an airship after being attacked by a group of masked children at the start of the game. Her assailants are a group of cruel kids who call themselves the Red Crayon Aristocrat Club. It's the teenager's job throughout each chapter to explore the claustrophobic airship alongside her canine companion to find gifts for each of the other girls. Despite some unruly controls that made combat more frustrating than scary, this title was a genuinely unsettling portrayal of abuse and trauma that was laced with a chilling atmosphere. Rounded out with a beautiful soundtrack and stellar visuals, Rule of Rose is one of the best games that most people haven't even heard of. With moral panic causing the game to be banned in the UK shortly before its release, some players may have never gotten the chance to play this overlooked masterpiece.
Now, while it's a sad casualty of modern gaming that cheat codes are few and far between, achievements be damned, for decades they were a glorious cornerstone of the entire medium, and more often than not, every last code hidden within a game was out in the open in short order. But sometimes developers decide to hold on to their cheats a little while longer than that, either for the fun of waiting to see if players will ever find it for themselves, or because they straight up forgot about them. So let's have a chat about them today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 video game cheats found years later. Number 10. The Piracy Code. Alien Resurrection. 2000's Alien Resurrection game is best remembered for its innovative, and at the time wildly divisive, analog stick control scheme, but it more recently earned itself a place in history for an altogether more shocking reason. Last year, YouTube channel Modern Vintage Gaming revealed that the game contains a cheat code which allows players to play, import, or backup game discs without the need to modify their PlayStation console. Normally they'd need a mod chip to do this. Now, if we're being real, it basically lets you play pirate PS1 games in the easiest way imaginable, as the code effectively turns the Alien Resurrection game disc into a boot disc, letting you swap it out for your totally legal backup game. This hidden cheat was told to Modern Vintage Gaming by Martin Piper, the developer who secretly included it within the game code without the knowledge of his team, or more brazenly, Sony themselves. As for why he did it, well, he simply wanted to see if the PS1 could load different discs without resetting the console, which it evidently could. Needless to say, he didn't dare reveal his sneaky secret until long after Sony had moved on from the original PlayStation. Number 9. Minimap and Save Anywhere. Silent Hill 2. Just when you thought Silent Hill 2 couldn't get any more awesome, in 2018, modder Punk7890 discovered a cheat which allows you to unlock a minimap and also the ability to save everywhere, which are both extremely useful features in Konami's tricky, unnerving survival horror masterpiece. Now, the minimap code only works after first beating the game and unlocking the infamous dog ending, while accessing the Save Anywhere feature requires you to input a different code while the memory card is inserted in your console. It's fair to assume that these features were hidden within the game in order to help developers to test Silent Hill 2 without being constrained by the typical gameplay parameters. But damn, knowing how tough the game was to get through for younger players of the era in particular, it sure would have been great to know this one about, 23 years ago when it first hit the market and redefined horror for the entire generation. Number 8. The Special Konami Code. Castlevania Legacy of Darkness. Now, one cheat code that certainly doesn't need discovering is the Konami Code, the iconic cheat that's been in basically innumerable Konami games over the last 40-ish years, except a slightly modified version of it was just recently found in Castlevania Legacy of Darkness by Moses and Liquid Cat from the Castlevania 64 Discord, some 25 years after the game was first released for the Nintendo 64. Rather than simply enter the typical version of the code, which is up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, and start, you need to instead input each command twice, and do so using the N64 controller's yellow C buttons. This will instantly unlock each of the game's 4 playable characters, who can usually only be unlocked by first beating the game, as well as their alternate costumes and also the game's hard mode for good measure. And with that, it's probably time for folk to start testing out the double input version of the Konami code on basically every single Konami game ever made. Cheers for that. Number 7. 10 million credits, license skip, and earning gold. Gran Turismo 4. Last year, some 19 years after Gran Turismo 4's original release, player Nenkai shared their discovery of a series of cheat codes which allows you to instantly receive 10 million credits, pass any license, earn gold on a specific license test, and earn gold on any specific event. There is admittedly a bit of a rub here though. You can't merely enter the codes and just be done with it. You have to wait 365 in-game days to pass before they will work. Presumably this time restriction was an attempt by developer Polyphony Digital to prevent players from accidentally stumbling upon said cheats, and though it's a bit of a faff cycling through activities to pass a whole in-game year, it's thankfully not a requirement that you need to sit through in real time. Considering the utter slog it can be to grind credits and get the license tests in the Gran Turismo franchise, it sure would have been useful to know these cheats like 2 decades ago. Number 6. 2-player mode and pick any fighter. Super Punch-Out. Okay, here's a really wild one. In 2022, a whopping 28 years after Super Punch-Out was first released for the SNES, Twitter account Unlisted Cheats revealed a previously unknown cheat which unlocks a secret 2-player mode. Firstly, players must enter a code on the title screen which unlocks a free single match with any of the game's fighters, after which they need to to select a fighter on the free match screen and then hold B and Y on player 2's controller while pressing start on player 1's. This will allow the second controller to also pick a fighter and square off against the first player in a multiplayer mode that has been bafflingly concealed for almost 3 decades, when Nintendo could have simply sold it as, a whole ass feature instead. Brilliantly, the cheat even works on the more recent Nintendo Switch Online version of Super Punch-Out, so that's pretty neat as well. Number 5. ZX Spectrum Emulator, GoldenEye 007. Just when you thought that GoldenEye 007 couldn't possibly have anything left to give to players in 2012, 15 years after its launch, Rare forum user Spoon Diddley revealed that the game contained a hidden, totally functional emulator for the ZX Spectrum. Now, in fairness, it's actually impossible for players to access said emulator while playing GoldenEye in the conventional up-and-up way on a physical N64 console, because Rare actually disabled the code to access it. But by using an N64 emulator and applying a patch while playing this game, it's possible to reactivate the Spectrum emulator, which comes loaded with 10 games developed for the platform by Rare. As for why Rare included something so unexpected in the game's code only to disable it, well, it was reportedly an experimental side project and one they evidently decided to mothball for whatever reason. And yet, if just using a traditional ZX Spectrum emulator seems too damn simple and ordinary, why not jump through some hoops and do it through GoldenEye instead? Number 4. Unlocking Shin Akuma, Street Fighter Alpha 2. Considering the famous enthusiasm of the Street Fighter fanbase, it's honestly shocking that this cheat code for Street Fighter Alpha 2 went undiscovered until 2021, a whole quarter century after its initial release on home consoles. Gizaha from the Zeldix ROM hacking forums revealed the presence of a code which unlocks the game's hidden boss, Shin Akuma, which was previously only a CPU combatant, as a playable character. To do so, you must first beat arcade mode, then set a new high score and enter your initials as KAJ. Then go back to the title screen and hold down L, X, Y and start on a second controller while the first controller selects versus mode. After this, either player needs to just pick regular Akuma from the player screen and then hold down start, at which point he'll turn into the hilariously OP Shin Akuma, and you'll quickly understand why he's not a legit member of the playable roster, for better or worse. Number 3. Lower banana count, Donkey Kong 64. While surely lower stakes than most of the cheats on this list, it was still fascinating to see Twitter user TJ Balam discover a cheat code within Donkey Kong 64 which had laid dormant and undiscovered for an entire 21 years. They revealed a developer code which, when inputted in the game's lobby in the presence of cantankerous signpost B Locker, lowers the number of golden bananas needed to enter a given level. It's an odd enough cheat, offering a relatively minor advantage to players in the grand scheme of things, that it's been speculated this was part of a scrapped mechanic where struggling players could trade in some coins to lower a level's golden banana requirement, which makes a lot of sense. All the same, it now belongs to the world to do with whatever they see fit. Number 2. Skip to the final ending, Nier Automata, Potato Patata. Now, to be fair, Nier Automata, Potato Patata is a lot newer than most other games on this list, but given that fans have been actively hunting for its final secret for the better part of 4 years, it was quite a relief when famed modder Lance McDonald finally figured it out. McDonald, who routinely plays around in the back end of video games to discover hidden secrets, found a cheat hard-coded into Automata, Potato Patata's engine, which allows players access to the game's final ending as soon as they've beaten the first boss near the start of the game. After McDonald spent, by his own admission, hundreds of hours digging around in the guts of this game, he found a way to bypass the requirement to beat the games numerous times in order to access its final ending, with the aforementioned code allowing you to skip straight there after defeating the first boss. And if there was any doubt that McDonald had indeed found the game's last secret, the Japanese Nier account swiftly confirmed it to be true. Praise be indeed. And number 1, 100% completion, Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards. 21 years after the release of Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards, a player going by the name of Someone2639 discovered a cheat to skip all the way through the actual game and just generate a save file with 100% completion, because who the hell needs a sense of accomplishment anyway, right? Now, there are a few slightly eccentric requirements for pulling this off though. You need to have your second save file empty and your third save file at 0%, before then plugging in an additional controller into the second port and resetting your N64 console. Upon reloading the game, enter a specific series of inputs and voila, your third save slot shall now have 100% game completion. Once again, the devs clearly wanted to make sure that no nimble-fingered young players could accidentally unlock this cheat through simple random button presses, and so made the requirement so weirdly particular that it couldn't be triggered by accident. Makes sense, right? But less so in that now you've got nothing to do in a game that you haven't actually completed. Cool.
The Stones had it right when they said you can't always get what you want. And in this case, if what you wanted was a satisfying ending to a game that you were probably enjoying given the quality of the games on this list, you were out of luck. While even an average ending doesn't necessarily spoil the game that came before, it still stands as a disappointing note to go out on. Whether due to a narrative letdown, unfinished nature, or senseless plot twist, all of these games fumbled at the final hurdle. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 games that didn't end the way any of us wanted. Number 10, Alan Wake. In what is probably our most topical entry for this list, given Alan Wake 2's 2023 release 13 years after the original, fans weren't only rewarded because of the cult status of the first game, but also because of their eagerness for the sequel to address the not-so-great ending to the 2010 classic. Remedy's action-adventure casts you in the shoes of the titular Alan Wake as he searches for his wife after her disappearance and encounters all kinds of baddies called the Taken. Your investigation takes you all the way to an encounter with the head honcho baddie, the Dark Presence, who's trapped within Cauldron Lake. Said Dark Presence is trying to blackmail Alan into using his writings to escape the lake by hanging onto his wife. In the end, Alan dives into the lake, which transports him to the Dark Place. Though you do defeat the big bad and free your wife, Alan then finds himself permanently trapped in the lake. A cool ending to a thriller, but kind of a disappointing ending to a video game, especially when we didn't get a sequel for so long. Luckily for fans, Alan Wake 2 turned out to be an absolute banger. Number 9, Fahrenheit. We've said this before on What Culture lists when we bring up Studio Quantic Dream, but it's fair to say David Cage games are a little hit and miss. The weirdest part with them though is they tend to have points of hit and miss within the same game, and Fahrenheit is a great example. The 2005 action-adventure, also known as Indigo Prophecy, has you play as a possessed murderer called Lucas, and 2 cops on his tail. While the narrative changes here and there depending on your choices, Lucas's girlfriend is kidnapped by a Mayan oracle connected to his murder at the beginning of the game. Things go progressively more sideways as Lucas and his beau both die, and he's brought back to life and sent to seek the all-powerful Indigo Child who can bestow said power. Naturally, the Oracle is also after her. Bing bang boom, things get wildly sci-fi and fantasy focused in the worst of ways, and we trade out intrigue for basic wackiness peppered with QTEs. Again, this one is extra disappointing because it gets off to a really intriguing start and you really want to see where things go. But as we know, David Cage can't really help himself but take things so far off the rails that he can't even see the rails anymore.
My friends, do you have the same thirst for power that I have? Well then, Star Trek Fleet Command is exactly what you're looking for. Star Trek Fleet Command is a free-to-play MMO that's available on PC and mobile. It allows you to become a commander in the Star Trek universe. You can build fleets, you can build star bases. Every month, new updates are added to the game. Why, just this month, a Star Trek Enterprise pack has been added. We have Epic Officer Trip Tucker and Rare Officer T'Pol added as well. One of the new features that I really like is Wave Defense. It's where you work with other players to defend a stationary location after, well, wave and wave of enemy fighters come against you. That's right, Star Trek Fleet Command is encouraging social interaction. That's not all. Star Trek Fleet Command is offering a new player content pack for free. To get this, including 10 epic shards of Captain Kirk, all you need to do is download the game using the link in the description of our videos, sign up and redeem the code Warp Speed. Sign up today with code Warp Speed and start playing Star Trek Fleet Command. And you never know, you and I may see each other at the Alamo.
Number 8, Borderlands. Yet another game you would absolutely expect to be on this list if you're a purveyor of bad endings, which I don't know why you would be, but if you were, you'd be expecting Borderlands. The infamous ending to a game that would kick off one of gaming's biggest saturated shooters had you finally arrive at the vault you've been scouring the planet of Pandora for all game long. Naturally, you've gone in expecting some substantial loot, or at least a satisfying ending to the narrative. Instead, you discover there's no treasure in the vault at all, just a big monster dubbed the Destroyer that you're tasked with destroying before he destroys you. Then the vault gets shut up again, and that's it. The ending was so famously disappointing and made fans infuriated that it was only thanks to some solid DLC offerings and apologies by way of a sequel that things were eventually forgiven and the series went on. Number 7, No Man's Sky. The argument for No Man's Sky not being on this list is twofold. Firstly, it's so much better now and I hate to discredit that. And secondly, you could argue it doesn't really have an ending. Or at least it didn't. Originally, No Man's Sky ran you through the gamut of world types and planet exploration, only to bring you to the end of an enormously long journey to the center of the galaxy, which sounds pretty cool. Spoiler alert, it was not cool. Upon reaching your hard-fought objective, what waits for you is, well, nothing. You get a galaxy rollback montage and you get dropped back in to find more centers. Unless you hadn't already guessed it, finding more centers doesn't become more compelling. Luckily, the game actually has an interesting ending now, but you'd be forgiven for not having reached it. Number 6, Rage. This one was especially a letdown for those who really clicked with Bethesda's 2011 shooter from the get-go. The fast-paced and hectic romp almost universally impressed critics and gamers alike, with its impressive AI, spirited visuals, and visceral combat. Then we come to the game's conclusion, that was punctuated with not only a non-event final mission, but a quick drop-off that just suggests you did the thing and now you're done. You activate the arcs containing the remaining survivors in an attempt to overthrow the authority regime, and then that's it. The whole thing felt half-baked and anticlimactic, and while Rage 2 ties up some of the plot threads, that didn't do anything to cushion the blow of the original disappointment at the time. Not to mention, the sequel is set 30 years after the events of the first game, so you still miss finding out what exactly happened and experiencing it for yourself. Number 5, Outlast. If you haven't played it or don't consider yourself a horror game fan, you may have missed or underestimated the popularity of Outlast. What appears to be a jump scare riddled romp played for shock value is actually a really narratively interesting first-person adventure through a setting that will stick with you whether you want it to or not. Another thing that will stick with you whether you want it to or not is the ending, which is, yeah. Running it back, you play as Miles Upshur, an investigative journo exploring the hellscape that is Mount Massive Asylum. You spend the game fighting for your life, quite literally, while facing off against a monstrous baddie called Chris Walker, a priest called Father Martin, and, let's face it, just about everybody else. Miles gets knocked out like 7 different times, manages to best the worst of the worst in the asylum, and ultimately comes face to face with the Wall Rider, a biological nanite creation/abomination controlled by another test subject. Upon meeting its creator, Miles takes out said test subject and is possessed by the Wall Rider, and gets shot by the military. The end. You lose. Ouch. Number 4, Firewatch. Potentially my most controversial entry on this list, I've included Firewatch because while it's divisive whether its ending was really good or really bad, I'm betting that even those of you who really enjoyed the game, as I did, were kinda hoping it was gonna end differently. While games certainly don't need to end as you expect, nor does any other kind of medium, 2016 adventure Firewatch has such a touching narrative that draws you in and attaches you to its characters. So much so that you want to see them get a happy ending. You play as a fire lookout who spends much of the game beginning and building a relationship over your radio with your supervisor Delilah. Given you've just experienced a personal tragedy, this slow friendship and connection is the most meaningful experience you have in the game. At the very end of the game, you're given an evacuation order due to a wildfire, and it really seems like right at the end here, you're going to actually meet Delilah. Unfortunately, this doesn't come to pass, and the thriller mystery story that takes place hits a hard left and peters out. This wasn't to everyone's dismay, as plenty of people have stood up for the ending in retrospect, but I think most of us were hoping it would go a different way. Number 3, Alone in the Dark, 2008. Alone in the Dark is a special case on this list because it's one of the games that has multiple endings. And yes, both endings are bad, so here we go. In what is technically the 5th Alone in the Dark video game made, this effort by Eden Games is laid out in episodes. You step into the shoes of paranormal investigator Edward Carnby, who has amnesia, because it's a horror game and they always have amnesia. You survive an exorcism and meet up with an art dealer called Sarah Flores. In your efforts to get to the bottom of the mystery of your identity and predicament, you eventually find yourself in a spooky chamber where Lucifer is all set to wriggle back into a human body. That human body was looking primed to be yours before Sarah interjected and became possession target number 1. At this juncture, you got 2 choices. Kill Sarah so Lucifer possesses you instead, or let her live and watch her get full-on possessed. After which, the big bad mocks you for being alone, and you say, and I'm not kidding, "I'm used to it," before skulking off. It sounds so much like I'm joking, I actually had to double check this was the ending, and yeah, you gotta watch it for yourself. Number 2, A Way Out. If you were playing this one with a buddy, you probably didn't mind the ending at all. You may have even thought it was exciting, clever, even a delightfully unpredictable twist. If, however, you were playing this game with a loved one or perhaps a non-gamer friend who you were like, "It's co-op, come on, let's play together, it'll be fine, we'll have fun," then this was not the ending you were hoping for. A Way Out is a pretty fun and inoffensive puzzle adventure for the most part. You journey through various locations as 2 characters who begin their story locked up in a jail, and both make their way out and then try to stay that way. After a series of bonding moments, the game takes a massive shift in its 11th hour. All of a sudden, it's revealed one of these guys isn't who he said he was, and he's actually an undercover cop, so you guys are on opposite sides. That becomes wildly apparent at the very end of the game, where you're then forced to face off against each other in a shootout, where only one of you can live, in an event that fractured many a friendship and relationship. If you got through to the end of this one without a fight, you'd have picked the right co-op companion, and you're a stronger person than me. Number 1, The Quarry. A great thing about writing these lists is that I can collect a bunch of popular bad endings, a bunch of lesser known ones, and also personal gripes that I have. This is one of those last ones. While the Quarry developer Supermassive Games is responsible for some of the most fascinating storytelling in the medium, especially in the horror genre, their 2022 effort left a lot to be desired for most players once they reached the end of the game's 9-hour runtime. While there are absolutely some interesting ideas at play in The Quarry and a handful of varied, albeit somewhat forgettable characters, the ball is only really dropped at the end. The horror adventure hurtles towards its conclusion, and no matter how many of its characters you save or what decisions you make, there's no satisfying final chapter or epilogue. Bizarrely, things just wrap up with some flavor text telling you where each character ended up, and then there's an agonizing podcast episode kind of explaining the things you learned along the way. All that plus a replay system that doesn't let you skip dialogue, a system where you could pay real money to roll back a decision, and an unfinished feeling left a poor taste in your mouth even if you're enjoying this one for the rest of its duration.
The thing about open worlds in video games is that it gives developers so much more room to come up with all kinds of stuff that not every player is going to experience the same, if at all. Tucked away in corners, in caves, or out to sea are some truly wild things to experience. If you're lucky, your exploration will pay off and you'll come away with some pretty incredible loot. I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 insane weapons hidden in open world games. Number 10, Wind Shear, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. When Skyrim released in 2011, it instantly became one of gaming's most beloved open worlds by being unbelievably deep. Countless quest lines set us off into the far reaches of the land, searching for adventure and stories to tell our friends about scraps with the ice giants or the crazy loot we found. Depending on how you played the game depended on what you might find out there. The Wind Shear sword can only be obtained if you take on the Hail Sithis quest, which means if you elect to destroy the Dark Brotherhood, then you won't get a chance to wield it. The quest allows you to board the ship the Kataraya by climbing the boat and walking along its bowstring strip, you can find the wind shear lodged into the wood. The wind shear is a single-handed weapon, but in order to make full use of it, you should be unequipped in the other hand so you can utilize its bash skill. What makes the wind shear so special? It can stun any enemy on either of its two swings for 1/10 of a second, from lowly skeletons to even dragons. Thus, if you're bold and swift enough, the wind shear can get you through most any battle the game has to offer. Time to go back and show that ice giant what for. Number 9. EXP Caliber Dying Light. Techland's Dying Light games feature a variety of weird and wacky weapons that can be found in their open world cities to keep the games fun and fresh. One such piece of equipment is the first game's literal sword in the stone, EXP Caliber. XP Caliber? Exp Caliber, okay, I get it. From Fisherman's Village, if you swim out southeast from the mainland, you'll find a small outcropping of rocks in the ocean. Hidden from view is the Exp Caliber impaled on a corpse, quite literally hoisted by his own petard. He won't part with it easily, and you'll need to hold down the button to retrieve it for a couple of minutes before you rob the poor guy blind. Don't rush away as soon as you grab the weapon, however, as waiting for a further 30 seconds gets you perhaps an even more vital reward. Suddenly the corpse will set alight, and where the body once was now lies the blueprints for the Exp Caliber. The sword is able to slice through most enemies easily enough, but it doesn't have a lot of resilience and it can't be repaired, which is precisely why you want to grab that schematic to build more. It may not be the most powerful weapon in the game, but it's definitely an unexpected delight for those taking a splash in Harren's shoreline. Number 8. Alien Blaster Fallout series. Forget radiated monsters and ghouls. Unless you're a diehard fan of the series, you might not know that there is extraterrestrial life in the Fallout series. Ever since the original, there have been little nods, and the Alien Blaster weapon is something that has appeared in every mainline title and some spin-offs too. Typically, in games like Fallout 3 and New Vegas, the Alien Blaster can be found hidden away in certain spots of the map. If you're lucky enough to come across a crashed spacecraft of some description, rummaging through the wreckage will reward you with this unexpected firearm. It cuts a unique profile compared to most of the ancient human-made weapons of the franchise, and being a laser blaster certainly stands out. In Fallout 3 and New Vegas in particular, the Alien Blaster is considered one of the most powerful guns in the game and lands a critical hit every single time. It's not quite as useful in Fallout 4, but if you want to try it out for yourself, you'll have to find a UFO crash site north of Vault 81 and face off with the ship's alien captain to claim it. Show that little green man how we do things here down on Earth. Number 7. Arendite, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. In the original Witcher, Geralt lives out the tale of Excalibur and the Lady of the Lake by getting his hands on the monster-slaying sword Arendite. Canonically, our hero loses the blade in the prologue of Witcher 2 into the mouth of a dragon. A quest in the third game's Blood and Wine DLC, There Can Only Be One, allows the player to finally reclaim this lost weapon. The hermit guarding Arendite will only let those of chivalrous nature get their hands on the blade. Players who have completed other quests in the game that express their honour, wisdom, generosity, sympathy and valour can therefore satisfy the hermit's requirements. He will then challenge you to a one-on-one battle. To the victor go the spoils, and the Lady of the Lake hands over Arendite to Geralt and politely requests that he not misplace it this time. Arendite has a lot of awesome features that make it far and away the best silver sword in the game. First of all, striking with the weapon increases a charge by 10% each time, unless enough time passes or Geralt takes damage. When this charge hits 100%, the weapon will always land critical hits. Furthermore, Arendite gets more powerful the more you use it, meaning that enough time with the blade is sure to make it unstoppable. Number 6. Scorpion Gun Halo Infinite. 2021's Halo Infinite saw the genre-defining FPS series take a big leap and plenty of risks. After some degree of staleness in its previous entries, Infinite brought Master Chief to his very first open world. Whilst the game does have the standard fare of Halo missions as part of its structure, players are encouraged to spend time on Zeta Halo rescuing UNSC soldiers, setting up bases, and hunting down alien scum. Unlike many of the game's special weapons, which are taken from notable alien war criminals, the Scorpion Gun is tucked away at the beginning of the game. After finishing the first mission and entering Zeta Halo's open world for the first time, climbing over the environment on the right with the grappling hook gets the player in front of 2 inactive turrets. Examining a specific point of the second one instantly equips the Scorpion Gun. This grants players immediate, infinite access to the turrets from the classic Halo Scorpion tank for as long as they want. Just don't swap your weapons, and you can run around the open world and enter missions with a tank turret on your head, firing blasts that can take down any enemy as well as banish dropships. A neat little Easter egg and a whole world of pain at your fingertips. Number 5. Magnapulsar, Far Cry 5. Some of the weirdest weapons in video games come from series that already have a very clear sense of humour, so it's not surprising that the Far Cry series contains several strange weapons. In Far Cry 5, conspiracy theorist Larry Parker can be found in the Holland Valley region of Hope County, and working through his questline will gain you access to his secret special weapon. The fourth and final mission, Out of This World, sees you defend Larry as he attempts to fulfill his ultimate goal of being sent into space. If you succeed, don't forget to check the containment field before you go for a little gift that the man has left behind. The Magnapulsar is high-tech and clearly not of this world. It also functions differently depending on range. From a distance, the device fires a wave of energy that pushes enemies and allies alike with great force, allowing you to ragdoll whoever is caught in the blast and or send them flying to their doom. Used up close, the vacuum instead just vaporizes the target in a cloud of red goo. An instant kill machine, provided you can get up close, it can also be used to handily destroy corpses in your wake to keep your enemies from finding them and tracking you down. Number 4. Loud Locust, Saints Row 4. Everyone remembers the Neuralizer from the Men in Black films, and if you don't know it by name, maybe that's because it was used on you. It's the device that wipes memory. The other reliable piece of equipment in Agent J's jacket pocket is the Noisy Cricket, a tiny weapon with one hell of a kick. Developers Volition decided to pay homage to this weapon with the Loud Locust in Saints Row 4. Head into the Let's Pretend costume store in New Baranek and blow open the employees only door. Inside you'll find images of the game's development team plastered on the wall, which explode into a shower of fireworks, and sitting on the chair, the Loud Locust itself. This tiny pistol has infinite ammo and can cause all kinds of chaos with a simple squeeze of its trigger. It doesn't fire any missiles or any ammunition, just point and shoot and watch whatever you've targeted meet its untimely end. The Locust does require a recharge after each use, and much like Men in Black, will send you flying backwards every time you fire it. Small and hilarious prices to pay for the insane level of destruction that this little friend can cause. Number 3. Ringed Finger, Elden Ring. From Software's idea of an open world is one where no matter where you turn, you're not that far away from a monster that wants to crush and maim you and can do so with minimal effort. Luckily, there's also plenty of goodies tucked away for players keen to explore, including the only weapon on this list that appears to be alive, the Ringed Finger. In order to give your enemies the finger, players must find the secret opening in Mount Gelmor to find Gelmor Hero's grave. Taking the elevator down to the Site of Grace and swinging a left, eventually you'll find a room filled with lava and a chariot enemy that can kill you on contact. Carefully dodging the foe into side rooms and then walking through the lava at the bottom to a hidden side room rewards brave players with a chest containing the Ringed Finger. As a hammer style weapon, it's slow to swing, but despite all this, it's well worth having the Ringed Finger on your side for its unique skill. The claw flick sees the finger swell in size, flex, and then ping your enemies into oblivion. It's decent at taking down poison, breaking defenses, and presumably scratching really big itches. Number 2. The Left Finger of Glover, Dying Light 2. Giant fingers are all well and good, but swinging such a thing at your enemies is unwieldy. No, sometimes subtle is better, and why use a grotesque giant's finger when you can hide a weapon inside your own digits? The Hands of Glover are a long-running gag that started in Techland's zombie action RPG Dead Island. As a nod to lead developer Bartosz Glover Kluon, the Easter eggs have continued forwards into the Dying Light games, first with the right hand and now with the left finger. After completing the Dying Light 2 mission Broadcast, you can scale the VNC Tower and from there jump to a specific skyscraper in the Garrison District. Once you land, there's a cabling puzzle to complete that requires making some pretty deftly leaps off the building and back in at lower levels until you can finally find and open a secret door. Inside the developer's room, you'll find posters of previous Techland games, a thank you note, and the schematic for the Left Finger of Glover. It costs a whopping 369 scrap to build and only comes with 16 shots, but there's something playfully entertaining about pointing at your enemies and watching them go boom. Considering the scarcity of firearms, when the need arises, it's nice to have something like this at arm's reach at any time. Get it? Arm's reach? Yeah. Clever. Number 1. Experimental MIRV, Fallout 3. Fallout's post-apocalyptic world is the result of nuclear destruction, so you'd think keeping people's hands off of nukes would be a generally accepted way to move forward. Finding the experimental MRIV takes some time, as first you'll need to locate the 5 Keller family transcripts that are spread across the wasteland. Each one contains a number that, when strung together, becomes a passcode to a room in the base of the National Guard depot. Good luck getting there in one piece though. The depot is a maze filled with hostile robots and gun turrets that make getting to the armory no easy feat. Once you do make your way inside, you'll find the experimental MRIV. As a unique variant of the Fat Man, it fires the same mini nuke ammunition and therefore does the same amount of damage per nuke. The major difference is that the MRIV loads 8 nukes at a time. Of course, dropping a nuke on any enemy in the game is overkill, but when overkill isn't enough, then drop 8 nukes. Considering that there's only 70 mini nukes that can be found in the open world of Fallout 3 and you need 8 at a time to load this weapon, the fun you can have with it is limited. It's also limited because you're pretty likely to blow yourself up with it. Turns out the nuclear weapons are not a toy. Who knew?
Game developers obviously would probably prefer it if you enjoyed the story that they took time creating for you. So some of them don't take kindly to the fact that maybe some people decide they want to abuse the skip button or otherwise engage in any part of the game that isn't the story that they poured their blood, sweat, and tears into creating. Out-of-bounds areas, unskippable cutscenes, and player teleportation are all common techniques of putting unruly players back in their place. But some games go a step further and straight up punish you for ignoring the story. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 games that punish you for ignoring the story. Number 10. Out of Time. Shenmue. Shenmue is a 1999 action-adventure game about a young martial artist named Ryo seeking revenge for the death of his father. At least that is what it is in theory. In reality, you pretty much spend 90% of the time doing everything other than trying to find your father's killer. Because Shenmue features so many different minigames and side activities, it's really easy to forget about Ryo's actual goal and get lost in the world of arcade games, collectible gachas, and side jobs, so you can spend even more money on useless but fun distractions. However, as much fun as it can be to do anything but the main mission, you might want to get back to it at some point, because if you don't, the game will remind you of it by straight up killing you. That's right, if you ignore the main story for too long, what will end up happening is that you'll accidentally trigger a bad ending where the main villain comes back to your hometown and kills you before you can even step out of the house. Was it because he was trying to tie up loose ends, or because he got jealous of your gacha collection? Maybe if you bothered to look for him, you could actually find out. Number 9. King's Quest II: Romancing the Stones. The old point-and-click Sierra adventure games are absolutely infamous for soft-locking you with all kinds of bizarre things that you would think didn't actually matter, and then you find out 10 hours in that that random piece of garbage really did matter. The most egregious example of this might be the bridge from King's Quest II: Romancing the Stones, although at the same time, it is something that can be avoided if you just follow the story. In the game, there's an old, decrepit bridge that breaks a little every single time the player crosses it. The animation that plays out when you cross it is an indicator that the bridge is sort of on its last legs and it is deteriorating with every use. Still, if you ignore these hints and aimlessly wander around the map, the bridge will collapse after the 8th crossing, permanently preventing you from finishing the game. Moreover, the number of times you can cross the bridge is just enough to let you complete all the main objectives on both sides, so you really do need to pay attention to the story and do everything correctly, or else you might have to start all over again. It is a really bad punishment, 100%, but for some reason, and if you did miss this golden age of games, it is something that made these point-and-click adventures just so unique and special. Number 8. The Coward Ending: The Stanley Parable. The gameplay of the Stanley Parable mostly consists of defying the narration of the game's storyteller. And yet, if you decide to ignore the story completely, the game has a special kind of punishment for you: the Coward Ending. Now, the Coward Ending is triggered not by just ignoring the narrator here and there as he describes what Stanley's getting up to, but by ignoring the narrator from the very beginning of the game, which is to say, you don't even step out of your original office space. Choosing to ignore the story like this results in a long, demeaning monologue from the narrator, who will call Stanley a coward and say you're so afraid of taking the first step, you'd rather rot in the four walls of Stanley's tiny office. Although you can bring out the narrator's sassy side throughout multiple sections of the game, he only ever decides to mercilessly roast you in the Coward Ending. It's as though the developers felt kind of annoyed at the fact that you'd been noping out on listening to all the meticulous banter that they'd gone to the effort of scripting and recording, and decided they were going to absolutely make sure you paid for it. paid for it by throwing even more witty banter your way, because at the end of the day, banter is the Stanley Parable in a nutshell. Number 7, the song ending, Fury. Fury is a bullet hell game from 2016 where you play as a mysterious stranger trying to escape your very own custom-built prison by kicking the butts of 10 powerful jailers. Well, at least that's what's supposed to happen in theory. In practice, you'll usually find that you end up on the butt-kicked side of things. Because the fight ahead is so tough, you might feel like taking a break from progressing the story and staying still for a moment, just reminiscing about the times when virtual characters bombarding you with flashy orbs didn't cause you to throw controllers in uncontainable rage. This, however, can come with a pretty nasty side effect in the form of a deleted save file. By taking a break and standing idly during the section with the song, you can unlock a special secret ending where you give up your fight for freedom. It sounds pretty neat until you realize that the ending deletes your save file and all the hard work you put into defeating the first batch of bosses has ultimately gone to waste. Either you progress through the story or you don't. That's pretty much the two choices you have here. Number 6, Emma Dies, The Quarry. The Quarry, like most other supermassive titles, allows you to make up for failures and poorly made choices. And most failed attempts can be corrected if you do the rest of the sequence correctly. But that said, the developers seem to have an issue with those whose mistake is ignoring the clear signs in the story. One of the main characters, Emma, can be killed super quickly with absolutely no way of preventing it once you've made the wrong choice. It's pretty much you choose that option because you weren't paying attention and then When Emma's exploring the cabin on the island, the game makes it clear that she's being stalked by a werewolf. When the creature makes a loud thumping noise landing on the roof, you get the choice whether you want to check the sound out. The only reason why you would pick that option is either because you completely ignored what was going on in the story, or you were curious enough to ignore it and see how great the price of your decision would be. Well, it is pretty great, as Emma is instantly killed thanks to your decision, and there's nothing you can do about it. Considering don't check threatening noises is kind of horror 101, this one might be on you. Number 5, Behind on Quest, The Sims Medieval. The Sims Medieval is a Dark Ages spin-off of The Sims in which you play as questing heroes working together to build the best kingdom ever. Or not! This is a Sims game after all, so you can just kind of ignore the quests and just get on with whatever you want to do, but let it not be said that you won't pay the price for it. The main gameplay of The Sims Medieval consists of completing special quests that reward your hero Sims and their kingdom with special benefits. There technically isn't a time limit on when you're supposed to fulfill your individual objectives, so you probably will feel tempted here and there to forget about them and have some classic Sims fun. That said, after a while, you'll discover the game won't let you muck around forever. After a while, you receive a debuff for falling behind on your mission, which basically makes it trickier to progress in the story because, you haven't progressed in the story. The debuff only gets stronger the more you wait as well, and if you think you can get it back by completing objectives again, you'll find out the debuff can actually take enough progress from slackers to make its effects irreversible. Low success quality, which is what you will end up with if you go down this path, means worse rewards. So if you don't want a failed kingdom, you should probably stop slacking and do the thing you're supposed to be doing. Number 4, Killing the Little Sisters, BioShock. BioShock only has 2 endings, one where you grow old and die happily surrounded by your loved ones, and another where you go mad and start a nuclear war. Now, if that second outcome does not sound like your bag of chips, it's pretty easy to avoid it. You just have to pay attention to the glaringly obvious hints at the story that will send you down that path. The game's ending is dependent on whether or not you choose to harvest or spare little sisters you come across in the story. Harvesting, aka killing them, grants you more power in the short term, but the game also makes it pretty clear that doing so will come with some negative consequences down the line. If you ignore these story cues in favor of unlimited power, then in the finale, your preference of gameplay over story will punish you with an ending where your character becomes so drunk on his sapped power that he loses his mind, traps himself in rapture, and then randomly attacks a warhead-carrying submarine, triggering the start of a nuclear war. Maybe next time, instead of juggling which cool plasmid you're going to be focusing on next, you should pay a little bit of attention to that story. Number 3, Deadpool Doesn't Like You Pausing, Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, if you don't know, is a 2010 video game that basically did Spider-Verse before Spider-Verse did Spider-Verse. In the game, you play as 4 different Spider-Men, traveling across dimensions and fighting a wide range of Marvel characters, including everyone's favorite mercenary anti-hero, Deadpool. Like his comic book counterpart, Shattered Dimensions' version of Deadpool is pretty self-aware about his fictional existence, especially when you ignore his moment in the spotlight. During the sequence where you have to fight Deadpool, if you decide to pause the game, the loudmouth mutant will talk to you through the pause menu, calling you lazy, cowardly, boring, and all sorts of other things just because you wanted to take a little break from playing. The whole thing is absolutely on brand for Deadpool, and it's right alongside what you ended up seeing in his own game when that came out in 2013. Which is, coincidentally, another thing Shattered Dimensions did before it was cool. If you had a nickel for every time that happened, you'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Number 2, you're gonna have a bad time. Undertale. At this point, the twist premise of Undertale is pretty well-trodden ground at this point. It's so well-trodden ground that it's just a paved main street. But if for some reason you missed it and you weren't paying attention to the story, or maybe you just didn't like reading, boy, were you gonna have a bad time. Although Undertale can be played like a regular RPG with experience grinding and level scaling, in reality, the game wants you to do the opposite. Instead of slaying the monsters around the area, you're supposed to get to know them and learn how to spare them whenever they attack you, in order to gain new friends and escape the underground together. If you treat Undertale like any other RPG and ignore the story hints about the true nature of the game, then at best, you'll end up with a neutral ending, and at worst, the genocide route ending where your nonchalant monster-slaying ways lead to the toughest fight in the game with Sans. Now, this fight is meant to be a punishment for those who played this game and ignored the cutie pie personal stories of all the characters that you come across. It's a way of showing that the mentality of killing mobs and getting stronger doesn't really work in every video game scenario. Just because you can kill for more experience doesn't necessarily mean you should. Number 1, no 100% completion for you. Final Fantasy X-2. Some would argue that skipping cutscenes is an essential part of any game, especially a Final Fantasy game, where some of those cutscenes can get really long. I am not one of those people who would say you should skip cutscenes. That sounds terrible, but some would argue that. Some. Not me, but some, so let's keep going with that. And yet, the developers of Final Fantasy X-2 thought the skipping mechanic was a privilege, not a right, and made it so that skipping any dialogue or cutscene in their game would not let you get a 100% completion score. That's right, apparently you haven't played X-2 unless you devote all your attention to every single bit of dialogue in the game. If you do skip anything at any point in the game, it will cost you your completion score, and you'll actually have to replay it if you want to hit that 100%. What's worse is that your completion percentage counts towards what kind of ending you get, meaning those who let themselves ignore the long-winded dialogue of the Final Fantasy series, even during the least essential moments in the game, will get a worse ending, even if they manage to do everything else perfectly right. Maybe the writers got so self-conscious about people saying Final Fantasy has a convoluted plotline that they felt like they had to force them to watch all of it. We could do that auto-victim blaming and say that it's our fault, or we could say you really should be able to press skip and not get a bad ending. That's wild.
Now, video games are, at their very core, very silly experiences. Even if their content is incredibly serious, it's meant to be fun on some level. And you don't get more fun than when it comes to joke weapons. Because, being killed by a giant sword is one thing, but then being killed by a weapon that shoots rabid badgers at you, well, that's definitely another. So let's have a chat about them today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 joke game weapons that are secretly incredibly powerful. Number 10, The Quacker, Crackdown 2. Now, by and large, Crackdown 2 was a bit of a letdown because it borrowed just way too much from its predecessor while only making few significant changes or advancements. However, one saving grace was that it turned an almost useless Easter egg from the first game, The Quacker, into an adorably fatal device. Specifically, and as the name suggests, the Quacker is a sticky grenade disguised as a duck. Equally fitting is the fact that it's found at the Funland amusement park at the Chuck's Ducks 2 stall after the area is seized from terrorist organisation The Cell. Once planted, its eyes glow red and it emits a lovable quacking sound, eagerly awaiting your overpowered officer protagonist to hit the detonation button. When you do so, it explodes with enough energy to severely damage, if not instantly obliterate, everything around it. Without a doubt, this is one rubber ducky you don't want to toy around with in the bath. Number 9. The Golden Chicken Egg, Resident Evil 4 2023. Now, last year's Resident Evil 4 remake was widely praised for maintaining and even improving upon nearly everything that made it such an inspirational classic in the first place. In typical Capcom fashion, that meant that it was full of outlandish costumes and items, with the Golden Chicken Egg becoming Leon S. Kennedy's most ridiculous but actually cunningly effective upgraded instrument of destruction. Well, if only for just one boss fight. You see, in the original 2005 title, the Golden Chicken Egg could be sold for 3,000 pesetas. It could also be used to stun enemies or ingested to restore 100% health. Now, as alluded to with the Disgrace of the Salazar Family quest, though, the 2023 remake goes a step further by allowing you to stun antagonist Ramon Salazar and deplete 70% of his health in just one hit. Admittedly, finding a golden egg can be a tedious task. I mean, one is located around the east side of the lake after you get the boat, whereas the other requires the cubic device to unlock a treasure box in the castle's throne room. But nevertheless, being able to take down one of Resident Evil 4's nastiest baddies so quickly and humorously is a cracking good time. Number 8. The Water Pistol, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. Hideo Kojima's iconic series is ripe with tongue-in-cheek collectibles and artillery, including risque magazines, bananas, a rocket arm, and even Mario and Yoshi dolls. Although Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain's toy water pistol may actually seem like the most pointless one of them all, it's actually more tactically deadly than it superficially is jokey. Developed after Venom Snake completes Mission 18 and obtains the Children's Reward key item, the water pistol can be upgraded and is initially convenient for just putting out fires, holding up guards, stunning the parasite unit, aka the skulls, and creating noises for distractions. That being said, its true secretive potential lies in its ability to detonate mines from far away, kill electronics, and best of all, take down the Man on Fire. You see, the intended way to conquer the Man on Fire during Mission 20 is to douse him with H2O from the pipes scattered around the level, yet it's likely easier to simply shoot him with the water pistol several dozen times and watch him become increasingly annoyed and weak. Sure, it's possibly the slowest way to knock him down, but it's also delightfully sadistic and very, very silly. Number 7. The Toy Spitball Gun, Dead Rising 2. In contrast to the other entries on this list, there's scarcely a weapon throughout the entire Dead Rising franchise that's not a gag of some sort, particularly when it involves combining two or more unrelated items. Nonetheless, the Toy Spitball Gun from Dead Rising 2 and Dead Rising 2 Off the Record takes the cake when it comes to not judging a book by its comical cover. Now, ordinarily, it does precisely what you'd assume against the common undead foe, which is absolutely nothing. But when shot at the fleeing helicopter of Terra Israelity host Tyrone TK King during Case 5-2, it does a lot of damage because it's classified as a thrown object rather than an otherwise ineffective firearm or projectile. Now, why that's the case is anyone's guess, but you know what? I'm sure glad that it does that, because this boss battle is annoying. But that's not the gun's only hidden advantage either, as it can be turned into the Fire Spitter once joined with the Tiki Torch. Instead of blowing a steady stream of flames like a standard flamethrower, it shoots significantly more powerful fireballs that engulf anyone who dares crosses your path. Number 6. The Thirst Zapper, Fallout 4. Found within the 6th and final DLC for 2015's Fallout 4 Nuka World, the Thirst Zapper appears to be a joyfully retro but majorly futile water gun whose main purpose is to help with 3 Nuka-cade games: Nuka Zapper, Bandit Roundup, and Whack-A-Commie. However, once the Project Cobalt schematics, as well as the gun nut and science perks, are employed alongside the VATS targeting system, it's possible to transform the Thirst Zapper into a truly formidable firearm. Specifically, it can become the Nuka-Cola gun, which dishes out radiated Nuka-Cola damage, the Cherry Gun, which sparks small explosions, or the Quantum Gun, which causes consistently fatal nuclear blasts. Clearly, it's quite a devastating firearm when fully modified. Even in its purest form, the Thirst Zapper is able to turn the tables on Raider leader Overboss Coulter during the Taken for a Ride quest, since, you know, his power armor is electrified and therefore highly susceptible to water. It's possible to kick his butt without using the Thirst Zapper, but why wouldn't you when it's so damn fun and so very easy this way. Number 5. The Wooden Sword, Ninja Gaiden. Now, wooden swords have to be amongst the most common weapons in all of video games, with The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, Little Big Planet, The Legend of Zelda, Kingdom Hearts, and Supraland being a handful of the many titles to feature them. Even so, arguably none of them possess the same world-shattering capability as the wooden sword in 2004's Ninja Gaiden. Now, to be clear, it's not so much the initially limited wooden sword that's worthwhile, it's what happens when the tool is fully transformed into the unlabored flawlessness, following over half a dozen upgrades that warrant celebration and a lot of hesitation. Simply put, the unlabored flawlessness can perform aerial attacks and mirror some of the moves harnessed by other heavy weapons. It also has some unique combos as well. Its greatest attribute, though, is its propensity to do more damage when the player's health is low. In fact, it does 150% of its usual lethality when protagonist Ryu is at 25% health, and when he's basically on death's doorstep, it does 200%. It even glows when supercharged, which is just plain cool, and it can be purchased from Maramusa at any point during Hayabusa's journey. Number 4. The Scrambler, Enter the Gungeon. Look, there's no rule to having more than one chicken-centric example on a list, especially when the second one is as merrily goofy yet lethal as Enter the Gungeon's Scrambler gun. Now, to be fair, Devolver Digital's treasurable top-down bullet hell roguelike is packed with ridiculous items, but the Scrambler definitely outdoes them all. Basically, it's similar to the flare gun, but it fires a large egg that breaks into 5 smaller and thus deceptively dangerous homing eggs. It's inherently a strong shooter, but it gets better when synergies, which are upgrades from holding multiple weapons at once, come into play. For instance, when pairing it with the pig, it results in the bacon and egg synergy that increases the speed of the Scrambler's eggs by 50%. Likewise, the chicken flute spawns the bullet or the egg synergy that doubles the size of each shot, which breaks up into 10 smaller bullets instead of the usual 5. Other combinations, such as with the light gun, phoenix, or weird egg, lead to new effects as well, meaning that the Scrambler is remarkably menacing and versatile. Number 3. A Simple Fork, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim is just a gift that keeps on giving, being it in terms of its narrative engagement, character development, endless exploration, or, in this case, its knack for surprising players with secret weapon opportunities. Now, the Fork is a superb example of this because while it's very ineffective during the base experience and can't be upgraded, it gets a lot more heft in the Dragonborn, Dawnguard, and Hearthfire DLCs thanks to its compatibility with enchantments. In particular, pairing it with Paralyze allows it to, well, paralyze an enemy for 10 seconds. Likewise, frost damage freezes up their health and stamina, fire damage burns them, soul trap fills a soul gem with vanquished combatants, and shock damage electrifies their health and magicka. You can even add chaos damage to intensify its first strike physicality. And while all of this does apply to the knife as well, destroying people with a fork, well, it's just much funnier and more satisfying. Of course, you could use them together to double your humor and hazardousness. Number 2. The Frying Pan, Fable. Now, hitting people in the face with a frying pan is an age-old staple of slapstick comedy, so it only makes sense that you can do it in the wonderfully quirky Fable and Fable the Lost Chapters. What's not so predictable, however, is the amount of harm your culinary accessory can cause. Digging it up in the orchard farm before you find all 6 treasure clues will render it worthless since it won't do any damage or have any augmented slots. On the other hand, finding it after all the clues are uncovered results in the frying pan having up to 5 slots, and if all of them are used, well, it gets exponentially more threatening. Filling it up with mana or health augmentations recharges those abilities every time the item is used, whereas the experience augmentation grants 10% extra experience with each kill. The sharpening augmentation does the same for weapon damage, and the lightning and flame augmentations ensure that weapons are especially fatal to monsters who are already weak against those elements. There's almost no limit to how much tougher the frying pan can make you, and the bizarre face on the inside, well, that's just obviously an added treat. And number 1, the Sexy Beam, Silent Hill 3. There are many things that players might expect from the Silent Hill universe, primarily sadistic violence, grotesque monsters, and mind-bending mysteries, yet erotic extermination from a teenager probably isn't one of them. Enter Silent Hill 3's Sexy Beam, which is only available if our main hero Heather Mason has both the transform costume wand and the Heather Beam. Basically, Heather needs to use the wand to become her alter ego Princess Heart, whose Sailor Moon-esque attire and posing definitely make for some uncomfortable viewing for someone her age. If the Heather Beam is equipped as well, it'll turn into the even more savage Sexy Beam, which combines the Heather Beam's projectiles and targeting acquiring lasers into a single high-powered strike, complete with flickering white hearts. She can also shoot rays from her glowing eyes in what feels like an unsettling allusion to the hallway scene in Ghostbusters 2. Additionally, unlike the Heather beam, the sexy beam doesn't even drain Heather's stamina, so she's consistently able to be at the height of her formidableness. This makes it a scarily salacious force to be reckoned with, but when you look at it, it's downright weird and even more hilarious. Now, nothing sells a video game to the masses quite like the promise of realism and immersion, because who amongst us doesn't want to escape reality and disappear into a rich, teeming game world? And though tireless pursuits of photorealistic visuals has certainly become a divisive subject in the current period of relentless games industry layoffs, it's nevertheless evident that the average player will still be drawn to games that both look and feel real. And that's what we're here to talk about today. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 of the most realistic PS5 games. Number 10, The Last of Us Part 2. The Last of Us Part 2 is the summation of everything that Naughty Dog had worked on prior to its release. For while the character models are some of the most impressively believable in gaming history and the diverse environments feel staggeringly lived in, it's the deeply human storytelling which takes it to the next level. Whether you ultimately vibed with its bolder storytelling choices or not, The Last of Us Part 2 showed human beings in all of their stripped down, raw ugliness in ways that few video games ever have. And even more than that, it achieves the impressive feat of making its plentiful violence feel absolutely nauseating. For as expertly designed as the combat is, there's nothing sexy or particularly even fun about taking down hordes of enemies, and by the end of its 20+ hour playtime, there's a good chance that you'll feel completely sick of killing people. That the NPCs tout some of the most advanced AI routines and expressions the medium has ever seen sure doesn't hurt either. Number 9, Death Stranding. While Death Stranding's more out there supernatural elements are of course the furthest thing from realistic, the meat of the gameplay experience is one of the most breathtakingly authentic you can experience on PS5. Now, it's often said half-jokingly that Kojima cooked up the world's most advanced walking simulator with Death Stranding, given its mesmerizingly photoreal environments and the painstaking manner with which players must traverse them with hefty cargo. Boldly, the combat ends up feeling like an afterthought compared to the environmental navigation, where knowing which route to take and how aggressively to organize your wares becomes a brilliantly infuriating puzzle. It so uniquely captures the thrill of taking off into the wilderness on a hike, albeit with the considerably greater peril involved. All the same, you can practically smell the sea air and feel the sand between your toes when trudging through the game's world, ensuring Kojima has left one hell of a high bar for the impending sequel. Number 8, Gran Turismo 7. Now, it would be remiss not to include a racing game on this list, and on the PS5 there's simply no racer more realism obsessed than Gran Turismo 7. Per the racing simulator's lineage, GT7 retains its predecessor's emphasis on mind-bogglingly photorealistic vehicles and environments, combined with tight handling that, with a steering wheel, basically feels like the real thing. But you can actually take things to another level if you've got the PlayStation VR 2, or more likely a friend with one, given that the game has full-fat VR support. The result is nothing short of astonishing. It's the closest thing that you'll get to feeling like you're in a racing car for real, but on a PS5. While Gran Turismo's famous commitment to realism isn't to all tastes, hence the popularity of the more arcade-friendly Forza Horizon franchise, it's an absolute godsend for petrolheads craving the most immersively true-to-life experience possible. Number 7, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. Now, though nobody believes that Avatar's world of Pandora actually exists for real, though I'm pretty sure most of us wish that it did, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora is such an eye-wateringly beautiful visual feast that it's incredibly easy to be seduced by the illusion. Though Frontiers of Pandora adheres to many of the open-world Ubisoft tropes that we've all grown very tired of over the years, this is mitigated somewhat by the immersive qualities of this world. To call the game a looker is quite the understatement indeed. Every square inch of Pandora depicted in the game has clearly been tirelessly labored over, ensuring that even the most insignificant piece of flora or fauna feels like a tangible living thing. In a gaming generation that's felt relatively underwhelming so far in terms of technological advancement, Frontiers of Pandora offers up a true next-gen visual experience, courtesy of Ubisoft's killer Snowdrop engine. For the game to come within spitting distance of the lifelike qualities of James Cameron's Avatar movies is no small feat, ensuring that while the story and gameplay are relatively familiar, you'll want to spend hours in this lush game world regardless. Number 6, Metro Exodus. Metro Exodus is one of the most realism-focused video games you'll ever play. Even though it doesn't offer a fully open-world experience, the hub locations are truly stunning creations in their own right. Exodus is one hell of a handsome game, and only made all the more impressive to behold via the free PS5 update that released back in 2021. While it can't match the scale and scope of, say, a Fallout game, it leaves Bethesda in the dust when it comes to its visuals, visuals, with its realistic weather patterns and disturbingly photoreal depictions of a post-apocalyptic landscape. Furthermore, the HUD is integrated into the game world itself, ensuring there's no barrier placed between it and the player, and the level of detail that 4A games put into even the most basic movement animations was flabbergasting. In a game that's all about the minutiae of survival, the many little details really do add up. Number 5, the Callisto Protocol. Now, the Callisto Protocol may have proven relatively divisive upon its release, but the spiritual successor to Dead Space is nevertheless one of the most stunningly lifelike video games ever released, and certainly so in the survival horror genre. Now, the gorgeous dingy environments and perfect lighting effects are one thing, but it's the detail of the human characters that really takes this one over the top. Developer Striking Distance Studios boasted pre-release that the Callisto Protocol would feature the most realistic human models ever featured in a video game, and honestly, it is tough to argue with that. Hell, they even went ahead and ray traced the characters' eyeballs. Combine this with the game's deeply immersive no HUD experience, just like Dead Space, and it's little surprise that many players assumed the initial gameplay reveal was actually a pre-rendered bullshot rather than genuine in-engine gameplay. As fantastical and heightened as the game itself might be, the moment-to-moment character visuals and movement feel astoundingly true to life. Number 4, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Now, it was just a matter of time before a CD Projekt Red game showed up on this list, of course, and The Witcher 3's 2020 next-gen update made an already transfixing masterpiece even more engrossing. The continent is simply one of the most slavishly believable open worlds ever conceived, dripping with detail no matter where you go. But because eye-popping scenery isn't enough, the quests and characters are so brilliantly detailed dense as to make everything feel truly alive, which is a rarity even in the most studiously engineered open world games. And even though PS5 players sadly can't benefit from the incredible bevy of realism mods available on PC, that a near-decade-old game continues to feel this richly, pervasively tangible no matter how gaming has changed, well, it's a monumental achievement. If you want a vibrant, lush game world to drink in, The Witcher 3 boasts wonders aplenty regardless of what you're actually doing in-game. Number 3, Alan Wake 2. Even accepting that it's a decidedly not realistic survival horror game narratively speaking, Alan Wake 2 was an undeniable landmark for its almost unsettlingly lifelike visual details. Benefiting massively from Nvidia's coveted ray construction technology, every aspect of the game's aesthetic design, from the lighting of environments to the finer intricacies of characters' skin, is unfathomably rendered in painstaking detail. But perhaps the most impressive thing about Alan Wake 2 is how seamlessly it blends live-action video footage with in-engine gameplay. The in-game recreations of actual human beings proving true enough that it's not always immediately obvious when a transition has actually taken place. Given that the game is hardly a monstrous AAA behemoth budget-wise, though it certainly wasn't cheap, its accomplishments are all the more laudable, using its note-perfect rendition of realistic lighting conditions and human expressiveness to make the horror within that much more unnerving. Number 2, Cyberpunk 2077. Though Cyberpunk 2077 isn't universally beloved like The Witcher 3, there's little denying the utterly hypnotic allure of its open world. Night City is easily one of the most detail-packed locales featured in any video game, such that despite transpiring in a world far flung from our own reality, getting lost in the teeming metropolis is basically effortless. Whether you're playing at 60 FPS or 30 FPS with ray tracing enabled on PS5, every facet of the game world feels like you're able to reach out and touch it, well, that is, except for the screen being in your way and all. Even as obviously detached as Cyberpunk is from basically everything that we know, as a rendition of a cinematic dystopia packed to the gills with living, breathing human characters, it passes the sniff test and then some. Although to be fair, sniffing Night City probably isn't that good. I mean, there's vapors everywhere. Years removed from its launch foibles and further enhanced by the brilliant Phantom Liberty update, Cyberpunk feels so physically palpable you might even feel a little sad that Night City isn't a real place. And number 1, Red Dead Redemption 2. Though we're sadly still waiting for an official next-gen update for Red Dead Redemption 2, playing the game on PS5 does nevertheless offer some minor performance boosts, making one of the most immersive video games ever made all that much more real. It goes without saying that RDR2 offers up an almost inexplicably believable open-world sandbox for players to explore, but beyond that is also packed with an ungodly amount of tiny details, from the extensive NPC behavioral routines to a fully functional animal ecosystem, scientifically accurate lunar cycles, and even the need to regularly clean your weapons. Hell, the sluggish, even clunky manner with which protagonist Arthur Morgan controls actually left some fans complaining that Rockstar made the game feel too realistic for its own good, ultimately coming at the expense of the fun factor. It is nevertheless a testament to Rockstar's basically peerless commitment to the finer details, and it goes without saying that their upcoming Grand Theft Auto 6 will almost certainly earn itself a spot on this list the next time around.
Sometimes you just gotta brawl, especially if that brawl is very worth taking on but is easily missed. Hidden areas reward exploration for those willing to stumble off the beaten path, and sometimes these areas lead you to a pretty epic boss fight. From shooters to MMOs, these are the 10 hidden adversaries you can find outside of the established rosters. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 open-world video game bosses you must find. Number 10, The Agony, The Division 2. Kicking off the list is Tom Clancy's The Division 2, one of Ubisoft's major live service productions that's achieved somewhat middling success over its 6-year history. Following a somewhat lukewarm response to the 2014 original, Division 2 has fixed plenty of those issues and seems to become more of a cult favorite. The Division is all about taking on rival factions in an America devastated by a vicious pandemic. The sequel's take on Washington, D.C. serves the backdrop to the action, with player squads taking on both PvE and PvP combat and gathering many loot items along the way. Then there was the DC Outskirts Expeditions DLC, which added the Manning National Zoo to the world map. Under the guidance of Reddit user Arclight079, a hidden boss called the Agony was found by shooting 5 beehives displays in the zoo and then interacting with a panel. This triggers the arrival of a heavily armed hazmat soldier that appears to take inspiration from Metal Gear Solid 3's The Pain. The boss also offers you some rare loot if you can take him down, so that's always worth it. Number 9, Silver Lionel, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Easily one of the most highly acclaimed games of all time, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild offers total freedom in its open world, allowing the player to tackle enemies, shrines, and bosses in any order they wish. For the most part, the game will offer up greater challenges the further in you get. Once you've powered up Link and awakened a great beast or two, the enemies scale up even further, culminating in the elusive Silver Lionel. These are the toughest variants of the dangerous centaurs. Having been imbued with Calamity Ganon's magic, they offer a tough challenge for even the most seasoned players. The location of the Silver Lionels across the map can vary depending on your game progress, though generally they can be found in the Akala Wildlands and the North Tabantha Snowfield. These formidable foes have a massive health pool and deliver lightning-fast attacks that require near-perfect dodges, so, go in with a plan if you're going to take them on. Number 8, Valkyries, God of War. The 4th God of War title stands as one of the best exclusives the PlayStation 4 has to offer. Swapping out its hack-and-slash formula for a full-on adventure mode, the more mature story and setting made it a huge hit. Once you've cleared out most of the Norse god pantheon, one threat remains, the Valkyries. In Norse mythology, they're a group of powerful women who choose to live and die on the battlefield. In God of War, they serve as the ultimate challenge for those who've mastered the game's already difficult combat. In keeping with the mythological roots, there are 9 of these flying warriors to be found across the map, and you'll take on each of them one at a time. Each member of the circle has their own fighting style and unique loot if you're able to take them down. They can be found in several areas between the main mountain and the Council of Valkyries. It all builds up to Sigrun, Queen of the Valkyries, and by far the toughest enemy in the entire game. Coming out on top in this ultimate battle bestows Kratos and Atreus with the finest loot in God of War. Number 7, The Wither, Minecraft. Despite being probably the most successful indie release of all time, Minecraft didn't originally have any bosses or really any goals to speak of at all, and it sort of just thrived on the back of its explore and create modes. As the game grew into the juggernaut it is today, it became a more cohesive experience, and this manifested itself with the survival mode. Starting out with no resources, it's up to the player to build structures, shelters, and eventually track down a portal to the end. Once players have destroyed the Ender Dragon, the game effectively ends. Those who carried on the survival mode eventually stumbled across a second boss, one that couldn't be found anywhere in the game's open world. The Wither was added via the 1.4.2 update in 2012 and appears in the main overworld. The Wither is player-made and an entirely optional boss initiated through crafting. You'll need 4 blocks of soul sand and 3 Wither skeleton skulls from the Nether. Put all the pieces together and be ready for a very difficult fight. Muscle your way through and you'll get the rare Nether Star, which can be used to fashion a beacon. Number 6, The Nameless King, Dark Souls 3. For over a decade now, Soulsborne games have been tearing up the gaming charts, both critically and commercially, establishing themselves as some of the biggest juggernauts in the gaming industry. Much of the charm behind the series stems from its intentionally vague narrative, which conjures up many mysteries within its world. The player is encouraged to explore and discover on their own to unravel the deeper workings of the world. This is also true in the case of the many hidden bosses that can be found throughout the settings of each game. In Dark Souls 3, the series took the franchise's secret adversaries to their highest point yet, with the Nameless King. While initially the player makes their way through the Great Belfry to ring a large bell, many would consider that area complete. But those who ventured back to Archdragon Peak afterwards will stumble across a colossal opponent. Riding in on a mighty dragon, the Nameless King is considered one of the absolute toughest bosses in the game. You'll have to dodge attacks from the King's spear, and there's very little room to get hits in yourself, as the boss constantly leaps around the arena. You may need a co-op buddy or two to help bring him down, but let us know in that comment box how you fared with him. Number 5. Abaddon Mutants, Rage 2. Of the numerous IPs under id Software's banner, there's an argument to be made that Rage is the most underutilized. Almost a decade after the original title was released to a tepid critical reception, the series was revived with a new wacky style under the helm of Avalanche Studios. While it met with a mostly mixed critical reception, Rage 2 did offer some enjoyment on occasion. Its open world was guilty of many checkbox-style cliches, but there were some hidden enemies to be found among its mostly generic objectives, like the Abaddon Crusher mutants. Now, these mini-bosses can be found across the map, although their exact spawning locations will depend on whereabouts you are on the map. They can be taken on as part of both leveling up and an achievement. In addition, they can also be taken on foot or in one of the many vehicles on offer. 7 mutant crushers are up for extermination, and while the first is tackled as part of the main storyline, the other 6 are out in the wasteland. Each one of them sports an inflated health bar and can take a ton of punishment. Hunting these giants requires solid equipment, preparation, and more than a little patience before engaging. Number 4. Cake Boss, Assassin's Creed Unity. With Ubisoft's insistence that a new AC game should come out every year, Unity arrived to, some problems. We'll just say some problems. Following a rocky launch riddled with frightening facial bugs, Unity has managed to achieve a somewhat higher recognition among the fan base since its launch. Much like previous entries in the franchise, it's all about exploring a historical setting, completing missions, and partaking in various side objectives. Despite the size of its worlds, AC games are very rarely known for their boss fights, but there is something interesting packed into Unity, even though it took players a little while to find. Across the map, there are 5 unassuming cakes waiting to be devoured. After doing so, you'll need to head to Luxembourg Garden. A giant cake awaits with an aristocrat standing on top. Attempting to eat this giant dessert will trigger a fight with the foe, who possesses far more health than regular enemies. In a game so committed to representing a realistic vision of revolutionary Paris, the cake boss stands out as a real oddity. A delightful oddity, but an oddity nonetheless. Winning the battle gives you a healthy amount of money, a hidden achievement, and fireworks for your trouble. Number 3. Adamantis, Final Fantasy XV. After many years of stagnation, the Final Fantasy franchise made something of a comeback with its 15th mainline entry. It certainly didn't satisfy everybody, but it was an improvement on 13's lackluster and overly linear effort. As Prince Noctis, you fight alongside your companions to reclaim your kingdom, and much of your travels take place in the tricked-out regalia. Taking on giant monsters with colossal health bars has always been a series staple, and the developers have often added hidden adversaries. These can only be tackled once you've leveled up to the max, and also done some exploring off the beaten path. The latest effort under this tradition is Adamantis, who first appeared in the dazzling CGI trailers leading up to release. The giant tortoise sits alongside the most powerful super bosses in the title, and I believe is also the oldest and largest baddie in the setting. That's cool. Boasting a staggering 5,624,400 health points and ranked at level 99, it's undoubtedly one of the greatest challenges for Noctis and his crew. Adamantis can be found at any point in the game, but to do so, the player needs to use the Umbra and obtain the Let Sleeping Mountains Lie quest. Number 2. Flemeth, Dragon Age Origins. While Dragon Age Origins is less of an open world game, as so far as we've been talking about them up until this point, there are open world sections and a whole bunch of standard RPG open world things that you'd expect to do as you make your way across Ferelden. Often quests can reveal themselves through interactions with your party and the way they respond to your decisions throughout the game. One companion who tags along with you is Morrigan, a witch whose motives are rarely made clear. Over the course of the game, you learn of Morrigan's mother Flemeth, and the quest Flemeth's Real Grimoire comes to light. This reveals a hidden battle. You can either let Flemeth leave or do battle, prompting the character's greatest secret to come to light. What you thought was just an old lady you were beating up, no, I'm sure you at least thought it was a witch, was actually a high dragon. She shapeshifts into a level 15 high dragon with health of no less than 3,555 hit points. Good luck. If you're able to slay the beast, Morrigan receives some high-level items and a large amount of approval points towards the protagonist. Number 1. Engineer Omega Plug, World of Warcraft. Wrapping up, we have World of Warcraft, a guilty pleasure for some and a harbinger for some of the biggest gaming communities around. Exploring Azeroth is one of the game's biggest draws. With such a vast and ever-growing landscape to explore, there's sure to be a secret or two lurking off the beaten path. Hidden areas have already proven popular among WoW's massive community, but there's also a boss or two waiting to be discovered. Inside Gnomeregan, there's another foe to tackle beyond the base quest. Usually after taking out Metgnir Thermoplug, and I've never played WoW, so I had to look up whether I was being trolled or if these were real names, and they are, usually you'd finish up the raid and return back to the overworld. However, search around the room for a pillar and you can unearth a small push me button, which spawns an even tougher opponent. Engineer Omega Plug, in addition to being a difficult boss, also spawns bombs that need to be deactivated first. Dodging spells is tricky enough, but the move Maximum Repair will need to be cancelled out unless you want the boss healing himself completely mid-battle. Is that something you want? Again, I don't play WoW. Is that something you want? Wild Green Goo? Let me know in the comments, because someone's got to explain this to me.
Okay, so easy isn't a word that exists in the game development handbook. The most watertight pitch can sound like a money printing idea on paper, but still, colourful words don't magically become working code without hundreds, sometimes thousands of talented hands working in unison, and even the most surefire of hits can fall apart at the last second. So let's have a chat about them then. As I'm Jules, this is WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 obvious video game home runs that somehow failed. Number 10, the Titanfall series. Now granted, it's cheating a little to lump both entries in Respawn's cult classic series together, but in this instance it is worth looking at the bigger picture. And why is that? Well, because incidentally both installments suffered commercial failure for wildly different reasons. Titanfall snapped up over 60 awards for its debut showing at E3 2013, and when it rolled around less than a year later, release scores mimicked that initial success. Considering the FPS pedigree employed by Respawn, sublime gameplay was a given, but everything else fell below par. Poor netcode, the total lack of a single-player campaign, and the eternal struggle of establishing a new IP all contributed to Titanfall's, well, fall. So Respawn went back to the drawing board with Titanfall 2. The sequel rectified every criticism of the original. The campaign mode is one of the best that you'll find in any FPS, and then some, and improved in every other area, but unfortunately fell far short of sales projections nonetheless. EA, in its infinite wisdom as an industry-leading publisher, decided to engage in self-sabotage and drop Titanfall 2 between the launch of its own Battlefield 1 and Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, two massive IPs compared to Respawn's. To this day, nobody knows what the suits at EA were smoking to think that competing with itself was smart business acumen. Number 9, Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection. At this stage, Star Wars Battlefront is nothing but a cursed IP. The so-called Classic Collection, a compendium of Pandemic's first two original games, launched back in March of this year and swiftly earned universally negative scores across the board. Network issues aplenty ruined any chances of fans embarking on nostalgia-fueled adventure in a galaxy far, far away, and that was just the first offense. If you want an idea of just how short-sighted the business decisions proved to be this time around, well, 3 64-player servers were available at launch. 3. A far cry from the number needed to accommodate players in their thousands. Sure, additional server space was deployed not long after, but once people were in, all that awaited them was a technical mess of bugs and questionable design choices. No attempt to modernize controls, missing cinematics, and the kicker of all of this, the use of fan-made content without the creator's permission. All of which resulted in what should have been an easy win appearing as little more than a quick cash grab. Now, the original Battlefront games are revered for a reason, but this lazy port does not make it easy to see why. In hindsight, that Aspire's in charge of the upcoming Knights of the Old Republic remake is a worrying prospect to say the least. Number 8, Assassin's Creed 3. So let's be real, Assassin's Creed wasn't great. I mean, sure, it was a solid first entry in what would become Ubisoft's biggest cash cow, but it wouldn't be until a sequel was released in 2009 that the IP took off. That's thanks in large part to criticisms of Altair's adventure being taken into account. Still, it can't be stressed enough that the most important ingredient for success was Ezio. Even now, with 13 titles under its belt, Ezio remains AC's most memorable protagonist. But this lad finally hanging up his robes at the climax of Revelations was a sad day indeed, not least because his successor would prove to be inferior in every regard. Connor was devoid of the charisma, wit and personality of his forebear, a drawback not at all helped by the fact that AC3's hero unwittingly found himself plonked in a setting objectively inferior to Middle Ages Europe. Well, at least as far as architecture was concerned. Boston, New York and Philadelphia circa the 1700s lacked the concrete playground vibes established in the previous games and suffered as a result. Parkour, which was a core component of the series, was diminished and, to add insult to injury, the faux historical narrative was dull to boot. Number 7. Diablo 4. Now, Diablo 4's campaign experience is fantastic. If you count yourself as a casual gamer and the term endgame is alien to you, well, Blizzard's long-awaited sequel will be right up your alley. Unfortunately for the masses who count everything post-credits to be the real meat of what an ARPG has to offer, the world of Sanctuary is sorely lacking. Remember, this series prides itself on replayability, promising untold hours of entertainment grinding for the perfect loot. Get stronger, hit the demon harder. It's a tried and tested gameplay loop as popular today as it was in the 90s, and that's all present and accounted for in Diablo 4, but the problem on launch, and arguably even still to this day, is Blizzard's 21st century approach to endgame design. Tree of Whispers, World Tiers, Altars of Lilith, Renown, there's plenty of content to engage with in the endless pursuit of power, but none of it is exciting. To be as blunt as possible, no individual portion of the gear treadmill feels organic. Couple uninteresting design with boring incremental loot upgrades, and it's little wonder why Blizzard has spent the better part of a year attempting to rectify its mistakes for hardcore audiences. Number 6. Brink. Billed as a harmonious amalgamation of strategy, freedom of movement and tight shmup gameplay, Brink looked primed to deliver a revolutionary competitive experience back in the early 2010s. Smashing together DNA from Mirror's Edge, Call of Duty and Team Fortress 2 to form a cohesive experience was always going to be an ambitious aspiration. And despite topping most anticipated lists all over the shop before release, Human Head Studios ultimately fell foul of biting off more than it could chew. Not that there was anything inherently wrong with the end product. Contemporary reviews near unanimously agreed that what Human Head shipped showed ample promise that could be built upon with future updates. The problem was that it was unfinished and lacked any semblance of balance critical to ensuring the longevity of what was primarily intended to be a competitive team-based affair. Games like these live and die based on the level of post-launch support afforded to them. Brink received very little and suffered as a result. Now technically it's still playable, official servers still remain live, but you'll be hard-pushed to find another human on them. Number 5. Final Fantasy XIII. Final Fantasy XIII, much like its central character's namesake, was supposed to be lightning in a bottle. Thanks to two stellar, critically acclaimed predecessors in Final Fantasy X and XII, Square was on a streak of success with its flagship IP, and even had the added benefit of releasing the 13th installment on next-gen hardware to generate additional hype. Moreover, the studio publicly likened aspects of XIII's character design to Final Fantasy VII, specifically making lightning reminiscent of Cloud Strife, which was music to the ears. And we all said to ourselves there was no way, based on precedent, that failure was possible. But we all know how swiftly that confidence turned into despair, and for Square, it should never really have come as a surprise. Shockingly, stripping a core gameplay feature from a series 13 game deep is a pretty surefire way to piss off a sizable portion of the fanbase, and that's exactly what 13 achieved by doing away with the open world exploration for the first 25 hours of its runtime, making everything before Grand Pulse feel like a long-winded tutorial. But that wasn't the only offense. Lightning, Snow, Vanille, Hope, and the remaining retinue of main characters in 13 never felt like a cohesive unit, unlike most previous games. Many of them were dull, shallow facsimiles of heroes from yesteryear, and it all was poor form. Number 4. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Now here we have a case study of why pandering to a highly specific audience is always a bad idea. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, just like its forebears, was supposed to be a celebration of the characters belonging to both studios in balls-to-the-wall fan service like no other. What it ended up being, though, was a thinly veiled attempt to capitalize on the success of the MCU by omitting a huge number of popular Marvel mainstays that had yet to appear in Disney-owned live action. Now there's a reason, after all, that Captain Marvel and Iron Man found themselves the poster child for this entry in the series. Frustratingly, the nuts and bolts of Infinite were mechanically pretty sound and arguably superior in some ways to MVC3, though that did come at the expense of no fan-favourite X-Men appearing on the roster. The AWOL status of Charles Xavier's gifted children combined with character models and animations animation straight out of Uncanny Valley territory, led to Infinite earning the unwanted status of being the rogue of the family. Unsurprisingly, there's been no talk of sequels since, and judging by Infinite's poor sales, Capcom's going to think twice before revisiting what was once the best crossover series in gaming. Sad times. Number 3, SimCity 2013. Now, if there's any overarching theme to be gleaned from this video, it's that EA has an ability to do itself over which is unparalleled in the gaming space. 2013's SimCity was supposed to be a grand modernization of the seminal city building series that kickstarted itself in the late 80s. And leading up to the release, everything looked fine. SimCity looked the part and finally transitioned itself to fully 3D environments, and also aimed to provide unparalleled immersion via the introduction of multiplayer. City owners were able to establish concrete playgrounds in the same space and coexist, or the opposite if you were role-playing as a ruthless asshole if you so wished. But looks aren't everything, because when the doors opened to the public in 2013, no disaster relief team on the planet could save this digital landscape. Egregious technical issues completely engulfed the post-release conversation. Only fueling the inevitable hate train headed straight for EA HQ was the revelation that an internet connection was mandatory to play, even if the player wanted to go solo. Not being able to save progress offline and total network outages attributed to server overload and resulted in a messy launch that Maxis never really recovered from, leading to its closure in 2015. Number 2, Anthem. When even the staff responsible for creating a game haven't the foggiest idea of what it's about, that should be the first sign that trouble is brewing, and that is exactly what happened with BioWare's first foray into the live service market. The final result, without hyperbole, ended up being one of gaming's biggest ever blunders. Anthem was supposed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Bungie's Destiny as the ultimate offering of an always online, evolving world, which, to be fair, it's achieved sort of. The issue, thanks to the lack of foresight, as well as arrogance on the behalf of BioWare's management that it could do no wrong, was that Anthem didn't know what it wanted to be, let alone its creator. It was only when the IP was officially announced at E3 2017 that BioWare staff realized what they were seeing on screen was the very same game they were working on, and by then, it was already too late to ship anything resembling the tech demo. What did ship in 2019 was a disjointed mess of ideas with no direction and a worrying lack of content. Jason Schreier's 2019 expose for Kotaku provides an excellent in-depth breakdown of events that preceded one of gaming's biggest blunders, but suffice to say, Anthem was doomed from the word go. And number 1, Cyberpunk 2077. Okay, so living up to expectations is never easy. CD Projekt Red had a figurative Everest to climb following up on The Witcher 3, with something as grand and ambitious in scope, and indeed folded under pressure as a result. Accounting for the disastrous post-launch, it's easy to forget how much hype followed Cyberpunk 2077's pre-release. The dystopian action RPG was hailed as the second coming in gaming before it even went to print. If nothing else, such assuredness only spoke to the quality of Geralt's video game adventures. This science fiction romp eventually manifested in 2020 and only a travesty followed. Initially downplaying accusations of cut content, game-breaking bugs and poor performance on last-gen hardware, CDPR ultimately found itself forced to confront Cyberpunk's problems head-on. Sony pulled V's troubled story from its digital stores, class action lawsuits were filed, and apologies were written. And years would pass until the stigma of its initial release would soften, and only with the release of expansion Phantom Liberty would many fans offer forgiveness for the sins of the past.
Sometimes a carefully crafted, highly elaborate mechanic just gets pushed aside and forgotten by most players. Said feature might be detailed and maybe even useful, but no one's ever going to touch it because it's either too complicated, too irrelevant in the larger scheme of things, or it's just too easily forgotten as you progress through the game and move on to other things. These mechanics do deserve their own spotlight, however, as they can be extremely beneficial or even open up new aspects of the gameplay you'd never thought existed. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 powerful video game features nobody uses, even though they should. Number 10, restaurant battles. Pokemon X and Y. Pokemon X and Y takes place in the France-inspired region of Kalos, which includes plenty of fancy gourmet restaurants in its capital, Lumiere City. The restaurants come with their own unique battle mode, which requires you to finish a sequence of battles with the restaurant staff members in a specific number of turns in order to eat the meals they serve at just the right moment. limit. The battles can be quite chaotic and fun, but since the restaurants are scattered in the most remote parts of Lumio City, the feature is usually ignored and forgotten on most people's playthroughs. And that's a shame considering restaurant battles are secretly one of the best ways to earn money. It might sound counterintuitive considering you have to pay for your meals at the restaurants, but every time you finish your dining experience with a perfect score, the restaurant owners will reward you with rare and expensive mushrooms, and these you can sell for huge amounts of cash. Going on restaurant tours throughout the city can make you rich incredibly fast, and best of all, you can repeat the process daily for infinite profits. It kind of makes you wonder how these restaurants manage to stay afloat, but that feels like a them problem. Number 9. Trap making. Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age Origins comes with a really expansive crafting system which lets you create your own potions, poisons, and traps, depending on which skill you specialize your character in. Most players tend to stick to the first two because making traps is super annoying and not worth it. That's just my opinion. That was not in the article. Using the crafting mechanic can help you stack up on healing salves and concoctions whenever you're running low. But that said, the trap making skill is typically ignored as laying down traps feels like it's the absolute worst thing ever. And I hate doing trap in games. Traps feel time-consuming, and making them requires quite a few custom ingredients that take up precious inventory space. However, creating and using your own traps is secretly one of the most overpowered tactics in the game. Setting up the right sequence of traps can help you kill and neutralize most of your enemies before your party even has to enter combat. The traps are incredibly cost efficient, especially if you make them yourself, and they can immediately set any battle in your favor, even when fighting far stronger opponents. It's actually why trap making has become a trademark of Dragon Age Origins solo runs, and why lone Grey Wardens are usually crazed MacGyvers, killing hordes of Darkspawn with makeshift death zones of tripwires and booby traps. And really, they should get to be killing machines, and so should you if you invest in trap making, because you deserve a win for engaging in the deep, deep tedium that is this game mechanic that I hate. Number 8. The Syringa Rifle, Fallout 4. The Syringa is a rare weapon from Fallout 4 which allows you to shoot custom chemically infused darts at your enemies. While the premise of that weapon sounds fun, most people tend to sell it or keep it stashed in their settlement as the ammunition for the weapon is difficult and quite tedious to craft. I guess you could call it the trap making of ammunition. It requires you to brew each dart individually using rare chemicals and ingredients. Well, except there's one dart type that's actually pretty easy to make, and if you know what you're doing, it'll completely change the way you think about the syringa. The pack syringa is a type of syringa ammo that's crafted using only a mud fruit, Nuka-Cola, and a piece of steel. When fired, it has the chance to turn the hit enemy non-hostile, which in turn opens up a world of possibilities for you. With enemies pacified, you can steal their weapons, take them out one by one, or even pickpocket their fusion cores if they're wearing power armor, forcing them to step out of it and leave it free for the taking. The pack syringa is the only ammunition in the game capable of this, so be sure not to sleep on the syringa, or else you'll miss out on a lot of broken fun. Unless you sleep on the syringa, literally. Don't do that. Number 7. Crafting. Neverwinter Nights 2. Neverwinter Nights 2 is a Dungeons & Dragons based RPG set in the tabletop iconic world of Faerun. Like its source material, the game comes with crafting skills that allow you to dabble in alchemy, blacksmithing, enchanting, and more. The crafting system is massively expansive, but most people who played the game have never even touched it, as the process of making anything on your own is ridiculously complicated and requires you to put so much effort into understanding it that you'd rather just stick to all the fun action and rely on whatever items you find in the wild instead. However, those who bother to master Neverwinter's crafting system are the only ones who get to play with the absolute best gear in the game. Crafting lets you create unique items like the Holy Adamantine Sword and Mithril Armor, which beat anything you can find in the endgame. And yes, that includes even the Silver Sword, the supposed most powerful weapon in the game, which serves as the centerpiece of the main storyline. Reading the recipe books, finding the right stations, and leveling up your skills is a pain, definitely, but the rewards you get for your efforts totally justify the sacrifices. Number 6. Group Stretching. Animal Crossing New Horizons. Version 2.0 of Animal Crossing has introduced a new feature called group stretching, which lets you exercise with your villagers via a special tape deck near the resident services building. Because the feature normally uses Joy-Cons for controls and requires a bit of time to complete, most players tend to keep it off their list of daily chores, seeing it as something of the trap making of Animal Crossing. Does Animal Crossing already have traps? Maybe that's the trap making of Animal Crossing. Anyway, it's a mechanic they do once or twice and then they completely forget about. However, completing your group stretching exercises isn't just some kind of gimmick for promoting getting your dailies. There's actually a lot of in-game benefits, including prizes and hidden bonuses. Each completed group stretching activity rewards you with unique items, like a leotard outfit and exercise gear, which you can't get in any other way. And as a hidden feature, it can even attract unique NPCs that wouldn't normally arrive on your island that particular day. The stretching minigame is certainly worth investing some time into, and if you really don't want to get your daily exercise in, you can always just switch to button mode, which replaces the motion tracking. So you can just keep sitting down and reaping those rewards. Number 5. Photo ops, Dead Rising. Though Dead Rising's protagonist Frank West is technically a journalist, when it comes to gameplay, most players tend to focus on the "I've covered wars" part of his line of work rather than getting the latest scoop. There is a photography mechanic in the game, but it's typically ignored in favor of the more exciting activity of bashing zombies with improvised weaponry. Makes sense. However, the photo op system of Dead Rising is actually a pretty useful feature, and in many cases, it can be as fun, if not more, than your typical rampage across Willamette Mall. Capturing specific scenarios with your camera, such as scenes of brutality, horror, or for some reason erotica, of course, can earn you thousands of prestige points, which are used to level up your character and provide him with more health points. Taking the time to whip out your camera at the right time will level up Frank incredibly fast. Plus, it can be pretty fun to hunt for the perfect photo op with the most points, especially if the photo involves setting up a gory chain reaction of exploding zombie parts and gag items for the perfect combo of themes and bonuses. Number 4. Custom apartment lots, The Sims 2. Although most Sims players are completely oblivious to it, Sims 2's Apartment Life expansion pack allows you to build your own custom apartment lots to provide your Sims with affordable housing, complete with whatever amenities you want to place in them. The feature is an incredibly useful tool for both town builders and life simulation fans, as it gives you total control over the looks and price of the new apartments, letting you fit their style into your community and providing a cheap alternative to the pricier pre-built apartment lots that come with the expansion pack. The reason why this amazing mechanic flies under so many people's radars is because it requires you to use the console command to register a lot as an apartment complex. In order to do so, you need to press Ctrl-Shift-C and then type change lot zoning apartment base. Once the lot is equipped with the right doors and objects, your sim will be able to move in and enjoy a new life together in a fully customized lot of your own design. It's a bit tricky to get the exact requirements, but once you learn them, you'll be able to turn any town into a thriving metropolis. Number 3. The Internet, Grand Theft Auto 5. With all the excitement of car chases, shootouts, and bank robberies, it's easy to forget that Grand Theft Auto 5 offers plenty of other, more casual forms of activity. You've got golf, tennis, diving, and yoga, but the one side activity that people don't realize the full potential of is the in-game version of internet browsing. Just like GTA 4, Grand Theft Auto 5 comes with its own fully operational version of the World Wide Web. On the surface, it seems to offer nothing more than funny websites and Easter eggs related to GTA's characterized world. But in reality, some of the corners of the internet hide secrets that can completely change the game for you. Among the many interactive sites, you have stores with unique cars, stock exchange websites where you can multiply your money, and even secret websites that unlock unique clothing and full side missions you can't access otherwise. The fake internet is definitely worth exploring, even if the premise of browsing fictional websites inside a video game does sound like the ultimate form of procrastination that you probably shouldn't boast about to anybody. Number 2. Atronach Forge, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. The Atronach Forge is a secret portal from Skyrim that allows you to summon creatures and objects from the realm of Oblivion if you fill it up with the right ingredients. Because the forge is located in Midden, the hidden frosty maze beneath the College of Winterhold, most people just
just find it, check out its instructions, think, that's pretty neat, and then completely forget about it. As finding the right ingredients and hauling them back to a remote location like Midden is a trap-making sized hassle. Seeing as it's one of Skyrim's most reliable ways to get fully enchanted Daedric gear. Yes, with the right ingredients, the Forge can let you conjure up rare spell tomes, staffs, and even enchanted Daedric armor and weapons, making it an incredibly efficient tool for building up your character's power quickly. Best of all, some of the more powerful items are conjured up using trash, like burned books and brooms, meaning you can turn worthless items into pricey artifacts and rack up some serious gold with the Forge as well. It may be in a forgettable location, but the Forge is something you should not forget. Number 1. Alchemy, Baldur's Gate 3. Despite how much Baldur's Gate 3 players love to discover all the secret dialogue options and events, there's one mystery that pretty much no one wants to consider. What is alchemy good for? Most Baldur's Gate players' experience with the alchemy tab can be boiled down to them clicking on it, realizing crafting potions is a mechanic, and then never coming back to it for the rest of the campaign. It makes sense considering how many different, far more exciting things happen throughout the game, but you shouldn't neglect the alchemy tab so quickly, as it can actually be a ton of overpowered fun as well. The secret to alchemy is finding the right recipes that will allow you to craft potions that are worth browsing through its lackluster menu. In particular, you want to learn how to make haste and speed potions, which will give you and your party additional actions during combat, allowing you to completely dominate your enemies before they even get a chance to react. It can be a bit tedious to craft your own potions, but if you craft the right ones, the process rewards you with a highly entertaining and overpowering bonus. Also, it's not trap-making level tedious,
So what's the one word that most people associate with open world video games? Bloat? Ubisoft? No, it's exploration. Because what is the point of open world video games if they don't grant the player the opportunity to freely explore their beautiful, expansive world as they see fit? But you know what? Some of these games will actually punish or straight up mock those who get a little overzealous with their wandering. So let's have a chat about them. As I'm Jules, this is whatculture.com, and these are 10 open world video games that mock you for exploring. Number 10, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Bread and butter of the Grand Theft Auto franchise has been the appeal of giving players a massive open-world sandbox and just letting them tear it up however they see fit. Except, in San Andreas, Rockstar had an odd, slightly hilarious punishment for anyone who got a little bit over-ambitious and attempted to access areas of the game world that hadn't been unlocked yet through the story. If you're playing the game as Rockstar intends, you need to complete 27 missions in Los Santos before accessing San Fierro, and 64 before unlocking Las Venturas. But that doesn't mean that you can't just swim to these places before that. However, doing so will result in you instantly receiving a 4-star wanted level, ensuring the near full might of the San Andreas Police Department quickly comes crashing down on you. Granted, cops like Tenpenny and Hernandez tell you not to leave Los Santos in the early stages of the game for good reason, but when Rockstar dropped players in the middle of such a rich, gorgeous world, did they really expect them to be patient and wait for it all to open up organically? Number 9, Fallout 4. Fallout 4's unforgettable opening sequence sees the protagonist forced to take shelter in Vault 111 once the bombs start dropping. But what about those adventurous players who wanted to take a peek around their suburban neighborhood of Sanctuary Hills before it's forever transformed into an irradiated wasteland? And more to the point, what about those who want to see what lies beyond the confines of this town? The game is generous enough not to strictly funnel you towards the vault, but for anyone who attempts to leave Sanctuary Hills and go further afield, they're met with perhaps the most cruelly mocking invisible wall in video game history. If you thought that a 4-star wanted level in San Andreas was bad, in Fallout 4 walking past a certain invisible boundary will trigger the nuke's detonation, instantly killing the player. Basically, you're forced to either progress the story forward by heading to the vault or hang out in a small patch of your neighborhood until the end of time. It's tough to decide which sounds more nightmarish, honestly. Number 8, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. On the face of it, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is a game that absolutely rewards players who venture off the beaten track and explore every last square inch of Hyrule's lovingly rendered open world. Hell, the game even lets you make a beeline straight to the final boss Ganon immediately after the brief opening prologue section. But this is also a game that, for all its apparent celebration of player freedom, has a rather perverse, even cruel regard for those who wander off from the very start. You see, players who extensively explore the game's first area, the Great Plateau, are likely to find themselves soon enough getting summarily spanked by grossly overpowered enemies, in the early going, you've got just a few hearts of health to your name, and you're going to die a hell of a lot, which is effectively Nintendo's way of not so subtly nudging you towards shrines to help build out your character. As inviting as the game's world might seem, it's surprisingly punishing of players who just want to take a stroll in a random direction and soak in the sights. That is to say, prepare to die. Number 7. Far Cry 6. Much as the Far Cry games are all about exploring vast locations and ticking off everything on the Ubisoft open world checklist, Far Cry 6 had a ridiculous surprise for those who attempted to see how far away from the Caribbean island of Yara they could actually get. In step with the series' many alternate or joke endings, Far Cry 6 allows players to get in a boat and they can just sail away from the area before they've bothered to confront the local dictator. But in order to hammer home that the game really doesn't want you to sail off the map into the endless expanse of the Caribbean Ocean, as beautiful as it looks, you'll receive an on-screen warning that you're leaving the area and urging you to turn around. If you ignore that message though, you'll be treated to an ending cinematic set 3 months later, where the protagonist is shown relaxing on a beach in Miami, beer in hand, while a radio news report reveals that the dictator has defeated the guerrilla uprising and solidified his iron grip over the nation. Basically, this thoroughly tongue-in-cheek ending gently shames you for taking the easy way out, showing you what will become of the area without your committed intervention. Number 6. Prototype. Cult fave action-adventure game Prototype takes place in the virus-obliterated Manhattan, where the US military attempts to contain the outbreak by blocking all exits from Manhattan Island. But nobody could blame you for paying a visit to one of Manhattan's most iconic landmarks, the Manhattan Bridge. But if you dare to get close enough, you'll find yourself bombarded with a battery from the assembled Marines, who have set up base on the bridge and really do not want you to cross it. Yet given that protagonist Alex Mercer is himself a superhuman shapeshifter, the player is absolutely able to vault past the military blockade and try to cross the bridge in order to reach downtown Brooklyn. To stop players from doing this though, you won't merely be assailed with an increasingly aggressive barrage of missiles, the camera will also shift to an awkward distant angle perspective where you take up just a small portion of the screen. Evidently, this is a rather passive-aggressive move by developers Radical Entertainment to try and coax you back to Manhattan proper, by simply refusing to let the camera play ball and follow you to the end of the bloody bridge. Number 5. The Crew. For all of its many issues, The Crew features an impressively scaled-down open-world rendering of the United States, naturally prompting many players to ponder what might happen if they attempt to cross the border. Though the game doesn't feature a Canadian border crossing, there is one for Mexico. And alas, Ubisoft understandably appreciated that players might try to cross it, and so beyond merely erecting a border crossing area that is just impossible to penetrate, they had a little extra fun with it at our expense. You see, if you try to drive through the barrier, FBI agent Zoe Winters will pipe up and throw some shade at your greediness, asking you, what, the whole USA isn't big enough for you? Come on, people were just trying to go there, right? Besides, that slightly catty message from Zoe didn't stop some players from figuring out how to glitch their way past the barrier and drive around in the outer bounds regardless. Number 4. Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima's eye-wateringly beautiful Tsushima Island just begs to be explored, and though Sucker Punch certainly permits that to a point, they don't want you to visit certain story-related camps too early and risk breaking the game. And so if you reach a camp that's going to be featured later on in the campaign, you'll receive a message warning you that you are entering an area of overwhelming enemy forces. Hilariously, this generally amounts to the game festooning you with an unrelenting flurry of arrows from all directions, seemingly fired by a fleet of invisible officers. As some players have discovered though, if you're unlucky enough to jump into an offending camp while equipped with a certain set of armor and restorative charms, you might get catapulted into the air by the arrows and juggled there in perpetuity, unable to die. This is all just the game blatantly telling you to stay out of this area and come back later, but there surely had to be a less mean, less immersion-breaking way to do this, right? Number 3. Sunset Overdrive. Sunset Overdrive actually boasts one of the most amusingly creative and self-aware implementation of invisible walls in video game history, given that company Fizco erects an in-universe barrier in Sunset City to try and contain the outbreak of mutant overcharge drinkers running riot there. Hilariously, if you bother to reach the end of the game's map, you'll be met with an invisible wall that's literally Fizco branded, with the message, "Invisible Wall, security provided by Fizco," emblazoned on the transparent boundary. The invisible walls also get a memorable mention in the game's main story, where ex-Fizco security guard Walter attempts to escape the city via helicopter and, crashes straight into the wall, killing himself in the process. Clearly the message from Insomniac Games here is, have fun, but remember, there are limitations. Number 2. Anthem. Much has been written about how BioWare's much-anticipated shared-world action RPG Anthem was rushed out of the door by EA long before it was done cooking. The game was sold on the thrill of getting to don an Iron Man-esque armored suit with 3 of your pals and fly around the game world defending humanity from monstrous forces, and yet the game's aggressively restrictive design felt like a slap in the face to anyone actually keen to explore. Despite offering up a lush open world, Anthem's multiplayer gameplay was massively undone by a tethering system, where while teaming up with other human players, you're forced to maintain close proximity to them, fear of a warning message being displayed. Couple this with a totally pointless overheating mechanic, which limits the amount of time you can spend flying in one go, and it feels like BioWare were actively trying to stop players from doing the very thing this game was marketed upon. Oh, you want to fly around this gorgeous world that we've made, totally unrestricted? Yeah, nah, that's not going to happen. That Anthem was ultimately a critical and commercial flop is, well, the least surprising thing ever. And number 1, SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. Now, SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated is admittedly a game that you're not in any way supposed to take seriously, and in that stead, players who got a little overzealous with their exploring and ventured too far off the beaten path will get a literal helping hand from the game itself. While playing as SpongeBob, Patrick, or Sandy, if you reach the boundary of the game world, the human hand of Sailor Hands, a character who appeared in the first few of the show's episodes, though is never shown as more than a hand, will slide onto the screen and drag you away, forcing the game to restart from the nearest checkpoint. It's a pretty clever and distinctly SpongeBob way to implement invisible walls without straight up having the player just collide with them, acknowledging both the game's limitations and the player's overenthusiastic inquisitiveness in one funny fell swoop.
Death is a pretty inevitable element of most video games, whether it's a cartoonish fall from a platform or a gory and overly detailed murder. It's effectively an indication of your failure or a punishment for doing things the wrong way. However, not every death you experience in games needs to be a source of regret. Although these do mark the end of your character's journey, they're the beginning of your bragging rights for discovering them. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are the 10 rarest video game deaths you didn't know existed. Number 10. Death by Flies, The Sims 2. The Sims 2 features a ton of little mysteries that surprise and wow you the more you explore the game. However, only one such mystery has managed to maintain its ambiguity so well that even now, more than a decade later, fans of the game still speculate whether or not it's real, and that is the infamous death by flies. The death by fly is an extremely rare case of death that has a 0.1% chance to occur to any sim living on a lot littered with unwashed plates that are swarming with flies. The reason why this death has remained such a big mystery among the fans is because it has an extremely low chance of triggering, and on top of that, it has very specific triggers. These require you to fill up your lot with more than 10 unwashed plates of spoiled food and make your sim walk over the clouds that they're generating. Honestly, if you want to kill a sim, you're probably better off going with the classic pull without ladders method, but if you can get this, it's a lot more intriguing and horrific. Number 9. Shark Attack, Grand Theft Auto 5. Since the majority of your time in Grand Theft Auto 5 is either spent on land or in the skies, the water-based activities tend to stay mostly unexplored, including the many custom death scenes that are related to the treacherous depths of Los Santos oceans. On top of the regular death by drowning, GTA 5 also includes deaths by the feral fauna of the sea, most notably the San Andreas tiger shark, which appears on the map so rarely, due to the apex predator going almost extinct in the lore, that there's actually an achievement for dying to it. If you're unlucky enough to have one appear, or lucky if you're hunting for the achievement, the shark will show up on your map as a red dot, which will instantly start moving towards you until it finally reaches you and then mauls you to death with one fast but vicious attack. The animation of getting ground up by the shark's jaws is absolutely brutal and definitely worth getting an achievement for it, considering it's probably going to traumatize you so much you won't want to go to the beach anytime soon. Number 8. Jumping into the Underdark, Baldur's Gate 3. In Baldur's Gate 3, death isn't always the end of your journey. As long as you have at least one living person in your party, you can just resurrect everyone with a scroll. And let's face it, if you play Baldur's Gate 3, this is probably going to happen more than once. Because death is such a common occurrence, the developers have come up with a lot of different ways in which your character can die, including a collection of decisions and story-based death. Some of these deaths can be an extremely rare event, such as this secret fall death that happens when you find the Underdark region way too fast. And we mean that literally. In Act 1 of the game, there are several locations that lead to the subterranean world of the Underdark, like the passage underneath the Goblin camp or the elevator in the Zentarim hideout. However, there's also a more direct way in the form of giant holes that most players wouldn't jump into due to the giant skull next to the jump marker. If you are, however, one of the brave souls who doesn't care about such silly warnings, the game will treat you to a secret cutscene where your character falls down the hole and then turns into a bloody splatter at the bottom. I guess it just goes to show the Larian team is indeed prepared for every eventuality. Number 7. Beetlejuice Death, The Sims 4. Just as The Sims 2 has its secret unique death, so does the latest entry in the series, and the longest running, what with all the DLCs expanding its lifespan like some sort of expansion pack vampire, not including the expansion pack that includes vampires. Anyway, we are of course talking The Sims 4. The Sims 4 boasts a rather impressive collection of special deaths, the rarest of which is arguably the death by beetles, introduced in the Eco Lifestyle expansion pack. The death by beetles, as the name suggests, happens when the sim consumes too many cocktails made out of, well, beetle juice. What makes this death so rare is that the drink that causes it requires you to max out your mixology skill, making it only attainable for only a few select players. On top of that, to trigger the death, you need to drink 3 beetle juice cocktails one after another, which isn't really something most people would do, as the drink requires pretty rare ingredients. The death from beetles is worth the effort though, as it's the only death that doesn't involve the appearance of a Grim Reaper, and the ghost doesn't get any mood penalties from living in the haunted mansions, in reference of course to the original Beetlejuice from Tim Burton's classic movie. Pretty neat. Number 6. Death by Friendly Fire, Dragon Age Origins. The world of Dragon Age Origins is a dangerous place where death lurks around every corner. Still, if dying to monsters and criminals isn't enough for you, there is another secret way to make your party meet their end: friendly fire. Not an accidental fireball to the face, mind you, but an actual conflict between your team, where you're forced to take down your party members for good. There are only a few instances where a player can permanently kill one of their own companions in the game, most of which happen in the Haven area of the map. The first one is with Sten, who will attack you if you come there too early, questioning your leadership skills. The second happens with Leliana and Wynn. When you find the sacred ashes of Andraste and decide to taint them with dragon blood, they'll try to stop you, which forces you to put them down. These are the only situations where the game lets you permanently kill your own companions, making the deaths here not only more impactful, but also super rare. Number 5. Nuclear Explosion, Fallout 4. The Fallout 4 intro might be one of the most iconic video game openings in recent history, one that you get more and more tired of replaying on every consecutive playthrough. Most Fallout 4 fans are well acquainted with the events in the first half hour of the game, but only some of them are aware that the intro also includes a secret death scene. During Nate and Nora's mad rush towards the vault, if you ignore the urgency of the upcoming nuclear strike and decide to explore Sanctuary Hills instead, the game will actually allow you to do that, to an extent. The game lets you stop and admire the houses of your immediate neighbors, but if you venture out too far, the intro will decide you've spent too much time messing around, and it'll make the nuke drop prematurely, instantly killing your character in the nuclear fire. This is the only instance in the game where an actual nuke can kill the sole survivor, not counting the mini nukes shot by random raiders, meaning that if you're curious to experience the full horror of pre-war bombings firsthand, you should really set your family's safety aside and do a little sightseeing in the intro. Number 4. Stabbed by a Vampire, Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 employs a huge collection of custom animations to make its world feel fully immersive, and that also, of course, includes death animations. You can eat a bullet, drown, fall, get mauled by a bear, or many other creatures, or get stabbed by a vampire. That's right, along with the many other occult oddities of Red Dead Redemption 2, like UFOs and ghosts, the town of Saint Denis can boast its own supernatural phenomenon in the form of a vampire. This bloodthirsty Nosferatu lookalike is an elusive serial killer that's tied to a secret mission which regards his recent murders in Saint Denis. Although taking him down is your goal, becoming another one of his victims is something that's worth mentioning too. You see, the vampire is one of the only 4 NPCs in the game that can kill your character in a single strike. If you're not careful, the vampire can stab you in the blink of an eye and then disappear into the night forever, like an old West Count Dracula. Although, why would a vampire stab you? It's very on the same lines as who throws a shoe? That's an old reference. Number 3, Darwin Award, Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic is a co-op game about spacefaring dwarves working for a greedy corporation, extracting ore from a planet swarming with ravenous monster bugs. Despite the futuristic setting, the dwarves of Deep Rock Galactic enjoy the same exact things as their medieval fantasy cousins, including mining, blowing a fuse when someone insults their ancestors, and, of course, drinking. As a matter of fact, some of them actually might enjoy drinking a little bit too much and suffer a secret death that you can get an achievement for. The lobby where you and your friends hang out between missions features a bar where you can spend your hard-earned paycheck on all sorts of things, like alcoholic beverages that get your dwarf hammered. If you reach a sufficiently drunk state and then jump into the ball hoop next to the bar, your character will be immediately disintegrated by the laser at the bottom of the machine, and you get the secret Darwin Award achievement for managing to die in the dumbest way possible while wasted off cheap dwarven ales. Number 2, Rare Ending Deaths, Detroit Become Human. One of the best features of Detroit Become Human is the branching paths summary that you get between each story chapter, displaying the choices you've made and allowing you to compare them with other players worldwide to see how common or rare they are. One of the rarest outcomes in the game has been achieved by only 3% of players, and the reason for that is that it requires a rare sequence of deaths to occur. To get this outcome, you need to let Connor die during the chapter Crossroads, let Kara, Luther, and Alice be captured, and then have Kara sacrifice herself to let the other 2 escape. And finally, you have to kill Marcus during his fight with Connor's replacement. Killing off all the main characters at these specific points gets rid of them at just the right moment, where the supporting cast then can take the reins after them. This triggers a special ending sequence where they all finish the story for you. While this doesn't end happily, without spoiling it too much, it is one of the most interesting and rarest endings in the game. And it's all thanks to you letting the main cast die. You monster. Number 1, Lightning Strike, Minecraft. Minecraft's deaths all come with custom and vibrantly detailed messages describing how the particular player met their end. These descriptions take different things into consideration, like what took the player's last bit of health and what creature they were fighting at the time of their death, making each of them feel pretty unique. This said, if you want to wow a Minecraft server with a death message that appears to a player once in their cubicle life, then you better get struck by lightning. Like in real life, lightning strikes in Minecraft are as lethal as they are rare. They are almost always guaranteed to kill you, but even if you're wearing metal armor, which increases the chances of being struck, the thunderstorm is still more likely to target a tree or a random mob than it is to target you. For this reason, deaths by lightning are a special phenomenon that's more likely to strike, no pun intended, your friends with awe rather than make them laugh at your demise. Although, if we're being honest, they're probably gonna laugh at you anyway, so you may as well get hit by lightning.
In most video games, a strict set of rules must be followed to make progress. Nevertheless, it's often tempting to mess about. After all, why go by the book when it's more satisfying to beat up NPCs, blow up houses, or crash vehicles? However, there are times when bad behaviour isn't just encouraged, but rewarded. I'm Cy for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 video game rewards you only get from being a dick. Number 10, let the hate flow through you. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Throughout George Lucas's galactic saga, the Jedi are regularly tempted to turn to the dark side. Of course, any true hero would never do such a thing, looking at you, Anakin. But after playing Knights of the Old Republic, it's easy to see why the purist Force wielders strongly consider joining the Sith. After all, most of KOTOR is a cakewalk if the lead character takes a less honourable approach in their endeavours. By stealing money, your team can purchase awesome weapons and equipment much sooner than if you were acting like a goody two-shoes. Rather than taking part in elaborate fetch quests to obtain an artifact, you can take it by force, saving a ton of time and trouble. Take Bendak, for instance. Dueling with this Mandalorian will earn a few dark side points, but the protagonist also earns tons of credits and the strongest blaster in the game. Also, Bendak is a scruffy little nerf herder, so watching him die might be worth it even if there were no other rewards. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Only by embracing the dark side will you attain coveted abilities including Drain Life, Force Choke, and Force Lightning. Although this decision will permanently lock you out of certain light side abilities, you'll be far mightier in the long run. It's nice to fight on the side of angels, but there's no doubt choosing evil makes the playthrough easier and more entertaining. Number 9, being a jerk lets you fight the true boss, Katana Zero. Katana Zero follows an assassin called the Dragon, who utilises a time-altering drug to assist him with his missions. Every time a level is complete, Dragon visits the psychiatrist, who asks him a series of multiple-choice questions. Though ASCIIsoft's hack-and-slash platformer received plenty of praise, it was criticised for its abrupt ending. The story's conclusion is so anticlimactic it feels like there's a whole section missing. And if you play it all but one certain way, it turns out that there is. The only way to unlock the real ending is to piss off the psychiatrist. Every time the shrink speaks to Dragon, the wannabe samurai should dismiss his questions, avoid small talk, and yell expletives. When the doctor calls, Dragon should hang up on him repeatedly. If Dragon shows the psychiatrist any kindness, no matter how minor, the road to the true ending gets cut off. By being a jackass to the guy from beginning to end, the psychiatrist will inject himself with a special drug in the climax, kicking off an epic 4-part battle which culminates in him mutating into a screen-filling monster. Being rude throughout the playthrough doesn't just offer an epic finale, but reveals more about the overarching narrative, which is barely explored if the main campaign is played normally. Number 8, embracing evil unlocks the best powers, Spider-Man Web of Shadows. Spider-Man Web of Shadows was an incredibly ambitious superhero title for its time. Not only does Spidey have to face off with a plethora of super foes, but the web-slinger also has to deal with the Venom symbiote which has infected his body. Much like Knights of the Old Republic, a major part of the gameplay revolves around the web-slinger being forced into moral dilemmas, as the symbiote tries to wrangle control of his mind. In these moments, our friendly neighbourhood Spider-Man must decide whether to stick with his moral code or embrace his inner demons. Now, everybody knows that the canonical Peter Parker would never go down the evil route because, with great power comes yada yada yada. That being said, Breaking Bad makes the alien costume drastically stronger. Armed with a new set of combos and moves, the webhead can dominate the most powerful of supervillains. Also, upgrading the Venom suit allows Spider-Man to slide on an enemy like a surfboard and smash them into a batch of baddies. Seriously, performing this trick never gets old. Going down the dark path will lead to untold destruction, but it's fun. So, sorry New York. Number 7, become invincible by killing innocents, Oddworld Abe's Exodus. In the Oddworld series, a Mudokon slave called Abe takes it upon himself to rescue his people from their cruel Glukkon masters. Throughout his quest, Abe must navigate his brethren to safety while solving puzzles, dodging death traps, and avoiding enemies. Even though the goal is to save the Mudokons, both games in the series actually reward you for doing the reverse. In Odyssey, you get infinite grenades for killing every Mudokon, but Abe's Exodus bestows a greater reward if the stitch-lipped savior leads them all to their demise. Upon slaughtering every Mudokon, the Glukkons thank Abe for his efforts by rendering him invulnerable before sending him back to the start of the game. Though Abe can still meet his end by falling into a pit or being exposed to gas, you're now immune to all other forms of injury. Playing through the main campaign with this newfound power shouldn't pose a problem. Now, you might feel bad for allowing the innocent Mudokons to be squished, maimed and blown up, but if the developers didn't want Abe to give in to such acts of cruelty, then they wouldn't reward his massacre with the best cheat possible. And hey, look at it this way, the next time you go through, you'll be invincible, which will make saving them a hell of a lot easier. Number 6, refusing to save someone unlocks a powerful fighter, Chrono Cross. In this underrated Chrono Trigger sequel, a reality-hopping warrior called Surge teams up with dozens of heroes to destroy a cosmic force that threatens all of reality. At one point, Surge's teammate Kid is poisoned, leaving her bedridden. When his allies ask what to do, Surge has the option to say, find a way to save her, or I don't know. Of course, the obvious choice is to help her because, well, what kind of decent person wouldn't? She's the main female lead, and letting one of the strongest party members die seems like a really dumb idea. But against all logic, it's actually more beneficial if Surge abandons Kid. By doing so, it will trigger a series of events that cause a warrior called Glenn to join the party, who, depending on who you might believe, is actually Frog from Chrono Trigger. With his high HP, strength, accuracy, and defense, Glenn is among the most powerful characters in the game, but is he worth sacrificing Kid for? Oh, actually, it turns out that choice is kind of negligible, since Kid recovers on her own regardless. As a result, there's no disadvantage to deserting her, since she eventually comes back, and Surge unlocks an overpowered teammate. It's a win-win for everybody, unless Kid remembers what you did to her. Number 5, harvest the little sisters for double the Atom, BioShock. In BioShock, an amnesiac called Jack finds himself inside the derelict subterranean city of Rapture. Staying alive isn't easy since the doomed domain is populated by mutant splicers and monstrous brutes called Big Daddies. Luckily, Jack can defend himself with a genetic material called Adam, which grants him special powers. But as the mysterious protagonist faces bigger and stronger enemies, his supply of Adam just doesn't cut the mustard. Fortunately, Jack can boost his powers. On his journey, he'll notice that each Big Daddy is accompanied by a strange girl called the Little Sister. By showing these children mercy, Jack receives a reasonable amount of Adam, allowing him to amplify his abilities. But if Jack chooses to harvest the kids' bodies, he'll earn double. Since Jack is under the false impression that the Little Sisters are evil since they're alongside this terrifying thing, it's very tempting to kill them. However, by the time that Jack learns the truth, it could be too late since the good ending is off limits if more than one of the girls is offed. If Jack has already murdered a few Little Sisters, he might as well slay the lot, since there are no further repercussions and it will increase Jack's Adam exponentially. And also, the good ending it's nice, but I'd rather have the power to shoot bees at my enemies, so, you know. Number 4, perform a ritual for a massive upgrade, Goat Simulator. Goat Simulator might be an odd choice for this list, since the whole premise of Coffee Stain Studios' hilarious action game is to be a world-class a-hole. After all, the gameplay involves headbutting passerbys, causing car crashes and blowing up gas stations. My pro tip is all of these things are way more fun if you have a jetpack. God, I love this game. But to unlock the best reward, our little horned friend has to go the extra mile. Transform into the Devil Goat, the cantankerous farm animal needs to drag 5 participants towards the hellish pentagram that can be found near the Red Barn. Even though it's enjoyable to wreak havoc on a biblical scale, watching these poor victims merge together into an ungodly blob for the sake of the ritual is pretty messed up. But hey, it's totally worth it. After the quintet fuse together, the malevolent mammal will take on a more demonic form. And this reward isn't just cosmetic. In his new body, the Devil Goat can move at super speed and summon black holes. Although the maniacal critter has no problem causing anarchy on his own, he's 10 times more dangerous after unlocking this power. Number 3, 625 fatalities, Mortal Kombat 11. In Mortal Kombat 11's Crypt, tasks and puzzles must be completed to open new areas and treasure chests. In the beginning of this mode, our anonymous adventurer should notice a sealed door at the entrance that leads to Shang Tsung's throne room, which contains the most coveted collectibles. To enter the Dark Sorcerer's inner sanctum, a certain amount of finishers must be executed. At first, this request sounds reasonable. The MK franchise was founded on blood, so it makes sense to pulverize skulls and gouge out eyeballs to unlock the real juicy stuff. However, completing this task isn't easy. To unseal this area, 25 fatalities must be performed on 10 combatants in the Towers of Time or Classic Tower mode. Since the opponents are randomized, racking up 25 fatalities on specific challengers is tough. But once the deed is done, Shang Tsung's quarters open, allowing the protagonist access to a myriad of treasure chests. However, some treasure chests remain shut unless our hero puts out a light on the first floor, and this light is hidden behind a barricade, which can only be accessed by performing 25 fatalities on 15 combatants. But it's still not over after that. The throne room contains another locked door that only opens after performing 25 fatalities on 25 combatants. Although fulfilling this criteria reaps great rewards, it's hard not to feel like a monster doing it. After all, seeking out your opponents and pulling off all 625 brutal finishes just to collect a new hat or a pair of sunglasses is a little weird. Number 2, beating evil mode unlocks tons of valuables. The Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. Based on Peter Jackson's adaptation of The Lord of the Rings, The Third Age centers around lesser-known heroes who have been tasked with helping the Fellowship destroy the One Ring. Though licensed titles and movie tie-ins are pretty hit-and-miss, EA's Role Player has plenty to offer. Not only can gamers and Tolkien lovers explore Middle-earth to their heart's content, there's an option called Evil Mode that allows the villains to take center stage. Imagine decimating the Kingdom of Gondor as the Witch King of Angmar, rampaging into Rohan soldiers as an Oliphant, or challenging Gandalf as a freaking Balrog. Although fighting as a heroic elf is enjoyable, it pales compared to playing as one of Sauron's unstoppable minions. And what makes Evil Mode more enjoyable is the fact that it makes the main campaign significantly easier. Slaying countless innocents as a Nazgul or a troll unlocks an ample amount of enhancements which can't be unlocked any other way. After completing every mission in Evil Mode, our band of heroes will have more than enough weapons, armor, and elf stones to breeze through every mission in the story. So in a weird roundabout way, it's better to be evil, makes your life being good easier. I don't know, just do it. And number 1, killing is the only way to level up Vampire. Vampire centers around an undead doctor called Jonathan E. Reed, who's torn between maintaining his duty as a physician and his lust for blood. Only by completing the game without taking an innocent person's life will the true ending be unlocked. Having said that, refusing to kill civilians isn't just challenging, but counterintuitive. Sucking victims dry doesn't just provide nourishment, it rewards Jonathan with XP, which he needs to unlock and upgrade powers. If Jonathan chooses to live a life of purity, he'll be at a serious disadvantage from the get-go. At a certain point, acting like a saint stops being noble and begins feeling masochistic. By suppressing his urges, Jonathan is pointlessly punishing himself, since he can't grow stronger unless he guzzles down the red stuff. Since there are no consequences to killing, many players will abandon their moral code quickly and begin sinking their fangs into anyone who crosses their path. Feeling a hint of guilt is perfectly natural at first, but the feeling goes away once Jonathan receives that sweet, sweet XP. After unlocking amazing abilities like coagulation, blood spear, healing, invisibility, and blood boil, it's obvious Jonathan would have missed out if he didn't indulge in his wicked side.
Bosses come in all shapes and sizes, and in some circumstances, it's not exactly clear how you're supposed to beat a boss that feels pretty unbeatable. So in those cases, your progress can be stopped dead. However, the reason why certain bosses seem borderline invincible is because players go about the battle the wrong way. Now, some evildoers can be beaten by taking advantage of a glitch, but we won't be looking at those examples. The battle strategies in these entries may be odd, but they were always intended by the developers. Anyone who's busted a controller or two because they couldn't get past a particularly nasty enemy should probably give these methods a try. Personally, the shoulder button is broken because of Elden Ring. Not me. Elden Ring. It's true. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game bosses everyone fought wrong. Number 10, Salazar, Resident Evil 4. Now, there's no doubt that Sir Ramon Salazar is probably the most fun antagonist in Resident Evil 4, but that doesn't change the fact that when you have to go toe-to-toe with him, he's an absolute beast. He mightn't look like much, but after Leon S. Kennedy enters Salazar's ritual chamber, the diminutive castle owner transforms into a screen-filling monstrosity. For the battle, Leon must repeatedly blast at Salazar's tiny and constantly moving weak point. After sustaining enough damage, Salazar's humanoid form will appear in the back room, which is so far away it could only be shot at effectively with a sniper rifle. The problem is, Leon is vulnerable while aiming, allowing Salazar to whip him with his tentacles or swallow him whole, resulting in an immediate game over. Also, running out of ammo is a problem since both weak points are hard to hit. Luckily, Leon can avoid a long and arduous battle by obliterating the Napoleon wannabe with a single rocket. Even if you can't afford the rocket launcher at the shop, our curtain-haired hero can find one in the castle shortly before facing Salazar. This strategy is beneficial since it'll help Leon conserve ammo for the later stages of the game. Also, Capcom were nice enough to maintain Salazar's severe allergy to rockets for the Resident Evil 4 remake. Number 9, The Ninja Master, The Revenge of Shinobi. Although The Revenge of Shinobi is a classic, the hack and slash definitely tested the patience of many due to its difficulty. Even if our hero, Joe Musashi, makes his way through a myriad of enemies, booby traps, dinosaurs, evil robots, a bafflingly complex maze, and freaking Batman, he still has to contend with the final boss, the Ninja Master. At first, this guy seems like a joke, like his only means of attack is hurling his hair like a boomerang. However, many Genesis owners were infuriated by this foe for one simple reason. In the background of this battle, Joe's wife Naoko can be seen trapped in a cell, and as the battle progresses, the ceiling on her cell goes down. You can see the problem. If Joe doesn't vanquish the ever-cackling fiend in time, she'll be crushed to death. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem feasible to win before Naoko is squished due to the Ninja Master's staggering health bar. Yet, saving Joe's bride is actually easier than it appears. If Joe shoots a shuriken at the rectangular block on the very left of the room, the ceiling will reverse direction. Keep striking the mechanism and you should have more than enough time to take down the Ninja Master while keeping your wife from becoming a Jill sandwich. Or Naoko pancake, whatever you prefer. Number 8. Gunther Hermann, Deus Ex. Deus Ex was revolutionary at the time it came out, giving you all kinds of freedom with how you wanted to interact with the world, the choices that you made within it, how you wanted to solve puzzles and access areas. Not only that, but the freedom of choice extended to enemy encounters as well. Although gamers have been conditioned to believe they can complete any mission by shooting everything in sight, Ion Storm's roleplayer offered plenty of different methods to get things done. When our hero JC Denton confronts an augmented agent called Gunther Hermann, it looks like the pair are about to throw down. Fortunately, Denton doesn't have to resort to violence if he plays his cards right. By doing some snooping beforehand, you can actually find out that Gunther has been programmed with a kill phrase. Uttering the words Laputan machine to Gunther causes him to shut down instantly, allowing Denton to bypass the whole scrap entirely. The name is a reference to Laputa, a flying island in Gulliver's Travels, where the inhabitants built machines that are incredible but impractical. Considering how effortlessly Denton disposes of Gunther, this kill phrase seems more than fair. Denton can square off the old-fashioned way, but it's more satisfying to beat the deranged cyborg by outsmarting him. Number 7. Demise, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. In the final dungeon of every Legend of Zelda game, you probably will find yourself in a position where you've got all the gear under the sun you could possibly want, both defensive and offensive. Not to mention a bunch of fairies and bottles in your pocket just in case things go awry and you need to be revived. Having said that, Skyward Sword's big bad Demise is a real piece of work. His overpowered attacks have a long reach and are rarely telegraphed. There's only a brief window of time to strike Demise effectively, which will leave Link highly vulnerable if he mistimes it. What's worse is Demise unleashes an annoying lightning attack during the second phase of battle that can't be deflected with your sword or shield. Surprisingly though, it can be deflected with the Bug Net. Despite having no combative abilities up until this point, this butterfly catching accessory is invaluable during the final showdown. By swinging the bug net at the right time, Link can send this lightning back at Demise, stunning him for long enough for the Hylian warrior to wail on him. Demise's weakness to this particular attack might not exactly make sense, but his vulnerability to it definitely does turn this rock-hard battle into a cakewalk. Also, it's just funny. Number 6. Quiet, Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. Since Metal Gear Solid launched, Konami's stealth shooter has been renowned for its atypical methods to defeating bosses. Psycho Mantis can only be beaten by plugging the controller into the Player 2 port, the End dies of old age if players take a break from the game for 2 weeks, and let's not forget about elite markswoman Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. Though there are a number of ways to take her down, there's one tactic that's strongly recommended. Because it's really funny, which is always the reason you should do something. After using binoculars to lock onto Quiet's position, Snake can call a supply drop on the boss's coordinates. When the ammo crate sails down, it'll bonk Quiet on the noggin, taking off 50% of her health bar. After 2 crates, she should be down for the count. Now there's a chance Quiet will dodge, but so long as Snake has enough cash to send more supplies to crash land on the elite sniper, this fight can be over without anybody firing a single bullet. Number 5. The Dark Aeons, Final Fantasy X. It's a huge relief that having to fight the incredibly powerful Dark Aeons from Final Fantasy X is not mandatory for finishing the game, since trying to do all of them is a Herculean task. Not only do these beasts have a ton of health and rely on dirty tricks, all of them are immune to status ailments. On top of that, death-proof accessories like ribbons don't work, making it incredibly tough to avoid an instant kill wipeout. Although different tactics are needed for each Dark Aeon, there are a few rules of thumb that should make the battles a lot easier. If Yuna summons your Jimbo in battle, she can pay the katana-wielding Ronin a fee to attack her foe. If she pays him enough and has full overdrive, which is this game's version of limit breaks, your Jimbo should be able to take this guy out. If Yuna has the Magistral Rod equipped, she'll be given the first turn, minimizing the chances of being eliminated. Even though the Dark Aeons can take up to an hour to beat, this strategy can allow our heroes to emerge victorious with a single attack. Number 4. Dr. Wily, Mega Man 7. Dr. Wily's Wily machine in Mega Man 7 is often regarded as the hardest boss in the franchise. Considering how brutal Capcom's side-scrolling platformer is, that's really saying a lot. In this battle, Wily teleports around the arena in his little skullmobile while he's shooting homing projectiles, the worst kind of projectiles that come out all fiery, icy, or lightningy. Anyway, basically, these things are coming so thick and fast and right at you even if you do move, that missing getting hit by them is probably happening more out of luck than actual skill. Although getting hit by lightning isn't too bad, the fire takes off a ton of health. The ice is even worse since it paralyzes the hero android, which allows Wily to hit you with another devastating attack. Even if Mega Man has every power-up and energy tank, conquering Wily this time around feels impossible. However, there's one sneaky tactic that makes this bout significantly easier. When Wily appears close to the ground, Mega Man should equip the Thunderbolt and blast the infernal scientist to hell. Although Wily won't lose health, he'll be too stunned to shoot anything. Instead, he'll drop energy balls on the ground, which are way easier to dodge. Although Mega Man is bound to be hit a few times, at least using this method should mean that you get quite a bit further and not instantly taken out by those brutal attacks. Number 3. Godskin Duo, Elden Ring. There's no doubt Ornstein and Smugh from Dark Souls are the most infamous dual bosses in From Software history, however you'd like to pronounce them. Elden Ring's Godskin duo, Apostle and Noble, are a close second. The perilous pair are mind-bogglingly fast and can cut your health to 0 in a couple of strikes. The opportunity to attack is massively brief, so you can only deal minor damage to the dastardly duo without being torn asunder. And if the Godskins corner you, which if you played Elden Ring, you'll know you usually die to geometry, you're pretty much just a blood puddle in the ground by that point. Worst of all, Apostle and Noble will resurrect themselves unless the two are executed in rapid succession. If the Tarnished doesn't kill the second boss in time, they have to fight the first one all over again. The only thing that stops this battle from being an unbearable slog is the Godskin's vulnerability to sleep pots. Despite the fact that this tactic is rarely effective against bosses, a sleep pot here will knock the Godskins out cold for up to a minute, giving you more than enough time to eviscerate them. So long as there are enough sleeping pots in your inventory, this otherwise super tricky battle should be a breeze. And considering I'm currently doing my very first Elden Ring playthrough and I'm refusing to take any guides or backseating, I'm really enjoying this loophole. Number 2. Dragon, Super Metroid. Super Metroid has plenty of challenging bosses, including Ridley, Phantoon, and the arch-villain Mother Brain. However, these ferocious beasties are a walk in the park compared to Dragon. Coming out on top against this waterborne monstrosity, this guy is an absolute bastard to take on, even if our heroine Samus Aran is armed to the teeth. Due to its impenetrable exterior, Dragon's only vulnerable point is under its belly. This infamous boss swoops around the room at lightning speed, making it tough to aim at. If Samus comes into contact with Dragon's sticky projectiles, her ability to jump will be impaired, and when that happens, Dragon can corner Samus with ease and drain her health. No specific tactics though, and there's a trick that can wrap this battle up in no time. After short-circuiting the wall turrets with a missile, players need to let the crustacean-like creature grab Samus. If she latches onto an electrified turret with the grapple beam while she's in its clutches, it'll be fried to a crisp. It's difficult to get the timing right, but it's worth it since Super Metroid's hardest boss will be cooked in a matter of seconds. Number 1. The Reaper, Persona 5. In Persona 5, Joker and his friends can sometimes happen upon a really menacing creature down in Mementos called the Reaper. First, you'll hear the jangling of chains, and then run into an enemy that can pretty much obliterate 99.9% of parties in one fell swoop. He has an immense array of tactics and an almost impenetrable defense to every kind of attack. He'll continuously launch stat ailments at the party, making it nearly impossible to maintain an effective strategy. The Reaper always targets the weakest party member, forcing the team to constantly revive each other, and with a dozen other strategies up his sleeve, he definitely feels undefeatable. But it's a different story altogether if this merciless villain is encountered during flu season. If Joker's team enter Mementos in November or December, some enemies will have fallen sick, including the Reaper. While fighting with him during this period, the Reaper will succumb to a cold within 3 turns, allowing you to walk away with a ton of XP, a trophy, and an artifact that halves damage when equipped. Since the Reaper can be fought again and again, our heroes can easily level up this way at astronomical speed. Sadly, this gives players such an unfair advantage in the original Persona 5 that the Reaper's allergies were removed from the Royal Edition. In a way, you can't really blame the developers for doing this. After all, it's kind of weird that the big bad of Mementos can be beaten with the sniffles. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous and also kind of amazing. While not all games absolutely need to make the player feel like they're having a direct impact on the story, these games well and truly made you feel like your presence in the world was kind of an afterthought. I'm Jess from What Culture, and here are 10 video game endings where nothing you did matters. Number 10, Shenmue 3. Shenmue 3, man, it still hurts. Though franchise creator Yu Suzuki made it clear that the belated sequel was never intended to be the end of the story, fans nevertheless expected the ongoing narrative to gain some forward momentum. Instead, the action-adventure threequel pretty much landed with our hero where he was at the end of the second game, still chasing the coattails of his father's killer, Lan Di. Shenmue 3 concludes with a boss fight, and we're using that term very liberally here, against Lan Di, where the player spends 30 seconds punching air as Di blocks all of their attacks before a cutscene shows him escaping. Again, the end. For fans who'd waited almost 20 years to see some sort of story progression, that felt like a slap in the face, an almost hilariously perverse refusal to give fans what they wanted. And given it seems like Shenmue 4 is really unlikely to get made at this point, that nothing burger of an ending really stings. Number 9, Far Cry 5. Far Cry 5's 2 proper endings are both so utterly defeating, it's tough not to feel shortchanged by the whole experience. At the end of the game, players are given 2 choices. You can walk away from Joseph Seed and his Doomsday Cult, or you can take him out. If you walk away, the game ends with the player character succumbing to Seed's brainwashing. But if you decide to resist, a nuclear bomb detonates before you end up handcuffed in Seed's bunker and forced to become his companion. Basically, Seed comes out on top regardless, and you're definitely left feeling like at the very end of the game, nothing you really did up until that point tended to matter. That doesn't invalidate all the fun you had prior to the final stretch, but it's such an arbitrary downer, and it feels contradictory for a game with so much moment-to-moment freedom for it to end in such an aggressively futile fashion. Number 8, Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption unforgettably climaxes with outlaw protagonist John Marston being betrayed by Bureau of Investigation agent Edgar Ross, resulting in John being shot to death by a gang of US Army officers. The game's epilogue then jumps forward 3 years, and instead of John, we play as his son Jack, 3 years in the future, who's hunting down Ross for some revenge. Though it's clearly satisfying to see Ross get what's coming to him, it's also a slyly bleak outcome for Jack, who, rather than see his father's fate as a warning to do literally anything else with his life, has become an outlaw not unlike his late pa. As a commentary of how cycles of violence are perpetuated, it's fantastic, but make no mistake, it seems incredibly unlikely that anything but an untimely, brutal end awaits Jack sometime in the near future, just like his dad. At that point, as a player, you kinda ask yourself, what was it all for? And again, this one kinda does hit in a poignant way, but still stings.